The mysterious arrival is imminent as the divine miracle ruins manifest and myriad races scramble to navigate the tumultuous waters. Yongyuan, the scion of the extreme Tao Holy Land, has been but a false heir, serving as a scapegoat for the true Holy Sun. With the true Holy Sun no longer concealed, Yongyuan not only loses his status and cultivation, but is also exiled to the blood mine, condemned to labor like a beast for all eternity. Ding dong. The Invincible summoning system has been bound. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the cultivation of an emperor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100,000 war slaves of the Emperor realm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the source of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Emperor's Tomb. Task completed, 100,000 immortal emperors summoned. Task completed, 100,000 sacrificial divine weapons summoned. The ancient lineage, the indestructible Tao tradition, the extreme Tao Holy Kingdom is dissatisfied. In the blink of an eye, they shall be reduced to ashes. The supreme divine race, the primordial malevolent spirits, the celestial beings of the highest order refuse to submit. In an instant, their souls shall be scattered. The unparalleled, immortal king trembles in terror. The destined Tao Lord commands the forefront. The order and rules revolve around him. Even the immortal emperors have been exterminated by the assassins of the killer pavilion. Who dares to provoke him? Chapter 1. Cast out by the Holy Land. Summoning Emperor Battle Slaves. Gaining the power of an emperor. Yongdian, you are merely a substitute for this Holy Sun, a pitiful creature utilized to deflect calamities. You have basked in glory under my name for a few years, and now it's over. The mysterious arrival is upon us. This Holy Sun has achieved mastery and shall no longer be concealed. The true emergence is at hand, unless you refuse to become a follower. Considering your years of servitude as a substitute, I shall grant you a chance to escape death by stripping you of your holy status in 6 realms of cultivation. The scenes that haunt Yongyuan's mind are relentless. He never anticipated that as the Holy Sun of the extreme Tao Holy Land, he was merely a pawn. Years of arduous cultivation, reduced to nothing in a single moment. From the pinnacle of divinity, he plummets into an abyss. From this day forth, you are expelled from the extreme Tao Holy Land, dispatched to the blood mine affiliated with the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect. From now on, your identity is that of a mind slave, subject to fate, never to step foot outside the blood mine for the rest of your life, even in death. You shall become wandering soul within these confines. What a pity. Your brother seems to possess greater talent than you in just 8 years. He has achieved the peak of the 4th realm, and now he too must accompany you. The blood mine, a desolate expanse. Beneath the surface, the fiery red magma lies in wait. The ground is fissured with crimson cracks, and the air shimmers with waves of heat. The lush greenery has vanished, leaving behind only withered roots. In the prison, shadows flit about, scattered in the corners here. They bear but one identity, that of mind slaves. Yongdian sits cross-legged in a corner, cold sweat beading on his brow, his mind plagued by visions of falling from paradise to hell, the repeated scenes of his cultivation and identity being stripped away. At 21, he stands tall and muscular, yet deprived of his cultivation. His body is now unable to bear the weight, rendered exceedingly weak, drenched in cold sweat. Creak. As the gate of the prison, ensnared by formations, creaks open. An elder from the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect strides forth, brazenly pointing at Diyuan. Next to him stands a young man enveloped in visible black mist, his eyes long since vanished, overtaken by a mysterious entity, dozens of tiny serpentine eyes sprouting where his eyes once were, a sight most unsettling. He is one of the 3 survivors from the last mining expedition, but has since been tainted by the mysterious source. Come here, come here. It's you, don't feign ignorance. The elder's temper flares, glaring at the cowering youth in the corner, his frustration boiling over as a black whip, thick as a finger and lined with barbs, materializes in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. 3 lashes resound, accompanied by anguished screams, tearing at the heart. The black whip strikes the youth's tainted eyes, shattering nearly half of his eyeball, purple blood oozing forth, and serpentine eyes rapidly proliferating, consuming half his body. This scene instills a profound terror in the mind slaves within the prison. The OB tainted by the mysterious source renders you a monster rather than live in such a grotesque state. You might as well reincarnate and spare this elder the sight of your wretchedness. The elder's hawk-like eyes glint with coldness and mockery as he turns his gaze to Yangding. Soon, it will be your turn. The discarded ones of the extreme Tao Holy Land are not without precedent, but you, once a holy son, are truly unique. Yang Diyuan's eyes flash with icy determination. The Bloodmine's origins are shrouded in mystery despite the extreme Tao Holy Land extracting the most crucial immortal soil. The remaining resources still hold significant value, warranting extensive investment of manpower, resources, and wealth. The adjacent cell lies empty. 100 souls have been carted away, their only worth as mine slaves being that of hosts. In a mining process, encountering the mysterious source leads to being used as a vessel for parasitic entities once tainted. Transformation into a monster occurs within 3 days, consciousness lost, and, as mine slaves, they are denied even the opportunity to end their own lives. The elder's words ignite the fuse of fear within Yang Diyuan's cell. Many tremble, deeply afraid, yet some hardened souls have come to terms with their fate, resigned that in 18 years, they may yet become men again. Ling Yuan. Yang Diyuan grits his teeth, fists clenched, a murderous intent blazing in his eyes. His brother has been in the mine for several days, and his fate remains unknown. He dares not ponder it. He forcibly expels the chaotic thoughts from his mind, channeling his breathing technique to embark anew on the path of cultivation, seeking at least a semblance of self-defense. Suddenly, Yang Diyuan's eyes snap open, bloodshot. As he expels a mouthful of blood, his mind is assailed by thunderous pain, a torment beyond compare. A constraint. The extreme Tao Holy Land shows no mercy. How ruthless. Under this constraint, not only is he unable to cultivate, but even uttering a single word subjects him to indescribable agony without leading to death. Perhaps for them, it would be too easy if you were to die effortlessly. Still practicing? What good is that? I hear you, the holy son of the extreme Tao, a false heir? Quite the amusing tale. You're already spitting blood before you kick the bucket. Say something funny to lighten the mood. Your brother has been in the mine for days. Now has he already kicked the bucket? What? Without the title of holy son, you still retain the temperament of one? Believe it or not, before you die, my friends here will make your life hell. Yang Diyuan's gaze is frigid, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Yet he finds himself helpless. Has he not endured such humiliation before? Ding dong. Detection indicates the host is at the nadir of life, beset by misfortunes and calamities. Shall we bind the invincible summoning system to rewrite fate and reverse the course of life? System binding in progress, binding successful. As the system's prompt echoes in his mind, Yang Diyuan's eyes suddenly brighten. Ding dong. Newbie gift package has been distributed. Does the host wish to claim it? Claim. Yang Diyuan's cold gaze sweeps over the other mine slaves as he mentally connects. Newbie gift package successfully claimed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the cultivation of an emperor. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 emperor realm battle. Slave. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the extreme Tao emperor technique. The undying scripture. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 saint realm battle slave. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the physique. Pure Yang sacred body Tao embryo. Congratulations, host, for acquiring emperor medicine. Tao lotus seeds 18. As the system's notification sounds echoed repeatedly in Yang Diyuan's mind, his excitement escalated, his heart pounding like the resounding drums of the heavens. Damn it, I'm talking to you. The previously mocking miner, with his gleaming bald head, abruptly rose to his feet, his bare torso showcasing rippling muscles brimming with strength. The burly man reached out, intending to slap Yang Diyuan. The other miners, witnessing the unfolding scene, relished the spectacle, their faces adorned with mocking smiles as they reveled in the misfortune of their comrade. Who the hell do you think you are? Suddenly, a chilling glimmer flashed before them. The burly man's pupils dilated in alarm, his face contorting with a mixture of horror and pain as his body stiffened unnaturally. The other miners were momentarily taken aback, some even urging him to act. But the next instant, they were struck with terror as they beheld the burly man's body seemingly sliced apart by an invisible force, blood oozing forth as chunks of flesh fell to the ground, his form utterly obliterated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 points of kill value. The miners gaped in astonishment, their scalps tingling and their hairs standing on end. The burly man had met such a silent and gruesome end. They had not even discerned who had struck or how it had transpired. You. The miners snapped back to reality, collectively gasping in shock, instinctively retreating in fear as they cast terrified glances towards Diyuan. Those who had come to this place had their powers suppressed, trapped by formations that impeded their abilities, relying solely on their physical strength. Yet, the horrific demise of the burly man sent shivers down their spines. The miner who had earlier mocked Diyuan now trembled, his eyes twitching in fear. Diyuan. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged, and the door to the cell swung open, revealing the elder from the two instruments and four symbols sect, whose gaze had been shrouded in malice. He observed the remnants of flesh on the ground, his brow furrowing tightly. He had arrived just in time to witness the burly man's tragic fate. Looking at Diyuan, who appeared unperturbed, the elder felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Yet under the suppression of the prison's formation and the limitations on cultivation, he wondered just how much chaos this seemingly powerless individual could truly unleash. Perhaps he had employed some external means. What trickery is this? The elder questioned, aware that the miners were strictly monitored and weapons could not possibly be hidden. His curiosity was piqued. When he noticed Diyuan's indifference, the elder's wrath surged, and the black whip reappeared in his grasp, crackling menacingly like a serpent poised to strike, ready to inflict severe punishment. Had Diyuan been in his previous state, it would have been no surprise if he were to be shattered on the spot. Crack. Crack. Before the whip could make contact, an invisible force enveloped it, causing it to visibly disintegrate and scatter to the ground. What? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled backward, retreating beyond the prison's threshold. Energy surged from his fingertips as the talisman was swiftly affixed to the lock, and under his incantations, ripples of light emanated from the prison. The formation's power, undulating, a murderous aura enveloping the space. What a bizarre method. If so, there is no need for anyone here to continue existing. The elder glared, believing that activating the formation would obliterate them. Yet the next moment, he was met with an inexplicable surge of energy that shattered his plans. The formation failed instantaneously. How is this possible? The elder was now utterly panicked, realizing that it was Diyuan who was behind this chaos. Yet he remained seated, unmoving. Puffed, blood sprayed forth. Two arms severed for his body fell to the ground, blood gushing like a torrent. Ah! The elder cried out in agony, unable to comprehend how, as a powerful figure of the fifth realm, he could be so utterly unaware of his assailant's identity, only to find himself disarmed. The miners stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, struggling to process the unfolding events. Not only had the formation failed, but a fifth realm elder had been gravely injured. He had lost both arms. Before they could further grapple with their astonishment, they beheld a figure materializing beside Diyuan, a cloaked man in black. With a mere gesture, the elder was ensnared by an unseen force, as if an invisible hand gripped his throat. The elder thrashed wildly, his legs flailing in vain, his face turning crimson from the exertion. Bang! The elder was forced to kneel, his head pressed against the ground with brutal force. Bang! Bang who? Who was this cloaked figure? The elder was consumed by terror as the immense pressure radiating from the figure subdued even his authentic fifth realm prowess. He found himself utterly powerless to resist. It was as if his secret techniques, combat skills, and cultivation were all suppressed, rendering him no more significant than a mere chick in the eyes of the black-clad man. He felt that even before his powers had been nullified, Diyuan had never possessed such strength. It was simply overwhelming. This cloaked figure seemed all too willing to serve him, which was inconceivable. Was he merely the son of the sacred land of extreme Tao, or did he possess another identity? You cannot kill me. Your brother is still alive. His foundation is not weak. Even after being stripped of his powers, he endures, resisting the encroachment of the ominous source. but he has been tainted. If you spare me, I can help you restore him. Yang Diyuan lifted his gaze. Kill the cloaked man, as if an extension of Yang Diyuan's will, executed the command without hesitation, obliterating the elder on the spot, his head exploding like a ripe watermelon. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, sending the miners reeling, their nostrils flaring, eyes wide. Every hair on their bodies standing on end. The display was utterly ferocious. That was a fifth realm powerhouse, slain with such ease. And the most astonishing part was that the cloaked figure had not even exerted a fraction of his strength. Hope began to flicker in the minds of the miners who had previously insulted Yang Diyuan as they envisioned their escape from the blood mines. But in the next instant, a beam of light, as slender as a silver needle, trailed a long arc of red as it danced through the air, transforming the miners into mere fragments of flesh. Yang Diyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 15,000 points of kill value. Notice, you are still 33,000 points of kill value away from unlocking the system store. Merge with the Emperor's cultivation. Chapter 2. The Ascension to Emperor. Bloodstained minds, leaving no one alive. Buzz. As the thought surged forth, Yang Diyuan felt an intangible force rapidly spreading through his limbs and internal organs, enveloping his sinews, blood, and flesh. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the first layer of body refinement. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the second layer of body refinement. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement. With the gradual resurgence of power, Yang Diyuan's excitement intensified. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of Qi gathering realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of Dan congealing realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of spiritual pulse realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of law aperture realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the 9th layer of treasure organs realm. The 6th realm. Yang Diyuan had returned. Once, in the sacred land of extreme Tao, he was favored with abundant resources, even becoming the center of attention, his cultivation provoking envy among countless others. Yet, upon discovering his status as a mere substitute, all of it was rendered meaningless. In the past, he had toiled for over a decade, through sheer effort and talent, to reach the 6th realm of treasure organs. Yet now, a mere thought had propelled him to the pinnacle of years of hard work, and the treasure organs realm was not even the zenith of his current capabilities. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth Soul realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the Heaven Soul realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Entry realm. Saint Entry. He had already brushed against the threshold of sanctity, capable of grasping fragments of the Tao and the power of order. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Yang Diyuan's strength soared rapidly. From ancient times to the present, he believed no one could ascend to such heights as he had with a mere thought, reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yang Diyuan felt his power swell, akin to a deity, should he wish it, with a mere thought. He could obliterate the very continent beneath his feet. Body refinement, Qi gathering, Dan congealing, spiritual pulse, law aperture, treasure organs, Earth Soul, Heaven Soul, Nirvana, Saint Entry, Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Immortal, Supreme, Divine King, Half-Emperor, Emperor. This was the cultivation system of the present continent. In the sacred land of extreme Tao, within the main hall, Yu Linfeng, a striking figure with flowing black hair and eyes shimmering with brilliance, stood as the true sun. Having followed the patriarch of the sacred land since childhood, he had now reached the pinnacle of the 7th Earth Soul. He confidently anticipated stepping into the 8th Heaven Soul within a month, diligently exploring the profundities and quintessence of each realm, pursuing perfection and suppressing his level for nearly several months. At this moment, Yu Linfeng gazed at the graceful and voluptuous silhouette beside him, feeling a flicker of emotion. Junior sister, it has been years. How have you fared? My elder brother has been quite secretive. Even I remain in the dark. Hearing the melodious voice of the saintess, Hua Yulan, Yu Linfeng waved his hand. This matter is known to few, including only a handful of elders. Else Yang Diyuan would not be so innocently traversing the world for me. He is far too ordinary. Having received years of cultivation resources, yet only attaining the 6th realm. Say, junior sister, you wouldn't have developed feelings for Yang Diyuan, would you? Saintess Hua Yulan's expression remained calm as she shook her head. The betrothal between you and I has already been arranged by the saint and my family's ancestor. In 3 days, we shall wed. He lacks your allure. A sigh escaped Hua Yulan's heart. Indeed, she had once harbored feelings for young Diyuan. But upon learning of his status as a mere substitute, everything seemed insignificant. Regardless of status or talent, she overshadowed him completely, though there had been some emotional ties. They held little importance now, for he was soon to perish. For young Diyuan, the fate of a miner in the blood mine meant that his demise would, in a way, spare him from the torment of the sinister source's pollution. As another figure materialized, both Yu Linfeng and Saintess Hua Yulan bowed respectfully. We greet the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Land had once followed the previous generation as saint and was said to have reached the pinnacle of the great saint, having lived for 6 millennia, with even 2,000 years of lifespan remaining. Ah, how have you two fared during your time together? Yu Linfeng and Hua Yulan responded in unison. There is mutual attraction. The marriage is inevitable and reflects the desires of both parties. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded, his weathered face breaking into a smile, for the family of Hua Yulan held a position comparable to the Sacred Land, symbolizing a powerful alliance. He stroked his snowy beard and continued, the saint has sent out the wedding invitations. In 3 days, representatives from all the major sacred lands will come to congratulate you. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's expression shifted abruptly, his face turning crimson as he coughed up blood. This spectacle startled both Yu Linfeng and Hua Yulan. What could cause a great saint to vomit blood? The barrier has dissipated, the Grand Elder spoke, his brow furrowed. Yu Linfeng and Hua Yulan exchanged glances, their minds racing. Could it be that Yang Diyuan had somehow found a way to dismantle the barrier set within the Divine Sea? That was a feat beyond belief. Such thoughts seemed implausible. The blood mine was extraordinary, once home to celestial soil, rumored to be a remnant of the chaotic sea, and even now, its value was remarkable. However, the sinister source's power it harbored was exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps Yang Diyuan's imminent demise had triggered a self-detonation upon being detected by the sinister source. The Grand Elder dismissed the concern. He was a saint king. This news had been known to only a handful for millennia. If someone could forcibly break his barrier, they would undoubtedly be of the same caliber. If Yang Diyuan had such connections, he would not have been treated as a mere substitute for 2 decades. Nor would he have remained helpless after being crippled. Deep within the blood mine, the sinister source's power permeated the air, visible as dark red gas. As miners were swiftly transformed into monsters, a 15 or 16-year-old boy, unable to withstand the pressure, began to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. I hope you remain safe, that you escape the blood mine alive, and that you return to the divine pedestal. Breaking through the sacred land of extreme Tao. At this location, thousands of disciples from the 2 instruments 4 symbols sect were trapped in the 3rd and 4th realms, reduced to mere guards. On a peak nearby, a cluster of buildings housed the elders of the 2 instruments 4 symbols sect. Several elders were convened in a meeting hall, discussing Yang Diyuan, the discarded holy son of the sacred land of extreme Tao, who remained a topic of idle chatter. The holy son, at the 6th realm, barely 21, yet deemed a mere substitute and exiled here. His brother had willingly entered early to save him, delaying for Yang Diyuan. The people of the sacred land truly were extraordinary. Even crippled, they could resist the sinister source's pollution for days. The sinister source, indeed, is the origin of all anomalies. If not today, his brother will surely perish. You are unaware, during the contention for this blood mine, how many lives were lost as the major sacred lands clashed. A sea of blood and mountains of corpses. A small sect once discovered it early, only to fall victim to the sinister source and be annihilated in a day. The elders of the 2 instruments 4 symbols sect conversed, and sensing something amiss, they quickly fell silent. The 6 individuals, having reached the latter stages of middle age, exhibited signs of withering vitality. As 2 disciples from the extreme Tao sacred land emerged behind them, they all rose with obsequious expressions. How did the matter proceed? The 2 disciples, exuding an imposing aura, were followers of the saintess, Hua Yulan, and possessed cultivation at the 5th realm. They had come specifically to ensure the grim demise of Yang Diyuan. The elders of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect felt a deep sense of melancholy. Despite sharing the same realm, the age disparity was stark, and their futures seemed boundless, poised for ascension to greater stages. Meanwhile, this group of aging practitioners had spent their entire lives merely reaching the starting point that these younger disciples had attained with relative ease. Without comparison, there would be no suffering, and some elders even found the situation profoundly ironic. Rest assured, we have dispatched elders, if my calculations are correct. They should have succeeded by now. Yang Diyuan is now a mere shell of a man, confined and isolated by the formation. No unexpected events shall occur. The 3rd elder spoke slowly, confidence radiating from him. After all, the current Yang Diyuan was so feeble that even a dog could easily dispatch him. let alone a fifth realm elder. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would willingly kneel and eat dirt. Suddenly, the blood-mine mountain trembled, the ground roaring with thunderous sounds, and the surrounding magma began to erupt amidst a cacophony of shouts. What is happening? Is someone attacking the blood-mine mountain? Several elders, along with the two disciples from the extreme Dao sacred land, were perplexed. In the next moment, disciples from the two instruments and four symbols sect appeared in a state of panic. No, it's terrible, elders. The fifth elder has been killed. Diyuan is accompanied by a formidable black-clad practitioner who has broken through the formation. The elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect immediately furrowed their brows, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. A change had indeed occurred with Diyuan. Who was this black-clad individual? To have slain the fifth elder in such a brief span of time, without even allowing them the chance to be notified? Rage surged within them. These old geezers shared a genuine camaraderie built over nearly a millennium. And now, the fifth elder lay slain. Without hesitation, an elder drew his weapon and charged forth. Old 6. Old 8. The third elder shouted anxiously. The two disciples from the sacred land were equally astonished. How could Diyuan, who seemed doomed, suddenly turn the tide? Rest assured, we shall fulfill the Saintess's orders. Diyuan must die today. In the next moment, the third elder transformed into a streak of light, soaring forth. In an instant, his gaze locked onto Diyuan, who stood beside the imposing black-clad figure. At that moment, numerous miners had escaped their confines, rushing outward in a bid to break free. The disciples of the two instruments and four symbols sect quickly converged to obstruct their path. The scene descended into utter chaos. Diyuan, did you kill the fifth elder? Several elders manifested in front of Diyuan, their faces brimming with murderous intent. Diyuan paid them no heed. And just then, two familiar figures emerged, disciples from the extreme Dao sacred land, who had once fawned over him, but now, following recent upheavals, all pretense had vanished. Diyuan, I advise you to kneel and take your own life. After all, we were once comrades, and I would prefer not to resort to violence. The two disciples regarded him with disdainful gazes, their sense of superiority surging forth. The shift in their statuses ignited a desire to trample upon him. Is that truly a disciple of the extreme Dao sacred land? And the elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect? Is that person Diyuan, the former saint? I dare say he shall meet a grisly end. With nearly 10 fifth realm powerhouses and thousands of disciples present, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape unscathed. Many miners, having already heard tales of Diyuan's past and identity, felt a mix of regret and mockery. Kill him. The elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect struck first, eager to curry favor in front of the sacred land disciples, but in the next moment, the black-clad figure beside Diyuan vanished and reappeared before them. With a mere punch, he obliterated the sixth elder, reducing him to a spray of blood, not even leaving behind a trace of bone. What? The elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect were engulfed in terror. How could a fifth realm practitioner be dispatched with such ease? It was too simple, too casual. Before they could react, a powerful and domineering pressure surged forth, sweeping across the entire blood mine mountain. Under the terrifying pressure, the very air trembled and screamed. Stones crumbled to dust beneath the weight. In an instant, the elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect found themselves unable to muster even the slightest resistance, collapsing to their knees. Not only them, but the disciples of the sacred land were similarly affected. The miners present at the blood mine mountain, alongside the disciples of the two instruments and four symbols sect, were also unable to escape unscathed. Gazing across the scene, one could see thousands kneeling in submission. What an overwhelming pressure. The elders were the first to bear the brunt. Their pupils contracted in horror, their bones cracking under the strain, fingers splintering as flesh tore apart. They could not comprehend how merely two individuals could so effortlessly subdue everyone present. The black-clad figure, aside from that initial punch, had not lifted a finger. It was merely the aura emanating from him that had placed them all under control. What a terrifying display of power and capability. What realm of cultivation was he at? To suppress even fifth realm practitioners with such ease. The elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect were utterly panicked. Their minds were shaken and trembling. They now believed without a shadow of a doubt that, should the black-clad figure wish it, a mere thought could bring about their utter demise. Diyuan, you actually have a hidden trump card? The two disciples from the extreme Dao sacred land felt their pupils constrict, their expressions filled with horror, their faces betraying shock. Having once been Diyuan's peers, orphans since their youth, they had assumed he possessed no formidable background. Yet now, the appearance of the black-clad figure instilled a profound sense of helplessness and despair within them. Could it be that Diyuan hailed from a lineage rivaling that of the sacred land? It was absurd that they had sought to volunteer. only to find themselves ensnared in such a predicament, leaving them with thoughts of wishing for death. With a mere glance from Yang Diyuan, the black-clad figure slowly raised his palm, and with a simple gesture, several elders from the two instruments and four symbols sect exploded one after another. Puff, puff, puff. Blood sprayed forth, the scalding liquid splattering upon the faces and bodies of the disciples from the extreme Tao sacred land, who trembled violently, feeling the suffocating grip of death. Lingyuan, with a thought from Yang Diyuan, vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, cradling a breathless youth, his younger brother. This scene left the two disciples from the sacred land agape, their eyes wide as saucers. Yang Diyuan had actually restored his cultivation? How could this be? Not only had he regained his previously lost powers, but he seemed to have advanced further still. The earlier disappearance and reappearance had left them utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had ascended to sainthood? Yang Diyuan paid them no mind, uninterested in deciphering their thoughts, as he gazed down at his brother in his arms. Had it not been for Yang Lingyuan willingly absorbing the burden for Yang Diyuan, delaying for a day, he might not have awaited the awakening of the system. Yang Lingyuan's complexion was dark, his hair completely fallen out, a sinister aura radiating from him as he was nearly engulfed by a purplish-red mist. Brother. Two disciples of the Holy Land were in a state of panic, akin to fish on a chopping board, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. They could only plead for mercy, their voices sincere and their tones earnest. In light of our allegiance to Saintess Yulan, please spare us. We vow never to cross your path again, and we are even willing to forsake our identities as disciples of the Holy Land and disappear entirely. Despite their desperate entreaties, Emperor Yuan did not cast a glance in their direction. As the cloaked figures slowly closed in, their hands were brutally severed at the wrists. Exploding into a mist of crimson, overwhelmed by the terror of impending death, they shrieked, "We know how to deal with the strange source. The extreme Tao Holy Land has records, and the pill hall sells related elixirs. Let us go, and we might still make it back in time." They exhausted every effort to plead for their lives. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, Emperor Yuan unleashed a surge of radiant light from his palm. The symbols of order flowed, intertwining with the laws of the great Tao, as strands of rosy brilliance erupted forth, effortlessly dispelling the strange aura surrounding him. The violet-red mist crackled and fizzled, as if consumed entirely by the flames of true fire. This scene instantly sent the two disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land into a frenzy. The power Emperor Yuan wielded was astonishing, had he truly restored his cultivation. Transcending several major realms to reach the saintly level, he was capable of harnessing the power of the rules. And he was but 21. In total, his cultivation spanned merely 11 years. Brother Yuan, have you truly broken through to the saint realm? We, your brothers, are willing to brave fire and water to follow you. Please spare our lives. This was all orchestrated by Saintess Hua Yulan. She wanted us to end your life. Furthermore, in 3 days, Hua Yulan will wed Saint's son Yulan Feng, and the invitations have already been distributed to all the holy lands and noble families. The two spoke in disbelief, revealing this information to garner trust. You are unworthy, Emperor Yuan scoffed coldly. In that instant, the cloaked figure's hand clenched tightly, and the two exploded into nothingness. In the distance, a group of disciples from the two instruments and four symbols sect, along with the miners, stood frozen in horror, their expressions vacant and dazed. Moments later, a series of grotesque explosions echoed from the blood mine, as thousands of disciples from the two instruments and four symbols sect burst apart like brilliant fireworks. The miners met a similar grim fate, their blood staining the ground crimson. Lingyuan, Emperor Yuan, felt the power of the order laws coursing through his entire being, purifying every inch of his flesh. The vitality that had been waning within him began to surge back, and he consumed a Tao lotus seed, the potent medicinal energy enveloping and nourishing his body. Brother, Lingyuan slowly opened his eyes, his pallor replaced with a healthy glow, barely able to believe the events that had transpired. What is happening? Fear not. From this moment forth, the blood mine belongs to us. Emperor Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 13,000 points of slaughter value. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 13,000 points of slaughter value. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the system shop. Current balance of slaughter value, 165,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully occupied the blood mine. Annual income of spirit stones, 100 million. Annual income of blood spirit stones, 50 million. Annual income of strange source items, 3,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the extreme Tao. Chapter 3. Establishing the Mountain of Death. 3 Emperor-level formations guarding it. Even an emperor would perish here. Emperor Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of the immense value of the blood mine during his time at the extreme Dao Holy Land, but he had not anticipated such an astonishing annual revenue. Although the extreme Dao Holy Land had entrusted the blood mine to the subordinate 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect, there were other considerations at play. Excavating and exploring the blood mine came with a price. In the past, more than 2,000 miners had perished here daily, all of whom were cultivators. Over the years, the death toll in the blood mine had become incalculable. This cost allowed the extreme Dao Holy Land to subcontract the area while still maintaining absolute authority. And the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect would diligently manage it to curry favor with the extreme Dao Holy Land and gain protection. 100 million spirit stones were guaranteed each year, a share that even Emperor Yuan found tempting. Moreover, the rarer blood spirit stones, which held even greater value and could refine spiritual weapons and treasures, could be exchanged such that 50 million blood spirit stones were worth around 500 million spirit stones. In essence, the net annual revenue from the blood mine amounted to a staggering 600 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the physique, extreme Dao demon body. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the imperial technique, extreme Dao demon art. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the imperial weapon, extreme Dao demon armor. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the imperial weapon, extreme Dao demon spear. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the imperial weapon, extreme Dao demon shuttle. Emperor Yuan's heart stirred. It was as if he had received an entire suite of services. He had gained both physique and technique. Brother, who is he? Ling Yuan furrowed his brow, his youthful face bearing a hint of naivete. As he pointed warily at the cloaked figure, our servant, Emperor Yuan explained, and only then did his younger brother accept this, deciding not to pursue the topic further. Brother, you have unexpectedly discovered a way to awaken your physique. From today onwards, focus on cultivating here. Ling Yuan expressed his concerns. This place belonged to the extreme Dao Holy Land, and not only would the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect send people, but the Holy Land would also take action. Moreover, the blood mine was exceedingly peculiar. With a gentle chuckle, Emperor Yuan commanded the cloaked figure, and an overwhelming pressure of a saint surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings with an unstoppable force. Ling Yuan held his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the pressure of a saint. There could be no mistaking it. The air was thick with the symbols of order and fragments of the laws of the Tao. After all, he had once been a disciple of the extreme Dao Holy Land. If he lacked such discernment, he might as well start farming. Seeing the excitement on his younger brother's face, Emperor Yuan whispered in his ear, revealing even more shocking news. Brother, this isn't a dream, is it? You have become an emperor. This is simply incredible. Although Ling Yuan did not comprehend how Emperor Yuan had achieved this, he realized that they could now dominate all, no longer subject to bullying or betrayal. At the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect, within the Soul Palace, soul jade after soul jade shattered, belonging to the elders. The 2 disciples guarding the area were seized by terror, their breaths caught in their throats. In disbelief, they rubbed their eyes and looked again, only to find their faces pale. 1, 2, 6 elders. Every one of the 6 elders stationed at the blood mine had perished. Quick! Check the soul jades of the disciples sent to the blood mine for training. All shattered. Could it be that the blood mine had been invaded by the strange source? The elders, along with thousands of disciples, were likely all dead. The 2 guarding disciples dared not hesitate and rushed to report. In less than half a stick of incense, the sovereign of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect, along with the vice-sovereign and over a dozen elders, as well as the leaders of the major peaks, have all gathered at this location. How could this transpire? It has been over a decade since the sacred land entrusted the blood mine mountain to our sect, and never before have such bizarre events occurred. If it is indeed true that all have met with misfortune, it would deal a grave blow to our 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect. The expressions of everyone present were exceedingly grave, their lips pale and their voices trembling. The sovereign and vice-sovereign clenched their fists tightly, feeling that the possibility of an insidious invasion was minimal. Besides, they had already discerned a pattern, leading them to suspect some other unforeseen event. However, if it were a sect affiliated with another sacred land attempting to seize the blood mine mountain, even in the event of war, they could not have so swiftly overpowered thousands of disciples and 6 elders. Such numbers are not insignificant. Who could it be? What kind of formidable being would dare to strike at the blood mine mountain? When the Extreme Path sacred land expended tremendous resources to conquer the blood mine mountain and claim it as their own, surely no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Master, this matter cannot be delayed. I shall take 3 individuals to investigate the truth, the vice-sovereign spoke, asserting. In a short while, The sacred land will become aware of this. When that time comes, retribution will surely follow. Time is of the essence. If we fail to deliver the required spirit stones by the month's end, we too shall face calamity. The sovereign of the two instruments and four symbols sect nodded in agreement, saying, "Act swiftly, ensure your safety, go forth, junior brother." The vice-sovereign, resolute and decisive, transformed into a streak of light and departed. Three palace masters exchanged glances with the sovereign before swiftly following the vice-sovereign. From this moment forth, the entire sect shall enter a state of martial law, prepared for first-level combat readiness. Beast Master, Palace Master, have the 10,000 battle beasts prepared. For Symbols, Palace Master, ready the killing formations and gather the disciples for the array. Sword Palace, Battle Palace, and Artifact Palace shall be commanded by the Peak Masters. The 7 Peak Masters, assemble the disciples and strategize. We may be facing a fierce battle. The sovereign sighed heavily. The unexpected incident at the Bloodmine Mountain was unforeseen. Should trouble arise, it would draw the ire of an entity as formidable as the sacred land, and if they were angered, both affiliated sects and those under other sacred lands would not fare well. Mobilize our resources, summon the pseudo-holy weapons. I shall see who dares to be blind to the consequences and deny our 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect a path forward. Outside the Bloodmine Mountain, Yang Lingyuan sat cross-legged. Ding! The extreme path heavenly demon body is beginning to merge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An indescribable energy radiated from Yang Lingyuan, sprawling and intertwining around him. His dark hair danced in the wind, enveloped in a layer of purple light, resembling a cocoon. Rules and order permeated the air, with paths intertwining like flickering beams of light, imbued with secretive power. Yang Diyuan discerned that under the merging of the body, his younger brother Yang Lingyuan was undergoing a profound transformation, purging the dross and impurities within. The sound of metal striking metal occasionally resonated through the void. Yang Lingyuan's physique underwent a significant metamorphosis, and at that moment, the sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in, thunder rumbling, casting a shadow over the entire Bloodmine Mountain. The light on the horizon was consumed, and as the thunder clapped like a divine drum, a towering purple figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, fierce and wrathful, materialized. Also sitting cross-legged in the air, mirroring Yang Lingyuan. Endless thunder boomed, striking down and giving rise to new torrents. The fallen lightning transformed into an expanse of purple orbs, surrounding the manifestation, divine and majestic, exuding an air of inviolability, infused with an extreme demonic essence. The vice-sovereign of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect and the 3 palace masters hovered in the air, gazing from afar, resembling a deity standing tall, emanating an unsettling aura and terrifying authority. This is a manifestation of a unique physique. Could it be that in capturing the mining slaves, we have offended a prominent family or sacred land? The vice-sovereign's breath caught. This was no trivial matter, it was extraordinary. Those who possess such a physique are often endowed with talent, and their backgrounds are certainly formidable. The 3 palace masters accompanying him twitched at the corners of their mouths, having already received the news from the sovereign that the entire sect was preparing to strike. He cursed the neighboring sect. What on earth is happening? The vice-sovereign felt a surge of agitation. If his suspicions held true, even if the entire 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect mobilized, it would be futile, ultimately requiring the intervention of the sacred land. Meanwhile, at Xianxiandao Mountain, Xianxian Palace, countless disciples were shaken, the towering manifestation visible for miles, the sky over there darkening, starkly contrasting with the brightness here, allowing a clear view of the situation. What kind of genius, what kind of physique could provoke such a phenomenon? Simultaneously, at Wanlong Gate, Jingguang Mountain, and other sects, the leaders and disciples stood atop the peaks, gazing out, their expressions solemn. It seemed that a change was upon them. The Bloodmine Mountain had unexpectedly changed hands. A monk clad in robes, holding a staff and forming a Buddha seal, chanted a mantra, his white eyebrows and beard fluttering in the gentle breeze. At the Bloodmine Mountain, the manifestation of the unique physique persisted for several hours. Yang Lingyuan's physique underwent tremendous refinement, nearly reaching sublimation. As the phenomenon dissipated, the purple cocoon melded into his skin, and his younger brother slowly awakened. "Brother, you've become remarkable," Yang Diyuan exclaimed. "I always knew our ancestral bloodline was extraordinary. This physique is incredibly formidable. I believe it rivals that of the major sacred sons and daughters." Name, Yang Lingyuan. Physique, extreme path heavenly demon body. Cultivation, body forging second heaven. Yang Diyuan, looking at his excited younger brother, smiled gently, saying, "Rebuilding your path to recultivation is a journey paved with opportunities. There may be new insights and revelations. Always remember, when the body reaches its limits, the will shall lead you out of the abyss." Yang Lingyuan pondered his brother's words for a long moment before nodding earnestly. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Yang Diyuan. Age, 21. Cultivation, peak of the Emperor Realm. Imperial technique, undying classic, extreme path heavenly demon art. Physique, pure Yang sacred body Tao. Battle slaves, 1 at Emperor Realm, 1 at Saint Realm. Imperial medicine, 17 Tao lotus seeds. Slaughter value, 165,000 points. Occupied territory, Bloodmine Mountain. After reviewing this information, Yang Diyuan felt an increasingly fervent, albeit immature, idea blossoming within him. Ding. Detecting excessive emotional fluctuations in the host. Activating main quest. Establish a force. Yang Diyuan was taken aback. Could this be possible? If he wished to engage in romantic escapades with a celestial being, would it lead to a mission to seize a bride? Ding. Does the host wish to establish a force? Create. Please name your force. Death God Mountain. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully creating a force. Congratulations, host, for receiving task rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining initial force buildings. Congratulations, host, for receiving initial funding of 1 billion spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Emperor level 9-star Fallen Killing Formation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Emperor level Limitless Defense Array. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Emperor level Chaos Trapping Formation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30,000 battle slaves at the peak of the Treasure Palace Realm, 6th Realm. The rewards this time were indeed substantial. 1 billion spirit stones. What an astounding concept. If converted to physical objects, they could fill half of the Bloodmine Mountain. Each of the 3 Emperor-level formations was an extraordinary find, indeed. Across the entire continent, even the grand formations controlled by the Holy Land are incomplete, with truly complete ones being exceedingly rare. Perhaps they only exist within those ancient sects of great renown. Yet now, there stands a trio of grand formations. As for the 30,000 battle slaves, although all are at the 6th realm, their sheer number is not to be underestimated. At least, as far as Yang Diyuan is aware, even 102 instruments 4 symbols sects cannot compare to this foundation. After all, these 30,000 battle slaves each surpass the elders by an entire realm. The guardians of the Bloodmine Mountain are more than sufficient. Utilizing initial power structures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a cacophony of piercing buzzes and tremors, magnificent palaces began to rise from the mountaintops beside the blood mine, each more resplendent than the last. Buildings ascended from the ground, showcasing breathtaking beauty, with grand and elegant decor. Goodness! Yang Lingyuan could not help but extend his neck and widen his eyes, gazing at the structures before him, as if thunder had struck him, penetrating deep into his heart. In just a few short days, such mysterious and miraculous happenings had unfolded around him. It felt almost like the work of celestial beings. He looked upon the splendid and exquisite halls, his heart pounding fervently, unable to resist the urge to rush inside. The main hall, side halls, living quarters, as well as the alchemy pavilion, weapon pavilion, and formation pavilion, all within 1,000 miles of the blood mine, astonishingly stood tall with towering walls. Yang Lingyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Yang Diyuan. Brother, is this to be our home from now on? Yang Diyuan affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, affirming, yes, this shall be our home henceforth. Employing the 9 stars Fallen Killing Array. Activating the Boundless Defense Formation. Summoning the Chaotic Confinement Array. Ding dong. Activation successful. As the prompt echoed, terrifying and potent imperial sigils streaked through the void, the order runes flowed. And intertwining rules rippled, manifesting a palpable aura of slaughter. Once the visible transparent shield enveloped the surface, it vanished without a trace. Yang Diyuan sensed the terrifying might of the killing array. Even a sage king would be instantaneously vanquished should they dare invade. Subsequently, the defensive formation spread, covering every nook and cranny, every inch of ground with the rules of order, completing the defensive array. Immediately after, chaotic mist spread and surged, intertwining outside the Hall of Assassins. The 3 arrays converged. Even if an emperor were to arrive, they would require considerable time to devise a countermeasure. Summon the Treasure-Bearer Realm battle slaves, protect the Hall of Assassins. Soon after, Yang Diyuan and his younger brother appeared in the training arena, which was quite expansive. With silver white stone bricks laid upon the ground, forming a square arena elevated half a meter high, comparable in size to several football fields. I impart upon you the imperial technique, the undying scripture. On Night Ridge Mountain, the deputy master of the 2 instruments 4 symbols sect, Fu Yu, stared in disbelief at the towering walls surrounding the Bloodmine Mountain. For a moment, he was utterly stunned. It had only been a short while. How could such colossal walls have appeared out of thin air? Their expanse was sufficient to cover a 1,000-mile radius. The blood mine lay within these walls. Who possesses such formidable skills and power? According to the information they received, it had only taken a few hours to arrive here. First, there were the phenomena of physical anomalies. And now, these comprehensive towering walls. They were left astounded and speechless. Could it be that a reclusive powerhouse had taken a liking to this land? Furthermore, I sense an extreme danger ahead. Approaching carelessly could lead to death. The three hall masters struggled to conceal their astonishment, their voices trembling as they spoke, as if any louder would invoke disaster. Let us try the transformation mirror. Fu Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he activated a treasure mirror using secretive powers and the might of his divine sea. The mirror, the size of a basin, had a calm surface radiating brilliance. As it was activated, the reflected scenes began to change, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Fu Yu's gaze sharpened. He realized that what was happening here was no trivial matter, for otherwise, it would not be so sluggish. Such events typically manifested rapidly. We will assist you. The three hall masters released their internal energies, visibly transforming into 3 beams of light that merged into the mirror. Creak. This is bad. The expressions of the 4 changed dramatically as they observed the transformation mirror start to crack and crumble, fissures spreading across its surface, rendering it irretrievable and on the verge of collapse. Boom. Even as the 4 managed to dodge in time, the shattered mirror shards still struck them. Oh dear, my precious. For reasons unknown, the 3 hall masters, including the deputy master, wore grim expressions, their posteriors targeted as if they were bullseyes, getting pricked by 3 shards. After a lengthy pause, Deputy Master Fu Yu, feeling discomfort in his body, pulled out the last shard, causing a column of blood to spray forth, his palm tightening involuntarily. How unfortunate. It seems that during a streak of misfortune, even drinking water gets stuck in one's teeth. We have no time left, for hours have passed. And we must ascertain the situation here. If we find ourselves at a loss, we may have no choice but to call upon the extreme Dao Holy Land for assistance. At this critical juncture, would that not be akin to rushing into the mouth of danger? The marriage alliance of the extreme Dao Holy Land with the aristocratic families is hosting a grand banquet for heroes and various holy lands. Should they learn of the blood mine's affairs, our 2 instruments, 4 symbols sect, would be doomed. In the face of certain death, it would be better to venture inside and see for ourselves. A glimmer of resolve shone in Fu Yu's eyes, but upon glancing at the 3 hall masters, he sensed something amiss. Their expressions were far from good. What is wrong? Why do they all look so pale? Speak up, Fu Yu declared. Let us sneak in and see what is truly happening. The 3 hall masters, their mouths twitching in resignation, sighed heavily as their faces darkened. Fu Yu noticed something amiss and turned slightly, only to find 12 figures clad in black seated behind him, having overheard his words for an unknown length of time. You. What the hell? Fu Yu prepared to take action. Swish. The pinnacle power of the 6th realm erupted from the black-clad figures, instantly suppressing his aura, compelling him to raise his hands and surrender. Damn it. 12 6th realm treasure bearers, their combat power comparable to those of the 7th realm. Among them, only Deputy Master Fu Yu had touched the threshold of the treasure bearer realm. There was no way to fight back. The master commands, take them away. In an instant, the hearts of Deputy Master Fu Yu and the 3 hall masters screamed in unison. Master? What the hell? 12 peak 6th realm practitioners. And there is still a master above them. Chapter 4. Deputy Master delivers his head 1,000 miles away. Scarlet Cloud Saintess becomes a slave. The annihilation of the 2 instruments, 4 symbols sect. From a distance on Night Ridge Mountain, a woman with a curvaceous figure dressed in a flowing purple gown stood by a rocky outcrop. Her form was delicate with a slender waist, barely graspable by a single hand, while her bosom strained against her garment, giving the impression of being overburdened, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The 12 black-clad figures were all at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. What has transpired at the Bloodmine Mountain? The Scarlet Cloud Saintess possessed an unparalleled beauty, akin to that of a fallen fish or a startled swan, with eyes like the bright moon, a delicate nose, and sensuous pink lips slightly parted, betraying her disbelief. The 2 instruments 4 symbols sect is subordinate to the extreme Dao Holy Land, who possesses such ability to audaciously seize the blood mine. What kind of confidence do they harbor to disregard both the 2 instruments 4 symbols sect and the formidable extreme Dao Holy Land backing them? The radiant maiden Su Youwei's gaze sharpened as she deemed it necessary to infiltrate and investigate further. From ancient texts, she had learned that within the Bloodmine Mountain, in addition to the celestial soil, there existed a substance known as the essence of the fallen, a peculiar and enigmatic material that could assist her in refining sacred weapons. As she chanted incantations, a flash of brilliance enveloped her, and a form-fitting black attire replaced her violet robes. To the untrained eye, she appeared indistinguishable from the shadowy figures surrounding her. However, upon glancing down, she was momentarily taken aback. Her ample figure inadvertently revealed her identity. How vexing. I shall rectify this soon enough. With those thoughts, the radiant maiden Su Yue tightened her chest binding, rendering the black garment slightly loose and seemingly inconspicuous. What transpired within the Bloodmine Mountain? Towering walls rose abruptly, completely enclosing the area. With a sense of intrigue, Su Yue stealthily followed the black-clad individuals to the entrance, preparing to blend in. As the radiant barrier flickered, the formation revealed itself. The vice master of the two instruments and four symbols sect, Fu Yu, along with three hall masters, found themselves akin to wilted eggplants, now prisoners in a dire predicament, increasingly fearful of the enigmatic master the black-clad figures spoke of. Could it be a holy level formation? The ominous aura of slaughter emanated merely as a wisp, akin to thunderclaps echoing overhead. Fu Yu and the three hall masters felt a rising panic, an instinct that they were ensnared within these walls. Su Yue's eyes narrowed as she swiftly entered the grand opening, following the black-clad figures, and at that moment, a chill coursed through her. Just as she prepared to merge with the crowd, she noticed 12 black-clad individuals simultaneously turn to regard her. After a tense 3 seconds, she exhaled in relief. She had not been discovered. The formation was indeed extraordinary, defying her ability to gauge its level. Could it be a holy formation? Suddenly, she felt a wave of recklessness. Would she truly remain undetected? As they ventured deeper, the formation's entrance was once again obscured. Su Yue was astonished. The Bloodmine Mountain appeared transformed. On the nearby mountain peak stood a collection of splendid edifices, and the plaque at the mountain gate bore the words Death God Mountain etched in bold, vigorous strokes, radiating an inexplicable power. Such a potent mental energy. Su Yue was taken aback, her senses overwhelmed, her vision beginning to blur until she finally averted her gaze, gradually regaining composure. Meanwhile, the four from the two instruments and four symbols sect stumbled, nearly succumbing to the backlash of the overwhelming mental force they had unwittingly absorbed. What is happening? Su Yue's mind raced. Within the gates of the Assassin's Hall, she beheld a battalion of black-clad figures, numbering no less than 1,000. They served as both watchmen and hidden sentinels. Was Death God Mountain truly a place of such dubious nature? A quick calculation revealed that, at the very least, she was staring at a formidable force of several thousand. Not a single practitioner at the fourth realm, let alone the fifth realm, was present, only an unbroken line of peak sixth realm cultivators. Su Yue's heart quickened, sensing a perilous entrapment. As she continued onward, she found herself before the martial arts arena. The radiant maiden Su Yue slowed her pace, intending to withdraw, only to find the 12 black-clad individuals casting another glance her way. In an instant, her heart leapt to her throat. No, could it be that I have truly been exposed? However, seeing no further response from them, she resolved to adapt to the situation. Upon nearing the arena, two figures above caught her off guard. It was none other than the brothers of the Yang Empire, erstwhile holy sons of the Extreme Path Sacred Land. Su Yue had previously collaborated with them in the exploration of secret realms. The poignancy of their identities, though tinged with regret, was beyond her control. To her astonishment, they appeared to be thriving. A glance revealed their evident comfort. Master, the others have been subdued. One of the black-clad men spoke, as the others bowed in unison. Su Yue's pupils constricted in shock as she feigned composure. Could it be that young Diyuan was the one pulling the strings? What prowess did he possess? Or what hidden background did he harbor? This seemed rather implausible. The sheer number and strength of the black-clad figures was not to be underestimated, even within the sacred lands. The vice master and the three hall masters from the two instruments and four symbols sect stared in disbelief. Just days ago, disciples of the Extreme Path Sacred Land had escorted the Yang brothers, demanding their assignment as mind slaves within the Bloodmine Mountain, under strict surveillance. Yet, only a few days later, not only had the Bloodmine Mountain been lost, but Yang Diyuan had also become the master of a multitude of black-clad sixth realm cultivators. What had transpired to facilitate such a swift transformation in status? These were practitioners at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. The black-clad figures filled the landscape, while within the two instruments and four symbols sect, only the vice master stood at the seventh realm. The cause of the Bloodmine Mountain's seizure lay not with other sacred lands, but directly with Yang Diyuan. Even if the entire sect were to mobilize, the outcome could only lead to their annihilation. The message must be conveyed. Fu Yu breathed heavily, urgency coursing through him. Yet in the next moment, despite their reluctance, the four were forcibly brought to their knees by the black-clad figures. The two instruments and four symbols sect truly gave the impression of being mere lackeys of the Extreme Path Sacred Land. Yang Ling Yuan chuckled. What's the matter? Fu Yu glared. Yang Diyuan glanced at Su Yue and signaled, seize her. From the moment Su Yue donned the guise of a black-clad figure, she had been noticed. The reason they had not intervened was to observe her intentions. After all, idling away time was of no use. 3 days hence, at the grand wedding of the Extreme Path Sacred Land, he would present a grand gift. At a mere glance from young Diyuan, the 12 black-clad figures encircled the 4. The Vice Master and the 3 Hall Masters each received 3 black-clad enforcers, who promptly unleashed a flurry of slaps. What is the matter? Slap. What is the matter? Slap. Slap. What is the matter? Slap. 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 Witnessing this, the radiant maiden hesitated momentarily before reluctantly stepping behind young Diyuan to massage his shoulders. As the radiant maiden, had she ever served another like a mere maid? If this were to become known, it would surely invite ridicule. She could scarcely imagine the mockery she would endure from other maidens upon learning of this incident. The pressure is just right, young Diyuan remarked, amused. Having interacted with Su Yue before, he recognized her as the radiant maiden of the Scarlet Dawn. Endowed with exceptional talent, confidence, and strength, this moment brought forth an unexpected enjoyment. I endure. Su Yue gritted her teeth. Based on their previous interactions and collaborations, young Diyuan should not have exhibited such indulgence. After a span of incense, the 4 from the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect had swollen faces resembling that of pigs. Their eyes were mere slits as they squinted at their surroundings. Having never encountered such humiliation as skilled practitioners, instantly, they erupted in a flurry of curses. Yet the only response meted out to them was a relentless beating from the black-clad figures, akin to pecking chicks, fists and feet raining down upon them. 3 against 1. They were mercilessly instructed. Su Yue was taken aback. The unwavering loyalty of these black-clad figures was astonishing. They obeyed young Diyuan's commands without question. Such obedience was truly perplexing. Even with overwhelming power, one would expect a diversity of personalities, yet none exhibited disobedience. Could it be that they are mere puppets? The holy maiden of Xianxia, Su Yue, pondered, fortunate that she had remained silent from the beginning until now. Beside her, young Lingyuan observed the holy maiden's demeanor, a smile blossoming within his heart. What expression would Su Yue wear if she were to discover that his brother had orchestrated this? Young Diyuan, you are truly ruthless. How dare you kill me? The vice sect master, consumed by fury, felt his dignity trampled upon, and could no longer contain himself, bellowing with indignation. Within half an hour, the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect would mobilize. You should be well aware of how significant the blood mine is to the extreme Dao sacred land. Should they intervene, you shall have no favorable outcome. Yang Diyuan chuckled lightly at these words, finding them utterly tedious, and simply declared, slay them. In an instant, the heads of the sect masters of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect were pierced through, the daggers in the hands of the cloaked figures impaling their skulls, their pupils contracting in sheer terror as life swiftly ebbed away. Fu Yu gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Yang Diyuan's decisive brutality. Do you truly disregard the consequences? Slap, slap, slap. More slaps echoed through the air. The vice sect master, rendered despondent, felt a desire to end his own life. After traversing thousands of miles, did they come merely to deliver their heads? To uncover the truth? Yes, they had discovered it, but there was no way to relay it. Thanks to a certain jiba, Yang Diyuan, savoring the grapes Su Yue had brought to his lips, brushed past her fair hand, remarking, the illustrious holy maiden of Xianxia, willingly tending to a mere pretender of the extreme Dao sacred land. Would others not envy such a sight? Su Yue, holding the grapes aloft, abruptly froze. Her face concealed beneath the mask betraying her shock. He knows? When did he discover this? From the very beginning, from the massage to feeding him fruit. Was it all intentional? The holy maiden of Xianxia, Su Yue, felt her cheeks flush with heat, a surge of anger erupting from within. At this juncture, she ceased to conceal her feelings, coldly stating, you deliberately toyed with me? Yang Dian shook his head, utterly unconcerned, gazing towards the horizon. No, 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 it was intentional. Do you not find this a rather unique enjoyment? The black garments enveloping Su Yue dissipated, revealing a resplendent purple gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely, her hair flowing gracefully, most of it secured by a golden purple hairpin, the sound of her earrings chiming softly. The holy maiden of Xianxia? Fu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Though not part of their circle, as a member of the extreme Dao sacred land, he was still privy to certain secrets. It was well known among the prominent sacred lands who the famed sons and daughters were, especially the renowned holy maidens like Su Yue. From the moment he was beaten, to now being massaged and fed fruit by none other than the holy maiden of Xianxia, Su Yue emanated an overwhelming aura, her gaze fixed firmly upon Yang Diyuan. Though she could not fathom what had transpired, upon first hearing of his pretender status and being relegated to this place, she felt a pang of regret. Yet now, It seemed he truly deserved his fate. With a swift motion, Su Yue unleashed her power, golden light radiating from her, dazzling like a streak of light, hurtling directly towards Yang Diyuan. Clang! Su Yue's eyes widened in shock. Her own energy was shattered, the tremendous backlash sending her flying. Your cultivation? Su Yue was astounded. Yang Diyuan had merely waved his hand and rendered her powerless, his strength evidently surpassing hers. Could it be he had already reached the 8th realm of Tianhan? She had thought that with his pretender status, he would plummet from grace, yet upon their reunion, he had ascended to an unattainable height. Su Yue understood that she could not linger here. Immediately, she unleashed her full power, transforming into a radiant arc, prepared to escape. What? Su Yue gasped, feeling an immense hand of Tao materializing in the air, seizing her and pulling her back to the training ground. This scene left Fu Yu dumbfounded. The Tao. That was a technique only a saint could wield. Clearly, what Yang Diyuan had exhibited was genuine and substantial. Fu Yu could not help but lament his own folly. To intrude upon a saint's domain and repeatedly insult him was a self-inflicted calamity. The saint. Su Yue's breath quickened, her complexion paling as she gasped for air. Her heart shaken to its core. A 21-year-old saint. Who would dare to imagine such a thing, let alone achieve it? The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, with the chances of becoming a saint being 1 in a million. The most astonishing fact was that Yang Diyuan had attained this status at such a young age. Historically, the earliest saints had only reached this milestone at a century old. At his age, most cultivators were merely at the starting point. Since you have come, do not be in such haste to depart. My brother has also reached the age of marrying and starting a family, so Sister Yue, you certainly have not lost out. Yang Lingyuan chuckled. In that instant, Su Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she understood she had no path of retreat, muttering curses at the lascivious rogue. The vice sect master of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect exclaimed that there was no justice in the world. Yang Diyuan had become a saint at 21. And he, with nearly 2,000 years of lifespan, felt as though he had been reduced to a mere dog when compared. You disturb my interest, I shall slay you. With that, Yang Diyuan declared. Fu Yu's head flew off, and he met a swift demise, his cries abruptly silenced. Yang Diyuan's decisiveness and swiftness made her heart race. In an instant, she grasped her skirt, glaring furiously. What are you looking at? Truly white, is it not, brother? Just the right opportunity to find a maid to serve tea, wash clothes, and cook. Su Yue felt a surge of frustration, her teeth clenched in anger. Yang Diyuan, however, paid her no mind and instead communicated with the system. Annihilate the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect. Chapter 5. The Saint's Arrival. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect's annihilation. The conquest ranking revealed. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect was now under full lockdown, at a state of heightened alert. Every member of the sect was sharpening their blades, preparing for the impending battle. Thousands of war beasts had assembled, and the cavalry disciples of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect stood ready. Within the Soul Jade Hall, Sect Master Hao Chun wore an extremely grim expression. His gaze icy. As 3 soul jades shattered one after another, he abruptly rose from his seat. His eyes were bloodshot. 3 sect masters had perished. Hao Chun clenched his fists tightly. What on earth had transpired? Crack. Another soul jade shattered. The vice sect master Fu Yu had also completely fallen. Cursed be it. Hao Chun roared in fury, his feet smashing into the stone floor, creating deep impressions as his tightly clenched fists crackled ominously. How could this be? The vice sect master and 3 sect masters, 1 at half step to the 7th realm and 3 at the 6th realm, just like that, gone? This was the very foundation of the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect. In the hours since their departure, just 2 hours prior, news had arrived that they were preparing to investigate what had transpired at the blood mine. Yet instead of receiving updates, they were met with the news of their deaths. What manner of existence lurked at the blood mine? Hao Chun's body trembled slightly as the remaining sect masters and elders gathered in the Soul Jade Hall. This is dire. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect is facing utter catastrophe. The vice sect master and 3 sect masters are dead. As Hao Chun's words echoed, the remaining elders and sect masters all widened their eyes in shock. Until now, they had no inkling of what had transpired at the blood mine. Sect master, tens of thousands of war beasts and cavalry have gathered. The outer gate vanguard is fully armed. All core disciples of the inner gate have been recalled to serve as the 2nd and 3rd waves, ready to provide support from the rear. The pseudo-holy weapon has been summoned. Additionally, the guardian beast that accompanied the former sect master has awakened from its slumber. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect stands ready to follow your command. The elders, hall masters, and peak masters all exhibit a resolute intent. Excellent, Hao Chun exclaimed, his sleeves sweeping dramatically, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect, prepare to reclaim the blood mine mountain. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. All disciples of the two instruments and four symbols sect exuded a fervent battle intent. All disciples follow this sect master into battle and reclaim the blood mine mountain. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, a vast throng of figures surged forth, numbering in the tens of thousands. In the distance, outside the Xianxian palace, it was evident that the two instruments and four symbols sect was making significant moves. The entire sect was mobilizing. Similarly, outside the Jingguang mountain, it was reported that the two instruments and four symbols sect aimed to take action against the blood mine mountain. And outside the Wandragon Gate, it was clear that the two instruments and four symbols sect was fully deploying to seize the blood mine mountain. As the two instruments and four symbols sect commenced their actions, the leaders of Xianxian Palace, Wandragon Gate, and Jingguang Mountain all shifted in demeanor. The mobilization of an entire sect signified their unwavering determination. Although they were all sects under the Holy Land, belonging to disparate factions, a palpable sense of impending storm loomed over them. To be candid, their respective strongholds were not far from the blood mine mountain and the occupants of the mountain. Having underestimated the two instruments and four symbols sect, likely included the other three forces in their plans as well. In a moment, the leaders of Wandragon Gate, Jingguang Mountain, and Xianxian Palace convened upon receiving news. Reports from the scouts. Reports from the scouts. Reports from the scouts. The two instruments and four symbols sect has revealed a Holy Realm expert. The three leaders were momentarily taken aback. A Holy Realm expert. This indicated an existence that had grasped certain principles and order, truly a formidable figure of the 10th realm. Even their top-tier fighters were at most at the peak of the 8th realm. The presence of a holy being at the Blood Mine Mountain was astonishing. The three leaders' expressions turned grave. Soon after, further news arrived from the scouts. The identity of the Holy Realm expert was confirmed to be the former sect master of the two instruments and four symbols sect. Upon hearing this, the three leaders were mildly astonished. Zhuge Yi, the master of Wandragon Gate, narrowed his eyes, sensing that the two instruments and four symbols sect was about to resolve their troubles. The master of Xianxian Palace, though a woman, was no less formidable than any man. She remarked, if we calculate correctly, that individual has lived for nearly 4,000 years. With their ascension to the Holy Realm, the two instruments and four symbols sect's standing will surely surpass ours, and the Blood Mine Mountain will likely be reclaimed. The old monk, clad in a robe and holding a staff, wore a benevolent expression but could not help but sigh, causing the master of Wandragon Gate to twitch at the corner of his mouth, and even the master of Xianxian Palace to appear visibly displeased. Old bald donkey, could you refrain from speaking? The master of Wandragon Gate and the master of Xianxian Palace were filled with mixed emotions, and they genuinely suspected that the master of Jingguang Mountain, a former disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion, had a knack for pointed remarks. At the forefront of the two instruments and four symbols sect, a figure of extraordinary presence, clad in immaculate white, appeared, seeming no older than 30. With eyes reflecting a profound solitude born from witnessing the passage of time, he stood upon a luminous circle, visibly supported by condensed energy, levitating in midair. Master, Hao Chun, the sect master of the two instruments and four symbols sect, was instantly filled with exhilaration, shooting forth like a comet to stand before the young man. How is it that after all these years, you have not shed your impulsive nature? The young man said, hands clasped behind his back. Hao Chun rubbed his nose, aware that this was a strict mentor who had guided him on the path of cultivation since childhood. He felt a bit timid, like a 3-year-old child before a stern father. Master, regarding the matter of the Blood Mine Mountain, I will handle it. The white-clad youth spoke, and then turned to penetrate the void, vanishing from sight. Sect Master Hao Chun exhaled deeply, his mind settling. A Holy Realm expert. His master was indeed a powerhouse of the 10th realm. The matter of the Blood Mine Mountain should be easily resolved. Mobilize the sect. Await the triumphant return of our revered master. Hao Chun's voice rang out, resonating throughout the two instruments and four symbols sect. In that moment, the entire mountain echoed with the joyous cheers of the disciples, as if they had already achieved a glorious victory in reclaiming the Blood Mine Mountain. The former sect master was an unparalleled existence. Now, having ascended to the 10th realm of the Holy Realm, his intervention would surely ensure success. The disciples were filled with immense excitement. The peak masters, hall masters, and elders all sighed in relief. This is secure. They exchanged glances. However, just as the white-clad youth departed, the void suddenly erupted. A powerful force tore through the air, revealing a swirling vortex filled with a tempest of thunder and interwoven principles. Anyone unfortunate enough to stray into this realm would either be cast into the unknown or obliterated by the governing laws. Bang, bang. A figure was sent flying from the rift in the void. All members of the two instruments and four symbols sect widened their eyes in astonishment. The figure bore an unmistakable familiarity. With a speed akin to lightning, It crashed into the mountain peak of the two instruments and four symbols sect, fracturing a significant portion of it. Dust billowed, and rocks tumbled down. Everyone's hearts tightened as they followed the figure's gaze. From the torn void, a man clad in black stepped forth, fixing his gaze upon the entirety of the two instruments and four symbols sect. With a thunderous roar, a figure in white, now dust-laden, staggered to a standstill in the void, eyes locked onto the black-clad man. At this moment, the disciples, elders, peak masters, and hall masters of the two instruments and four symbols sect finally comprehended the situation. It was indeed the former sect master. A holy realm expert of the 10th realm had been sent flying? Who was this black-clad figure that could instill such tension in a former sect master of the holy realm? May I inquire why you have suddenly intervened? As far as I know, the two instruments and four symbols sect has not provoked your holiness, correct? The young man in white felt a tremor within. He had thought that after hundreds of years of journeying, his heart would be steady and his resolve unshakable, finally touching the threshold of the holy realm. Yet, he never expected to encounter a holy being upon his departure, sending him reeling backward. Holy? A holy being? All members of the two instruments and four symbols sect gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide open. The black-clad figure was actually a holy being of the 11th realm. When did the two instruments and four symbols sect become so formidable? How had they managed to provoke a holy being? This is a catastrophe. Don't tell me this is the entity occupying the Bloodmine Mountain. In an instant, the disciples of the two instruments and four symbols sect wilted, as if struck by frost. Even the sect master, peak masters, hall masters, and elders, in conjunction with the former sect master, would likely be no match for a mere slap from the black-clad man. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, each step a chasm, each advancement a treacherous cliff. Let alone achieving sanctity. On behalf of my master, I've come to handle a small matter. The black-clad man spoke languidly. The young man in white wore a solemn expression, perceiving the tone of the black-clad figure as somewhat apologetic, indicating that there was no malice toward the two instruments and four symbols sect. May I inquire if there is any way I could assist your holiness? Simply extinguish the two instruments and four symbols sect. The young man in white. Sectmaster Hao Chun. The gathered disciples. Is this truly a small matter? The most crucial question is, who is your master? How could such a formidable being reduce a sage to servitude? When did the Liangyi four symbols sect provoke such a powerful entity? This is akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an invitation to disaster. The young man in white was nearly choked by the wind, his disbelief palpable. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what transgression the Liangyi four symbols sect has committed? Before he could finish, the figure in black interrupted with a mocking glint in his eyes. In an instant, the entire Liangyi four symbols sect trembled in fear. Was such madness truly necessary? The young man stammered, only to be silenced as a brilliant light flashed. He swiftly dodged, yet an arm flew through the air, blood gushing from the shoulder. The black-clad figure had merely pointed. You. The young man in white seethed with rage, his nostrils flaring and eyes ablaze with fury. The audacity of this black-clad individual was nothing short of tyrannical. The arm of a sage at the 10th level was severed with such ease. The hearts of all within the Liangyi four symbols sect quaked in terror. To them, this was a celestial battle. Their former leader had not even been afforded the chance to resist before losing an arm. You have no opportunity left. As the black-clad figure spoke, an overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped the Liangyi four symbols sect. Every individual trembled, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsing to their knees, hands pressed to the ground. The weaker ones began to spew blood from their mouths and noses, their bodies exploding within mere seconds, filling the air with crimson mist. Sage, does your master not fear the wrath of the extreme, Dao Holy Land? The black-clad figure laughed coldly, dismissing the thought. The extreme Dao Holy Land is nothing to me. Boom. The young man in white's gaze sparkled with brilliance, his form surrounded by principles and order, emanating an astonishing aura of violence. Master, sect leader Hao Chun gasped, his body cracking and blood oozing, calling for the ancestral spirit, hoping to save their lives. The young man in white narrowed his eyes, channeling the energy within him to bolster Hao Chun, feeling the pressure diminish just enough to escape. Pathetic struggles, the black-clad figure sneered. With a mere flick of his hand, the overwhelming pressure shattered the disciples, elders, peak masters, and hall masters of the Liangyi four symbols sect, turning thousands into mere blood mist. The cries of countless beasts echoed as they perished. You. The young man in white fought valiantly, but ultimately, his efforts were futile, akin to an ant irritating an elephant. A single strike pierced through his protective aura, shattering the order runes, and his chest was impaled, organs obliterated. Hao Chun, he screamed. But by the time he turned to look, the sect leader had already fled, nowhere near summoning the ancestral spirit. Damn it. In this life-or-death moment, the very disciple he had raised turned against him, a torment unimaginable. Run, run, we must escape, the young man cried out in desperation. Sage, oh sage, I have never encountered one. The ancestral spirit had long since descended into hell. Where could they summon it from? Even if they could, they would drag them down with them. Hao Chun poured every ounce of energy into fleeing, his heart numbed by the sight of his fellow disciples and elders exploding one after another under absolute power. In the face of such overwhelming might, what sect? What empty camaraderie? What threat from the Jiba extreme, Dao Holy Land, could possibly be worth his life? The black-clad figure glanced at Hao Chun, shaking his head with a cruel smile. With fingers pressed together, a massive crimson spear materialized, piercing the void to impale his very being. No, no, no. Hao Chun shouted in terror as his body halted, glancing down to see a gaping hole the size of a soccer ball. His flesh ignited with a terrifying flame, reduced to ashes in an instant. Thus, the Liangyi Four Symbols sect was utterly annihilated. Elders, peak masters, and hall masters met their demise without a resting place. The sect leader was turned to dust. The young man in white, bloodied at the corners of his mouth, faced the overpowering black-clad figure, acutely aware that resistance was futile. In a moment of surrender, he unleashed the blood shield technique he had discovered in a secret locale. A great rainbow arched across the sky. A blood-red silhouette tore through the firmament. He attempted to flee, but the black-clad figure would not relent. With a mere wave of his hand, thunderous bolts of wrath descended, enveloping all in their path, a terrifying power manifesting. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of destruction surged forth, engulfing all in death's embrace. Even with the blood shield, the young man could not escape the deluge of thunder. No amount of cunning could save him. His very soul was obliterated. They were all dead. The Liangyi Four Symbols sect had been completely eradicated. Even the sage-level expert who had appeared could not withstand the black-clad figure's might. Observers from afar felt their souls tremble. With a resounding crash, the entire Liangyi Four Symbols sect was swallowed by an abyss. Silence reigned. The black-clad figure had long since vanished. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the horizon, a scroll of gold unfurling, principles swirling and resonating with the sound of the great Tao. The distant observers gasped in disbelief, staring at the radiant golden scroll suspended in the air, murmuring to themselves. It was the Conqueror's List. After a millennium, the Conqueror's List had resurfaced. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dazzling glow erupted as words appeared on the scroll. Death God Mountain, this year's dark horse, single-handedly annihilated the Liangyi Four Symbols sect. Ranked 1999 on the Conqueror's List. Death God Mountain. The system notification rang in Yang Diyuan's ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully eradicating the Liangyi Four Symbols sect. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title of Emperor. Chapter 6. The Great Void Technique. The war slaves are mobilized to present gifts to the extreme Dao Holy Land. The Liangyi Four Symbols sect has been utterly obliterated. After the black-clad figure had departed, the distant observers dared not approach the site, now transformed into a bottomless chasm. Thus, it was removed from existence. The golden scroll hung above, testament to Death God Mountain's ascension on the Conqueror's List. Several observers exchanged glances, astonished and bewildered. Death God Mountain. What kind of force is this? Regardless, they decided to return and report. In an instant, the Wanlong sect, Xianxian Palace, and Jingguang Mountain were all engulfed in shock. Not only had they relayed the news, but the observers had also risked their lives to record the events on jade tablets. The leaders of Wanlong sect, Xianxian Palace, and Jingguang Mountain watched intently as the images unfolded on the jade tablet. The black-clad figure was powerful and domineering. Merely releasing his saintly aura forced all members of the Liangyi Four Symbols sect to kneel. Under such overwhelming pressure, they burst apart, becoming mere blood mist. A sage cannot be insulted. A single thread of pressure could subdue the heavens and earth. The leaders of Wanlong sect and Xianxian Palace exchanged glances with the elder of Jingguang Mountain, realizing that if this continued, the old monk might find his tongue torn out. They had just spoken of the old monk, and then a series of cataclysmic events unfolded. The Liangyi Four Symbols sect, which had planned to mobilize its forces, found itself decimated before it could even step outside its doors. Not only that, but a sage-level expert had also perished on the spot. Death God Mountain. What manner of power is this? Even the mighty saints are but mere servants to it? Ancient texts recount the existence of ancient lineages and clans that are assassins. Yet there is no mention of the Death God Mountain within them. What kind of divine entity are we dealing with? Is it our turn next? In a moment of trepidation, the leaders of the 10,000 Dragon Gate, the Xianxian Palace, and the venerable monk of Jingguang Mountain found themselves gripped by fear. The enigmatic figure clad in black has reemerged, Even the combined might of the three major sects may not suffice to withstand him. Under the weight of his saintly presence, mere numbers have become insignificant. The message relayed by the transmission jade has confirmed that even upon attaining sainthood, one can do naught but flee in the presence of such a being. The opportunity may be but a fleeting one. The sovereign ranking has not been seen for a millennium, and yet, following the obliteration of the two instruments and four symbols sect, we have unexpectedly gleaned insight into the power that lies behind the black-clad saint. 1999. It is unfathomable to consider the tempest that the Death God Mountain may unleash. After all, powers like ours lack even the qualification to grace the tail end of the rankings. With the re-emergence of the sovereign ranking, could it be that the legendary mysteries are indeed drawing near? In the Assassin's Hall, Yang Diyuan's mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000,000 killing points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Holy Medicine Garden. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Wisdom Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Human Emperor Banner. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a peak-level battle slave of the Great Saint Realm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 peak-level battle slaves of the Saint Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Law Secret Technique, Great Void Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Law Secret Technique, Thousand Blades Slash. The rewards this time were indeed substantial, featuring 2 Imperial Law Secret Techniques and a Great Saint Realm battle slave. With a mere thought, he communicated with the system. Congratulations, host. The Holy Medicine Garden has been successfully established. To the east of the Assassin's Hall lies the spiritual field. At this moment, ethereal mists envelop the area, and an abundance of spiritual energy wafts through the air, dense and palpable, coalescing into droplets of spiritual liquid that descend like rain. A vigorous life force emanates from the medicinal fields. Even a single breath invigorates the spirit. As the Wisdom Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree is planted, a lush, verdant ancient tree sprouts from the garden, shrouded in mist and spiritual energy, creating an atmosphere that refreshes the mind and elevates the spirit upon approach. Brother, the impending mystery seems far from mere chatter. Perhaps divine miracles will truly manifest. Yang Lingyuan gazed at the golden scripture suspended in the skies, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, we now possess the strength for self-preservation and need not fear any sacred ground, even the ancient lineages. Yang Lingyuan shook his head. Brother, the Undying Sutra is undeniably formidable. Yet my initial practice has granted me an immense strength of 1,000,000 at the body-forging realm. I do not wish to hold you back. After solidifying my foundation for a time, I intend to venture out for experience. Yang Diyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. It seems you have fallen in love. Ever since you encountered the Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens last year, she has lingered in your thoughts. Yang Lingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother, what are you saying? You need not feel unworthy of her. Restoring your cultivation is merely a matter of time. If you truly wish to pursue her, I shall personally seek her hand in marriage, and nothing will stand in our way. Yang Lingyuan nodded, yet remained steadfast in his thoughts. It is still too early for me, brother. I believe I can reach your heights, and at that time, I will conquer her myself. So she no longer calls me a little brat. I shall go practice, Yang Lingyuan declared, turning to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, curiosity piqued. Brother, you once mentioned being smitten with Shun Yue at first sight. Would you not be delighted if she were to visit? Little brother, are you hoping for a saint to practice with? In the Eastern Hall, the Crimson Mist Holy Maiden Su Yue remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the shock she had just experienced. The sovereign ranking, absent for a millennium, has re-emerged, and it is all thanks to Yang Diyuan. At this moment, she gnawed on her small tiger tooth, feeling quite displeased at being bound by him, who taught him such binding techniques. It rendered her feeling quite unsafe. As a figure appeared, Su Yue's breath quickened. She tightly clasped her skirt to prevent any unintended exposure. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that I am the Crimson Mist Holy Maiden, and should you mean me harm, the Crimson Mist Sacred Ground will not spare you. Yang Diyuan tilted his head. I would not coddle even the Supreme Holy Land, let alone the Crimson Mist Sacred Ground. Moreover, the Crimson Mist Holy Maiden is renowned as one of the top 3 beauties on the celestial rankings. Many holy sons in the cultivation world are quite enamored with you. You must not act recklessly. Su Yue's face flushed crimson, fear creeping in, her voice tinged with a whimper. My mother is the Crimson Mist Holy Master. I shall call her, and if you dare, I will summon my father and our ancestors to break your legs. In a flash, Yang Diyuan appeared behind Su Yue, causing her eyes to glimmer with tears, fearing that an evil hand might reach out at any moment. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Yue stood frozen in shock. It was an unfamiliar pain she had never experienced. Who would dare treat her this way? Yang Diyuan, I must have misjudged you. Come, I wish to see just how formidable you truly are. If you possess any courage, come forth. Su Yue's breath became rapid, her words spilling out, her voice rising in volume. Yang Diyuan smirked, whispering in her ear, Crimson Mist Holy Maiden, you are presently a captive. Should you continue to provoke me, I shall arrange a delightful surprise for your reunion 1 year hence. Su Yue's cheeks flushed as red as a ripe ruby, her entire face aflame. As she felt an unusual sensation in her chest, she even dared to pinch herself. Yang Diyuan, you have forcefully breached my mountain gate. Sparing your life is already a debt owed to me, and now you dare to shout at me? The small tiger tooth of the Crimson Mist Holy Maiden ground together with a creaking sound, her piercing gaze betraying her fury. What do you truly desire from me? How might I secure my release? For 3 months, you shall serve me by brewing tea, washing clothes, and cooking, as a form of apprenticeship. Later, you shall become my wife, thus sparing me the trouble of teaching you. Dream on. Do you think I shall be your captive bride? Then who shall I take? Absolutely not. This seems inappropriate. Then will you consent? Agreed. 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 Is that satisfactory? As Su Yue gazed at Yang Diyuan's outstretched hand, she immediately surrendered, her voice sweetening, though within her heart, she longed to grind him to dust, vowing to dominate him one day. Time passed swiftly. 2 days elapsed. Yang Diyuan simultaneously instructed his younger brother in cultivation while indulging in the unparalleled treatment afforded by the Crimson Mist Holy Maiden. He contemplated the system, commanding his battle slaves to ascend to the supreme Holy Land. On the joyous occasion of the marriage between Saint Sun Yulinfeng and Saintess Hua Yulan, he must present a gift. Chapter 7, Fury. The Supreme Holy Land lies in a secret location in the east. Here, spiritual energy shrouds the area in mist. The peaks rise and fall, creating an expansive paradise. Gazing around, one sees the silver-white spiritual energy, dense and unyielding, solidifying into a tangible form, with the occasional roar of ancient ferocious beasts echoing. Due to the wedding of Saint Sun Yulinfeng and the ancient family as Saintess Hua Yulan, figures of great renown from various holy lands have gathered here, creating an exceedingly grand spectacle, with sacred-level carriages occupying the parking area. Grand and magnificent. This occasion marks a momentous event for the extreme Tao sacred land, for it signifies a union with an ancient family, thus becoming allies. Henceforth, the foundation of the extreme Tao sacred land will undoubtedly grow even more profound. Simultaneously, the sons and daughters of various sacred lands have gathered to show their support. Although the official day of celebration is yet to come, today, Yulinfeng and Huayolan have both donned resplendent attire, one strikingly handsome, the other breathtakingly beautiful, capturing the attention of all present. At this gathering of the younger generation, Huayolan's hair flows gracefully, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, rendering her utterly enchanting as she engages in delightful conversation with numerous sons and daughters of the sacred lands. Yulinfeng is equally present, his demeanor composed amidst the envious gazes directed at him. He gently takes his fiancée's hand, placing a soft kiss upon her knuckles, and then raises a glass in a toast, expressing gratitude to all for their congratulations. This is a treasure I acquired from my master's secret location. I hope you all will not refuse it. As a snow-white snow mountain lotus seed emanates rich spiritual energy, releasing an aroma that tantalizes the palate, astonished voices arise. Is this a small medicinal king of the saintly level? Surely it is too extravagant. Yulinfeng feigns displeasure, saying, You wouldn't disregard my hospitality, would you? The sons and daughters of various sacred lands, recognizing the gravity of their status, reluctantly accept the precious lotus seed, for while it is indeed valuable, it is not beyond their reach. Yulinfeng deftly navigates the intricacies of human relationships, appealing to their sensibilities. Moreover, another factor looms. Despite having reached the 8th realm, Yulinfeng has concealed his true identity as Yang Diyuan. With the impending wedding, it serves as a prelude to his formal emergence into society. Brother Yu, Lady Huayolan, you must have heard the news regarding the resurgence of the battle rankings. Xianxia, the son of the Crimson Cloud's sacred land, blinks innocently, though others are well aware of the veiled implications behind his words. After all, the emergence of the Death God Mountain on the rankings raises questions about its ascent, particularly as the Liangyi Four Symbols sect sharpens its blades, being an affiliate of the extreme Tao sacred land. Such occurrences before the wedding serve as a testament to the power of the extreme Tao sacred land. Xianxia is equally handsome, his face sharp and defined, dismissing the hints from the son of the Jiuxiao sacred land, and continuing, Brother Yu, I trust you have no ulterior motives? This is merely concern, right? Pour the wine. I may lack other virtues, But my curiosity knows no bounds. Even with the celestial soil stripped from Blood Mine Mountain, the spiritual stones extracted yearly amount to over 100 million, correct? Yu Linfeng chuckles lightly, a flicker of malice crossing his mind, yet his smile remains unchanged. Calm as a cloud. Brother, sure, I understand your intention. The ownership of Blood Mine Mountain still belongs to the extreme Dao Sacred Land. Yet the seizure by Death God Mountain certainly tarnishes our reputation. Nevertheless, it is merely an inconsequential faction. Many disciples from the mission hall are keeping watch. Shi Yunlei, the son of Xianxia, nods in understanding, his eyes shimmering with intrigue as he produces a jade that transmits images. Indeed, the black-clad figures of Death God Mountain are quite formidable. As the images play, Yu Linfeng's smile twitches, especially when the black-clad figure's overwhelming might dominates the scene. Without uttering a word, Shi Yunlei delivers a silent slap to Yu Linfeng's face. No matter how powerful the disciples of the extreme Dao Sacred Land may be, they have yet to attain the realm of saints, making this a particularly stinging rebuke. The saintess of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land shakes her head, sighing inwardly. Brothers Yang Diyuan had once fostered goodwill with them, and Shi Yunlei had shared life and death experiences with him in a secret place. This serves as an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Shi Yunlei had repeatedly slipped away during his journey, only to be dragged back by the elders of his sect, missing even the chance to visit Blood Mine Mountain. Do the Yang brothers have any news now? The saintess of Jiuxiao speaks softly, her voice melodious, akin to pearls dropping onto a jade plate, as her heart genuinely concerns one individual. Waiolin shakes her head, aware that she had once been close to the false Yang Diyuan, and outsiders perceive their bond as particularly strong, even sparking rumors of a potential union. Sister Lu must be worried about little Lin Yuan. Perhaps he has already perished in Blood Mine Mountain. Waiolin fills a cup with wine, taking a sip before saying, the Yang brothers faced near death, and when they were taken in by the extreme Dao Sacred Land, it was indeed a life-saving grace. Over the years, the resources provided by the extreme Dao Sacred Land have aided their cultivation. Even if he is a false heir, he ought to remember the kindness of the Sacred Land. Besides, they have not perished. They have merely taken a different path for their cultivation. What is wrong with that? Having their powers crippled and reduced to mind slaves is merely another form of training? Shi Yunlei's expression darkens, believing Waiolin to be excessively vain and cold-hearted. Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Yu Linfeng deftly shifts the conversation. The assassin hall. It is of no consequence. The extreme Dao Sacred Land can crush them like ants. And as for the Yang brothers, they have long been forgotten. From the beginning, Yang Diyuan was merely a tool. Had it not been for his false identity, he would have been crushed by his father upon his unexpected arrival at the gates of the extreme Dao Sacred Land. After indulging in food and drink, the gathering transitions into lively discussions. The saintess of Jiuxiao, feeling out of place, steps outside for fresh air, and no one stops her. Yang Diyuan, I believe you are not a fleeting ghost. You still owe me a feast of kunping meat. The saintess stands in the breeze, gazing into the azure sky, her mind conjuring the visage of a face, reflecting on a year spent in the secret realm, filled with peril yet yielding unique discoveries. She wishes him well, hoping for his safety. The Yang brothers' circumstances have changed too swiftly, and being in different sacred lands, they are oblivious to the unfolding events. In the dead of night, Waiolin gathers her hair, returning to her room to rest. She pinches her brow, attempting to dispel the image of Yang Diyuan from her mind. Settling into a meditative posture on her bed. Yang Diyuan, I hope you find a better fate in your next life. Your existence as a false heir, living for others, is your destined path. As the night breeze flows softly, Waiolin sits in stillness, her eyes fluttering open and closed, tilting her head to glance toward the door, sensing something amiss. After scrutinizing her surroundings, she dismisses it as a result of her tension from earlier. Unbeknownst to her, warmth spreads across her cheeks, drowsiness enveloping her, and she lies down, succumbing to slumber. Little does she know, a shadowy figure in black silently enters her room. The master has commanded, and I bring you a grand gift. The black-clad figure extends a hand towards Waiolin. As dawn breaks, the branches of trees are alive with the chirping of birds. Waiolin awakens from her dreams, drenched in cold sweat, haunted by a vision of an invisible hand seizing her and casting her into an abyss. Supporting her heavy head, she slowly rises from her bed. As she throws back the covers, Waiolin is left stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, her pupils dilating in shock. My clothes. How could this be? Who could have done this? Scanning her surroundings, she sees her sheets stained with blood. Her hand brushes against the bedding, feeling a faint breath beneath it. Clenching her fists, her breath quickens, cold sweat beading on her forehead. As she unveils the bedding, a black dog gasps for breath, its eyes rolling back. Waiolin is filled with terror. Who could have done this? In the tumultuous storm of emotions, Hua Yulan felt as if thunderclaps were exploding within her mind, rendering her body tremulous, her complexion pale and devoid of color. As she sank into an abyss of utter oblivion, suddenly, the door creaked open. The disciple of the Red Cloud sect shrieked in disbelief, her eyes wide as she gazed at Hua Yulan, the esteemed holy maiden of the Red Cloud, who, astonishingly, had succumbed to such licentious behavior. On the eve of her wedding, she had shared a bed with a beast, and there were signs of intimacy. Silence! Hua Yulan barked, her voice laced with urgency. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed a burst of radiant light from her fingertips, causing the disciple's head to separate from her body, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Yet, it was all too late. The holy son, Yulin Feng, upon hearing the commotion, rushed in, followed closely by his friends and other holy sons and holy maidens from various sacred realms. Good heavens, how thrilling! Shi Yunlei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. Chapter 8. He not only dared, but acted. The holy son Yulin Feng was humiliated. The extreme path holy maiden engaged in a scandalous affair with a massive black dog on the eve of her wedding, and it was witnessed by all. At that moment, Hua Yulan trembled uncontrollably, her garments tattered, revealing vast expanses of pristine skin. Many a gaze was fixated upon her, yet upon reflection, they felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Who could have imagined that the untouchable holy maiden harbored such peculiar inclinations? Under the collective scrutiny, Hua Yulan gasped for breath, her demeanor utterly unhinged. As the crowd surged in, she unleashed a tempest of murderous intent, tears streaming from her eyes. Get out! Get out! All of you leave! In an instant, the room was left in stunned silence, Yulin Feng standing like a statue, petrified. Outside, the crowd erupted in frantic whispers, their expressions a mix of excitement and shock. As the extreme path holy maiden and the scion of an ancient family, if this scandal were to leak, not only would the reputation of the extreme path sect suffer irreparable damage, but the ancient family would also be driven to eliminate this disgraceful heiress themselves. By heavens, this is her domain, her whims. She can frolic as she pleases. Love transcending species, I seem to have gained a new understanding. Surely, the holy maiden hasn't been avenged. Has she? What nonsense. This is the extreme path sect. Just days ago, dignitaries from various sacred realms and ancient families were present. Not even the saints, let alone the saint kings, would dare act in such a setting. If the perpetrator is discovered, it would lead to an unrelenting vendetta and the onset of a holy war. Who dares? Who among us has the audacity? Shi Yunlei smirked, reveling in the misfortune of the woman he had long despised. Hua Yulan, a disciple of the Emperor Yang, was not only vain but also possessed a heart of stone. A quintessential green tea bitch. The massive black dog, daring indeed, had not only dared but had acted. The green hat that Yulin Feng wore seemed overwhelmingly burdensome. While it might have been bearable had he lost to another holy son, to be outmatched by a beast was a bitter pill to swallow. The legitimacy of their union was now in jeopardy. Could it be the work of the Mountain of Death? It sends chills down my spine. What kind of formidable being could orchestrate such a calculated act, striking under the very noses of the Saint Kings? Is it sheer audacity or something else? Within the room, Yulin Feng stood as if a decayed tree, silently gazing at the blood-stained sheets and the panting black dog that had spent the night in a frenzy. His emotions a tangled web of confusion and anger. Had he truly been cuckolded by a mere dog? His gaze fell upon Hua Yulan, and a desire to crush her surged within him. He, Yulin Feng, blessed with extraordinary talent since childhood, possessing an unparalleled physique, breaking the shackles of his body at the tender age of 1, and at 21, stepping into the 8th realm of the heavenly soul. In the entire continent, he was among the elite, standing tall amongst holy sons and holy maidens. Yesterday, amidst the clinking of cups and shared drinks with other holy sons and holy maidens, he was confident in his ability to face 2 or even 3 adversaries simultaneously with absolute dominance. Yet now, he had envisioned a grand wedding, a beautiful bride in his arms, and the chance to explore the impending secret realms, striking awe into the hearts of many. Alas, it seemed that the world had turned upside down, for the extreme path holy maiden Hua Yulan had engaged in a fierce battle with a black dog overnight. By the heavens, what the hell? Even Yulin Feng, usually composed, could not maintain his calm. His fists radiated with light as he struck the black dog repeatedly. In an instant, the dog's head exploded in a shower of blood. With blood staining his cheeks, Yulin Feng had entered a frenzied state. His eyes bloodshot as he seized Hua Yulan's arm, roaring, Why? Why would you choose a dog over me? Your filthy offspring. Boom. Hua Yulan, utterly worn out, suffered a dual attack on her spirit and body, sent crashing backward, her chest bursting forth with blood. Her once proud bosom lay devastated. You ancient family have gone too far. Yu Linfeng bellowed, the room transforming into ruins in an instant. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he stepped outside, leaving the gathered holy sons and holy maidens momentarily speechless, not daring to provoke him further. Without needing to look, one could surmise the depths of Yu Linfeng's fury. By heavens, what are you staring at? Suddenly, the holy son of the Misty Cloud sect was struck by Yu Linfeng's unexpected assault, bones breaking, scent flying. Shi Yunlei exchanged glances with the holy maiden of the nine heavens, retreating cautiously, both sensing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Yu Linfeng's strength surpassed their expectations. At the eighth realm, he was more than capable of overwhelming them. The holy son of the Misty Cloud sect had become an unfortunate example of the consequences of an unstable heart, a crumbling mindset, and the emergence of demonic afflictions. If he could not recover, he would likely be rendered useless. Witnessing Yu Linfeng's unrelenting rage, each of his punches struck with devastating force. The holy son of the Misty Cloud sect could no longer afford to merely defend himself. Brilliant colors illuminated the horizon as he unleashed his unique physique, but was immediately shattered by Yu Linfeng's might. I despise your gaze. Swish. Waves of rainbow light swept across the sky. The elders of the sect were alarmed. Arriving on the scene, the holy master of the Misty Cloud raised his hand, releasing the weight of his saintly presence, sending Yu Linfeng hurtling backward. Extreme Path wretch. Is this how your esteemed sect treats its guests? We came in high spirits to offer our congratulations, only for your disciple to gleefully engage with my son? Curse you. The holy master of the Misty Cloud, his beard white, yet his physique robust, bore the temperament of a fiercely protective father. Witnessing his son's grievous injury, with his unique physique shattered, he erupted in wrath, a wave of killing intent sweeping forth, the aura of his saintly presence surging uncontrollably. Before the holy master of the Misty Cloud stood a middle-aged man clad in golden robes, his face stern, yet concealing confusion and restraint. Today was significant. Prominent figures from various realms had gathered, and they must not lose face. The holy master of the extreme path did not dwell on the Misty Cloud holy master's reckless words, but instead turned his attention to Yu Linfeng, questioning. What has driven you to such a state? Your heart wavers, your mind falters. Speak. What transpired? Yu Linfeng certainly would not divulge such an embarrassing incident. At this moment, aside from these two holy masters, numerous figures were arriving on the scene. Holy masters of the nine heavens, the Red Cloud, the Ancient Path, the Lord of the Undying Mountain, and the Patriarch of the Hua family. I, in a moment of anger, could not contain myself. Yu Linfeng would certainly refrain from publicly recounting such an embarrassing incident. That would be akin to smearing excrement upon his very face. Again and again. Yulan, Yulan. A hurried cry resounded as an elderly woman, leaning heavily on her cane, trembled as she emerged from the ruins, dragging the critically injured and unconscious Hua Yulan. Which scoundrel dares to treat my Yulan in such a manner? Today, I shall unleash a massacre. The old woman exuded an overwhelming aura, her murderous intent sweeping through the surroundings, instilling terror in the hearts of many holy lords. The Saint King, Hua Yulan's grandmother, 8,000 years of tea and tumult. Shi Yunlei shrewdly positioned himself beside the Xianxia Saint Lord, aware that if the old woman were to go mad and eliminate a few juniors, it would spell disaster for them all. Yu Linfeng, where do you think you can hide? The young master of Xianxia spat blood in fury, his youthful visage radiating anger, yet he was not foolish enough to divulge everything. Senior Hua, the Saintess Yulan was struck by Yu Linfeng. How can this be tolerated? The moment those words escaped his lips, the ancient matriarch's wrath erupted, her murderous intent intensifying. The terrifying pressure bore down upon Yu Linfeng. The number of prodigies who perished at the hands of the old woman could easily exceed 1,000. Today, she would take charge, and this marriage should be annulled. The Extreme Path Saint Lord's expression grew grave as he swiftly appeared before Yu Linfeng. After all, he was a favored disciple of his master and, by status, his junior. Yu Linfeng, junior brother. At this moment, you embody the dignity of our Extreme Path Holy Land. Pray, recount the events in detail. Creak. Yu Linfeng clenched his fists tightly, the bones audibly cracking. Speak. I demand you speak. His words erupted from his teeth, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 9. Unable to identify the puppeteer, wielding more than 2 Extreme Path Imperial weapons. Shi Yunlei and the Jiuxiao Saintess exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with delight as they observed Yu Linfeng's anguish, a fitting consequence for his own actions. Swift retribution had arrived. Now, he was compelled to confess, before the assembly of elders, that he had been cuckolded, and by none other than a large black dog. What must the mentality of the Extreme Path Saint Son, Yu Linfeng, have been? The gaze of the Extreme Path Holy Land Saint Lord suddenly sharpened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Ah, Yu Linfeng. the esteemed saint son of the extreme path Holy Land, the junior of the Saint Lord. On the eve of my wedding, my fiancée, the legitimate daughter of an ancient family, Huayulan, has betrayed me with a. As soon as those words left his mouth, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The Xianxia Saint Lord, the Jiuxiao Saint Lord, and the Xianxia Saint Lord all narrowed their eyes slightly. This was a significant affair, one that concerned the dignity of the extreme path Holy Land and the ancient family. You young scoundrel, cease your reckless words. The ancient matriarch's murderous aura surged, nearly prompting her to act on the spot. Regardless of right or wrong, all eyes were upon them. Yu Linfeng appeared somewhat deranged, his Dao heart unstable, causing his aura to spiral chaotically, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His cultivation at the 8th layer of heavenly soul momentarily regressed to the 7th layer of earthly soul due to the turmoil in his Dao heart. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Moreover, it was seen by all present. The dignity of the extreme path Holy Land has been utterly obliterated by Huayulan today. I have. Slap. In an instant. A resounding slap reverberated through the air as the extreme path Saint Lord's eyes burned with fury, sending Yu Linfeng crashing to the ground. His countenance darkened to the point of looking like a storm was brewing. The surrounding holy lords gasped, astonished at the unfolding drama. Realizing that the extreme path Holy Land was embroiled in a convoluted web of intrigue. They had initially thought it to be a strong alliance, but it had spiraled into a self-entrapment. The ancient matriarch's murderous intent surged, her overwhelming aura erupting forth. Extreme path old man, regardless of circumstances, my Yulan is still a saintess of the extreme path Holy Land. You dare tarnish the reputation of my ancient family. This matter demands an explanation. A mere young fool. And you expect me to believe your one-sided testimony? The extreme path Saint Lord, sensing Yu Linfeng's precarious state, spoke with gravity. Very well. Let us hear Huayulan's explanation. At that moment, a radiant aura enveloped Huayulan, her eyelashes fluttering. She had an inkling of what had transpired, yet at this moment, she wished not to awaken, nor did she desire to confront reality. It was merely one night. She felt her life had turned exceedingly bleak. Huayulan, what transpired? Speak to your grandmother. I shall surely seek justice for you. Huayulan's breath became rapid, her visage exceedingly haggard. She contemplated ending her own life, believing it preferable to endure such humiliation and torment. Regardless of the truth, from this day forth, she knew she would never again find peace. Huayulan, speak. You must speak. The ancient matriarch gasped for breath, her anger palpable. In a moment of desperation, she even struck her, causing blood to pour from her lips. The slap elicited a surprising reaction from Huayulan. Instead of weeping, she laughed, her voice tinged with despair and fury. Before the assembly of holy lords, she coldly mocked. Yes, it is as he said. Is that enough for you? You all care only for power, status, and dignity. Have you ever considered my feelings? The extreme path Holy Land? The marriage with the ancient family? Ultimately, I, Huayulan, am merely a pawn in your quest for power. The ancient matriarch was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her features as her wrinkles trembled. Huayulan, you have brought disgrace upon the ancient family. Yu Linfeng. Ha 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 ha. So this is your true nature, is it? Our marriage was simply a means to pave your path to the position of Saint Lord. Huayulan. Enough. Yu Linfeng roared. Bang, bang. The ancient matriarch and the extreme path Saint Lord both struck, rendering Huayulan and Yu Linfeng unconscious. This matter was of utmost significance. The parties involved hoped for discretion. The extreme path Saint Lord's expression was exceedingly grim. The scope of this incident was vast, and erasing it from existence, preventing its spread, was an impossibility. All the saint sons and saint lords of various holy lands remained present. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Moreover, should it be mishandled, the extreme path Holy Land would be besieged from all sides. Summon the extreme path imperial weapons, the eternal mirror, within the halls of the extreme path Holy Land. The Saint Lord and the ancient matriarch suppressed their simmering rage. Their intent to kill was palpable, having gleaned some of the underlying schemes. Realizing that everything had been orchestrated by someone else. Yet, the perpetrator had been overconfident, acting under the very noses of so many holy lords and saint kings, utterly dismissing their presence. Who could it be? Who dares to humiliate my ancient family? I shall ensure their demise. The extreme path Saint Lord invoked the laws of the saint path, unleashing a terrifying radiance that surged forth, as the imperial might emanated from the eternal mirror above. It possessed the ability to reverse time. As ripples formed upon the mirror's surface, the scene of Huayulan returning to her room the previous day emerged. Yang Diyuan wishes you a favorable rebirth in your next life. In this life, as a false child, living for another is your destined fate. Huayulan murmured to herself. her words captured by the eternal mirror. Her grandmother's brow furrowed deeply. Yang Diyuan, is he the previous false child? Where is he now? It is he who seeks retribution against Huayulian, is it not? The Supreme Lord of the Extreme Path spoke slowly, having been exiled to the Blood Mine. Yet news had reached him that the Blood Mine had been seized by the Assassin's Hall, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect had been annihilated, leaving the fate of Emperor Yinyu in uncertainty. His words were meant to cast suspicion upon Emperor Yinyu, for after all, Yulanfeng was his junior apprentice, and indeed the most outstanding individual among the younger generation of the Extreme Path. In essence, he had committed no wrongdoing. Suddenly, a formidable imperial might surged forth, distorting the image on the eternal mirror, as a mysterious and powerful aura of imperial authority emanated from it. This is bad. It is the imperial might. The Supreme Lord of the Extreme Path's eyes widened, and in an instant, he was sent flying. Having activated the eternal mirror, he bore the brunt of the attack. Spewing blood and sustaining grievous injuries, his chest pierced through and his left arm shattered completely. How could this be? The Supreme Lord's gaze turned vacant with fury and astonishment. There truly was someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Someone had deliberately arranged this to ensure the failure of our family's union, even inciting conflict. The Supreme Lord gasped. Overwhelmed by the sudden imperial force, and even the ancient family matron could not withstand it, her body tearing apart in an instant. One must acknowledge that the ancient family matron possessed profound depth and a life-saving treasure, allowing her to reconstitute her form elsewhere. As she trembled with rage, she was astonished that someone had infiltrated at such a critical moment, armed with not just one, but multiple imperial weapons. The Supreme Lord was gravely injured. The imperial laws intertwining at the wound on his left arm, rendering the notion of severing it to regenerate a mere fantasy. Only through refinement could he hope to overcome it. Elder Hua, the situation is now clear. I believe it has not yet reached an irretrievable state. The Supreme Lord spoke. The matron agreed, stating that the union could proceed, allowing them to gloss over the matter, claiming that they were undergoing a process of mental cultivation, which simply resulted in a setback. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Lord smiled, acknowledging Elder Hua's wisdom. It aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Once the wedding was concluded, the mysterious forces would unite our families in a collaborative effort. Since you cannot ascertain whether Emperor Yinyu has perished, I shall take it upon myself to uncover the truth. The ancient family is not to be trifled with. Given that the adversary possesses imperial weapons that block information, and the eternal mirror is unable to probe, I shall expose the mastermind behind this. Whoever it may be, I shall not let them escape. The reality of the events was swiftly concealed, contrary to everyone's expectations. The wedding preparations continued, albeit with a delay. Simultaneously, the Extreme Path and the ancient family spoke of Huayulian and Yulanfeng engaging in mental cultivation, attempting to obscure the truth. This was indeed an unseemly spectacle. The saint son of the misty haze let out a heavy snort, cursing under his breath, remarking that if not for the presence of a Saint Lord Father, he would have perished countless times already. The actions of the mysterious forces were indeed sagacious. The Saint Lord of Crimson Haze, resembling a celestial being, exuded elegance and beauty that was unparalleled. She took a sip of her wine, expressing her agreement. There was truth in her words. The mysterious forces were imminent, and the arrival of miracles could grant them the keys to the celestial realm. The Saint Lord of the Nine Heavens narrowed his eyes, contemplating the arduous times ahead, as myriad races competed for supremacy. How many among the powers on the ranking list would endure until the end? Brother Jiuxiao, you have grown rather pessimistic. Every general eventually becomes a relic of the past. We have traversed this path, treading upon mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. What lies at the end of our cultivation journey? What splendor awaits in the celestial realm? I yearn to behold it. Nearby, Xianxia and the Saintess of the Nine Heavens exchanged light laughter, whispering, "Those remarks are merely to deceive the uninformed. Yulanfeng and Huayulian shall continue their wedding. I wonder what expressions they will wear." The Saint Lord of the Extreme Path and numerous elders presided over the wedding ceremony. The ancient family's matron, along with several formidable beings radiating the aura of saints, escorted the bride Huayulian, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, forward. The wedding commenced. Yulanfeng suppressed the fury within his heart, gazing at Huayulian before him, and found it unbearable that he was to be cuckolded while still proceeding with the union. Yet, the intentions of the Extreme Path and the ancient family were resolute. It must be completed. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple exchanged vows. The ceremony was complete. Subsequently, the Supreme Lord of the Extreme Path began to speak, the atmosphere grand and magnificent. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. A figure clad in black made a dramatic entrance. By the command of my master, a grand gift for the Extreme Path. Above the Nine Heavens, a massive screen materialized. showcasing a video of Huayulian engaged in a fierce battle with a large black dog in her chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere erupted into chaos amid the silence. Chapter 10, Annihilation of the Saint Lord. The ancient family's great saint. Who can resist the three-piece set of extreme path imperial weapons? The entire venue erupted in uproar. The figure in black emerged with overwhelming force, exuding a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. As the image played, the Supreme Lord of the Extreme Path and the elders all widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Huayulian, the daughter of the ancient family, had such peculiar tastes. Most shockingly, it was now public knowledge, rubbing the Extreme Path's face in the dirt. The expression on the Supreme Lord's face turned ghastly, twisted in rage. A murderous intent filled the air, not to mention the ancient family's matron, whose face turned green with fury. The bloodlust surged. Heavens! I never expected the Saintess to be so indulgent. This was a complete disaster. The Saintess Huayulian would find it nearly impossible to hold her head high in the cultivation world, not to mention Yulanfeng, who must have harbored murderous thoughts towards her. It was but a moment after their wedding. One could only imagine the depth of his fury. Yulanfeng truly faced disaster before his journey had even begun. He sought to leverage the momentum of the wedding to make a grand entrance, only to find himself thrust into an extreme predicament, destined to become the laughingstock of the cultivation realm. A saint's son quietly revealed, did Yulanfeng not enter the 8 scenic heavens? Upon hearing this news, he nearly exploded with rage, his heart unsettled, causing his cultivation to regress to the 7th realm of earthly soul. Not only were the external guests astonished, but even the disciples of the extreme path wore expressions of shock and sympathy. At this moment, everyone understood that the extreme path's reputation had been utterly tarnished, let alone that of the ancient family. Witnesses observed Yulanfeng's eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, his murderous intent rising. His gaze was like a blade, wishing he could slay Huayulian before the multitude. Meanwhile, Huayulian trembled, the image in the air plunging her into an abyss of despair, as if encased in a frozen void. Why has this happened? Why? Who could it be? I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Any woman subjected to such public humiliation, especially under the scrutiny of countless eyes, would feel utterly mortified, let alone with the scene of her battle with the black dog still playing above. Outrageous. The Supreme Lord's murderous intent surged, consumed by fury. As a Saint Lord, he felt a searing heat on his face. He immediately summoned the Extreme Path's imperial weapon, the Eternal Mirror, unleashing a torrent of terrifying ripples into the air. The Eternal Mirror radiated imperial might, infused with the power of saints, unleashing beams of light that pierced the heavens, the air exploding with the force of its laws, rushing toward the figure in black. Boom. The figure clad in black chuckled softly, and the overwhelming might of the Saint King surged forth, simultaneously activating the extreme Tao imperial weapon, sending a terrifying force that shook the very ground. In an instant, many of the holy lords turned pale. They had merely come to offer congratulations, not to engage in battle. Little did they expect that a faction would seize this opportunity, arriving with an extreme Tao imperial weapon and possessing formidable strength. Even reaching the Saint King realm, the imperial pressure enveloped the area like a tempest. Even those of the Holy Lord caliber found it difficult to withstand. Who on earth is this figure in black? How incredibly audacious, to dare confront the extreme Tao Holy Land at this moment. Did you hear him claim to have a master behind him? You heard that too? I thought I misheard. That is indeed the Saint King realm. The master of the Saint King realm. What kind of being could that possibly be? Could it be that the extreme Tao Holy Land is doomed? Many of the holy sons and holy daughters, sheltered by the holy lords, were unharmed, yet still felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. As celestial entities clashed, numerous figures withdrew from the scene, retreating to a safe distance, only exhaling in relief once the Saint King's pressure dissipated. The holy lords, including the Crimson Cloud Holy Lord, the Nine Heavens Holy Lord, and the Misty Cloud Holy Lord, exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. The figure in black was far too powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Upon entering the Saint realm, each minor level presents a colossal barrier, making progression exceedingly arduous. Those lacking comprehension may take centuries to grasp the essence of the next level, relying on fate and fortune for entry. The stages are as follows: body forging, chi condensation, dan formation, spiritual veins, law cavities, treasure organs, earth soul, heavenly soul, nirvana, entering saint, great saint, Saint King, immortal, supreme, divine king, half emperor, and great emperor. These are the 13 realms of the Saint King. Even the ancient clan matriarch and her ilk are merely at the great saint's 12th level. The void trembled. The laws of the Tao resonated. Heaven and earth seemed on the brink of collapse. The figure in black exuded arrogance and dominance, wielding the extreme Tao heavenly demon glaive. This imperial weapon, measuring nearly a yard in length, radiated boundless demonic power and strength, erupting with terrifying lethality as it was infused with mana. The pressure of the longevity mirror countered valiantly. Though the forces clashed, the resulting shockwaves and power caused half of the extreme Tao Holy Land's mountain gate to crumble. No, don't. I don't want to die. The sounds of splattering blood echoed incessantly. Disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land, caught unawares, were obliterated on the spot, reduced to mere blood mist. The extreme Tao Holy Lord roared in rage, his hair billowing wildly. Elders, aid me. Unlock 10% of the extreme Tao Imperial Weapon's power and annihilate him. Figures of solemnity and fury emerged. For many disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land had perished, staining the ground red. In this moment, they disregarded everything else, as the aura of the saints surged, summoning the true combat power of the extreme Tao Imperial Weapon, the Longevity Mirror. The matriarch of the ancient clan also joined the fray. The extreme Tao Imperial Weapon, the Galaxy Umbrella. With a resounding hum, another wave of terrifying Imperial might surged forth. The Galaxy Umbrella radiated in resplendent hues, its myriad colors swirling, obscuring the sky and unleashing a fearsome Imperial pressure, infused with a brutal killing intent that surged toward the figure in black alongside the Longevity Mirror. Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Glaive. Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Armor. Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Shuttle. The figure in black called out lightly, yet remained unfazed. As the overwhelming Imperial might surged forth, the three extreme Tao Imperial weapons blossoming in a spectacle that left all in awe. How is this possible? He possesses three extreme Tao Imperial weapons. They seem to belong to the same lineage. Could they be the legendary trio of the Heavenly Demon Emperor? The surrounding holy lords were left in shock. Who is this figure in black? What is his origin? How could he possess three extreme Tao Imperial weapons? If a battle were to erupt, not only would the extreme Tao Holy Land face obliteration today, but the entire ancient star would vanish into the vast cosmos. Suppress. The figure in black commanded. In an instant, a terrifying Imperial might surged forth, shattering the void, leaving the land in ruin, with countless abysses gaping wide. Had it not been for the protection of the extreme Tao Imperial weapons, the Longevity Mirror and Galaxy Umbrella, the extreme Tao Holy Land would have long been reduced to dust. With a series of splattering sounds, the mere exchange had seen the extreme Tao Holy Lord spewing blood, his body beginning to crack. A group of elders, their faces etched with horror, suffered grievous injuries, their bodies exploding in succession. The Longevity Mirror activated autonomously, attempting to break free from their control. No, the Galaxy Umbrella. The ancient clan matriarch gasped in shock, her arm trembling as it shattered into blood mist, suffering a backlash from the source. As an extreme Tao Imperial weapon, the Galaxy Umbrella seemed to have received a provocation, eager to fly out and engage in battle. Kill. The figure in black commanded. In an instant, a torrent of formidable and tyrannical mana surged forth, the secret power of the Saint King expanding, crashing down upon the extreme Tao Holy Lord and the ancient clan matriarch. No, no, no. The two cried out in terror. Their primordial souls ignited. Their divine seas crumbled. A single strike from the Saint King obliterated everything in its path. Chapter 11. Seizing two extreme Tao Imperial weapons. The Holy Lord meets his demise. The 14th realm of immortal beings emerges. The extreme Tao Holy Lord met a gruesome end, utterly annihilated by the figure in black's singular blow. Blood gushed forth. He could not even reform his body. Completely dead, his essence extinguished, both form and spirit obliterated. Not only the extreme Tao Holy Lord, but the ancient clan matriarch, a great saint, also fell victim to the figure in black's onslaught, shattered before him. In that moment, chaos erupted among the onlookers. The surviving disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene unfolding before them. The Holy Lord is dead. How is this possible? The Holy Lord is a figure of the saint level, on the brink of reaching the great saint realm, and yet he perished so tragically? They could hardly believe their eyes. In their experience, they had never witnessed a Holy Lord take action, but through hearsay, they knew that when they did, the heavens would shake. Yet now, he had been slain by the figure in black with a single punch. The Galaxy Umbrella and the Longevity Mirror above still radiated imperial might, but as their brilliance faded, they were sent flying. The figure in black seized the opportunity to claim them. Senior brother, Yu Linfeng roared in fury, the imperial might affecting him, sending him hurtling backwards, his body cracking. Had it not been for the protective treasure gifted by his master at a critical moment, he would have surely perished on the spot. They are dead. They are dead. Why are there still people alive? Hua Yulan's expression turned frenzied, her features contorted, the previous nobility and confidence of the holy maiden lost. Replaced by a madwoman's visage, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yulinfeng, they're all dead. Why aren't you dead? Why don't you go die? I'll send you to your grave. Hua Yulan's lips curled into a sinister smile, her mental state spiraling into madness and extremity, as she wielded her long sword and struck forward. Yulinfeng, affected by the imperial might, bled profusely, struggling to evade. But his energy could not envelop his entire body. His left foot and calf exploded on the spot, blood gushing uncontrollably. Faced with Hua Yulan's assault, Yulinfeng felt both rage and hatred. This madwoman. He should have killed her back then. Yulinfeng collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating in terror, screaming as he felt blood oozing from his body. Yulinfeng bellowed in rage. In an instant, he was overtaken by fear. His dignity as a man shattered. He was cleaved by Hua Yulan's sword. I knew it. You are utterly incapable. Hua Yulian laughed maniacally, her countenance twisted with madness. Blood dripping from her hands as she clutched a chicken and an egg. Then, before Yulinfeng, she began to gnaw at them. Yulinfeng, you are doomed, utterly doomed. You deserve the same fate as young Diyuan. Perish alongside him. At that moment, a figure clad in black materialized behind Hua Yulian. My master has decreed that you too must not perish so easily. With a swift motion, the black-clad figure pierced her abdomen, blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, the figure slashed across her fair cheek, leaving deep crimson gashes, the mysterious energy flowing within her unable to mend the wounds. You, my cultivation. With a bitter sense of resignation, Hua Yulian collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant and hollow. Yulinfeng was paralyzed with dread, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Everything seemed orchestrated against them. Who could it be? Yang Diyuan? No, it couldn't be him. He had been rendered powerless. Even if he had not succumbed to the malevolent corruption, he would have been slain by the disciples of the Holy Land. Stay back. Get away from me. Yulinfeng bellowed, his voice a mix of fury and fear, yet he found it arduous to even move. This black-clad figure had already dispatched the supreme beings of the extreme Tao, the ancient clans. Yulinfeng felt as though he was suffocating. The presence of the black figure looming over him like the grim reaper wielding a scythe. He couldn't fathom the fate that awaited him should he lose his cultivation. With a sudden gasp, Yulinfeng spewed blood. Not only had his power been stripped away, but he had also lost his dignity as a man. In a gruesome display, one of his arms and one of his legs were severed amid the splattering of blood. To spare your lives is my master's mercy. The remaining survivors, their faces etched with terror, cowered at a distance, too afraid to approach. The black figure was ruthless, having already slain the great saints and wielding not just one, but multiple supreme weapons of the extreme Tao. Moreover, he had seized the eternal mirror of the extreme Tao Holy Land and the galaxy umbrella of the ancient clans. Repent. My master commands that in 3 months, the extreme Tao Holy Land shall be obliterated. The oppressive aura of the black-clad figure swept through the area. In an instant, the surviving elders of the extreme Tao Holy Land and the ancient clans were obliterated, their bodies exploding into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Qixia Holy Sun, Shiyanlei, the Yanhua Holy Sun, and the Jiuxiao Holy Maiden were left in shock, their scalps tingling with disbelief. They had never anticipated such a dire outcome. The black-clad figure was overwhelmingly domineering. The fates of Yulinfeng and Hua Yulian were tragic beyond measure. With their power stripped, the extreme Tao Holy Land and the ancient clans faced a loss of face that would be ridiculed for ages to come. The losses for the extreme Tao Holy Land were catastrophic. Not to mention the elders at the saint level, countless disciples lay dead or wounded. And the most critical loss was the supreme weapon, the eternal mirror, which had fallen into the hands of the black-clad figure. The ancient clans had suffered the deaths of over a dozen of their top combatants, all at the great saint level, yet against a saint king wielding supreme weapons. They were as defenseless as eggs against a rock. The loss of over a dozen great saints was a formidable blow to the ancient clans, leaving them severely weakened. What kind of existence was Death God Mountain that even the Holy Land dared not challenge? Would it truly have the strength to annihilate the extreme Tao Holy Land in 3 months? How could such power have gone unheard of for so many years? The continent was rife with renowned holy lands and powerful factions, yet Death God Mountain seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The mystery loomed, and the changes in the rankings of the power struggle suggested that the Wuji star would soon be engulfed in chaos. The major holy masters breathed heavily, contemplating what the outcome would be if they faced the black-clad figure. The answer was glaringly evident. Even if they fought in unison, it would be a monumental challenge to contend with him. The disparity in realms was one factor. The suppression of the supreme weapons was another. Then, As if a specter, the black-clad figure vanished, leaving behind only the devastation of the extreme Dao Holy Land. The remnants of blood mist in the air whispered of lives that had been extinguished. In the distance, a formidable middle-aged man radiated an overwhelming aura, his cultivation at the Saint King level. Was Death God Mountain truly harboring such terrifying power? Was the black-clad figure merely one among many Saint Kings? Just a step away from breaking into the Undying Realm, he hailed from the ancient 10,000 Dragon Nest. His bloodline lineage was ancient and revered, once commanding an era with an imperial ancestor. He felt a twinge of apprehension. Although he had maintained amicable relations with the extreme Dao Holy Land, he had not reached the point of risking his life. The earlier black-clad figure had already taken notice of him. His instincts were sharp. If there was even a hint of murderous intent, the black figure would not hesitate to eliminate him. After an hour, several elders of the extreme Dao Holy Land finally emerged. Fearing that the black-clad figure might use deceitful tactics to deliver a crushing blow today, thousands of disciples had perished, and the Grand Elder of the extreme Dao Holy Land gasped in disbelief. As a Saint King, he was only at the first level, while the black-clad figure towered at the 12th level of peak Saint King. He admitted to feeling cowardly after living for 8,000 years. He had long since lost the youthful fervor and bravado. Oh no, today, our extreme Dao Holy Land has suffered a tremendous setback, losing all semblance of dignity in the cultivation world, destined to be the subject of mockery. The Grand Elder's pupils contracted, his expression complex and inscrutable. Something terrible has happened. The treasury of the extreme Dao Holy Land has been plundered. All our cultivation resources have been swept away. Techniques, secret arts, even the inherited supreme techniques have vanished. We've lost hundreds of billions in spirit stones. As these words escaped his lips, the Grand Elder staggered, feeling dizzy. The centuries of heritage had been drastically diminished. Fortunately, the resources of the extreme Dao Holy Land were not confined to a single basket. The Grand Elder exhaled a sigh of relief. Are you referring to the Eternal Mirror, the supreme weapon? But it has already been taken by the black-clad figure. An elder reminded him, observing the Grand Elder's despair. The impact of this loss had rendered the Saint King Grand Elder somewhat disoriented. Damn it! The Grand Elder couldn't help but roar to the heavens. Death God Mountain, the extreme Dao Holy Land shall never coexist with you. Suddenly, a figure emerged like a deity, walking through the void. His white hair flowing yet retaining a youthful visage, bearing a towering heavy sword upon his back. With each step, the air rippled around him. That was the previous holy master of the extreme Dao Holy Land, Xianxiu. His cultivation had likely reached the Undying Realm, with mastery over the 14 realms, body forging, chi cultivation, Dan refining, spirit veins, law cavities, treasure organs, earth soul, heaven soul, nirvana, entry into the sacred, saints, great saints, saint kings, undying, supreme, divine kings, half-emperors, and emperors. Xianxiu, who had existed for an entire epoch, had a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. It was said he had even lived a second life. Chapter 12. Reward of 100,000 Saint Warrior Slaves. Capable of suppressing all foes. Xianxiu's gaze was sharp, as if he could pierce through the annals of history, transcending the cosmos without a trace of earthly trivialities. He murmured to himself, his sighs resonating like distant thunder, causing the hearts of the great saints in the distance to pound violently, as if they would leap from their chests. Let it be over. For it is time for my extreme Dao Holy Land to face this tribulation. The extreme Dao Yuan Su spoke, and the crowd fell silent, clasping their fists in farewell. He had ascended to the immortal 14 realms. A wave of horror washed over the spectators. Just as they had surmised, extreme Dao Yuan Su would temporarily assume the position of the Saint Lord. Master, I have failed, utterly failed. Yu Linfeng is unworthy to be your disciple. I beseech you, grant me death. Blood spewed from Yu Linfeng's mouth, his eyes void of light. He had never anticipated that what he intended as a rebirth would instead lead him toward demise. Extreme Dao Yuan Su stood before Yu Linfeng, a glimmer of compassion in his gaze. What of defeat? What of lost cultivation? Rise anew, gather your strength, vanquish your inner demons, and overturn all. Do you remember the words I spoke to you? Yu Linfeng clenched his fists, but he was unable to control himself. His body had already begun to shatter, his arms, chest, and internal organs exploding one after another. Disciple, remember, as long as you are alive, strive with all your might. Extreme Dao Yuan Su nodded, taking solace in the renewed fighting spirit reflected in Yu Linfeng's eyes. Please, Master, save me. I seek vengeance. I will slay my way through Death God Mountain. Suddenly, explosions erupted from Yu Linfeng's body, and as his words fell, his head burst apart. Master Uncle, the Grand Elder gasped, but then saw Yuan Su extend his hand, summoning a miraculous energy that transformed decay into vitality. As the energy swirled, Yulinfeng's body reformed. This is the power of the imperial medicine, the Grand Elder thought, envy surging within him. If he could obtain it, his vitality would not wane for a time, and he might even ascend to the next realm. Yulinfeng returned to his former state, though his cultivation had been obliterated. Had it not been for the imperial medicine sustaining him and nourishing his body, his very foundation would have crumbled. I shall impart to you a technique. With your current state, you will achieve results with half the effort. Yuan Su then turned to the side. Hua Yulan. She appeared deranged. Yet even with her cultivation stripped, a sinister smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Would you be willing to join my tutelage? Hua Yulan was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, join your ranks? I am but a cripple now, a sinner of the extreme Dao Holy Land, a disgrace to the ancient families, unable to hold my head high in the entire cultivation world. Would you truly accept me as your disciple? Yuan Su replied, despair, helplessness, disbelief. Yet I understand how you feel at this moment, feeling pitiful for your pawn status, fearing abandonment by your family due to your perceived lack of worth. I comprehend. Yulinfeng's breath quickened. He yearned to see her perish immediately, yet he did not wish to defy his master. A tear streaked down Hua Yulan's cheek unbeknownst to her. Yuan Su continued, nothing is absolute. How many years has it been? Over 10,000, I believe. I too was once like you, a discarded child of my family, living a life less than a dog, devoid of value, as the family cast aside their own. Yet I held fast to my convictions, spending a millennium to attain sainthood. I obliterated those who birthed me and uprooted my family like weeds, leaving not a trace behind. Do you accept this path? Hua Yulan's nostrils flared, all her grievances erupting at that moment. Tears sparkled in her eyes as her breath trembled. I accept. I am willing. Master, sob. With the release of the imperial medicine's power, Hua Yulan's body revitalized, her complexion regaining color, yet the bloodstains on her cheeks left behind terrifying scars, robbing her of the beauty of the saintess. From this moment forth, I shall temporarily assume the position of Saint Lord of the extreme Dao Holy Land to confront the impending mystery of Death God Mountain. As Yuan Su's words fell, the void shimmered with laws, golden light dazzling, as the golden scroll shone like the sun. The sovereignty ranking reappeared, vast and filled with majesty. A voice that seemed to transcend time resounded. Death God Mountain ranks, 99th. A single battle astonishes the world, overpowering the extreme Dao Holy Land. The ancient family of the Hua clan Saint Lord, a formidable presence with limitless potential. As the voice reverberated, the disciples of the extreme Dao Holy Land fell into a heavy silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Who could have imagined that merely a man in black could cause such a significant setback for the extreme Dao Holy Land? Yuan Su narrowed his eyes, observing that the ranking of the extreme Dao Holy Land had plummeted beyond 100. Death God Mountain. Can it truly obliterate my extreme Dao Holy Land in 3 months? I await the challenge. Is Death God Mountain truly this formidable? Shi Yunlei exclaimed in disbelief, astonished beyond measure. This speed was astonishingly rapid. It was only the second appearance. The name Death God Mountain had already secured its place among the top forces. The eyes of Xianxia Saint Lord sparkled with intrigue. The Xianxia Holy Land must prepare accordingly. Where's Yue? She should have arrived by now. Shi Yunlei scratched his head, puzzled. I haven't seen her either. Thankfully, she didn't come. Otherwise, with her temperament, our Xianxia Holy Land might have been embroiled in chaos. Saint Lord, I was merely jesting. Please, have mercy. My kidneys. Shi Yunlei cried out, flying backward in pain, having forgotten that this was the mother of Xianxia Saintess Su Yue. At Death God Mountain, Emperor Yang Yuanyuan smiled faintly as he beheld the golden scroll of the sovereignty ranking suspended in the skies. Extreme Dao Holy Land. We still have much to play for. He reclined on a lounge chair, gently swaying, while Xianxia Saintess Su Yue, pouting, reluctantly knelt beside him, feeding him grapes. In her timid demeanor, she longed to slap him and demand, let me do it. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 million points of kill value. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 million prestige points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a time training room. 1 day equals 10 years. Congratulations, host, for gaining Imperial Secret Techniques, Heavenly Emperor Fist. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Imperial Secret Techniques, Great Sun Buddha Palm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Imperial Secret Techniques, Reincarnation Technique. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100,000 battle slaves, Peak Saint 12 levels. Yang Yuanyuan felt elated. The rewards for this grand gift were indeed substantial. 100,000 Peak Saint level powerhouses. In the entire Wuji Star, he could likely dominate all. 10 million kill value. he could exchange for excellent items in the system shop. Moreover, 3 imperial secret techniques had come all at once. He then focused his attention on the time training room and prestige points. Time training room. A stone chamber where 1 day equals 10 years, containing the laws of time and space. It can be used for simulated battles once a day, without any other restrictions. Prestige. The level of respect cultivators from the outside world hold for Death God Mountain. Prestige can be used to upgrade the buildings of Death God Mountain and unlock new locations. Yuan concentrated. Regardless, he must spend first. System shop. Inside was a dazzling array of items, featuring everything from wealth and partners to laws and land, including imperial techniques, imperial weapons, and physical enhancements. Imperial level formation. The 13 great killing formations of antiquity. Killing value. 10 million points. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Fong Tianhua Halberd. Killing value, 10 million points. The Emperor's Path, Demon Suppression Tower. Slaughter value, 10 million points. In addition, there are unparalleled divine weapons. Unparalleled divine weapons, Sword of Immortal Slaying, Sword of Celestial Slaughter, Sword of Trapping Immortals, Sword of Absolute Immortals. Slaughter value, 100 million indeed. Unparalleled divine formation, Sword formation of Immortal Slaying. Slaughter value, 1 billion. Diyuan suddenly felt that perhaps the disciples of the Supreme Sacred Land should have been dealt with sooner. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Supreme Discount Voucher. Note, the host can consume 10 million slaughter value to purchase any item originally priced at 100 million slaughter value. Oh, how considerate. My friend, purchase the Sword of Immortal Slaying. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The purchase of the Sword of Immortal Slaying was successful. This is rather delightful. What? Have you not eaten, you feeble creature? Su Youwei's nostrils flared in fury. You dead man. I will bite you to death. Chapter 13. Hundreds of billions of spirit stones. The Death God Mountain reverberates across the world. The Scarlet Cloud Saintess Su Youwei bit, and then fled. After all, they were once acquaintances. In the past few days, even with Diyuan's change in identity, Su Youwei felt at ease. At least Diyuan did not exhibit such wickedness. This time, the harvest was considerable. Just the spirit stones acquired amounted to hundreds of billions. Countless rare herbs and treasures abounded. One cannot underestimate the profound heritage of the Supreme Sacred Land, built over nearly tens of thousands of years. Among these were numerous lesser medicinal kings and holy herbs. 3,000 lesser medicinal kings and 1,200 holy herbs were obtained. Additionally, 2 supreme imperial weapons were acquired. The cloaked figure presented the longevity mirror and the starry river umbrella. The longevity mirror shimmered with brilliance, embodying imperial might, once wielded by a great emperor, suppressing an era. Even though the emperor has passed, and his weapon cannot unleash its utmost peak, it remains the strongest weapon in the boundless star. This is a universally acknowledged fact. As Diyuan's consciousness surged forth, the imperial might radiated, causing the longevity mirror to hum and tremble, its power emanating as it instinctively sought to resist. Yet, how could an imperial weapon, whose sentience had nearly dissipated, stand against the genuine presence of an emperor? It was akin to a mere infant's will, easily pierced. The longevity mirror burst forth with radiance, settling steadily in Diyuan's grasp. Oh, the Supreme Sacred Land truly overestimates its own cleverness. The true heritage is stored within the imperial weapons, significantly ensuring they will not be seized. As his consciousness delved into the longevity mirror, it sparkled brilliantly. Resembling a primordial chaos, shrouded in a gray mist, with vast space yet abundant in sentient matter, even housing the presence of imperial herbs. 2 peaches, each the size of a human head, floated in the air, their imperial medicinal power surrounding them. Accompanied by the sound of dragon roars and the emergence of auspicious clouds and radiant light, the celestial glow surged and obscured, and even a single breath invigorated the spirit, rendering one light and ethereal. In the Supreme Sacred Land, Yuan Su and a multitude of elders wore solemn expressions, exceeding 100 in number. Under Yuan Su's leadership, they formed a complex formation, waves of arrays rising beneath their feet. As they recited incantations, Yuan Su's gaze sharpened, intent on summoning the longevity mirror back. After all, this was the imperial weapon of the Supreme Longevity Emperor, possessing an innate affinity for the disciples of the Supreme Sacred Land, able to sense the bloodline aura. Not to mention, the longevity mirror, as an imperial weapon, must not fall into the hands of others. Its storage of the Sacred Land's heritage signified the foundation of the Supreme Sacred Land in the face of impending mysteries. The group synchronized their movements, hands forming seals while chanting incantations, yet in the next moment, nearly everyone's countenance darkened, their bodies trembling violently, unable to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground. blood spurting from their mouths. How could this be? The longevity mirror could not be summoned back. Even the incantation passed down personally by the Supreme Longevity Emperor had failed. Yuan Su's eyes shone with an unearthly light, unwilling to concede. Yet did not expect that the longevity mirror would seem to not recognize him, unleashing a strand of imperial might from afar, severely wounding him. Yuan Su, a formidable figure of the 14th immortal realm, was sent flying, a gaping hole the size of a head piercing through his chest, crushing his internal organs. Yuan Su gasped for breath, disbelief etched on his face, his expression transforming. This is bad. The longevity mirror is no longer the longevity mirror of our supreme, sacred land. How could this be? Logically, even a half-emperor should not be able to erase the spiritual light within an imperial weapon. The longevity mirror has protected our supreme sacred land for thousands of years. Today, failing to summon it back means that our supreme sacred land is on the brink of decline. The elders exhibited panic, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Without the imperial weapon, the sacred land would lose its imposing might in the outside world, akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth. Summon the ancestral figure. For our supreme sacred land is currently in a precarious state, having lost a significant portion of its combat power. While other sacred lands may not take advantage of our misfortune in the face of the approaching mystery, caution is still necessary. It is the sacred lord. As for Hua Yulan and Yulin Feng, they were arranged by Yuan Su to cultivate in a secret chamber. The two sat facing each other, shrouded in a layer of strange black mist. Such a domineering and forceful cultivation technique, the sunflower secret scripture. The death god mountain, I, Yulin Feng, will ensure that none of you escape unscathed. At the death god mountain, Yang Lingyuan gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appearing massive and imposing stone chamber. The chamber was immense, adorned with various runes and markings, shimmering with radiant mist. It even floated in midair, unsupported by any visible means. Approaching it felt as though he were beneath a colossal square box. Brother, is this the cultivation chamber you mentioned? Yang Lingyuan exclaimed in wonder. As the square box opened wide, a wave of auspicious energy descended upon him, enveloping him, causing him to vanish from his location, only to reappear inside the box. Time seemed to slow. Could it truly be, as my brother said, a day equating to 10 years? Yang Lingyuan's heart raced with excitement. What could this signify? He could entirely retrace his cultivation journey in a short span, perhaps even reach heights once only gazed upon with reverence. What does it matter if he possesses the undying bone or the undying scripture? Yang Lingyuan felt the terrifying energy within his breastbone, though unable to activate it at present. It still harbored a vibrant vitality, continually nourishing his flesh, enhancing it at every moment. Days passed in succession. Yang Dian reveled in his delightful existence, attended to by the saintess, whose every need was met. Over the course of several days, he discerned that Su Yue had become increasingly adept in her duties, even forming a habit. Perhaps realizing her dependency on this place, combined with the knowledge that Yang Diyuan harbored no ill will towards her, she considered their past connection. With a thunderous roar, as a piercing explosion echoed, the very air seemed to rupture, part of the Tao and sacred might sweeping through. Yang Diyuan smirked. Lingyuan has emerged. Brother, I am about to break through. Yang Lingyuan swiftly appeared before Yang Diyuan, his entire being radiating an overwhelming vitality, akin to a blazing sun. Surrounded by auspicious light, stepping forth as though walking upon the sun itself. He was exhilarated. After 5 days of training within the cultivation chamber, the undying scripture had transformed him, while the supreme heavenly demon body had allowed him to undergo a rebirth-like experience, yielding astonishing combat power. He had battled with his own illusory self countless times. Surpassing others is simple, but transcending oneself is a challenge. Fortunately, he succeeded. What, little Yuan, are you about to attain sainthood? Su Yue was utterly astonished, her expression tinged with disbelief. Could it be that merely a few days had elapsed? Just 5 days prior, she vividly recalled Yang Lingyuan's cultivation being at the body-forging stage. What on earth had transpired in such a brief span? In the blink of an eye, he had ascended 10 realms. It was simply unimaginable. Body forging, chi condensation, Dan formation, spirit vein, law aperture, treasure organs, earth soul, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sagehood, sage, great sage, holy king, immortal, supreme, divine king, half-emperor, and great emperor. As the saintess, Su Yue was acutely aware of how arduous this journey was. Her own status was exceptional, her background enviable to the vast majority of cultivators, and her resources countless. Yet, even so, she had merely reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm. How old was Yang Lingyuan now? Barely 18, not to mention anything else. His current cultivation level alone was sufficient to overpower and dominate his contemporaries. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, he could undoubtedly battle beyond his rank, making even elder cultivators gaze in awe. As the thunderous tribulation approached, he declared, "Fear not, brother, I shall stand guard for you." Yang Lingyuan nodded with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now." Su Yue sighed inwardly. He seemed to have firmly accepted that she was his woman, and after all these days, she had grown too weary to refute it. In an instant, she sat cross-legged, poised upon the martial arena. The heavens roared, thunder rumbled, and a formidable holy might surged forth from the lightning clouds, enveloping the skies in a tempestuous sea of thunder, transforming the previously clear blue day into a shroud of darkness, akin to the depths of night. "Today, let this tribulation test my true form," Yang Lingyuan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with brilliance and filled with unyielding combat spirit. Boom! The sea of thunder descended, encompassing him from all directions. At that moment, the Death God Mountain's grand formation dissipated under Yang Lingyuan's will. Otherwise, the thunderous sea, infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, would have unleashed a cataclysmic force upon detecting the imperial formation, which Yang Lingyuan could not withstand. Buzz. It was merely so. Yang Lingyuan appeared as if a true deity had descended, exuding confidence and dominance, his gaze piercing and resolute. The overwhelming thunder rained down, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he braved it with his flesh, emerging unscathed save for his tattered garments, his body glistening like jade, unmarred in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. 81 strikes of the thunderous sea fell in succession, each more formidable than the last. Yang Lingyuan met them with ease, ultimately unleashing the manifestation of his physique, the heavenly demon body. Arrogant and powerful, the final thunder strike was shattered by his might. Su Yue's astonishment grew. 81 strikes of the thunderous sea had been so effortlessly endured. Little Yuan's physique was astonishingly strong. Was this the nine-colored divine thunder? Su Yue gasped anew. The legendary thunder that only appeared when a youthful emperor broke through realms. No, wait. There was also the heavenly Tao's 5 elements tribulation. Those phantoms were manifestations of the young emperors recorded by the heavenly Tao during their breakthroughs. Yang Lingyuan's talent was indeed terrifying, rivaling that of ancient emperors. Chapter 14. The Self-Destruction of Ancient Clans. Boom. The 9-colored divine thunder fused with the heavenly Tao's 5 elements tribulation, descending directly. Simultaneously, phantoms of young emperors, imbued with the aura of the heavenly Tao, transformed into terrifying crimson rays, hurtling towards Yang Lingyuan. "Come forth," he shouted, "undying scriptures, undying bones, imperial law secret technique, 1,000 blade slash." Boom. With unwavering resolve, Yang Lingyuan unleashed all his might, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. Those young emperors, unable to encounter him in the same time-space, found the rules of the heavenly Tao forming, invigorating him immensely. Terrifying ripples spread forth as Yang Lingyuan, brimming with battle fervor, met the storm of thunder with his fists, engaging the young emperors without fear, their exchanges lively and fierce. Am I dreaming? Little Yuan is truly this formidable. He possesses so many imperial techniques, and none of them stem from the extreme Tao Holy Land. Su Yue was left in a state of shock, a sense of pressure weighing heavily upon her. With Yang Lingyuan, such a prodigious talent, having reached the entry into sagehood at the tender age of 18, the circumstances had become exceedingly clear. Even with his body stained in blood, the thunder had dissipated, and the phantoms of the young emperors were nearly transparent from their excessive consumption of energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This continued for a full half-day. Yang Lingyuan's hair billowed as if he were an invincible young war god, sitting cross-legged, absorbing the myriad benefits bestowed by the thunder tribulation. A day later, Yang Lingyuan awoke, refreshed and invigorated, his eyes opening to reveal a holy aura swirling within, having reached the second stage of entry into sagehood. Boom. The golden tome appeared in the sky, swirling with the power of heavenly Tao rules, its resounding voice echoing forth. Disciple of the Death God Mountain, Yang Lingyuan, at 18 years of age, has stepped into the second stage of entry into sagehood. The supreme might of the extreme Tao heavenly demon body had shattered the 81 strikes of the thunder sea, the 9-colored divine thunder, and the heavenly Tao's 5 elements tribulation, showcasing the might of the extreme Tao heavenly demon once more. Comprehensive ranking on the saint list, 18th. The golden tome gleamed brilliantly, the competition list re-emerging, stirring the entirety of the infinite star. At the Red Cloud Holy Land, countless disciples were taken aback, their gazes lifted in awe and shock. What on earth? Comprehensive battle power ranking, 18th? Is Yang Lingyuan truly this impressive? He hails from the Death God Mountain, the one that recently seized Blood Mine Mountain, annihilating the 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect. leaving the extreme Dao Holy Land unable to raise its head in the cultivation world. An 18-year-old entry into sagehood powerhouse. He must be the first to appear on the saint list at under 30 years old, right? How astonishing. Among the personal saint lists below the competition list, most cultivators are over 30. In the infinite star, those under 100 years of age are considered youth. Shi Yunlei's eyes widened, his expression exuberant as he murmured to himself, I knew it. I knew it. I always knew that you, Youngling Yuan, wouldn't perish so easily. Ha. Little Yuan has actually entered sagehood. This is simply too heart-wrenching. Shi Yunlei felt a tinge of melancholy. Being of the same age as Youngling Yuan, he stood at the pinnacle of the seventh realm, yet now, the younger Youngling Yuan had already stepped into the second stage of entry into sagehood. The chasm between them was simply too vast. Shi Yunlei seemed to sense something, directing his gaze toward the Red Cloud Heavenly Peak, where the Red Cloud Holy Master stood. Her exquisite beauty veiled, her captivating eyes shimmering with brilliance. Death God Mountain. Youngling Yuan, the events that transpired at the extreme Dao Holy Land that day were indeed connected to the brothers Yang. Were they under the tutelage of the powerful cultivators of Death God Mountain? Not only recovering their cultivation, but also consecutively breaking through to reach entry into sagehood. The Red Cloud Holy Master couldn't help but sigh, feeling a heavy burden in her heart. Thinking of the carefree and unambitious Su Yue, she sighed deeply. If possible, as a mother, how could she wish for her daughter to bear a burden heavier than her own? In an instant, the news spread rapidly, resonating throughout the land. At the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the holy maiden Lu Yi was emotionally stirred, gazing at the three dazzling words upon the golden tome, her anxious heart finally at ease. Little Ling Yuan, you have certainly surprised your sister. The saying goes, a blessing in disguise, and this time, with such a formidable rise, your sister is genuinely happy for you. The entire infinite star was shaken by the news. An 18-year-old powerhouse at entry into sagehood? Surely, this couldn't be a jest? Was the competition list erroneous? 18 years old. In the vast expanse of the infinite star, what exceptional youth possesses such extraordinary talent and strength? Even ancient lineages with legacies spanning over 100 millennia do not boast such a formidable new generation of prodigies. Within the sacred land of the extreme path, countless disciples appeared pale, their scalps tingling with trepidation. Is Youngling Yuan truly the same Youngling Yuan I know? Was he not stripped of his cultivation and exiled to the blood mine? He ought to be dead. How could he have become a disciple of the Death Mountain? Good heavens! Could the series of events leading up to this moment have been orchestrated by him? The disciples seem to have unearthed a staggering secret. If Youngling Yuan is not dead, does that imply the so-called Young Emperor Yuan is also alive? Has he similarly joined the ranks of the Death Mountain? The occurrences surrounding the Saintess and the Saints seem to fall into place. It is because of them that the Death Mountain seeks vengeance against our sacred land of the extreme path, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous elders and the loss of our extreme path emperor weapon. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's countenance darkened. Death Mountain, Youngling Yuan. If they are indeed behind this, could it be that they have recognized Youngling Yuan's extraordinary aptitude for cultivation? Youngling Yuan has not perished, rather. Young Emperor Yuan has died in vengeance for his brother? In just a few short days? The once downgraded Youngling Yuan has not only regained his cultivation, but has also ascended to the 14 realms of entry to the sacred. Truly astonishing. Outrageous. After understanding the sequence of events, Yuan Su seethed with fury. With a single strike, he sent the Grand Elder flying, leaving his face mangled and bloodied. A gruesome sight indeed. Since the deed has been done, there is no room for regret. All efforts must be directed towards reviving our ancestors. The sacred land of the extreme path has little time left. The ancient aristocratic family, the Hua family. By heavens, the starry river umbrella cannot be summoned back. What on earth transpired within the sacred land of the extreme path? Over a dozen great saints perished. Our Hua family can no longer hold its head high in the cultivation world. Having lost the extreme path emperor weapon, we shall become the object of ridicule. A disgrace to our ancestors. The starry river umbrella must not be lost. Grand Elder, this time I shall set aside my dignity. After thousands of years of connections, I have exhausted all favors from the Hua family, and the other three major families have agreed to lend us the extreme path emperor weapon. We shall venture to the Death Mountain. I am eager to witness whether 5 formidable beings of the immortal realm can wield the extreme path emperor weapon and not eliminate him. At the Death Mountain, a grand banquet was held to celebrate Youngling Yuan's ascension to the sacred. The guests feasted heartily, devouring every morsel upon the tables. Young Emperor Yuan produced the sacred herbs in abundance. Youngling Yuan and Su Yue erupted in exuberant cheers, as even the extreme path emperor weapon seemed unable to suppress their smiles. In that moment, the atmosphere was suffused with a radiant glow. both of them enveloped in the rich aroma of the sacred herbs. Su Yue, oblivious to the charm radiating from her, caught young Emperor Yuan momentarily off guard, awakening a luminous spark within his soul. Brother? Young Emperor Yuan was momentarily distracted, and upon noticing Su Yue's sudden understanding, she covered her chest, revealing her small tiger teeth. Yang Lingyuan scratched his head, belatedly realizing he might have interrupted his brother's moment of elegance. What's wrong? I wish to descend the mountain for some training. In less than 2 days, I have stepped into the sacred realm. Perhaps it is due to the enlightenment from the ancient tea tree leaves that has rendered my understanding of the undying scriptures and the emperor technique, the thousand-blade slash, remarkably clear. However, I have discovered that upon entering the sacred realm, what is truly required is to cultivate the heart. Thus, I wish to traverse the mortal realm. Young Emperor Yuan nodded. Are you going to seek out Lui? Yang Lingyuan, still possessing the heart of a youth, suddenly felt shy. Brother, Su Yue, now intrigued, exclaimed, who would have thought our little Yuan brother has a preference for gentle older sisters? What do you think of me? Sister-in-law is wonderful. She is indeed your type, Yang Lingyuan replied. Su Yue pouted, playfully shoving a piece of sacred herb into Yang Lingyuan's mouth before taking a seat and whispering, who would want to be his woman? That would be dreadful. After an extravagant feast, Su Yue also sensed a significant leap in her cultivation, seamlessly entering the 8th realm of the heavenly soul, the blood mine. Isn't it merely a treasure vault? Hee, here I come. Her initial purpose was to seek the source stone within the blood mine. Little did she anticipate the series of unforeseen events that would unfold. Late into the night, Su Yue stealthily infiltrated the blood mine, treating it as her own abode. The atmosphere was thick with malevolent energy. Even at the 8th realm of the heavenly soul, she felt a chill creep over her, her expression grave as she ventured deeper into the mine. The pervasive darkness spread like an ominous shroud. Yet it was not overwhelmingly dense. With a golden crow pearl clutched in her hand, she managed to insulate herself against the encroaching darkness. The ground was littered with bones, the atmosphere suffocatingly cold. However, being the saintess, she remained unperturbed by the gruesome sight, her previous experiences fortifying her resolve. The ominous source was indeed terrifying. The bones had lost their human form, transforming into monstrous entities. What exactly is this ominous source? Does it require a host to undergo such grotesque transformations? Is it a form of rebirth? Su Yue pondered. Just ahead, she grew increasingly cautious, activating the soft armor gifted by her mother, while her hands glowed with radiant light, resembling a pair of luminous gloves. Before her lay a stone, exuding an overwhelmingly dense black aura, sprawling against the mine wall. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. To her astonishment, a small girl appeared. Hee, I wonder what this essence could be like. The ominous black stone seemed to stir, and in an instant, countless haunting faces materialized within the black mist, some human, some demonic, and others unknown beings, swiftly spreading towards Su Yue's feet. What beautiful little feet. They must be incredibly sweet and delectable, right? A single bite would be so satisfying. Su Yue felt her scalp prickle, her entire being radiating a brilliant glow as the power of the heavenly soul surged forth. How could this be? A mere heavenly soul dares to act recklessly before an immortal realm being? Hee, little girl, come here. Your physique is special, and you are fortunate to become my vessel. Chapter 15. The Truth of the Ominous Source. The Captive 12-Winged Seraphim. The Fallen Holy Spirit in the Infinite Star. Immortal Realm. Su Yue's face instantly turned ashen. Shi Yunlei, I loathe you. Is this what you refer to as the Heavenly Soul Realm? It is clearly the Immortal Realm. Su Yue gasped, realizing the golden crow pearl was ineffective as she was engulfed by the black mist, lifting her into the air. This is it. I am finished. My first kiss, my first bloom. Mother, little Yue shall never run amok again. Please come and save me. Facing the enigmatic, powerful entity within the ominous black stone, Su Yue's voice quivered with regret. Hee, I find your body quite appealing. The black mist morphed into tendrils, seemingly solidifying as they reached out towards Su Yue. No, please don't. Don't. Then that implies you are willing. The voice from within the ominous black stone dripped with lewdness, sending shivers down her spine. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable and terrifying aura erupted. The mysterious entity within the ominous black stone turned pale, its expression filled with horror. The black mist ensnaring Su Yue dissipated instantly, and before she could tumble to the ground, she was swept into the embrace of none other than young Emperor Yuan, who had appeared without her notice. Are you not moved? Su Yue revealed her small tiger teeth, rubbing her pristine teeth as she gazed down at the hand resting on her chest. If you don't squeeze, I would be most grateful. Oh, then would you consider offering yourself in return? Young Emperor Yuan chuckled, his hand unconsciously giving a playful squeeze. How absurd. Not a chance. Then shall I take my leave? Wait. Su Yue was taken aback, her breath quickening, as her snow-white arms clung tightly to Yang Diyuan's neck. Beside them, the mysterious powerhouse within the Black Stone of Guijin was utterly dismayed. What were you doing? A heroic rescue? Flirting? Feeding me dog food? Do you not regard this immortal realm powerhouse? Enough. The black mist within the Black Stone grew ever darker, surging forth and instantly engulfing the entire blood mine. A formidable pressure emanated, causing the blood mine to tremble and hum, the earth quaking, stones shattering, and/or collapsing. It was a direct assault on Yang Diyuan. The swirling black mist coalesced into a tangible black hand, seemingly intent on crushing Yang Diyuan's skull with a single blow. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying black hand that had reached out exploded before Yang Diyuan's words, spilling forth a visible, solidified black liquid. The mysterious powerhouse within the Black Stone let out a wretched scream as the billowing black mist retreated, growling in succession. You have forced my hand. The flood of Guijin is upon you. Boom. The mysterious powerhouse, enraged and injured, was astonished at the sight of this youth before him, who appeared to be merely in his 20s yet possessed the power to wound an immortal realm expert. His words were infused with principles and profound resonance, exuding an overwhelming force that could shatter all resistance. The black mist surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing out from the Black Stone of Guijin. Yet when it reached Yang Diyuan, it was repelled by an unseen energy, trembling instinctively and dispersing around him. How could this be? The immortal realm powerhouse was horrified. Break. Before he could retract the black mist, Yang Diyuan's utterance caused it to disintegrate in an instant, illuminating the blood mine once more as the black mist dissipated into nothingness, revealing the Black Stone upon the stone platform, where streams of black mist swirled. Cowering in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Who are you? How could you possess such imperial might? A reincarnated emperor? A voice of terror emanated from within the Black Stone, the dark stone visibly quaking. Su Yue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Yang Diyuan was actually this formidable? Even an immortal realm powerhouse was trembling in fear? She couldn't help but squint her eyes, poking his jaw with her finger, and said, Are you really Yang Diyuan? You haven't been possessed, have you? Yang Diyuan revealed a row of gleaming white teeth, his face darkening as he chuckled ominously. Have you discovered this? Silly little Yue, let me tell you the truth. I am the lord of the Hahuan sect, and what I cherish most is a lively saintess like you. Suddenly, Yang Diyuan's expression shifted, the teasing glimmer in his eyes vanishing as he looked down and released his grip. Su Yue, feeling triumphant, retorted, Do you think I'm easily bullied? Scare me again, and I'll snatch your fish roe pouch. The mysterious powerhouse within the Black Stone held its breath, realizing that the two were wildly exchanging affections. Recognizing that this was an excellent opportunity for escape, seizing the moment, it leapt off the stone platform, barely the size of a palm. Hey, don't pinch my tail. Whoosh. The Black Stone shook violently, and a small girl's voice of indignation echoed, leaving both Yang Diyuan and Su Yue momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on the Black Stone. Puff. A cloud of smoke erupted, and the Black Stone transformed into a humanoid figure, a beautiful girl with wings sprouting from her back and small devilish horns atop her head, enveloped in black mist, while her tail was firmly grasped by Yang Diyuan. What are you? Yang Diyuan had never encountered such a rare species, seemingly no larger than a doll, and would have appeared exceedingly adorable were it not for the swirling black mist surrounding her. I am the great love immortal sovereign, known in the martial world as the 12-winged seraph. Smack. Yang Diyuan flicked her away with a light tap. Honestly, if not for this, I would be curious to know what the 12-winged seraph tastes like when cooked. Faced with Yang Diyuan's threat, the 12-winged seraph immediately drooped her head, resembling a wilted eggplant, and obediently recounted her identity and background. To her surprise, she revealed that her homeland was not on Wujixing. In the vast, boundless cosmos, Wujixing was merely a vibrant planet. Even the mightiest of saints could traverse the void and wander the starry skies. The 12-winged seraph disclosed that she hailed from the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm? Su Yue gasped, recalling similar information from ancient texts and secret tomes, as well as stories her grandfather had shared. It was said to be a realm close to the celestial, renowned as the place nearest to immortality. Ancient records mentioned that great emperors would venture there. A place steeped in mystery, seemingly connected to the celestial realm, where one could attain immortality. Are you saying the Chaos Realm has been tainted? By a powerful fallen sacred spirit? The 12-winged seraph corrected her. I am called Qingqing. Do not address me directly. No hitting, no hitting. I will tell you. Just don't pull my tail, it won't grow. It revealed that long ago, the Chaos Realm had already encountered mystery, with even ancient emperors seeking immortality within. If found, it could unlock the gates of the Chaos Realm, leading directly to the celestial realm. However, the mystery was too terrifying. The fallen sacred spirit was merely one of the weaker races within that enigma, yet it had caused countless races to bleed. My 12-winged seraph clan was completely annihilated. At that time, I was merely playing in the mud, or rather, I was learning from the ancient gods how to create humans. I never anticipated that the fallen sacred spirit would find its way to a small world. What happened afterward is a blur. I only remember being taken away by a fallen sacred spirit, and when I awoke again, I found myself here. I was tainted by the source of decay. My essence bound, unable to leave the blood mine until I finally awakened a century ago. Su Youwei's eyes widened as she pointed a finger at Qingqing's devilish horn, saying, "So you're an old hag who has lived for 1,000 years, don't pretend." My eyes are as clear as snow. Who is the old hag? I am only 3 years old. 3 years old. Qingqing retorted angrily, plopping down onto Yang Diyuan's palm, puffing her cheeks out indignantly. Only 3 years old. Then why are you acting so proud? Do you believe I want to roast you? Qingqing, momentarily frightened, scurried behind Yang Diyuan's shoulder, while defiantly addressing Su Youwei. You are Su Youwei, and upon our first meeting, you fell head over heels for Yang Diyuan. Yes, during that life-and-death journey in the secret realm a year ago. You grew even fonder of him. After parting, you dreamt of him several times, performing some unspeakable secrets in your dreams. Su Youwei blushed furiously, her heart racing. As she instinctively reached for Qingqing, this creature could actually peer into the hearts of others. What a terrifying ability. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense? Nah, I'm not talking nonsense. A few days ago, when you arrived here and found Yang Diyuan still alive, the surprise was palpable. You even intentionally provoked him, thus staying behind, feeling a different kind of thrill during the binding process. Su Youwei completely lost her composure, glancing at Yang Diyuan with an anxious expression, urgently explaining. I did it on purpose. You know, my standards are incredibly high. The soulmate I wish to pledge myself to must absolutely be a hero of the world. My past actions were merely a coincidence, and now I'm completely entangled with a villain. You're all flustered. If you didn't think that, why explain so much? I'll devour you whole. Su Youwei was utterly driven to madness, yet in the next instant, she felt a sudden jolt in her body. Her consciousness hazy, and her spirit began to dissipate, causing her to collapse into Yang Diyuan's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Youwei. Yang Diyuan's brows knitted together as he immediately sensed a surging black energy wreaking havoc within her, entwining and eroding her limbs and organs, extending to her spiritual sea. Unnoticed by Su Youwei. If you do not fancy her, then just eliminate her. Qingqing reveled in triumph, feeling akin to a victor in a game. Her arms crossed in self-satisfaction, chuckling. Your human emotions are rather intricate, are they not? You like someone but do not express it. And even when you do not express it, you still harbor feelings, yet those feelings remain unreciprocated. How vexing. Qingqing was abruptly struck on the head, leaving her dazed and disoriented. Strange, why can't I discern your innermost thoughts? Hey, quickly take me away from here. It's so dark, this little one is frightened. She was assaulted by the tainted holy light. My former kin fell victim to this, becoming slaves to the corrupted holy spirits. Chapter 16. 16 Immortal Beings. The Imperial weapons conquer the God of Death Mountain. In a room within God of Death Mountain, Su Youwei's vital energy wreaked havoc in her mind as she slowly regained consciousness, only to discover a bizarre scene. She had separated from her own soul. She gazed at her own body lying on the bed, with Yang Diyuan beside her, tending to her physical form. Yang Diyuan, Yang Diyuan. Su Youwei had never encountered such a predicament, trying every conceivable method to return to her body, yet she found herself bound by an invisible force. No, could it be that someone is attempting to seize her body? Is it the 12-winged seraph? She could comprehend thoughts and delve into the depths of the heart. If she were to act against her family using her own body, it would be utterly unforgivable. At this moment, if the adversary were to take possession, the first to strike would undoubtedly be Yang Diyuan. Yang Diyuan, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's me, little Youwei, little Youwei. What to do? What to do? He cannot hear me. Su Youwei, in her current spiritual state, circled around Yang Diyuan several times, yet he remained oblivious. Yang Diyuan coughed lightly, his blood surging, intending to tease Su Youwei, but to his surprise, in her spiritual form, she was completely unclothed, her alabaster form trembling as it floated. Fully exposed to Yang Diyuan's gaze. At that moment, he was focused on cleansing her body, the residual black energy emanating a peculiar aura and power. Just moments ago, Su Youwei had been calling out to him, every inch of her skin scrutinized by his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Su Youwei felt a different kind of thrill coursing through her, as she instinctively lifted her chest. Once a celestial maiden, now a pervert? An exhibitionist? Suddenly, a familiar voice penetrated Su Youwei's ears. It was the 12-winged seraph, peeking over Yang Diyuan's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance. You can see me? Not just me. He can see me too. We are not blind. The 12-winged seraph pointed at Yang Diyuan. Quite revealing. The soul is a bit blinding. What? Yang Diyuan can see her? A surge of blood rushed to Su Youwei's head. He saw everything? She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. That's enough. Yang Dian spoke, and Su Youwei hastily dove back into her body, instantly returning to her form, her cheeks visibly reddening. Why is she still not awake? The 12-winged seraph chuckled. Of course, she is shy. As far as I know, your kind places great importance on modesty, especially the females. Though that brothel is another matter entirely. The sound of Su Youwei grinding her teeth echoed, and she suddenly sprang up, reaching for Qingqing perched on Yang Diyuan's shoulder. Where are my clothes? Su Youwei's delicate body was exposed to the air, a gentle breeze brushing over her, causing her to slowly lift her head, only to find Yang Diyuan staring wide-eyed. A scream pierced the air. Yang Diyuan hurriedly busied himself, realizing the clothing was somewhat large and white. Su Youwei retreated into a shell of silence, hiding away from view. What an abundance of spiritual essence. Sensing the grandeur and essence of the ancient trees, the 12-winged seraph instinctively drooled. She was astonished to find that sacred herbs were plentiful in the medicinal garden. Most importantly, a Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree lay sprawled before her. This was nothing short of a celestial paradise. Little brother, heat the oil. Yang Lingyuan gazed at the palm-sized girl in astonishment, surprised that such a small creature was an immortal being. Are we about to dine? I want to eat the sacred herbs. The 12-winged seraph acted as if she were at home, sitting at the table with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. As her body floated, Qingqing opened her eyes again, only to be bewildered to find herself placed into a pot. In an instant, she began to wail for mercy. Spare me, I am still of great use. I can mine, I truly can. Yang Lingyuan replied. Anyone can mine, but the flavor of the 12-winged seraph is a one-time opportunity. 100 million spiritual stones a year. I'll give you 4. That is absolutely feasible. Yang Lingyuan was taken aback, while Yang Diyuan also felt tempted, meaning that during the years spent inside, Qingqing had indeed amassed quite a fortune. No, not at all. Qingqing protested, clutching her little belly, continually retreating at the table. Moments later, a towering mountain of spiritual stones accumulated in the courtyard. The total was astonishing. A staggering 2 billion. Oh no, my dowry is gone. Yang Lingyuan chuckled. You just turned 3, and you're already saving for a dowry? Of course. Our 12-winged seraph race requires an immense amount of spiritual stones to perform the spirit sacrifice upon reaching adulthood. We will completely transform into human form, attaining a cultivation level of semi-emperor. The 2 men were taken aback, incredulous at the revelation that the 12-winged seraph lineage possessed such extraordinary bloodlines. Adulthood equates to semi-emperor? Then, what abilities do you possess now? Otherwise, we might still want to savor the flavor of the 12-winged seraph. Qingqing, exasperated, shed tears. You truly are insatiable. Then how about half-boiled and half-roasted? Qingqing's form suddenly became tense. A surging black mist enveloped her, and in an instant, she transformed to an adult's size. The black fog swirling around her, emanating a semi-emperor's oppressive aura, while she chanted, Affinity Spirit. In that instant, Yang Diyuan felt his own cultivation rapidly surge. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a spirit affinity with the 12-winged seraph Qingqing. Congratulations, host, your current realm has broken through to semi-immortal. Notice, in the state of spiritual affinity with the 12-winged seraph, the host cultivation can reach the immortal realm, limited duration, 1 day. Yang Diyuan. He had broken through, radiating a hazy celestial light. A vast and surging mist enveloped him, embodying the essence of feasting on the celestial dew, resembling an immortal descending. Every movement akin to that of a celestial being, imbued with an ethereal luminescence. Brother, you. Yang Lingyuan was somewhat bewildered, only to witness a layer of black mist appearing, and his brother Yang Diyuan's aura suddenly shifting. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Yang Dian gazed at the black mist encasing the now adult-sized 12-winged seraph Qingqing, her delicate body untainted and radiant, limp against Yang Dian, and moments later, the black mist dissipated, returning her to her palm-sized form. She felt somewhat disoriented, her entire being swaying as if she had indulged in intoxicating spirits. After taking just a few steps, she leaned against Yang Diyuan's hand, clutching his fingers and drifting into a deep slumber. Brother. Yang Lingyuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The 12-winged seraphim clan had piqued his curiosity. It seemed he understood why their lineage had faced annihilation during the mysterious arrival in the Chaos Realm. Not only did they possess a formidable bloodline, with each adult being akin to a half-emperor, but their unique ability to bind spirits also allowed the wielder's cultivation to ascend rapidly, causing even him to advance a tier. If they were to wait for Qingqing to mature, wouldn't Diyuan's strength under her spirit binding be elevated by 3 or 4 substantial realms? In the Night Ridge Mountain, the void trembled as more than 10 figures pierced through the fabric of reality, each exuding a potent aura. Despite their advanced age, their vital energy surged within them, as vigorous as 10 blazing suns in fervent combustion. Each individual's realm was astonishingly elevated, resting at the immortal 14 realm. Elder of the Flower Clan, we, the Suzhou lineage, the mountain-moving clan, and the Xiaoyao family, have come bearing the extreme Dao Emperor weapons to assist you in reclaiming the imperial treasures. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely seek to peruse your noble family's emperor scriptures for our own enlightenment, to further our cultivation. When the mysterious time arrives, our 4 ancient clans shall unite, and we shall surely attain the elixirs of immortality within the divine miracles. The elder of the Flower Clan, with his head of white hair, wore a serious expression. Although he replied with a smile, his heart was filled with despair. The theft of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the celestial umbrella, was a grave transgression, one that could potentially lead to the decline of the ancient clans. At their level, it was inevitable that enemies would be watching. Without the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, they would be akin to a toothless tiger, targeted by all. While the Suzhou, Mountain Moving, and Xiaoyao clans were indeed taking action, it was also to safeguard their own emperor scriptures from leaking out. Rest assured, a mere spit from my Flower Clan is like a nail. We hope to rely on your assistance. It was true that the Death God Mountain possessed 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons, including the Celestial Umbrella and the Eternal Mirror. But in my view, they would not be able to fully refine and gain acceptance of them in the short term. Moreover, with our 16 Immortal Realm Masters joining forces, the Death God Mountain shall inevitably be obliterated, and perhaps we might reap unexpected rewards, potentially even securing a second extreme Dao Emperor weapon for ourselves. They conversed leisurely, having lived for many years, with several of them already reaching the venerable age of a millennium. After their exchange, they gazed towards the Blood Mine Mountain and transformed into streaks of light, soaring forth. Chapter 17. 1,000 miles to deliver the Emperor weapon. The Immortal Realm experts meet a dire end. The Emperor appears. At the Death God Mountain, 16 Immortal Realm experts arrived. Observing the towering walls encircling the area within a 1,000-meter radius, they momentarily paused in surprise. A mere Death God Mountain, and they lack even a decent mountain gate. An Immortal Realm expert scoffed, his voice booming like divine thunder, instantly sweeping across the entire Death God Mountain. Where are the people of the Death God Mountain? We, the 4 ancient clans, have arrived. Do not hesitate to kneel and welcome us. The voice possessed a piercing quality, echoing within the confines of the Death God Mountain. Inside, the Scarlet Cloud Saintess, Su Yuwei, blushed deeply, unable to forget the previous scene. Pouting, she blinked her beautiful eyes while feeding Yang Diyuan fruit. That's right. A bit more force, please. Su Yuwei's frustration boiled as she watched Yang Diyuan take advantage, and she promptly reached out to pinch his soft waist. Are you pinching me? Do you believe I won't pinch you back? Yang Diyuan feigned a glare, while Su Yuwei turned her head away, angrily grinding her small tiger teeth. As if struck by inspiration, she resolved to act, rhythmically tapping on Yang Diyuan's thigh, followed by kneading his shoulders and pounding his back, whispering warm breaths into his ear, her tone turning sweet. May I inquire, dear Yang, is this pressure to your liking? Yang Diyuan struggled to maintain his composure. For his neck was a territory he deemed untouchable, an unusual sensation enveloping him. He nodded slightly, saying it's good. But could you refrain from treating my shoulders as if you were feeding me? Then, would you like some? No, I wouldn't. Yang Diyuan was ensnared in the charm of this enchanting woman, shielded by 3 great imperial formations. What sound could penetrate this barrier? Outside the Death God Mountain, as the gentle breeze rustled through dried yellow leaves, they stood in silence, having yet to hear a response from within. The assembly of Immortal Realm experts murmured, "Let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to it. Regardless of the Death God Mountain, there shouldn't be any Immortal Realm cultivators present, right? Even if there are, can they withstand the might of our 16? Moreover, we bear 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. United, even a half-emperor should be unable to contend with us." In an instant, the immortal experts from the Suzhou, Xiaoyao, Mountain Moving, and Flower clans exchanged glances and prepared to strike. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura erupted as the Immortal Realm's formidable power spread, causing the very void to tremble, eclipsing the destructive force far beyond that of a sacred king. The surrounding laws and the order of the heavenly Tao rippled with disturbance. One Immortal Realm expert surged forward towards the mountain gate, intent on reducing the place to ruins. Radiant light erupted as he struck, but in the next moment, a terrifying and swift wave of killing intent surged forth, rebounding back. The immortal expert barely had time to react before he was struck by the radiant light, exploding on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. This sudden turn of events caused the remaining 15 Immortal Realm experts to change countenance dramatically. They turned to see their comrade, struck by the radiant light, perish instantaneously. At their level, regeneration from a drop of blood, regrowing limbs, and reforming their bodies was a mere trifle. Yet now they could not even grasp the chance to be reborn. Their essence was reduced to ashes, their spiritual sea extinguished entirely, and even their very vitality evaporated. An Immortal Realm expert had perished. The group of Immortal Realm masters was left aghast, their expressions contorted with disbelief, their shock reaching a fever pitch. What manner of imperial formation is this? The Death God Mountain possesses such formidable foundations. The imperial formation lies hidden in nature, and we failed to detect it. Their breaths quickened. Even such powerful beings as they dared not recklessly intrude upon an imperial formation, which was once the trump card of an emperor. Pivotal in battles against them. The elder of the Flower Clan turned an array of colors, realizing that their earlier calls had gone unheard, cloaked by the imperial formation. At this moment, with an Immortal Realm expert deceased, the inhabitants of the Death God Mountain remained oblivious to the presence of these uninvited guests. This was an utter disgrace for them. As Immortal Realm experts, who among them was not a revered figure in the cultivation world? Now, even with extreme Tao Emperor weapons in hand, they were being so passively disregarded by the Death God Mountain. This was an affront too great to bear. Their ire surged, hearts ablaze, yearning to obliterate this place. Yet, upon reflection, they found themselves utterly astonished. The Death God Mountain, they had previously investigated. To possess 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons and only deploy a single Sacred King to stir the extreme Tao sacred grounds into chaos. How could they act lightly? The Death God Mountain appeared as if a divine weapon had descended from the heavens, abruptly manifesting, with neither its origins nor background known to anyone. The only known fact was that young Diyuan's brother, who had been expelled from the extreme Tao sacred grounds, had taken refuge here to avert the threat of death. By the heavens! In the midst of a furious uproar, 2 formidable Immortal Realm experts from the Gusu lineage seethed with indignation, feeling utterly disregarded. The recently deceased immortal expert had been their comrade, with whom they had shared laughter and camaraderie just before embarking on their journey, planning to delve into the Emperor's scriptures together upon their return. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had been consigned to the netherworld, leaving them in a state of shock and disbelief. Exchanging a glance brimming with determination, the 2 summoned their ultimate imperial weapon. A pair of crimson-gilded dual halberds materialized in the air, spinning fiercely under the impetus of their immortal powers, radiating an overwhelming imperial might as they hurtled directly into the imperial array. With a thunderous impact, the terrifying force surged forth. Yet as the golden halberds vanished upon entering the Emperor's formation, it was as though they had been swallowed by the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Nor did they elicit any response from the formation. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the gathered crowd. The golden halberds, a legendary imperial weapon of the Gusu lineage, upon full activation, exhibited a potency that diverged drastically from expectations. Even a mere pebble cast into water would generate ripples, yet these halberds disappeared without a trace, leaving not a single disturbance in their wake. Panic ensued as the 2 immortal experts from Gusu turned pale, their pupils constricting in horror. Their connection to the imperial weapon severed, it plunged into the depths of the Death God Mountain as though it were an unclaimed object. To make matters worse, they were met with a backlash from the severed link, causing them to spit blood, staining their white beards and garments crimson. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Not only had they failed to encounter anyone from the Death God Mountain, but they had also suffered the loss of an immortal expert at the outset. And now even their ultimate imperial weapon had vanished. The situation left them at a standstill, unable to advance or retreat. The Gusu warriors turned green with rage, their livers quivering in fury. Had they traversed countless miles only to meet their demise? To sacrifice their imperial weapon? The Death God Mountain had yet to reveal even a shadow of its inhabitants. An invisible contempt welled within them, igniting an inferno of wrath while simultaneously instilling an acute trepidation towards the Death God Mountain. What was to be done? The true nature of the Death God Mountain's power remained shrouded in mystery. Given their ability to activate a complete Emperor's array to guard their mountain gate, they must possess a status at least equal to that of the ancient sects. 3 ultimate imperial weapons. 3 Emperor formations safeguarding the mountain gate. How many hidden depths did the Death God Mountain possess that remained unknown to them? Was it possible that within the mountain dwelled unparalleled powerhouses akin to sovereigns or divine kings? Despair settled over the crowd as they found themselves unable to force an attack, nor could they retreat at will, particularly the Gusu lineage, who could not safely withdraw. The current situation surrounding the ultimate imperial weapon, the golden halberds, was uncertain. If they were lost, they would be branded as sinners. Old fox, you truly are a cunning trickster. This time, our Gusu lineage has been utterly ravaged by you. Regardless of the outcome, today, the scriptures of the Flower Clan's emperor must be made available for the Gusu lineage to study and peruse. The elder of the Flower Clan, realizing there was no path of retreat, understood that a refusal at this moment would not only jeopardize their friendship, but could also incite the other's ire, making the loss of the ultimate imperial weapon a grave matter. Let us go. I shall explore alongside you. Resolute determination glimmered in the elder's eyes as he communicated telepathically with his companions from the Flower Clan. Similarly, a member of the Gusu lineage stepped forward. The two exchanged knowing glances, their consciousnesses intertwining as they cautiously deciphered the Emperor's formation, treading carefully into the depths of the great array ahead. Behind them, a collective sense of trepidation swept through the immortal experts. After years of renown, the Death God Mountain before them evoked a feeling not unlike that of the most perilous forbidden zones. They ventured forth. Yet, the Emperor's formation remained devoid of any fluctuations. Was the grandeur merely an illusion? Could it only unleash a single strike? However, in the next moment, two agonized screams echoed through the air. The two immortal experts unleashed their full might, fully activating the Emperor's formation, evidently encountering a misstep in their exploratory advance. Terrifying beams of light erupted, their power immense. And only one figure from the Gusu lineage managed to escape, yet he was left utterly shattered, his flesh reduced to ash as if consumed by flames. His eyes reflecting profound terror. Just a step away from the Emperor's formation, he met his demise. He was dead. Another had perished. How could this be? What dreadful secret lay within the Death God Mountain? The remaining immortal experts felt their hearts pounding violently, their gazes filled with dread. As immortal cultivators, they had previously faced the most treacherous of forbidden zones with courage and confidence. Yet now, the Death God Mountain loomed like an abyss of death, where neither the ultimate imperial weapon nor even a glimpse of the Death God Mountain's disciples could be found. This Emperor's formation was akin to an impregnable fortress, an unyielding rampart. Who in this world possessed the ability to breach such an array? Surely, even an emperor would find himself weary when confronted with three such formations. The deaths of the two immortal experts confirmed the fears of the others. The Emperor's formation of the Death God Mountain was no mere fade, but a genuine, formidable barrier that could indeed be activated. Impenetrable. I, from the mountain-moving lineage, shall forego the esteemed scriptures of the noble clan and take my leave. Swish. I, from the carefree lineage, have no fortune in this matter. I shall depart for now. In an instant, 6 figures transformed into streaks of light, tearing through the void as they sought to flee the scene. They were all ancient beings, living fossils who had discerned the true essence of the situation. The Death God Mountain was a place where those who entered met their end. The Gusu lineage, in their pursuit of the Emperor's scriptures, had already sacrificed their ultimate imperial weapon. They had no desire to follow in their footsteps. Ultimately, the Gusu lineage shifted their perspective. Should the Flower Clan's ultimate imperial weapon be lost, so be it, but they could not afford to lose theirs. This led to the tragic demise of an immortal expert from their clan beneath the Emperor's formation. What? Suddenly, the void collapsed, and 6 immortal experts, alongside 2 clan's cultivators, were ejected from the void. A terrifying surge of energy pierced through the air, and they were instantly gripped by an overwhelming dread, gazing incredulously at a figure clad in black that had materialized above them. A great emperor. Chapter 18. 16 million kill value. Assemble the Extermination Sword. Extermination Sword Array. Preparing to flee and no longer wishing to involve themselves, the mountain-moving and carefree clans were engulfed in sheer terror. There stood a figure in black, poised in the air, radiating an extraordinarily potent and fearsome aura. The vigorous blood energy emanating from him bore a formidable pressure that compelled everyone present to tremble uncontrollably. Their expressions shifted dramatically, hearts racing in fear. Even as immortal experts of the 14th realm, before this figure in black, they felt as fragile as fledglings, unable to steady their bodies. What cultivation level was that? What power did he possess? This figure in black was a bona fide emperor. Ancient emperors were each transcendent beings, unparalleled and immortal, dominating an era and leading a generation. They epitomized the pinnacle of cultivation. They represented the aspirations of all cultivators on the path of enlightenment. They were the benchmark, the hope, the embodiment of eternity. No one harbored the desire to become an emperor more than they did. Yet, spanning the vast river of time, traversing the cosmic seas, who could truly be worthy of the title of an ancient emperor? Only a scant few could claim such distinction. Each one was a paragon of unparalleled might, unstoppable and devastating. And now, they found themselves face to face with an emperor of unmatched caliber standing before them. Having arrived, it would be a disservice to the Death God Mountain's renown if they did not taste death at least once. The figure cloaked in black exuded an ethereal presence, an imperial might that was both restrained and formidable. Despite this, none dared to take action against him. From the very moment of his appearance, his aura overwhelmed them entirely. Who were they to challenge a sovereign? Moreover, a sovereign in the prime of life, vibrant and at the zenith of his power. Thud, thud. The sound of several dull thuds echoed as the immortal cultivators from the shifting mountain and carefree lineages knelt before him, abandoning any semblance of dignity or familial pride. Could such notions withstand the weight of their own lives? Most crucially, the impending mystery loomed large. As representatives of ancient clans, they held the future and legacy of their families in their hands. An immortal cultivator was already considered the pinnacle of strength within these ancient families. Losing even one would be a monumental loss. In a struggle between forces, the presence of a single immortal could alter the entire course of battle, instilling hope for rebirth. We, the carefree lineage. We, the shifting mountain lineage. We came to pay homage to the Death God Mountain, drawn by admiration and curiosity, yet inadvertently disturbing the Emperor. We implore the Emperor to grant us a path to survival, with the impending mystery and the looming cataclysm, while we may perish with honor. The younger generations of our clans still require hope. Please, great Emperor, show us mercy. Thud, thud, boom, boom. The ground erupted with deep craters as the immortal cultivators bowed their heads, praying that the black-cloaked Emperor would spare their lives. The Death God Mountain was indeed terrifying. They regretted their visit deeply. They had merely wished to witness the Emperor's scriptures, yet now, losing the ultimate imperial weapon along with their lives seemed all too possible. In the future, the cultivation world would speak of their ancient clans with scorn, branding them as those who offered their heads for a mere glimpse of the imperial weapon. Oh, the horror. Nearby, the immortal cultivators from the Flower Clan and the Suzhou lineage trembled in fear, outraged by the sight of a sovereign's subservience to the Death God Mountain. How could the shifting mountain and carefree lineages so readily kneel without hesitation? The command of their master was absolute. At this proclamation, everyone felt a surge of dread, as if their very souls were laid bare. What was this? A sovereign? A dignified emperor, reduced to being a mere servant of the Death God Mountain? Was there another master above him, perhaps the Lord of the Mountain? The one who could compel even an emperor to submit willingly, claiming servitude, must possess unfathomable power. Could it be an immortal? This revelation left everyone in shock, too terrified to contemplate further. When an emperor declares allegiance to a master, how could it be anything but the truth? In an instant, panic swept through the crowd, akin to a thunderclap, as they lamented their rashness in provoking the Death God Mountain over the emperor's scriptures without fully grasping the situation. Did they seek an early demise? The master, seeing their tireless efforts and the perilous journey they undertook, had given specific orders. A flicker of hope ignited within them. They believed they had a chance at survival. Let us send you off well. With that utterance, it felt as though death itself had tolled a bell. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped them, plunging them into the depths of terror. Some among them even fantasized about reuniting with loved ones below, boasting, "I was killed by the Emperor. You likely never even laid eyes on him. Let us strike together. We shall summon the ultimate imperial weapons." I refused to believe, but before the immortal cultivator from the Flower Clan could finish his words, a mere glance from the black-cloaked Emperor obliterated him. Blood and bone vaporizing into wisps of smoke, dead beyond revival. The Emperor's might was unparalleled. A single glance, a mere movement, left even the most powerful immortal cultivators with no chance to react. Summon the imperial weapon. Swish, swish. The shifting mountain and carefree lineages hesitated no longer. Their resolve solidified. Their adversary had determined to eradicate them, leaving no room for pretense. They steeled themselves, suppressing their fear and despair, exerting every ounce of strength to summon the ultimate imperial weapons in a fleeting moment. In an instant, the ultimate imperial weapons ascended into the sky, their imperial might surging forth. A rod of iron and a feather fan radiated with a resplendent glow, exuding an aura of auspiciousness while unleashing a torrent of lethal energy. Not only the immortal cultivators from the carefree and shifting mountain lineages engaged in the struggle, even those from the Flower Clan and Suzhou lineage summoned their secret powers, channeling their ultimate imperial weapons with all their might. Bang! The resounding clang echoed ominously. The immortal cultivators dared not underestimate the situation, summoning their ultimate imperial weapons against the black-cloaked emperor, yet they failed to notice the very fabric of time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. The black-cloaked emperor strolled leisurely behind them. PSH. 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 The cultivators from the shifting mountain lineage met a swift demise. The members of the Suzhou lineage fared no better. Several immortal cultivators, even those of considerable strength, found themselves struck down before they could even react. No, I cannot perish. To die like this is unacceptable. The remaining cultivators roared in defiance, their pupils constricting in terror, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of the black-cloaked emperor's figure. Bang, bang, bang. Radiance surged forth, and the immortal cultivators coughed up blood, suspended in the air. The combined assault of two ultimate imperial weapons failed to inflict any harm upon the black-cloaked emperor, who effortlessly batted them aside with his bare hands. The might of their weapons dissipated into nothingness. The metallic reverberation rang out like celestial music, an overwhelming sound that left their ears ringing. The emperor was astonishingly powerful. Ha ha ha. Onward, onward, onward. Some immortal cultivators surrendered their will to fight, opening their arms to await the inevitable, their eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. PSH. In an instant, silence and tranquility enveloped the area outside the Death God Mountain. Including the golden dual halberds, the Death God Mountain had now acquired 3 additional ultimate imperial weapons. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1.6 million kill points. Notification. The host may purchase extraordinary divine weapons. Ding dong. The system can recycle ultimate imperial weapons, unlocking the old for new feature. Notification. Recycling 1 ultimate imperial weapon will return to the host 1 extraordinary divine weapon. Within the Death God Mountain, Emperor Yang leaned back in his recliner, feeling invigorated, while the Scarlet Cloud Saintess, Su Yuwei, maintained her sweet smile. This leisurely life made him feel both healthy and long-lived. He communicated with the system, contemplating the old for new exchange. Including the previously acquired Eternal Life Mirror and Star River Umbrella, he had a total of 5 weapons. Ding dong. Notification. The host is returning the compatible exquisite sword array. Would you like to exchange the remaining immortal trapping sword, demon slaying sword, absolute immortal sword, and exquisite sword array? Emperor Yang's lips curled into a smile, fully understanding the situation. Such a system was his favorite. He chose to exchange. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the extraordinary divine weapon, immortal trapping sword. Congratulations, host. You have received the extraordinary divine weapon, demon slaying sword. Congratulations, host. You have received the extraordinary divine weapon, absolute immortal sword. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unparalleled grand formation, the extermination sword array. Chapter 19. The renowned Mount of Death strikes fear across the land. The fallen Holy Spirit emerges. A resplendent golden scripture appears in the sky. The contention ranking reemerges. A grand voice resonates. The 4 ancient families unite, gathering 16 immortal-level powerhouses, journeying to Mount Death to reclaim the supreme imperial weapon for the Hua family, only to meet a tragic demise at the gates of Mount Death. Aside from the Hua family, the 3 other ancient families have transferred ownership of their supreme imperial weapons. Current ranking of Mount Death, 36. The contention ranking reappears. Within Mount Death, Yang Lingyuan is overwhelmed with excitement. These are the ancient families, steeped in millennia of heritage, to jointly deploy 16 immortal-level experts, only to perish on the spot. His brother's methods are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Simultaneously, the profound sense of security he feels brings him great comfort, freeing him from the fear of betrayal. Brother Yang, how are you all so formidable? Su Yuwei exclaims, utterly astonished, knowing only that Emperor Yang Yuan dispatched a cloaked figure. Had it not been for the reappearance of the contention ranking, she would have remained oblivious to the feats of that cloaked figure. He had swept away 16 immortal-level powerhouses. At this moment, her resolve to enter the training chamber strengthens. It's a trivial matter, Yang Diyuan replies with a slight smile, savoring his tea, before turning to Su Yuwei and saying, by the way, spread your legs. I need the bucket. Yang Lingyuan's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. After just a few days of training, you two have developed to this extent? He mutters to himself. Looks like I'm a bit superfluous. Understanding the situation, Yang Lingyuan discreetly steps away, entering the training room to consolidate his cultivation. Su Yuwei's cheeks flush, her face turning crimson as she lowers her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her purple dress. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly asks, Is it now? I can hardly wait. I'm quite impatient. In an instant, Su Yuwei's skirt flares open, revealing a dazzling white light that captures Yang Diyuan's gaze. He nearly spits out his tea, and under the guise of not wanting to miss out, he reaches out to move the wooden bucket beneath Su Yuwei, pouring the tea leaves into it under her astonished gaze. No, that's not it. Su Yuwei's mind momentarily falters. I just wanted the bucket. You go die? Suddenly, a prompt sounds in Yang Diyuan's mind. Ding dong. Su Yuwei's mindset has shifted. Unlocking character emotional value. Name, Su Yue. Admiration value, 70. Emotional bond, love. Identity, daughter of the Crimson Cloud Saint Master and the royal family of Dali, heir of the ancient paths, immortal mountain. Yang Diyuan is taken aback. This system is remarkably human-like. Name, Yang Lingyuan. Admiration value, 100. Emotional bond, kinship. Identity, younger brother of the Lord of Mount Death, orphan of the ancient path. With the reappearance of the golden scripture, discussions resume. News spreads like wildfire, sweeping through major cities, sacred lands, ancient paths, and venerable families. Mount Death is so formidable and domineering. How I admire it. I wonder if Mount Death takes in disciples. Who wouldn't love a mountain lord so protective of their own? With all 16 immortal-level experts slain, the world seems to be descending into chaos. Initially, it was thought that the arrival of the mysterious would lead to a fierce battle, but it now appears that the arrival of the mysterious will thoroughly disrupt Wuji Star. Across the various sacred lands, the leaders of the 9 heavens, Crimson Cloud, Misty Haze, and others are astounded, unable to believe their eyes. And this has only been a few days? The Heavenly Path's contention ranking has continuously surfaced. Undoubtedly, the protagonists are all from Mount Death. It seems as if they slay gods and Buddhas alike, obliterating all obstacles. The leaders of the sacred lands come to a resolution. With Mount Death's current momentum, it is unstoppable. The ability to slay 16 immortal-level powerhouses and seize 3 supreme imperial weapons exceeds what any sacred land's foundation can contend with. Even the ancient families are undeterred. The immortal-level threats appear to kill at will. Their strength and heritage sufficient to demonstrate that Mount Death is the most favored candidate for the impending mysterious event. One wonders if they could leverage this power. Unexpectedly, after Mount Death's strong emergence, our sacred land has become the lowest tier in the quest for the key to immortality. In the extreme path sacred land, the disciples, overwhelmed by the continuous notifications from the Heavenly Path's contention ranking, lose their confidence. The loss of 16 immortal-level powerhouses is staggering, including the Hua family. The extreme path sacred land has already lost 5 imperial weapons. Coupled with the 3 they originally possessed, the situation is already quite alarming. Mount Death has firmly seized control over our extreme path sacred land. We initially thought we could compete, yet Mount Death dares to challenge even the 4 ancient families. The underlying strength and confidence are evident. Does Mount Death not fear these ancient families uniting against them? The impending mysterious event has cast a pall of anxiety over everyone. With Mount Death's overwhelming dominance and tyranny, it is likely to incite resentment among many factions, even among the ancient paths, and may very well be the first to be purged. Inside the Grand Hall, Yuan Su is restless, flanked by numerous elders from the extreme path sacred land. Their expressions grim upon learning the latest news from the Heavenly Path's contention ranking. 16 immortal-level powerhouses, what a force! In the entire Wuji Star, even venturing into the ancient paths, they would not dare to execute such a forceful strike, let alone seize supreme imperial weapons. The various elders are astonished. Yuan Su is equally shocked. As an immortal-level being, he seems to feel the palpable pressure bearing down. The words have come too soon. The extreme path sacred land and Mount Death are now irreconcilable. With the imperial weapons snatched away, even if they set aside all dignity and beg for mercy on their knees, it is uncertain whether Mount Death would spare them. Yuan Su exhales slowly, saying, "There's no need to worry too much. I've already sent word. My senior brothers and sisters have received the message and will be returning from the starry skies." The old fellows inside, upon seeing the news, I sense they can no longer be contained and will awaken early. The elders' faces brighten instantly, their expressions filled with excitement. With this, the extreme path sacred land will see the emergence of over 20 immortal-level powerhouses, along with supreme-level experts guarding the sacred land. This is the foundation of the sacred land. After the meeting, Yuan Su breathes out a sigh of relief, weariness etched across his face. He enters a secret chamber, unleashing hidden powers to isolate everything. Sitting cross-legged, a soul entity shrouded in black mist gradually materializes behind him. The fallen Holy Spirit. After the blood mine appeared years ago, various sacred lands scrambled for it, ultimately being claimed by the extreme path sacred land. Yuan Su had participated in that battle, inadvertently bringing the fallen Holy Spirit along while exploring the immortal soil to repair the imperial corpse. All these years, you have yet to find the 12-winged seraph. To ascend to supreme status, divine king, or even semi-emperor, in such a short time is impossible. Yuan Su states, "I know you have other methods. Let us forge a pact. With your cultivation and body, a single strike will cost a portion of your flesh, and you will emerge victorious." Ancient families. The Hua family. Enraged by the deaths of such formidable immortal-level powerhouses and the announcement of the Heavenly Path's contention ranking, the Hua family, is seething. Not only have they suffered heavy casualties, but their resources are severely depleted, and they have yet to reclaim the supreme imperial weapons. The demise of 16 immortal-level experts at Mount Death is simply too shocking. Upon careful reflection, the profound heritage of the Mountain of Death is truly unfathomable. Prepare the carriage. The clan leader will personally journey to Gusu to relocate the mountain and the lineage of the carefree. In this era, only by uniting can the ancient clans hope to confront the impending mystery of the Mountain of Death and seize the key to transcendence concealed within the divine miracles. Chapter 20. Su Yue ascends to sanctity. The ancient clans of Gusu are in turmoil. The leader of Gusu, an elderly sage, upon learning that his kin ventured to the Mountain of Death, not only lost the supreme imperial weapon, but also suffered the tragic demise of several immortal beings, causing his countenance to pale. The Mountain of Death. The Gusu leader squinted, exuding a formidable aura nearing the 15th realm of supremacy. Just one step away from achieving the ultimate supremacy. The loss of 3 immortal beings has severely depleted the vitality of the Gusu lineage. Such powerful entities are rare among the ancient clans, and losing even one in this era diminishes their combat strength against the forthcoming mystery. It appears that the ancient clans must now band together. Given the might and influence of the Mountain of Death, it is likely that there exists a supreme powerhouse or even a divine king among them. Otherwise, the 16 immortal beings would not have perished so easily, nor would the supreme imperial weapon have been seized. The members of Gusu are in a state of shock, grappling with the gravity of the situation. First the extreme Dao Holy Land, now the ancient clans. To date, only one saintly king from the Mountain of Death has been known to have wreaked havoc in the extreme Dao Holy Land. Initially believed to be at the pinnacle, it is now apparent that the Mountain of Death possesses the might to vanquish immortal beings. The Gusu lineage finds itself in a precarious position, entwined in fate with the Mountain of Death over the imperial scriptures, uncertain of the outcome. Not only is the Gusu lineage shaken, the Mountain Relocation clan and the Carefree clan are equally distressed. The clan leader faces reprimand for the loss of their supreme imperial weapon due to the imperial scripture. He bears the primary responsibility. Enough. The events have transpired, and pursuing accountability is futile. The current situation is dire. The other 3 clans must be contemplating the same course of action to unite in solidarity against the Mountain of Death. In just half a day's time, the representatives of the 4 ancient clans have convened to deliberate. The strength of the Mountain of Death astonishes us. We initially believed the disparity in heritage to be vast, only to realize that the imbalance lies with us. Now, our only option is to band together, as the 4 ancient clans may stand a chance against the Mountain of Death. The representatives concurred, recognizing this resolution as the most prudent and secure course of action. If the supreme imperial weapons of the 4 ancient clans are seized, even if the Mountain of Death does not descend upon us, it would be challenging to fend off other rival forces of equal standing. What are your thoughts? The representative of the Hua clan spoke. The current foundation of the Mountain of Death can only be surmised, but it is clear that there are at least 2 or 3 supreme beings among them. From body forging to energy nurturing, from pill condensation to spiritual veins, from law orifices to treasure organs, from earthly souls to heavenly souls, from nirvana to sanctity, from sagehood to great sagehood, from holy kingship to immortality, to supremacy, to divine kingship, to semi-emperorship, and finally to emperorship. This is nearly indisputable. The immortal beings carrying the supreme imperial weapons not only fell, but also had their weapons seized. Even possessing divine kings and semi-emperors would not be surprising. The critical question is, how many such beings exist? I propose that we activate the heritage of the ancient clans now, preparing for the unknown, for the mystery approaches. And the time is likely not far off. A powerful figure from the Gusu lineage spoke. The current foundation of the Mountain of Death is indeed inscrutable. What we previously stated was merely an inference based on the tragic deaths of the immortal beings. The Mountain of Death may be more formidable than we can imagine, with a foundation deeper and more profound than we realize. We must not grow complacent. All 4 representatives understood that should they falter again, everything would collapse, and they might not even survive to witness the impending mystery. For now, we must remain vigilant, communicating among the 4 ancient clans, guarding against the Mountain of Death while also being wary of incursions from other factions. Days passed in succession. The Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Yue, displayed a notable shift in demeanor, attending to young Diyuan with meticulous care. She could anticipate whether he desired fruit, grapes, or something to occupy his hands. Wishing to enter the training chamber, Su Yue's face lit up with joy, though she forcibly suppressed her excitement, her hands trembling as she feigned nonchalance. How could that be? You know what? You're ill. I am not ill. I am in perfect health. How could this saintess be unwell? She retorted, pouting playfully. Don't want to go? Su Yue's expression transformed into a radiant smile as she cheerfully replied, "Of course I want to go. Considering your tireless efforts over these past days, I shall begrudgingly permit you to enter and have some fun." Oh ho! The Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Yue, joyfully sprang from her spot, even planting a kiss on Yang Diyuan before dashing away, her face flushed with excitement as she dashed towards the training chamber. "I must reach sanctity before the mystery arrives." Su Yue's expression grew solemn, feeling immense pressure. This concerns not only the Scarlet Mist Holy Land, but also the Great Li and the ancient lineage where her grandfather resides. She had no choice in the matter. Such was her destiny, unalterable. Though her family had never forced her into anything, she now understood what she must do in light of the impending mystery, which could potentially ignite a holy war, an immortal conflict, or even a collision of ancient lineages. "Brother, do you have this?" Yang Lingyuan chuckled mischievously, wearing a playful expression, one hand forming a fist as he pointed a finger at Yang Diyuan. "Not yet." Yang Diyuan feigned a stern demeanor. "Who taught you that?" Yang Lingyuan proudly raised his head, brimming with confidence, as if harboring an invincible spirit, pointing to the 12-winged seraph above his shoulder, saying, "She said so. Thus, you should do it sooner rather than later." With that, Yang Lingyuan's expression turned serious. "Brother, the schemes of the underworld are endless, and human hearts are inscrutable and difficult to discern. If humanity is like this, how much more so the other races, whose hearts are bound to differ? Have you forgotten the events that transpired in the extreme Dao Holy Land? Yes, we were brought back to the extreme Dao Holy Land when we were on the brink of death, but the original intent was to turn you into a pawn." Yang Diyuan gazed at Yang Lingyuan, understanding his younger brother's thoughts and convictions, sensing a slight divergence in their views. "Yang Lingyuan, first and foremost, remember this. Sheer martial strength may render one invincible and undefeated, but all beings are equal, and life is precious. A relentless pursuit of slaughter will only cause us to lose our true selves." Yang Lingyuan sighed lightly, nodding as he presented the slumbering seraph to Yang Diyuan. "Brother, I must descend the mountain." Yang Diyuan nodded, having heard Yang Lingyuan express this sentiment multiple times and agreeing with his perspective. A child should be allowed to roam freely. One cannot merely keep them close. Moreover, after reaching sanctity, whether one's heart is steadfast, whether one's mind is tranquil, and whether one's experiences are complete, are all crucial. Solely relying on the training chamber will hinder progress and leave flaws in one's realm. Yang Diyuan consented to Yang Lingyuan's quest for external experience, having imparted all his imperial techniques to him for training and contemplation in the chamber. After some time, once his mastery of the imperial techniques deepens, he would leave with Su Yue. "Brother, there's no need to worry. I have my own matters to attend to. I haven't done anything for myself in the past 20 years, but these last few days, I have felt the tranquility and comfort I deserve. Yet, as the mystery approaches, with beings beyond emperors, how can I afford to be lax?" Yang Lingyuan's eyes widened. "Brother, is it true that emperorship is not the end? With the mystery approaching, does acquiring the key to transcendence merely grant entry to the celestial realm? Perhaps, indeed. Thus, seize the moment to elevate oneself. With brother by your side, you shall always have an unwavering support." Days passed in succession, and the training chamber resonated with a hint of commotion. As Su You's figure materialized, she appeared increasingly ethereal, radiating a dazzling light, her form exquisitely delicate and gracefully proportioned, surrounded by an aura of sanctity. Resembling an otherworldly being descending to the mortal realm, her presence ever more distinguished. Yoho! Su Yue has emerged. With a burst of brilliance, she transformed into a radiant arc, instantaneously appearing before Yang Diyuan, offering an exuberant embrace and a fervent kiss. Startled, Yang Lingyuan shielded his eyes with a finger. "Brother, sister-in-law, you have forged a bond and kept it a secret from me." Yang Diyuan chuckled lightly. "Little brother, on the day I celebrate, I shall never conceal it from you." "Brother, can you celebrate now? I wish to indulge in a feast." Su Yue smiled lightly, her stunning visage illuminated by a radiant smile. "I have attained the sacred realm, yet within the training chamber, the laws of the heavenly Tao are isolated. To fully embody the sanctity, one must endure the baptism of heavenly thunder and comprehend the weight of mortality." Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sea of 81 bolts was brewing. Divine thunder from the ninth heaven converged. The calamity of the 5 elements of the heavenly Tao blossomed. As the young emperor broke through his realm, the rules inscribed by the heavenly Tao began to spread. In an instant, all the sacred grounds and ancient clans were left in astonishment. Has someone else attained sanctity on Death God Mountain? Chapter 21. The reverberation of the sovereign and the emperor. Rumbling. The thunder roared, piercing the heavens, and the sky darkened ominously. Su Yue exuded an extraordinary presence. Her fighting spirit surged to its zenith, her valor rivaling that of Yang Lingyuan. Golden light erupted from her being, as golden veils manifested in the void, enveloping her form, magnificent and invincible. With an indomitable spirit, she seemed capable of obliterating all obstacles. The emperor's imperial body surged forth. Yang Diyuan understood this to be Su Youwei's extraordinary physique, formidable and tyrannical, stemming from the bloodline of the great Li Emperor. Boom! The 81 bolts of thunder effortlessly passed. Following closely, the divine thunder from the ninth heaven and the calamity of the 5 elements of the heavenly Tao descended, rushing forth alongside the young emperor's ethereal form, the true body of the imperial body. As Su Youwei issued a sharp command, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped her. A towering manifestation of law emerging, swift and precise, each movement resonating like thunder, braving the tribulation of thunder while decisively engaging the young emperor's ethereal form. Clang, clang. The sounds resonated deafeningly. The thunderous light was pierced by the golden body of the manifestation, coalescing a drop of golden essence that transformed into a celestial glow, erasing parts of the Tao, dimming the young emperor's ethereal form. Half a day later, Su Youwei's expression was composed yet ecstatic. Unperturbed even in the face of the young emperor. Even when injured, she swiftly recited the scriptures, quickly recovering. With the thunderous baptism, Su Youwei attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, her spirit elevated. 4th stage of the sacred realm. Su Youwei was overjoyed in the training chamber. A single day equates to a decade of cultivation. If she were to openly accept disciples, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon. The various sacred grounds would consequently experience a significant enhancement in quality. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Yang Lingyuan extended his felicitations. Above the 9 heavens, the golden script shone brilliantly. The heavenly Tao competition ranking was online. The Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Youwei, has today stepped into the sacred realm, advancing 4 stages in a single day. Ranking 27th on the comprehensive sacred list. The voice resonated with grandeur, imbued with the weight of history. Unsurprisingly, the heavenly Tao competition ranking stirred yet again. The various sacred grounds were nearly numbed. How many days has it been? The once dormant ranking, after a millennium, suddenly reveals a figure of saintly caliber, successfully stepping onto the sacred list. Not to mention, the ranking is not low, within the top 30. This was indeed astonishing. Many sacred sons and daughters felt a profound sense of defeat. Shouldn't the Scarlet Mist Saintess be at the 7th stage? How could she advance so rapidly? Even if she were to progress, it should be to the 8th stage. In the main hall of the Scarlet Mist Sacred Land, the Scarlet Mist Saint Lord sat cross-legged, her hands forming a lotus seal, radiating a brilliant light as if enveloped in a cocoon of luminescence, surrounded by a pervasive aura of sanctity, the order of rules intertwining. Rippling with runes, faint traces of the great Tao appearing. Little Youwei has stepped into the 10th stage of the sacred realm. The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord's breath caught, her face alight with excitement and astonishment, momentarily stunned, her gaze shimmering with brilliance. It seems she has encountered immense fortune and opportunity. Otherwise, how could I, as her mother, remain unaware of my own daughter's virtues? Yet, upon further reflection, what kind of opportunity could enable little Youwei to progress so rapidly? Even a secret realm at the sacred level would not allow her to leap from the 8th to the 9th stage so easily. The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord found herself perplexed. Little Youwei, barely 2 or 3 years of age, has now attained the 10th stage of the sacred realm. Such cultivation and talent were astonishing. Even throughout the annals of history, not even the young emperor could achieve such a feat. Only legendary figures could reach the 10th stage of the sacred realm in such a brief span. Was it the consumption of imperial medicines that enhanced her qualifications? Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Excluding Yang Lingyuan from Death God Mountain, wait. Was it not said that the path to the extreme Tao sacred land was not far from the Blood Mine Mountain? Could it be that upon hearing of the Blood Mine Mountain being seized, she sought the treasures within the enigmatic source? The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord found herself hesitant to consider this possibility. If her assumptions were correct, then during this time, little Youwei had been residing on Death God Mountain, the very place where even immortals had met their demise. The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord involuntarily held her breath, a chill of cold sweat enveloping her. At least for now, it seemed that little Youwei had not sustained any harm. The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord felt a twinge of anxiety and suddenly pondered, if Death God Mountain were indeed a den of malevolent forces. Had she not been in extreme danger during this time? Coupled with such rapid progress, could it be that she was coerced into practicing dual cultivation? At this juncture, the Scarlet Mist Saint Lord swiftly sent a message to the Great Li Emperor. Unbeknownst to her, the Great Li Emperor was equally astounded. As a father who cherished his daughter immensely, he had long been prepared to step into the underworld at any moment since the day he learned of her arrival in this world. Little Yue was vivacious and reluctant to engage in cultivation. Could such swift progress be a result of seeking quick gains and straying down a misguided path? Suddenly, he sensed a presence, and the projection of his wife appeared before him, as if her true form had descended, perfectly replicated. Little Yue is very likely on Death God Mountain. I am now preparing to employ the extreme Dao Imperial weapon to trace her whereabouts and trajectory. Understood. I will handle this matter. The Scarlet Mist Sacred Land cannot do without you now. The Scarlet Mist Saint Lord's expression turned stern as she admonished, do not act recklessly. After severing the projection, the Emperor exhaled deeply, arranging for a temporary successor to his imperial throne. The recent surge of power from Death God Mountain had alarmed all sacred grounds, and ancient clans had been embroiled in bloodshed. If she truly were on Death God Mountain, he would need to prepare for the worst. Chapter 22. Once again acquiring the extreme Dao Imperial weapon. The undying imperial medicine of the Peach Garden. Preparing to annihilate the extreme Dao Sacred Land. On Death God Mountain, Yang Lingyuan passed by his brother's residence. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed. He vaguely heard the sounds of heavy breathing from Yang Diyuan and the Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Yue. Had the Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Yue, been utterly conquered by his brother? He heard the Scarlet Mist Saintess, Su Yue, exclaiming in a delicate tone, her momentum gradually waning. Outside the door, Yang Lingyuan's heart raced fervently. His elder brother's antics were truly flamboyant. A feeble voice, belonging to the radiant crimson Saintess Su Yue, emerged. In the next moment, Yang Lingyuan beheld Su Yue, her garments somewhat tattered, emerging from within the door, her complexion visibly flushed with a radiant sheen. I didn't hear anything, just passing by, he exclaimed, covering his eyes, his demeanor betraying a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Su Yue was momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about? She had believed that having attained the 4th stage of sainthood, she could finally vent her frustrations from the past few days. Yet, to her astonishment, Yang Diyuan was like an invincible war god, effortlessly overpowering all challengers. Even with her 4th stage of sainthood and the Emperor's dominance physique, along with her inherited bloodline, she had nearly been overwhelmed in their sparring session, her body almost on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Yang Dai merely waved his sleeve nonchalantly, causing her released holy might to dissipate in an instant. He was simply a monster. Just a year prior, Yang Dai's cultivation had been inferior to hers. But now, he soared like a celestial being above the clouds, while she felt as grounded as the soil beneath. The disparity was staggering. Upon reflection, that night in the blood mine, when they subdued the enigmatic black stone, belonging to the 12-winged seraph, Qingqing, was no mere coincidence. It was not due to Qingqing being restrained, but rather a testament to Yang Dai's immense power. Su Yue shook her fist. Little Lingyuan, Lu Yi is my closest friend and confidant. If you dare speak nonsense again, be wary, for I shall whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Yang Lingyuan smiled lightly, unconcerned. Yi is quite mature and has her own opinions. She wouldn't be swayed by your mere words. As for your sister-in-law, before he could finish, Yang Dai flicked him on the head, admonishing, what are you daydreaming about? It was merely a practice session. I wanted her to experience the harshness of reality. Yang Lingyuan pouted, muttering under his breath, we haven't even crossed the threshold, and you're already showing favoritism. Seeing Yang Dai preparing to strike again, Yang Lingyuan swiftly dashed outside. Su Yue shot a furious glare at the two before retreating to her quarters to rest. Yang Lingyuan, turning back, maintained a distance from Yang Dai, fearful of receiving another flick. Brother, I sense that sister-in-law has made significant progress in her cultivation. To be honest, is she perhaps practicing the dual cultivation path? Little brother, have you heard the saying about a whip dipped in cold water and a broomstick stewing meat? On this particular day, Yang Lingyuan prepared to descend the mountain for training. Yang Dai had readied 3 drops of imperial blood for him, which could unleash devastating power in critical moments. Yang Lingyuan nodded earnestly. In recent times, he had immersed himself in the study of various imperial techniques, making substantial progress and yearning to tangibly validate his own strength and combat prowess. Su Yue, somewhat taken aback, teased, what about your brother? Is he truly ready to let me leave this place? Surely, he must feel some reluctance? Well, my brother said we would descend the mountain together. Su Yue glanced toward Yang Dai's residence, a strange, indescribable emotion swelling within her, leaving her feeling empty. Su Yue, you can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? Though he is amusing, humorous, and at times rather irreverent, I'm about to leave. Can I truly remain indifferent, as though nothing has transpired? Perhaps, there exists more than one chasm between us. Together, Su Yue and Yang Lingyuan exited the gates of the Death God Mountain, a swirling vortex of imperial energy manifesting behind them. Yang Lingyuan observed Su Yue glancing back repeatedly, then solemnly remarked, mysteries are on the horizon. All major sacred lands, ancient clans, and traditional sects will exert their utmost efforts. If I am not mistaken, some factions have already begun to awaken their dormant reserves. When divine phenomena manifest, the outcomes will be unpredictable. As a saintess and a figure of Saint Sun caliber, you should be more aware than I of the odds of becoming a pawn in a marriage alliance. Su Yue paused, her demeanor slightly awkward. Typically lively and cheerful, a rare hesitation crossed her features. Before you return to the sacred land to shoulder your responsibilities, you still have the chance to meet my brother, to hold hands, to kiss, to embrace. Yang Lingyuan spoke the truth. Mysteries were indeed approaching, and the myriad races would vie for the key to ascension. A gentle breeze tousled Su Yue's hair, prompting her to turn back, revealing her charming dimples and little tiger teeth once more. I believe that on the day we meet again, my heroic ideal will arrive riding on a rainbow. If I truly become a pawn in a marriage alliance, do you think your brother will show up? Before Yang Lingyuan could respond, Su Yue continued as if in a reverie. His current stature is beyond what I can match. Perhaps a celestial maiden like the Nine Heavens fairy will capture his heart. I once believed myself to be Snow White, but when faced with such circumstances, I wished to be Cinderella, yearning for a moment of favoritism and exception. Ding! Su Yue's admiration value has increased by 20 points. Yang Dai was momentarily taken aback. Combined with previous increments, Su Yue's admiration value had reached a staggering 90. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept upon his lips. His gaze pierced the void, fixating on Su Yue and Yang Lingyuan as they gradually distanced themselves, signaling that it was time for him to take action. Protect my brother. Do not intervene until the moment of life and death is upon us. Off you go. With Yang Dai's words softly spoken, the eyes of the emperor-level battle slaves gleamed with brilliance, as if receiving a command. They respectfully replied, "Yes, master." In the next instant, the cloaked emperor vanished into the void. Ding! Alert! The current training chamber can accommodate 30,000 individuals for concurrent cultivation. Would the host like to allow the existing 30,000 pinnacle battle slaves to enter? Enter. Ding! 30,000 pinnacle battle slaves have entered the training chamber. Congratulations, host. The training chamber's proficiency has increased, capable of manifesting a real-world scenario. Entering battle slaves can reach the level of immortality. Would you like to set the training limit to the pinnacle of the 14th stage of immortality? As the system prompt resonated once more, Yang Dai felt a surge of joy. In his past life, he had perused countless web novels, but he had never encountered a golden finger as accommodating as this. Especially not in his own experience. 30,000 pinnacle immortals, truly a dazzling sight across the entire Wujixing and beyond, into the cosmic expanse. Set. Ding. Setting successful. Alert. Countdown to reach the pinnacle of the 14th stage of immortality, 7 days. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has reached a usage duration of 1 month. The host has received a phase reward gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 pinnacle battle slaves of the emperor level. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme imperial weapon, 9-Dragon Divine Chariot. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal emperor medicine, Peach Tree Garden. Yang Dai was somewhat astonished. The Peach Tree Garden must indeed refer to what he thought it did. And indeed it did. Immortal Emperor Medicine, Peach Tree Garden. Area, 500 acres, 1,000 trees. Description, 1,000 peach trees. Blooming once a day and bearing fruit once a day, capable of reversing vitality. A single tree can prolong life for 5,000 years. This was quite delightful, an immortal medicine. Now, let us speak of Yang Diyuan. This is a boundless source, inexhaustible and unending. One may desire as much as one wishes. Yang Diyuan narrowed his eyes. The extreme Tao sacred land and the 4 ancient families no longer need to exist. It was the extreme Tao sacred land that rendered him powerless, obliterated his prospects, and subjected him to countless humiliations, banishing him to the blood mine. Were it not for the system, he, Yang Lingyuan, would have likely met a tragic end long ago. He would not have enjoyed these tranquil and delightful days within the Death God Mountain. Chapter 23, 30,000 immortal level battle slaves. Tremble, extreme Tao sacred land. Name, Yang Diyuan. Age, 21. Cultivation, half sage. Physique, pure Yang holy body Tao. Imperial techniques, undying scripture, extreme Tao heavenly demon technique, 1,000 blade slash, great void technique. Great sun to Thagata palm, heavenly emperor fist, reincarnation technique. Imperial weapons, extreme Tao heavenly demon armor, extreme Tao heavenly demon halberd, extreme Tao heavenly demon shuttle, human sovereign banner. 9-Dragon divine chariot. Imperial arrays, life and death array, binding array, control array. Peerless divine weapons. Extermination sword, trapping immortal sword, absolute immortal sword, slaughter immortal sword. Peerless Great Array, Extermination Sword Array, Imperial Herbs, Ancient Dao Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, 17 Dao Lotus Seeds. Battle Slaves, 11 at the Emperor level, 100,000 at the Sage level, 10 at the Great Sage level, 30,000 at the Immortal level, Training Room. Kill value, 10 million points. Prestige value, level 0, can be upgraded to level 2. All items in the Prestige System Mall are available for a frenzied zero-cost purchase. Training Room, Peak Immortal level 14, current limit. Occupied territory, Blood Mine. Mountain Gate, Death God Mountain. Yang Diyuan glanced at his attribute panel. The Prestige Mall had reached the conditions to unlock level 2 after the grand disturbance at the Extreme Dao Sacred Land, which turned the Extreme Dao Sacred Land and the ancient family Hua into a laughingstock within the cultivation world. Open the Prestige Mall and upgrade to level 2. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Prestige Mall unlocked. Congratulations, host. Prestige Mall upgraded to level 1. Congratulations, host. Prestige Mall upgraded to level 2. As the system notifications echoed, a panel appeared before Yang Diyuan. Within the System Mall module, there were 2 areas in the upper left corner. One was the System Mall of the city, and the other was the newly unlocked Prestige Mall. With a surge of thought, the Prestige Mall was opened. Everywhere he looked, a dazzling array of goods adorned the shelves. Items of all levels were available, from body forging to the pinnacle of Immortal level. From elixirs and formations to various resources needed by cultivators, everything was present. Furthermore, the prices displayed beneath the products were visibly slashed to 0. All items here could be purchased without limitation. Holy medicines? Come, give me some. Click away to my heart's content. Holy level formations? Bring them to me. 7 days later. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. 30,000 Immortal level battle slaves have all advanced in cultivation. Current cultivation, Peak Immortal level 14. Note, system products are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, capable of concealing heavenly secrets, and do not require tribulation. Battle slaves retain the same combat power. No, the aura of Immortal level 14. Astonishingly, there are so many. The 12-winged seraph, Qing, awakened from her slumber. Since the day she demonstrated her abilities, she had been incapacitated by the backlash, remaining unconscious. Feeling her strength returning, she was met with an unbelievable sight. Throughout the Death God Mountain, countless figures clad in black were all of Immortal level 14. All of them. Qing nearly fainted from shock. Compared to true immortals, she, still in her infancy stage, could not unleash her full potential. Even so, she believed herself to be among the elite in this tiny Wuji star. Now, tears streamed from her eyes in fear, doubting whether she was dreaming, her delicate face paling in astonishment. The Death God Mountain harbors such depth? Ding dong. Prestige Mall zero-cost purchase received. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30,000 sets of Immortal level battle armor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30,000 Immortal level 9 Heavens Dragon Horse mounts. In an instant, the 30,000 Immortal level battle slaves shimmered with golden light as they donned their battle armor and rode upon the resplendent 9 Heavens Dragon Horses, which bore majestic wings. Ding dong. Detecting host's laid-back mentality, the Emperor's secret techniques owned by the host have activated automatic cultivation. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Heavenly Emperor Fist cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Undying Scripture cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Extreme Dao Heavenly Demon Technique cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Thousand Blade Slash cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Great Void Technique cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Great Sun Tathagata Palm cultivated to the flawless realm. Congratulations, host. Reincarnation Technique cultivated to the flawless realm. In an instant, Yang Diyuan felt as though he had received a divine enlightenment. As an emperor, he experienced no rejection in absorbing the memories of various imperial techniques. Each technique's cultivation felt as if inscribed deep within his marrow, akin to a soul imprint, allowing him to comprehend and extrapolate each to its utmost pinnacle. Ding dong. Detecting that 30,000 Immortal level battle slaves have not mastered secret techniques. Should the transmission of imperial techniques occur without side effects or consumption? Transmit. Ding dong. 30,000 Immortal level battle slaves automatically adapt their understanding of imperial techniques to the corresponding realm. In an instant, Yang Diyuan distinctly sensed that the true combat power of the 30,000 Immortal level battle slaves had multiplied several-fold. At that moment, an imperial might surged forth. A resplendent, luxurious, and extravagantly gilded chariot floated in the void. Before it, 9 imperial level divine dragons served as steeds, each one vividly alive, their roars shaking the heavens. Onward, to the extreme Tao sacred land. Chapter 24. The master of Death God Mountain is Diyuan. The shock of the ancient Taoist immortal mountain master. In the xianxia sacred land, Su Yue returned. Upon meeting the saintess, the two young disciples at the mountain gate were astounded. For it was indeed as the rankings had proclaimed. Su Yue had attained saint status. Calculating this, at merely 23 years of age, she had already reached the cultivation level of many elder figures. The most crucial point was that prior to her last departure, the saintess had only just stepped into the 8th level of the heavenly soul. How many days had passed? The saintess Su Yue had broken through 2 significant barriers in succession. Saintly might. The 2 gatekeeping disciples offered their congratulations. No need to feel disheartened. Diligent practice will surely lead you to the saint realm in the near future. The 2 disciples nodded earnestly, holding Su Yue in even greater respect. Individuals of her caliber, who were so approachable, were exceedingly rare. Saintess, do take care. Su Yue felt a surge of delight and excitement within her, as she observed the astonished expressions etched upon the faces of those around her. This sensation was utterly invigorating, a feeling she had never experienced before, prompting her to indulge in a moment of self-satisfaction. In the crimson twilight martial arena, a group of disciples diligently practiced, their figures flickering like shadows amidst the cacophony of shouts echoing in the air. Many disciples, their gazes fixated, displayed expressions of awe and envy as they beheld the saintess. Su Yue nodded slightly, clearing her throat with exaggerated formality, adopting an air of maturity beyond her years. With her hands clasped behind her back, she proclaimed, "Where is the holy son, Shi Yunlei? Sister." Upon receiving news from his followers, Shi Yunlei swiftly emerged from his secluded cultivation chamber, racing towards the arena. He could sense the tension in the air as the disciples collectively held their breath. The saintess was about to assert her authority. A palpable aura of sanctity emanated from her being. In such a brief span of time, Su Yue had indeed reached the 10th stage of sanctity. Among her contemporaries, the holy sons and daughters typically hovered between the pinnacle of the 7th stage and the 8th stage. Yet now, Su Yue had directly ascended to the realm of sanctity, rendering her virtually unrivaled among her peers. What extraordinary fortuity had she encountered during this time that brought about such a remarkable transformation? Sister, congratulations are in order. Shi Yunlei commended her, concern threading through his voice. Master has been quite worried about you lately. Su Yue replied, there will be time for reminiscing later. Let us hasten. After our sparring session, I shall seek out mother. Shi Yunlei's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively stepped back. If you intend to strike me, just say so. Su Yue chuckled playfully, her aura of sanctity radiating around her as she moved with swiftness and grace, leaving traces of profound symbols in the air. Boom. Shi Yunlei's eyes sharpened as he anticipated her move, summoning forth the crimson twilight divine flame. A terrifying blaze erupted, engulfing the arena in an instant. Many spectators widened their eyes in shock, bewildered by the sudden spectacle. Had they not retreated in time, they would have surely been caught in the conflagration. With a sharp crack, the crimson twilight divine flame was cleaved apart, dissipating into nothingness. Shi Yunlei was sent reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting as he exhaled deeply, accepting his defeat with grace. Thank you, sister, for your mercy. You have truly entered the realm of sanctity. The stark contrast between their realms weighed heavily upon him, bringing forth waves of frustration and a sense of inadequacy. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the pressure was still overwhelming. By the way, where have you been all this time? You didn't truly go to the blood or mountain, did you? Su Yue shot him a glare, recalling the incident with the 12-winged seraph. How can you even ask? If it weren't for my exceptional luck, I could have perished at the hands of such a formidable being in the immortal realm. Shi Yunlei gasped, realizing the gravity of her words. Had it not been for Su Yue's restraint at a critical moment, he might have met with a disastrous fate. You were trying to kill your senior brother, weren't you? Before Su Yue could respond, a graceful figure suddenly emerged in the arena, seemingly traversing the void, revealing herself to be the crimson twilight sovereign. Mother! Before Su Yue could utter another word, she found herself hoisted like a chick, appearing in the main hall of the Crimson Twilight Palace. The expression on the Crimson Twilight Sovereign's face was exceedingly grim as she conjured a powerful ruler in her hand. Su Yue's countenance paled in fear, her sanctity surging as she narrowly evaded her mother's impending strike aimed at her rear. The aura of sanctity, infused with elements of the Tao, caused the Crimson Twilight Sovereign's enchanting eyes to widen in astonishment. The saint ranking was indeed no fabrication. Her daughter had truly become a formidable force at the 10th stage of sanctity. Mother, please don't. Su Yue pleaded. If you strike me, I will seek out father. Do you think that will be of any help? It must be. My father has tough skin. If you strike him, you cannot strike me. Moreover, He actually enjoys it when you do. The Crimson Twilight Sovereign's expression darkened as she probed her daughter's being, questioning the opportunities that had led her to such rapid advancement. The Sovereign's astonishment deepened. Su Youwei's physical constitution was remarkably impressive, and her foundation was indeed solid. This was not a case of hastily pushing growth. She had genuinely reached the 10th stage of sanctity: body forging, chi nurturing, dan condensation, spiritual meridians, law apertures, treasure organs, earth essence, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sanctity, sagehood, great sagehood, saintly kingship, immortality, supremacy, divine kingship, semi-emperorship, and emperorship. Remarkably, there's a lingering essence of imperial medicine. The Crimson Twilight Sovereign's expression became increasingly peculiar and shocked. Imperial medicine was a treasure even among the great holy lands, not easily utilized. Yet, Su Youwei exuded an overwhelming aura akin to one who had truly consumed it. Indeed, it's impressive, isn't it? I discovered a secret realm akin to a peach blossom spring, where sacred medicines grew like vegetables, and ancient tea trees of enlightenment flourished. The villagers were exceedingly hospitable, treating me as their honored guest. The Crimson Twilight Sovereign appeared skeptical. Speak plainly. Mother, can you not comprehend? The Sovereign's expression shifted multiple times as she brandished the ruler, transforming the strands of Tao into tangible bindings that ensnared Su Youwei. 3 days without punishment will have you tearing down the roof, and 2 days without reprimand will leave you languishing. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, clad in dragon robes, his gaze piercing like a divine lamp. Exuding an extraordinary presence filled with immense dragon energy, he advanced with confidence, ready to intercept the descending ruler. My esteemed wife, there is no need for such measures. This figure was none other than the Emperor of Dali, Su Youwei's father. Father, save me. I have entered the realm of sanctity. Yet mother treats me like a child. The Emperor of Dali offered a reassuring glance, patting the back of the Crimson Twilight Sovereign. Calm down, my dear. You mustn't let yourself become upset. What if you harm your health? Su Youwei's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment. Father what? Do not call me that. If you provoke your mother, you'll end up begging on the streets. Quickly explain where you have been all this time. Su Youwei replied, the blood or mountain. Instantly, both the Crimson Twilight Sovereign and the Emperor of Dali's expressions shifted dramatically. They had already received news that the blood or mountain had been occupied prior to the union of the extreme Tao Holy Land and the ancient family, the Hua clan. According to the Tao competition rankings, it was already within the domain of the god of Death Mountain. The Emperor of Dali's pupils narrowed slightly as he sensed his daughter's condition and received a telepathic message from his wife confirming her well-being. No worries. Her constitution is excellent. She has reached the 4th stage of sanctity. The Emperor's heart surged with joy. His daughter was no ordinary being. Alas! The Crimson Twilight Sovereign's face darkened as she twisted the Emperor's ear, exclaiming, is this the focal point? What kind of existence is the god of Death Mountain? Both were engulfed in shock. The god of Death Mountain had previously caused both the extreme Tao Holy Land and the ancient family to suffer significant losses. They had even seized 5 extreme Tao imperial weapons. The combined forces of 16 unparalleled beings in the immortal realm had failed to reclaim them. At present, all the holy lands were filled with trepidation, unwilling to become embroiled in the aftermath, while simultaneously horrified by the god of Death Mountain's insatiable ambition. The mysterious entity had emerged with great force, shocking the holy lands, leaving them puzzled regarding its true intentions. If it sought the key to immortality. Most crucially, how had Su Youwei achieved the 10th stage of sanctity within the god of Death Mountain, returning unscathed without paying any price? Surely, such good fortune could not exist. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Little Youwei, quickly recount your experiences at the god of Death Mountain, or else your mother will take it out on your father. Su Youwei pouted and began to elucidate, clarifying the entire sequence of events. What? You mean to say that the Lord of the Death God Mountain is Yang Diyuan? The very same Yang Diyuan who was cast aside by the Extreme Path Holy Land. Stripped of his identity and cultivation, the Lord of Xianxia and the Emperor of Dali widened their eyes in disbelief. Following the tumultuous events at the Extreme Path Holy Land, the ancient aristocratic families had suffered a continuous deluge of bloodshed. Not only had they incurred significant losses in their foundations, but they had also lost the Extreme Path imperial weapons. And as for Yang Diyuan, his utmost potential was merely that of a false holy son of the Extreme Path Holy Land. Considering that his cultivation had been rendered null, how could he possibly regain his strength in such a short span of time and establish a colossal force like the Death God Mountain? The resources at his disposal were surely comparable to, if not surpassing, those of the major holy lands and ancient families. Honestly, you do not believe me when I speak the truth, and you still doubt me even when I lie. If you wish to take advantage of this moment to give me a beating, just say so. Otherwise, once I ascend to the status of a Saint King, you will find it impossible to lay a hand on me. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows flitted through the air, materializing within the room. Leading the group was a robust middle-aged man, flanked by 3 elderly figures with white hair, their realms evidently at the 14 stages of immortality. Father, I greet all esteemed uncles. The Saint Lord and the Emperor of Dali bowed respectfully. No worries, my little granddaughter. Grandfather is here to support you. Having already ascended to sainthood, what is there to fear? Rest assured, you are the saintess of the Xianxia Holy Land, the beloved daughter of the Emperor of Dali, and the heir of my immortal mountain. Who would dare to harm you? Suyue blinked and responded, Grandfather, what if it concerns the Death God Mountain? The others were taken aback. Granddaughter, have you truly been at the Death God Mountain during this time? The Lord of the Immortal Mountain expressed astonishment. His granddaughter had not only entered sainthood, but had done so at the 4th tier. Such talent was exceedingly formidable within the entirety of the Wujixing, with a future that was boundless. At her age, she could be compared to the youthful emperors of antiquity. Sit down, do not rush. The Lord of the Immortal Mountain chuckled lightly. My dear granddaughter, not only have you been unharmed at the Death God Mountain, but you have also obtained a chance to break through. As far as I know, the brothers Yang Diyuan should also have joined the Death God Mountain, right? Su Yue shook her head and said, Grandfather, your statement seems to conflate concepts. The 2 brothers are indeed members of the Death God Mountain, but Yang Diyuan is the current lord of the Death God Mountain. Chapter 25, Looking Down Upon the Extreme Path Holy Land. On the eve of the annihilation of the Extreme Path Holy Land, the lord of the Death God Mountain, Yang Diyuan, what a jest. In an instant, everyone in the main hall was struck dumb. How could this be possible? The Death God Mountain was currently exceedingly powerful. Even the Extreme Path Holy Land and the ancient families dared to confront it, unafraid of its resources. The present Death God Mountain even possessed the capability to slay experts of the immortal realm and seize the Extreme Path Imperial weapons. Although verification was elusive, they could firmly assert that the origins of the Death God Mountain undoubtedly lay within the ancient lineage, with a legacy spanning nearly 100,000 years. Otherwise, such a series of events that shook the Wujixing could not have transpired. The uproar at the Extreme Path Holy Land had turned it into a laughingstock in the cultivation world. With the 4 major ancient families drenched in blood and 16 unparalleled experts of the immortal realm meeting their demise, the Lord of the Immortal Mountain could guarantee that, even among the various ancient lineages, facing 16 unparalleled experts of the immortal realm would warrant respect and would not easily provoke enmity. Such actions would incite public outrage. If they united, the situation would become exceedingly unstable. The notion that the Lord of the Death God Mountain is Yang Diyuan was simply unfathomable to them. They could not believe that the Death God Mountain could spill the blood of 16 unparalleled experts of the immortal realm. Did Yang Diyuan truly possess a trump card that surpassed even the immortal realm? Most crucially, everything hinged upon one's own strength. In the Wujixing, the might of one's fist was the ultimate truth and the very essence of all principles. If Yang Diyuan truly held dominion over the Death God Mountain, what level of cultivation and power did he possess? The disparity between the 2 was too vast. The Lord of Xianxia and the Emperor of Dali were even more skeptical. Father, this child continues to jest so heartily, a habit you have indulged, the Emperor of Dali remarked with a serious expression. If Yang Diyuan is indeed the Lord of the Death God Mountain, then we might as well abandon our cultivation. What kind of fortuitous encounter could possibly endow him with the power to obliterate unparalleled experts of the immortal realm? The Lord of the Immortal Mountain raised his eyes and replied, Is Yang Lingyuan, like you, an ascendant of the Saint Realm? What do you base this on? He believed that an 18-year-old ascendant of the Saint Realm would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. Moreover, as a disciple of the Death God Mountain, should a union occur, they could not only befriend a youthful prodigy, but also advance alongside the Death God Mountain. Well, grandfather, you might as well put away your calculations. Yang Lingyuan already has a beloved in his heart, Su Yue interjected. That is indeed a small regret, the Lord of the Immortal Mountain mused. Yang Diyuan should also be a disciple of the Death God Mountain, having joined after seizing the Blood Mine Mountain, yet his talent is nowhere near that of Yang Lingyuan. The Lord of the Immortal Mountain speculated, for Yang Lingyuan had already been proclaimed on the saint list, while Yang Diyuan had remained in obscurity. Who would believe him to be the Lord of the Death God Mountain? Suddenly, a figure entered the grand hall. It was the Xianxia Holy Son, Shi Yunlei. Saint Lord, our scouts have uncovered news that the Death God Mountain is making moves. Shi Yunlei was momentarily taken aback before bowing to the Emperor of Dali. The Death God Mountain is about to act? Instantly, everyone present was stirred. The Death God Mountain was currently exceedingly formidable. A single strike from them would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. What are the details? The Lord of Xixiao inquired. According to our scouts, the Death God Mountain has unveiled a golden war chariot of the extreme path imperial weapon level, accompanied by numerous black-clad unparalleled experts of the immortal realm, their target being the extreme path Holy Land. Furthermore, the scouts also learned that the four major ancient families, Hua, Gusu, Xiaoyao, and Banshan, had banded together due to the loss of the extreme path imperial weapons. Under such circumstances, the Death God Mountain still dispatched personnel, seemingly intent on jointly annihilating the extreme path Holy Land. The crowd's pupils constricted. The extreme path Holy Land. The four major ancient families. This was a scheme to capture them all in one fell swoop. Such audacity and confidence were unparalleled, akin to waging war against 5 holy lands simultaneously. What kind of foundation did the Death God Mountain possess to dare undertake such tyrannical actions? It was simply unfathomable, leaving them in disbelief. This matter was of utmost importance. Should the Death God Mountain launch an assault, the extreme path Holy Land might still have a fighting chance, especially since it had recently revived its resources. And the extreme path Yuanshu was an unparalleled expert of the immortal realm, with his fellow disciples seemingly returned from the starry sky battlefield. The Emperor of Dali's gaze was grave. This battle would solidify the current standing of the Death God Mountain. The Lord of the Immortal Mountain stood tall, and the 3 unparalleled experts of the immortal realm behind him spoke. Mountain Lord, shall we investigate? The Death God Mountain is forceful and ferocious, yet our understanding of its foundations is utterly lacking. We must ascertain this. Our immortal mountain should also prepare in advance. This is inevitable, the Lord replied. The mysterious forces are approaching, and it is not solely the holy lands and ancient families that are involved. Even the ancient lineages are fully mobilizing. It is said that during the era of the Emperor's fall, the ancestors of the extreme path Holy Land had ties with the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. We cannot know if they will take action this time. Su Yue was taken aback. The status and level of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace transcended that of the Holy Lands, with a legacy and inheritance exceeding 10,000 years. For an exceedingly long time, the ancient paths of the Orthodox sects have refrained from engaging in conflict. However, the latent power that has been dormant must undoubtedly culminate in a magnificent display as the mysterious approaches. A tremor resonates throughout the realms. Various sacred lands, including the Jiuxiao Sacred Land and the Xianxia Sacred Land, have received intelligence from external scouts. The Death God Mountain has made its move. For the first time, it has launched an all-encompassing offensive, seemingly intent on obliterating the extreme path Sacred Land while sparing no effort against the 4 ancient clans. It aspires to conquer on this very day. The Jiuxiao Sacred Lord is filled with horror and trepidation. What kind of assurance and confidence does the Death God Mountain possess to simultaneously besiege 5 formidable powers? The awakened potential within the sacred lands is astounded at this moment. Even those as formidable as the unparalleled beings of the undying realm are taken aback. The previous generation of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land feels an instinctive foreboding, sensing that the Death God Mountain intends to ignite a divine battle today. Simultaneously, within the Xianxia Sacred Land, a wave of agitation sweeps through. Upon receiving the news, a secret meeting is convened. The current Death God Mountain has become a force that instills apprehension across the various sacred lands. The Extreme Path Sacred Land has already lost face and suffered losses of Extreme Path Imperial artifacts, which serves as undeniable proof. Yuan Su gazes upon the figures before him and declares, "Brothers and sisters, this time, we of the Extreme Path Sacred Land must exert our utmost efforts. The revived potential, along with our esteemed elders, must take action. The Death God Mountain dares to oppress us and seize our Extreme Path Imperial artifacts. We must acknowledge their strength. But let it be known that the Extreme Path Sacred Land is not easily trifled with. Within the Grand Hall, the assembled figures exude formidable prowess, their murderous intent and battle fervor palpable. The Extreme Path Sacred Land has become a laughingstock within the cultivation realm, stripped of dignity and bearing the loss of imperial artifacts. They find themselves at odds with the Death God Mountain, caught in a life and death struggle. Rest assured, junior brother Yuan Su, one elder assures, I have already reached the Supreme 15 realm, and with the presence of several Undying Realm disciples. We initially anticipated that our return to battle would coincide with the arrival of the mysterious forces. Little did we expect the emergence of such a formidable entity as the Death God Mountain. Fear not, for our Extreme Path Sacred Land has entered a comprehensive state of readiness, with our disciples united in a common cause, their fighting spirit aflame. Within the hall, a cadre of ancient beings, akin to living fossils, awaken from their slumber, their strength still formidable. Even though their essence has waned and their vitality diminished, they can still muster peak combat power a few times. Greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts. The undying realm powerhouses present pay their respects to these venerable elders. With these ancient stalwarts at the helm, they possess the confidence to confront the Death God Mountain head-on. They boast at least supreme-level combat prowess, with some reaching the Half-Emperor and Divine King realms. Yuan Su states, according to intelligence reports, the Death God Mountain has mobilized, and many forces are shaken, preparing to confront us directly at the Extreme Path Sacred Land. An elder of fossilized stature taps his cane, declaring, since the Death God Mountain has arrived, we shall fight to the bitter end, ensuring they have no chance of return. Suddenly, a wave of imperial might circulates and ascends through the air. Outside the Extreme Path Sacred Land, the void is pierced, revealing a chariot adorned with flowing golden mist, ascending with imperial aura, approaching the realm. Two figures clad in black serve at its side. Within the chariot sits an individual of great significance. 9 resplendent dragons, their bloodlines surging with power, emit a resonant roar, causing the entire Extreme Path Sacred Land to tremble. What? They dare to utilize the Extreme Path Imperial artifacts as their chariot. The two black-clad figures are indeed from the Death God Mountain. They are the same individuals who previously wreaked havoc upon our Extreme Path Sacred Land, incapacitating the Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, and the Sacred Lord, along with numerous elders. The disciples are thrown into a state of panic. Those at the level of the Holy King wielded 3 Extreme Path Imperial artifacts and, prior to the revival of our potential, could have easily slaughtered their way through this place. They not only turned the Extreme Path Sacred Land into a subject of ridicule, but they also killed the Sacred Lord and incapacitated the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. After seizing the Imperial artifacts, they departed with ease. Since that day, the Extreme Path Sacred Land has been rendered a laughingstock, its dignity utterly shattered. They have come. The audacity of the Death God Mountain is staggering. Do they truly intend to annihilate our Extreme Path Sacred Land? Today, let us ensure they have no chance of return, becoming the souls and corpses beneath our feet. Chapter 26. The 9 Dragons Pull the Chariot. The shock of the Extreme Path Sacred Land. Outside the Extreme Path Sacred Land, from afar, ripples of space quake as the void is breached, and figures conceal their auras, hiding within the ether. Among them stand the Sacred Lord of the Xianxia Sacred Land and several elders. Beside them, the greatly Emperor stands with arms folded, flanked by the Patriarch of the Undying Mountain. Simultaneously, the 3 Undying Realm powerhouses from the Undying Mountain fixate their gazes intently. Extreme Path Imperial Artifacts. Reports indicate that the Death God Mountain possesses 3 additional Imperial artifacts, which were used on the day it appeared at the Extreme Path Sacred Land. And there may be yet more, including the 4 artifacts from the ancient clans and 1 from the Extreme Path Sacred Land. That totals 9 Extreme Path Imperial artifacts. At this moment, even the unparalleled beings display astonished expressions. Based solely on what they know, the Death God Mountain's foundation is undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, it may even surpass the power of the Undying Mountain, a bastion of the ancient orthodoxy. What is the true origin of the Death God Mountain? To possess such profound depth? The Patriarch of the Undying Mountain feels a tremor within his heart as the mountain leader. He is among the few in the ancient orthodoxies who stand just below the Divine King realm. Yet, he perceives the Death God Mountain as unfathomably deep, akin to a slumbering giant dragon. No, the dragon pulling the chariot emits imperial might. Could it be a half-emperor of the demon race? The Patriarch's eyes widen in shock, a sense of dread filling his heart. Upon uttering these words, the greatly Emperor, the Xianxia Sacred Lord, and the gathered Xianxia elders are left aghast. A half-emperor's presence. The 9 dragons pulling the chariot. Who sits within that vehicle? What kind of existence could compel a demon half-emperor to pull their chariot? Such overwhelming dominance. All present hold their breath in awe. Having initially overestimated the Death God Mountain, they now realize their prior assessments were utterly insufficient. Those 2 black-clad figures. How inscrutable they are. The Patriarch of the Undying Mountain feels his breath quicken. As a near emperor, he finds his soul trembling merely from instinctual perception, sensing an overwhelming aura of impending demise. Should he attempt to probe further with his divine sense, he believes he may even meet his end. Does the other party possess the ability to annihilate and subjugate those of the Divine King realm? If a demon half-emperor is merely a charioteer, then those 2 black-clad attendants must be at the peak of half-emperor strength, poised to ascend to true emperor status at any moment. Should they transcend their mental constraints, they would surely have become emperors already. The Patriarch of the Undying Mountain dares not entertain such thoughts, breaking out in a cold sweat. He immediately whispers a warning. From this moment forth, let us not speak recklessly, nor engage in whispered discussions. We must distance ourselves further. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shift dramatically. They understand that the words of this ancient authority, a figure of immense power, carry weight, should he utter such a caution. The figure from the Death God Mountain must be beyond compare. The Xianxia Sacred Lord and the Great Li Emperor perceive the fear reflected in each other's eyes and retreat 1,000 miles back, observing from a distance. Even at this range, with their current cultivation levels, they can still clearly discern the situation within the extreme path sacred land. In the distance, the Yinxia Sacred Land, Jiuxiao Sacred Land, and others have also arrived, all comprised of sacred lords and some highly skilled cultivators from within their sacred domains. As the venerable figure of the unfading mountain master emerged, a wave of astonishment swept through my heart. We must retreat. That individual hails from the realm of the near imperial, a being of divine royalty. There must be substantial reasoning behind this occurrence. We should not draw too close, lest we invite unforeseen calamity upon ourselves. The Holy Master of the Mist and the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens spoke in succession. At this moment, within the hallowed grounds of the Supreme Path Sacred Land, Yuan Su and a host of senior brothers and sisters soared forth from the main hall, their formidable auras unfurled. Bolstered by the presence of the unparalleled powers of the unfading 14 realms, instilling a sense of reassurance among the disciples of the sacred land. Fear not, for today, these ancient beings, relics of a bygone era, stand guard for you younger generations. I am eager to witness the celestial might of the Death God Mountain, which dares to obliterate a lineage such as ours. An elder made his voice heard, his tone a blend of authority and mockery. Yuan Su ascended into the air, his fellow brothers and sisters accompanying him, confronting the chariot that exuded an imperial aura. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Yuan Su, sword upon his back, declared, it was you who once proclaimed the intention to annihilate our supreme path sacred land, yet your demeanor today does not suggest a desire for battle. Could it be that you wish to return our imperial weapon? Nonsense. Have you lost your senses? Or perhaps indulged too much? How have you grown so bold? My mountain master is a being of action, capable of eradicating your trifling sacred land with but a flick of the wrist. In a mere instant, you could be reduced to ashes. With a wave of his sleeve, the heavens could be turned upside down. A gaggle of oblivious wretches, kneel and pay your respects. For the sake of your sincere repentance, my mountain master may show mercy and expedite your reunion with your kin in the underworld. The 12-winged seraph, undeterred, retorted fiercely. In an instant, the faces of the unfading 14 realms supreme powers darkened, as if they had consumed something distasteful, their expressions grim with anger. The audacity of the Death God Mountain is astonishing. Even the ancient figures stationed below felt their ire rise at this blatant affront. Having lived to their advanced age, maintaining their dignity was paramount. Now, with the Death God Mountain brazenly encroaching upon their honor, it felt as if they had been smeared with filth. Yuan Su, no need for further words, eliminate him. Let the cultivation world and humanity know that our supreme path sacred land is not to be trifled with. A junior brother of Yuan Su bellowed, radiating the oppressive aura of the unfading realm, brandishing a massive staff as he charged forth. Junior brother, Yuan Su's heart tightened, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The cloaked figure merely raised a hand to point. In that moment, a streak of radiant light flashed, so swift that none present had the time to react. A chilling sound echoed as the body of the unfading 14 realms supreme power was pierced through, his head exploding into fragments. His form was assailed by interwoven principles, torn asunder and obliterated. Junior brother, the anger of the unfading 14 realms powers surged, their eyes reflecting sorrowful fury. Below, the disciples of the supreme path sacred land stared wide-eyed, their spirits struck as if by a great hammer. Tremors coursed through them, as if electrified. This was utterly astounding. Above them loomed the unparalleled powers of the unfading 14 realms. Yet, with a mere flick of a finger, the cloaked figure of the Death God Mountain had slain one so formidable, such overwhelming might. This was a being of the unfading 14 realms, a pinnacle of power among the sacred lands. The brothers and sisters of Yuan Su had just returned from the starry battlefield, their combat prowess immense. Yet, before this cloaked figure, they were akin to children, effortlessly crushed. Who, then, is this cloaked figure? What strength does he possess? Could he perhaps be a half-imperial? The seniors of Yuan Su were struck with dread, their scalps tingling. They had witnessed the deadly strike, yet the disparity was too great. There had been no chance to evade. If they were in his place, they too would have been unable to dodge that attack. Yuan Su clenched his fists, murderous intent igniting in his eyes, yet a voice echoed within him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his gaze alight with joy. It was the 12-winged seraph. Such a potent aura. The principles within him were refined, his every motion conveying both simplicity and profoundness, as if he were an ordinary person. He had transcended the near-imperial realm, at the very least achieving the status of half-imperial. Below, the ancient beings, the relics of the past, possessed keen insight, discerning the gravity of the situation. Evidently, the Death God Mountain is not to be trifled with. Young ones, stand back. Let us old relics take the lead. You are the legacy of the sacred land. The future. The ancient figures of the Supreme Path's sacred land prepared to act, despite their hunched forms, emanating a terrifying brilliance and aura. Each was formidable, many on par with divine royalty, and one even approaching the half-imperial realm. Suddenly, a voice filled with amusement and mockery emanated from within the chariot. Many disciples of the Supreme Path's sacred land recognized it with a start. Their expressions shifted as realization dawned upon them. It was Yang Diyuan. The voice was eerily reminiscent of his. No, that cannot be. He had been stripped of his power and status. How could he have such fortune? Even if he regained his abilities, he could not possibly be so formidable. Hua Yulan, scarred and fierce of countenance, lost herself upon hearing this. She shook her head in anger, declaring it impossible. Impossible. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and she could not suppress her thoughts. Yet, deep down, she knew that no amount of self-deception could change the truth. This was indeed Yang Diyuan, once a mere pawn, stripped of his identity and abilities, exiled to the blood mines. He had plummeted from grace. She had even dispatched disciples to slay him in those mines. But now, Yang Diyuan not only survived, but had transformed, becoming part of the Death God Mountain. Seated within the chariot of the Supreme Path's imperial weapon, with 9 divine dragons as charioteers, and flanked by 2 formidable cloaked figures of astonishing prowess, this was nothing short of ironic. The one she once viewed as mere dirt beneath her feet had evolved to such heights, the chasm now insurmountable. It was not Yang Diyuan who had changed. It was she, Hua Yulan. Yang Diyuan. Yang Diyuan. Beside her, the true instigator of her plight, Yu Linfeng, seethed with uncontrollable rage, unable to contain his fury. He could not believe that the very Yang Diyuan he had once incapacitated was now the source of all his woes. The wedding of that day had been orchestrated by Yang Diyuan. Even amidst the ensuing chaos, he remained oblivious to the true perpetrator. Damn it, Yang Diyuan. I refuse to believe you have attained such heights. Perhaps you have merely caught the eye of the elders of the Death God Mountain, avenging your grievances. I will never accept that you have regained your power. With that, the cloaked figure moved with astonishing speed. In a breathtaking moment, the formidable array of the extreme Tao sacred land was shattered, scattering rays of light in all directions as the vibrant hues exploded forth. Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng were struck with sheer astonishment, realizing they had been seized by the enigmatic figure clad in black. No, I have resumed my cultivation. How can this happen to me? Simultaneously, the unparalleled powers of the immortal realm within the extreme Tao sacred land were jolted into action. Chapter 27. With a mere flick of a finger, they slaughtered extraordinary beings as though they were mere livestock. The final vestiges of the Emperor's corpse. Boom. The figure in black struck. The protective array of the extreme Tao sacred land crumbled under the force. Fierce and unyielding, dominantly powerful. Right before the eyes of numerous immortal-level experts, he captured Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng effortlessly. The two were engulfed in terror, overwhelmed by an unexplainable shock. Yang Diyuan, it is truly you. Hua Yulan gasped in disbelief, a fleeting look of dazed horror crossing her disfigured face. Yu Linfeng was equally incredulous, nearly losing his mind at the sight of Yang Diyuan. Since that fateful day, he had not only lost his cultivation, everything had crumbled. He was also burdened with the infamous title of the Green Hat Saint Body, a source of endless torment and fury. He longed to obliterate the mountain of death. Fortunately, the techniques imparted by his master, the Sunflower Secret Manual, along with a mysterious substance gifted by his mentor, not only restored him to his former glory, but even elevated him to the pinnacle of the 8th realm. He was aware that this was a forbidden art, yet he had no other choice. What of those without a consort? He aspired to become the unparalleled champion of his generation. Yet now, the truth was laid bare before him. The mastermind behind these events was none other than Yang Diyuan. At this moment, even the extraordinary beings of the immortal realm felt a profound sense of despair and helplessness as they witnessed the sheer power that could annihilate them in an instant. What are your thoughts now? Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng were left in a state of resignation and despair. It is you. Why must it be you? Why? Why have you treated me this way? We were once fellow disciples. After your exile to the blood mines, I sought to end your suffering, ensuring you would not become a monster tainted by the curse of deception. You disregard my kindness and turn against me. Is that it? In response to Hua Yulan's furious outcry, the 12-winged seraphim delivered a series of resounding slaps across her face. How dare you, a harbinger of destruction, speak with such righteous indignation? Yang Diyuan smirked slightly. The 12-winged seraphim's actions were tinged with a desire to appease. Fearing a return to the mountain of death, where he might roast them alive, The mere mention of barbecue sent shivers down the spines of the 12-winged seraphim, causing them to wilt under pressure. Kill them, Yang Diyuan commanded. At his words, the imprisoned Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng were struck with terror. Master, save me. With a sickening splatter, two clouds of crimson mist erupted. Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng met their demise. In their final moments, the despair in their eyes was beyond verbal expression. They could scarcely believe that the shadowy hand behind their death was the very Yang Diyuan they had long forgotten. Hua Yulan and Yu Linfeng lay lifeless, and the extraordinary beings of the immortal realm were consumed by rage. Those who had regained their cultivation, the living fossils of power, were seething with fury. The air was thick with murderous intent. As the conflict erupted, two black-clad emperors received their orders. Instantly, their imperial might surged forth, sweeping across the entirety of the extreme Tao sacred land. What? The imperial might was overwhelming. They were no mere half-emperors. They were true, authentic emperors. In an instant, all present were shaken to their core. The earlier black-clad figures had concealed their aura, making them imperceptible, but now, as the black-clad emperors unleashed their power, the pressure sent everyone into a state of panic, their hearts quaking with fear. An emperor, not just one, but several. They were truly responding to Yang Diyuan's commands. Beside them, Yuan Su wore a look of astonishment. Years ago, he had brought back Yang Diyuan, fabricating a false identity for him at his suggestion due to their lack of talent. Yet, he never anticipated this would lead to such a cataclysmic conflict and outcome. With each explosion of blood, Yuan Su's fellow disciples were struck with terror, their faces pale as they unleashed their defensive treasures and offensive artifacts in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of the black-clad figures. Yet all was in vain. The treasures were pierced by the black-clad figures' radiant strikes, the laws of the great Tao dispersing, reducing them to mere shards of iron, their energy extinguished in instant explosions. What? The unstoppable force of the radiant strikes carried devastating energy, sweeping through everything in their path. How could the supreme beings of the sacred land withstand such power? In mere moments, they fell, unable to even reform their bodies. Dominant, overwhelming. Before the black-clad emperors, all resistance was futile. All words were but empty echoes. How could this be? The disparity was so vast. Yang Diyuan had emperors guarding him like loyal sentinels. Did he possess some hidden lineage or background? Yuan Su was horrified. He had already drawn his great sword but lacked the confidence to fight. Though he stood in the immortal realm, his opponents were two emperors capable of crushing everything in their path. Kill. The ancient beings, long past their prime, stared wide-eyed, their prior sense of superiority utterly obliterated. They once thought they had seen it all, yet now, with the appearance of the emperors, their escape was a mere fantasy. To flee was a delusion. Only a desperate battle remained. Brothers, fight with me. With a sickening squelch, a venerable ancient being's words had barely left his lips when he was obliterated by a single punch from the black-clad figure, sending shockwaves that left the surrounding immortal realm experts bleeding from their orifices, their bodies fracturing before exploding. The emperor was unstoppable, so powerful. How could this be? Yang Diyuan commanded the protection of such powerful emperors, as though they were mere guardians. I feel as though I have yet to awaken. Awaken? If we lose, we will all sleep forever. The disciples of the extreme Tao sacred land trembled in fear, their eyes wide with despair. It seemed that all possibilities had vanished. The extreme Tao sacred land was destined for annihilation. This group of disciples realized that under a single glance from the black-clad figures, they could disintegrate into nothingness. Their ultimate regret was having become disciples of the extreme Tao sacred land. Yang Diyuan, order them to cease. It is all my fault. This has nothing to do with the extreme Tao sacred land. Yuan Su shouted, rushing forward to shield his fellow disciples and the elders who had regained their strength from the oncoming onslaught. Yang Diyuan let out a cold laugh. The black-clad emperors moved with agility, their murderous intent materializing as they dominated the battlefield, invincible in their path. With each burst of crimson light, blood sprayed forth, heads rolling. They were no match for the black-clad emperors. In the distance, the master of the immortal mountain was gripped by terror. What were they witnessing? True emperors. Authentic beings of immense power. The emperors might surge forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Even at such a considerable distance, one could still feel the terrifying pressure that rendered them breathless. The suffocating aura of death loomed ominously close. Yang Diyuan, it truly is Yang Diyuan. How could he possess such unfathomable abilities? What has granted him the power to command formidable beings of the imperial realm? Could it be, as Xiao Yue asserted, that Yang Diyuan is indeed the master of the mountain of death? The expression of the Scarlet Cloud Saint was one of horror, her heart trembling as she experienced an unprecedented sense of numbness. The transformation in Yang Diyuan's identity was beyond her comprehension. and she could scarcely fathom the events that transpired in the Bloodmine Mountain, which led to him becoming the master of the Mountain of Death. What was the origin of the two cloaked emperors, who willingly submitted to his command? The ancient sect had indeed arrived, eager to meddle. The master of the undying mountain squinted, observing the distant void where figures descended like fallen immortals, exuding an aura of invincibility. Yet at that moment, their faces were etched with shock and terror. The Mountain of Death possessed such depth. An emperor, no less. One individual from the Diyuan celestial palace gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could they discern the roots of the Mountain of Death? Which ancient sect was it? Why had they altered their name? Such a lineage, over 10,000 years old, was a rarity indeed, yet the Mountain of Death seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Alas! A middle-aged man from the Diyuan celestial palace sighed and shook his head, hoping that the Mountain of Death would grant his palace a favor. As this was a personal request from the palace master, why don't you go then? The ancient ones from the extreme path Holy Land are nearly annihilated. The one who spoke, known as Yiguang, was one of the 3 top experts from the Diyuan celestial palace. He scratched his head and remarked, "Do you not think I would be killed if I went? Then why would you still consider going? Wait until the fighting has settled. After all, the remains of the palace master's old friend have yet to be retrieved. We must proceed with caution." Yiguang nodded in agreement, while an elder from the Diyuan celestial palace looked on, rendered speechless. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled. Thunder rumbled. A figure, covered in dense, fiery red fur, dashed forth from a location within the extreme path Holy Land, its speed so swift that it ruptured the air, causing the void to collapse as it positioned itself before the cloaked emperor. It was the emperor's corpse, the founder of the extreme path Holy Land, the extreme path emperor. The indomitable beings of the extreme path Holy Land roared, their eyes ablaze with hope. How lamentable! The emperor's corpse had risen, and we, the unfilial descendants, lacked the power to safeguard this legacy. Yuan Su bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, summoned the emperor's weapon. The void quaked violently. A long whip, radiating an aura of terrifying imperial majesty, whirled back towards him, landing squarely in the hands of the emperor's corpse. Yuan Su exhaled in relief. This time, he truly owed gratitude to the Diyuan celestial palace for their assistance. Without it, the extreme path Holy Land would have seemingly faced insurmountable odds. Chapter 28. The peerless divine weapon, the extermination sword, rips apart the extreme path emperor. Within the extreme path Holy Land, the emperor's corpse, as the legends foretold. After the fall of the extreme path emperor, his corpse remained uncorrupted and immortal, having inscribed his own seal during his lifetime, transforming himself into a puppet. The emperor's corpse, coupled with the emperor's weapon from the extreme path, was akin to the emperor himself gracing the battlefield, albeit with some of his powers and principles rendered dormant. The Scarlet Cloud Saint was taken aback, while the greatly emperor's gaze narrowed in apprehension. This was one of the greatest treasures of the extreme path Holy Land. Today, they had not anticipated the Mountain of Death to be so formidable. Both cloaked figures seemed to wield the power of emperors, cutting a swath through their adversaries with relentless force. The indomitable beings of the extreme path Holy Land fell one after another, like ants beneath a boot. The resurgence of ancient legacies surged forth with the awakening of the emperor's corpse, igniting a fervor for battle. Boom! Radiant divine light flowed and shimmered, casting various rainbows as the extreme path emperor's weapon, the Diyuan whip, sliced through the void, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble and collapse into the hands of the emperor's corpse. The corpse, draped in blood-red fur, nearly half a meter long, albeit lifeless, erupted with boundless power, enveloped in a layer of silver light, exuding imperial might as it clashed with the cloaked emperor. Bang! 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 The void crumbled under their might. The two figures weaving through the cosmos, the emperor battered and bruised, as the laws of order swirled and the traces of the great path dimmed. One was a genuine cloaked emperor, the other, a corpse that had once been an emperor. Their speed was extraordinary, leaving a myriad of ancient beings from the extreme path Holy Land, as well as many ancient relics, in a state of disbelief. Fear, shock, and astonishment were painted across many faces. The emperor's corpse engaged a single cloaked emperor in combat, their battle traversing the void, the location of the extreme path Holy Land vanishing from their sight. Soon after, a terrifying imperial pressure rippled above the Wujixing, causing the entire star to tremble violently. Even with the emperor's corpse wielding the enemy's weapon, it was still no match for the cloaked emperor. In less than the span of a fragrant incense stick, the cloaked emperor's fist surged with murderous intent, striking the heavens, overwhelming and unstoppable, shattering the Diyuan whip from the emperor's corpse's grasp, sending it flying. What? The ancient beings of the extreme path Holy Land were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. That was the corpse of the Extreme Path Emperor. Once a figure who suppressed an entire era. Although now cursed, it still dominated all. Even a half-emperor would meet a tragic end. Let alone with the support of the Qingyuan Celestial Palace. The emperor's corpse wielding the emperor's weapon should have seen its power surge significantly. Yet, in this very scenario, the emperor's corpse, merely after a brief exchange, found itself in a state of decline, utterly overwhelmed by the cloaked figure. The most alarming part was that the cloaked figure had yet to unleash the emperor's weapon. Bang, bang, bang. In the starry sky, vast and boundless, the two figures collided repeatedly. Each clash was enough to upend the heavens and obliterate the earth. Had the distance not been great enough, the Wujiqing would have shattered under the weight of imperial might and the power of the emperor's body. That cloaked figure, could it truly be an emperor? Our previous conjectures were mistaken. They are not half-emperors. They are true emperors. The ancient beings of the Extreme Path Holy Land were utterly astonished, rooted in place. How could this be? They were filled with panic, shock, and fear. A cloaked emperor willingly serving young Diyuan. Throughout the annals of history, such an event had never occurred. It was truly a groundbreaking moment. Young Diyuan, how young could he possibly be? His cultivation level, unknown. Yet with these two cloaked emperors guarding him, it was enough to affirm that his origins and identity were extraordinarily complex. The master of the Undying Mountain, upon hearing the Scarlet Cloud Saint's words, grew increasingly solemn. His instincts had not betrayed him. That cloaked figure was indeed an emperor. In light of this, his earlier intuition was confirmed. As someone nearing the emperor level, he could distinctly sense that the cloaked emperor had maintained an absolute upper hand from the very beginning. Even with the emperor's corpse wielding the emperor's weapon, he fought barehanded, yet still managed to suppress his opponent. The starry sky was stained with blood. The corpse of the emperor was pierced by the black-clad sovereign, the laws of the universe swirling as his body disintegrated in an instant. Its surface cracking like a shattered mirror, and then it exploded in a spectacular fashion. The remnants of flesh lay strewn across the cosmos, writhing in an attempt to reform. Yet they were engulfed by the terrifying sea of flames conjured by the black-clad sovereign, incinerated entirely under a blanket of fiery rage. The horrendous crimson glare and searing heat affecting even the boundless stars. What? In that fleeting moment, the ancient immortals of the supreme Tao Holy Land gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. With their formidable cultivation and prowess, they could see far into the distance, even into the starry void. They could hardly believe their eyes. The corpse of the supreme Tao Emperor had been obliterated by the figure cloaked in black, reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Indeed, it was the power of the curse. Suddenly, one of the semi-immortal elders from the supreme Tao Holy Land wore a look of astonishment. Buzz, within the inferno, the emperor's corpse emanated a chilling and terrifying death energy, and amidst the relentless flames, it began to coalesce anew. The emperor's corpse was transformed. Its blood-red hair vanished entirely. At that moment, the reformed corpse's eyes sparkled with a fiery brilliance, and its aura surged once more. The supreme Tao Emperor's artifact, the Qingyuan whip, pierced through the void, once again grasped firmly in the hands of the emperor's corpse. A divine furnace's phantom materialized amidst the heavens. This divine furnace was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation crafted from order and laws, imbued with boundless power. In an instant, that expanse of void and the world itself seemed on the verge of being drawn into the divine furnace as it released its divine radiance. The supreme Tao divine furnace. The lord of the indestructible mountain's eyes narrowed, his spirit shaken, disbelief evident in his gaze. The longevity mirror was not the imperial weapon wielded by the supreme Tao Emperor in life. It was this divine furnace that signified his era of dominance, suppressing all adversaries throughout a lifetime. Yet, upon his demise, while his corpse lingered, the divine furnace vanished without a trace, becoming an unsolved enigma. The supreme Tao Emperor was immensely formidable. He once clashed with another emperor, utterly shattering his opponent, and, using the supreme Tao divine furnace, refining him to death, even melting the adversary's imperial weapon. Rumors circulated that the supreme Tao Emperor did not belong to this world, and the materials from which his imperial weapon was forged were suspected to originate from the celestial realm. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples of power reverberated mightily. The emperor's corpse wielded the divine furnace as if it were an extension of his own being, while in the other hand, he held the Qingyuan whip, exuding divine might that dominated the surroundings. Under the pressure of these two formidable forces, he aimed to refine and shatter the black-clad sovereign. Rumble. The black-clad sovereign stood unperturbed, his own power surging in an instant, exuding a murderous aura that rivaled the might of the celestial beings above, a long red sword gripped firmly in his grasp. Lo and behold, it was the extermination sword, a peerless divine weapon, even more potent than the emperor's imperial weapon. With a mere flourish, it stirred the cosmic rivers. The sword light soaring into the heavens, its intent slaying all in its path. Swoosh! What manner of weapon was that? It instantaneously shattered the supreme Tao imperial weapon and the divine furnace, even reducing the emperor's corpse to a mere pulp. Chapter 29. What is the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace? Is it still expecting our mountain lord to show respect? The black-clad sovereign stood amidst the cosmos, wielding the extermination sword. Beneath its radiant light, the cosmic rivers seemed cleaved asunder, the starry expanse collapsing at its passage, the laws of the universe obliterated. The Xianxiaaudiobooks whip in the emperor's corpse's grasp emitted a harsh, metallic clang, rippling through space, yet it was as fragile as tofu. Instantly cleaved into numerous fragments by the sword light, countless observers were left aghast, their faces a portrait of disbelief. The supreme Tao imperial weapon had been nurtured over a lifetime by the supreme Tao emperor, renowned for its extraordinary hardness and exceptional material. Yet now it lay shattered beneath the might of the figure cloaked in black. What manner of weapon could possess such overwhelming energy, surpassing even the imperial weapons? Swoosh! Swoosh! The eyes of the emperor's corpse glimmered with a fierce red light, driven solely by the instinct to fight, relying on muscle memory from his former life. The coalescing divine furnace radiated an insatiable power to devour and refine, capable of engulfing the void, yet it was cleaved apart by the sword light, its form dissipating entirely. The supreme Tao imperial weapon was obliterated. The coalescing divine furnace vanished into nothingness. The emperor's corpse was utterly powerless to resist, once again being dismembered. This time, it was utterly thorough. The extermination sword in the black-clad sovereign's grasp filled the cosmos with divine radiance, its hues illuminating the universe in all directions. Traversing the boundless cosmic rivers, shattering the starry realms, penetrating the celestial rivers with its unparalleled might. Amidst the radiant haze, the emperor's corpse was torn asunder, completely vanishing. What was that weapon? It appeared to be merely an ordinary red sword, yet it wielded such power that even the supreme Tao imperial weapon could not withstand it. Merely the sweep of its sword light shattered an imperial weapon. The entirety of the supreme Tao Holy Land was left in utter shock. The ancient figures of the elder generation horrified to the core. The emperor's corpse could be said to be their ultimate foundation. Yet unexpectedly, even with the supreme Tao emperor's corpse holding an imperial weapon and the coalesced divine furnace of his former life, they remained no match for the black-clad figure. They were forcefully annihilated. In the end, they were left with nothing but bones. Even the imperial weapon from the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace that assisted them was destroyed. As the remnants of the supreme Tao emperor's flesh and blood were completely evaporated, dissipating from the world. The once divine Xianxiaaudiobooks whip reduced to mere shards of iron scattered across the cosmos. The supreme Tao imperial weapon lay shattered. The emperor's corpse was reduced to ashes. The black-clad sovereign emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. The scarlet haze sovereign, the misty haze sovereign, and the nine heavens sovereign were all left in utter disbelief. Witnessing a battle of emperors, albeit from afar, yet it etched an indelible mark upon their hearts. The black-clad sovereign was truly formidable. The mountain of the death god was unstoppable. Simultaneously, in another location, in the direction of the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace, Higuang, a semi-immortal powerhouse and one of the three foremost experts of the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. The imperial weapon lay shattered. He felt as though his heart were bleeding. The supreme Tao imperial weapon, regardless of its placement within any faction, was an exceedingly formidable and tyrannical existence. A symbol of dominance that commanded respect and instilled fear across all realms. Yet before that black-clad figure, it crumbled like dust, the Xianxiaaudiobooks whip losing its divine essence. Transformed into mundane iron, shattered into countless fragments. Even if all the pieces were recovered, they would merely amount to a collection of rare materials. And the hope of cultivating them back to the level of an imperial weapon seemed exceedingly dim. In the supreme Tao Holy Land, a group of ancient immortals, willing to expend their very essence, their lifeblood, wore expressions of rage and horror, deep fear reflected in their eyes. Merely a single figure cloaked in black possessed such astonishing combat prowess. What then of the two who had acted in unison? They had witnessed, with their own eyes, that only one of the black-clad figures had been deployed. Initially, they had hoped the emperor's corpse would buy them time to eliminate one of the black-clad figures while capturing young Diyuan. Yet with each passing moment, their fear intensified. Their trepidation deepened. Although young Diyuan appeared weak, with only 3 companions, those 2 black-clad figures were undeniably true emperors, with the emperors still among the living. It seemed evident from the recent battle that they remained in their prime. How could the supreme Tao Holy Land contend with that? Kill them, young Diyuan commanded. In an instant, the 2 black-clad figures unleashed their terrifying pressure, and the remnants of the supreme Tao holy land crumbled instantly, countless disciples screaming in terror, trembling, collapsing to the ground under the weight of their overwhelming might. Not only them, the remaining 2 or 3 seniors from the same era as Xianxiu fell from the sky, crashing into the earth and creating deep craters, kneeling in submission. Even the strongest among them, akin to living fossils, found themselves powerless under the oppressive might of the black-clad emperor. Who would dare defy such authority? All knelt in defeat. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A figure appeared suspended in the void, swiftly arriving to absorb a significant portion of the pressure. None other than Higuang, the semi-emperor of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. "I am Higuang from the Qingyuan Immortal Palace," he announced. "I wonder if the Lord of the Death God Mountain could extend a modicum of courtesy to the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Considering the past friendship between our palace's master and the extreme Dao Emperor, spare the extreme Dao sacred land a chance at survival." Clad in Taoist robes, Higuang was bald, adorned with prayer beads around his neck, embodying a blend of Taoist and Buddhist traits, a rather peculiar sight. The Qingyuan Immortal Palace had indeed made its appearance, although the Undying Mountain also belonged to the ancient Taoist lineage. The Qingyuan Immortal Palace had a heritage spanning over 200,000 years, if not longer, far surpassing most ancient Taoist sects in terms of depth and legacy. Their origins and background shrouded in mystery, they seemed to possess support from beyond the heavens themselves. The Lord of the Undying Mountain spoke, his expression grave. The ancient Taoist sects were titans within the vast expanse of Wuji Star, and the Qingyuan Immortal Palace stood as a paragon among them, holding dominion over 3 major strongholds. However, these 3 dominant forces, including the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, had long remained hidden from the eyes of the world, known only to a select few. It was said that disciples and heirs from their ranks were sent to the starry battlefield upon reaching the age of 18, their true depth forever concealed from outsiders, even from the Undying Mountain itself. To illustrate, the disparity between the recently fallen 2 instruments and 4 symbols sect and the Undying Mountain mirrored the vast chasm between the Undying Mountain and the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Higuang was one of the 3 great powers of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, having achieved the pinnacle of semi-emperor status millennia ago. As the years passed, who could say whether he had ascended to full emperorhood? With his presence today, it signified the Qingyuan Immortal Palace's stance. The eyes of the Red Cloud Holy Master and others narrowed. Even they, until today, had only begun to unveil some of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace's secrets. In the arena, Higuang stood resolute, his words exuding gentleness, unperturbed by the emperor's oppressive aura. "Lord of the Death God Mountain," he implored, with the mysterious forces approaching. "Any faction has the potential to ascend to immortality. Why resort to infighting?" Suddenly, the black-clad emperor struck fiercely, the aura of his sword of extermination radiating with overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, he severed one of Higuang's arms, his divine might swirling, intertwining the Tao, while the order runes obstructed the wound, rendering Higuang unable to reform it for at least a millennium, now destined to be a one-armed hero. "How dare you defy the will of the Mountain Lord? What are you, a mere wretch? Even if the master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace were present, I would not hesitate to strike," exclaimed the 12-winged seraph with brazen audacity. Higuang's expression shifted to one of shock. Before he could react, the black-clad emperor struck once more. Chapter 30. The Sword Strikes Higuang. The Annihilation of the Extreme Tao Sacred Land. The capture of 100 emperor's battle slaves. Higuang was filled with dread. He had not anticipated the Death God Mountain's overwhelming dominance. Throughout the confrontation, even the figure seated within the armored war chariot had not dared to intervene, merely uttering a single word on behalf of the extreme Tao sacred land, only to be met with the black-clad emperor's ruthless aggression. With a piercing gaze, Higuang unleashed the terrifying power of the semi-emperor realm, evading the onslaught and shouting, "Death God Mountain, are you truly intent on such brutality? I am a representative of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, merely seeking to mediate. Everything can be negotiated." Yet, in response, he faced only the terrifying flash of the black-clad emperor's sword. Higuang's fury erupted as he realized that every time he spoke, the only answer he received was another strike. His arm had been severed, and now the black-clad emperor sought to eradicate him entirely. "Death God Mountain, are you truly willing to provoke my Qingyuan Immortal Palace? This will bring you no benefit and could lead to the destruction of your mountain," Higuang cried out, the prayer beads around his neck radiating intense light, infused with boundless energy, as 16 beads spun rapidly before him, attempting to ward off the black-clad emperor. The clang of colliding forces deafened the air. Higuang's expression shifted drastically as he unleashed every possible means of defense, only to have them shattered by the might of the black-clad emperor. The sword swept through all, decimating everything in its path, the void itself torn asunder, the Tao obliterated. He Guang's visage twisted in horror as a scream escaped his lips. In a heartbeat, He Guang was cleaved in two, his blood and flesh littering the ground. The He Guang of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace was dead. The members of the extreme Dao Sacred Land had initially believed that the intervention of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace would instill fear in the Death God Mountain, perhaps sparing them from calamity. Yet, who could have fathomed that the Death God Mountain's overwhelming ferocity would surpass their wildest imaginings? Exuding an aura capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike, disregarding all beings and powers? This is disastrous. Are we truly witnessing the fall of the extreme Dao Sacred Land today? Millennia of heritage, on the brink of obliteration. The elders of the extreme Dao Sacred Land were thrown into disarray. Only now did they grasp the sheer might of the Death God Mountain, which did not even regard the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, a colossus among ancient Taoist sects, let alone their humble lineage. Was the Death God Mountain truly intent on defying the heavens? Did they aspire to rival ancient powers like the Qingyuan Immortal Palace in the face of impending mystery? The Lord of the Undying Mountain felt his eyelids twitch, his heart shaken to its core. The various holy lands had stood unyielding for millennia, for a reason. If at this moment they sought to assault the extreme Dao Sacred Land, even the Undying Mountain would have to consider the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, potentially retreating. Yet, the Death God Mountain displayed a disregard for all, a brazen defiance against any formidable force. This audacity ignited a fierce passion within the Lord of the Undying Mountain. "Father, what troubles you?" The Dali Emperor, sensing the unease in the Lord of the Undying Mountain, inquired. "Nothing," the Lord of the Undying Mountain replied. Casting a glance at his three clansmen, a faint smile gracing his lips, he reminisced about his youthful days. Recalling when he wielded a single spear and faced any challenger in his prime, how nostalgic it felt. The might of the Death God Mountain transcended their expectations. For now, it was prudent to avoid provocation, lest they share the same fate as the extreme Dao Sacred Land, whose legacy of thousands of years seemed poised for destruction. Meanwhile, in the distance, members of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace gaped in disbelief. He Guang was dead? The Death God Mountain had shown utter disregard, even for the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. How could a being as formidable as the semi-emperor He Guang be so swiftly extinguished? It was as if a mere dagger had pierced their pride. They had never witnessed such a brazen entity daring to challenge the dominion of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace on Wuji Star. Yuan Su's breath quickened as he surveyed the dire situation before him. There would be no further unforeseen events. The entire extreme Dao Sacred Land was prostrate upon the ground. From the disciples to the unparalleled beings of the immortal 14 realms, and even the recently revived ancient immortals, the fossilized elders of immense strength, all were forcefully subdued by the mount of the God of Death, master of the God of Death Mountain. "We, the extreme Dao Sacred Land, acknowledge our faults. We beseech you to spare us. Allow us a path to survival," they cried. "We, the old ones, are beyond redemption. All is the doing of our higher-ups, and the disciples bear no blame. Besides, with your formidable power, they pose no threat." The ancient immortals of the extreme Dao Sacred Land gasped for breath, their gazes resolute, each willing to sacrifice their lives for the future of their sect, in a desperate bid to preserve its legacy. Though the sect would fall into despair, at least some ember of hope would remain. Hearing their pleas, Yang Diyuan uttered no more words. Kill. To leave even a trace is to invite future calamities. He was not so foolish. Even if those so-called calamities could not stir a ripple in his eyes, he would not take the chance. "No, we, the extreme Dao Sacred Land, curse you for all eternity. May the God of Death Mountain be struck by thunder." As Yang Diyuan's words echoed, the ancient immortals began to spew their curses. Yet it was all in vain. Below, under the intimidation of two black-clad emperors, their figures shattered one after another, their flesh collapsing into blood mist. Could the remnants of their divine consciousness hope to survive? It was utterly impossible. They were immediately quelled by imperial might, their paths of existence interwoven and obliterated. Puff, puff, puff. The extreme Dao Sacred Land suffered total annihilation from top to bottom. It was akin to a hellish slaughterhouse. Even a powerhouse as formidable as the master of the Immortal Mountain could hardly bear to witness, let alone the likes of the Crimson Cloud Saint and the Great Li Emperor, who were filled with trepidation. The God of Death Mountain was not to be trifled with. The extreme Dao Sacred Land was obliterated. Yang Diyuan waved his hand, and the 12-winged seraphim nodded vigorously. The black-clad figures immediately unleashed their tremendous powers, relocating the entire extreme Dao Sacred Land, even uprooting the rich dragon veins beneath. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully annihilating the extreme Dao Sacred Land. Congratulations, host, for attaining 1 billion kill points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 200 million prestige. Congratulations, host, for For unlocking the prestige shop to level 4, current level 2. Congratulations. Host, for obtaining the unparalleled divine weapon, the open heaven battle axe. Congratulations. Host, for raising the highest limit of the cultivation chamber to peak half emperor realm. Congratulations. Host, for acquiring 100 battle slaves of the emperor realm. Chapter 31, the extermination sword array and the radiant light emperor. As Diyuan listened to the notifications resounding in his mind, a smirk graced his lips. Under the gentle breeze and warm sunlight, the extreme Dao sacred land was entirely eradicated this day. In the distance, many onlookers were filled with dread. The might and dominance of the god of Death Mountain surpassed their wildest imaginations. Simultaneously, within the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, the Radiant Light Taoist, one of the 3 great experts, was slain by the black-clad emperor, an event that would undoubtedly stir significant repercussions, even leading to enmities. The Qingyuan Immortal Palace, nestled in a small world in the eastern sea of the Wuji Star, remained unknown to outsiders. At this moment, within the palace, a robust middle-aged man, with a chiseled face and a muscular build, exuded an aura of strength with every move. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Adorned in a fur-lined coat made from the hide of a half-emperor-level beast. With a languid demeanor, he rested his chin on his palm, elbow propped against a dragon chair, casting an imperious gaze upon the assembled powerful figures of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. What has transpired with the extreme Dao sacred land? This time, I suppose I have repaid my debt of gratitude. The palace master spoke with a hint of nostalgia. He had once been close friends with the extreme Dao emperor. The sudden emergence of the god of Death Mountain, launching an aggressive assault on the extreme Dao sacred land, would not go unanswered by the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Below, the aura emanating from the assembled experts was overwhelmingly potent. Even the immortal 14-realm powerhouses found no seat in the Grand Hall. Every individual possessed at least half-emperor realm cultivation. Among the 3 experts present in the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, 2 stood, 1 male and 1 female, both appearing remarkably youthful. Including the Radiant Light Taoist, they were all trusted confidants of the palace master. The male, named Shishui, and the female, named Shihuo, were not twins but siblings. Adopted and named by the palace master since childhood. With a somewhat sharp voice, Shishui acted with elegance and poise, his handsome demeanor tinged with hesitation as he reported. Palace master, the extreme Dao sacred land has been destroyed. The god of Death Mountain struck with overwhelming force. The extreme Dao emperor, wielding the Qingyuan whip and the Dao law converging extreme Dao divine furnace, stood no chance against the black-clad figures. The palace master's expression hardened, his previous ease vanishing, replaced by a flicker of anger. And Radiant Light, representing the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, had hoped to mediate and persuade the god of Death Mountain to spare the extreme Dao sacred land, but after uttering a single sentence, he was brutally slain. His half-emperor avatar annihilated. The god of Death Mountain had deployed an emperor, seemingly having revived an ancient powerhouse. Yet there were no discernible traces or connections to any historical figures, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Palace master, Shishui speculated. The god of Death Mountain is likely linked to the Kuei Tian emperor, possessing the puppet emperor technique, and has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Upon hearing this, the palace master tilted his head, a series of cracking sounds resonating. Further information can only be disclosed once Radiant Light returns, Shishui added. In that instant, Shihua's countenance changed dramatically. What is it? Brother, Palace Master, Radiant Light, is dead. I knew his avatar was. Wait, you mean his true self? In an instant, the Qingyuan Immortal Palace was thrown into disarray. Time rewound half a jaw stick's worth. Diyuan smirked. The radiant light of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace was indeed cautious, merely sending an avatar to confront him. With a command, the 2 black-clad emperors bowed respectfully. Yes, master. In the next moment, one wielded the extermination sword, while the other held the absolute immortal sword, forcing a figure into the void of stars. A fierce battle was imminent. No one could have anticipated that the radiant light who arrived from the Qingyuan Immortal Palace was merely an avatar, with the true self lurking in the shadows. Yet, even so, the master of the god of Death Mountain, Diyuan, had seen through it and deployed 2 black-clad emperors. Such ruthless measures to eradicate all traces seemed excessively severe. This was a direct confrontation with the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. The master of the Immortal Mountain was left in shock, his breath slightly trembling. In the Wuji Star, facing the impending mystery, the major forces of the ancient Dao lineage had nearly reached a consensus, poised to divide into 3 factions. One being the Eastern Sea, the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, the second, the Southern Snow Mountain, the Jade Ice Mountain, and the third, the Northern Pinnacle, the Suspended Heaven Pure Land. These 3 were the ancient Dao lineage's 3 great overlords. But now, Could the god of Death Mountain truly disrupt the status quo and emerge as the fourth overlord? The god of Death Mountain. One must not act too ruthlessly. Do they really believe they can subdue this emperor? You are engaging in your own demise. My Qingyuan celestial palace shall ensure that you, the Death God Mountain, witness the arrival of the mysterious, striving for the key to ascendancy. From this day forth, the Death God Mountain shall be silenced by my Qingyuan celestial palace. Your annihilation is inevitable. Emperor Yang Diyuan took a sip of the ancient tea of enlightenment, feeling somewhat lightheaded, his words too dense and cacophonous. In the next instant, the void trembled, the aura of the emperors pervaded the air. Two figures in black appeared, each wielding a weapon of celestial slaughter, plunging into the cosmos. What? Another pair of black-clad emperors. What origins does the Death God Mountain possess to boast such formidable strength, with four emperors emerging? The holy master of Xiao and the emperor of Dali were filled with dread. They could scarcely believe their own eyes, for the spectacle was too dreamlike. The appearance of two more powerful emperors is an overwhelming sight for anyone to endure. My heart cannot take this. The holy master of Xianxia clutched his chest, his legs trembling. He had thought that beings of sacred status were already formidable enough. Yet, upon witnessing this, it was as if he had received a jarring blow, dousing him with cold water. The destruction of the extreme Tao sacred land aside, even a dominant force such as the Qingyuan celestial palace dares to provoke. Even more astonishingly, two additional emperors have joined the fray. However, a small part of him reveled in the misfortune of the Taoist of harmony and light, one of the three foremost experts of the Qingyuan celestial palace. What must his mental state be at this moment? Exceedingly suffocated, no doubt. With a gasp, the Taoist of harmony and light's eyes widened, blood staining the cosmos, as wounds appeared all over his body. Initially, it was 1 against 2, unable to gain the upper hand, yet he at least possessed some measure of resistance. Now, with two black-clad emperors entering the battlefield, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Years of cultivation and temperance utterly shattered today. How could this be? Let it be a one-on-one challenge. Boom, boom, boom. The four black-clad emperors unleashed their formidable techniques. Overwhelmingly powerful, encircling the Taoist of harmony and light, his fists were no match for their combined might. Even a few counterstrikes would be a considerable achievement. He was practically being pummeled. The Taoist's eyes dulled with despair. He never imagined he would face such a day, being brutally beaten by four black-clad figures before the gaze of the masses. Damn it! Strike not the face, kick not the groin. With each successive spurt of blood, the Taoist was overwhelmed with frustration. He had no strength to retaliate whatsoever. His imperial form was repeatedly crushed and shattered, struggling to reconstitute itself, only to be shattered again. Insufficient to satisfy the four black-clad figures. Enough. The Taoist of harmony and light was filled with murderous intent, his fighting spirit soaring, employing his ultimate techniques. A terrifying aura radiated as order rippled through the air. A long sword pierced through the chest of the Taoist. The wounds upon him multiplied, resembling a fishing net. Blood stained the cosmos. The four black-clad figures' eyes shimmered with ominous light, the slaughtering immortal sword array, refining. Chapter 32. The Supreme Divine Weapons and the Arrival of the Three Dominant Powers. The Undying Legion descends upon the ancient families. Damn it! The Taoist of harmony and light unleashed his true form, attempting to withstand the slaughtering immortal sword array, but all was in vain. The power of the array was immense. Even the imperial weapon he wielded was reduced to fragments. Sword energy rampaged, tearing through the cosmos. The fundamental laws of the great Tao dimmed in its presence. As despair engulfed the Taoist, he had struggled through life, cautious even upon becoming an emperor, yet today, he found himself repeatedly breached by the forces of the Death God Mountain. I cannot perish. I must assist the palace master in ascending to the celestial realm. I cannot be defeated like this. With each successive blow, the physical form of the Taoist was obliterated. The radiant sword energy filled the heavens and the surrounding stars, akin to the boundless stars of the cosmos, could not withstand the shock waves and erupted, blooming in the sky with their final brilliance. The Taoist of harmony and light, filled with resentment. But what of it? All laws and forms were extinguished, utterly incapable of resistance. Even the imperial weapon that sustained his life was reduced to scrap metal in this moment. How is this possible? The Death God Mountain possesses a foundation more terrifying than the extreme Tao imperial weapons. Those four swords undoubtedly surpassed the power of imperial weapons. The Taoist of harmony and light roared in fury, yet all was nearing its conclusion. His physical form obliterated, his soul ceased to exist. The cosmos fell into tranquility once more. In the infinite star, countless gazes widened in terror, their scalps tingling. The commotion in the cosmos was substantial, sending ripples that shook the entirety of the infinite star. Had they not been at a safe distance, They would have felt that the strength of the four black-clad emperors could effortlessly annihilate the entire infinite star. The Death God Mountain's overwhelming emergence obliterated the extreme Dao sacred land and extinguished one of the three experts of the Qingyuan Celestial Palace, leading to an unending conflict with the Qingyuan Celestial Palace. The master of the Undying Mountain struggled to breathe. He had anticipated witnessing the foundation of the Death God Mountain, yet all exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that the Death God Mountain would annihilate the extreme Dao with such ease. Nor did he foresee the emergence of the Taoist of harmony and light from the Qingyuan Celestial Palace. Even so, the Death God Mountain emerged victorious with astonishing ease. It left everyone utterly speechless. Return to the mountain. As Emperor Yang Diyuan spoke, the four black-clad figures in the cosmos returned, standing beside the golden war chariot, piercing through the void, vanishing without a trace. Only the defeated extreme Dao sacred land remained. Congratulations, host, you have received a tenfold draw of extreme Dao imperial weapons. Congratulations, host, you have received a fivefold draw of supreme divine weapons. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme divine weapon, heavenly Yuan lock armor. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the supreme divine technique, the art of undying and unyielding creation. Emperor Yang Diyuan reclined leisurely in his chair, feeling invigorated. A tenfold draw of extreme Dao imperial weapons. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have received the extreme Dao imperial weapon, abyssal glaive. Congratulations, host, you have received the extreme Dao imperial weapon, carefree seal. Congratulations, host, you have received the extreme Dao imperial weapon, heavenly Dao demon suppressing hammer. Congratulations. 10 imperial weapons in hand. In the entire infinite star, which force could possibly possess so many imperial weapons? It would undoubtedly leave others in awe. A fivefold draw of supreme divine weapons. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme divine weapon, Eastern Emperor Bell. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme divine weapon, Xianyuan sword. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme divine weapon, refining demon gourd. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme divine weapon, great thunder sound bow. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme divine weapon, Shinong cauldron. Emperor Yang Diyuan squinted his eyes. The power of these supreme divine weapons far surpasses that of extreme Dao imperial weapons. At least in the current infinite star, they are a force to be reckoned with. Against extreme Dao imperial weapons, they represent a dimensional suppression. He cast a glance at his status panel. Name, Yang Diyuan. Age, 21. Cultivation, half-saint. Physique, pure Yang holy body Dao embryo. Imperial techniques, the Undying Scripture, Supreme Demon Technique, Thousand Blade Slash, Great Void Technique, Sun Buddha's Divine Palm, Heavenly Emperor's Fist, Reincarnation Technique. Imperial Weapons, Supreme Demon Armor, Supreme Demon Halberd, Supreme Demon Shuttle, Human Emperor Banner, Nine Dragons Divine Chariot, Abyss Devouring Halberd, Carefree Seal, Heavenly Dao Demon Suppressing Hammer. Imperial Arrays, Life and Death Great Array, Confinement Array, Defense Array. Peerless Divine Weapons, Extermination Sword, Ensnaring Sword, Absolute Immortal Sword, Slaying Immortal Sword, Heaven-Cutting Battle Axe. Celestial Origin Lock Armor, Eastern Sovereign Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Alchemical Gourd, Great Thunder Sound Bow, Divine Farmer's Cauldron. Peerless Great Array, Extermination Sword Array, Peerless Divine Technique, Undying and Eternal Creation Technique. Imperial Medicine, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, 17 Dao Lotus Seeds. War Slaves, 111 at the Emperor level, 100,000 at the Sage level, 10 at the Great Sage level, 30,000 at the Immortal level. Killing value, 1 billion and 10 million points. Prestige value, level 2, can be upgraded to level 4. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased with 0 currency. Occupied territory, Blood Mine Mountain. Mountain Gate, Death God Mountain. The Supreme Holy Land has been annihilated. Even the glorious Emperor, who sought to mediate through the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, has met a tragic end. The Wujixing is in a state of complete upheaval. Countless factions, upon receiving the news, felt a chilling dread, trembling in disbelief. Death God Mountain. This is a defiance against the heavens. Not only has it obliterated the Supreme Holy Land, but it has also dared to slay members of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. The rankings of domination have re-emerged. Death God Mountain astonishingly ranks among the top 10. From an observational standpoint, the 3 dominant powers, Qingyuan Immortal Palace, Yubing Mountain, and Xiantian Pure Land, are each fortified with Emperor-level experts, with no fewer than 5 present in each. Currently, this remains a conjecture, as the rankings are merely based on the combat strength displayed at the time. Who knows how many of those formidable dark-robed emperors lurk within Death God Mountain? No. Such a notion borders on the absurd. Do they truly believe that emperors are as common as cabbages, sprouting one after another? The veneration for Death God Mountain is not so simplistic. Just observe, having obliterated the supreme holy land and slain Higuang, the Qingyuan Immortal Palace will not let Death God Mountain off lightly. All major holy lands are in shock, particularly those who personally witnessed the event, such as the Holy Master of Smoke and Mist, the Holy Master of Nine Heavens, the Holy Master of Red Mist, and the Great Emperor of Dali. The resurgence of the Holy Land's foundation is in question. If the Supreme Holy Land, with such deep roots, ultimately perished, who can predict the strange occurrences that may unfold before the mysterious arrival? Restrain the disciples. Do not provoke Death God Mountain. This is too precarious. Henceforth, this holy land shall seal the mountain until the mysterious arrival. Simultaneously, the four ancient families are engulfed in panic. Their situation mirrors that of the Supreme Holy Land, as they too have previously provoked Death God Mountain. Now, each is in a state of frantic disarray. Their psychological defense is crumbling. For emperors, how could this be possible? If Death God Mountain harbors grievances over our past offenses, does that not mean the Supreme Holy Land is our inevitable fate? Quickly, how is the resurgence of our clan's foundation progressing? Urgently contact the clans of Banshan, Gusu, and Xiaoyao. We four families must unite for warmth to prevent being picked off by Death God Mountain one by one. In the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, the Palace Master's expression darkens with rage, a glint of slaughter flickering in his eyes. As he takes his seat, an aura of power emanates from him. Even the emperor level Xishuang feels a wave of trepidation. Palace Master Higuang is dead, suppressed and refined to death by the four dark-robed emperors of Death God Mountain. The weapons in their hands appear to be peerless divine weapons, immensely powerful. Could it be they have ventured into the Chaos Sea? The Palace Master's killing intent is palpable. Xishuang, Xihua, and Higuang were all personally nurtured by him, constituting vital combat strength for the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Yet now one of their generals has been lost. His fury is uncontainable. At the same time, in the South Pole Snow Mountains, a realm shrouded in white mist, hexagonal snowflakes dance through the air, and everywhere glistens with white armor. Yubing Mountain resembles an ice palace, adorned with crystalline ice sculptures, both beautiful and magnificent. Within an ice hall, a woman who appears as if descended from the heavens sits gracefully upon an ice chair, her skin pristine and radiant, smooth and lustrous. She covers her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, lightly coughing. Have we uncovered the origins of Death God Mountain? Below her are several stunning maidens. Their voices cold and clear. Sister, the origins of Death God Mountain are shrouded in mystery, with no trace to follow, yet judging by its revealed strength, its true foundation is unlikely to be inferior to that of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Otherwise, it would not dare to confront us directly. It appears that with the mysterious arrival, the landscape will undergo a transformation. There is no need for enmity, nor for weakness, merely to observe for the time being. At the northern pinnacle, Xianxian Pure Land shares a similarly harsh geographical environment with Yubing Mountain. Yubing Mountain is perpetually blanketed in snow, while Xianxian Pure Land is surrounded by desolate, uninhabited deserts for miles. A group of ascetics resides here. Faith is the source of all hope, the root of aspiration. With the mysterious imminent arrival, the actions of Death God Mountain are excessively vigorous. Whether they rise or fall still depends on their own fortunes. However, the date agreed upon with the Qingyuan Immortal Palace should be approaching. A frail, withered elder, his face lined with deep wrinkles, sighs softly when a practitioner approaches. Master. News from Wujixing. The Supreme Holy Land has been obliterated, and a host of unparalleled experts at the immortal level have descended upon the four ancient families. Chapter 33. In the blink of an eye, the ancient families are reduced to ashes. The Xianxian Pure Land's Master's gaze sharpens, his expression growing grave. How many? The practitioner, wearing a bitter smile, replies, according to Wujixing reports, at least several thousand. Several thousand unparalleled experts at the immortal level. What kind of foundation could cultivate such a multitude of extraordinary beings? What force is behind this? Death God Mountain. The master of Xianxian Pure Land exclaims. Not only Xianxian Pure Land, Yubing Mountain and Qingyuan Immortal Palace are the same. How could Death God Mountain possess so many immortal level experts? This surpasses all comprehension. Immortal level unparalleled beings are exceedingly rare, often appearing only one among a million. Death God Mountain truly has such a multitude of immortal level experts. Countless factions at this moment feel a chilling dread. Those four dark-robed emperors are merely a fraction of their foundation. The sheer number of unparalleled immortal level beings is staggering. What is Death God Mountain truly scheming? Rumble, rumble. In the ancient family of the Huajia, news has barely spread when they have yet to receive any response from Xiaoyao, Banshan, or Gusu. the xianxia feels an overwhelming presence descending upon them. The elders of the ancient families are horrified, disbelief etched across their faces. Gazing around, they see legions of dark-robed figures, densely packed, filling the void. Moreover, each possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of the ancient family's foundation. They are all unparalleled beings at the immortal level. How could this be? Is it possible that our xianxia is to follow in the footsteps of the supreme Holy Land? The elders of the xianxia are aghast, their expressions filled with panic, let alone the younger generation. Each one trembles uncontrollably. Even those bracing against the walls find their legs weakening. The mere pressure of their aura causes their minds to tremble and their limbs to quiver. Immortal level, does Death God Mountain intend to obliterate my xianxia? Damn it! Had it not been for the sacred land of extremes, my family, the Hua clan, would never have found themselves entangled with the mountain of the Grim Reaper. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A thunderous roar erupted, releasing a terrifying aura. Clad in black, a host of individuals with piercing gazes, commanded by the Mountain Lord, sought to annihilate the ancient families. Boom, boom, boom. Cursed be it, please, ancestor. Revitalize our heritage. With a chilling sound, terrifying ripples of energy surged forth. The Hua clan was thrown into chaos. Unmatched beings from the immortal 14th realm rampaged mercilessly. The ancient family of the Hua clan was utterly powerless to resist. Ancestor, save us. An ancient figure of semi-imperial status completely revived. His aura surged with vigor as he recalled the splendor of yore, striking out directly to slay the immortal beings. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying rainbow of light streaked across. The semi-imperial ancient figure met a gruesome demise, his head pierced, his body igniting into ashes. How could this be? It was the Emperor. The soul of the semi-imperial powerhouse roared in defiance, yet was bound, unable to separate from its body, reduced to mere powder. Uft, uft, uft. The entirety of the Hua clan's legacy, one by one, was drenched in blood. Not even a ripple could be stirred. How could this happen? Over 10,000 black-clad individuals, all possessing immortal strength. Has the Hua clan truly become the enemy of the Infinite Star? Were all the immortal beings from various factions converging upon us? Just as the Hua clan had begun to revive, the elder figures, unable to grasp the situation, were engulfed in terror, even as a god king. Capable of overwhelming immortal beings, they were instantaneously exterminated by the black-clad emperor. Damn it all. Unworthy descendants. Unworthy descendants indeed. At this moment, you compel me to revive like a plucked chicken. One death is insufficient. Another must follow. Boom, boom, boom. All resistance from the ancient Hua clan was in vain. Every desperate struggle merely led to a more profound disintegration of their souls. In less than an hour, the ancient Hua clan was utterly obliterated. Following the sacred land of extremes, yet another ancient family had fallen. My goodness, what is the true origin and background of the mountain of the Grim Reaper? The ancient Hua clan dispatched over 10,000 unparalleled powerhouses. That may be so, but it seems the mountain of the Grim Reaper intends to dismantle us one by one. Yet, even the clans of Gusu, Xiaoyao, and Banshan were not spared. They faced the same ominous fate as the Hua clan. An emperor presided over the battlefield, with peerless beings from the 14th realm charging forth. Across the Infinite Star, not even the Diyuan celestial palace possesses such depth and strength, does it? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on the annihilation of the ancient Hua clan. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the ancient family. The Diyuan celestial palace seeks external aid, the assassin divine dynasty from beyond. Fear, shock, horror. The ancient families of Gusu, Xiaoyao, and Banshan trembled in unison. What did they witness? Countless black-clad figures descended. Surrounding the ancient families, they loomed in the sky, gazing down with disdain. The Hua clan has been obliterated. How could it happen so swiftly? After all, they are still an ancient family, with immense and formidable heritage. Yet they were extinguished with such ease. Is the mountain of the Grim Reaper aiming for invincibility? First, it annihilated the sacred land of extremes. And now even the Hua clan has turned to ashes. It is likely that Gusu, Xiaoyao, and Banshan will follow suit. The major sacred lands were shaken, prostrating in disbelief. Even the recently revived elder powerhouses within their clans, prepared to face the mysteriously revived trump card, were filled with unparalleled dread. What is the true nature of the mountain of the Grim Reaper? We old fellows are quaking in fear, for such an abundance of unparalleled powerhouses, even during the previous epochs, would have been a terrifying force. No faction could claim to possess such a multitude of experts. Indeed, it is fortunate that you scoundrels did not provoke the mountain of the Grim Reaper. Otherwise, the fate of the sacred land of extremes and the ancient families would have played out before us. The peaks of the Gusu lineage erupted in explosions. As numerous disciples cried out in panic and despair, broken limbs and shattered branches flew about. In the face of the black-clad onslaught, they were utterly crushed. With no hope of victory, one figure exploded, a mist of blood enveloping the surroundings, their very soul obliterated. That was the recently revived semi-imperial ancestor. We must yield. In the face of the mountain of the Grim Reaper, it was akin to confronting the Grim Reaper himself. The sky was filled with unparalleled powerhouses. With an emperor overseeing the chaos, how could we resist? To fight is a dead end. Perhaps surrender holds a glimmer of hope. Some ancient figures of the Gusu lineage had long recognized the dire situation. Now, they were mere fish on a chopping board. At the mercy of the mountain of the Grim Reaper, they had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Yet, even if they turned traitor on the spot, kneeling in supplication, they were disregarded by the black-clad powerhouses who united in their assault, extinguishing their lives in mere breaths. The mountain lord commanded that none be spared. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. The mountain of the Grim Reaper. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the masses? Such actions are bound to offend the heavens, and the great Tao will not overlook them. Ultimately, you will bring about your own downfall. The foundation of the Gusu lineage crumbled entirely. The souls of the ancient family's disciples surged forth, caring not for familial ties. Every life was worth saving, yet all was in vain. Some gifted youths attempted to escape through secret passages, only to be suppressed by the emperor, their spirits extinguished. The Gusu lineage met a tragic end. Simultaneously, the realms of Banshan and Xiaoyao were reduced to ruins. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All four ancient families were obliterated. The infinite star trembled. All were filled with unparalleled astonishment. The four ancient families, following the sacred land of extremes, had been annihilated in a single stroke. What sheer might and dominance! Undoubtedly, the mountain of the Grim Reaper established its authority. Within the ancient lineage, many sensed an overwhelming pressure. Is the mountain of the Grim Reaper truly declaring itself an enemy to the world? The sacred land of extremes fell to it, and the four ancient families that dared to provoke it were likewise extinguished. Even the Taoist of light from the Qingyuan celestial palace, who had concealed his ascension to emperor for years, met his demise at the hands of the mountain of the Grim Reaper. A mystery approaches, and the infinite star is poised for upheaval. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly Tao competition ranking reemerges. The mountain of the Grim Reaper, ranked among the top 10 in comprehensive strength. A thunderous roar echoed. All factions within the infinite star were shaken. The simultaneous annihilation of the four ancient families, with the mountain of the Grim Reaper deploying its unparalleled power, was nothing short of astonishing. Who would have expected that four emperors were merely the tip of the iceberg, with over 10,000 peerless powerhouses at its disposal? It is simply unfathomable. Never before has there been a faction with such immense depth, a multitude of over 10,000 unparalleled beings, all immortal realm experts, indicating an accumulation of at least several 100,000. The mountain of the Grim Reaper emerged with force before the mysterious arrival, preparing to seize the key to ascension and readying itself for a grand transcendence. The Qingyuan celestial palace, upon hearing the news, was left speechless in shock. Returning to the palace lord, the mountain of the Grim Reaper is clearly provoking our Qingyuan celestial palace. Not only has it obliterated the sacred land of extremes, but it has also simultaneously annihilated the four ancient families. This is a blatant provocation against the dignity of our Qingyuan immortal palace. Shishui and Shidwan wore unfriendly expressions, their hearts simmering with rage. However, the others present had a different perspective. Despite this, the momentum of the Death God Mountain is formidable, acknowledged even by the heavenly Tao competition rankings, having swiftly ascended into the top 10. Moreover, it boasts tens of thousands of immortal realm powerhouses and is fortified by an emperor. It remains a mystery how much more hidden strength lies within the Death God Mountain. Perhaps this is merely what the Mountain Lord wishes the outside world to know. As the specter of mystery approaches, the overall situation is at stake, influencing our Qingyuan immortal palace's ability to re-establish itself in the Chaos Sea. The palace master hopes for careful consideration. Several half-emperors spoke in succession. The palace master revealed a playful smile. The Death God Mountain, once a target easily crushed, now demands utmost caution regarding its enigma. As the days pass, the deadline for the agreement with the Hanging Sky, Pure Land approaches. Once preparations are complete, an assault on the life and death forbidden zone will commence in 7 days to seize the immortal medicine. Yes, Palace Master. Additionally, Shidwan, your subordinate is here. You too will seek out the assassin's divine dynasty in the outer heaven, mobilizing some resources to dispatch them to eliminate the Mountain Lord of Death God Mountain. The price is negotiable. Shishui and Shidwan's expressions stiffened, revealing a hint of trepidation. The Assassin's Divine Dynasty in the Outer Heaven is a terrifying organization that spans all realms. Even the once formidable Qingyuan Immortal Palace, entrenched in the Chaos Sea, would not dare offend it. The Assassin's Divine Dynasty indeed possesses beings that transcend the Emperor level. Yes, Palace Master. In a mysterious small world, Shishui and Shidwan stood in astonishment, their faces displaying shock. The Assassin's Divine Dynasty was indeed formidable, its foundation immense. The mere existence of a small world created by an Emperor-level being served solely as a trading point. As the secret signals aligned, layers of whirlpools manifested in the small world. Shishui and Shidwan were drawn into it. Have our five senses been sealed? The two were astounded, even as emperors. They felt a sense of helplessness here, unable to see their hands in the pitch darkness, as if ensnared in an absolute realm of obscurity. The target? An ancient voice resounded. The Mountain Lord of Death God Mountain, Yang Diyuan. If only we could glean all information regarding how he founded Death God Mountain. That would be splendid. The aged voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. 10 Chaos Stones. Shishui and Shidwan's expressions shifted in shock. 10 Chaos Stones. Even a single piece is worth an astronomical sum. Even the most extraordinary divine weapon can merely be exchanged for one. Yet, the head of Yang Diyuan, the Mountain Lord of Death God Mountain, demands 10? In the Chaos Sea, that could extinguish an entire clan. What level of assassin will you dispatch? Although he is surrounded by Emperor-level powerhouses, his personal strength may not be formidable. The elder's voice was calm, exuding an unyielding authority that sent shivers down the spines of the two. The rules of the Outer Heaven dictate that only the target and price are discussed, not other matters. Considering you are the juniors of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and that my master shares some connections with you, I have spared your lives. Shishui and Shidwan's expressions darkened, yet they dared not express anger, respectfully acknowledging, it was our misstep. Here are the 10 Chaos Stones. In the next moment, as their five senses returned, they found themselves expelled from the small world. They exchanged astonished looks, realizing the elder undoubtedly possessed strength beyond that of an emperor. Death God Mountain. Ding dong. Shall 30,000 peak Immortal Realm Combat slaves enter the training room? Shall 100,000 Saint Realm Combat slaves enter the training room? Note, the current training room limit is peak half-emperor realm. Chapter 35. 130,000 half-emperor powerhouses. The mystery approaches. Assassins from the Outer Heaven are mobilized. Ding dong. 30,000 peak Immortal Realm Combat slaves have entered the training room. 100,000 peak Saint Realm Combat slaves have entered the training room. Note, required times are 3 days and 6 days respectively. 6 days passed. Death God Mountain. Yang Diyuan heard the system notification in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host. 30,000 peak Immortal Realm Combat slaves have reached peak half-emperor. Congratulations, host. 100,000 peak Saint Realm Combat slaves have reached peak half-emperor. 130,000. 130,000 half-emperor powerhouses. A slight smile graced Yang Diyuan's lips. With such a force, at least after the mystery arrives, there will be some means of self-preservation. Qingyuan Immortal Palace, Yubing Mountain, and the Hanging Sky Pure Land. These three dominant forces possess enigmatic backgrounds, with a legacy exceeding 100,000 years. Reports indicate that each of these factions is supported by substantial backing. Yet Yang Diyuan remained unperturbed. He had grown indifferent to life and death. If one dared to defy him, he would engage. With his foundational strength, he now possessed the confidence to confront anyone. System Mall. As the mall opened, the Prestige Mall could be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade the Prestige Mall level? Note, current Prestige Mall is level 2. Upgrade. The Prestige Mall has reached level 3. The Prestige Mall has reached level 4. Ding dong. Prestige Mall, Pseudo-Emperor weapons unlocked. The host can purchase them at 0 cost. No need to expend any killing or prestige value for acquisition. Yang Diyuan's eyes shimmered with excitement. Indeed, various Pseudo-Emperor weapons, armor, and other items emerged in abundance. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 13,000 Pseudo-Emperor weapons, the Scythe of Death. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 13,000 Pseudo-Emperor armor, the Deathlock armor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 13,000 Pseudo-Emperor boots, the Boots of Death. Fully armed. After all, it costs nothing. Just buy them. The Prestige Mall is a remarkable asset. With this, wealth may soon flow in. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous tremor suddenly shook the entire Wujixing. Heavenly Tao radiance spread and flourished, mist rising. The starlight dazzled even in daylight, glimmering brilliantly. Orderly runes spiral in all directions. The entirety of Wujixing vibrated with exhilaration. Mystery. This is a precursor to the mystery. The mystery is truly about to arrive. A chance for ascension. Countless individuals were agitated. All cultivators felt their blood surging, the anticipation in their eyes growing ever more intense. Numerous locations manifested purple whirlpools, small in scope, yet swirling with celestial light. Releasing overwhelming spiritual energy, merely approaching felt as if one's soul was about to transcend, invigorating the body and relaxing the limbs. The mystery is indeed approaching. Without delay, let us embark on the journey to seize the life and death forbidden zone alongside the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace. In the hanging sky pure land, a frail and emaciated elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling slightly with unspoken exhilaration. Simultaneously, all major holy lands experienced this day in silence yet fervor. Holy Master, the foundations of the Holy Land have all revived, awaiting the arrival of the mystery. Yanhua Sacred Land, Jiuxiao Sacred Land, Dali, along with various ancient sects and lineages. This day witnessed the dawn of hope, all preparing earnestly for the mystery. Outside the Death God Mountain, a remarkable middle-aged man, with striking brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of elegance, stood outside. As he trembled the very foundations of Death God Mountain, he was also astounded by the mysterious manifestation that lay before him. The arrival of the enigmatic was indeed imminent. It would not be long, certainly not more than 7 days, until miraculous signs would descend. The middle-aged man squinted slightly. First, I shall seek my dear nephew. Subsequently, his figure pierced through the void, an imperial might subtly emanating from him. After a brief moment, he reappeared, finding himself amidst a mountain range. Before him lay a deceased, saint-level great demon, whose corpse had transformed into its true essence, a formidable great ape king. A being of the 4th stage of sanctity, it had slain a 2nd stage saint. Yang Qingshan, the middle-aged man, narrowed his gaze, delight unmistakable on his face, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Who are you? Yang Lingyuan queried, observing the unguarded middle-aged man, instinctively shifting to the side. For the aura emanating from him felt like a prickling threat, yet bore an inexplicable sense of kinship. Yang Qingshan's expression bore a hint of remorse as he spoke. There is no need for concern. I harbor no malice towards you. It is I, your third uncle, who failed to safeguard you. At this, Yang Lingyuan's expression faltered, instinctive aversion flashing in his eyes. I am an orphan. Aside from my brother, I have no family. Yang Qingshan, perceptive and empathetic, understood Yang Lingyuan's feelings. The circumstances of the past were unavoidable. It was a desperate measure to ensure the continuation of the Yang family's bloodline. It is only natural that you and your brother harbor grievances. Yang Qingshan proceeded to recount the origins of their family, a prestigious lineage whose strength rivaled that of the 3 dominant factions. Years ago, they had clashed with the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace, unaware of its formidable background, which had roots in the Chaos Sea. Had it not been for Yang's father transcending to such a realm, he could never have turned the tide by slaying the former master of the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal palace. During the turmoil within the Yang family, as the direct descendants, the brothers Yang Diyuan had arranged their departure in advance to prevent the complete annihilation of their lineage. What if I choose not to return with you? Just as before, you forcibly sent us away, and now you wish to compel us back? Yang Lingyuan's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yang Qingshan sighed deeply, his voice laden with regret and guilt. Your biological parents, after that fateful battle, suffered grievous injuries and fell ill, scouring the cosmos in vain for a remedy they could not procure. At that very moment, the void trembled. Yang Lingyuan's expression tightened, sensing a lethal threat looming. A killer from the celestial assassin god. Yang Qingshan seethed, imperial might enveloping him as he charged forward. With a piercing sound, Yang Qingshan coughed blood, forcefully pushing Yang Lingyuan aside, only to be impaled by a spear that emerged from the void. The spear was unseen, yet Yang Qingshan was flung away, his abdomen pierced, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, ancient trees splintering into fragments, and terrifying abysses opening in the earth. You! Yang Lingyuan was astonished, realizing Yang Qingshan had risked his life to save him, sustaining serious injuries in the process. From the void, a figure gradually materialized behind the spear, clad in purple golden black armor, nearly armed to the teeth, with eyes that glimmered ominously, radiating malevolence and intent to kill. The air thickened with a palpable murderous intent. Run! Lingyuan. He is an assassin from the celestial assassin god, a being of the imperial realm. Yang Lingyuan gasped, feeling the imminent danger. His heart swelled with a newfound appreciation for Yang Qingshan as he summoned the blood of the emperor. Thunderous roars echoed as the terrifying essence of imperial blood spiraled in the air, exuding an oppressive might that obliterated the surrounding pathways, causing the void to collapse. As if everything in the vicinity would be annihilated by the energy released from the imperial blood. What? The shadow assassin's eyes widened in shock as he sensed the overwhelming danger within the imperial blood. He wielded his spear, unleashing a dazzling radiance. Akin to the Milky Way cascading down, its boundless might intent on striking Yang Lingyuan down before he could fully manifest the imperial blood. Not far off, Yang Qingshan trembled, his spirit waning. That previous strike had nearly claimed his life. Had it not been for his divine body and protective armor, this semi-imperial being would have met his demise on the spot. Imperial blood. Yang Qingshan was filled with various doubts. Yet, he could spare no further contemplation. Directly engaging with all his might to thwart the shadow assassin. Boom. Yang Qingshan suddenly erupted forth. The shadow assassin's eyes glinted with a chilling intent to kill as he unleashed a kick, tearing open the void, propelling Yang Qingshan into its depths. Lingyuan, you must escape. Survive. Yang Qingshan roared in fury, his flesh tearing apart under the shadow assassin's casual assault, leaving him grievously injured. Buzz. 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 Kill. Yang Lingyuan bellowed, the imperial blood fully activated. At that moment, the shadow assassin was less than half a meter away, the spear aimed to pierce his skull. Yet upon the emergence of the imperial blood, the spear was instantly reduced to dust. How could this imperial blood possess such power? The shadow assassin was bewildered, his expression one of shock and fear. He attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by the imperial blood. A terrifying incinerating force causing him to feel as if his very soul were escaping, as various pathways and order runes emerged. The overwhelming imperial pressure enveloping him and propelling him into the starry void. No, no, no. The shadow assassin was consumed by terror, his imperial body imposing. Yet he could not withstand the explosive surge of imperial blood. It transformed into a divine furnace, intent on thoroughly refining him. Submit to me. The ground shook violently. The shadow assassin, in a fit of rage, unleashed every possible means, realizing the imperial blood was dimming. There's a chance. He rejoiced. But in the next instant, his head was severed by a figure. The bloody dual blades belonged to the black-clad emperor, Yang Lingyuan's protector, whose eyes now glowed with unbridled killing intent, unleashing his full power to prevent the shadow assassin from reconstructing his body. Puff, puff, puff. The laws spread and circulated. Order flowed. The imperial weapons surged forth. The black-clad emperor striking with overwhelming dominance. Boom, boom. No. How could this be? I failed to sense his presence. The shadow assassin was horrified. Yet, in mere moments, he was utterly annihilated. His physical form collapsed. His soul disintegrated. Yang Lingyuan exhaled deeply, receiving a message from the black-clad emperor. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Still shaken. Had it not been for his brother Yang Diyuan's contingency plan and the timely intervention of the black-clad emperor, he would have surely perished. Had the celestial assassin god already prepared to strike at Death God Mountain? The void quaked. Yang Qingshan, panting heavily, traversed the endless void back to Wuji Star. Inadvertently catching sight of a scene in the cosmos, his expression turning to one of shock. The foundation of Death God Mountain was indeed formidable. Yang Lingyuan and Yang Diyuan had encountered extraordinary fortunes, now rivaling the three dominant factions. Even their protector was of imperial caliber. Yang Qingshan's eyes narrowed, suddenly sensing something. His expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. With pathways intertwining beneath his feet and runes flowing, he moved with unparalleled swiftness, almost instantaneously returning to the mountains, only to find Yang Lingyuan captured by a woman. Let me go? Who are you? Who am I? I am your great aunt. Speak honestly, or I shall rend your sinews and bones. The middle-aged woman glared fiercely. Yet in the next moment, a radiant sword light materialized from the void, causing her breath to hitch as one of her arms was severed in an instant. Spare her. A cry of alarm escaped the woman's lips as she instinctively dropped Yang Lingyuan, attempting to resist. However, the long halberd swept through with unstoppable force, piercing her head on the spot. The figure clad in black, the great emperor, wielded the battle halberd, and an aura of three imperial weapons pulsated around him. Yang Qingshan felt a jolt of terror. The current foundation of Death God Mountain far exceeded his imagination. The Yang family's branch actually dared to forcibly reclaim Yang Lingyuan, an act of enmity. Having developed a distaste for the Yang family after previous exchanges, their overwhelming display of power only exacerbated the animosity between the two parties. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Yang Qingshan could utter a word, several figures descended from the void, their oppressive auras exuding dominance, embodying imperial might. They promptly apprehended Yang Qingshan, making it clear that any reckless movement would result in immediate death. By the order of the Mountain Lord, you are to be taken back to the mountain. Thunder rumbled as the air trembled. The figures vanished, and when Yang Qingshan focused his eyes again, he found himself within the confines of Death God Mountain. What the hell? Yang Qingshan gasped in shock. Here, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of countless semi-emperor level experts. Each aura he felt was more potent, tyrannical, and fierce than his own. Over 10,000 semi-emperors. This was inconceivable. Yang Qingshan was utterly astounded, his expression frozen in disbelief. The oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocated him with the sensation of impending doom. Over 10,000 semi-emperors. What formidable combat power was that? Even the Yang family of yesteryears did not possess such depth. What shocked him further was the invisible presence of numerous imperial auras, and they were not few in number. To put it bluntly, with the current might of Death God Mountain, it could effortlessly dominate the entire Wujixing. Even the three major hegemonic forces, such as the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, would be no match. Yang Qingshan noticed a male figure, elegant and handsome, with a visage reminiscent of his own. Was this his elder brother's eldest son, Yang Diyuan? Dispatch forces to the death zone. Yang Diyuan commanded. In an instant, 20 emperors mobilized, followed by over 10,000 semi-emperors, their strides shaking the void as they vanished above Death God Mountain. Yang Qingshan's heart raced. Were they attempting to intercept the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xuantiang Jingtudi? This action was tantamount to declaring war against both factions. The immortal elixir within the death zone could grant a new lease on life even to a being of the stature of the Qingyuan Palace Lord. This move was undoubtedly targeting their lifeblood. The immortal elixir had surpassed the existence of imperial medicines, possessing immeasurable power. Yang Diyuan reclined in his chair, his gaze flickering with brilliance, surrounded by wisps of celestial mist. How could it be that my nephew has already transcended the realm of emperors? He carries an air of immortality. I can discern this without a doubt. Chapter 37. The Golden Crow's immortal elixir is in hand, comparable to celestial medicines. Ultimate domain. The 8th death zone. To conquer the death zone and seize the immortal elixir. The master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and the lord of Xuantiang Jingtudi stood side by side in the void, their figures casting shadows below. The air thick with murderous intent. Both hegemonic forces had unleashed their full strength, launching a coordinated assault on the death zone. Kill. Kill. The death zone was shrouded in rules and intertwining paths, home to terrifying beings born of chaos. They stood as solid as rock, akin to stone giants, overwhelming their foes. And the battle was on the verge of erupting, creating a commotion on all fronts. The master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace had personally appeared, accompanied by 3 formidable experts, Xihua, leading the charge, their imperial auras swirling, rendering them unstoppable. Xuantiang Jingtudi also boasted numerous powerful figures, who had previously concealed their prowess, now revealing their extraordinary might. With 3 or 4 of them reaching the emperor level, the ancient sects wore grave expressions as the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xuantiang Jingtudi tore through their ranks with ease, their peak combat forces paving the way, while 4 emperor-level experts spearheaded the assault, leaving the Stone Clan's beings in disarray. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying imperial might surged. Intertwining paths of power resonated, and the death zone echoed with cries of battle, a scene of carnage and bloodshed. Akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the Stone Clan's beings fought valiantly, but without the intervention of emperors, their crumbling forms, even under the intertwining paths of power, began to coalesce anew, as if they were immortal. In the distance, the master of Jade Ice Mountain and her younger sister stood in the void, their expressions astonished. Observing the situation, it was evident that the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xuantiang Jingtudi aimed to seize the moment and claim the death zone, determined to obtain the immortal elixir. Rumors claimed that this land was not solely part of Wujixing but was linked to the celestial realm, and even the might of emperors could not obliterate it, hinting at a profound connection. It seemed that acquiring the immortal elixir was merely one aspect of their objectives. The master of Jade Ice Mountain had 2 twin sisters, and their disciples were all female. This lineage had never produced a male. Rumbling. The intertwining paths of power flowed orderly. The battle in the death zone had reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged within the death zone, as the Stone Clan's beings, including emperor-level entities, began to awaken. Puff, puff, puff. A total of 6 figures emerged, almost taking on human form. Their physiques were robust and domineering, and upon their arrival, numerous ranks of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xuantiang Jingtudi collapsed in droves. Qingyuan Immortal Palace. Xuantiang Jingtudi. You have wronged the Stone Clan too greatly. Boom, boom, boom. The lords of Xuantiang Jingtudi and the Qingyuan Immortal Palace unleashed their might simultaneously, the air thick with killing intent, as terrifying light intertwined across the battlefield. Together, they advanced. The voice of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace master resonated powerfully, as no fewer than 8 figures converged to confront the 6 stone-clad emperor-level beings in the death zone. Boom, boom, boom. Xuantiang Jingtudi and the Qingyuan Immortal Palace suffered significant losses, and as the head of their forces clashed, those who were too close had no time to escape, being caught in the ripples and instantly obliterated. They could not withstand the shockwaves of their explosive battle. You delusional fools. The death zone is indeed a mountain of the celestial realm, governed by celestial rules. You shall perish. Suddenly, the 6 stone-clad beings roared in unison, their bodies radiating brilliant light, intertwining with celestial power. The terrifying energy of the celestial realm, woven with rules and runes, coalesced into a net of divine light, enveloping the entire death zone in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The forces of both hegemonic factions could not withstand the onslaught of the net woven from celestial rules, which was akin to a dimensional strike, overwhelming and annihilating their ranks in a heartbeat, resulting in a massacre. Damn it! The masters of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xuantiang Jingtudi sensed the imminent threat, unleashing their full strength, their killing intent shaking the heavens, as they resisted the net of rules while annihilating one of the stone-clad beings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battle intensified. The terrifying ripples of the death zone erupted forth. One of the stone-clad emperor-level beings perished, and their numbers dwindled dramatically, as they were ruthlessly suppressed. Please, let the immortal elixir avenge our clan. The 5 beings of the stone clan roared in unison, channeling their immense power into a divine mountain within the realm of life and death. Crack, crack, crack. 2 additional stone beings shattered, their bodies disintegrating, while the survivors growled in a subdued fury. You underestimate the existence of the realm of life and death. The elixir of immortality is not a treasure for mere mortals to covet. It has matured and gained its own consciousness, nurtured by celestial energy, and is on the threshold of divinity. Today, you shall all meet a tragic end here. The stone beings bellowed. The master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and the pure master of Xianxian felt a shudder run through them, their scalps prickling as they experienced a visceral tremor of fear. Uft, uft, uft. All the stone beings disintegrated. The leaders of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xianxian Pure Land suffered significant losses, their breaths quickening as their gazes fixated upon the divine mountain. Suddenly, blinding and terrifying brilliance erupted. A vividly lifelike golden crow spread its wings in the void, emanating dreadful laws, surrounded by radiant light, with celestial energy swirling around. Buzz. The air was filled with the fragrance of the elixir, exuding unfathomable power, as it unleashed a terrifying sea of flames. Did you truly believe we were unprepared? The chaos pool. Rumbling sounds echoed, howling through the air. The master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace conjured a massive stone pool from the depths of his spiritual sea. The chaotic energy swirled, carrying terrifying traction and suppression, soaring forth to devour the golden crow's elixir of immortality. Buzzing. The air was rent with ominous brilliance. The golden crow unleashed astonishing power, its celestial energy intertwining, causing the void to collapse and the very ground of the realm of life and death to explode. This is bad. After being nurtured by celestial energy, the elixir of immortality had birthed consciousness, comparable to a near-divine being above an emperor. Boom. The chaos pool exploded, shattered into pieces. The power of the golden crow's elixir surged wildly. In an instant, the entire realm of life and death was engulfed, annihilating every being that dared to tread upon it. The golden crow's elixir radiated with pride and disdain, but in the next moment, the void erupted, and a hand reached out, grasping the golden crow's neck, rendering all struggles futile. Finally, with a resounding slap, the elixir fell silent. The golden crow's elixir was seized from afar. In the distance, the master of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace coughed up blood. Beside him stood Xishui, Xihuan, and the pure master of Xianxian, along with 3 other beings of imperial caliber. The incarnations of the emperors were destroyed. The 2 dominant forces suffered grievous losses. Ultimately, someone else reaped the rewards. Yes, it was the Lord of the Mountain of Death, Emperor Yangyu. Chapter 38. Qingyuan and Xuantian's Wrath. The Black-Clad Legion arrives. 20 emperors shock the arena. In the ultimate realm, the realm of life and death, corpses piled high. The losses sustained by Xianxian Pure Land and Qingyuan Immortal Palace were staggering, nearly obliterating the forces that had come to attack the mountain. Witnessing the emergence of the golden crow's elixir, radiant and suffused with celestial energy, they were suddenly interrupted by a black hand. This left everyone aghast, jaws dropped in disbelief. In the realm of immortality, there were indeed formidable beings of unparalleled might, including supreme divine kings. Just as the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xianxian Pure Land were on the verge of victory, they were unexpectedly thwarted. An ancient elder accompanied the lord of the eternal mountain, his hair white as snow, his face lined with wrinkles, and his body frail, yet standing with an aura of invisible pressure and majesty. He was the 38th inheritor of the eternal mountain's lineage, known as the eternal heavenly emperor. In pursuit of mystery and opportunities for ascension, he had sealed himself away for countless millennia, recently awakening to vie for the chance to attain immortality. At this moment, a look of astonishment and shock crossed the eternal heavenly emperor's face as he realized the Diyuan immortal palace master and Xianxian pure master had been outmaneuvered. Their countless efforts and sacrifices rendered futile, with the fruits of victory snatched away. Ancestor, what do you think of the one who intervened? The eternal heavenly emperor's expression turned solemn, filled with envy and astonishment, a near-divine being. The lord of the eternal mountain was taken aback, his gaze intensifying. Ancestor, are you suggesting that his realm has surpassed the extreme of an emperor and successfully crossed into the threshold of divinity? The eternal heavenly emperor nodded slightly, his frail form belied by eyes that sparkled with vigor, his lips trembling slightly. Indeed, a near-divine being. During that era, the Sea of Chaos also had such existences, and not in small numbers. They have already mastered celestial power. Such beings are absolutely not to be trifled with. The eternal heavenly emperor's expression was tinged with admiration and reverence, acknowledging that, given his current condition, with his vitality waning and his essence nearing depletion, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with the likes of the Diyuan immortal palace master, Xianxian pure master, and the lord of Jade Ice Mountain from the younger generation. Meanwhile, somewhere else, who is it? The towering figure of the Diyuan immortal palace master rose, blood staining his lips, emanating a tremendous aura of murderous intent. Resembling a furious beast, the terrifying imperial might surged forth, causing the surrounding void to collapse and the manifestation of the great Tao to dim. Who could it possibly be? The Diyuan immortal palace master was engulfed in a frenzy of wrath. The elixir of immortality had long been regarded as his possession. This joint assault on the realm of life and death had incurred colossal costs. Half of their resources had been mobilized. Hundreds of powerful beings of the supreme and divine king realms had perished. Dozens of half-emperors had fallen. At the very last moment, even their cultivated emperor incarnations were obliterated, their Tao foundations damaged. They had believed that their emperor incarnations could serve as a contingency, revealing their true forms to launch a forceful assault on the realm of life and death, thereby seizing the elixir of immortality. Yet unexpectedly, a mysterious powerhouse had managed to breach the spatial barriers of the realm of life and death, a domain rich in celestial power, intertwined with certain celestial Tao laws that should have been inaccessible to outsiders, even emperors. Otherwise, they would not have expended such vast resources in their assault. Shi Shui and Shi Huan seethed with frustration. As vanguards, their losses had been even greater, their emperor incarnations sustaining injuries while battling the Stone Clan, their spiritual seas trembling, their Tao foundations cracking. The Golden Crow's elixir of immortality vanished into the void, seized by a mysterious black hand, as easily as one might grab a chick. The pure master of Xianxian wore a face as dark as coal, his teeth grinding in fury. Find him. Find him. Based on the fluctuations that just appeared, that individual's celestial energy is not particularly dense. If we join forces and utilize the divine relics left behind in the Sea of Chaos, we can reclaim it. In an instant, the pure land of Xianxian and the Diyuan immortal palace, along with 6 or 7 emperors, set forth, making their way deep into the realm of life and death, to the very spot where the Golden Crow's elixir had been seized by the Black Hand. Each of them unleashed their techniques, their potent magic surging forth. To them, the Golden Crow's elixir of immortality represented a means of prolonging life. Its value was staggering, far exceeding that of imperial medicines. Moreover, it was pivotal to their chances of attaining immortality after the arrival of the mysterious one. It was imperative that they did not lose it. In that moment, the cultivation world trembled. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire Wuji star. The Diyuan immortal palace and Xianxian pure land were engulfed in a tempest of rage. The two sovereigns of Yubingshan wore solemn expressions, their breaths slightly hurried. Through the divine artifacts within the Chaos Sea, they had glimpsed fragments of that person's true visage and origin. The audacity of Shirshan Mountain was indeed staggering. Daring to provoke enmity with the Diyuan immortal palace and Xianxian Jingzhu at such a critical juncture in pursuit of the immortal elixir of the Golden Crow. It appeared that the background of Shirshan Mountain exceeded our wildest imaginations. Perhaps it was a native force of the Chaos Sea. The realm of life and death shimmered with celestial energies, rendering even the emperors incapable of tearing through the void. Indeed, that place, where celestial energies intertwined and the rules of the immortal path permeated, could withstand even the full might of an emperor's strike. All the ancient sects were astounded and shocked. A mysterious hand had effortlessly snatched away the immortal elixir of the Golden Crow, coveted by both the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xianxiaaudiobooks. As if it were mere game from one's own backyard, an invisible slap had resounded across the faces of these two hegemonic forces, echoing like thunder. It was not only Yubingshan that was affected. In another direction, the ancient Yang family was equally astonished. Before we could even take action, the immortal elixir has changed hands? Was it the doing of Shirshin Mountain? Those two direct descendants from years past? A middle-aged man from the Yang family, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance in his flowing white robe, felt a flicker of disbelief in his gaze. Could it be that the divine artifact he had once taken had resurfaced? If not, how could one explain such a rapid ascent? The heirs of the Celestial Emperor were barely in their 20s. It was implausible for them to reach such astounding heights in such a short span of time. However, if it were indeed due to that artifact, the current head of the Yang family revealed an expression of unrestrained joy. Someone, how goes the matter? The various sacred grounds erupted in uproar. The existence of three hegemonic forces had been shaken by such an earth-shattering event. A divine artifact had flown away from their grasp. It left everyone dumbfounded. The incredulity was palpable. First, the formidable Shirshin Mountain had obliterated the Qingyuan Immortal Palace with the great Emperor of Light. And now a mysterious hand had seized the immortal elixir coveted by both the Qingyuan Immortal Palace and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Speculations arose. Could it be that Shirshin Mountain was behind it? Another significant event was unfolding. Shirshin Mountain was on the move. They had actually mobilized their black-clad legion. Their target, the realm of life and death. What? What could they possibly intend? To assault the realm of life and death, or to obliterate the hegemonic forces entirely? Boom. Outside the realm of life and death, nearly everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. The void shimmered with brilliance as one black-clad figure after another emerged, their numbers nearly filling the sky. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. Was this a full-scale mobilization? Gazing outwards, countless black-clad warriors donned armor and wielded weapons, astonishingly. They were all wielding pseudo-emperor weapons. A complete set. Moreover, the warhorses ridden by the black-winged warriors were at the semi-emperor level. And that was not all. The sheer number of black-clad individuals reached tens of thousands, with each one possessing cultivation at the semi-emperor level, releasing an overwhelming pressure that dominated the cosmos. Gazing down at all present, the sheer momentum rendered the distant observers nearly breathless. What in the world? All of them are semi-emperor level warriors? The black-clad forces, they hail from Shirshin Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The void collapsed, the rules of the Tao circulated, and order runes expanded before the black-clad legion. 20 figures stood tall across the sky, their auras fierce, domineering, and exuding imperial might. Imperial might? 20 of them. All were emperors. Shirshin Mountain was truly defying the heavens, possessing such profound depth. Everyone felt their souls quaking, their spirits trembling. The visual impact of this scene was nearly suffocating. Our mountain lord has decreed, from this moment forth, the realm of life and death is the territory of Shirshin Mountain. Those who dare tread here shall face death. Chapter 39. What of the two hegemonic forces? Encirclement. The realm of life and death. A wave of panic washed over everyone, their expressions betraying utter shock. 20 emperors. And those tens of thousands of semi-emperor black-clad warriors. This was a defiance of the natural order. Were they planning to unify the entire Wuji Star? Many were astounded, feeling their scalps tingle. The Lord of the Undying Mountain nearly choked at the sight, teetering on the edge of the void, his eyelids twitching. No, this cannot be. Ancestor. Over 10,000 semi-emperors. 20 emperors. Even 10 Undying Mountains would pale in comparison to a single Shirshin Mountain. Let us go. The Undying Emperor was covered in goosebumps, his heart trembling in shock. The sea of his divine consciousness throbbed, the blood within him suppressed to its limits, dragging the Lord of Shirshin Mountain away in a frenzy. This was no jest. He had lived for so long, yet had never encountered such an astonishingly powerful force. 20 emperors, all emerging from Shirshin Mountain. Moreover, tens of thousands of semi-emperors. What does this even imply? They were practically invincible. While it is true that semi-emperors were plentiful within the Chaos Sea, they were not as common as cabbages. Now, with 20 emperors and tens of thousands of semi-emperors emerging from a single lineage, it was evident that a monumental shift was about to occur in the current dynamics of Wuji Star. The three hegemonic forces, Qingyuan, Xianxian, and Yubingshan, whether they possessed the capability to contend, was uncertain. However, dealing with an ancient sect like the Undying Mountain would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The Lord of Yubingshan was left utterly stunned upon witnessing this spectacle, the thunderous roar echoing in her ears, akin to the divine thunder of the heavens striking her consciousness. What does this even signify? What level is this? 20 emperors. Tens of thousands of semi-emperors. Even the war beasts were semi-emperors. What manner of resources and background does Xianxian Mountain possess to have such a staggering foundation? The paradigm is shifting. Xianxian Mountain might become the newly ascendant hegemonic force. The Lord of Yubingshan breathed heavily. Sister, should we consider reviving? The Lord of Yubingshan exhaled deeply, forcibly regaining her composure, her voice trembling. For now, let it be. The mysterious is drawing near. Xianxian Mountain's foundation transcends our imagination. With 20 emperors, only through revival can we hope to contend. Today, Qingyuan and Xiantian are likely to face dire straits. The Lord of Yubingshan was shaken to her core, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. To casually unleash 20 emperors and tens of thousands of semi-emperors, it was merely the surface of Xianxian Mountain's depth. What other trump cards might they possess? Who could know? Within the realm of life and death, Shi Shui felt a shiver run down her spine, her fists trembling, not to mention the tens of thousands of semi-emperors. Just the sight of those 20 emperors was enough to shatter their very essence. Those were 20. In contrast, the Xiantian Jingtu and Qingyuan Immortal Palace, with their palace lords and purifying lords, numbered a mere 7. The palace lord of Qingyuan appeared seemingly calm, yet her throat involuntarily convulsed as her gaze remained fixed upon the 20 black-clad emperors before her. Xianxian Mountain. A murderous intent surged within the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, but it swiftly subsided. With Shi Shui in tow, she turned to depart from the opposite edge of the realm of life and death. Simultaneously, Xiantian Jingzhu dared not linger any longer. It was simply too terrifying. The origins of the forbidden zone of life and death are shrouded in mystery. Suspected to be a mountain that has fallen from the celestial realm, this place harbors celestial power and the rules of the celestial path. Should a full-scale battle ensue, it is uncertain what uncontrollable changes might arise. Lord Jing, let us deliberate on the matters of the alliance another day. The two dominant powers have fled in disarray, leaving countless onlookers in astonishment. The sovereign of Wujixing, a being of unparalleled might, dared not confront directly and chose to depart instead. The crowd was left stunned. Has the might of the Mountain of Death reached such an extent? Many were astonished by the profound heritage of the Mountain of Death, believing that the situation would soon conclude, with the mountain emerging as the greatest victor, having not only acquired the Golden Crow's elixir of immortality, but also seized control of the forbidden zone of life and death. Yet, in the next moment, the 20 cloaked emperors in the sky launched a fierce assault. The 4 leading figures each wielded the 4 swords of celestial slaying, while the other cloaked emperors brandished supreme imperial weapons, their battle intent soaring as they directly targeted the inhabitants of the suspended heaven and the Qingyuan celestial palace. The mountain master has issued the command, eradicate the roots. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying imperial might swept through the realms, reverberating across the universe. Within the forbidden zone of life and death, the 20 emperors dispersed, forming teams of 10 to encircle the forces of the Qingyuan celestial palace and suspended heaven. Alas, Shi Shuang and Shi Nuo were filled with dread, for their gravest fears had materialized. During this assault on the forbidden zone of life and death, they had already suffered significant losses. Although they had not yet touched the roots of the Qingyuan celestial palace, their situation was utterly dire. Not only had they failed to obtain the elixir of immortality, but all of their condensed imperial avatars had been brutally slain, and they themselves were grievously injured. At present, led by the palace master Lu Qingyuan, the 3 emperors of the Qingyuan celestial palace found themselves unable to escape. The strength of the cloaked emperors surpassed their imagination. Having reached the pinnacle of the supreme path, verging on celestial beings, Lu Qingyuan emanated an aura of indomitable might, her killing intent swirling around her. Despite being surrounded by 10 emperors, she remained undaunted, her mind filled with thoughts of invincibility. However, considering her current predicament and the impending mystery, she knew the greater picture must take precedence. Mountain of Death, do not push matters to an extreme. A mystery approaches. In the vast world, countless races vie for supremacy, and the factions of Wujixing must unite for warmth. Boom. A terrifying crimson light streaked across the sky, piercing through Shi Nuo's body, causing him to stagger. The clamor of battle erupted. Chapter 40. Annihilation of Qingyuan. Decapitation of suspended heaven. Outside the forbidden zone of life and death, many were astonished. The Mountain of Death had indeed struck, launching a coordinated assault against the 2 dominant powers. The Qingyuan celestial palace and suspended heaven had already suffered heavy casualties, having lost the majority during their confrontation with the forbidden zone of life and death. Now, with the Mountain of Death's formidable intervention, there was no longer any suspense. The major sacred grounds trembled with dread, The Mountain of Death had shown itself to be overwhelmingly powerful and tyrannical, directly confronting the two dominant powers. Yet at this moment, the foundational strength of these two powers was not manifest, and facing the legion of emperors from the Mountain of Death, along with the seemingly endless black-clad army, the outcome was glaringly obvious. The ancient path's dominion was shaken, as the Qingyuan Celestial Palace and Suspended Heaven, their Palace Master and Nether Master targeted, faced potential annihilation here, which would drastically alter the power dynamics. Would Yubing Mountain intervene? With each strike from the Mountain of Death, the entire Wujixing was engulfed in terror. Its foundation was simply too fearsome. Indeed, it had initially rendered the supreme sacred ground utterly humiliated, deploying only a single saintly king, and later annihilating the supreme sacred ground, the ancient clan, and forcefully slaying the esteemed emperor of the Qingyuan Celestial Palace. Now, as the foundations began to reveal themselves, it threatened to terrify all. I believe that even the dominant powers within the ancient path would find their scalps prickling with fear. 20 emperors, tens of thousands of half-emperors. Such combat strength could undoubtedly trample all the major sacred grounds. The ancient clan was no exception. The Mountain of Death indeed possessed an unrivaled might, and today it struck, catching both Qingyuan and Suspended Heaven off guard. The master of Yubing Mountain, with hair cascading like a waterfall, shone with a lustrous glow as she stood distantly in the void, her eyes flickering with astonishment and shock. Sister, Lu Qingyuan has long dwelled in the chaotic sea. Her foundation is unfathomable. Could she truly fall today? Fall? How is that possible? What you perceive may not be reality. That cautious lad, He Guang, learned from Lu Qingyuan herself. Roar? So, does that mean Lu Qingyuan's? Boom, boom, boom. Within the forbidden zone of life and death, celestial forces intertwined. A vast silvery net enveloping the area, containing the rules of the celestial path. The emperors exerted their full strength, yet it merely caused ripples in the void. The ground trembled, and mountains shattered. Damn it! Shi Shuang and Shi Nua's eyes were filled with rage and astonishment. Not only had they failed to secure the elixir of immortality, but now they were also besieged by the emperors of the Mountain of Death, their situation dire and precarious. The numerical superiority of their foes greatly increased the likelihood of their demise here. They could even envision that after slaying them, the Mountain of Death would completely claim the forbidden zone of life and death, a place overflowing with celestial power and rules, concealing unimaginable treasures, regarded as mere spoils by the Mountain of Death. The Palace Master must go first. Shi Shuang and Shi Nua radiated brilliance, unleashing every means at their disposal, summoning supreme imperial weapons. The terrifying light illuminated all directions as they fought to protect Lu Qingyuan, clashing with the black-clad emperors. The sounds of battle were deafening, akin to celestial drums resounding across the heavens, alarming all around. The emperors fought with all their might, facing the peril of injury, barely managing to repel two of the black-clad emperors. In the blink of an eye, Shi Shuang and Shi Nua suffered grievous wounds. The disparity in strength between them and the black-clad emperors was staggering. While they were both emperors, their powers were as disparate as clouds and mud, separated by an insurmountable chasm. With fists and feet colliding, the formidable physical prowess of the black-clad emperors left them utterly astounded. Shi Shuang and Shi Nua were repeatedly sent flying, their supreme imperial weapons knocked away, limbs and legs exploding in the process. Even when they attempted to reconstitute themselves, they were still being overpowered by the black-clad emperors. Slay! One of the black-clad emperors commanded, his killing intent soaring to the heavens as the sword of celestial slaying emerged, cleaving Shi Shuang in half on the spot. The ground and peaks, infused with the rules of the celestial path, were cleaved and shattered. Shi Shuang. Shi Nua's gaze flickered with fury, a furious roar escaping his lips as he erupted with immeasurable divine radiance. Various dazzling beams of light burst forth, and upon closer inspection, cracks began to appear on his body, blood oozing forth. Yet, from the aura radiating from him, it was evident that his power had increased significantly, having employed some forbidden technique. Uft, uft, uft. The void exploded as Shi Nua forcefully broke through, resisting for black-clad emperors. Despite his unmatched valor, he was still overwhelmed. His body shattering multiple times, his aura waning as he no longer stood at his peak, ultimately falling victim to a powerful strike from a black-clad emperor, who severed his head and refined it. The Qingyuan Celestial Palace's three formidable experts were completely annihilated. They fell within the forbidden zone of life and death, slain by the black-clad emperors. The powerful figures from the major sacred grounds were left aghast, their scalps prickling with fear as they contemplated their own fates. Were they to find themselves in such a position, a single punch from a black-clad emperor would surely spell their doom. Shi Shuang, Shi Nua. Lu Qingyuan's towering figure erupted with imperial might, her strength formidable, her physique robust, her eyes ablaze with fury. She successfully repelled 2 of the 6 black-clad emperors that besieged her. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself beset by the remaining 4 black-clad emperors, leaving her overwhelmed. Skylight technique. Lu Qinghuan bellowed, her entire being illuminated in resplendent golden light that flooded the forbidden zone of life and death. The fire of life burned within her, her blood surging to the heavens. Supreme imperial weapons manifested upon her fists, adorning her hands like gloves, exuding unparalleled might. Yet, in terms of physical prowess, she was not significantly weaker than the black-clad emperors. However, now faced with 10 black-clad emperors, each wielding extraordinary divine weapons, it could be said that she was comprehensively restrained. True essence body. Lu Qinghuan was struck back, blood spurting from her mouth, her flesh and blood erupting, as her fist struggled against the onslaught of 20 kicks. Her skull felt as though it might be torn asunder, the imperial blood staining the forbidden zone. Thunderous roars echoed, just as I had anticipated. Lu Qinghuan's true form was not within the Wuji star. The Lord of Yubing Mountain smirked slightly. In the life and death forbidden zone, the rules of the celestial path pervaded, intertwining celestial powers. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying phantom appeared above Lu Qinghuan's head. To outsiders, it resembled a true incarnation. But only a select few knew that this manifested shadow was the true form of Lu Qinghuan, who was lost to the void. Death God Mountain. Today, I shall annihilate you, the black-clad emperor, and in days to come, Death God Mountain shall face utter ruin. Lu Qinghuan bellowed, her essence burning as her robust body cracked. Thunderous booms resounded. The horrific phantom manifested. Identical to Lu Qinghuan, it exuded an inexplicable terror, its form colossal, capable of grasping the Wuji star in a single hand. Now raising its finger to point toward the black-clad emperor. Even the great net of intertwined celestial powers was obliterated, torn asunder. An unparalleled divine weapon? Lu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned as she beheld the battle axe held by the black-clad emperor. The finger extended from the true form's projection was severed on the spot. She coughed blood, her gaze dimming, no longer as bright as before. Flash! The phantom of her true form shattered. Lu Qinghuan's murderous intent filled the sky. Yet as she contemplated self-detonation, she was relentlessly besieged and slain by the black-clad emperor. Buzz! Ultimately, Lu Qinghuan was reduced to a deflated balloon, her body utterly fragmented by the heavenly opening battle axe. Both form and spirit were extinguished. The master of Qinghuan immortal palace perished. Lu Qinghuan, the master of Xianxian, was breathless, astonished that someone of such a formidable background as Lu Qinghuan could meet such a tragic end. The situation here grew increasingly dire. 3 emperors from the Pure Land had fallen, leaving him to struggle alone. Upon witnessing Lu Qinghuan's demise, his momentum instantly waned, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Chapter 41. Occupying the Life and Death Forbidden Zone. In the Life and Death Forbidden Zone, the master of Xianxian roared, making one final effort, his emaciated body bleeding profusely. His left eye began to flicker with a crimson glow, a terrifying energy emanating from within, enveloping his form. In the blink of an eye, his once withered body began to swell, transforming from a frail, aged figure into an extraordinarily robust one, even more so than Lu Qinghuan, towering nearly 10 feet high. Muscles bulging like a wild beast, roaring in fury. A layer of blood light swirled around him, as if a monstrous beast lay dormant within. Kill! 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 The power of Xuantian's master Li Xianyuan surged, his roar mingling with bizarre primal sounds, beastly roars, and the eerie cries of women. The cultivation method of the Xianxian lineage was peculiar, emphasizing the cultivation of the body to host demonic entities, explaining why practitioners from Xianxian Pure Land often appeared skeletal and emaciated. The Lord of Yubing Mountain spoke, seemingly enlightening her sister. It was no wonder they looked as though they had not eaten enough, their forms merely skin and bones. It appeared they had been drained by the demonic entities. Li Xianyuan bellowed, infused with demonic resonance, yet he did not engage the black-clad emperor directly. Instead, he continually retreated, crying to the Lord of Yubing Mountain, "How much longer will you remain silent?" Upon uttering these words, all the major sacred lands were thrown into an uproar. Even the immortal emperor of the Undying Mountain trembled at the mention of Yubing Mountain. Indeed, before the mysterious arrival, each major hegemonic power had already found its allies. Those of us, who occupied the lower tiers of the ancient hierarchy, would likely be left with only the scraps once the mysterious forces arrived. The Lord of Yubing Mountain and her sister exchanged glances, their expressions grave, gazing into the distance where, beyond the life and death forbidden zone, radiant Buddhist light blossomed, filling the entire void, an overwhelming force of faith erupting. The void trembled with the sound of ancient chants, and upon closer listening, one could hear the ancient Buddha reciting scriptures, paying homage to the Dharma. As they drew near, golden light illuminated the space, akin to the rays of the setting sun, casting light upon the surroundings. A robust man adorned with a cap, a necklace of palm-sized beads around his neck, and robes that fell to his waist, revealing a muscular physique, held a demon-slaying pestle in his right hand, stepping through the void, each step resonating with the verses of the Buddha's path. He slowly raised his head, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage, appearing to be in his middle years. When Mani Padme Hum, the Lord of Yubing Mountain, was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that familiar face, adorned with a cross-shaped scar on the cheek. She never expected that the current Lord of Shumi Mountain was an old acquaintance, one who, like her, Lu Qingwan, hailed from the Chaos Sea. The overwhelming force of faith was extraordinary, enveloped in golden light, rippling with golden Buddhist scriptures that rejoiced. A golden bowl glimmered as it flew from the Lord of Shumi Mountain's hand, inscribed with mysterious runes, and golden Buddhist teachings were recorded within, immediately suppressing the master of Xianxian. The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. Li Xianyuan, who once stole the demons of hell from the Grand Shumi Mountain, shall today be sealed within my great Shumi Mountain's demon suppression tower for a millennium of repentance. The Lord of Shumi Mountain's words flowed like lotus flowers, each step birthing the essence of Buddhas, as the bowl expanded from the void, directly pressing down upon the master of Xianxian, trapping him within. The entire life and death forbidden zone trembled, as three towering black Buddhist altars stood vigil at the bowl's periphery, taking on the fierce aspect of wrathful deities, forming a triangular formation around the bowl. Radiant Buddhist scriptures entwined the void, transforming into a golden bell, encircling the area layer by layer. A millennium of repentance? I see it merely as a performance for outsiders. They are blissfully unaware. The mysterious forces have descended, and the great Shumi Mountain has allied with Xianxian Pure Land. The price, I fear, is the demons sealed within the demon suppression tower? Wouldn't you agree, sister? The Lord of Yubing Mountain paused, her gaze fixed upon the Lord of Shumi Mountain. The denizens of Death God Mountain, without a doubt, stand as foes to my Shumi Mountain, the Lord of Shumi Mountain declared, clarifying his intentions. Yet in the next instant, the Lord of Shumi Mountain's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed 20 emperors from Death God Mountain joining forces, collectively attacking the bowl. The enveloping golden scriptures began to disintegrate. Even the three black altars trembled uncontrollably. The Lord of Shumi Mountain's gaze sharpened, and with a resigned smile, he said, "In that case, Li Xianyuan is yours." Upon speaking, the three altars radiated light, and the bowl echoed with the anguished screams of Li Xianyuan, horrifying and monstrous, emitting the sounds of demons. As the bowl lifted from the ground, the crimson glow upon Li Xianyuan flickered, the demons departing from his form. No, no, Shumiyu. As the bowl overturned, the great demon was trapped within, while the three black altars rose to stand at the edges of the bowl, radiating a peculiar light. The red demons within appeared to be insubstantial, like vapor, desperately attempting to escape the bowl, yet were sealed by the scriptures, repeatedly failing in their attempts. Li Xianyuan roared, deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit and vitality waning, and he was promptly cleaved by the black-clad emperor. The bowl turned to ash, landing in the hands of Shumi. He recited a Buddhist incantation, directing his gaze toward the Lord of Yubing Mountain. "Farewell, until we meet again amidst the mysteries." From what I have observed, the various powers within Wuji Star indeed require unity to survive the mysterious forces and perhaps even acquire the keys to immortality. The Chaos Sea has already been overtaken by the mysterious, and the terror of the unknown is far from what you all envision. Now, as the factions of Wuji Star stand alone, they will be systematically crushed by the mysterious forces. As his words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the major sacred lands. Astonished by the overwhelming might of Death God Mountain, which had single-handedly eradicated both the master of Xianxian and the master of Qingwan Palace, they were equally astonished by the words of the Lord of Shumi Mountain, realizing their understanding of the mysterious was profoundly inadequate, merely gleaned from ancient texts and the scattered accounts of a few formidable beings. In the present day, even the sovereign entity of Shumi Mountain has spoken, prompting various sacred places, ancient families, and some less formidable ancient traditions to experience a stir of interest, albeit understanding that some notions are mere fantasies. With the departure of the Shumi Mountain Lord and the Yubing Mountain Lord, the various sacred places and ancient traditions retreated with a sense of dissatisfaction, each immersed in their own thoughts and speculations. From this day forth, the Grand Shumi Mountain has entered the collective consciousness, having seemingly achieved its purpose of gathering hearts and strengthening itself. Among the apex powers, Shumi Mountain undoubtedly remains an enigmatic presence, demonstrating goodwill through the power of faith. In the pure land of suspended heaven, a middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back and a slight smile on his lips gazed upon the appearance of Shumi Zi. He expressed profound gratitude, acknowledging the assistance rendered by the Mountain Lord, as Li Xuanhe had betrayed his father and stolen the great demon from Shumi Mountain. Now, putting aside past grievances, he felt immense appreciation. The Shumi Mountain Lord, adjusting his Buddhist chant, replied, "There is no need for such formality. For this demon has already been purified and is now entrusted to you. I hope we can unite to confront the impending mystery." From the depths of the chaos realm emerged Lu Qingwan, flanked by 12 celestial kings and the 8 hellish Azuras, each exuding formidable power. Lu Qingwan, with a physique akin to a tiger and the grace of an immortal, gazed into the distance at the boundless star, contemplating a return. Little did he anticipate the downfall of his avatar, the Death God Mountain, pales in comparison to the mysteries of the Chaos Sea. At the Death God Mountain, a sound echoed, "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward." Chapter 42, Chaos Stone. Refining Artifact. The mystery has arrived. Yang Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief akin to copper bells. What had he witnessed? Yang Diyuan, once the nephew of the Yang family forced to leave for his safety, had unexpectedly grown so formidable. His entire being radiated celestial power, effortlessly tearing through the void, unafraid of the deathly ban of the celestial realm, reclaiming the Golden Crow immortal elixir with a mere gesture. Such prowess was nothing short of awe-inspiring, something even the ancient families, the apex powers, would hesitate to attempt. The Death Zone, as recorded in ancient texts, had existed for millions of years, having fallen from the celestial realm, laden with terrifying celestial laws and shackles. It resembled a secluded microcosm. Yet now, Yang Diyuan, with no effort at all, brought back the Golden Crow immortal elixir, leaving Yang Qingshan utterly astounded. The Qingwan Immortal Palace and the Pure Land of Suspended Heaven had invested immense resources, suffering heavy losses, yet could only launch a desperate assault, ultimately gaining nothing and rendering their efforts futile. Yang Qingshan's breath quickened as he struggled to fathom the trials that Yang Diyuan had endured. The extraordinary encounters that had bestowed such remarkable cultivation upon him in less than 30 years. The Golden Crow immortal elixir shimmered, its body radiating golden light, akin to a great sun, engulfed in terrifying flames. Yet Yang Dian effortlessly seized it by the neck. Despite its struggles, it was in vain, and a portion of its feathers fell away. It was utterly alarmed, resembling a deity before this young man, overwhelmed with fear. For it was the Golden Crow immortal elixir, nurtured in the Death Zone for hundreds of thousands of years, achieving its present strength, permeated with celestial energy, having even grasped some celestial rules from the Death Zone. Yet, even so, it was disregarded and effortlessly extinguished by the young man before it. The fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, invigorating Yang Diyuan with a single breath. With a slight smile, he squinted his eyes, feeling the hairs on his body stand in exhilaration. Indeed, the immortal elixir lived up to its name. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the Death Zone. Congratulations, host, you have successfully slain the Pure Land Lord and the avatar of the Qingwan Palace. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a first-tier celestial technique, ultimate obliteration. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a first-tier celestial technique, Purple Sky 5 Elements Thunder Fist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a beginner-level celestial weapon, Soul Suppressing Blade. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a beginner-level celestial weapon, Solar Armor. Yang Diyuan felt a subtle stirring within him. Celestial techniques and weapons, this was his first acquisition. He examined the information. Ultimate obliteration, area attack. Utilizing ultimate celestial power to envelop a vast net, condensing deities from all directions to suppress all things. Purple Sky 5 Elements Thunder Fist, driven by celestial energy. It can gather the Purple Sky 5 Elements Thunder, creating a cataclysmic force that shatters all. Celestial techniques are divided into 9 tiers, with 9 being the highest. As for celestial weapons, a general description was provided, categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, with further tiers currently unknown. Yang Diyuan reviewed his attribute panel. Name, Yang Diyuan. Age, 21. Cultivation, half immortal. Physique, pure Yang sacred body Tao. Imperial techniques, Immortal Sutra, Extreme Path Celestial Demon Art, Thousand Blade Slash, Great Void Technique, Great Sun to Thagata Palm. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Reincarnation Technique. Imperial Weapons, Extreme Path Celestial Demon Armor, Extreme Path Celestial Demon Halberd, Extreme Path Celestial Demon Shuttle, Human Sovereign Banner, 9 Dragon Divine Chariot. Devouring Abyss Halberd, Carefree Seal, Heavenly Tao Demon Suppressing Hammer. Imperial Arrays, Life and Death Great Array, Trapping Array, Defensive Array. Imperial Medicines, Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Peach Garden with 17 peaches. Peerless Divine Weapons, Exquisite Immortal Sword, Trapping Immortal Sword, Ultimate Immortal Sword, Slaying Immortal Sword, Heaven Opening Battle Axe, Heavenly Origin Lock Armor. Eastern Emperor Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Alchemical Gourd, Great Thunder Sound Bow, Divine Farmer Cauldron. Peerless Great Array, Exquisite Immortal Sword Array. Peerless Divine Technique, Immortal Indestructibility Creation Art. Celestial Techniques, Ultimate Obliteration, Tier 1. Purple Sky 5 Elements Thunder Fist, Tier 1. Celestial Weapons, Soul Suppressing Blade, Beginner, Solar Armor, Beginner. Battle Slaves, 111 at the Emperor level, 130,000 at the Half-Emperor level. Slaughter Value, 2,300,000,000 points. Prestige Level, Level 4, can be upgraded to Level 5. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased for free. Occupied Territories, Bloodmine Mountain, Death Zone. Mountain Gate, Death God Mountain. The Golden Crow Immortal Elixir, after much struggle, finally recognized the reality before it and ceased its futile attempts. Spreading its wings and letting out a cry of resignation, its eyes reflected helplessness and desolation. Come, consume me. Perhaps this is my fate. Yang Diyuan inquired about the nature of the Death Zone, which originated from the celestial realm and was a place of great opportunity, rich in treasures. This area produced chaos stones, essential for forging unparalleled divine weapons, along with many rare mineral deposits and divine iron. It was rumored that the Death Zone still harbored remnants of celestial artifacts from the ancient celestial realm, possibly linked to the keys of ascension hidden in mystery. Yang Diyuan's understanding of the situation began to take shape. Then, you must possess quite a few, right? Yang Diyuan queried. The Golden Crow Immortal Elixir's gaze sharpened, and it stubbornly replied, how could that be? I have only just emerged today, having been nurtured for nearly hundreds of thousands of years. Suddenly, a smooth, flat stone fell from the feathers of the Golden Crow Immortal Elixir. Ah, it seems I do possess one, acquired by chance in the Death Zone. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked the refining artifact. Tip. Consuming chaos stones allows for the forging of supreme imperial weapons. Yang Diyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you wish to consume me, then why the look of surprise? Not long after, the elixir of immortality sought by the Golden Crow has pushed one to the brink of despair. After years of scouring the perilous realms of life and death for treasures, everything has been surrendered with a heavy heart. How infuriating. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,100 pieces of chaos stones. Beside him, the 12-winged seraph was left utterly astounded, gazing at the mountain-like piles of chaos stones scattered about. The chaotic mist swirled, and radiant light ascended, imbued with an ethereal quality that made her feel increasingly buoyant. These chaos stones are not merely valuable. They are coveted currency even within the chaos realm. The Assassin's Divine Dynasty must have mobilized due to the expenditure of chaos stones, likely summoned by some powerful faction. Yang Diyuan nodded knowingly, aware of the substantial worth of the chaos stones, and surmised that only a select few would dare to confront them, with the celestial palace of the Azure Phoenix being the most likely contender. Despite its current decline, the Assassin's Divine Dynasty remains a formidable entity, having once wreaked havoc in the chaos realm, where they slaughtered numerous influential powers, several of which boasted backgrounds from the immortal realm, leaving a lasting reverberation through epochs. The mystery draws near, and when it does, even the Assassin's Divine Dynasty cannot evade the ensuing conflicts. Yang Diyuan learned many secrets from the 12-winged seraph, such as the impending arrival of the mysterious forces and the manifestation of miraculous events. But there are multiple entrances. The more entrances they occupy, the greater their territory, and the more treasures and opportunities they may seize. It is possible that many unprecedented races may emerge, including the weakest beings from the miraculous realm, the fallen holy spirits. These entities can be likened to puppeteers of the underworld, capable of controlling deceased races to do their bidding. Should the entrances to the miraculous realm remain unclaimed, its inhabitants will inevitably emerge. If such a scenario unfolds, the current chaos of the Chaos Sea will soon be mirrored on the Wujixing. Yang Diyuan had previously heard from the seraph that the disparity in power following the arrival of the mysterious forces had become insurmountable for the indigenous people, leading to the Chaos Sea being devoured by the Enigma after a millennium of conflict, leaving their fate uncertain. Boom! The heavens trembled. Terrifying whirlpools surged forth, some in the sky, others on the surface, and even deeper underground, as mysterious order runes rippled across the Wujixing. Yang Diyuan's gaze sharpened. The mystery had arrived. Chapter 43. The terrifying mystery, countless opportunities, the Death God Mountain enters the miraculous realm. The arrival of the mystery. Across the entirety of Wujiqing, chaos erupted. Various whirlpools shimmered with rules and order runes, while swirling black mist enveloped the area. The entrances were bizarre and countless, accompanied by the fragrance of medicinal herbs. A plethora of strange phenomena unfolded. The entire Wujiqing was engulfed in turmoil. The mystery had arrived. The mystery had indeed arrived. Opportunities for ascension. The path to breaking through the limits of emperors has emerged. The major sacred lands were thrown into an uproar. The revived ancient immortals, akin to living fossils among the older generation of powerhouses, were all abuzz with excitement. They had drawn upon their deep reserves and formidable resources to rejuvenate themselves, their life force surging with vitality. If possible, they would seize the chance to obtain a life-extending elixir within the mystery. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land, the Crimson Cloud Sacred Land, and the Misty Cloud Sacred Land were all on high alert. From disciples to elders, from the sacred lords to the revived ancient powerhouses within their ranks, they all prepared to march into the miraculous realm. The skies above the Nine Heavens erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors as various lights danced about, resembling a celestial paradise with radiant hues and swirling clouds. The light of the immortal path spread, weaving an exquisite tapestry across the entire Wujiqing. For them, the mystery represented both peril and death, yet also rebirth and hope. The Nine Heavens, Crimson Cloud, and Misty Cloud had forged an alliance, hoping to band together to secure all they desired within the miraculous realm. Meanwhile, numerous ancient sects were also making their moves, with many of them uniting to prepare for the incursion. Concurrently, a plethora of loose cultivators, unable to contain their excitement, rushed into the miraculous realm shortly after its emergence, driven by the treasure and opportunities hidden within, which could potentially propel them to great heights. Numerous cultivators, driven by desperation, fought tooth and nail to enter. Above the Nine Heavens, the Golden Book reappeared. The mystery had arrived, and a battle among myriad races was imminent. Just this one phrase stirred the hearts and minds of countless powerful beings and cultivators, their bodies trembling with anticipation, excitement, and the boundless possibilities of the future. In merely half a day, numerous factions on the Wujiqing could no longer restrain themselves and surged through the entrances. Some had already ventured inside. Aware of the immense terrors lurking within, ancient sects, ancestral families, and dominant forces had yet to take action. Boom, boom. The miraculous realm erupted into chaos, filled with the roars of beasts and terrifying cries from indistinguishable races. Had it not been for the intertwining rules at the entrance, the terrifying sounds that reverberated would have left many in shambles. They are dead, dead, dead. All are dead, ha ha ha. I told you, this is not an opportunity. It is the abyss of death. Entering there leads only to the underworld, and everyone will perish. Soon, news spread. The Wanlong Gate, the Qianxian Palace, and the Jingguang Mountain faced near total annihilation. Among the three factions, only one individual managed to escape. That person emerged from the entrance of the miraculous realm, deranged and grievously injured, shrouded in black mist, one side of their body ravaged by an unknown force, leaving only a stark white skeleton on the other side, intact. Some sought to discover the source of the black mist, only to encounter dire consequences. Those who attempted to rescue him, hoping to glean more secrets about the miraculous realm, were engulfed by the black mist, which spread like a virus. Upon contact, they were all infected, their spirits shattered, their physical forms disintegrating in mere moments. All perished. The black mist is terrifying. It must not be touched. Many were horrified. Once the black mist made contact, it could not be dispelled. In less than half a stick of incense, even a powerhouse at the Saint King level would succumb, their bodies withering, their essence rapidly depleting. The individual who escaped from the miraculous realm claimed to have consumed a divine fruit while inside. Had it not been for that, he would not have endured the onslaught of the black mist long enough to flee, meeting his end on the spot. Simultaneously, many learned from him that the miraculous realm was vast and boundless, devoid of daylight, shrouded in eternal night, fraught with dangers and innumerable opportunities. Moreover, various bizarre occurrences proliferated. As soon as the three sects entered, they discovered the divine fruit, initially allied, only to turn on each other over the fruit, leading to a brutal slaughter, providing a terrifying opportunity for others. Many speculated that even if the three sects had not turned against one another, the sight of the divine fruit would have ignited discord, making escape from the black mist's assault impossible. This outcome served as a harsh wake-up call for many factions. The miraculous realm is not so easily breached. It harbors countless dangers. On that day, the major sacred lands could no longer contain themselves and, in a show of alliance, forcefully entered a specific entrance to the miraculous realm. Having learned from their previous mistakes, they established strict rules, regardless of the opportunities or fortuitous encounters they might encounter. They must coexist harmoniously and refrain from betrayal. Soon, ancient families and sects followed suit, the living fossils of the older generation suppressing their excitement as they entered the miraculous realm. The dominant forces were now mobilizing. News spread that the celestial palace of the Azure Phoenix, the pure land of suspended heavens, the Jade Ice Mountain, and the Great Mount Sumru all launched simultaneous operations, entering the miraculous realm with great force. Just after their entry, chaos ensued, with countless cries of battle and the sounds of suffering echoing throughout. In the celestial palace of Qinghuan, the true form of Lu Qinghuan has manifested, stepping forth into the realm of near immortality, having crossed the threshold of that pivotal step. Behind her, the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 departments of hellish Azura have engaged in battle against a mysterious race, emerging victorious and claiming dominion over a territory. After a brief period of stability, they intend to extend their divine influence, reaching outwards in search of further opportunities. At the Death God Mountain, Emperor Yang Diyuan squinted, knowing he could not remain idle. 100 emperors and over 130,000 semi-emperors, nearly fully armed, surged directly into an entrance of the divine realm. This spectacle astounded many factions, leading them to speculate that with the profound foundation of the Death God Mountain, the spoils of victory would rival those of the hegemonic powers. Chapter 44. The 10 Horrors Within the Divine Realm. The undying beings of the Golden Clan. The arrival of the enigmatic forces stirred a commotion among all factions. As the major hegemonic forces marched forth into the divine realm, Death God Mountain did not remain a mere spectator. How could such a formidable foundation exist? The sky was filled with a dense mass of figures. The black-clad emperors of Death God Mountain numbered nearly 100. Each wielded supreme imperial weapons, and some possessed extraordinary divine armaments. The semi-emperors were armed to the teeth, their numbers exceeding a staggering 100,000. Many were left in shock. Numerous cultivators from the Boundless Star were rendered speechless by this scene. The vastness of Death God Mountain's foundation made their teeth chatter. The sheer quantity and strength of their forces were unparalleled, as they had never witnessed such a spectacular and unforgettable sight among the hegemonic powers. In the divine realm, darkness reigned supreme. An eternal night stretched infinitely, where everything was shrouded in impenetrable blackness. Only those of high cultivation could glimpse what lay beyond. As a vortex entrance swirled, the rules rippled, and Yang Diyuan, clad in sun armor, arrived in a golden chariot drawn by 9 dragons. Trailing behind him were 100 emperors and over 130,000 semi-emperors mounted on warhorses, resembling a mighty army poised for battle. Yet even so, compared to the boundless, divine-like landscape, they appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean. The vastness here was overwhelming. Everywhere one looked was a bleak expanse, desolate and lifeless, a true epitome of decay. Simultaneously, a multitude of fragrant medicinal aromas wafted from various directions, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. This was the divine realm. Yang Diyuan squinted, sipping ancient enlightenment tea, as wisps of celestial energy enveloped him, akin to an ethereal immortal amidst rising clouds and mist. Suddenly, waves of black mist surged towards him. The black mist twisted and coiled, reminiscent of impending doom, howling with rapidity as it rushed forth. Seemingly sensing the presence of Yang Diyuan and his entourage, intent on engulfing them. Wherever the black mist passed, an aura of death permeated the air. Once, a sage king had healed survivors attempting to flee this place, only to succumb to the encroaching miasma and perish on the spot. The black mist was insurmountable. Only celestial power and chaos stones could offer a semblance of protection, albeit merely sufficient for self-preservation. The 12-winged seraph, Qingqing, felt a shiver of trepidation. Having faced the chaos sea before, it conjured unsettling memories of her family, all of whom had perished following the mysterious emergence from the chaos sea, vanishing into oblivion. Yang Diyuan remained unfazed. Ahead, several emperors brandishing unparalleled divine weapons, with a leading figure in black wielding the soul-quelling blade, unleashed their might, and in an instant, the encroaching black mist seemed to sense a terrifying presence, altering its course and retreating. As the black mist gradually receded, Yang Diyuan's eyes gleamed like torches, radiating golden light. To his astonishment, within the black substance, he discerned ominous ghostly figures, akin to demons, exuding an aura of annihilation. He caught a fleeting glimpse of one such figure turning to meet his gaze, its eyes glowing like twin orbs of light amidst the darkness. Master of the Mountain, we have discovered a mysterious fruit and accompanying divine artifacts, reported a black-clad emperor. Yang Diyuan nodded, hastening toward the source of the discovery. The terror of the black mist had compelled it to change direction, a fate that would have been dire for any ordinary faction. Now spared due to the presence of celestial weaponry. The chariot of Diyuan halted in a void, and he gazed ahead, spotting yet another stretch of desolate mountains. The air thick with a rich medicinal fragrance. This was the Emperor's medicine. As they approached, the full scene unfolded. Within the continuous desolate mountains lay a valley, where crystalline gourd vines soared high, reaching 100 meters, with 2 radiant gourds glowing brilliantly, entwined with strands of celestial energy. One gourd bore fruit, while the other served as a weapon, their shapes alike yet adorned with vastly different patterns. The radiance they emitted illuminated parts of the surrounding darkness. At the same moment, hundreds of cold, eerie eyes flickered to life in the dark, emanating a chilling, murderous intent. It was a pack of wolves. Their cultivation was formidable, and as they advanced, their forms began to shift, adopting a more humanoid appearance. Once on all fours, they now walked upright, their shimmering pelts glistening, retaining their wolfish heads. The leader of the pack, a scarred wolf with a fearsome visage, proclaimed, "Humans, this is the territory of my snow wolf king. These are our possessions. Depart swiftly." The alpha wolf spoke human words, its cultivation impressive, yet it hesitated to act, wary of Diyuan's formidable black-clad entourage. Diyuan waved his hand, and in an instant, several black-clad figures sprang into action. The snow wolves froze in place, casting incredulous glances at their leader. The snow wolf king charged forth, leading his pack into battle. However, as the battle raged on, the snow wolf king felt increasingly reckless. This group of black-clad figures possessed overwhelming strength. Having cultivated for a millennium, he was but a step away from the Emperor realm, yet was effortlessly toppled by a single black-clad warrior. As numerous black-clad figures engaged, the Snow Wolf King felt a chilling dread creeping over him. They had deployed only a fraction of their forces, yet each was a semi-emperor, with the leaders being 2 emperor-level figures. The man in the chariot stood as their focal point. Who exactly was he? In his memory, following the Chaos Sea's eruption, humans from the lower realms should not have been this formidable. Stand down. The Snow Wolf King howled, as his clan suffered significant casualties, many transforming into lifeless bodies on the ground. The blood that flowed did not pool. The earth itself seemed to possess a life force, absorbing it swiftly beneath the surface. "Our mountain master demands you recount the situation here," commanded a black-clad emperor, wielding an unparalleled divine weapon. The Snow Wolf King trembled in fear, having never encountered such a being. The blade of truth pressed against its neck, a constant reminder of the peril it faced. Forget preserving the emperor's medicine and divine artifacts. Even its own life hung precariously in the balance. The Snow Wolf King nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, signaling its willingness to divulge every detail. Moments later, a multitude of wolf carcasses littered the ground. Diyuan would not allow any to escape. Had it been another, the Snow Wolf King would have said not a word. This place was fraught with mysteries. The terrifying black mist was but one of the 10 horrors of the divine realm. Its origins were unknown, perhaps beyond the comprehension of the Snow Wolf King. Earlier, the black mist had altered its course, leaving Xianxia perplexed, as she had only heard of such matters but had never witnessed them firsthand. There existed a second terrifying entity. This place was not the surface of the earth, but rather the skin of some colossal being. How then did the Emperor's medicine, divine artifacts, and divine fruits emerge from this realm? Had the Snow Wolf King been slain? Your audacity is indeed remarkable. This is the prize I have set my sights upon. I am a being of the indomitable Golden Clan. You would do well to depart swiftly, for this is mine. Ahead, several figures emerged from the shadows, 6 in total, each radiating brilliance, their bodies enveloped in skin of gold, exuding a metallic sheen. As they moved, a resonant clang accompanied their every step, their eyes flickering with a menacing crimson light, imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent. Astonishingly, their cultivation was not inferior to that of a half-emperor. The 12-winged seraph blinked in surprise, gazing at Diyuan, pondering the origins of such foolish bravado. How could a mere half-emperor speak with such unwarranted arrogance? Chapter 45. Acquiring 3 ancient immortal techniques. The key to ascendancy revealed. The indomitable beings of the Golden Clan let out a disdainful laugh, their forms shimmering with layers of golden radiance, reverberating with metallic vibrations that filled the air. At Diyuan's signal, several black-clad half-emperors charged forth on their steeds. The clash of blades echoed as the 6 indomitable beings of the Golden Clan remained unperturbed, charging forward with a distinctive momentum, their movements exuding an enigmatic aura, ethereal yet otherworldly. Though their actions appeared languid, they were imbued with a ferocious power akin to divine craftsmanship, effortlessly repelling the black-clad half-emperors in mere exchanges. Humph. Is that all? You are the first to exhibit such arrogance within the domain of the indomitable Golden Clan. Yang Diyuan remained unfazed, having discerned a fragment of the underlying truth. The Golden Clan's beings invoked a technique reminiscent of Taiji, harmonizing yin and yang, embodying both firmness and flexibility. Their physical bodies, perhaps due to their bloodline, were exceptionally formidable. The black-clad emperor made his move. The expressions of the 6 indomitable beings shifted to solemnity as they sensed the aura of the black-clad emperor. Instantly, their metallic vibrations erupted in a cacophony, reaching a staggering 81 times. Their power surged, exponentially surpassing their previous confrontation with the black-clad half-emperor, their combat prowess skyrocketing. Today, you shall serve as a whetstone for my refinement, declared the leader of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan, with a speed that was both ferocious and overwhelming. He clashed against the black-clad emperor, embodying an invincible conviction as he forcefully engaged in battle. Boom, boom, boom. It must be acknowledged that the physical prowess of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan was astonishing. After invoking their technique, they exhibited a strength that could deflect immense force, matching the black-clad emperor blow for blow. The clangor resounded, their vitality quaking as the black-clad emperor struck them back. Their golden garments torn asunder, spilling forth resplendent golden blood. The latter inhaled sharply, his countenance growing increasingly grave as he prepared to strike directly at the black-clad emperor's head. Uft! The leader of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings narrowed his gaze. His golden body had been breached, leaving numerous scars from the black-clad emperor's razor-sharp hand. Is it truly a struggle? He mused. No matter. Today I shall slay an emperor. With a fierce shout, he radiated layers of golden light, exuding a compelling aura of invincibility. An invisible energy field enveloped him, transforming his passivity into initiative as he engaged the black-clad emperor in a fierce battle. The reverberations of their clash echoing through the cosmos, causing ripples of energy to undulate. To his astonishment, the black-clad emperor found himself at a disadvantage. I remember now, this is the lineage of the golden-armored saints from ancient times. Their bodies are incredibly resilient, flowing with golden blood. Indicating a significant connection to the Xuanwu lineage, Qingqing interjected suddenly, prompting a mixture of amusement and bewilderment from Yang Diyuan. Where did you learn such terms? Their bloodlines had transformed, their ancestors' hard shells evolving into skin and flesh, augmented by the feathers of the phoenix lineage, allowing for flight. The techniques they invoked were remarkably potent. Rumored to stem from a form of ancient immortal art, the specifics of which remained unknown, seemingly derived from the supreme lineage of the celestial realm. Clang, boom. The battle intensified, undeniably fierce. The indomitable beings of the Golden Clan proved formidable, counterattacking the Emperor without yielding in the energy field they wielded. With the emergence of dual-colored wings from their backs, their speed surged dramatically. Yang Diyuan chuckled lightly, remarking, well, the testing phase has concluded. Let us proceed to the slaughter. Upon hearing this, the indomitable being of the Golden Clan smirked. He stood at the pinnacle of his power. This energy field severed ties with the Divine Sea, rendering other techniques unusable, leaving only the struggle of physical might. In the next moment, however, the leader of the indomitable beings was taken aback as the black-clad Emperor's speed became ferociously overwhelming. Even his attacking prowess transformed into an unstoppable force, pressing down upon him relentlessly. Leader. The remaining 5 indomitable beings froze, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation, shouting in alarm, fearing for their leader's life. Knowing well that the Golden Crow clan would erupt in fury should he meet his demise here. Uft, uft, uft. The leader of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan spat blood, his once indomitable body shattering beneath the black-clad Emperor's relentless fists. How could this be? The indomitable being was horrified, feeling his insides cracking and disintegrating, panic setting in. Who are you? How do you wield ancient immortal techniques? The leader was aghast. Witnessing the black-clad Emperor, his every movement crackling with thunderous lightning, exuding an aura of utter annihilation that surged in all directions. Even the leader's most revered physical form, adorned with dual-colored wings, found itself at an undeniable disadvantage. Purple sky, 5 elements, thunder fist. The black-clad Emperor invoked this technique, lightning entwining his form. Resembling an undefeated war god, the 5 elemental lights swirling around his fists, rendering him invincible in all directions. The leader of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan widened his eyes, kneeling before the black-clad Emperor, his radiance dimming, revealing a sheepish grin. I was mistaken. Spare my life. Hand over the ancient immortal techniques, commanded the black-clad Emperor, to which the leader of the Golden Clan nodded and bowed, devoid of any semblance of pride. Of course. At this moment, the leader of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan appeared exceedingly human-like. reminiscent of a waiter in a tavern receiving news, his hand flickering with light, producing an ancient tome. The ancient immortal technique, boundless path. The leader of the Golden Clan chuckled. This is exclusive to my clan. Even if given to you, you would not be able to master it. Not far away. The 5 remaining indomitable beings sighed in relief, their worries temporarily alleviated. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ancient immortal technique, boundless path. Would you like to cultivate it? Shall the battle slave cultivate it? The emperor's battle slave began to cultivate. Diyuan designated the black-clad emperor, who had engaged with the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan to practice this technique. In an instant, the black-clad emperor radiated a brilliant golden light, resonating with metallic vibrations, unleashing waves of rippling energy. What? How could you? The leader of the indomitable beings and his 5 companions were left aghast, their faces etched with disbelief and shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. That was an ancient immortal technique, unique to their clan. The indomitable beings of the Golden Clan had established their standing through this ancient technique, gaining considerable fame. To think that they had just imparted it, and it was already being mastered? This was utterly unnatural. The leader's heart was bleeding. It is over. It has been ruined. I was too hasty. I was careless. He could only imagine the fate that awaited him at the hands of his parents, armed with a 100-foot-long spear, should they learn of his folly. In the next moment, the leader of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan's eyes widened in horror. Before him stood a multitude of black-clad figures, revealing their cultivation levels, over 10,000 of them. All were half-emperors, 100 great emperors. The previously silent figures in black concealed their formidable auras, leading the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan to perceive them merely as ordinary cultivators. Yet now, a sense of dread engulfed him, judging by their strength and cultivation. They could indeed rival the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan, couldn't they? The young master of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings gasped for breath, hastily extending an olive branch and presenting 2 ancient celestial texts, seized from another clan. Although they paled in comparison to the path of limitless, they were nonetheless commendable. Esteemed senior, today, we, the Dreamwaves, hope you can overlook our transgressions. The young master continued. Though we, the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan, stand in the realm of mystery, we advocate for peace, merely wishing to carve a unique path and hone ourselves. Please accept these ancient celestial texts as a token of our initial meeting, a humble gift from the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan. Simultaneously, the young master recounted numerous terrifying phenomena that required vigilance, such as the perilous lands that even semi-saints must not dare to tread, like the land of calamity and the abyss of disaster. The will to survive reached its zenith, fearing that the figure seated within the war chariot might strike him down with a mere gesture. Over 100,000 semi-emperors, 100 great emperors. Such might could rival that of the indomitable beings of the Golden Clan. Suddenly, the distant void trembled, and an unending surge of black mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the roars of myriad beasts, shaking the very earth. Celestial light crisscrossed as a radiant gemstone ascended into the air, illuminating all directions and casting brilliance upon the realm of wonders. The entirety of the realm of wonders unfolded before the gazes of the crowd. The key to ascendancy. Let us depart. Just as the young master of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings prepared to sneak away, he was swept up by the black-clad great emperor, along with his companions. Chapter 46. The Initial Mission. The Realm of Celestials. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient celestial art, heavenly suppression technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient celestial art, great thunder sound art. These 2 tomes, obtained from the young master of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings, were of remarkable quality, marking an unexpected gain. The imperial elixirs and gourd from this place were also collected by Emperor Yang. In the distance, the resplendent gemstone radiated its brilliance, enveloping the night and revealing parts of the surroundings. That gemstone shone brightly, even dazzlingly, as it ascended into the sky. In an instant, numerous factions sensed the commotion and hastened their arrival, including familiar faces from the Limitless Star, gathering from afar at the Jade Ice Mountain, the Great Summer Mountain, and more. Additionally, local beings stirred restlessly. The key to ascendancy influenced everything, appearing only when the time was ripe. The indomitable beings of the Golden Clan felt an exhilarating surge within them. The key to ascendancy held immense significance for them. Within the realm of wonders, the appearance of the key to ascendancy incited a massive upheaval. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, as countless beasts charged forth, controlled by high-ranking demonic entities. The air resonated with a continuous hum. The forms of formidable demons began to materialize, blocking the path of the intruders. Suddenly, a torrent of violent light streaked through the air, emanating imperial might, and even radiating some celestial aura. It was the 8 demon emperors of the demon god temple. They had all arrived. The young master of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings narrowed his eyes. Emperor Yang observed as countless beasts surged forth from all directions, forming distinct factions to obstruct the advancing forces. In the distance, the 8 demon emperors, each possessing immense powers and formidable auras, revealed their true forms. Leading them was the golden-winged roc, whose mighty wings propelled it across the skies in an astonishing display, its resplendent red and yellow plumage shimmering with ethereal light, suffused with celestial energy. The 8 demon emperors, with the roc at the forefront, were accompanied by terrifying beings like the Kuanping and mighty dragons, each exhibiting unparalleled strength. The master of Jade Ice Mountain gazed on with hope and excitement, flanked by numerous formidable elders, their auras powerful and commanding. Facing the onslaught of myriad beasts, they did not retreat but surged forward with unstoppable momentum. In a stunning display, a venerable elder from Jade Ice Mountain let out a sharp reprimand, her vitality surging dramatically, transforming her appearance to that of her youth in the blink of an eye. Her cultivation had surpassed the pinnacle of the emperor level, stepping into the semi-saint realm. With a mere breath, she unleashed a terrifying frost that swept across a vast expanse, freezing the encroaching beasts, rendering them utterly immobile. Only a fraction of the demonic beasts managed to evade, yet those attempting to press forward were swiftly slain by the master of Jade Ice Mountain. Simultaneously, a group of monks clad in cassocks, wielding prayer staffs and carrying alms bowls, emerged from the great Sumer Mountain, led by the mountain's master, supported by seasoned elders. Harnessing the power of faith, they illuminated the encroaching darkness, subduing the rampaging beasts and imprisoning them within the demon suppression tower. By the heavens, such ferocity, something feels amiss. The young master of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings felt a quickening in his breath. This was unlike anything they had encountered before. Kill! Emperor Yang issued the command. Seated within the 9-dragon war chariot, as the black-clad semi-emperors surged forth, overwhelming the beasts. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes erupted from the distance, attempting to encircle Emperor Yang and the forces of Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumer Mountain. The gazes were eerie and unsettling, blanketing the skies above the realm of wonders. Vast and overwhelming, with a single eye comparable in size to the limitless star conjured by the powers of the demon emperors. Those eyes glimmered with divine radiance, their blood-red pupils rippling with murderous intent. The indomitable beings of the Golden Clan trembled with trepidation, feeling utterly lost and engulfed in terror, their bodies trembling imperceptibly. Invoke the ancient celestial arts, the young master of the Golden Clan commanded, alerting his fellow clansmen to prepare for defense. The sounds of explosions reverberated. Many from Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumer Mountain, due to their lower cultivation levels, were instantly overwhelmed by those eyes, bursting apart on the spot. Had it not been for the timely intervention of their stronger allies, the casualties would have been catastrophic. We have underestimated the realm of wonders and its inhabitants. Those 8 demon emperors have already taken that critical step. The elder from Jade Ice Mountain remarked solemnly, her eyes shimmering with urgency. Within the entire Jade Ice Mountain, only 2 others stood shoulder to shoulder with her in the semi-saint realm. The key to ascendancy lay tantalizingly close. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed. That enormous eye acted like a divine anchor, halting the advance of the forces from Great Sumer Mountain and Jade Ice Mountain. They hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the pursuit, aware that doing so would likely lead to confrontation with the 8 demon emperors. Yet, in terms of cultivation, they were insufficient to contend with them, unless they united. Boom! Emperor Yang squinted, realizing that haste would not serve them well. He slowly exited the war chariot, standing upon the platform as countless black-clad figures bowed in respect. His appearance elicited shock and awe from the individuals of Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumer Mountain. They had not anticipated that the Master of Death Mountain would be so youthful. Moreover, his backing was formidable. There were no less than 13,000 semi-emperors among the black-clad figures, along with 100 great emperors accompanying him. Such power could easily sweep across the limitless star. In a display of unwavering courage, the 100 great emperors, undaunted by death, were capable of annihilating even the semi-immortal. Young Diyuan raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy that surged forth, manifesting as luminous streams of milky white and radiant hues. These transformed into a barrage of terrifying meteors, blazing with fire as they hurtled toward the ominous eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The atmosphere trembled. The sudden onslaught from Yang Diyuan astounded many onlookers. The undying beings of the Golden Clan nearly widened their eyes in disbelief. Their clan's young master, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom that this individual possessed such strength. having already reached the semi-mortal realm. Moreover, his power far surpassed that of the ancient immortals from other factions. Ultimate annihilation. The earth shook violently. In but an instant, the terrifying eye was pierced by countless meteors radiating overwhelming flames, bleeding until it vanished into the void. Not far from the key to ascendancy, the golden-winged rock, led by the 8 great demon emperors and true lords, exchanged cold, flickering glances with Diyuan, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. Ding dong. Battle slaves can learn the ancient celestial technique, ultimate annihilation. The great way is natural. Diyuan's mind connected with the system to enhance the battle slave's powers. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves have successfully learned the ancient celestial technique, ultimate annihilation. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves have successfully learned the ancient celestial technique. The great way is natural. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves have successfully learned the ancient celestial technique, heaven-suppressing art. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves have successfully learned the ancient celestial technique, great thunder sound technique. Not only that, but Diyuan also allowed the battle slaves to learn the celestial techniques he acquired from the system. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves have successfully learned the celestial technique, purple sky 5 elements heavenly thunder fist. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received a mission. Diyuan felt astonished. This was the first time the system had issued a mission. Until now, everything he had done merely yielded corresponding rewards from the system. Mission content: acquire the key to ascendancy. System rewards: cultivation at the immortal realm. Chapter 47: 130,000 semi-mortal battle slaves, capable of overwhelming all. The realms of semi-mortal, true immortal, and immortal were insights gleaned from the words of the 12-winged seraph. The young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings had also mentioned them. Not even the formidable Chaos Sea had seen an immortal. Immortal realm experts had transcended everything. To be an immortal, perhaps only the realm of immortals could harbor such beings. Mission content: acquire the key to ascendancy. Rewards: the host will gain peak cultivation in the immortal realm. Rewards: the host will receive 100 semi-immortal battle slaves. Rewards: the host will receive 50 true immortal battle slaves. Rewards: the host will receive 5 immortal battle slaves. Rewards: the host will obtain ritual-level celestial techniques. Eternal nerve. Rewards: the host will obtain ritual-level celestial techniques, dominating sword technique. Rewards: the host will obtain ritual-level celestial techniques, inner landscape diagram. Rewards: the host will receive a ritual-level weapon, dominating immortal banner. Diyuan scrutinized the system notifications, his gaze narrowing in astonishment. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Though he was yet unaware of the extent of the ritual-level celestial techniques and weapons, their names alone suggested they were extraordinary. A fiery eagerness ignited within Diyuan. In addition to the ritual-level celestial techniques and weapons, his cultivation would leap from true immortal straight to the immortal realm. Moreover, he would have an army of 100 semi-immortal battle slaves at his disposal. The key to ascendancy was a treasure he must secure. A smirk played at the corners of Diyuan's lips. Once the various techniques were assimilated by the cloaked figures, their power surged remarkably. It could be said that, with the system's enhancement, they could learn various scriptures instantaneously. However, the current situation was rather dire and complex. Not to mention the presence of semi-immortal experts in both the Jade Ice Mountain and the Great Summer Mountain. There were also 8 true demon emperors within the divine realm, all having stepped into the semi-immortal realm. The path to acquisition would be fraught with difficulty. Indeed, the divine realm was shrouded in mystery and terror, teeming with countless formidable beings. Diyuan reflected with a heavy heart. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion slaughter points. You may enhance the training chamber's level. Note: the current maximum cultivation limit of the training chamber is peak semi-emperor realm. By enhancing its level, the maximum can reach peak semi-immortal realm. Diyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, the training chamber required time for cultivation. Yet now, if he wished to acquire the key to ascendancy, time was of the essence. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The training chamber's level has been enhanced. The host may now ascend without consuming time, reaching the highest level of cultivation. The current training chamber can now reach the semi-immortal realm. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Now, he had no concerns to hold him back. He would act decisively. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. 130,001 battle slaves have all entered the training chamber. Congratulations, host. The battle slaves have successfully cultivated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 130,001 semi-immortal battle slaves. The undying beings of the Golden Clan were momentarily left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been surrounded by throngs of cloaked figures, but in the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. This left them in a state of uncertainty, torn between joy and dread, for the chance to escape had presented itself. Yet, in merely a blink, that group of cloaked figures reappeared once more. The young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings could not help but question his own vision. Could he have misseen? Was his eyesight failing him? Something was amiss. There was a profound sense of wrongness. The young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings felt his breath quicken, increasingly convinced that the cloaked figures had indeed flickered away and reappeared in an instant. Previously, although the cloaked figures had exuded some aura of the Emperor realm, it had now entirely dissipated. Even the semi-emperor stronghold had changed its essence. Now, he dared not even glance at the cloaked figures, each emanating an overwhelming oppressive force. This sensation was one he had only previously encountered emanating from his semi-mortal father. This was a calamity. Had he unwittingly walked into a den of wolves? The young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings wore a face of despair. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with explosive force. Brilliant crystals suspended in the atmosphere reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and the 4 corners of the earth, resembling a resplendent silver moon, illuminating all directions. Numerous factions were hastening from afar to this very place. Father, the young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings felt a surge of joy, his eyes flickering with excitement, sensing that salvation had arrived. The Golden Clan's undying beings, accompanied by their tribal warriors, were also intent on claiming the key to ascendancy. A golden light flashed brilliantly, darting through the ranks of those from the Jade Ice Mountain and the Great Summer Mountain, racing toward Diyuan with fervor. The undying beings of the Golden Clan seemed to share a common visage, their features molded from the same template. They did not resemble humanity, as one could discern them merely by their countenances. They were akin to insects such as mosquitoes and flies, differing only in size and species, yet indistinguishable in similarity. Son, father has come. The figure moved with remarkable swiftness, nearly piercing the void and arriving at this location in the blink of an eye. As it uttered words, it abruptly pivoted, carving a long trench into the ground, raising clouds of dust several yards high, executing a sudden stop, and then gracefully turning around to retreat. The aging eyes, clouded with time, could hardly comprehend. How could those foolish deer have my son? The young master of the undying Gold Clan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Had it not been for the fact that it was his own father speaking, he would have undoubtedly laughed out loud on the spot. Foolish deer? Clouded vision? Yet how could the young master of the undying Gold Clan fathom his father's thoughts? His heart, suspended in dread, was nearly paralyzed with fear. The throng of black-clad figures was overwhelming, yet he did not allow it to trouble him. With the formidable strength of a demigod, he believed he could easily push through. However, as he drew closer, a sudden terror gripped him. His golden skin prickled with pain. Although the black-clad figures concealed their cultivation levels, as the clan leader of the undying Gold Clan, he sensed an abysmal danger that stemmed from instinct. Demigods? Were they all demigods? Could this multitude of over 100,000 black-clad figures truly comprise such powerful beings? The clan leader's heart quaked with trepidation, fear threatening to drive him mad. How could his foolish son have provoked such formidable entities? Not far off, at Jade Ice Mountain, the demigods of the Great Summer Mountain also experienced a moment of disorientation as they sensed something amiss with the black-clad figures. Furthermore, a local entity passed briefly before them, seemingly poised to act against them, only to swiftly circle back. The people of the Azure Phoenix Immortal Palace have arrived. The master of Jade Ice Mountain's gaze sharpened, confirming her earlier suspicions that Lu Qingwan had never set foot in this realm, but had been cultivating in the Chaos Realm all along. There are over a dozen demigods. An elder from Jade Ice Mountain's expression stiffened. She had not expected that a junior like Lu Qingwan could possess strength equal to her own. Following her were numerous figures, though their auras varied in strength. All had reached the demigod level. Yang Diyuan, the grievances between us shall be settled once I acquire the key to ascension. Lu Qingwan, exuding an air of near divinity, possessed a robust physique, commanding and forceful. With a heavy sword strapped to his back, charging directly at the 8 great demon emperors and true monarchs. Chapter 48. The 8 great demon emperors and true monarchs defeated. The strife resurfaces. Boom, boom. As divine miracles unfolded, a great battle was imminent. The onlookers held their breath, their expressions solemn, observing from a distance. Lu Qingwan had attained the demigod level, stepping into that realm as a junior with astonishing talent, engaging in combat with the 8 great demon emperors and true monarchs, all of whom were also demigods. He felt no fear whatsoever. At Jade Ice Mountain, An elder reflected deeply, having lived for many years to reach the demigod level. She understood the immense difficulties and thorns involved. Witnessing Lu Qingwan, her equal, in peak conditions stirred profound emotions within her. It was still early. The initial entry into divine miracles might reveal that the key to ascension could be abundant, and her disciple might find it for her, granting her another life. The master of Jade Ice Mountain spoke earnestly. Old bones, I once thought I had seen through the mundane, yet I find I cannot escape fate. As long as I can still fight, I cannot allow you, a mere child, to face peril. The elder remarked, casting a wary glance toward young Diyuan's direction, cautioning the master of Jade Ice Mountain. Be wary of that fellow. He is decidedly off, indeed very off, accompanied by not just one demigod. The master of Jade Ice Mountain paused, growing increasingly vigilant toward young Diyuan and those black-clad figures. The death god mountain of Wujixing was exceedingly peculiar, appearing abruptly, pushing through all factions, annihilating sacred lands, slaughtering ancient clans, and even brazenly extracting the Golden Crow's immortality elixir from the death zone. Yang Diyuan is truly extraordinary. Boom. Ahead. Various rays of light danced like a tempest, rippling violently, with terrifying beams intersecting and shooting in all directions. Lu Qingwan, with his towering stature and rapid speed, was surrounded by flickering celestial radiance, intertwined with thunder and flames, exuding unparalleled dominance. Without hesitation, he clashed with the 8 great demon emperors and true monarchs. He seemed imbued with an invincible resolve, boldly standing at the forefront, embodying an indomitable spirit, and even when facing 2 of the 8 great demon emperors, he remained undaunted. His heavy sword, seemingly blunt yet masterfully crafted, unleashed an overwhelming might with each swing, cleaving through the air with terrifying force. The very void around him bore witness to gaping wounds, yet under mysterious laws, they rapidly healed. Excellent. The leading golden-winged rock unfurled its resplendent wings, shimmering like the sun rising over the ocean, enveloping itself in blinding light, exuding overwhelming speed and ferocious offensive power as it charged toward Lu Qingwan. An explosive confrontation ensued. The golden-winged rock unleashed its assault, powerful and formidable. The shockwave of energy erupted instantaneously, causing the ground to tremble violently, the sound deafening. Demigods from various factions hastily shielded their people with great magic. Yet even so, the energy wave from the explosion penetrated through, causing those of lesser cultivation to bleed from their orifices, many collapsing in agony, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qingwan was sent flying but sustained only minor injuries. At a critical moment, he unleashed a mysterious technique, conjuring a visible milky white crystal before him, enveloping himself entirely. Even as he was struck down, the ground beneath him formed a deep crater, yet he remained unscathed. Lu Qingwan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a crimson glow flickering in and out, as he unleashed a surge of terrifying energy, significantly enhancing his strength. Grasping his heavy sword, he moved with a unique rhythm. As if rules were flowing around him, albeit slowly, it exerted immense pressure. The golden-winged rock's expression turned grave, displaying utmost seriousness as it prepared to counter. Surrounding Lu Qingwan were the 12 heavenly kings he had brought back and the 8 hells of Shura, none of whom were weaklings, all possessing at least demigod-level cultivation, with 1 or 2 slightly weaker than Lu Qingwan. Under the pressure of numbers, the remaining 7 demon emperors found themselves at a disadvantage, besieged. Golden-feathered immortals. The golden-winged rock cried out, its gaze blazing fiercely, manifesting anomalies. Not only did a great sun rise over the sea, but a blood-red moon also ascended, visibly revealing a doppelganger resembling the golden-winged rock, its wings unfurling like divine weapons, plummeting from the heavens toward Lu Qingwan. Flash. Lu Qingwan remained unperturbed, his heavy sword carrying overwhelming force, with celestial power entwined, unleashing terrifying might as if he aimed to cleave through the divine miracle. The descending wings, akin to torrential rain, were shattered, yet he stood unharmed amid the chaos, despite the myriad wings raining down upon the earth, creating countless deep craters. His position remained unscathed. Puffed. The golden-winged rock inhaled sharply, as Lu Qingwan's sword light cleaved through its wings with unstoppable momentum, shattering portions of its feathers while piercing through its skull. The golden-winged rock, bloodied yet alive, still held the blood moon and great sun aloft, while the multitude of wings, even after piercing the earth, redirected under its command, surrounding Lu Qingwan from above and below. Lu Qingwan sensed the encirclement, his expression shifting in shock. Boundless celestial power surged from within him, as the transparent crystals coalesced once more, encasing him, while the surrounding wings swiftly converged, transforming into a whirlwind of divine weaponry. The terrifying clamor resonated, threatening to burst eardrums. And Lu Qinghuan's ears bled from the sheer force of passive defense. The golden-winged rock's feathers sought to rend the crystalline defenses encasing him, their formidable might evident to the naked eye. The crystalline barriers enveloping Lu Qinghuan had already manifested fissures, their thickness diminished by several dimensions compared to before. The earth lay ravaged, pockmarked with deep craters, a scene of utter devastation permeated by an aura of terror and annihilation. The golden-winged rock found himself ensconced between the blazing sun and the blood moon, his essence dissipating as blood dripped from the center of his brow, his form beginning to fade. Yet, with a low mocking tone, he uttered, "Is this all?" In an instant, however, his gaze sharpened as he perceived Lu Qinghuan's sudden presence behind him. Instinctively sensing danger, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the golden-winged rock was grievously wounded, his body nearly cleaved in twain, crashing heavily to the ground. "Brother!" The 7 great demon emperors and true lords cried out in alarm, their expressions fraught with urgency, each bearing injuries, their forms stained with blood, flesh torn asunder. The Kunpeng let out a piercing shriek, invoking a special incantation that enveloped the 8 demon emperors and true lords in a faint, milky luminescence, causing them to vanish from the battlefield in an instant. Traversing 1,000 miles in a blink, the golden-winged rock's body was nearly split asunder, horrific wounds gaping where flesh connected, his entrails spilling forth. Yet, as he channeled the ancient immortal arts, he began to recover swiftly, albeit his complexion remained ghastly pale. Wait. One of the 7 lords of the demon god temple is already en route, along with many of our kin. This time, the demon god temple must prevail. The Kunpeng displayed an unusual demeanor. It was said that even the weakest of the lords had transcended to a semi-mortal state, standing at the threshold of true immortality. They understood that they could not afford to engage now. The key to immortality was of paramount importance. A cornered enemy should not be pursued. Lu Qinghuan spoke, and in an instant, the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 departments of hell manifested as a radiant arc beside her, poised to seize the key to immortality. Suddenly, golden light erupted throughout the heavens and earth, runes swirling as the resounding chants of Buddhist scriptures resonated in the air. The golden swastika symbols danced like fluttering notes, transforming into ethereal lotus flowers that enveloped them. Simultaneously, in the realm of the suspended heavens' pure land, a multitude of emaciated figures emerged, their eyes aglow with crimson light. As demons nurtured within them manifested into towering giants, each 3 meters tall, their speed and strength surging exponentially, launching a formidable assault. In the face of the key to immortality, all coveted its power. The great Mount Sumeru and the suspended heavens' pure land had indeed forged an alliance. The denizens of Yubing Mountain were astonished. At the Death God Mountain, the Emperor Yuanyuan observed with an indifferent demeanor, as if watching a play, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Chapter 49, The Hidden Hand. Once again, the hidden hand makes its presence known. Mission accomplished. The key to immortality acquired. A great battle erupted anew. This divine artifact, the key to immortality, was not something any faction could afford to overlook. All would put forth their utmost effort. It pertained to the future of a lineage, and none dared to underestimate its significance. From the great Mount Sumeru emerged 3 powerful figures, each radiating an aura of immortality, suffused with a tremendous force of faith, their brilliant golden light illuminating the surroundings. Likewise, several strong beings emerged from the suspended heavens' pure land, possessing semi-immortal prowess. Bolstered by the clan's heritage and the vigor of the younger generation, their murderous intent palpable, the dark demons within them awakening. Having witnessed Lu Qinghuan's prowess earlier, they now wore solemn expressions, sparing no effort in their onslaught. The master of Great Mount Sumeru turned to the master of Yubing Mountain, his golden form radiating like a descending dragon, intensely vibrant. "It has been a long time. Are you well? United, we may yet claim the key to immortality." The master of Yubing Mountain squinted, while her sister pouted, cheeks puffed in indignation. "Is it possible that you still wish to emotionally coerce my sister amidst these worldly affairs?" The elder matron of Yubing Mountain sighed, stroking her sister's head. "The greater good must prevail. My clan is open to an alliance. But given how far things have progressed, should we secure the key to immortality, how shall we divide it?" The master of Great Mount Sumeru replied, "The key to immortality is vital for unlocking the path to ascension. Even if it does not fall into the hands of Great Mount Sumeru, what harm is there? Furthermore, the key is not singular. There are many, and we can await the acquisition of 3 pieces to share equally. Yubing, suspended heaven, and Great Mount Sumeru must unite to stand firm against the terror, the mysteries, and the native beings assaulting us." The elder matron of Yubing Mountain pondered for a moment, deeming it feasible. Otherwise, we would merely be disparate sands, relying on our individual strengths, even if we obtain it, would prove difficult to guard. Agreed. The Yubing Mountain faction consented. The master of Yubing Mountain, her sister, and the matron stepped forth, followed by more than 2 semi-mortal beings from each clan materializing. Vigilant in their caution, as a dominant force, their foundations were not feeble. They had been concealing their true strength. At this moment, each faction revealed at least 2 or more semi-mortal beings. The Alliance, while numerically inferior to the semi-immortal beings of the Qingyuan Immortal Palace, still held an advantage in numbers, albeit slightly, by about 3 warriors. However, Lu Qingyuan and her companions had already suffered losses and injuries from their battle against the 8 great demon emperors, rendering this course of action viable. They were but scattered soldiers. What harm would it do to join forces? Lu Qingyuan, like an undefeated war god, radiated an indomitable conviction as she confronted the 3 semi-mortal beings, the master of Great Mount Sumru, the master of Yubing Mountain, and the lord of the suspended heaven. The rest engaged in battle alongside the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 departments of hell, unleashing a dazzling display of divine light, scriptures swirling amid the air. The fearsome chill of ice coursing through the atmosphere, threatening to freeze it solid. Kill. The master of Great Mount Sumru unleashed his most formidable technique, summoning a bowl that manifested 3 fierce black-skinned golden statues, intending to suppress Lu Qingyuan directly. This was no fight to the death, possessing the key to immortality. They intended to depart thereafter. Simultaneously, the master of Yubing Mountain summoned a tempest of icy winds, a blizzard stretching for miles behind her, as an ice phoenix soared forth. Emitting a piercing cry, the lord of the suspended heaven unleashed the dark demon within, his offensive power surging, refusing to evade as he engaged in close combat. The previous lord had allied with him, yet having perished tragically in the death zone, their contract held no validity. The sound of thunder resounded. Lu Qingyuan's gaze grew grave. She was becoming overwhelmed. After all, 3 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, especially against 3 semi-mortal beings of considerable cultivation and combat prowess, enveloped in immortal energy. She could not employ defensive measures. Should she do so, the bowl hovering above her would descend with overwhelming faith, a divine weapon of Great Mount Sumru, and she had no confidence in her ability to break free. Ancient immortal technique. All swords returned to 1. Lu Qingyuan shouted decisively. In that moment, the great sword in her grasp was propelled by her immortal energy, and without even clashing, blood began to seep from her lips. A chill ran through the hearts of those present as offensive maneuvers erupted in succession. The sound of clashing swords echoed, reverberating through the air as more and more long swords materialized, their resonating tones filling the void, each forged from her immortal energy. A tempest of 1,000 swords coalesced, as Lu Qingyuan prepared to confront them head-on, standing firm against 3 adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The ice phoenix soared to the heavens, encasing the land in ice, freezing the 1,000 swords in their tracks. Buddhist scriptures spiraled through the air, golden lotuses blooming in the void, as if a true Buddha were seated within. The resounding voice echoing, seemingly intent on refining Lu Qingyuan on the spot. The overwhelming sound of demonic gods reverberated, carrying with it an eerie, terrifying resonance that shattered the void. Waves of immortal energy surged forth, a flood of killing intent sweeping across heaven and earth. Lu Qingyuan shouted fiercely, the pressure mounting. After all, being of semi-immortal stature, while differences existed, the alliance of 3 factions had placed her at a disadvantage. Currently, the situation appeared dire. The 8 great demon emperors had not perished entirely. They still possessed considerable fighting capacity. Though temporarily withdrawing, they had not departed entirely, and the demon god temple would undoubtedly dispatch even more powerful reinforcements. Time was of the essence. In addition, the distant gathering of the indomitable Golden Clan's tribal army further amplifies their formidable defensive capabilities, surpassing even his own protective spells. Should they choose to strike, the fate of the celestial key would become shrouded in uncertainty. Judging solely by their aura, this clan possesses nearly 20 formidable semi-immortal beings. Whether they house true immortal practitioners remains unknown to Lu Qingyuan. The leader of the Golden Clan's indomitable beings is nearly consumed by anxiety. His precious son has been ensnared by a group of men clad in black, emanating an exceedingly perilous presence. He senses that if he intervenes to reclaim the celestial key, not only will it divert his focus, but if he were to seize it, those black-clad figures would likely use his son as leverage. Would he yield the celestial key or not? He hopes that foolish boy understands the gravity of human affairs. Reckless bravado may lead him into dire straits, and self-preservation should take precedence. Lu Qingyuan finds himself at a disadvantage, beset by 3 adversaries and suffering grievous wounds. This sensation is unsettling, reminiscent of his avatar's encounter in the deathly Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Lu Qingluan's aura surges forth. The 12 heavenly kings and the 8 xianxiaaudiobooks are enveloped in celestial power, while golden light bursts forth. An otherworldly phenomenon materializes in the sky, revealing a vision of the celestial realm, with a golden path appearing before them, leading to a massive, tightly shut gate, shrouded in divine energy and auspicious light, radiating an array of brilliant colors laced with a terrifying aura. At the forefront, Lu Qingluan, accompanied by the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 xianxiaaudiobooks, vanishes from their original location, reappearing atop the golden path. They stand solemnly, adorned in golden armor, resembling the undefeated war gods of the ancient heavenly courts. How could this be? Have they acquired the legacy of the celestial realm? In an instant, the Jade Ice Mountain, the suspended heaven's pure land, and the Great Sumera Mountain are all left in shock. They can sense that Lu Qingluan and his companions have experienced a significant surge in power, with Lu Qingluan reaching the true immortal level. Among the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 xianxiaaudiobooks, 3 have also ascended to the true immortal tier, while the weakest among them stands at the pinnacle of semi-mortal realm, teetering on the threshold of true immortality. Diyuan smirks, realizing that Qingqing is now fully prepared. In an instant, a terrifying power erupts from him, the celestial force surging forth. Lu Qingluan and the others have yet to make their move, and they are already taken aback. They witness, not far from where the celestial key resides, a hand effortlessly shatter the void and seize the celestial key before vanishing into thin air. The radiance brought forth by the celestial key immediately dissipates from this place. A black hand, yet another black hand. Simultaneously, a system notification echoes in Yang Diyuan's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Chapter 50, Reward Acquired. Human Immortal Level Cultivation. Sacrificial Dao Weapon. The celestial key has been snatched away. In an instant, all factions widen their eyes in disbelief, particularly those present at the Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumera Mountain, Suspended Heaven's Pure Land, and the Qingluan Celestial Palace. The leader of the Jade Ice Mountain, with delicate skin, turns dark with fury as he joins forces with the Great Sumera Mountain and Suspended Heaven's Pure Land to contest for the celestial key. They even forced Lu Qingluan and the others to reveal their trump cards, the legacy of the celestial realm, resulting in a significant enhancement of their overall strength. Yet, before any confrontation could commence, the celestial key is suddenly whisked away by an unknown hand that broke the mysterious spatial rules. This infuriates them to the point of fury. How could this be so treacherous? In this moment, Lu Qingluan and his companions have significantly increased their strength. The weakest among them now at the pinnacle of the semi-mortal realm, several advancing to the threshold of true immortality. With Lu Qingluan and 2 heavenly kings attaining true immortal status, clad in golden armor, resembling invincible war gods, all left utterly dumbfounded. Who? The heavenly king, now a true immortal, bellows in rage. After enduring numerous battles and depleting their energy, they are now compelled to use their trump cards and unleash the divine magic of the ancient heavenly court's legacy, only to have the crucial celestial key snatched away. This incites their uncontrollable wrath. Lu Qingluan's robust form trembles slightly, his countenance reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. A black hand. Once again, a black hand. This familiar scene and method evoke memories of his avatar's past struggle in the Infinite Star, where they battled through the deathly Forbidden Zone to acquire the elixir of immortality. The outcome was catastrophic, with others reaping the rewards while he faced a relentless assault from the numerous black-clad figures of the Death God Mountain, leading to the demise of his avatar. And now, his gaze swiftly locks onto the black-clad figures in the distance, along with that golden war chariot. The Death God Mountain. Yang Diyuan. For the second time, the same force and individual have intercepted him, stirring both confusion and intense fury within him. Following the mysterious descent in the chaotic realm, countless factions have crumbled, and ultimately, the chaotic sea has transformed into a mysterious paradise. He has fought relentlessly for millennia to grow stronger within the chaotic realm. Yet, he never anticipated that in the lower realms, amidst the mysteries, he would still falter in securing the celestial key. Previously, while battling the 8 great demon emperors, he proclaimed that upon acquiring the celestial key, he would settle scores with Yang Diyuan. Reflecting now, the invisible slap to his face causes him profound anguish. Wishing he could devour Yang Diyuan whole, he refuses to allow himself to stumble in the same pitfall twice. Yet, the recurrence of such circumstances fills him with immeasurable rage. In a flash, Lu Qingluan erupts. The golden radiance enveloping him shines brightly, resplendent, and overwhelming, as he stands upon the golden path, the heavenly gate behind him surging with divine light. He directly targets Yang Diyuan. Retreat. The elder of the Jade Ice Mountain growls. With the celestial key now vanished. Taken by another, they can no longer engage in battle with Lu Qingwan and his companions, whose power has surged dramatically. There is no longer any meaning in such a confrontation. The three dominant factions, Jade Ice Mountain, Suspended Heaven's Pure Land, and Great Summer Mountain, swiftly retreat. Their speed akin to a shooting star. Clearly, Lu Qingwan's pent-up fury must find an outlet. While they too are left vexed, many cursing under their breath, some bewildered. Yet, those who had previously encountered the deathly forbidden zone, including the leaders of the Jade Ice Mountain and Great Summer Mountain, are left astounded. Is the Death God Mountain's opportunistic maneuver still so effective amidst divine miracles? Not for any other reason, but due to the mysterious rules governing this place, which not only include celestial path regulations, but also enigmatic rules. Even the Emperor, when exerting full force here, can only manage to topple a mountain peak. Under the influence of these rules, their once world-shattering techniques, capable of obliterating the heavens and overturning the sun, moon, and stars, fall short of their previous efficacy. Yet, even under such circumstances, someone has forcefully seized the celestial key with seemingly effortless ease. Is it him? The leader of the Jade Ice Mountain, drenched in sweat, with hair cascading like a waterfall, twists his locks into strands, his gaze filled with confusion and shock. The leader of the Great Summer Mountain nearly erupts in frustration, continuously forming the Buddha seal and reciting the Silent Sutra, close to exploding with rage. After taking enormous risks, neither side has managed to secure the prize, only to have it seized from under their noses, akin to subduing a 1,000-year-old canine demon, only to be bitten in retaliation, an unbearable experience. To breach the mysterious space. This must be a technique only available to those at the semi-immortal level, right? The 8 great demon emperors are increasingly bewildered, their hearts shaken as they witness the celestial key being forcefully taken away, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They were the first to arrive, yet before they could claim it, Lu Qingwan and his companions repelled them. Had the Lord of the Demon God Palace not arrived in time, they might have believed they would emerge victorious. But now it seems utterly absurd. At the same time, a profound shock reverberated through their beings, pondering the identity of the extraordinary figure capable of such astonishing feats. Even within the realm of divine miracles, capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Some were left in doubt, questioning whether even one of the 7 masters of the Demon God Temple would ultimately emerge unscathed. Diyuan, you have provoked my ire, Lu Qingwan bellowed. A scene that left the masters of Jade Ice Mountain and Great Summer Mountain utterly flabbergasted. Their suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the doing of the Mountain of Death. Within the war chariot, Diyuan was infused with the essence of immortality, achieving a celestial state under the auspices of the 12-winged seraph. However, this state was but temporary. He toyed with a brilliant crystal, an object of remarkable hardness, its radiance subdued. Even with his celestial powers, he could not leave a single crack upon its surface. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the key to ascendancy. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Congratulations, host, for attaining peak celestial cultivation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 semi-celestial battle slaves. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 true celestial battle slaves. Congratulations, host, for securing 5 celestial battle slaves. Congratulations, host, for receiving the ritual-grade celestial technique, Eternal Divine Nerve. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ritual-grade celestial technique, Overlord Sword Art. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ritual-grade celestial technique. Inner Landscape Diagram. Congratulations, host, for receiving the ritual-grade weapon, Overlord Celestial Banner. The rewards were bountiful, and a smile graced Diyuan's lips. He now felt an overwhelming power emanating from his black-cloaked guardians, 5 celestial-level warriors, 50 true celestial warriors, and an astonishing 103,000 battle-hardened semi-celestial slaves standing vigil. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qingwan and her companions seethed with fury, as the golden pathway beneath them seemed to possess a spirit of its own, extending into the void, stretching forth with their very will until it reached Diyuan. They surged forward with ferocity. Surrender the key to ascendancy. Lu Qingwan screamed in rage. A cacophony ensued. Diyuan murmured, his voice reverberating with a thunderous resonance that left the multitude astounded. No one anticipated that the shadowy hand they had earlier witnessed belonged to none other than Diyuan, who had only briefly revealed himself from within the golden war chariot. His voice pierced through the air, imbued with an air of dominance, before the crowd could react. More than a dozen figures clad in black appeared before them, exuding the formidable might of true celestial warriors. What in the world? My foolish son has allied with a formidable force. Chapter 51. The Ancient Heavenly Court, the Legacy of Celestial Tao. True celestials shake the world. It must be said, Lu Qingwan and her companions were incredibly fierce, akin to divine beings descending upon the realms. Empowered by the legacy of celestial Tao, they traversed the landscape with unparalleled strength, causing even the three major hegemonic factions to retreat in trepidation. Yet, at this moment, Yang Diyuan, the master of the Mountain of Death, exhibited no fear whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, an additional black-clad figure materialized, exuding an almost unfathomable strength. A true celestial warrior. Is the Mountain of Death indeed a force of the celestial realm? How could they have mobilized over 10 true celestial warriors so swiftly? The 8 demon emperors stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched upon their faces, their gazes trembling with shock. They felt a chill run down their spines. Unable to comprehend the sight before them, to summon true celestial warriors so effortlessly, was there truly a need to compete for the key to ascendancy? A true celestial represented the pinnacle of power. Even in the chaotic realm, such beings were formidable in their own right. Although many of the chaotic lineages had perished following the mysterious descent, a significant number had managed to escape their doom. However, this was the celestial realm. Traversing it was extraordinarily arduous, achievable only through the key to ascendancy. According to the records of the demon god temple, even true celestials were plentiful beyond the 9th layer of the celestial heavens. The golden-winged rock divulged a secret. It all depends on whom you compare yourself to. In the current mysterious revival of the lower realms, true celestials were indeed terrifying entities. The Kuanping, filled with astonishment, pondered the implications if the demon god temple were to acquire the celestial Tao legacy from Lu Qingwan and her companions. The other 7 demon emperors exchanged knowing smiles. What would happen? They would be capable of sweeping away all opposition. The origin of their celestial Tao legacy seems exceptionally extraordinary, seemingly stemming from the ancient heavenly court. The methods of heavenly soldiers and generals, utterly astounding. If our demon god temple were to obtain it, we could re-establish the demon court, leading countless beasts and annihilating any divine or Buddha that stands in our way. Not only were the 8 demon emperors taken aback, but even the masters of Jade Ice Mountain, Great Summer Mountain, and the suspended Pure Land were left in awe, their combat prowess shaking to the core. The Mountain of Death possessed such profound depth, maneuvering through the boundless chaos during the time of the infinite star, and now, having intercepted the key to ascendancy. It could be said that their enemies would meet with even greater enmity upon their reunion. Boom, boom, boom. On the golden pathway, 21 figures sped forth, cloaked in golden light, tearing through the air. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of true celestial beings, over 10 in number, they halted abruptly, their eyes wide with astonishment. What did they behold? A full 20 true celestial warriors. Their might overshadowed that of the onlookers by a significant margin. The 12 heavenly kings and the 8 parts of Hell's Azura were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. What are we to do, brother? Lu Qingwan's breath quickened as she turned to flee. We must escape. If we linger, we shall surely perish. The key to ascendancy may have other opportunities. There is no need to rush. The crowd expressed their astonishment as the denizens of Qingwan's celestial palace revealed their trump cards. Yet faced with the overwhelming might of the Mountain of Death, they dared not confront it directly and fled in haste. Their speed was astonishing. At this moment, one of the 8 demon emperors called out to Lu Qingwan, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Who was it that boasted about settling old scores just moments ago? Lu Qingwan's expression darkened, akin to emerging from a coal mine, her lips twitching. Today had proven a disaster. Losing both allies and soldiers. The last time her avatar in the Infinite Star had faced such a fate, intercepted by Yang Diyuan and subsequently crushed. She was acutely aware of his ruthless nature, swift to act, cutting off any potential future threat. She never anticipated that the 8 demon emperors would speak up at this moment, making her situation all the more awkward while simultaneously inviting calamity upon themselves. We are old acquaintances, but your previous demeanor reeked of a strong, murderous intent. Desiring to leave the Mountain of Death here, but alas, you were unsuccessful. The 8 demon emperors' breaths quickened as they distanced themselves rapidly, their gazes vigilant. Fortunately, 20 true celestial warriors had burst forth, hurtling towards Lu Qingwan and her companions. Meanwhile, they inwardly lamented, "Where is the master of the demon god temple?" Even if they wished to escape now, their paths were blocked by several black-clad figures warning them. The demon emperor who had acted earlier found himself regretting his rashness, having unwittingly provoked such an existence. He had always assumed they were weak and lacked depth, too fearful to act. Yet it was clear now that they had been overly modest. The master of the Mountain of Death? In this conflict, The demon god temple bore no ill intentions. The 8 demon emperors would cower without hesitation, yet they remained encircled, increasingly astonished by the sheer number of semi-celestial warriors surrounding them. They were directly assaulted. And with so many foes, even the black-clad figures trying to push into the fray found themselves expending considerable effort just to land a few kicks. In the distance, the 3 dominant powers gazed in astonishment. Truly, it was a case of quantity triumphing over quality. The most critical question remained: just how profound was the foundation of Death God Mountain? Each encounter left them in a state of sheer disbelief, their scalps tingling with shock. The semi-divine beings appeared to be as abundant as cabbages, seemingly without cost. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted. Shadows on the Golden Avenue were relentlessly pursued by 20 robed immortals, launching a comprehensive offensive, each fighting independently. However, bolstered by the legacy of the celestial realm, they found themselves utterly outmatched against these authentic immortals. Within mere breaths, celestial kings and asuras were shattered, their blood and flesh scattering across the Golden Avenue. Their golden armors obliterated, with the celestial techniques proving inadequate as their realms swiftly declined. Lu Qingwan, consumed by rage, his long hair billowing, wielded his heavy sword with a flourish, struggling against the onslaught of the black-clad immortals, yet he was evidently overpowered, pressed down with relentless force. He had never experienced such humiliation. After millennia of slaughter in the chaotic realm, just as he stepped into the mysterious, he found himself thwarted by others. Now, he faced the grim fate of being overwhelmed. Yang Diyuan, what do you desire? Lu Qingwan held deep loyalty to his comrades, celestial kings and asuras who had fought alongside him for thousands of years. As one after another fell, his voice grew hoarse, yielding to despair. Boom. Lu Qingwan was sent flying by a black-clad immortal slap, his cheekbones shattered and deformed. What of the celestial legacy? Spare my brothers. The crowd gasped. The celestial legacy was no ordinary inheritance. It seemingly hailed from the ancient heavenly court, and in this moment of desperation, he was willing to relinquish it to secure a glimmer of hope. Kill them, commanded Yang Diyuan, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Eliminate them. The legacy belongs to me. He felt a stirring desire for the ancient heavenly court's divine might, envisioning a future where all battle slaves would cultivate, conjuring a breathtaking scene. Chapter 51. The Ancient Legacy of Chaos. Rewards await. The legacy of the ancient heavenly court. Countless souls were struck with horror at Yang Diyuan's words. What sheer force and dominance! Lu Qingwan and his companions possessed formidable strength. Indeed, they were arguably the most promising team in pursuit of the key to ascension. Yet now, Yang Diyuan audaciously declared his intentions, lethargically voicing a desire to crush Lu Qingwan beneath his heel. Yang Diyuan had grown increasingly terrifying, and to this day, his true realm remained a mystery. Upon returning from the forbidden zone of life and death, the key to ascension was now within reach. Their suspicions were confirmed. It was undoubtedly his doing, effortlessly acquiring the key to ascension. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in Yang Diyuan's current objectives. Lu Qingwan and his band required the alliance of the 3 dominant powers, Yubing Mountain, Daxumi Mountain, and Xiantian Pure Land to contend. However, at this moment, Yang Diyuan had mobilized 20 true immortals to directly suppress Lu Qingwan and his companions. 20 true immortals. Not only the elder from Yubing Mountain trembled in shock, but the elders from Xiantian Pure Land and Daxumi Mountain also felt their scalps prickle. What kind of strength, cultivation, and identity could command such true immortals? A certain foreboding lingered. These 20 true immortals were not merely the entirety of Death God Mountain's might, but rather, of Yang Diyuan's. The master of Yubing Mountain gasped for breath. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, blood was shed upon the Golden Avenue as Lu Qingwan, alongside 12 celestial patterns and 8 hellish asuras, fought desperately, striving for a flicker of hope. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. One after another, figures were blasted back, blood spewing forth, flesh exploding, even their innards strewn across the ground, many suffering grievous wounds, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Lu Qingwan, consumed by fury, was drenched in blood, his grip on the heavy sword causing his palms to tear, his fingernails shattered, utilizing every imaginable tactic. Had it not been for his millennia of combat experience in the chaotic realm, he would have long succumbed. His dark hair billowed. His imposing figure radiated lethal intent as terrifying visions materialized behind him, a sprawling range of black peaks shrouded in ominous mists. A colossal hand suddenly pierced through the void, ripping apart reality itself, akin to a gauntlet of armor, wielding immense power that shattered the very fabric of the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-clad immortals, undeterred, exuded a fearsome brilliance, their bodies enveloped in a shimmering aura. The patriarch of the indomitable golden race widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this the ancient celestial technique of their lineage? Had the black-clad figures mastered it? Moreover, at an exceptionally profound level, even surpassing his own mastery, acquired over millennia? Bang, bang, bang. The armored hand lunged forward with thunderous force, aiming to crush the black-clad immortal. Yet, how could the black-clad immortals simply await his fate? An array of techniques emerged, each more astonishing than the last, their physical prowess bolstered by the natural laws of the universe, retaliating with an unyielding ferocity. In mere moments, the two sides clashed with blistering speed, ultimately shattering the armored hand. Lu Qingluan's body grew weak, the terrifying vision behind him crumbling, despair welling within him. In a final act of defiance, he turned to the black-clad immortal and roared, "Ancestor, save me." The utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd. Did Lu Qingluan possess a hidden trump card? Could there possibly exist an ancient existence even elder than him? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from Lu Qingluan's forehead, an overwhelming milky white brilliance enveloping him entirely. Concurrently, a figure emerged from the depths of his soul, imbued with supreme bloodline power, suspended in the air, radiating an astonishing aura. It was an elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, his expression grave, though few wrinkles marred his visage. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of immense authority. "Qingluan, I told you that you would seek me out. Rest assured, inherit your legacy. Do not wander aimlessly anymore." The elder's face broke into a smile, but as he sensed Lu Qingluan's grievous injuries and the dire situation, his eyes glinted with cold fury, his voice booming as if it could pierce through the very fabric of reality. "You have done well to inflict such harm upon my beloved disciple. Do you relish in the act of mobbing him?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the elder's aura shifted. A drop of blood in the air transformed into a terrifying black hole, allowing the elder's will to coalesce into a palpable form, its might and strength aiming to obliterate the 20 black-clad immortals in one fell swoop. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Yang Diyuan's eyes gleamed with cold light. His conflict with Lu Qingluan was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Lu Qingluan's ancestor was unleashing his power, approaching the threshold of a human immortal, a force beyond comparison. In an instant, a black-clad figure surged forth, its aura erupting, revealing itself to be a genuine human immortal, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Confronted with the elder's onslaught, it retaliated fiercely, its fists cleaving through all opposition, rendering it invincible. Pop! With a soft sound, the elder's projection was shattered. Yet his will remained unbroken, seething with fury, urging Lu Qingluan to traverse the increasingly constricting void of the black hole, intent on guiding him back. "Come with me." Lu Qingluan bellowed softly, unwilling to abandon the 12 heavenly kings and the eightfold infernal Azuras, his foundation and brothers, with whom he had fought fiercely for countless years. "You fool!" The elder roared, astonished that at such a critical juncture, his disciple Lu Qingluan still thought of others. From an unfathomably distant realm, he summoned formidable powers, shattering the space around them, his spiritual essence coalescing to extract Lu Qingluan and the others from peril. How could the black-clad celestial, a true immortal, remain a mere spectator? All were exerting their utmost. Suddenly, a terrifying eye emerged from the black hole, vast and boundless, as grand as the starry cosmos, rendering ancient stars before it minuscule, akin to mere grains of mustard seed. "Dare you?" The elder roared with rage, unleashing his powers. Yet the mystical miracle was too distant to wield his full strength. Had he not left a drop of his essence within Lu Qingluan, he might have perished here, oblivious. The black-clad celestial sneered, "The mountain lord commands, and we fear not." In an instant, the 12 heavenly kings and the eightfold infernal Azuras were slain, their heads rolling and bodies exploding into fragments. Simultaneously, Lu Qingluan's leg was severed by a celestial warrior, who then stood upon his severed head, crushing it as though it were a shattered watermelon. "What can you do to me?" The black-clad celestial mocked, conjuring a fearsome spear that he hurled into the abyssal eye gathering within the black hole. The spear exploded. The black hole itself trembled, the massive eye bleeding, emitting a low, furious roar as it began to dissipate. "Death God Mountain, I shall remember you. Heaven and earth shall not spare you. My ancient chaos Taoist lineage will ensure your doom." With that, the elder's hoarse voice erupted, filled with wrath and boundless fury. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward." Chapter 52, The Divine and Demonic Descent to the Nine Heavens Achieved. Comprehensive Enhancement. The Terrifying Mystery Unveiled. Dead. Lu Qingluan was ruthlessly crushed by the black-clad figure, The 12 heavenly kings and the eightfold infernal Azuras met a tragic end, their forms and spirits obliterated. Countless onlookers were left in shock. The figures from Yubing Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and the celestial Pure Land were utterly astonished. The overwhelming might of Death God Mountain was simply staggering. At the same time, they felt a deep anxiety for Death God Mountain. The ancient Chaos Taoist lineage would undoubtedly not allow it to escape unscathed. Not far off, the 8 great demon emperors gaped in disbelief, nearly rendered senseless by fear. From the words of Yubing Mountain and others, they had come to realize that the black-clad figures were from Death God Mountain. And seated within the golden chariot drawn by 9 dragons was the mountain lord, named Diyuan. They regarded him as their ultimate nemesis. Celestial beings had emerged. In an instant, they turned to flee. After all, they had previously clashed with them, and having witnessed the methods of Death God Mountain, they had thought that once the Lord of the Demon God Temple arrived, they could obtain the key to immortality from him. But now, it seemed utterly impossible. Even if the Temple Lord arrived, he would likely turn and run. Yet it was already too late. Breathing heavily, the 8 great demon emperors were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis and suffocation. No need for many. Merely one black-clad celestial could pierce through this enigmatic space and instantaneously block their path. Death God Mountain cannot be insulted, the black-clad celestial declared, his voice echoing with a resonance that deafened the 8 great demon emperors, signaling that retribution was at hand. They truly intended to hold a grudge. The 8 great demon emperors, already wounded and no match for Lu Qingwan and the others, found themselves powerless against the black-clad celestial, who raised a hand to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions rang out, and the 8 great demon emperors were utterly annihilated. Their methods were cunning yet ruthless. Strong, astonishing. Yubing Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and the celestial Pure Land were all awash with dread. Death God Mountain lived up to its name. Those who dared to offend would be crushed to dust by such deathly figures. In the distance, the patriarch of the indomitable Golden Clan was in a frenzy, realizing the might of the black-clad figures. Even with over 10,000 members in their clan, they dared not act against celestial beings. Good son, dear son, may you seek your own fortune. The patriarch of the indomitable Golden Clan retreated swiftly, urging his kin to flee without delay. Fearful of sharing the same grim fate as Lu Qingwan and the 8 great demon emperors, the outcome for them was too horrific. Even they, the indomitable Golden Clan, found it challenging to confront the Demon God Temple. The miraculous events had barely begun and were already on the brink of inciting a tempest. With the followers of the Demon God Temple and the ancient Chaos Taoist lineage being slaughtered, the young lord of the indomitable Golden Clan was left in a daze, stunned by the overwhelming strength and terror of the black-clad figures. When he looked again, his clan had vanished without a trace. Young lord, is the patriarch back to training his alternate self? Don't speak, let me be in silence. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient heavenly court ritual level inheritance, the divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient heavenly court ritual level inheritance, celestial radiance spreading the heavens. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the demon emperor's divine eye, the divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens, ritual level. This revelation astonished Yang Diyuan. Ding dong. Does the host wish to cultivate the divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens? Cultivate. In an instant, Yang Diyuan mastered this method at an extraordinarily profound level. Simultaneously, ding dong, shall the battle slaves cultivate the ritual level method, the divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens? Shall the battle slaves cultivate the ritual level method, celestial radiance spreading the heavens? Cultivate. Ding dong. Cultivation complete. The battle slaves have successfully cultivated the divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens and celestial radiance spreading the heavens. In an instant, a golden pathway sprawled across the sky, illuminating the endless darkness as radiant light surged forth. 13,000 black-clad figures, stepping upon the golden staircase, donned golden armor, resembling celestial soldiers returning to the mortal realm. Merely the 13,000 semi-immortal black-clad figures reached true immortal levels, while 100 true immortals reached celestial being status. Meanwhile, the 5 celestial battle slaves experienced a further surge in power, exuding an aura of terror. The divine and demonic descent to the 9 heavens was indeed formidable. Yubing Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and the celestial Pure Land were left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? The inheritance of the celestial lineage had been claimed by Death God Mountain. A mysterious golden radiance erupted, celestial light radiating in all directions, resembling the return of celestial soldiers, traversing the realms, as the golden pathway enveloped the sky, astonishing all. Whether it was a consequence of the local rules, the 5 celestial battle slaves broke through the darkness, traversing all directions, as the mysterious space trembled, striving to break free from the shackles of their next realm, igniting a massive upheaval. Within the entirety of the miraculous space, the rules rippled, intertwining celestial and mystical laws that manifested visibly before everyone, as terrifying black mists surged from the ground, overwhelming them all with sheer dread. The 10 horrors of mystery, not only shrouded in ominous black mist, but the most enigmatic entities have also been awakened from their slumber. Is the miracle built upon an immensely powerful and unknown creature? Everyone, in disbelief, speculates as they seem to inch closer to the truth. The rules of this realm are intricate, and order is laid bare. The ground beneath their feet is not merely mountains and rivers, but rather the very flesh and blood of an inexplicable being. Even formidable beings of the immortal realm fail to penetrate it, and not a drop of blood is shed. If it is indeed some unknown creature, its strength is boundless. Such is the might of the immortal realm that they cannot even breach its skin. Yet how did the miracle manifest, and what is its origin? Even the powerful chaos realm has been affected. What kind of individual has managed to confine this unknown entity in such a place? What divine power does this individual possess to achieve such a feat? The 3 major sovereign forces express their astonishment. And while they admire the power of the Death God Mountain, they also extend goodwill towards it, proactively seeking contact. For the first time, they sense the might of the Death God Mountain. Even the Lord of Mount Sumeru feels a sense of wanting to cling to a powerful ally, leaving the Lord of Jade Ice Mountain at a loss for words, as this is a stark contrast to the character of an old acquaintance. As the 3 major sovereign forces prepare to withdraw, clarifying their intentions to the Death God Mountain, aiming solely to pave the path to immortality. It is akin to declaring enmity with the Death God Mountain. However, at that moment, a terrifying black mist spreads in all directions, engulfing the area and rushing towards the 3 major sovereign forces and the entourage of the Death God Mountain, seeking to devour them. As one of the 10 horrors of this realm, they dare not confront it head-on. The black mist harbors mysterious entities that they cannot currently contend with. Is it coming for me? Young Diyuan squints. The black mist is indeed audacious. He commands a battle slave in the immortal realm, enhanced by divine and demonic powers, to wield the imperial banner of ritual weapons. He is determined to uncover what lurks within the black mist. Chapter 53. The imperial banner conquers terror, once again acquiring a ritual weapon. In the distance, the 3 major sovereign forces are taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. Does the Death God Mountain intend to confront one of the 10 horrors, the black mist? Yang Diyuan is surprisingly confident. Within their doctrinal teachings lies ancient knowledge and secrets, revealing that the black mist is notoriously difficult to handle. Even semi-immortal beings that have been infected by the enigmatic creatures within it struggle to escape, ultimately being devoured. Boom. The sound of explosions resonates. The beautiful Lord of Jade Ice Mountain is momentarily stunned, turning to observe in disbelief as a peculiar banner radiating strange energy is grasped by a black-clad immortal warrior. The power ripples, shaking the surroundings, emanating an overwhelming aura that instills a profound sense of dread. The rules intertwine, and the symbols of order flood the sky, exuding a terrifying might that seems capable of devouring all. What manner of weapon is this? It is unlike anything ever seen or heard. The Lord of Jade Ice Mountain gasps for breath, sensing that should she face that great banner directly, she would be instantly subdued and absorbed within. Even the venerable matriarch, having lived for countless generations, finds her pupils constricting, clearly indicating that even this living fossil has never encountered such a sight. Not far away, the inhabitants of Mount Sumeru and the pure land of heaven momentarily halt, their gazes fixed in anticipation, for as the people of the Death God Mountain prepare to act, the black mist shifts direction, sweeping towards them. Currently, the 3 major sovereign forces are spared from the black mist's assault. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying black mist devours all in its path. Wherever it goes, all beings scream in panic, their cries abruptly silenced upon being engulfed. Even the corpses strewn upon the ground are not exempt, dragged away by some entity within the black mist. No, it can't be. Are we truly going to engage the black mist? This is tantamount to courting death. The young lord of the Golden Clan is horrified and shaken, never expecting the Lord of the Death God Mountain to be so ruthless, daring to confront one of the 10 horrors of the mysterious realm without accepting its provocation. Young Diyuan's interest peaks, prompting him to share what he knows. The black mist is shrouded in mystery, rumored to be composed of countless banished deities and demons from the immortal realm, terrifying and powerful. Even the native beings of this realm would flee upon encountering it. There was once a great force that sought to uncover the secrets of the black mist, Yet even a being as powerful as a true immortal perished within a short time, devoured by the unfathomable creatures. This was a transcendent force that once shook the mysterious world, yet they were ultimately annihilated due to their challenge against the terror. And it seems the Black Mist possesses a certain vindictiveness. At that time, not a single member of that transcendent force survived, all met a gruesome end. Since then, all beings in the mysterious world have instinctively chosen to avoid the Black Mist, fearing its attention. Young Diyuan narrows his eyes. After all, he is merely a battle slave. Even if the Black Mist is truly as terrifying as rumored, it poses no threat to him. Boom. The Black Mist spreads ominously, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path, moving with astonishing speed. In the brief span of a few sentences, it resembles a storm, its chilling and sinister aura sweeping towards them. And within the void, whispers of deities and demons can be heard, their voices possessing an almost seductive quality, capable of invading the very soul of a person. Vaguely, countless figures can be seen shifting within the Black Mist, resembling both demons and spirits. Those of lower cultivation would find their souls shattered and extinguished upon encountering this Black Mist. Boom. The black-clad battle slave stirs, wielding the imperial banner, his gaze flickering with strange light. His cultivation resides in the immortal realm, and as the celestial power and order symbols ripple into the banner, it bursts forth with divine radiance. The terrifying aura of annihilation explodes, emanating an inscrutable pressure, and the banner soars forward, hovering ahead. The Black Mist approaches. However, upon contact with the imperial banner, the Black Mist unexpectedly erupts. Accompanied by the wails of myriad demons and monsters, the void trembles. And even with the celestial and mysterious rules enveloping the area, the void still collapses. The ritual-grade weapon does not possess the overwhelming strength to withstand such a force. The Black Mist seems unwilling to concede, and an extraordinary transformation occurs. A colossal figure, visible to the naked eye, materializes, its eyes as large as planets, emanating a chilling and terrifying red glow, exuding a murderous aura that reaches the heavens, directly grasping for the imperial banner. That is the mysterious entity within the Black Mist. The young lord of the indestructible Golden Clan is shaken to his core, his very soul trembling. It's not that he lacks strength. Possessing ancient immortal techniques, he dares to contend with emperors, yet even he feels an indelible fear in the presence of the Black Mist. In the distance, the three major sovereign forces watch intently, their expressions grave. If this terrifying Black Mist is indeed capable of annihilating all, the Death God Mountain is poised to face a significant calamity. They might even lose an immortal realm powerhouse and that mysterious, formidable weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shadow from within the Black Mist reaches out, grasping for the imperial banner, yet in the next moment, the banner unleashes a terrifying celestial radiance and divine power, intertwining various paths, flowing with symbols, causing the void to continuously collapse, and the outstretched black hand is instantly consumed within. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening voices of the deities and demons are piercing, sending the three major sovereign forces into a state of panic as they hastily retreat. Even those as strong as semi-mortal beings feel assaulted by the demonic sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demonic sounds reverberate with a heart-wrenching fury, attempting to sever the parts of the black shadow consumed by the imperial banner, yet they can accomplish nothing. More and more of the Black Mist is devoured by the banner. The crimson banner billows like a fluttering flag, the power of the ritual surging forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In scarcely the span of a single incense stick, all eyes widened in astonishment. The ominous Black Mist, one of the 10 greatest terrors, was utterly devoured, as that long banner fluttered with an unfathomable might, effortlessly subduing the darkness. Oh, the crying axe! The Black Mist let out a final roar, intermingled with the voices of myriad creatures, before being completely absorbed by the sovereign banner. The shattered space of this realm began to flow with the tyrannical power of rules, slowly mending itself, yet it was unable to restore itself with the ease it once had, as if caught in a moment of stasis. No, this cannot be. The Black Mist, one of the 10 greatest terrors, was so easily vanquished? The young master of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan shuddered involuntarily, while his companions were struck with an overwhelming sense of dread and shock. Their gazes shifted towards the young man within the golden palanquin, filled with even greater trepidation. If the Black Mist, a terror among terrors, can be so effortlessly subdued, what else remains unattainable? Most crucially, the weapon's power was astonishingly beyond all imaginations. If he so desired, could he pierce through the mysteries of this place? In the distance, the three dominating forces were ensnared in disbelief, their expressions vacant and their minds in a daze, unable to comprehend the astonishing scene before them. Yang Diyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped the sovereign banner. Indeed, that terrifying black mist was contained within his unique space, darting about like a mouse cornered by a cat, completely engulfed in panic. It appeared that this black mist would become a formidable ally. Any faction daring to challenge him would find the black mist unleashed upon them. Once subdued, he would then contain it with the sovereign banner. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the myriad shadows of divine demons. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ritual-grade weapon, the Great Burning Axe. Chapter 54. The Demonic Temple's Descent into Death. The second key to ascendancy. Yet another ritual-grade weapon. Yang Diyuan's heart swelled with joy. He glanced at his status panel. Name: Yang Diyuan. Age: 21. Cultivation: Celestial Realm. Physique: Pure Yang Sacred Body Tao. Imperial Arts: Undying Scripture, Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Technique, Thousand Blade Slash, Great Void Technique. Great Sun Tathagata Palm, Heavenly Emperor Fist, Reincarnation Technique, Imperial Weapons, Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Armor, Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Halberd, Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Shuttle, Human Sovereign Banner. 9 Dragons Divine Chariot, Abyss Devouring Halberd, Carefree Seal, Heavenly Tao Demon Suppression Hammer, Imperial Arrays, Life and Death Great Array, Confinement Array, Control Array, Peerless Divine Weapons, Extermination Sword, Trapping Immortal Sword, Absolute Immortal Sword, Slaughter Immortal Sword, Heaven Opening Battle Axe, Heavenly Origin Lock Armor, Eastern Sovereign Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Alchemy Gourd, Great Thunder Sound Bow, Divine Farmer's Cauldron, Peerless Grand Array, Extermination Sword Array, Peerless Divine Techniques, Undying and Unyielding Creation Technique, Imperial Elixirs, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, 17 Tao Lotus Seeds, Ritual Grade Weapons, Sovereign Banner, Great Burning Axe, Ritual Grade Weapons, Eternal Divine Nerve, Sovereign Sword Technique, Inner Landscape Map. Battle Slaves, 130. 200 Half-Sage Battle Slaves, 50 True Sage Battle Slaves, 5 Celestial Realm Battle Slaves. Slaughter Value, 3 billion points. Prestige Value, Level 5, can be upgraded to Level 6. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased at 0 cost. Territory, Bloodmine Mountain, Mountain Gate, Death God Mountain. This expedition was deemed successful. Having directly acquired a key to Ascension, there are a total of 49 Ascension keys. Collecting them all would unlock the path to transcendence. The young master of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan marveled, as many local factions had previously acquired such miracles. Yang Dian narrowed his eyes. How difficult could it be? Instead of waiting for the Ascension keys to naturally manifest, would it not be swifter to seize them from others? A plan began to take shape in his mind. He was eager to see if, in this era of severed celestial paths, gathering the Ascension keys would indeed reopen the road to divinity. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the significant increase in prestige. Level 6 Prestige Mall now accessible. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Death God Temple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ritual Grade Grand Array. Yang Diyuan's eyes gleamed. With the Death God Temple and the Grand Ritual Array, establishing a foothold here would pose no challenge. Wuji Star. A tremor rippled through various factions. The entrance to the Miracle Alley was fraught with numerous locations, teeming with entrances. Horrifying creatures surged forth, wreaking havoc upon Wuji Star, with many factions being utterly annihilated. How could this be? Were they to face a calamity? If the entrances could not be defended, would all the creatures within escape? A chill ran down everyone's spine. This was nothing less than a catastrophe. They had initially believed that the mysteries would grant them the keys to transcendence, only to find themselves ultimately devoured by the terrifying beings within. This left many feeling resentful. What did I just witness? Countless tendrils of black mist erupted, capable of turning the deceased into puppets, waging war across the lands on their behalf. Were those the people of the extreme Tao Sacred Land? They had previously been obliterated by the Death God Mountain, yet now they re-emerged. Were they ghosts or mere pawns? I beheld the figure of Yuan Su from the extreme Tao Sacred Land. He had once been a powerful immortal, yet now he possessed formidable strength, surpassing even the great emperors. He had gathered numerous death legions, poised to assault Death God Mountain. This was dire. They were coming to plunder. Yuan Su radiated a potent vitality, rippling through the skies. His gaze was mesmerizing yet deadly, brimming with murderous intent. Yang Diyuan, you annihilated my extreme Tao Sacred Land's lineage. Yet did you not anticipate that I would forge a pact with the dark fallen spirits? I have now ascended beyond the realm of immortals. Prepare to bear the wrath of the extreme Tao Sacred Land. Looking outwards, the area beyond Death God Mountain teemed with shadowy figures, numbering over 1 million, all cloaked in black mist. Once living cultivators, now the relentless army of Yuan Su. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed over half a sage's worth of powerful beings among them, and not in small numbers. Simultaneously, within Wuji's star, the Xianxia sacred land space was breached, the terrifying celestial power surging with formidable rules and order. A colossal Kuanping emerged, its might formidable, drawing the attention of the Elder Guardians, who noted that this Kuanping possessed the strength of a celestial, resembling the legendary descriptions. In a mere moment of days, all present gaped in disbelief. What did they behold? The entirety of the Xianxia sacred land was ensconced in celestial light, as if its very foundation was being drawn away. What kind of divine manipulation was this? Many jaws dropped in astonishment. What transpired? Was the Xianxia sacred land being escorted away by celestial beings? Did their ancestors include deities, serving as their backing? Within the miracle alley, Diyuan made his way back home. At the entrance, he summoned the death god temple. In an instant, a radiant spectacle erupted, illuminating the skies. The resplendent hall rose majestically, opulent and infused with celestial energy, surrounded by terrifying rays of light. From afar, it was a sight to behold. The young master of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan was so overwhelmed that he prostrated himself in awe. This was indeed a divine display, far surpassing the grandeur of many local beings and clans, poised to become a vassal of Death God Mountain. In the realms of the Demon God Temple, the Demon God Altar, and the Holy Cult, all possess keys to transcendence, each holding no less than 2, and in some cases, 3. Our immortal beings of the Golden Clan also possess 2. The young master of the immortal beings of the Golden Clan is remarkably decisive and forthright, readily naming several factions that hold the keys to transcendence, though he refrains from mentioning those of higher standing, for he is not one to betray his own. Let us begin with the Demon God Temple, murmured Emperor Diyuan. Suddenly, an array of ominous eyes began to glimmer from the distance, mesmerizing and haunting, stretching endlessly through the shadows. Observing from afar, Diyuan noted this was indeed characteristic of the Demon God Temple, where myriad demons pave the way for an onslaught. Reminiscent of the previous 8 great demon emperors who had obliterated countless beasts in pursuit of the keys to transcendence. As the aura drew closer, various beings of the demon clan congregated at this site. 3 formidable figures emerged. 2 retained traces of their demonic heritage, while the third was a striking figure, adorned with scales upon its brow. The second was a 6-armed celestial demon, towering several zhang high and awe-inspiring. The third was a being with a human form and a tiger's head, seated upon a golden lotus, hands forming a Buddhist seal, adorned with a necklace of skulls of varying sizes, exuding a sinister red aura, chilling to behold. Do you possess the key to transcendence? Questioned the tiger-headed monk, his eyes shifting ominously, revealing a dual pupil, a testament to his immense power as he regarded Diyuan with disdain. Detection of the key to transcendence has been confirmed. Diyuan narrowed his eyes and gestured dismissively. Eliminate them all. Chapter 55. The Immortals still exist. The 3 masters of the Demon God Temple stood before him, their legions of beasts lying in wait behind them, various forms of demons present. They were taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of the young man who dared to speak of their annihilation. What an arrogant proclamation. They, who stood shrouded in mystery, ruling over countless beasts, though unable to unify completely, still held dominion over their domain. Now, an outsider dared to belittle them, demanding their eradication as if it were a jest of the highest order. Many sentient demons scoffed derisively. You must be tired of living. A celestial horse, pure white and radiant, with no blemish upon its coat, brandished its sword. It possessed 2 pairs of pristine wings, with mystical energy coursing through them, its bloodline remarkably pure, suggesting a lineage of formidable demons. A mere horse demon dares to flaunt its might here? The young master of the immortal beings of the Golden Clan glared, pointing an accusatory finger at the celestial horse, exuding an air of superiority, emboldened by a formidable ally, even more so than his father, the clan leader of the immortal beings of the Golden Clan. With a sense of security, he unleashed a barrage of insults upon the entire lineage of the celestial horse. How far the immortal beings of the Golden Clan have fallen, allying with outsiders. Defy us, and we, the Demon God Temple, shall obliterate your clan on the morrow. Enraged, the celestial horse snorted, releasing a mist of milky white vapor, its eyes burning with fury. Brothers, let us tear them apart. Seize the key to transcendence and establish the might of our Demon God Temple. With a roar, the celestial horse, immense in stature, was evidently the most imposing figure present. Aside from the 3 temple masters, boom, 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 the myriad beasts surged forth. Many powerful beings akin to the celestial horse were present, their numbers overwhelming, flooding the area as they galloped with such speed that the ground trembled beneath them, a kaleidoscope of light erupting around them. Does this arrogant outsider truly believe we cannot thrive without our mystery? Once we have dealt with you, I shall journey to your planet, capture you, and turn you into a pet for my amusement. All who hold significance on your planet shall meet a grim fate. The celestial horse charged forward, soaring through the air. Its wings interwoven with mystical energies, runes flowing around it, swiftly followed by countless ferocious birds and beasts, all intent on flattening the area. Boom, boom, boom. Yet suddenly, the celestial horse's pupils constricted, rage etched upon its face. What did that young man mean by turning his back, ignoring them completely? In the next instant, a figure cloaked in black materialized before them, the roars of the myriad beasts crescendoing into a deafening cacophony, filled with murderous intent. Yearning to tear apart the cloaked figure before them and consume him whole. With a flourish, the black-clad figure emanated an overwhelming aura, its celestial power resonating into the heavens, wreaking havoc upon the land. Body parts exploded in a gruesome display. The myriad beasts howled in horror, their very souls chilled, as with a mere wave of his hand. Comrades were obliterated one after another, leaving no room for a scream to escape. As the celestial horse approached, it felt its spirit tremble, swiftly pivoting to flee. What manner of being was this black-clad figure, capable of annihilating so many semi-emperor-level beings in an instant? Even many emperors seemed insignificant before him, their forms disintegrating in an instant. In the distance, the three masters of the demon god temple remained composed, but upon witnessing this scene, their brows furrowed, their pupils dilating in shock. They had not anticipated that the suddenly appearing figure in black would be so formidable. He had instantaneously decimated a tenth of their legion. The ground ran red with blood, a thick layer covering the earth, seemingly absorbed by this unknown being, nearly merging with the soil. A true immortal? No. The celestial energy radiating from the cloaked figure was too intense, akin to a blazing sun. Could it be that he had shattered the shackles and reached the next realm beyond that of a true immortal? The three masters were left in utter disbelief, their hearts racing with trepidation. We are but three peak true immortals. Facing him instills a sense of pressure. Let us combine our strengths, and we may yet subdue him. The three masters of the demon god temple were engulfed in murderous intent, equally astonished by the presence of such a powerful being who acted as a guardian for the young man who had entered their domain. Attack! Roared the six-armed celestial demon, its once rosy form suddenly turning blood red, exuding the power of a peak true immortal, immensely potent. Despite its massive stature, its speed was equally fierce, a testament to its overwhelming strength. Behind it loomed a colossal golden figure, fierce and powerful, the very fabric of reality trembling before its might, as it sought to gauge the strength of the black-clad figure. Simultaneously, the striking dragon man transformed into his true form, a 1,000-meter-long body adorned with glistening scales that sparkled with brilliance, unleashing a terrifying thunderous force aimed directly at the black-clad figure. The tiger-headed monk, with a radiant halo behind him, revealed a peculiar light in his eyes, where the swastika symbol pulsed, accompanied by an eerie blend of Buddhist chants and demonic voices. The golden lotus beneath him transformed into a suit of armor, propelling him forward. The tiger-headed monk radiated layers of golden brilliance, invoking a fearsome ancient immortal technique, the golden body of A. His entire form was akin to that of a golden statue, eyes blazing with fury as he charged forth, his strength surpassing even that of the six-armed celestial demon and the dragon man, a true powerhouse on the brink of becoming a half-immortal. The gods and demons descended upon the heavens. The figure clad in black muttered softly, and in an instant, a resplendent golden avenue materialized, gleaming with brilliance. Mounted upon a warhorse and adorned in golden armor, his strength ascended to a significantly higher realm. Simultaneously, waves of black-clad figures emerged, each at least at the semi-immortal level. In terms of numbers? In terms of cultivation? The black-clad legion feared no adversary, even in the face of a throng of beasts and demons dancing in chaos. What? Their auras had surged tremendously, revealing that they were all true immortals, with their leader having transcended the shackles, breaking free from constraints, and truly stepping into that realm. The three masters of the temples were in a state of panic. They had not anticipated that the black-clad figures would manifest in such overwhelming numbers. Intent on ensnaring them all, the mountain lord commanded, "Slay them." Boom, boom, boom. The golden avenue stretched forth, charging directly towards the multitude of beasts. Empowered by the divine presence descending from the heavens, over 10,000 semi-immortal black-clad warriors ascended a great realm, reaching true immortality. Their onslaught was devastating, sweeping away vast swathes of flesh and blood, as countless demons were thrown into disarray, their hearts trembling in terror, utterly unable to resist or counterattack. Even the three temple masters were severely wounded by the end of the first engagement, suppressed by the black-clad figures single-handedly against three. How could this be? What is the origin of the Death God Mountain? Could it be that, like the master of the Demon God Temple, they had celestial beings backing them? Quickly, summon the master for aid. Let the celestial beings descend and annihilate them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become a great calamity for our Demon God Temple in the future. Chapter 56. Once again acquiring 1 million semi-immortal battle slaves. The three masters of the demon temples were utterly horrified. They fled at breakneck speed, their massive forms betraying their panic, as they were repeatedly struck away by the black-clad figures, their flesh exploding in the process. The manifestations of their power and golden forms crumbled, revealing vast cracks upon their bodies, their internal organs ruptured. The three masters of the Demon God Temple, who could be considered the strongest seven after the master, found themselves utterly powerless against the swarm of black-clad figures. They were being crushed from all sides. In terms of numbers, although there were nearly 100,000 terrifying fierce birds and beasts, the cultivation of the black-clad figures was simply astonishing, each at least at the true immortal level, causing chaos among their ranks. No, master, save me, save me. The celestial horse was in a state of utter distress, filled with paralyzing fear, its fur standing on end, battered and bruised. Numerous true immortal black-clad warriors surrounded it, launching a relentless assault, its body exploding repeatedly, both wings shattered. Plummeting to the ground, its four hooves scrambled desperately, but its strength was simply too weak, falling to the continuous blows of the black-clad true immortals. Transforming into a mist of blood, its very head exploding, its hard bones reduced to fragments. It was simply no match. The signal had been sent out. It had been sent out. The six-armed celestial demon fled rapidly, with the multitude of beasts behind him nearly all perishing. They had arrived with great swagger, but now, only the three of them remained, confronted by the overwhelming might of the black-clad figures, whose ruthless and tyrannical methods instilled immense pressure, even as they ran for their lives. The distance between them and their pursuers closed rapidly. The six-armed celestial demon roared in fury, fighting against the odds, finding himself amidst an endless expanse of plains, devoid of any cover. He had initially believed this terrain to be extremely advantageous for them, but now it had turned against them. Even the briefest moments of rest were impossible, as they would be instantaneously caught up and slain. Arrogant little fools, do they dare to be so bold? This is the Death God Mountain. The young master of the Golden Clan mocked coldly, nearly causing the three temple masters to spit blood in frustration. Yet they could find no retort. Uft, uft, uft. They had been caught up. The three masters of the demon temples felt their souls shudder, their hearts quaking, their expressions drastically changing. Their bodies were repeatedly cleaved by celestial light, the horrifying rules of immortality swirling, exploding within their flesh. The leading black-clad figure possessed a strength so formidable that even demons trembled in fear, utterly horrified. Spare us. We realize our mistakes. As the saying goes, to know one's faults and correct them is the greatest virtue. The tiger-headed demon monk bellowed, earnestly pleading, but in an instant, his fear returned as the dragon man and the six-armed celestial demon beside him were struck by the celestial light unleashed by the black-clad figures, exploding into nothingness. The black-clad figures were decisive in their slaughter, overpowering and ruthless, offering no opportunity for reprieve. The tiger-headed demon monk cried out in anguish, filled with resentment, only to ultimately be reduced to ash, completely annihilated in that place. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a key to immortality. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million semi-immortal battle slaves. Diyuan leisurely explored the Death God Temple, extravagant and lavish, an expanse of vastness. Upon hearing the system's notifications resounding in his mind, his expression brightened with delight. 1 million semi-immortal battle slaves, when enhanced by the divine presence descending from the heavens. That translates to 1 million true immortal warriors. Even within the secret realms, they could stride with confidence. The Demon God Temple had celestial beings supporting them from behind. Diyuan had already heard the words of the three masters of the demon temples. His heart was filled with astonishment. Could celestial beings effortlessly enter this realm? Yet they found it incredibly difficult to access the celestial realm, having explored for millions of years to discover this single path. Even the ultimate outcome of whether they could pass through remained uncertain. It appeared that a personal visit to the Demon God Temple was necessary. Diyuan steadied himself. Having already achieved substantial success by acquiring 2 keys to immortality, preparing to return home. The Infinite Star was plunged into chaos. Various factions vied for the key to immortality, entering the divine realm, with exceedingly few able to return. The entrances were numerous as grains of sand, scattered everywhere, many undiscovered, while others that had been found lacked guardians. Numerous mysterious factions had emerged through the entrances, infiltrating the infinite star. In an instant, the continent was fraught with peril. Bones lay strewn across the ground. The earth was a scene of devastation. Many factions organized to resist, yet their downfall was utterly pitiful. Was the infinite star on the brink of annihilation? They had initially believed that the arrival of the mysterious would bring opportunities for ascension, but unexpectedly, they were on the verge of destruction, their hopes dissolving into mere illusions. Even the formidable Death God Mountain was assaulted by countless corpse soldiers and puppets. Under the enhancement of the Imperial formation, they could barely hold their ground. Yet the only surviving entity of the extreme path Holy Land, the Diyuan, seemed to be intentionally humiliating the Death God Mountain. It was said that many factions had made desperate stands, evaluating the situation, and surprisingly, supported the Death God Mountain in its fight against the corpse soldiers, including the Undying Mountain and the Misty Holy Land, suffering grievous losses in the process. Many looked down upon this, questioning whether they were merely trying to curry favor. They did not believe that the Death God Mountain would emerge unscathed from the mysterious calamity. The beings within were far too powerful. Compared to the infinite star, it was as if there lay an insurmountable chasm, a vast gulf beyond comparison, utterly unresistible. Meanwhile, there were whispers of lamentation. Celestial beings could traverse realms with ease. The Crimson Mist Holy Land and several ancient sects had their gates swiftly breached, their entrances excavated without effort, allowing them to enter the celestial realm. At any given moment, having a powerful backing was of utmost importance. As for us, who possess no power, influence, or background, we can only cling to life, waiting for the inevitable, whether to be slain by our own kind or extinguished by the beings of the mysterious. The path ahead appears hopeless, severing my route to progress. Many factions marveled, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Each time they heard of one faction's demise or another's annihilation, a deep sense of empathy surged within them, as any of those could be their future. Suddenly, a loud exclamation rang out. The three formidable hegemonic forces, Jade Ice Mountain, Great Summer Mountain, and Suspended Heaven Pure Land, have united in a powerful alliance. Miraculously, they returned with relatively light casualties, seemingly unscathed. Has anyone discerned whether they obtained the key to immortality? What is unfolding? The three hegemonic powers are converging upon Death God Mountain. Does this signify its obliteration amidst the divine whispers? Are they attempting to seize the spoils of battle? Soon, an unsettling realization emerged. No. The three hegemonic forces are aiding Death God Mountain in resisting the formidable Yuan Su and the legion of million corpse soldiers. Another shocking revelation follows. At Death God Mountain, the golden chariot of the 9 dragons has made its appearance, with the mountain lord returning with poise. Upon hearing the attack on Death God Mountain and the impending collapse of the Emperor's formation, fury ignited, unleashing a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. Chapter 57. The Horror of the Fallen Sacred Spirit, a mystery from the chaotic sea. The core of corpse soldiers. Wuji Star. Death God Mountain. Shadows loomed thickly in this place, as the sky and ground became a veritable sea of corpse soldiers. Some were once cultivators of the supreme sacred land, long deceased, while many others remained shrouded in mystery, their formidable prowess undeniable. Cloaked in swirling black mist, they resembled the spectral soldiers emerging from the depths of hell, emanating a stench of decay and desolation that instilled dread in the hearts of all who beheld them. A glance revealed that there were at least several 100,000 of them. They completely encircled Death God Mountain, and among them were powerful beings who had ascended to the rank of emperor. At this moment, terrifying beams of dark light crisscrossed, surging forth, intent on breaching Death God Mountain and erasing it from Wuji Star. Yuan Su. The three hegemonic forces have arrived. Having witnessed the might and terror of young Emperor Yuan within the divine whispers, even the formidable Lu Qingwan from the chaotic ancient Tao was slain. The core high-ranking members of the chaotic ancient Tao could not save her, as young Emperor Yuan commanded the black-clad figures to ruthlessly eliminate her. Moreover, one of the top 10 horrors shrouded in mystery, the Black Fog, was subdued by these black-clad figures, indicating the overwhelming strength of Death God Mountain in the present moment. Currently, as they emerged from the divine whispers, the Yuan Su of the supreme sacred land was inexplicably alive, having somehow preserved his life through unknown means, catapulting himself into an unfathomable realm of power. Has he transcended the level of a half-immortal? The three hegemonic forces were taken aback, feeling the chilling presence of the emotionless corpse soldiers, their astonishment palpable. These soldiers seemed to possess an immortal essence, capable of regenerating even when their bodies were shattered, and their dark aura intensified, rendering them significantly more powerful than they were in death. Growing stronger with each demise? Impossible to annihilate completely? The three hegemonic forces exchanged alarmed glances. Having decided to take action, they naturally sought to curry favor with Death God Mountain and young Emperor Yuan, for they hailed from the same planet with aligned objectives and no prior conflicts. Yuan Su, what have you done? Deathly energy swirled around him, exuding an unsettling aura of decay. Someone inquired, eager to glean the secret behind his rapid transformation. Yuan Su stood as an ancient demon, towering above, entirely transformed. Once ethereal and extraordinary, he was now enveloped in dense, vibrant dark light, with bizarre black patterns sprawling across his limbs, visage, and extremities. The black patterns flickered like a candle's flame in the wind, pulsating ominously. Yuan Su surveyed the realm with a malevolent glare, his expression exceedingly grim. As a dark entity hovered behind him, emanating a terrifying presence. I am the present death god. Yuan Su's voice, intermingled with other sinister tones, resonated as if a demon had descended. You are but my nurtured soldiers. Upon your demise, you shall become my warriors, battling across the myriad realms. Yuan Su extended his arms wide, embracing the emptiness, lost in a frenzy of madness and longing, his gaze flashing with terrifying black light interweaving into unique patterns. These are my companions, the fallen sacred spirits, emerging from the depths of mystery. You should be aware of the 10 horrors within that realm, should you? The fallen sacred spirits are not singular entities, they are omnipresent. Furthermore, this particular fallen sacred spirit is a mysterious terror from the chaotic realm, capable of effortlessly annihilating you in my eyes. Yuan Su laughed maniacally. Death God Mountain is merely the first, and you shall not be the last, since you, the esteemed hegemonic forces, have chosen to stand for Death God Mountain, then today, become my army. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd gasped in horror. Fallen sacred spirits? Emerging from the chaotic realm's mysteries? The leaders of the three hegemonic forces and some elder powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. They had all lingered in the chaotic realm to varying degrees. Since the arrival of the mysteries, various races had been utterly incapable of resisting it and were swiftly conquered within a remarkably brief span. The chaotic sea has long since transformed into a playground for the mysterious. The fallen sacred spirits represent an exceptionally enigmatic form of life, seemingly devoid of a physical body, capable of occupying others' flesh while coexisting. However, the host must pay a price to command them. Should the host fail to meet that price, they would ultimately be overtaken by the fallen sacred spirits. Historical texts and ancient scriptures have recorded such accounts, albeit briefly, once deemed inconsequential, yet now, it appears that those who bore witness to the fallen sacred spirits have ultimately met with grim fates. The secret tomes recount that the fallen sacred spirits symbolize the struggles before reincarnation, with some suggesting they serve as ferrymen of the underworld and the nether realms. The Mountain Lord of Great Sumeru cast a glinting gaze, forming a Buddhist seal. As the Mountain Lord of Great Sumeru, hailing from the land of Buddha, possessing vast knowledge and secrets, he spoke publicly about the fallen sacred spirits. The Mountain Lord of Jade Ice paused, saying, "So, they are all immortal beings? I refuse to believe such claims. All beings must meet death." However, despite this skepticism, the fallen sacred spirits, being mysterious horrors from the chaotic realm, had, through mere collaboration with Yuan Su, summoned tens of millions of corpse soldiers. Such a power is undeniably terrifying and disquieting. Hegemonic forces? Jade Ice, Suspended Heaven, Great Sumeru. Since you three powers have chosen to support Death God Mountain today, then become my vassal army. Yuan Su sneered, instantly summoning secret powers, the dark light swirling around him, unleashing a veritable tide of corpse soldiers, some human, some beast, a chaotic mix of life forms. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the mountain lords of the three hegemonic forces exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending his intent. They dared not confront him head-on, but instead summoned imperial weapons and unparalleled divine arms, channeling supreme secret powers to unleash terrifying beams of light for targeted obliteration. Puff, puff, puff. The earth was strewn with corpses, a scene of devastation, as waves of horrific energy rippled through the air. Yet, in the next moment, they were met with an unexpected turn of events. The emperors and half-immortal beings among the corpse soldiers could likewise activate their weapons to retaliate. Simultaneously, tendrils of terrifying dark light spread from their forms, coalescing into a vast sea, forming shields of light that surged forth, targeting the three hegemonic forces. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The three hegemonic powers dared not resist, their scalps prickling in terror, as the horrific dark light, laden with potent death energy, decay, and corruption, surged forth to engulf them. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited them should they be engulfed, the likelihood of becoming pawns under Yuan Su's control, joining the ranks of the corpse soldiers, loomed ominously. Boom, boom, boom. Ancestor. In the realm of the suspended heaven, a harrowing and furious cry echoed, revealing that a formidable half-immortal had been engulfed by the encroaching dark light, only to be instantaneously assimilated and transformed into a member of the undead army, turning against his former allies with lethal intent. The terror of this dark light was beyond comprehension. Chapter 58, Mystique versus Mystique. Terror against terror. The sovereign banner refines all. Boom, boom, boom. The three dominant factions retreated rapidly. The dark light was simply too horrifying. Even a half-immortal, if caught unawares, would be consumed, swiftly transformed, with their very will seemingly stripped away, emanating an aura of decay and corruption as the vibrant life force within them swiftly dissipated. We are powerless to resist. The leaders of the three dominant factions gasped for breath. We cannot contend. Not even the resurrected supreme divine weapons could effectively suppress that dark light. Now that we have arrived, why rush to depart? Yuan Su smiled faintly, his form steadfast like a general safeguarding all directions. Strategizing as the three dominant factions found themselves in a most humiliating position, were it not for their dread of the terrifying dark light. They would not have been reduced to such a state. They could only continue their retreat. As sovereign factions, when had they ever felt such oppression? The tides had shifted. And amidst the overwhelming circumstances, even the fallen holy spirits of the chaotic sea had appeared in the lower realms, further compounding their pressures with divine miracles targeting them. The three dominant factions hastily withdrew, while those observing from a distance could not help but change their expressions dramatically. How could this be? The sovereign factions dared not confront directly, retreating at an alarming pace. If this continued, not only would the mountain of death succumb to decay, but the entire infinite star would be drained of its essence. Ahead lay the entrance to the divine miracle, where various demons rampaged. Behind them was the undead army led by Yuan Su. The infinite star was plunged into a dire crisis. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. The heavens and earth were rippling with dark light. The undead army surged forward, pursuing the three dominant factions, with Jade Ice Mountain, the suspended heaven, and the great Sumeru Mountain remaining united, fearing being divided and conquered. They summoned their utmost power, employing ranged attacks to stall for time, ensuring their own safety until the mountain of death could emerge. The master of the suspended heaven cautioned, as the core elite forces awakened the great demons within them, unleashing a furious roar to hinder the spread of the dark light. The thunderous Buddhist chants of the great Sumeru Mountain surged like raging waves, a tidal force of faith sweeping outward, propelling forward with various Buddhist scriptures dancing in the void, while ethereal images of ancient Buddhas radiated golden light, chanting sacred texts such as the Sutra of Deliverance and the Diamond Sutra to obstruct the advance of the dark light. This is dire. Those undead have surrounded us. We were previously unaware of their stealth lurking in the void, beneath the surface. The master of Jade Ice Mountain's expression shifted, their face paling. They could not effectively counter the dark light, and none dared provoke it lightly. The assimilated half-immortals stood as a living testament. They still needed to navigate towards the path of ascension. How could they perish here? This is catastrophic. Yuan Su, that sly old fox, had evidently set this ambush in advance, anticipating the departure of the young emperor from the mountain of death, intending to ensnare him. In the distance, spectators gazed on, their expressions grim. Even the sovereign factions struggled beneath Yuan Su's undead army, let alone the other forces within the infinite star. This was an unmitigated disaster, even more terrifying than the demons emerging from the divine miracle. The mountain lords of the three sovereign factions wore faces etched with dread, never expecting to find themselves in such a predicament. Their alliance had merely been a formality within the divine miracle, acquiring only a fraction of divine fruits that could extend the lifespans of the elders. Now they faced the looming threat of death. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. Waves of dark light converged, forcing the three sovereign factions to charge desperately towards the weakest point, preparing to breach through. Yet as they approached, they discovered it was all a trap set by Yuan Su. Do not be deceived by the apparent weakness. There were merely thousands of undead, yet their strength was formidable, at least on par with the Emperor realm. Their might was overwhelming. Kill, kill, kill. Enraged, the three dominant factions unleashed a dazzling array of light. With the terrifying Frost Phoenix soaring, a surge of faith flooding the area, mingled with the roars of divine and demonic voices, striving to carve a path for survival. Thud, thud, thud. The peerless divine weapons blazed forth, propelled by several half-immortal experts, blasting open a gap. Yet in the next moment, they hesitated, staring at the newly torn opening. Frozen in place. This is disastrous. If we push deeper, we will be unable to pass fully. Upon their revival, the dark light they emanate will be even more terrifying, capable of shattering our ranks in an instant. interrupting us and leading to our assimilation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three dominant factions felt an unprecedented crisis. They had been encircled, and now, the territory they held was rapidly diminishing, completely enveloped by the dark light. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. At that moment, a shadow loomed in the distance, approaching swiftly. It was the golden dragon palanquin, and its occupant was self-evident. Surrounding it were countless figures in black, filling the sky. Their numbers were overwhelming, reaching over 1,000,000. What the hell? The Mountain of Death could not possibly possess such strength, could it? Previously, during their entry into the divine miracle, there were merely around 100,000. Now it had surged to 1,000,000? The onlookers were left agape, disbelief etched on their faces. While they speculated in astonishment whether the return of Yang Emperor would be sufficient to counter the undead army, the forces were nearly equal in number. Yet the crux lay in the fact that the undead could assimilate cultivators. Wherever the dark light passed, those touched would inevitably succumb. They have arrived. They truly have arrived. The three dominant factions inhaled sharply, sensing they had encountered divine salvation. This was their glimmer of hope. The Mountain of Death had the capacity to fiercely contain the 10 terrifying entities of black mist within the divine miracle. Could there be a means to counteract them? Young Emperor Yuan Su's gaze from the distance radiated a terrifying light, suffused with murderous intent. Were it not for him, the sacred land of the extreme path would not have perished, and he would not have risked it all to forge a pact with the fallen holy spirits. Each summoning requiring parts of his own internal organs to be assimilated into the bodies of the fallen. Today, for vengeance against his sect. To reclaim the Young Emperor within the sacred land of the extreme path, to make him your servant. Yuan Su seethed, casting a cold laugh towards the golden palanquin, returned. Have you? I never imagined you could command the three dominant factions to serve you. It is truly unbelievable. But what does your arrival matter? Today, I shall breach the gates of the Mountain of Death before your very eyes. It is merely an imperial formation. I want you to witness your kin perish before you. The murderous intent swirled in Young Emperor's eyes, yet he uttered not a word. A black-clad figure from the human immortal realm appeared ahead, wielding the imperial-grade weapon. The sovereign banner, standing resolutely, unleashing a terrifying black mist. Chapter 59. The Immortal and the Divine in the Black Mist. The terror of the fallen holy spirits. Millions of undead armies. Upon witnessing this, the countless individuals of the three dominant factions felt a surge of exhilaration. The Mountain of Death, led by Young Emperor. In the divine miracle, he had forged numerous legends. Moreover, he had obtained the key to ascension. At present, they find themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged by a horde of corpse soldiers. The ominous light they emanate is both pervasive and invasive, capable of engulfing even the semi-divine warriors, assimilating them and purifying their souls, thus transforming them into members of the undead legion, who then turn against their former allies. Even the summoning of unparalleled divine weaponry proves to be of little avail. Faced with 1,000,000 corpse soldiers, they possess strength yet remain utterly restrained, inherently countered, unable to retaliate. The combat proves exceedingly suffocating. They had initially intended to come here to disperse the threat and gain favor with the Mountain of Death, but unexpectedly, they find themselves plunged into a crisis. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying radiance spreads like wildfire, beams of light soaring into the heavens, assertive and formidable. One of the black-clad warriors of the semi-divine realm wields the banner of sovereignty, channeling celestial energy and secret powers to propel it into action. Another black-clad warrior of the semi-divine realm unleashes a dreadful tempest, sweeping toward the periphery of the three dominant forces. PSHH, PSHH, PSHH. The celestial power ripples and surges. The aura of aggression is exceedingly intense. The void begins to collapse, and the laws of the great Tao are instantaneously extinguished. Horrific corpse soldiers explode in clusters, their dark light bursting forth, dissipating into strands of smoke, vanishing from their original locations. Indeed, only by reaching the semi-divine realm and releasing the most potent celestial energy can one shatter and conquer that ominous light. Some ancient beings, akin to living fossils among the three dominant forces, are taken aback and swiftly command their forces to charge through the breach torn open by the black-clad warriors. They are astonished and shaken. The power of these black-clad figures seems to grow increasingly terrifying, capable of annihilating the corpse soldiers with a mere gesture. Undeterred by the encroaching darkness, in the blink of an eye, the three dominant forces successfully extricate themselves from the encirclement under the onslaught of the black-clad warriors. They each breathe a sigh of relief. Having survived a life and death calamity within the span of a mere incense stick, their hearts still fraught with trepidation. Once again, that enigmatic weapon, which even the terrifying black mist cannot contend with, emerges. Many within the three dominant forces display expressions of astonishment. They cannot discern the origins or background of this weapon. In their speculation, they once pondered whether this weapon might be a celestial artifact. Otherwise, how could it possess such boundless combat prowess? We are immensely grateful for the life-saving grace of the Mountain Lord. The ancient matriarchs and elders of the three dominant forces expressed their heartfelt thanks. Had it not been for the timely arrival of young Diyuan, their three dominant forces would have faced complete annihilation here, their lineage of hundreds of thousands of years reduced to ashes. After all, those corpse soldiers can assimilate even their highest combatants, the semi-divine beings. The prospect of total destruction is an unbearable blow. Do not mention it. You acted with good intentions. Yang Diyuan responds slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, portions of the million corpse soldiers are slain by the black-clad warriors. The black-clad warrior wielding the banner of sovereignty sends it soaring, a dazzling radiance filling the sky, a terrifying aura pulsating and reverberating. Yet this is merely the prelude to its unleashed power. The ominous black mist begins to swirl ominously, poised to be released. Yang Diyuan. In the distance, Yuan Su's body is adorned with mysterious patterns shimmering with light, his gaze brimming with boundless malice, and a chilling, ghastly specter swirls behind him as he glares fiercely. Today, let you perish beneath the onslaught of a million corpse soldiers. He points menacingly at Yang Diyuan within the war chariot, yet the latter remains unperturbed. Reminiscent of the time when the supreme Tao's sacred land was obliterated, inciting Yuan Su's immense rage. Such arrogance, such haughtiness. He seemingly disregards him entirely. Yuan Su's voice resonates with a demonic terror, roaring out and shaking the very cosmos, as he unleashes an inexplicable technique that sweeps across the 8 desolations. The source of the terrifying dark light far more potent than that emanating from the corpse soldiers. Kill them. Exterminate them. Yuan Su bellows. In an instant, the million corpse soldiers surge forth, a tidal wave of the deceased, encompassing former cultivators, demons, and other beings. Under the ominous light, they become a battalion under Yuan Su's control, each an independent entity capable of wielding their former techniques and spells, charging forward with ferocity. What could this possibly be? Yuan Su's eyes flicker with dark light, his gaze fixating on the grand banner before the black-clad warrior, swaying ominously, sending forth an overwhelming sense of peril that raises the hairs on his neck. But it matters not. The darkness is overwhelmingly powerful. Does he truly believe that after being scattered, they would simply dissipate into nothingness? It merely remains elusive, suspended in the air, as long as he can manipulate it. He may even have the means to assimilate those black-clad warriors. Their might is unparalleled. Surely, among the black-clad figures appearing now, several must be above the Emperor realm. Observers from afar are left in shock and horror, astonished by the might of the Mountain of Death, which has proven to be invincible since its emergence. Traversing the 8 desolations without encountering a foe, at this moment, they are engaging in direct confrontation with entities that even the 3 dominant forces cannot withstand, their momentum unyielding. Even now, the Mountain Lord, Yang Diyuan, remains in his golden chariot, casually sipping tea, utterly unconcerned. What kind of confidence and audacity is this? Though the black-clad figures are few in number, they exude an aura of invincibility, their strength so formidable that it sends shivers through the hearts of onlookers. Akin to a ferocious beast awakening, ready to devour the heavens and earth. How did the corpse soldier battalion become puppets of Yuan Su? Before the fall of the supreme Tao's sacred land, they were formidable beings. Now, their strength appears unfathomable. If they are in a hurry for revenge, how terrifying will the battalion become after a few years? Even the 3 dominant forces could fall prey to assimilation, let alone themselves. If that day comes, perhaps even the Mountain of Death would not stand a chance. Speculation arises among some, analyzing that Yuan Su is too impatient, eager to strike prematurely. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yet, they wonder what limitations exist for these corpse soldier puppets. Could it be that as long as skeletal remains or fragments of souls remain, they will be assimilated? Many are astonished yet dread the occurrence of such events. If possible, they would rather witness the Mountain of Death dominate the infinite star. Although their actions are carefree and unrestrained, it is preferable to being puppets. Surely the corpse soldiers are a lesser evil? The current situation is fraught with calamity. Demons run rampant, infiltrating the infinite star, wreaking havoc on numerous factions. Not to mention ordinary citizens. Even they, as cultivators, find themselves in precarious circumstances, seeking refuge among great powers and ancient lineages. Yet even at their level, they remain vulnerable, like mud Buddha crossing the river. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The banner of sovereignty trembles. The radiance surging to the heavens, and the terrifying black mist erupts from within, seemingly obediently rushing toward the million-corpse soldiers. As the black mist emerges, the heavens and earth are engulfed in darkness, imbued with a terrifying and mysterious power of rules upon its arrival. Even the great Tao rules of the infinite star are instantaneously obliterated. The black mist rages, and demons dance wildly. The young master of the indomitable Golden Clan knows some secrets, having once said that it is filled with expelled celestial beings and gods. Now, they are contained within the banner of sovereignty for his use. This is terrifying. In an instant, before Yuan Su could utter a word, there arose a chorus of astonishment and shock from within him and behind him, utterly inconceivable. The horror from the mysterious depths has indeed been brought forth. This marks an unprecedented occurrence. Given the current circumstances, has the opponent already been subdued? Yuan Su's expression hardened. Born and raised on Wujixing, he had fought fiercely on the battlefield of the celestial starry skies, yet he found himself unable to comprehend such entities. Even the fallen Holy Spirit was taken aback, acutely aware that the terrifying black mist was anything but mundane. Are you not also one of those horrors? As a being of the mysterious chaos realm, you should not fear the black mist. Yuan Su spoke, attempting to communicate with the fallen Holy Spirit. The fallen Holy Spirit refuted Yuan Su's assertion, stating that while it was generally true that the terrors of the chaos realm surpassed those of the lower realms, the origins of that black mist were shrouded in mystery, having existed long before even the divine beings appeared. What? Could it truly be that the immortals and gods expelled from the celestial realm have something to do with this? Yuan Su was astonished. The origins of the black mist were thus, yet the stark reality could not be substantiated through the annals of history, and attempts to do so would yield little fruit. Perhaps there remained a chance to uncover its source by opening the path to immortality. The fallen Holy Spirit candidly informed him that their current coexistence meant that if Yuan Su were to perish, while it would not lead to their mutual destruction, it would incur significant losses, leaving it unable to seek another host for a considerable time. If the myriad corpses amassed from the countless races across the realms are unleashed, could they withstand the onslaught? Perhaps, but defeat was highly likely. I demand a definitive answer. Sacrifice the 5 viscera. You must ensure their demise today. Eliminate Yang Diyuan. Annihilate the mountain of death. Yuan Su declared fiercely. The fallen Holy Spirit replied, after this, you will only have 3 chances left for sacrifice. Did you not initially exercise restraint? Did you not wish to continue coexisting with me, even in death? You wish to drag Yang Diyuan and the mountain of death down with you? Very well. If that is your desire, then this Holy Spirit shall comply. The fallen Holy Spirit's voice was deep and hoarse, akin to a demon whispering. Sacrifice the 5 viscera. The myriad corpses obtained from the countless races across the realms will, under the assimilation of the fallen holy light, be temporarily elevated to the half-immortal realm. Simultaneously, it would also open a spatial passage to awaken some of its kin from the chaos realm. Yuan Su, are you certain? Chapter 60. Millions of half-immortal corpses. Fallen Holy Spirit of the chaos realm. Outside the mountain of death, those watching from afar were utterly astonished. A million corpses surged forth in mass, aiming to obliterate Yang Diyuan, the master of the mountain of death, along with the 3 dominant powers. The roar of the colossal army of corpses was deafening, causing the mountains to tremble and the earth to quake, instilling fear that kept them at a distance. Yet, the mountain of death only deployed a few cloaked experts, led by one wielding a mysterious weapon. As the grand banner waved, endless black mist surged forth, shrouding the sky and plunging the surroundings into an abyssal darkness, as if visibility itself had been snuffed out. What kind of weapon is this? It releases such terrifying power. Those who had never set foot in the sacred abyss were astounded. Soon someone spoke, trembling with excitement, revealing that it was one of the 10 terrors of the sacred abyss. When the sacred abyss first revealed itself, forces had ventured inside only to meet a tragic end, and even those who survived had been assailed by the black mist, with even formidable half-emperors falling victim in their attempts to rescue others. Is that black mist? Has it truly been subdued by the mountain of death? Numerous factions returning from the sacred abyss were in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Many ancient factions, upon hearing the commotion, hastened to the scene. It's overwhelmingly terrifying. The foundation of the mountain of death is unfathomable, and the mysterious, terrifying black mist, which even the native beings of the sacred abyss dared not confront, was forcefully subdued by the mountain of death. You may not know, but the mountain of death has triggered a cataclysmic event in the sacred abyss. The leader of the Qingluan celestial palace, Lu Qingluan, had reached near immortal strength, having practiced ancient celestial arts and inherited the celestial realm's teachings, yet was ultimately overpowered by the mountain of death. Many were awestruck by the news. The mountain of death's reputation in the sacred abyss had become legendary. From their accounts, it was revealed that beyond emperors, there existed half-immortals, true immortals, and celestial beings. Are you suggesting that those cloaked figures now possess the strength of celestial beings? Indeed, there is not a trace of exaggeration. I once suspected that the Mountain of Death was related to the celestial realm's teachings. Otherwise, how could the Master be surrounded by such formidable protectors? So, according to you, the strength of Yang Diyuan, the Master of the Mountain of Death, is not that remarkable? Fool, do not speak to me. Yang Diyuan's strength is unfathomable. I suspect even those cloaked figures are not his match. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying and tumultuous black mist rampaged, sending chills down the spines of those from the three dominant powers. This was their first close encounter. Previously, they had only observed from a distance within the sacred abyss. Now, in such proximity, the sheer terror was palpable, making their hair stand on end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black mist engulfed the million corpses surging forward, with echoes of divine and demonic voices reverberating, as if celestial beings were manifesting within. For over 10 breaths, not a single corpse managed to breach the black mist. Could it be that the once expelled immortals and gods reside within? Faced with such terrifying darkness, capable of assimilating any living being into a corpse soldier, it had now proven ineffective. The leaders and elders of the three dominant powers were breathless. The terror of the black mist surpassed their wildest imaginations, manifesting once more. The dreadful black mist seemed to lose its target, rapidly contracting from a vast expanse to the size of a basin, before hovering back, swirling around the imperial banner. In that fleeting moment, everyone beheld the aftermath of the earlier chaos. The ground lay in decay and desolation, steeped in silence. As if the mountains and earth had been corroded, the million corpses had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a bone behind. This left all witnesses in sheer horror. The black mist had consumed the million corpses entirely. Not a single one remained. Among them were beings surpassing emperors, those stronger than half-immortals. It must be said that the collective strength of the million corpses was formidable. They were not ordinary in life, having once held renown, yet they could not escape death. Little did they expect to become puppets in death, fighting for others until they were utterly obliterated. This was the might of the black mist. The members of the three dominant powers were also aghast. Even their most extraordinary weapons could not effectively counter the assimilative black light, and now, the black mist had completely devoured them. In mere moments, the battle was decisively concluded. Look, Yuan Su has now become a mere figurehead. Even fellow disciples within the supreme sanctum have met with annihilation. His face darkened. In the distance, Yuan Su was consumed by fury, his eyes glinting with a terrifying light, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent, as if it had materialized. The swirling black gas mingled with dense black light, and he growled in a low voice. Having thought the black mist terrifying, yet it surpassed his worst fears. It had obliterated a million corpses in an instant, and the remnants of the fallen holy light that clung to them were utterly shattered, consumed by the black mist, leaving him unable to establish any connection. Yang Diyuan, you shall surely perish today. Millions of corpses. In a fit of rage, Yuan Su summoned a blood sacrifice, once more engaging in a dark transaction with the fallen sacred spirit entwined with him. He expelled torrents of blood, 3 times in succession, each time a viscous liquid of black, ominous light. The dark energy permeating his being surged violently, as the fallen sacred spirit manifested in the air, resembling a mist, yet taking on a humanoid form. Its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, enveloped by a terrifying black halo. In an instant, the very fabric of the void trembled, revealing countless portals through which an endless tide of undead warriors surged forth, akin to an unyielding ocean, ceaseless and overwhelming. The fallen sacred light ignited, dark flames consuming the air. The fallen spirit bellowed, its voice thunderous and deafening, causing the void itself to shatter. A dreadful black luminosity gathered in the heavens above, coalescing into a horrific black sea as countless undead emerged from the portals. The dark energy above crackled like lightning, connecting heaven and earth, raining down upon the undead. In that moment, an aura of terror swept across the battlefield, powerful energies rising and falling, as innumerable undead warriors roared, their bodies engulfed in black light, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Such a multitude, even if the entirety of Wujiqing were to unite, would be unable to withstand this onslaught. Where did the end of that spatial passage lead? Why did it radiate with a kaleidoscope of colors, suffused with a dense aura of chaos? It was unfathomably terrifying. A multitude far exceeding 1,000,000 undead warriors. How could the Mountain of the Reaper possibly contend with such a force? Moreover, their cultivation and strength seemed insurmountable. Had they truly gone too far? Could it be that Wujiqing would not fall to the hands of mysterious demons, but would instead face complete annihilation today? Every onlooker felt their hearts race, terror coursing through their veins, their breaths quickening to the point of suffocation. As the scene before them was utterly astounding, shadows blotted out the sky, a multitude of beings spanning land, sea, and air. If the mountain of the Reaper could not hold its ground, escape would be an impossibility, and they would ultimately perish at the hands of the countless undead, becoming assimilated. Mere shells devoid of soul, like mechanical automatons. The distant onlookers, cultivators and their factions, were equally stricken with dread, plunging into a frenzy, mustering all their strength to retreat hastily, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. It was akin to celestial beings clashing, with the innocent caught in the crossfire. The terrifying and deafening sounds resonated as if the void itself were to explode, reverberating across the expanse. The weaker cultivators bled from their 7 orifices, their eyes rolling back in shock, their spirits shattered by the force of sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of vitality. This spectacle was beyond their comprehension. Having been fortunate enough to witness, it once was already a lifetime of boasting. Yet now, if they did not flee swiftly, they would lose even the chance to boast. Not only they, the formidable powers of the 3 dominant factions felt similarly. One by one, they expressed their intentions to Diyuan before hastily withdrawing with their followers. For even they dared not interfere in this celestial conflict. Their strength was unfathomable, able to withstand the chaos. Yet a mere glance from the 3 dominant factions could lead to their obliteration. After all, these were millions of semi-divine beings. What had Yuan Su done to summon such an immense spectacle? The fallen sacred spirit, once an entity of the blood mines, was he. The 12-winged seraph bore an unnatural expression. In her youth, she had suffered a calamity at the hands of the fallen sacred spirit clan in the Chaos Sea. They were indeed a terror, a mysterious horror within the realm of chaos. It was due to the fallen sacred spirit's enigmatic abilities that numerous powerful factions, tycoons, and giants within the ancient chaos realm had been brought to their knees, suffering grievous losses. Was it possible to seek the key to immortality? It was no different from dreaming the impossible dream. It could never be realized. In less than a month, the realm of chaos had morphed into a mysterious paradise, a place of divine miracles. You must be cautious. The fallen sacred spirit may summon its kin from the realm of chaos. Should they cross over, Wujixing could become the next miracle in this mysterious realm, destined to be devoured. Boom, boom. Millions of semi-divine beings? Yang Diyuan chuckled lightly. As on the table within his chariot lay the fragrant peach of immortality, divine fruits, and the essence of the elixir of life, their aromas intoxicating and delightful. The 12-winged seraph, her cheeks flushed as if inebriated, clutched a peach of immortality, her cheeks puffed adorably. Boom, boom, boom. The aura emanating from the millions of undead warriors was dense and overpowering as they shifted strategies, coalescing into a colossal shield of impenetrable black light to fend off the encroaching black mist. Boom, boom, boom. Clad in black, the figure wielding the sovereign banner issued commands. The terrifying black mist responding promptly, expanding and surging forth, enveloping the millions of undead within its grasp. Simultaneously, Yuan Su roared, and the fallen divine realm behind him erupted. The sky ablaze with resplendent hues, as dark seals coalesced, opening a special passage. Waves of potent energy surged forth. Drawn in from across the dimensions, the fallen sacred spirit clan from the realm of chaos. Chapter 61. The Annihilation of the Fallen Sacred Spirit. The ritual weapon suppresses all. To acquire the ritual weapon once more, the battle erupted. The terrifying undead surged into the millions, obscuring the surroundings, their bodies radiating black light, assembling into a sea as they prepared to resist the encroaching black mist. Above, in the heavens, mysterious seals opened the passage to the realm of chaos. Activated by the fallen sacred spirit, as terrifying black light crisscrossed, visible humanoid mists swirling and darting about, spreading their enigmatic rules. Kill! Yuan Su commanded fiercely. At the same time, the fallen sacred spirit that coexisted with him communicated with the kin summoned from the realm of chaos, conversing in an inscrutable tongue, eluding the comprehension of outsiders. Afterward, nearly 1,000 fallen sacred spirits responded. The figure in black is formidable, yet there are only a few, which is a significant disparity from what you previously mentioned. The fallen sacred spirit coexisting with Yuan Su chuckled lightly, saying, he possesses secrets worth unearthing. The reverence shown by those in black, though infused with the light of the soul, resembles puppetry. For us, the fallen sacred spirit clan, he is a natural vessel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled as millions of undead advanced, their black light clashing head-on with the erupting black mist. The fallen sacred spirits crossing over from the realm of chaos erupted forth, employing a myriad of bizarre techniques, their strength astonishing. Unlike the fallen sacred spirit coexisting with Yuan Su, their cultivation was at least at the true immortal realm, overwhelmingly powerful. Under their unleashed abilities, they could even exhibit the battle prowess of divine beings. Upon witnessing the black mist, they were taken aback, astonished that the terrifying black mist, seemingly exiled from the celestial realm, could be subdued by someone. It had become a means of combat. Many of the fallen sacred spirits from the realm of chaos whispered to one another, their spirits greatly stirred upon seeing the figure in black, eager to seize their flesh and inhabit their forms, viewing them as vessels. They moved with ethereal grace and incredible speed, opting not to confront the black mist head-on, but instead launching a flanking assault. Though it required some detours, their formidable prowess allowed them to close the distance swiftly. Yuan Su's gaze shone brilliantly, a flicker of red light igniting within. He suppressed his impatience. Should the fallen sacred spirits from the realm of chaos successfully seize the figure in black beside Yang Diyuan, it would leave him helpless, destined to become one of his undead. He would ensure that Yang Diyuan suffered grievously, flaying him to the bone, extinguishing the light of his spirit, forcing him to experience the tortures of the earthly realm, thus quenching the hatred that burned within him. Boom, boom, boom. The black mist surged terrifyingly, expanding with alarming speed, swiftly engulfing tens of thousands of miles, threatening to invade the millions of undead, who withstood the assault with their black light, managing to hold their ground for an extended period. The figure cloaked in black, wielding the imperial banner, did not linger in contemplation. Instead, he summoned his celestial power, causing the banner to tremble and unleash a dazzling radiance that hovered before him. In an instant, the terrifying black mist, along with the countless corpse soldiers enveloped within, was drawn into the imperial banner. What manner of weapon is this? Could it be a primordial treasure? Or a divine weapon left behind by the celestial realm, possessing such formidable power? Yuan Su exclaimed, feeling his connection to the myriad corpse soldiers waning, and alarmingly so. As the grand banner swayed, a fearsome gravitational pull dominated the heavens and the earth, effortlessly drawing in the black mist, while even the 10,000 corpse soldiers, despite their dark glow attempting to resist, could only offer temporary defense against the encroaching mist. They were utterly powerless against the divine might of the imperial banner, and were consumed alongside the black mist. Cursed be this. No matter. The fallen celestial spirit, coexisting with Yuan Su, slowly spoke to offer solace. In this manner, the black mist would no longer hold sway over them, and would not be easily released. He believed that the threat posed by the 10,000 corpse soldiers paled in comparison to the ferocity of several fallen celestial spirits of his kin. At this moment, hope must be placed upon them. Yuan Su declared, if the fallen celestial spirit, arriving from the chaotic realm, were to seize the body of the black-clad figure, then the might of the grand banner would be under his control. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battle was on the verge of erupting. 5 black-clad war slaves, their combat power soaring, radiated an unyielding aura, surging with celestial energy, charging directly towards the fallen celestial spirit's true form. Celestial realm. The ancients do not deceive me. This is the most optimal vessel for inhabitation. Once they return to the chaotic realm, our clan will further flourish. The fallen celestial spirit spoke, astonishingly articulating in the local dialect. What of the others? This is the hope for our kin to ascend to immortality. The more vessels, the better. Boom, boom, boom. The dark glow enveloped and swept across the horizon, as the fallen celestial spirit, in the true celestial realm, faced the higher-ranked black-clad figure without fear, its excitement mounting. Even reveling in the prospect, looking down upon all, dismissing Yang Diyuan and his companions entirely. The black-clad figures surged forth, their celestial aura undulating. One among them wielding a ritual-grade weapon, a great axe that cleaved through the air, directly confronting the fallen celestial spirit. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped it, as it felt the absence of a substantial body. It was obliterated by a single strike of the great axe. Many fallen celestial spirits erupted in curses, for such a weapon wielded boundless might, utterly unresponsive to their dark glow. Most critically, an ancient, cunning fallen celestial spirit subtly unleashed fallen celestial light, attempting to assail the black-clad figure, only for it to vanish without a trace. The fallen celestial light was rendered completely ineffective. How could this be? The divine abilities of our kin have never faltered. The fallen celestial spirit roared in fury, as several had already perished beneath the great axe. At that moment, many fallen celestial spirits grew anxious, cursing their kin who coexisted with Yuan Su, realizing the dire predicament. Now, even retreating became exceedingly difficult, ensnared by the 5 black-clad celestial beings. Within mere breaths, they had lost half their number in a direct confrontation. If they could not prevail, Then let us seize your corporeal form. We can control them just the same. A fallen celestial spirit, driven by desperation, resolved to charge into the nine-dragon golden war chariot and usurp Yang Diyuan's body. Yet, in the very next moment, the resplendent celestial energy surged forth. As the imperial banner rippled and devoured all, several fallen celestial spirits, before they could even approach, were swiftly repelled by the banner's might, an overwhelming force. How could this happen? I refuse to accept this. Yuan Su bellowed in rage, the coexisting fallen celestial spirit behind him also sensing the terror. Could even their kin in the true celestial realm not withstand this? They immediately awakened, abandoning their current location, urging Yuan Su to flee through the chaotic passageway back to the chaotic realm. Boom, boom, boom. They dared not be negligent. Yuan Su felt a prickling at the back of his neck, having already stepped into the chaotic passageway. As he turned to glance back, he discovered the last fallen celestial spirit being drawn into the imperial banner, and a wave of fear surged within him, filled with wrath toward Yang Diyuan. The mountain of death. When next we meet, I shall ensure you find no rest. Yet, in the very next instant, as celestial energy surged, one of the black-clad figures wielded a great axe and struck. Yuan Su had already set foot in the chaotic passageway, but the spatial laws collapsed instantaneously. Even the chaotic energy shattered, causing him to plummet from the spatial passage. Before him lay a void, akin to an endless expanse of nothingness, swirling with chaotic energies and purple lightning, unfathomably deep and overwhelmingly vast, rendering even the ancient stars insignificant in comparison, like mere specks of dust. Yuan Su exhaled deeply. Although the passage to the chaotic realm had crumbled, preventing his entry, he at least survived, having evaded a fatal strike from the great axe. The coexisting fallen celestial spirit spoke, lamenting the loss of many kin, having not anticipated the terrifying might and depth of Yang Diyuan's power, the overwhelmingly strong black-clad figures, and their formidable weapons, all of which warranted profound contemplation. Both spirit and entity breathed a sigh of relief, still haunted by their near brush with death. Fortunate that luck had favored them. However, in the next moment, they felt a jolt of fear as an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through them. The infinite starry sky was about to be cleaved open as the black-clad figure swung the great axe, tearing through space in pursuit of them, forcibly opening another passageway that traced their path. Flee, flee, flee. Yuan Su was struck with panic, unwilling to perish here, desperately fleeing for his life. Yet ultimately, a streak of axe light descended, causing the starry sky to erupt in an explosion, countless dead stars bursting forth like brilliant fireworks, reduced to dust. No! Yuan Su screamed in horror, his pupils flashing ominously. Even the coexisting fallen celestial spirit, attempting to escape independently, found their efforts thwarted, all annihilated. The black-clad figure's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stepped into the starry expanse, 1 foot upon the infinite star, turning back homeward. Infinite star. Yang Diyuan heard the familiar sound of the system notification in his ear. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ritual-grade weapon, Diamond Cutter. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ritual-grade weapon, Great Sword. Yang Diyuan's heart surged with joy. These ritual-grade weapons were immensely powerful, even now. With the full might of the black-clad war slaves, only a fraction of their capabilities had been displayed, merely the tip of the iceberg. One can only imagine the terrifying pinnacle of ritual-grade weaponry. The infinite star trembled. Numerous factions, the 3 dominant powers, Jade Ice Mountain, Hanging Sky Pure Land, and Great Summer Mountain, were all shaken. They witnessed the mountain of death ravaging through foes, and even against their formidable dark glow, they could respond with ease, leaving them awestruck. Many factions trembled, deeming it a divine mountain. The 3 dominant powers returned to the infinite star, each taking action against the monsters that had entered through the divine entrance. Although many ancient sects had suffered losses, the strength of these entering monsters did not seem overly formidable, at least not at the level of the 8 great demon emperors or true monarchs. These monsters, humanoid celestial spirits, were merely minor minions dispatched to gather intelligence among the various clans within the divine realm. Yang Dian narrowed his eyes, perceiving a feasible path. Prestige could be continuously upgraded, and it would unlock a corresponding level of system marketplace, allowing for frenzied exchanges without the need for any expenditure, entirely unrestricted. If one were to ascend to a certain level, would it not be possible to exchange for celestial beings? Perhaps even for weapons of divine caliber. At that juncture, the black-clad legion, fully equipped, would not only sweep through the chaos realm, but could even invade the celestial realm with unbridled force. Yang Diyuan glanced at the prestige system. Now at level 6, imperial weapons and similar items could be exchanged without restriction. Items of the semi-divine realm were also attainable. Perhaps upon reaching level 10, the exchange for celestial beings would indeed become a reality. Moreover, with the rampaging fiends emerging from the realm of miracles, the inhabitants of Wujixing found themselves in dire peril. The common folk particularly vulnerable. Thus, he dispatched the black-clad operatives to eliminate the demons across various locales. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your prestige has reached level 7. Congratulations, host. Your prestige has reached level 8. Notice, the host can now access the corresponding level of the system mall, with limitless and frenzied zero-cost exchanges. Yang Diyuan took a brief glance, and, indeed, upon reaching level 8, the items within the prestige mall had undergone a transformation. Imperial weapons were no longer present. Instead, there were only unparalleled divine arms, and even those were of a lesser quality. 10 ancient celestial techniques appeared, each boundless in its might, originating from the celestial realm. Back then, Yang Diyuan had only acquired a few of these techniques in the realm of miracles. The origins of the ancient chaos Tao, and the faction from which Lu Qingwan hailed, dared to harbor murderous intent towards him. He would soon retaliate. This thought flitted through his mind before he dismissed it. He possessed the confidence to contend with the ancient chaos Tao. However, he still needed to observe from the sidelines. As the xianxia sacred land and a few exceptional ancient factions, as well as the demon hall within the realm of miracles, seemed to harbor traces of celestial beings. Were these celestial beings genuine? Had they traversed from the celestial realm during its prime? The black-clad operatives rampaged through Wujixing, with many raising their arms in fervent cheers. Welcoming the surge of prestige, Yang Diyuan's prestige soared to new heights. Soon, the system's notification chimed again. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your prestige has reached level 9. Hearing the sound, Yang Diyuan opened the panel, and indeed, the items in the prestige mall had changed once more. Furthermore, he could exchange any item from the previous 8 levels without the concern that they would become ineligible after leveling up. It appeared that ancient celestial techniques also had their own classifications. Yang Diyuan mused. Techniques such as the reflection of all heavens, the nirvana breathing technique, and the manifestation of Shakyamuni were all of great significance. For instance, one of the 3 dominant factions, Mount Sumru, was a stronghold of Buddhist teachings. Albeit many techniques had been lost to time, Yang Diyuan speculated that, judging by the lineage of the celestial Tao from the time of the divine demon's descent to the 9 heavens, there were similarities to certain mythologies from Blue Star, including the ancient heavenly court. Were there truly genuine Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats present within the celestial realm? Would the teachings of the 3 purities from Taoism, which existed in the primordial era, manifest in reality? Yang Diyuan refrained from dwelling on these thoughts. He was genuinely curious to see what the path to immortality would resemble once the key to ascension was fully assembled. Would it truly facilitate access to the celestial realm? Could it possibly be an intricate game, with unseen forces manipulating the players for their own ends? Beep. Congratulations, host. Your prestige has reached level 10. Yang Diyuan took a breath. Over the past few days, he had indeed reaped tremendous rewards. Level 10 prestige might truly yield celestial beings and weapons of divine caliber. Chapter 62, The Key to Immortality. Rewards of Celestial Beings. With prestige reaching level 10, Yang Diyuan could barely contain his eagerness as he opened the system mall. Under the formidable offensive of the black-clad operatives, the chaos wrought by the fiends in Wujixing was continuously quelled, garnering immense respect and gratitude from many of its inhabitants. Otherwise, the system mall would not have upgraded to level 10 in such a brief span. As Yang Diyuan observed the items within the system mall, he found himself increasingly astonished. They were all remarkably potent ancient celestial techniques. Even the weapons were celestial arms and divine weapons. Simply exchanging for a long sword revealed a swirl of formidable celestial principles within it. The power of these principles was immensely strong, fully integrated into the weapon. Even the celestial principles harbored within the deathly zones could not compare. Yang Diyuan suspected that the celestial principles contained within the weapons represented the true rules of the celestial realm. For even with his peak power at the immortal realm, when fully unleashed, he could only manifest a fraction of their might, unable to activate them completely. Yet, even so, their power was terrifying. With a single slash through the cosmos, the principles shattered, causing the spatial rules to ripple violently. Regrettably, weapons of divine caliber did not manifest. However, this only solidified Yang Diyuan's belief that such weapons must be even more formidable than the celestial arms he had acquired thus far. Simultaneously, the level of the training chamber rose swiftly. Within just a few days, 1 million semi-divine battle slaves had all attained true immortal status. Now, should they invoke the divine demon's descent to the 9 heavens, all battle slaves' combat strength would instantaneously reach the pinnacle of the immortal realm. However, Those already at the pinnacle of the immortal realm seemed to be subjected to an invisible pressure, with the next realm remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Utilizing the divine demon's descent to the nine heavens, while their strength increased substantially, it was not akin to before. They could not ascend to the next realm. There appeared to be an invisible ceiling constraining them. After many more days passed. Beep. Congratulations, host. All battle slaves in the training chamber have leveled up. Current realm. Pinnacle of the immortal realm. A smile crept onto Yang Diyuan's lips. Now, it was time to take action. On that day, amid the astonishment of many, the god of Death Mountain once again launched a powerful offensive, re-entering the realm of miracles. Many were awestruck by the might of the god of Death Mountain, pondering whether they might indeed gather the key to immortality and subsequently embark on the path to ascension. The three dominant factions, Yubing Mountain, Mount Sumeru, and the pure land of suspended heavens, were all shaken. Could the god of Death Mountain truly act with such rapidity, as if intent on conquering the mysterious? However, that seemed somewhat improbable. While many native beings might not withstand the onslaught, the 10 formidable threats appeared insurmountable. Most crucially, they had all sensed something amiss. The surface within the realm of miracles did not seem to be mountains and rivers, but rather the flesh of a living being, seemingly in a state of slumber. Once fully awakened, who could fathom the terrifying existence that would emerge? In the realm of miracles, battling upon the body of an unknown and fearsome entity sent shivers down the spine. The three dominant factions felt a sense of reluctance, yet were powerless. As they were not like the god of Death Mountain, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike, many entities could potentially spell their doom. Within the realm of miracles, a brilliant and resplendent light flickered. A radiant beam exploded, descending upon several individuals. Their cultivation was commendable, all at the true immortal level. Adorned in ancient attire that bore the weight of time, they had been hunting at the entrance, yet unexpectedly collided with a formidable barrier, falling victim to control. Their expressions changed dramatically as the black-clad operatives appeared with overwhelming ferocity, subduing them in an instant, each one powerful enough to rival the immortal realm. Upon a brief understanding, Emperor Yang Diyuan listened to the black-clad individual relay the information, only to discover that they were members of the Assassin Divine Dynasty. This Assassin Divine Dynasty had previously targeted him, and he was determined to eradicate them completely. Though their mental fortitude was formidable, their resolve unwavering. They ultimately succumbed to Yang Diyuan's inquiries. The Assassin Divine Dynasty had a hidden lair in the outer realms, serving as their headquarters, located in the chaotic realm, a considerable distance from here, accessible only to the extraordinary. Moreover, within the realm of the divine miracles, a significant contingent of the Assassin Divine Dynasty had mobilized, showcasing their immense power, with many at the true immortal level, and some even reaching the initial stages of the immortal realm. Annihilate them, Yang Diyuan commanded, and immediately, tens of thousands of black-clad warriors, all at the immortal level, surged forth, following the trail to confront the Assassin Divine Dynasty in their outer lair. Stationed within the divine miracles, this was but the beginning. He would soon gather the complete keys to immortality, though it would require a process. The Demon God Temple would be his first target, and Yang Diyuan was eager to ascertain whether the illustrious immortals spoken of by the Temple Lords truly existed within the Demon God Temple and what their condition might be. Radiant brilliance surged forth, enveloped in an aura of celestial energy, resonating with the terrifying rules of the immortal path. Yang Diyuan procured a flying war shuttle from the system's marketplace, a genuine celestial weapon, which even those at the immortal level could not fully activate. Capable only of awakening 1 or 2 layers of immortal runes, the flying shuttle traversed the endless dark expanse, navigating through the divine miracles, with only a portion of the black-clad legion deployed for protection. Having already obtained a key to immortality from the 3 temple lords of the Demon God Temple, he noted that there remained 47 keys. This time, he sought to discern the true state of the immortals, whether they existed in reality or merely as ethereal projections across the realms. Subsequently, he dispatched black-clad warriors to scour various locations. The divine miracles encompassed vast territories, seemingly boundless, far exceeding the infinite star. Approaching the eastern limits where a vague barrier lay in the distance, Yang Diyuan tested the barrier, discovering that even the immortal level could not breach it. However, with the deployment of ritual-grade weaponry, he easily cleaved through that barrier. Beyond the barrier lay an entirely different world, an endless expanse of desolation, eerily silent and terrifying, populated by numerous ghastly entities reminiscent of fallen holy spirits. As the barrier shattered, many of these entities surged forth, some drenched in blood, towering hundreds of feet. Their exposed innards a grotesque sight, fluctuating between the tangible and the ethereal, sometimes real, sometimes insubstantial. Regardless of their form, they were dreadfully fearsome. The moment these ghastly spirits appeared, chaos erupted within the divine miracles, the ground trembling as the skin of the unknown creatures was pierced. Seemingly drawn towards the dormant or unawakened entities, Yang Dian furrowed his brow, as several of the ghastly spirits were contained by the black-clad warriors using the imperial banner. The shattered barrier began to rapidly restore itself. These ghastly spirits possessed the ability to harm the beings of this realm. Yang Diyuan temporarily dubbed them one of the 10 terrors, the spirits. What sort of species could be so vast as to manifest in such a state? He set aside further contemplation. The demon god temple was now within sight. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received the mission to acquire 3 keys to immortality. Reward, immortal spirits. Chapter 63, The Immortal Array. A single gesture can shatter it. Ritual grade rewards. A slight smile graced Yang Diyuan's lips. Following the upgrade of the prestige system marketplace, he discovered that ritual grade weapons surpassed even those of celestial and divine quality, their power formidable, at least superior to them. Moreover, this reward was exceptionally generous. Reward, the host will receive a ritual grade weapon, primordial heavenly armor. Reward, the host will receive a ritual grade weapon, primordial overlord shuttle. Reward, the host will receive a ritual grade weapon, great reincarnation coffin. Reward, the host will receive a ritual grade celestial technique, great reincarnation coffin concept. Reward, the host will receive 10 immortal battle slaves. Yang Diyuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal spirits. Through previous discoveries and his own deductions, Yang Diyuan realized that beyond the immortal level, the next stage must be the immortal spirits. It should not merely denote a realm, but rather refer to a collective term for cultivators within the immortal realm. Upon acquiring the divine demon's descent to the 9 heavens, he noted that the immortal level battle slaves had not entirely shattered the shackles of the next realm. Yet their power had significantly surged. Now, he could ascertain that the next level beyond the immortal realm was indeed that of the immortal spirits. At that moment, in the distance, an expanse of darkness loomed, where exquisitely crafted palatial structures adorned with intricate designs stood majestically. A vast, overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged into the heavens. Even at the periphery, the figures of demons increased, patrolling and wandering about, each cloaked in blood-red malevolence, nearly solidifying into reality. Beasts such as bull-headed and horse-faced demons, alongside descendants of the Baxia, Xuanwu, and Qinglong bloodlines, exhibited immense power, not to be underestimated. With Yang Diyuan's command, in an instant, tens of thousands of black-clad warriors mobilized. Without hesitation, they unleashed their celestial power, radiant streams of light cascading forth, transforming into terrifying beams directed at the entrance of the demon god temple. Uft, uft, uft. In the blink of an eye, many of the patrolling demons met their demise. Obliterated by the mere residual waves, utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of a true immortal strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The demon god temple trembled. Roars reverberated, as waves of demons surged forth, numerous in number. The previous 8 great demon emperors and 3 temple lords had brought with them a substantial retinue, indicating that the members and adherents of the demon god temple were exceedingly numerous, their collective strength formidable. Yang Diyuan reclined within the celestial war shuttle, eyes closed in contemplation. What he sought was to ascertain whether any immortal spirits still remained within the demon god temple to oversee this place. The demon god temple. Terrifying beams of light dominated the heavens, traversing the cosmos, shattering the void. Mountains, peaks, and palaces were obliterated, debris scattering through the air, compressing the very realm. True immortal powerhouses had descended. Did they wish to level the mountains and annihilate the stronghold? Demons roared in fury, their voices rising as countless terrifying demon powerhouses transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, ferocious beasts rampaging forth in wrath and shock, as though a hornet's nest had been disturbed, surging like a tidal wave. In the sky, fierce birds soared, a myriad of species, including heavenly steeds, golden-winged dapangs, and kunpangs, all in great numbers. Yet before they could ascertain the situation, they were struck by the terrifying beams of condensed celestial power, severed limbs, and shattered bodies scattered, with some exploding on the spot. Even with all their might, resisting with demonic energy proved utterly futile. True immortal level. All were true immortal level beings. A large group, immensely powerful, any that broke free would be slaughtered. Many demons trembled in fear, seemingly suppressed by their bloodlines, their hearts quaking with terror. Yet they dared not defy the orders from above, compelled to charge forth relentlessly. Within the demon god temple, in the grand hall, the 4 temple lords glared with fierce intensity, rage surging within them. As indigenous beings of mystery, lords of their domain, how could the demon god temple tolerate the audacity of the human race to initiate an attack? The demon god lord had been in seclusion for many days, on the verge of awakening to become a true near-immortal being, yet the shackles of heaven and earth were exceedingly strong, making the path to immortality seem the only option. 8 true lords and 3 palace masters have met with tragic deaths in succession. Upon investigation, it has been revealed that the malevolent forces of the Death Mountain from the Wuji Star's human tribe are responsible. This displays a remarkable boldness. If the demon lord were not in a critical moment, would Death Mountain still be prancing about today, daring to tread here? Those who seek benevolence shall find benevolence. Those who seek death shall meet death. As they await the resurrection of the demon lord, they shall all be annihilated. The remaining 4 palace masters let out cold snorts, their dissatisfaction palpable. Discontent arose among them. Directly suppressing the adversaries would display their strength, rather than waiting for the demon lord's revival, which would make them appear inept. Among them, one palace master of the demon domain possesses tremendous power, having reached the pinnacle of true immortal realm. His aura is fierce and tyrannical, surrounded by a boundless crimson malevolence, his eyes as large as copper bells, glaring furiously. As his words fell, he transformed into a streak of light, revealing his true form, a colossal divine ape, exuding dominance, brandishing an unparalleled dark staff, charging forth from the demon temple. This monkey is indeed a martial fanatic. A woman with a curvaceous waist, exceptionally beautiful and alluring, turned her head and swayed away, muttering, "Stupid monkey, don't let your guard down." Since they were able to annihilate 3 palace masters, their strength is indeed formidable. I shall assist you later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great hall crumbled from within, as a ferocious demon burst forth, landing on the ground, trampling countless demons underfoot. Behold my might. It is the Monkey Master, with unparalleled divine prowess. He is a legacy of the celestial realm, wielding millions of avatars that dominate the world, having once slain powerful beings of the immortal realm. Many demons growled, their expressions filled with envy and awe. He holds a lofty status among demons, feared for his unparalleled strength, second only to the demon lord. The monkey roared, his terrifying voice creating ripples that shook the void, managing to withstand many light beams. Holding his black staff, his power was colossal, and he even conjured avatars that mirrored his form, bursting forth from the void with astonishing speed, far exceeding that of the previous demons, catching up in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. My subjects, eradicate all intruders. The Bee Queen Palace Master maintained her human form, yet her gaze turned frigid. With a summons, a multitude of divine bees, numbering in the tens of millions, descended from the void, darkening the sky like a sweeping black cloud. A closer look revealed these were formidable divine bees, each at least at the immortal realm, with many at the emperor realm, semi-immortal realm, and even true immortal realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Over 10,000 black-clad true immortals unleashed their full might, shattering the void with their overwhelming killing intent. Faced with the monkey's avatars, they easily obliterated them, while the divine bees were unable to impede their advance. In a fleeting moment, the emerging demons were slain, their corpses littering the ground. Within the demon temple, the Bee Queen's expression shifted drastically as she witnessed this scene. How can we withstand this? In her eyes, thousands upon thousands of divine bees were continuously slaughtered. These were her subjects, her foundation. At this moment, waves of explosions erupted, flesh and blood disintegrating, souls shattering. Monkey, come back. The Bee Queen cried, but it was too late. Despite the Monkey Master's fierce killing power, he remained isolated, able to charge forth only against a handful of demons weaker than himself. Under the onslaught of terrifying secret powers, his arms exploded, his body pierced by beams of light, and his dark iron staff slipped from his grasp. Uft! The Monkey Master met a tragic end. Many demons trembled, their resolve shattered. The black-clad foes were far too powerful to contend with, and under the overwhelming beams of light, most met gruesome fates, a true annihilation. The Bee Queen screamed, fury igniting in her eyes, as beside her, a figure emerged, none other than the already deceased Monkey Master, spitting blood, his spirit waning. The figure that had charged forth was merely a powerful avatar he had conjured. Seeing this, the Bee Queen hastily supported him, revealing that the monkey was not as foolish as he appeared. All demons returned to the demon temple. The monkey ordered, though it was too late. The black-clad warriors surged forth, pursuing and slaughtering, with nearly all dispatched demons perishing. Piles of corpses, insects scattered everywhere. Activate the residual celestial array to fend off the assault and await the demon lord's revival. The monkey sighed, having sustained numerous injuries. That avatar possessed 50% of his power, yet against the multitude of black-clad true immortals, it was still insufficient, easily obliterated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many demons were stricken with fear, Yet under the joint urging of the monkey and the bee queen, the demon temple radiated with light, and waves of terrifying celestial brilliance surged skyward, enveloping the demon temple in protection. The celestial rules flowed above, terrifying and powerful. Even the black-clad true immortals, unleashing their fearsome beams, were absorbed, and after a brief refinement, transformed into energy that was reflected back. One black-clad true immortal spewed blood, severely wounded, his soul fracturing, his body collapsing, perishing on the spot. The celestial array indeed. Young Diyuan squinted, but it's just that. The black-clad warriors halted outside the demon temple, one among them brandishing the sovereign banner, preparing to unleash a sacrificial weapon. Inside the demon temple, the other two palace masters were equally shaken. The activation of the celestial array indicated just how dire the situation within the demon temple had become. Even they felt fear and trepidation. The strength of the black-clad warriors was overwhelming, their numbers vast. For the demon temple to resist was akin to chasing a mirage. Even if all four palace masters mobilized, they would be slain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A thunderous sound reverberated from the depths of the demon temple, signaling the arrival of terrifying energy. With each sound echoing, the four palace masters were astonished. The demon lord was about to awaken. No matter how powerful they were, they could not break through the layers of shackles. Yet, how had such a force cultivated? Even amidst the mysteries, with countless opportunities, could all these forces truly amount to these true immortals? Now, they could only await the revival of the demon lord and see how to proceed. The four palace masters sighed helplessly if they were to summon the celestials. Not to mention 10,000 true immortals. Even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 would be reduced to ashes. Enter the secret realm, summon the celestial warriors. Pay homage to the spirits, and invite the demon immortals. Upon hearing this, the four palace masters' expressions brightened. At this critical moment, the demon lord was breaking through, emanating a resounding aura, thick with the essence of slaughter, clearly having succeeded. Immortal realm? Half-step to becoming a celestial, or perhaps even in existence on par with the celestials. The demon temple has a formidable backing, and the power of the demon immortals is enough to instill fear even in the celestials. They are indeed a dominant force in the celestial realm. Simultaneously, the many demons within the demon temple were greatly shaken. Their hearts filled with courage as they realized the demon lord was reviving, preparing to counterattack against the black-clad warriors. But in the next instant, countless demons were seized by terror, thrown into a panic. What did they witness? The black-clad warriors were wielding mysterious weapons, engaging in a battle against the celestial array. A group of oblivious, bloodthirsty fools. How powerful is the celestial array? One that you cannot comprehend. Even the rebounding force alone could severely wound you, annihilate you. To think of breaching it is merely a beautiful dream. Some demons scoffed, mocking their foes, comfortably nestled within the celestial array, feeling no sense of crisis. They were astonished by the array's terrifying might. Many demons saw the celestial array activate for the first time, which filled them with great confidence. But in the next moment, the celestial formation of the immortal array was unexpectedly struck by a terrifying banner, unleashing a mysterious and tumultuous energy that bore a gaping hole through the array. How could this be possible? This is the immortal array. Even the ancient orthodoxies from the chaos realm would find it impossible to breach. So what kind of weapon could those cloaked figures possess? Countless demons were filled with dread, their hearts racing in terror, their furs standing on end, sensing an impending cataclysm. No, could it be on the verge of collapse? Could it be an immortal weapon? Yet, as the Lord of the Hall stated, even an immortal weapon should not wield such overwhelming power. It is of the same caliber as the immortal array and should not easily shatter. But at this moment, that banner was indeed on the brink of shattering the immortal array. Quick, send word. Puff, puff, puff. The Emperor's banner, exuding unparalleled majesty, even without activating the first layer of sacrificial inscriptions, demonstrated formidable might. A mere probe, without utilizing all its celestial energy, had already breached the immortal array, causing the countless demons within to panic and flee in a frenzy. This is disastrous. Lord, 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 Demon God, the immortal array has been breached. Chapter 64, The Projection of the Immortal Array. The Avatar descends. In the midst of divine signs, in the far eastern lands, the patriarch of the Eternal Gold Tribe was struck with alarm, having caught sight of the surging celestial power rising to the heavens, a display of overwhelming divine might. The terrifying ripples emanated from afar, instilling fear that kept them from advancing. The Demon God Palace was under a fierce assault from the Death God Mountain. The patriarch of the Eternal Gold Tribe was horrified, his expression changing drastically. This was the most potent race within the divine signs, residing within the immortal array. Equipped with formidable celestial weapons, and under the protection of the immortals. Now, the cloaked figures from Death God Mountain were rampaging forward, intent on annihilating the stronghold, breaching even the immortal array of the Demon God Palace. What level of weaponry did they possess? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds reverberated through the heavens and earth, ferocious and violent, as a colossal banner fluttered, emanating supreme divine authority. The void erupted, and the immortal array was directly shattered, collapsing almost entirely. The demons within were wailing in horror, their cries echoing in despair. By the heavens, is Death God Mountain intent on sweeping through this entire mysterious domain, obliterating the forces that hold the key to ascension, thus paving the way to immortality. The Eternal Gold tribe gasped for breath, witnessing a shocking spectacle. The cloaked figures moved with unparalleled ferocity, unstoppable. Even the Demon God Palace, with its immortals, was powerless against them. All the cloaked figures were true celestial beings, exhibiting unmatched dominance. Faced with the Demon God Palace, they advanced with overwhelming strength. What on earth is happening? The might of these cloaked figures is astonishing. They have transformed into true celestial beings. I recall not long ago they were merely semi-immortal. Is this a defiance against the heavens? What kind of divine object could elevate one's realm so comprehensively? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aura of slaughter surged. The cloaked figures pressed on against the mountain, while various demons fled in terror, horrified and trembling, being continuously slashed down. This group of cloaked figures was excessively ruthless. During battle, they could scarcely imagine that those who had always regarded humans as their prey would ultimately find themselves hunted instead. Is the power of the Wuliang star truly this terrifying? Even the immortal array of the Demon God Palace has been breached. The battle raged on. The demons of the Demon God Palace were utterly outmatched, their defenses shattered. In the secret grounds of the Demon God Palace, the Four Hall Masters were enraged, their foundations being eroded, with over half their numbers already dead or wounded. Faced with a host of true celestial beings, they could not withstand the onslaught. This was nothing short of a calamity. The Four Hall Masters roared in fury. Standing before an altar, a celestial weapon, a war hammer, floated above, radiating resplendent light, as terrifying celestial energy enveloped the area. Even as true celestial beings, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If engaged, even cultivators of the celestial realm would be no match. Soon, the celestial weapon was summoned forth. The monkey stepped forward, channeling celestial and demonic energy, enduring immense pressure until, under the mental command of the demon god, he could finally grasp it momentarily. This is a genuine celestial weapon, a true artifact that could surely slay them. The other three Hall Masters gasped in astonishment, filled with envy, for wielding such a celestial weapon in combat was immensely valuable. Even they had never had the chance to touch one. Boom. A figure descended, appearing youthful, brimming with vitality, exuding a hint of demonic charm, yet radiating composure and steadiness. An aura of overwhelming power surrounding him. Above the celestial realm. Congratulations, Demon God. Praise be to the Demon God. The Hall Masters lauded. The man waved his hand, finding the situation with Death God Mountain somewhat daunting, commenting, "Where did Death God Mountain cultivate so many true celestial beings? It's too terrifying." Even having taken that step himself, he did not dare confront the thousands of true celestial beings clad in black. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. For their numerical advantage was insurmountable. Not only the Demon God Palace, but also other mysterious factions found it impossible to resist. They never anticipated that this time, the indigenous beings of this mysterious land would face a bloodbath. As he spoke, the demon god ceased his lamentations and, together with the Four Hall Masters, approached a modest altar. The altar, measuring 3 meters on each side, was forged from materials of extraordinary origin, far surpassing even chaos stones in grandeur. Summon the immortals. The 5 demons bowed respectfully before the altar, as the demon god communicated the incantation for summoning the immortals to the Four Hall Masters. As the secret power flowed, celestial energy surged forth, and the altar radiated a dazzling brilliance, terrifying demonic energy erupting from its surface. In the distance, the patriarch of the Eternal Gold tribe was aghast. What had they witnessed? The Demon God Palace was engulfed in a torrent of demonic energy, soaring into the heavens, as it summoned something monumental. The overwhelming demonic energy ultimately pierced the sky, forging a passageway. A terrifying aura was unleashed, sweeping across the mysterious realm, and in an instant, the entire divine domain erupted in chaos. All the major forces were engulfed in panic. The Demon God Palace had summoned the immortals, facing a grave crisis. This was one of the most powerful factions in the land, dominating its surroundings. Who calls? Who answers? From the void, Within that passageway, a profoundly powerful mental will manifested, dominating the heavens and earth, exuding unbounded terror. It bore a heavy scent of demonic energy mingled with celestial power, uttering profound truths, sending waves of pressure that even the four hall masters could scarcely withstand, instinctively bowing their heads. The four hall masters were horrified, sensing that even the formidable demon god was now kneeling, unable to raise his head. Yet, there was a sense of relief within. This was sufficient proof of the immortal demon's might, capable of halting this impending slaughter. May the immortal demon descend, to protect the lineage of the younger generation from annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. The voice of the demon god trembled. In the next moment, the four hall masters, including the demon god, were taken aback. They never expected the immortal demon to truly arrive. Buzz. The altar erupted with overwhelming radiance, akin to 9 blazing suns traversing the sky, orbiting in a singular circle. A strikingly handsome young man manifested his true form, appearing upon the altar. Bow before the immortal demon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The handsome young man was enveloped in radiant sunlight, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance, his entire being suffused with majestic celestial energy, dominating all realms beneath the heavens. The immortal demon has descended to the realm of mortals. The handsome young man, his gaze imbued with animosity, swiftly dispatched 2 of the 4 great hall masters with a mere flick of his hand, instilling dread in the monkey and the bee queen, who promptly retreated. What manner of entity had they summoned back? From his words, it seemed he was not a celestial being. In that instant, both monkey and bee queen felt their lips twitching, their cheeks darkening. Could it be that the celestial lineage of the upper realm had been obliterated? The demon lord was taken aback, his countenance filled with shock and murderous intent, yet the handsome young man effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap. Even he, having transcended to the realm of immortals and poised to ascend to the next level, was no match. He was crushed, treated with cruel disregard. He was hurled across the room, his body shattered and cracked, revealing his true form as a 9-headed dragon. One of his heads was lost in the fray, leaving him with but 8. You are not a celestial being. Even the demon lord's expression darkened, bewildered by such a bizarre shift. This young man harbored a profound hatred and lethal intent towards the demon race. Oh, the handsome young man, with a great bow slung across his back, regarded the monkey with a hint of astonishment. With a mere gesture, the monkey's entire arm exploded, and the celestial weapon he wielded was effortlessly seized. It seemed the lower realm also possessed celestial weaponry. The demon lineage had indeed preserved some treasures for their descendants. Yet today, you have unwittingly delivered yourselves to my arrow's point. The handsome young man smirked. Monkey and bee queen were easily subdued by his mere gaze. A fine demon pet indeed. Will you submit or perish? The handsome young man inquired. Chapter 65. The ritual battle axe slays the celestial realm. Inside the demon lord's hall, the demon lord was gripped by terror, his expression frantic, his scalp prickling and heart trembling. As a formidable figure shrouded in mystery, 1 foot already in the realm of the immortals, he now faced the handsome young man and felt an overwhelming sense of threat. What kind of existence had he summoned from the celestial realm? The young man before him exuded an air of haughty pride, his gaze condescending as he looked down upon him. With an ethereal presence, he stood unparalleled, his back adorned with 9 colossal halos shining like brilliant suns, slowly rotating, each radiating resplendent light that pierced the darkness, embodying the supreme rules and essence of the celestial path. He appeared to be enveloped in mist, almost otherworldly, his power so immense it plunged the demon lord into despair. What was his cultivation? What tier did he belong to among the immortals? Luo Gang's eyes sparkled like a rising sun, brimming with a vast and fervent light. With a wave of his hand, a celestial weapon landed in his grasp, which he scrutinized repeatedly, emanating an aura of mystery that seemed capable of unraveling all truths. Indeed, it was a celestial weapon. Had the demon lineage truly intended to facilitate the ascension of the lower realm's demons? Such delusions were absurdly self-righteous. Luo Gang chuckled lightly, and with a flick of his finger, the celestial weapon within the demon lord's hall suddenly erupted in radiant light, instantly shattering into countless fragments as the celestial rules contained within faded into oblivion. The key to ascendancy. Luo Gang's gaze was piercing as he turned to the demon lord, instantly perceiving all his secrets, with no privacy to speak of, the line between reality and illusion blurred. What is truth? What is falsehood? The path to immortality, huh? Luo Gang chuckled lightly, his words laced with mockery, seemingly reflective and somewhat sentimental. At this moment, the demon lord had already knelt in submission, bowing his head before the celestial being. Even 100 of him would be insufficient to contend, without pretense at the very least. Following this young man might lead him to a shortcut, enabling a successful entry into the celestial realm. The demon lord revealed his true form, his vast power manifesting as he transitioned from an imposing figure surveying the world to one who now donned a flattering smile. Luo Gang nodded slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he looked in a certain direction, sensing considerable interest. True immortals, countless? The forces from the lower realm suddenly seemed intriguing. As the cloaked figures entered, stained with blood and exuding a palpable murderous aura, Diyuan, aboard the flying war shuttle, squinted his eyes. He immediately summoned a ritual-grade weapon for protection while exchanging for numerous defensive celestial weapons. Celestial weapons, when did they become so prevalent in the lower realm? Luo Gang was somewhat taken aback, but halted at that thought. Compared to the celestial realm, these were merely commonplace items. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, his eyes glinting with sharpness, inquired, "From whence do these celestial weapons come?" His gaze was incisive, penetrating everything, landing directly on Diyuan within the flying war shuttle, exuding an air of superiority and innate arrogance. However, in the next moment, Luo Gang was somewhat astonished and perplexed. His celestial gaze could not penetrate the interior of the flying war shuttle, where a peculiar and formidable aura emanated, creating a barrier. A treasure of the celestial path? Just a mere mortal from the lower realm. How could he possess something for which even great immortals would fiercely contend? Luo Gang chuckled lightly. Such audacity in a young man was rare to behold. Even in the celestial realm, one would have to address me as the great teacher. The demon lord's eyes narrowed. Was this not the moment to seize the opportunity? It was time for him to speak. A swirl of rainbow spirals, delicate and vibrant, combined with ingratiating expressions, immediately accused Diyuan within the war shuttle. How bold! Before the immortals, one does not kneel nor bow, showing no respect. Hiding within the vehicle, did he truly believe he could evade disaster? The demon lord was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the leader of the cloaked figures possessed celestial weapons. The war shuttle itself was a genuine celestial weapon, its aura flowing with celestial rules, surpassing the caliber of those left by his ancestors. However, that was of little consequence now. The handsome young man before him could shatter celestial weapons with a mere gesture, let alone the war shuttle. Yet he lamented that the culmination of hundreds of thousands of years of effort, the demon lord's hall, had crumbled in an instant, reduced to mere demon pets. Is this what the immortals are like? A chill flickered in Diyuan's eyes, the oppressive gaze and lofty demeanor igniting his displeasure. Swish! The handsome young man, Luo Gang, casually cast a seal, radiant with flowing light and shimmering brilliance, directly penetrating the demon lord's body. In an instant, his aura transformed. Half a step into the realm of immortals, he was filled with elation. I grant you celestial fortune, as my demon pet, your power must not be lacking. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, remarked indifferently. The demon lord was overjoyed, profusely thanking Luo Gang. Such happiness arrived so unexpectedly that he could hardly contain himself. Celestial energy surged through him, brilliant and dense, washing away his mortal essence, and though he was already half a step into the realm of immortals, he rapidly approached the threshold of true immortality. Boom, boom, boom. Mysterious rules rippled, golden chains of order materializing across the heavens, coalescing from the highest celestial rules. Sensing someone attempting to break free from limitations, they descended directly, encircling the demon lord like a net, the golden light overwhelming, pressing down to ensnare him. Oh, how could I forget? Mortals are forbidden from treading into the celestial realm. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, tilted his head, casually lounging upon the altar. Master, save me. The demon lord, ever pragmatic, felt the imminent threat, unable to withstand the overwhelming and tyrannical force of the rules that sought to strangle him, facing imminent obliteration. Luo Gang raised his hand, and with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a dazzling sea of radiant light, resplendent and beautiful, yet infused with powerful and domineering energy. The supreme celestial rules before him shattered like balloons one after another. As the crisis dissipated, the demon lord exhaled a sigh of relief. This was nothing short of a calamity. Fortunately, he had been wise to acknowledge his master, successfully reaching the celestial realm and preparing to ascend, seize everything around him. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, commanded imperiously, his gaze sweeping over the area as he strolled leisurely, his celestial eyes radiating, perceiving all miracles with a whisper, as if nothing could escape his sight. Yes, master. The demon god lord radiated with a resplendent aura, his murderous intent soaring as if to touch the heavens. Sensing an overwhelming power surging like the tides crashing against the shore, he charged directly towards the cloaked figure, aiming straight for the battle shuttle housing Emperor Diyuan. Immortal realm? A multitude? What of it? With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate them. He had ascended to the realm of celestials, now one of the illustrious immortals. This aura feels familiar, reminiscent of the immortal realm, the breath of the undying mountain. It merely bears the taint of that aura. The undying mountain has not perished. The reincarnation heavenly palace demonstrates remarkable ambition, utilizing the demonic offspring of the immortal beasts as its foundation to establish a mystery. Boom, boom, boom. The demon god lord revealed his true form, a colossal, nine-headed dragon, spanning hundreds of feet, casting a shadow across the land as the very heavens quaked. He evolved entirely, experiencing a qualitative leap. Each golden scale on his body shimmered with radiant brilliance, and the dragon horns atop his 9 heads underwent a complete transformation, no longer merely serpentine, but elevated in bloodline. He blotted out the sun and swiftly traversed the void, facing the cloaked figure head-on. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, a myriad of dazzling divine lights erupted forth. Even before achieving the celestial realm, he had no fear. It was merely the overwhelming numbers that posed a risk of mishap. Now, his expression was one of sheer ferocity, brimming with wild ambition and dominance, yearning to annihilate them in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying celestial energy soared to great heights, converging into a sea. The golden avenue materialized, and in an instant, thousands of cloaked figures of the immortal realm shattered through the boundaries, stepping into the celestial realm, each wielding multiple weapons, their celestial power overwhelming. Buzz. The dreadful heavenly light erupted, leaving the demon god lord aghast. Upon entering the celestial realm, he felt an invincible confidence, yet now, all the radiance of his wings was being thwarted by the infernal forces. Is it a celestial weapon? The demon god lord was taken aback, doubting the reality of his own vision. What did he behold? A sea of cloaked figures, each bearing celestial weapons, at least 3 per individual. Defensive, offensive, targeting the soul. And with the emergence of the Golden Avenue, a multitude of true immortals reached the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, collectively channeling their celestial weapons, causing even him, a newly ascended celestial, to stagger. Boom, boom, boom. The cloaked figures were no mere pushovers, armed by Emperor Yang Diyuan with various celestial weapons, each equipped with 1,000 talismans. As the celestial weapons were activated, a terrifying sea of celestial energy surged forth, dominating the heavens and earth, unleashing a blinding brilliance that sent the demon god lord, a celestial, reeling backward, his scales shattered, revealing wounds. How is this possible? The demon god lord seethed with rage. In the lower realms, even a single celestial weapon was a rarity, treasured and unparalleled, with only a handful of factions possessing such items. Yet the scene before him left him in a daze. Thousands, each wielding 3. That's 30,000 weapons. This was simply astonishing. He couldn't help but speculate. Even in the immortal realm, such a foundation could establish a sect, could it not? Beside him, the handsome young man's eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance, astonished at the sight of so many celestial weapons. What was his origin? A prince from some lineage in the immortal realm? A direct descendant of an immortal saint? If Emperor Yang Diyuan were to know, he would surely flay him alive. How dare he consider them kin? The demon god lord was furious, yet it mattered not. Having made his decision, he would wholeheartedly commit to the handsome young man. Luo Gang, to the utmost, aiming to ascend to the immortal realm. 10,000 forms avatar. With a thunderous roar, the demon god lord unleashed his boundless celestial energy, activating the rules of the celestial path, his blood energy surging mightily, as he divided his essence into avatars, akin to the monkey's clone technique, albeit with only 9 formidable entities, each residing in the celestial realm, though slightly weaker than his true self. At that moment, it was as if 10 celestial realm powerhouses were charging forth, confronting the cloaked figures, striving to break through their layered defenses. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 battle slaves of the immortal realm were already engaged, the divine demons descending from the heavens, their own realms stepping into the celestial realm, wielding sacrificial-grade weapons. Together, the 5 activated their power, bolstered by their battle slaves, as the first layer of runes on their battle axes ignited, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter that shook the cosmos. The massive battle axe soared through the air, appearing to grow larger as it cleaved through the opposition. What is that weapon? The demon god lord bellowed in fury, feeling a chilling dread seep into his bones, his scalp prickling, his liver and gall trembling. This was the first time since reaching the celestial realm that he felt a lethal threat. If he could not evade it, he would surely perish. He could not comprehend how these mere cultivators from the lower realms, from the death god mountain, found so many celestial weapons. Now, something even mightier than celestial weapons was poised to strike him with a fearsome blow, intent on his annihilation. Not far away, Even the handsome young man, Luo Gang, was struck dumb, his eyes aglow, divine light radiating forth, as 9 suns bloomed behind him, exclaiming in wonder. This was a legendary weapon, more terrifying than any celestial treasure. A sacrificial divine object? He was astounded. Then, he burst into frenzied laughter, ecstatic and utterly satisfied. This trip to the lower realms was far from a loss. A sacrificial divine object. Even in the immortal realm, such treasures were exceedingly scarce, remnants from the previous epoch, now held tightly by the great powers. Luo Gang was invigorated. Should he acquire it, he would dare to challenge even the elder strongmen upon returning to the immortal realm, and slaying them would not be out of reach. This is what the sacrificial divine object bestowed upon him, the confidence to stand tall. Uft, uft, uft. The demon god lord screamed in terror, his expression one of panic. And before he could utter a word, the light of the battle axe struck him, causing one avatar after another to dissipate into blood light, vanishing completely. He fled at breakneck speed, yet his own pace felt as though it were ensnared in time and space. He felt he had already escaped to the edges of divinity. Yet his body remained rooted in place, ultimately obliterated by the axe's light. What a pity! I had planned to return and stew some dragon meat. But this surprise has left me thoroughly satisfied. Your death was worthwhile. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, spoke, his expression devoid of compassion. He had long harbored resentment towards the demon race. Life and death were of no concern to him. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet he had not anticipated feeling threatened himself. Emanating from that battle axe, the sacrificial divine object. Surrender your weapon, and I shall lead you to ascend to the immortal realm. Though he spoke thus, the handsome young man had already made his move. One hand was condensed from the rules of the celestial path, domineering and formidable. The ease with which he had previously obliterated the golden shackles formed from high-level rules showcased his exceptional prowess. At this moment, the rules of the celestial path rippled, and as he struck, terrifying golden shackles re-emerged, binding Luo Gang. This led young Diyuan to speculate. This realm seemed to suppress and prevent anyone from stepping into the celestial realm. Even this immortal, seeking to exert power beyond the celestial realm, would be shackled and subdued by the golden chains. Bring it forth. That sacrificial divine object belongs to our esteemed ancestor. Chapter 66. The Resplendence of the Immortals. Task accomplished. Reward. 10 illustrious immortals. Rumbling. Rumbling. The deafening sound illuminated the entire mystery, as the handsome young man, Luo Gang, harnessed the power of the celestial path. Extending his great hand, the void collapsed in an instant, and even the earth trembled, chaos erupting, deep pits appearing one after another, instilling sheer terror. The creatures within the mystery quaked, buzzing with pain, as if ancient titans were lamenting, causing the entire mystery to shudder. Meanwhile, the local powers were utterly astounded. Gazing towards the direction of the demon god temple, where numerous formidable beings, of the same rank as the demon god lord, trembled in their souls, sensing an overwhelming threat. The celestial immortals had indeed been summoned. Their true forms had manifested, casting brilliance upon the mortal realm. The situation was dire. The entire army of the demon god temple had been obliterated. Moreover, it appeared that this celestial immortal did not belong to the demon clan's lineage. Engaging in battle with the forces surrounding the infinite star, everyone's expressions turned to shock. This was an earth-shattering event that instilled a sense of peril. If that immortal were to sweep through everything, the fates of the various secretive powers would be difficult to predict. The Death God Mountain was indeed formidable. Daring to engage in combat with the celestial immortals, what audacity this displayed, yet they would likely be swept away in an instant. So many immortals had reached the pinnacle of their realm, capable of overpowering all, yet before the celestial immortals, what value did they hold? Many began to speculate, doubting the survival of the Death God Mountain, which would likely be eradicated in a short time, ultimately leading to its demise. Even the combined forces of all the transcendent powers from the mysterious realm lacked the audacity to challenge the celestial immortals. Such a scenario was akin to a beggar daring to provoke an eternal emperor. Certainly, they would be crushed and annihilated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The overwhelming laws surged, celestial energy pervaded, and a misty haze enveloped the scene. The handsome man, Luo Gang, arrived with 9 radiant suns swirling rapidly behind him, emitting the most terrifying luminescence. In an instant, the entire mysterious realm was illuminated, dispelling all darkness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thunderous roars reverberated, shaking the very foundations. Even young Diyuan, situated within the celestial worship, felt it. Having retreated to the rear, he saw 100,000 celestial warrior slaves poised to engage, conjuring divine powers to become half a step into the realm of the celestial immortals, activating their sacrificial divine weapons. In an instant, runes surged forth. Ethereal energy enveloping the air, mist swirling and smoke ascending as runes were activated. First layer. Second layer. A full 2 layers of runes activated the Imperial Sacrificial Banner. Radiating with a resplendent glow, its terrifying might reverberating through the heavens, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter as the essence of the Tao dimmed. Nearly obliterated, the handsome man, Luo Gang, advanced rapidly, directly pushing through to confront the 1,000 black-clad figures in front of him. His magnificent hand illuminated the cosmos, shining brilliantly. Powerful and fierce, even the 1,000 black-clad figures, attempting to wield their celestial weapons, could not withstand his onslaught, and were scattered. The might of the celestial immortals was indeed formidable. How dare mere mortals defy the heavens and challenge the immortals? Luo Gang's gaze turned cold as he beheld the blazing banner ahead, his eyes widening in astonishment, followed by immense joy. What did he see? Besides a massive axe, there was also a grand banner. Both radiated a powerful aura, being sacrificial divine objects. Such revered artifacts, capable of causing life and death struggles within the celestial realm, had unexpectedly manifested 2 of them in the lower realm. An overwhelming opportunity and fortune had descended upon him, and such an opportunity must be seized and held tightly. For sacrificial divine objects to fall into the hands of mere mortals was nothing short of an affront. Luo Gang became frantic, unable to maintain his composure. Once such divine artifacts appeared, they would incite a cataclysmic battle in the celestial realm, driving countless individuals into madness, resulting in a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine might reverberated, annihilating everything in its path, as the Imperial Sacrificial Banner unleashed waves of power, radiating a terrible brilliance, directly striking towards the handsome man, Luo Gang. Boom. What? Luo Gang was horrified, feeling a terrifying force. However, as a master of his caliber, he invoked ancient celestial techniques, moving with utmost speed to evade and employing various defensive measures to protect himself from annihilation. Something was amiss. Luo Gang felt a chill run down his spine. Beneath the rippling light emitted by the sacrificial divine object lay another layer of lethal intent, creeping towards him. It was a dazzling array of colors, imbued with an alluring gravitational force, threatening not only his physical form, but even his very soul. Crack, crack, crack. Luo Gang began to falter in his defenses, inadvertently activating the runes on the banner, which exceeded his expectations. What he did not anticipate was the extraordinary power of this sacrificial divine object. His various defensive items shattered one after another, failing to withstand even a single ripple. Pop, pop, pop. Luo Gang let out a sharp cry, his entire being glowing as the 9 radiant suns behind him spun upwards, emanating astonishing brilliance, manifesting before him in a bid to counter the waves of the sacrificial divine object. The 9 miniature suns radiated their light, their might capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire civilization. Yet even so, they were continuously shattered, sending torrents of celestial energy spiraling in chaos. The void collapsed. The ground was pierced, as mysterious beings roared in anguish, awakening from their slumber. Even the barrier at the end of the mysterious realm was shattered, as countless malevolent spirits surged forth, their numbers overwhelming, as if emerging from their nest, flooding in like a swarm. Yet, even amidst this chaos, they continued to explode under the might of the Imperial Sacrificial Banner. The million black-clad figures, each on the brink of ascension to the celestial realm, did not remain idle, continuously wielding their massive axes as everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. After the Imperial Sacrificial Banner unleashed its power, the overwhelming axe light also surged forth. Luo Gang felt his defenses shatter. He was on the verge of spewing curses. Each of the 9 miniature suns behind him was capable of withstanding a strike from a powerful celestial being. Yet now they were being destroyed one after another. He suffered grievous injuries, sent flying backward, his body becoming a mess. The ease and nonchalance he once embodied had vanished, replaced by a grim visage. Blood streaming from his wounds, portions of flesh torn asunder. His black hair billowed as he drew back a great bow, gathering energy ripples from the void, ultimately forming a lethal arrow that he shot forth, aiming to counter the axe light. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The handsome man was immediately sent flying. His attack arrows were obliterated by the axe light, crushed effortlessly, their momentum as unstoppable as a torrent. The sovereign of the world. Luo Gang was cleaved in 2 by the axe light, his body severed, and his spiritual essence suffered a devastating blow, crumbling to nothingness in an instant. At that moment, however, in the rear where Yang Diyuan stood, Luo Gang appeared to be unscathed. The previous encounter had merely been a projection, with a mere wave of his hand. Countless warrior slaves were sent flying, their bodies exploding, perishing on the spot. Yang Diyuan, protected by a sacrificial-grade weapon, remained momentarily unharmed but was also consumed by rage. Simultaneously, within the demon god temple, the key to immortality was discovered by the black-clad figures. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining the key to immortality. Reward obtained. Summon the celestial immortals? Bring them to me. Chapter 67. The Realm of Immortals. An existence that has stepped into the celestial immortal realm. Once again, 3 keys to immortality were acquired. The notifications in Yang Diyuan's mind echoed continuously. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sacrificial-grade weapon, primordial heavenly Tao armor. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sacrificial-grade weapon, primordial overlord's shuttle. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ritual-grade weapon, the Great Reincarnation Coffin. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the concept of the ritual-grade weapon, the Great Reincarnation Coffin. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 celestial battle slaves, current realm, pinnacle of the celestial realm. Concurrently, the system's notification chimes once more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial battle slave for the first time, receiving a mysterious gift reward. Will the host open the mysterious grand gift package? Open. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have attained the pinnacle cultivation of the primordial celestial realm, 10th stage. Yang Diyuan's heart swelled with joy. This was a cultivation level that surpassed even that of the celestial realm. He sensed that even those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm could be effortlessly crushed and subdued with a mere gesture. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial battle slaves surged forth, leaving no trace of life in their wake. 3 celestial realm battle slaves materialized before Yang Diyuan, transcending the limits of this world. Embodying unmatched prowess, radiating resplendent celestial light and rules, their gazes ablaze like suns. In that moment, the imperial banner was seized and propelled into action by them. Boom, boom, boom. Pinnacle of the celestial realm? The handsome man, Luo Gang, was taken aback, astonished. Initially, it was merely a projection, but unexpectedly, the god of Death Mountain had bestowed upon him surprising gifts, including ritual artifacts coveted even by the celestial realm, appearing in pairs. The potential for boundless surprises awaited him. Once acquired, upon returning to the celestial realm, he would be unstoppable, slaying gods and vanquishing Buddhas. His projection shattered, struck down by the ritual artifacts. Luo Gang felt no anger. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration at their might, for it indicated that the ritual items were genuine, seemingly not mere replicas. Merely activating 2 layers of inscriptions had shattered his projection. This was enough to demonstrate the formidable nature of the ritual artifacts. Yet now, he could not comprehend the true origins of the figure within the celestial battle shuttle. What was their background? Would slaying them invoke the ire of celestial titans? In his eyes, a force from the lower realms could hardly possess the qualifications or strength to wield such ritual artifacts, akin to a chick wielding an apocalyptic artifact. His identity was in question. Was he a direct disciple or descendant of a transcendent titan from the celestial realm? Nevertheless, under the allure of the ritual artifacts, the handsome man was undeterred by other concerns. Even if it attracted the pursuit of celestial titans, so be it. With the ritual artifacts in hand, he would be invincible. He could even retaliate against beings of immense power. However, at present, the opposing force had dispatched celestial realm experts to protect him. And not just 1, but 3. They had already entered the realm of celestial beings, a presence that should not normally manifest in the lower realms. The 3 cloaked figures from the celestial realm were overwhelmingly dominant, unleashing terrifying celestial energy, embedding themselves within the imperial banner. In an instant, they activated 2 layers of inscriptions, followed swiftly by the 3rd, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of ritual might that surged forth, threatening to dominate the world. The blazing sun descended. Thousands of swords annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. The handsome man, Luo Gang, summoned all his strength. Even he dared not divert his focus, committing fully to the ritual artifacts, feeling an overwhelming power that could obliterate even the projection of his true self. 9 great suns emerged, layer upon layer, continuously flooding into him, and in that moment, Luo Gang was enveloped in a radiant blaze, surrounded by colorful clouds, the void collapsing around him. Well, the mysterious beings trembled violently, filled with dread. Having revealed their enigma since entering the mysterious realm, staining the earth with blood, yet penetrating the hard surface, merging with their forms, seemingly in the process of restoration. During the eruption of the celestial battle, the ground had been pierced, and the mysterious beings' bodies had been impaled, emitting cries of rage and pain. At this moment, they truly awakened. Although they could not perceive their original state, they sensed the migration of the mysterious beings, fleeing at high speed, unwilling to involve themselves in the unfolding chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Diyuan was somewhat astonished. The mysterious beings had fled, carrying traces of divine phenomena. And now, he found himself in a nest of terrifying phantoms, the ground beneath him resembling an infinite universe, vast and dark, where monstrous phantoms of various forms sought to devour them. Yet, as waves of their companions exploded, transformed by the surging celestial power into blood mist, all the phantoms seemed to gain sentience, fleeing in panic. Without hesitation, they scurried away, desperate to distance themselves from the epicenter of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Uft. The 9 suns shielded Luo Gang while racing forward, countering the onslaught of the Imperial banner. Yet, they shattered one after another. Even he was left stunned, yearning to evade, as time and space appeared to freeze, delivering him a grievous blow. Had he not employed a secret technique at the critical moment, his corporeal form would have disintegrated, his soul scattered, only to reassemble in the distance. He would have surely been obliterated by the Imperial banner's previous strike. Even so, his soul and flesh suffered significant injuries, bleeding celestial blood from the ripples of the Imperial banner. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light, filled with indignation and frustration. Since the appearance of the celestial realm expert, his advantages had evaporated, and he sensed the foreboding of his projection's destruction. Now, even his true self was to be crushed by the ritual artifacts. Damn it! The earth trembled, rules descended. Even if his projection exerted overwhelming power, it would still attract the shackles of restraint. The handsome man, Luo Gang, gazed with murderous intent. After he unleashed power beyond this realm, golden shackles enveloped the heavens, forming a colossal web intended to ensnare him, limiting his formidable strength. Kill. Luo Gang disregarded all else, directly channeling immense magical energy, unleashing a terrifying spectacle, celestial palaces and mountains floating behind him. He stood amidst them, as if a creator himself, his aura surging to unprecedented heights, overwhelmingly powerful. Primordial celestial? Yang Diyuan was taken aback, sensing the opponent's strength. He was indeed a primordial celestial. Though shackled by the golden restraints, he had not revealed his true power. Yet now, as he began to manifest it, he was immediately engulfed by even more terrifying golden shackles, forcing him to regurgitate blood. Nevertheless, he persisted in his struggle, yearning to seize the ritual artifacts. Above the primordial celestial, Yang Diyuan's eyes widened. He witnessed the void tearing apart, formless energies converging as if revealing a glimpse of the celestial realm, where figures akin to the handsome man emitted malice, transferring portions of their power to enable him to unleash strength beyond his own. Projection, true self? Yang Diyuan was bewildered. The handsome man before him was not his true form, while the mysterious void beyond revealed a fragment of the celestial realm, a true reflection of that individual. Kill. The handsome man, Luo Gang, was still ensnared by the golden shackles, bound yet undeterred, charging forth and deploying several divine artifacts, including a grand bell, aiming to fundamentally restrain Yang Diyuan within. It must be said that under the energy transmitted from the being beyond the void, Luo Gang's strength surged drastically, his combat prowess astonishing and overwhelming, causing the very heavens to tremble, the universe to collapse, and the order runes to shatter as he sought to evade the ripples and capture Yang Diyuan directly. Boom. The fleeting chime of the bell heralded the imminent arrival of Yang Diyuan, who remained unscathed, adorned with the sacred artifact of the Tao, the primordial heavenly Tao armor. For his defense, in an astonishing display of prowess, he activated 4 sigils in an instant, and in the bewildered gaze of the handsome young man, he truly took a hit. Astonishing. The handsome figure, Luo Gang, seethed with fury, astonished by the revelation of Yang Diyuan's hidden divine artifact. As the radiant light of the sovereign flag behind him surged forth, a terrifying ripple of the star sea manifested ahead, completely encircling him, leaving him no avenue for escape. He found himself utterly besieged. With a series of gruesome sounds, Luo Gang's flesh erupted, his soul's light dimming, unable to withstand the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The world fell into a profound silence. The handsome young man, Luo Gang, met a tragic end, unequivocally deceased. Yet, this was merely a projection. His true form lingered in a corner of the celestial realm. Now, revealing his capabilities, a shadow of nothingness emerged in the void, indistinguishable from his projection, yet radiating a terrifying power and gaze. The ritual path, the divine artifact. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The true form of Luo Gang sought to materialize, channeling immense magical power across the boundless void, attempting to traverse realms. However, the sacred artifact eluded his grasp, yearning to fully emerge from the celestial realm to the lower realms, to seize the divine artifact. Yet, as his magical might surged, golden shackles began to multiply at the horizon, coalescing into an expansive golden sea of stars, crashing directly toward him, shaking the very void. The world convulsed. The void swelled as if a beast's skin bag, bulging under the weight of the golden shackles, which completely enveloped his limbs, rendering any efforts to break free futile. In the next moment, a legion of cloaked figures stood in the void, gazing at the young man, uniformly raising a middle finger. Clearly, the celestial being was enraged, and faint sounds reverberated through the air, intensifying the turbulence in the void, as if seeking to descend and annihilate young Diyuan. Yet, in vain, the void ultimately returned to tranquility. The young man's gaze turned cold and fearful as he directed a throat-cutting gesture at Yang Dan before dissipating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obliterating the Yuan immortal level projection. Congratulations, host, for upgrading the training chamber to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, 10th stage. Congratulations, host, for achieving a new high in prestige, now able to elevate to level 11. Congratulations, host, for receiving a new quest to gather 49 keys to immortality, which will grant a mysterious and bountiful celestial gift. Chapter 68, The Ancient Chaos Dao System. The last 3 keys to immortality. The sound of the system's notifications echoed in Yang Diyuan's ears as he pondered deeply, deliberately contemplating. At present, the celestial realm battle slaves he summoned had already reached the level of celestial beings, entwined with golden shackles and rules. Although they concealed their auras, some residual traces remained. Yet the impact was negligible. However, should they unleash their full power, the golden shackles would grow increasingly potent and fierce, inflicting harm upon the celestial realm powerhouses. This predicament seemed unavoidable. Even the projections of celestial beings descending to the lower realms would find their efforts constrained and potentially slaughtered by the golden shackles. With no means of resistance, seemingly insurmountable. Was this the manifestation of the rules condensed by this realm? Yang Diyuan refrained from hastily ushering 100,000 celestial beings into the training chamber, for if they were to attract the attention of the golden shackles, it would spell catastrophic disaster. Does the heavenly Tao still exist? Is it overseeing this universe and starry expanse? Or has the heavenly Tao perished, leaving only residual energy and rules to bind? Ding! Upon acquiring 49 keys to immortality, the host receives the following rewards. Reward: the host will obtain a Taoist Palace Mountain Gate. Reward: the host will acquire the Taoist Divine Medicine, Nirvana Elixir. Reward: the host will gain the Taoist Divine Technique, Overbearing Golden Body. Reward: the host will receive 100 celestial battle slaves at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Reward: the host will obtain 10 Taoist level protective talismans. Reward: the host will acquire 10 Taoist level Thunder God talismans. Reward: the host will obtain 10 Taoist level Phoenix Flame talismans. Reward: the host will receive 10 Taoist level God Slaying talismans. Yang Diyuan listened intently to the notifications resonating in his mind. His spirit jolted. He quickly realized that each talisman could unleash the full power of a Taoist level strike, even surpassing the strength and might of battle slaves, activating the sovereign flag and unleashing 4 layers of sigils. It was undeniably capable of slaying gods and the celestial beings. Boom, boom, boom. The Taoist artifact pierced through the void, and Yang Diyuan swiftly donned the primordial overlord's heavenly shuttle, achieving a speed incomparable to celestial weapons. In almost an instant, he caught up with the fleeing divine being. Meanwhile, on the Infinite Star, all factions were thrown into turmoil. They were horrified. The 3 ruling powers widened their eyes, even appearing at the entrance of the divine being's realm, scrutinizing closely, only to discover that the entrance was on the verge of vanishing, shrouded in a haze. It seemed poised to dissolve into nothingness. They hesitated, reluctant to forfeit this path, for it offered ascension to the celestial realm. Yet upon further reflection, even if the divine being's realm did not disappear, they realized their advantage was not substantial. Moreover, should the monsters within unleash their wrath, the Infinite Star may not withstand the onslaught, potentially becoming the next chaotic realm to fall under mysterious control, a paradise of enigmas. Was this truly the end? Did the disappearance of the divine being's realm signify the complete obliteration of the path to immortality, the road they had tirelessly pursued, now extinguished? Some cultivators, unwilling to concede, sought to make a final attempt, yet swiftly, others emerged, bloodied, having fallen from the divine being's realm. This is disastrous. There were indeed celestial beings present, and they had descended. Contesting with the Mountain of Death, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, the most pressing concern was that the divine being's realm was slipping away, unveiling the secrets. It became clear that the carrier of the divine being's realm was a mysterious entity, possibly a descendant of celestial beings. And the ground upon which they tread was the very flesh and blood of this enigmatic being. Upon hearing this, many on the infinite star gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. What manner of existence was this? The divine being's realm concealed such a truth. There were also whispers suggesting that this mysterious being was among the top 10 terrors, the very source of the divine being's realm. Hastily retreating, many were left astounded. Could it be that even this mysterious being feared the celestial beings? Soon, others corrected this notion, revealing the truth. The mysterious being, synonymous with the divine being's realm, feared not the celestial beings, but rather the mountain of death. There existed an unfathomable weapon capable of slaying it. This revelation was astonishing. Even the three ruling powers were left in shock and awe, realizing that the mountain of death's strength had escalated to the point of contending with celestial beings. In no time, the divine being's realm became ethereal, its entrance no longer widespread across the infinite star, but had shifted far into the starry void. As some fell from it, the entrance closed completely. Among them was a member of a reclusive, transcendent faction, a member of the Yang family, possessing the cultivation of a true celestial. Even the three ruling powers regarded this individual with utmost seriousness. The divine being's realm has departed. The celestial beings have been slaughtered. The Mount of Death has achieved a resounding victory. Yang Diyuan, suspected to possess a protector of celestial caliber and a divine sacrificial artifact, even the illustrious Yang family, known for its transcendence, finds itself trembling in fear, their countenance less than favorable. After all, Yang Diyuan was cast aside by the very lineage he hailed from, and now, the decision-makers of the Yang family are not of the original direct line, but rather usurped by collateral branches, treating the former direct descendants with cruelty, relegating them to the status of slaves and servants. What is this divine sacrificial artifact? It possesses the capability to slay gods and eradicate celestial beings. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Mount of Death is gearing up to compel the various life factions within the divine realm to assemble the keys to immortality, thus paving the way to transcendence, a certainty given his prowess, unless a more enigmatic force emerges to alter the outcome. The members of the Yang family stand suspended in the void, gazing into the depths of the cosmos, as the entrance to the divine realm has completely vanished. Will those within ever emerge again? All remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yang Diyuan, astonished that the path to immortality is laid before the Yang family, laments the lost opportunity. For although the collateral branches wield power, they have forfeited their chance at ascension. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. Every outcome is a consequence of prior actions. As one of the core spokespersons of the Yang family's collateral lineage, he feels a pang of nostalgia, sensing that many possibilities have slipped beyond reach. Immortality has become a distant dream. How can one attain it? A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. The celestial realm will be equally ruthless. I envision it as merely a microcosm of the infinite star, albeit on a grander, more magnificent scale, where all live in harmony with the heavens, where everyone enjoys eternal life. Such notions seem improbable and unrealistic. Suddenly, he perceives a sacred and benevolent force radiating towards him, as verses from Buddhist scriptures resonate in the air, their recitation echoing with grandeur and solemnity. A monk appears, glowing with an ethereal light, as if a reincarnation of the Tathagata, standing upon a golden lotus that emanates an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of the divine sacrificial artifact he sensed within the realm, surpassing the realm of immortals. Benefactor, you share a karmic bond with our Buddha. Why not embrace the path of enlightenment and engage in the recitation of scriptures? Within the divine realm, Yang Diyuan and others venture forth. The creatures beneath the surface have indeed awakened, appearing to be in a juvenile stage. Startled by the aura of the divine sacrificial artifact emitted during the battle with the celestial beings, they scurry in a state of panic, uncertain of their destination, continuously leaping through voids, traversing one wormhole after another. A breach in the barriers of the divine realm reveals that the mysterious rules do not connect to the outside world, but rather to a terrifying den of malevolent spirits. Thanks to the protective barriers, these spirits have been kept at bay, but now, they surge in through the breach, feeding upon the blood of the enigmatic beings present. In the wake of this turmoil, even the mysterious beings begin to communicate telepathically with the various life factions inhabiting this space, urging them to assist in extermination. Even the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan take action, yet suffer grievous losses. They must admit that intervention is imperative, otherwise, They shall face extinction before the mysterious beings are vanquished. Boom, boom, boom. Under Yang Diyuan's command, the cloaked figures obliterate the waves of malevolent spirits. And with the enhancement of the mysterious rules, the breach begins to heal. The malevolent spirits are unable to infiltrate. The various clans are left in shock. The force that can slay celestial beings has returned. What incredible strength and dominance. The very ability to annihilate celestial beings is awe-inspiring. Numerous factions express their astonishment, even openly offering the keys to immortality, unwilling to confront this formidable power. They have witnessed the events unfolding in the Temple of Demons, seeking celestial beings. That is not a prudent approach. They see clearly the type of celestial being the Temple of Demons has summoned, one that harbors a profound hatred for the demon race. Even if the Mount of Death did not intervene, they would ultimately be slaughtered by the celestial beings. Now, although the Mount of Death exudes overwhelming dominance, it is not unreasonable. Offering the keys to immortality could indeed avert the annihilation of their clans, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Each clan presents their keys to immortality, with an astonishing total of 41. Coupled with his own 5, that makes a total of 46. He suspects there are 3 more hidden away, yet upon closer inspection, he finds their contributions to be remarkably transparent. Moreover, several clans have even offered ancient celestial techniques, secrets that are not commonly shared. Yet, in Yang Diyuan's eyes, these are rather unimpressive, as even the lowest tier of ancient celestial techniques in the level 10 prestige marketplace far exceeds their worth. First, eliminate the assassins of the celestial god from the outer heavens. This faction has previously targeted him. Currently, they remain within the divine realm, unable to escape. To Yang Diyuan's surprise, before he could take action, numerous clans unite to launch a full-scale assault, leaving the assassins of the celestial god from the outer heavens with no place to hide. Lord Mountain Master, the last stronghold of the assassins is right there. With a single word from you, we can annihilate them in the blink of an eye. The leader of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan speaks, his tone obsequious yet not irksome, revealing that the young master of their clan has likely learned this behavior from his father, mastering its essence. The remaining members of the assassins of the celestial god from the outer heavens feel a chill run down their spines. Breathing becomes labored. A sense of foreboding washes over them, as if they are about to be silenced. After years of killing, it seems they have finally stumbled into a trap. Please, Mountain Master, wait. We possess crucial information. We know where the last 3 keys to immortality are. They reveal that the keys are in the hands of the ancient chaotic lineage. They are fishing, waiting for certain individuals to gather all the keys to immortality before they swoop in to reap the rewards. Chapter 69. Stepping into the chaotic sea. The rules weaken. 1,000,000 celestial beings are about to descend. Within the divine realm, at the stronghold of the assassins of the celestial god, they failed to depart before the entrance vanished, only to encounter their gravest crisis. Despite deploying imperial-level assassins, they could not secure a kill. Now, they are entirely suppressed and are compelled to divulge their secrets to survive. The keys to immortality are retained by the ancient chaotic lineages, with the remaining 3 held by one ancient lineage each. And it appears that the 3 major chaotic lineages have formed an alliance. Once the most formidable titans of the chaotic realm, these transcendent powers, upon the arrival of the mysterious forces, found themselves unable to contend and fled at the first opportunity, sustaining minimal losses. They now dwell in a corner of the chaotic realm, biding their time, awaiting those who possess the keys to immortality to approach them willingly. They exhibit considerable ambition and strength, believing they can completely subdue those who gather the keys. Could they be so overconfident? The leader of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan expresses astonishment and trepidation, yet it seems that those chaotic ancient lineages may well meet with disaster, suffering both losses and setbacks. The might of the Mount of Death and its profound heritage is overwhelming. They have even slain the avatars of the celestial beings. Do they possess the strength to retain the undying beings and acquire the keys to immortality obtained by Yang Diyuan? He leans towards the former, as they hail from the chaotic ancient lineages and have thrived in the chaotic realm. Even after the arrival of the mysterious forces, the chaotic sea has become a mysterious paradise, and they possess means of self-preservation. Their strength should not be underestimated, and they may yet have other methods. Boom. Soon, Yang Diyuan receives valuable information, preparing to investigate the current state of the chaotic realm and the conditions of the ancient chaotic lineages. He is entirely unafraid. Even if the ancient chaotic lineages unite completely, what of it? He will simply crush them without hesitation. Simultaneously, he became aware that the ancient sect to which Lu Qingwan belonged was one of the primordial paths of chaos. The individual responsible for her demise had emerged from the upper echelons of this sect. A low hum reverberated through the ground, as transcendent spiritual light illuminated the surroundings, startling all the major factions before they quickly realized it was merely the sacred spirit beneath their feet. Although still in its juvenile phase, its power was formidable, at least at the level of a Yuan immortal. However, it had sustained injuries and was in the process of healing, thus remaining in a prolonged state of slumber. Its spiritual radiance now projected an ethereal shadow before Yang Diyuan and the gathered forces, a diminutive replica of its true form. Enveloped in mist and surrounded by radiant hues, it appeared resplendent, yet an aura of decay and desolation lingered around it, intensifying with each passing moment. This creature was unique, adorned with scales reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes, possessing a horse-like face and rhinoceros horns, with resplendent golden wings and strikingly vibrant crimson fur, each hair glistening but exuding a feeble essence. I hail from the celestial realm, a descendant of the divine beasts that guard the sacred kingdom. Captured by a mysterious individual, I became a vessel for divine phenomena. Should you assist me in dispelling the curse marking me, I pledge my allegiance to you. The enigmatic being introduced itself, its origins remarkably unusual, and even in its youthful state, its power exceeded that of a Yuan immortal. If restored, it could surpass that threshold. Concurrently, Yang Diyuan discerned that the mysterious individual who had abducted a juvenile of such caliber must possess an extraordinary background, possibly linked to the Cycle Dao Palace. Yet many titans of the celestial realm referred to them as cycle slaves. If I can break the mark, with my current strength, I can effortlessly traverse the void, cross the chaos, and even if the path to ascendance opens, I can still accompany you on your journeys. However, the current state of the celestial realm eludes my understanding. It seems to have descended into turmoil millions of years ago, a time when I was still naive and newly born. So much time has elapsed that unpredictable outcomes may have arisen. Furthermore, the ascent to immortality appears to be part of a grand scheme, with unseen hands controlling the pieces. Throughout history, only the most extraordinary beings from the lower realms have succeeded in ascending, yet once in the celestial realm, their status diminishes. Some are carried away by various celestial sects, while others are reduced to laborers, tragically toiling away. The mysterious creature articulated much, evidently showcasing its worth. I can bind myself to you in a contract. Should I betray you or harbor any malevolent thoughts, I shall be annihilated in an instant. The creature asserted, its bloodline being among the most distinguished even within the celestial realm, as a descendant of a guardian divine beast. Newly born, it already possessed strength surpassing that of a Yuan immortal, and one could only imagine the might of a fully matured member of its kind. The figure cloaked in black activated a ritualistic artifact, successfully removing a certain mark from its form. In an instant, the mysterious being was filled with joy and willingly entered into a contract, vowing to follow Yang Diyuan into battle or to reign over the world without any ulterior motives. The beings of the Golden Race and other indigenous entities felt a pang of sorrow. Where would they go from here? Their origins were lost to time, having lived in this place without venturing far. Now, with the mysterious being recognizing one as its master, their future was uncertain. You too hail from the celestial realm. Yet the grand forces of heaven and earth dictate that, under this cosmic expanse, you cannot break through to the Yuan immortal realm without being ensnared by the rules, leading to potential annihilation. However, if you wish, you may still survive here, contingent upon my master's consent. The mysterious being's heart was not malevolent, with its strength. Even without Yang Diyuan's intervention, it could easily crush them. At full power, it was not inferior to the immortal spirits, though previously constrained by the reincarnation mark. As Yang Diyuan set forth, the mysterious being revealed its true form, its single eye larger than the boundless stars, exuding formidable strength, yet still appearing diminutive beneath the vast cosmos. A low hum resonated as the void was pierced, the mysterious being leaping through space at astonishing speed. However, it soon found itself bewildered. The chaos altar had vanished. According to the mysterious being, the chaos altar was a critical juncture for traversing the realm of chaos, essentially a point of teleportation. Yet now, it lay cold and desolate in the depths of the universe, littered with the corpses and desiccated flesh of terrifying creatures. The fragments of the chaos altar seemingly shattered by immense magical power. Master, hold steady. I shall use my divine mandate to break the shackles of space. There will be rule constraints, but with your strength, you need not fear. The mysterious being appeared somewhat flustered, having just boasted of its uniqueness, only to face a setback. Even as a juvenile, it displayed magical prowess, causing the space to tremble as it gathered the remnants of the chaos altar, effortlessly opening a chaotic passage. This was far easier than forcibly creating a chaotic pathway, requiring significantly less energy. The air buzzed and trembled, the heavens themselves quaking in fear. As a terrifying sea of flowing stars emerged from the cold void, shimmering with divine light. Though it was but a single expanse, it was infused with horrendous energy, capable of effortlessly obliterating even true immortals upon contact, disintegrating their corporeal forms and extinguishing their souls. From within this sea of flowing stars emerged three formidable beings, seated in meditation, who opened their eyes, radiating brilliant light that sliced through the air like blades. Who dares to trespass into the realm of chaos? A congregation of insignificant ants and mortals, this is no place for you. The three supreme beings exuded a palpable aura of slaughter, their intent to warn utterly absent. As they prepared to strike against the mysterious being and Diyuan, with a flourish, a brilliant wave erupted, unleashing a torrent of terrifying luminescence across the cosmic expanse. Akin to a dazzling firework display, potent and fearsome. Were they weak? No. Each of the three possessed peak powers within the realm of immortals. Standing at the threshold of the Yuan immortal domain, a mere step away from true immortality, they could easily extinguish the lives of those before them. Do not be so arrogant. Dare to harm my abode, and I shall rip your head from your shoulders. The mysterious being roared, its voice resonating with terrifying authority. Fierce and savage. Merely the sound of its utterance dispelled the imminent threat, leaving the three luminaries in the sea of light momentarily taken aback, their gazes flickering. A Yuan immortal? Is the lower realm not suppressed by the rules? How can such a being exist? Clearly, the trio was astonished, even as the terrifying voice reverberated. They felt an immense pressure, halting the rapid currents of the starry sea. The mysterious being, fully aware of the situation, unleashed its power to demonstrate its worth to Diyuan, proving that it was not just a name without substance. The resonance of its fame grew ever more profound and fierce, causing the three entities within the flowing star sea to lose their composure. They were members of the ancient path of chaos, seated at the entrance, yet they never anticipated encountering such a grave crisis. This was typically a straightforward task within their path, devoid of significant peril. The sound pierced through all. Even the flowing star sea was penetrated by the mysterious being's voice, resulting in the immediate explosion of two of the trio's corporeal forms, unable to withstand the onslaught, leaving only their heads behind, their spiritual lights extinguished. The remaining being was engulfed in terror. They were already half a step into the Yuan immortal realm, compared to the lower realm. The suppression in the realm of chaos was relatively weak, yet they had just witnessed two of their own being instantaneously slain. What manner of existence was this mysterious being? Could it truly be at the level of a Yuan immortal? Even those hailing from the ancient chaotic lineage would not dare to underestimate the situation. However, upon closer inspection, they were met with a horrifying revelation. Atop this enigmatic creature's back was a figure bearing a war shuttle, its latent power palpable, suggesting it was no ordinary artifact. Was this being the master of the mysterious entity? What manner of individual could command a saintly spirit from the primordial realm to serve as a mount in flight? The implications were indeed terrifying. With a sudden explosion, the shimmering starlit sea erupted. The last remaining individual, after expressing awe and astonishment, was reduced to ash. Clearly no match for the formidable presence. It seemed inevitable that a great conflict would soon erupt in the chaos realm and the chaotic sea. A powerful, mysterious entity had arrived. Simultaneously, the enigmatic creature leapt through the spatial rift, displaying a fawning expression towards Diyuan, as if seeking to claim credit for its actions. Upon hearing Diyuan utter a word of approval, the creature was filled with exhilaration, having seemingly gained his preliminary acknowledgement, and it surged forward at great speed through the chaotic passage. This realm was perilous. A misstep could lead one to the endless expanse of the exiled void, where those who entered would become lost and dissipate, ultimately transforming into mere automatons, their consciousness fading into cold indifference. Despite the creature's rapid flight, considerable time elapsed before they reached the terminus of the chaotic passage. Diyuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. In the chaotic sea, within the chaotic realm, he sensed the shackles of evolving rules had significantly weakened. His million-strong army of black-clad war slaves at the celestial realm could now enter the training chamber to cultivate, advancing towards the ranks of the celestial immortals. Chapter 70. The Ancient Chaotic Lineage, the Heavenly God Palace. Once, they had slain celestial immortals. The chaotic realm lay just ahead. The mysterious creature traversed domains, bringing Diyuan to this location. As he gazed around, the rules were suffused with an ethereal aura, order runes blossoming into view, remarkably intact. Though ordinary eyes could not perceive them, to Diyuan, however, they were easily discernible. This place was a mountain range with ethereal energies wafting upwards, its environment more expansive than the infinite star, with an even more profound essence, nearly tangible. Yet, there lingered a trace of a mysterious, decaying aura. The creature's form shifted. approximately 3 zhang in height, with the war shuttle extending above. It murmured, its mysterious aura expanding, the enigma of the chaotic sea unfolding. It was a paradise unlike any other, a rare tranquility in this realm. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, chaotic rules swirling as an overwhelming mist billowed forth. Figures emerged from the distance, tearing through the void at astonishing speed, their power formidable. There were 5 of them, exuding a distinguished presence, all clad in purple robes. Their gazes haughty and disdainful. Who are you to dare trespass upon the domain of our heavenly god palace? What is your purpose? They demanded, their demeanor assertive, their eyes sharp and domineering, each one at the true celestial realm. Among them were 2 women, voluptuous and exquisitely curved, their visages fair, radiating disdain towards young Diyuan and his companions. Yet, in the next instant, the 5 figures were sent flying, one woman pierced by a beam emitted from the mysterious being, exploding upon impact, while another's face was obliterated, her brain matter bursting forth, her head splattering like a shattered watermelon, blood gushing profusely. The remaining 3 men coughed up blood, grievously injured, their souls nearly extinguished. They had not anticipated that even before the mysterious being engaged, its steed would unleash such devastating force, effortlessly dispatching 2 divine maidens of the heavenly god palace. Among the 3, 2 men staggered, their pupils quivering, vitality rapidly waning, leaving only one standing, yet utterly depleted of strength, his body on the verge of collapse, struggling to retreat, but only managing to crawl, attempting to summon the powerful guardians of the heavenly god palace. This was still a mercy granted by the mysterious creature, seeking to glean some information, leaving young Diyuan an opportunity to investigate. The heavenly god palace, the chaotic Dao palace, Kunlun mountain. These were the 3 remaining ancient chaotic lineages in the chaotic realm, having endured mysterious descents and emerged as transcendent powers. The heavenly god palace is inviolable. Today, you are destined to meet your demise here, the battered man declared, an aura of killing intent enveloping him, clearly with no escape. His eyes brimmed with malice as he ignited a signaling talisman, causing the very mountains to quake, reverberating throughout the entire range, as formidable presences approached from afar. Even from 1,000,000 miles away, the strength of the mysterious being was discernible. It was a grand mountain gate, exuding an extraordinary aura, radiant with celestial light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Find the key to immortality, Yang Diyuan commanded, and immediately, thousands of celestial realm practitioners surged forth, leaving the injured disciple of the heavenly god palace in stunned disbelief. What was happening? He seemed to be blinded by the spectacle before him. Over 10,000 black-clad figures appeared as if conjured from thin air, their own auras exuding power at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, a half-step to the primordial immortal level, an existence equivalent to the elders of the heavenly god palace. Most astonishing was the sheer number, 10,000 in total. Not a single one was an exception. All were at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Such depth of power, while not entirely shocking, still left an indelible impression. Which ancient lineage had survived to present such a force? Were they truly prepared to challenge the heavenly god palace? The heavenly god palace, a veritable ancient lineage within the chaotic realm, had also been one of the 3 transcendent forces that successfully fled the mysterious paradise upon sensing danger after the arrival of the chaotic sea. Its existence stretched back across millennia, having weathered countless epochs. In its nascent form, ascending to the celestial realm required neither the key to immortality nor the opening of the path to ascension. One only needed sufficient cultivation to endure the tribulations and ascend. Now, however, a divine maiden had perished, a divine son fallen. This was an immeasurable loss for the heavenly god palace. The 3 men and 2 women were the sons and daughters of the heavenly god palace, their cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yet they were no match for the mysterious being. Within the hall, the elders of the heavenly god palace were shaken, their expressions grave, exuding an aura of retribution. To witness their cherished disciples slain upon their own doorstep ignited their wrath. The elder men and women transformed into streaks of radiant light, hastening towards the site of the catastrophe. Their formidable powers were at the primordial immortal realm, and many rushed directly to the scene. Could it be that beings from the lower realms could reverse the tide, activating the damaged chaotic altar to traverse domains? Such skill was indeed commendable. An elder sat cross-legged in the void, deep within the heart of the heavenly god palace. Should any of the palace's older generation discover him, they would be awestruck. He was a formidable ancestor, a cornerstone of the heavenly god palace, having once slain celestial immortals, powerful and domineering. Even the current palace lord would bow in respect and refer to him as ancestor. In a world of turmoil, where ascension seemed elusive and mysteries ravaged the land, How could others so audaciously invade their mountain gate? Truly, the current generation was lacking. In an instant, a magnificent and overwhelming spiritual presence emanated forth, awakening the palace lord from his meditative state, leaving him bewildered and astonished. "Ancestor," he murmured. At that moment, the palace lord dared not delay, his expression solemn and grave. Having sensed the tragedy unfolding on their sacred ground, he gazed into the distance, and even from 1,000,000 miles away, he could see clearly. 3 divine sons and 2 divine daughters had met a dreadful end. In the next moment, his complexion was far from pleasant, as he surmised that the manifestation of the ancestor's spirit was a prelude to an inevitable reprimand. The lord of the heavenly god palace bore a somewhat grim expression. The heavenly god palace, a place shrouded in mystery, was presided over by a withered elder, whose gaunt figure and sunken cheeks were etched with deep wrinkles, his skin sagging. Upon the appearance of the palace master before him, the elder remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut, compelling the palace master to bow in respect. Holding his position for an extended period, "Ancestor, I have erred. I should have wielded a thunderous might to subdue all, rather than retreating in weakness. Now, with our heavenly god palace in a weakened state, there are those with ambitious designs seeking to devour us." The palace master spoke, reflecting upon his own failings. Gradually, the elder opened his eyes, revealing swirling black and white energies, the convergence of yin and yang, illuminating the realms of reality and illusion, a manifestation of transcendent power. His gaze radiated an overwhelming authority, causing the palace master's heart to tremble in awe. Truly, he was the ancestor who had once vanquished celestial beings, and even now, despite his diminished bloodline and waning spirit, he could effortlessly eliminate a powerhouse of the palace master's caliber in a mere instant. To recognize one's faults and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. I have often warned you that in this era, retreating to avoid conflict without causing bloodshed is prudent, yet compassion must be underpinned by the capacity for ruthless suppression. Go forth. Those 5 seedlings of the celestial realm possess remarkable potential. Their untimely demise will convey to others the impression that our heavenly god palace has fallen into decline, losing its former prestige. He commanded, "Let this scene resonate throughout the chaotic realm, so that the other 2 major powers may witness that our heavenly god palace is not to be trifled with. Should we unleash our fury, we can obliterate all who dare challenge us, asserting our dominance in this land." Upon hearing these words, the palace master's mouth opened in astonishment. Yet he refrained from voicing his reservations, sensing that such actions could inflict indelible psychological scars upon the heavenly god palace. However, he dared not speak out in the presence of the ancestor, for he was but a junior, albeit one with extraordinary talents among his peers. At this moment, he found himself conflicted, pondering whether he should have declined the position of palace master, allowing his senior brother to assume the role while he focused on his cultivation. For leading the heavenly god palace was indeed a daunting task. "Yes, ancestor." The palace master respectfully took his leave, exiting the enigmatic confines of the heavenly god palace. The ancestor could not freely depart, for behind him lay a great door, within which slumbered his contemporaries and predecessors from his era, awaiting the opportunity for a grand rebirth and reemergence into the world. Simultaneously, the palace master issued commands to the assembled elders to launch a formidable offensive, intending to instill within the chaotic realm an awareness of their might and exceptionalism, ensuring they were not perceived as mere soft targets. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a moment's hesitation, the palace master activated the spiritual consciousness that illuminated the heavens. In an instant, the chaotic realm erupted in fervor. Had the heavenly god palace, one of the 3 ancient chaotic lineages, begun to unveil its divine wonders? Was it sending a warning to the outside world? Those figures clad in black, standing at the pinnacle of the human celestial realm, were indeed formidable, daring to storm the heavenly god palace? Their strength, while formidable, would likely meet with annihilation. As an ancient power, even the weakest of the heavenly god palace was not to be easily insulted. Chapter 71. The Foundation of the Chaotic Ancient Lineage? 1,000,000 celestial beings, overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying beams of light surged through the heavenly god palace, as numerous radiant arcs erupted forth at incredible speed, cleaving through the void. The swift arrival of powerful cultivators was ignited by the fury over the tragic demise of the 5 sons and daughters of the palace. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for 1,000,000 celestial weapons. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for 1,000,000 celestial armors. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for 1,000,000 celestial warships. As the voices of the system prompts echoed in young Diyuan's ears, his subordinates were nearly fully equipped. The strength of the chaotic ancient lineage was not to be underestimated. Even the elders possessed the power of early-stage celestial beings. Here, the constraints of the rules had evidently weakened. Otherwise, such a formidable organization as the Heavenly God Palace would not casually deploy strong forces of the Celestial Realm. Ding dong. Does the host wish for the million Celestial Realm warriors to enter the training chamber for cultivation? Given the host's possession of these warriors, they are on the verge of breaking through barriers and reaching the realm of celestial beings without consuming training time. Yang Diyuan's lips curled into a smile. Of course. Cultivate. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for the million Celestial Realm warriors entering the training chamber for cultivation. Congratulations, host, for the completion of the cultivation of the million Celestial Realm warriors. Congratulations, host, for the million Celestial Realm warriors achieving peak strength in the Celestial Realm. This was indeed a sight to behold. Even the Heavenly God Palace's Yang Diyuan felt unafraid. At peak Celestial Realm, when he invoked the divine demon's descent upon the ninth heaven, his power would soar to the pinnacle of the early Celestial Realm. Who would he fear? He would simply push through. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, several arcs of light flickered into existence, led by 10 formidable beings, each standing at the peak of the Celestial Realm. They were the elders of the Heavenly God Palace, the bedrock and backbone of its strength. With the tragic demise of the sons and daughters, they could no longer remain idle, for this was a significant loss. Future seedlings destined to thrive in the Celestial Realm. Behind them, there were many figures whose power, although lesser, also resided within the Celestial Realm, a formidable assembly numbering in the hundreds. The elders of the Heavenly God Palace inhaled sharply, sensing an anomaly. They realized that the Palace Master had projected the true scene of this place into the chaotic realm. And in an instant, all the elders comprehended the Palace Master's intention. This battle must be fought spectacularly. They would annihilate any adversaries who dared to tread upon the territory of the Heavenly God Palace, demonstrating to the external powers that the palace was not a soft target, and that they possessed the means to obliterate their foes. From now on, anyone wishing to gauge the Heavenly God Palace's strength must consider whether they had the fortitude to do so. Among the 10 elders, both men and women stood at the zenith of their prowess, their vitality and essence unspent, each maintaining peak condition. The men were strikingly handsome, while the women were vibrant and alluring, appearing to be in their 20s, yet their actual ages surpassed millennia, making them veritable ancient beings. Compared to Wujixing, they were overwhelmingly superior. Any elder could easily possess the cultivation of a celestial being. Who dares to trespass upon my Heavenly God Palace, causing bloodshed and slaying our seedlings? Do you seek death? None of you shall leave here alive today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following the 10 elders, figures continued to emerge, many possessing the strength of celestial beings. Among them were the true seedlings, with formidable powers not inferior to those of the elders, their eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. The slain figures on the ground were the sons and daughters of the palace, their friends. Have you descended from the lower realms? What manner of beings possess the aura of celestial beings? Yet today, all shall meet a grim fate, one man declared, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the mysterious being. Intent on swiftly eliminating Yang Diyuan while seeking to subjugate the enigmatic entity as a pet. Elders, those who offend my Heavenly God Palace shall be annihilated. Several elders nodded in agreement, offering no objection. After all, this was a seedling of the Heavenly God Palace, its strength surpassing their own. Though they were of the same realm, the potential to vanquish foes of higher caliber was evident. With a junior stepping forth to establish authority, the impact on the chaotic powers would be even more formidable. The enigmatic being, filled with wrath, glared fiercely, intent on obliterating them all to establish supremacy for its master. While also demonstrating a desire to be tamed as a pet, it could endure no longer. In the realm of chaos, numerous factions were astonished, with some harboring malicious intent towards the Heavenly God Palace, reveling in their misfortune. Many spectators paused to observe the scene coalescing in the ethereal expanse of the skies. Shaped by mental energies, the leader of the Heavenly God Palace, adopting a demeanor unlike his former self, sought to assert his authority through them. However, the individual and the creature appeared to possess an extraordinary origin, the latter exuding the aura of a primordial immortal, yet willingly submitting as a mount, which was rather astonishing. News arrived. The disciples of the Tao Palace were enraged. They had stationed themselves at the entrance to the Chaos Realm, guarding the lower realms, only to be forcibly slain by the inhabitants of the lower realm, who had breached the chaotic passage. They were practitioners of the lower realm, not denizens of chaos. This was becoming intriguing. Recently, rumors had circulated that a direct descendant of the Tao Palace had been slain, seemingly falling victim to calamity in the mysterious lower realm. Despite the manifestation of powerful figures from the Tao Palace, they had been unable to save him. Was it this individual who struck? Who was this person? Lu Qingwan. reputed to have battled for millennia in the Sea of Chaos, possessed formidable strength. However, he was heavily suppressed in the lower realm, also a potent primordial immortal, comparable to the celestial seedlings of the three ancient chaotic lineages, yet he had perished. Many were astonished, as this old wound was exposed. The upper echelons of the Dao Palace were filled with fury, radiating murderous intent. In the Dao Palace, young Diyuan, the grandson, "Today, I shall annihilate you, avenging my grandson, and make you kneel at his grave in tribute." In a mere instant, several formidable figures emerged, all clad in tight black garments. Their faces concealed behind masks, revealing only their piercing eyes. They bore twin scimitars crossed upon their backs, exuding an imposing presence, each at the pinnacle of the primordial immortal realm. This was one of the Dao Palace's hidden depths, the mechanical puppets they had cultivated. Do not be deceived by their peak primordial immortal status. They had the capability to slay adversaries of a higher realm. Capture young Diyuan alive, if necessary. He may be executed. In an instant, the figures that had knelt on the ground vanished into the void, dissipating into nothingness. In the next moment, the core figure of the Dao Palace, Lu Qingluan's grandfather, Lu Batian, raised his hand, unleashing a formidable radiance that manifested in a realm of existence. Heavenly killers of the celestial realm, your reputation appears to be merely superficial. You have failed to slay the inhabitants of the Death God Mountain in the lower realm. I demand an explanation. Lu Batian's voice was thick with murderous intent. He understood that Lu Qingluan's avatar had previously attempted to utilize the celestial realm, but had met with failure. The heavenly killers were renowned for their inexhaustible lethal techniques, becoming the most feared assassin organization across the myriad realms. Yet they had now suffered consecutive setbacks. If not for their blunders, his grandson would not have been suppressed in the lower realm and ultimately met a tragic end. 10 pieces of chaos stones, and you expect me to slay a primordial immortal? The silhouette of an elder emerged from a small world within the territory of the heavenly killers, revealing himself to be the traitor from earlier. His strength was formidable, quite exceptional. Lu Batian furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his own shortcomings in the argument. We have already lost many capable hands due to your erroneous intelligence. Our losses have been considerable. It is fortunate that we have not sought compensation from your Dao Palace, yet you dare to offend us still? The elder appeared both real and illusory, shifting between existence and non-existence. Upon closer inspection, he seemed near enough to touch, yet utterly ethereal, as if he were revealing himself across the vast expanse of time. His eyes radiated brilliant beams of light, leaving even Lu Batian, the leader of the Dao Palace, somewhat astonished as he felt the oppressive force causing him to step back. Celestial beings? The Dao Palace leader was taken aback, seemingly discerning the elder's origins, yet still uncertain. Thus, I propose a trade involving celestial stones. Should you fail once more, it will tarnish the reputation of the heavenly killers. Furthermore, as assassins, it is your duty to investigate information independent of the employer. The elder chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Celestial stones are insufficient. He possesses a divine artifact of ritual, which can rival even celestial beings within the lower realm. Although merely an avatar, one celestial stone is no substitute for your personal intervention, Palace Master. A divine artifact of ritual? The Dao Palace leader was momentarily stunned, his gaze narrowing with astonishment and shock. The other party possessed a divine artifact that even celestial beings would covet. If this matter were to erupt, it would incite conflict not only in the chaos realm, but also in the celestial realm. Each divine artifact of ritual holds immense power, said to terrify even the greatest figures of the celestial path when fully activated. Then, what do you propose? Inquired the leader of the Dao Palace. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a thief, seeking our key to ascension? That is our hope. A matter of great significance concerning the entire realm. The leader of the Dao Palace pressed his fingers to his temple and then stated, let us not discuss the key to ascension. Other divine artifacts are negotiable. Moreover, he possesses a divine artifact of ritual. You are also prepared to take action, are you not? Thus, in this matter, your need for the divine artifact is paramount, and it seems I need not hire an assassin. In the next moment, the leader of the Dao Palace vanished, his essence dissipating. Meanwhile, within the small world, the elder's form grew increasingly solid, hands clasped behind his back, his stature slightly hunched. His gaze captivating, as if he were merging with the very fabric of this realm. He murmured softly, a divine artifact of ritual. Having discovered such a treasure, how could one remain idle? Moreover, the pawns favored by the heavenly Dao are hardly mundane. This young man is shrouded in enigma, strikingly similar to the heavenly Dao's former master, perhaps even more formidable. Could they be of the same ilk? Dispatch a celestial-level assassin to eliminate young Diyuan and acquire the divine artifact of ritual. The elder adjusted his beard, his gaze concealing profound meaning, pondering whether this individual could overcome his tribulations, and if he was indeed the one sought by the heavenly Tao. In the realm of chaos, countless factions stood still, observing intently. Word spread that the being, a demon, that had suddenly appeared near the heavenly god palace, had originated from the lower realm, breaching the barriers. This was astonishing, for since the rules had become increasingly oppressive and terrifying, no one from the lower realm had ever ascended the path to the heavens. This represented a terrifying intimidation, a trend of great significance. While the three transcendent forces of the ancient chaotic lineages lay in wait, each holding keys to ascension, it now appeared that apart from the last three keys, the remaining elements had already gathered. The keys to ascension would soon be assembled, unlocking the path to ascension. Many were filled with trepidation, yet simultaneously exhilaration, for this was pivotal to the future of their cultivation. Even in the chaos realm, suppression reigned. The golden immortals had already reached the zenith of this realm. Among them was a celestial seedling from the heavenly god palace, a powerful figure named Su Tao, whose cultivation had already reached the level of a primordial immortal, unparalleled among his contemporaries, truly a paragon of the younger generation, having once slain celestial beings in reverse, on par with Kunlun Daozi and Chaosi. This was a mission to slay the being from the lower realm and forcibly subjugate that demon as well. Wait, what was that? They did not arrive as a solitary force, but rather with an army, seeking to ascend collectively? In an instant, many in the chaos realm were stunned. The intentions of the heavenly god palace were clear. They sought to assert dominance. Yet, they had not anticipated the appearance of an individual who exceeded their expectations, launching an offensive with 1,000 powerful beings. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! The heavenly god palace, this is disastrous. 1,000 celestial immortals? This is defying the heavens. Even if they are not one of the three ancient chaotic lineages, no other faction possesses such profound resources. I surmise that the beings from the lower realm have forcefully breached the barriers, undoubtedly showcasing their formidable prowess. It seems they have set their sights on the ancient chaotic path, intent on consolidating their power to forge the key to immortality. While some voices expressed concern, others shook their heads in disbelief, doubting that the path from the lower realm, particularly the Death God Mountain, could achieve their ambitions. The three major ancient chaotic paths possess profound legacies. Their ability to return unscathed from the chaotic sea speaks volumes. Nevertheless, the sheer spectacle of tens of thousands of true immortals descending upon us is astonishing, casting a shadow over the heavens. Are they truly preparing for war against the ancient chaotic paths? Meanwhile, within the halls of the ancient chaotic path, at the heavenly god palace, an air of disbelief permeated the gathering. What? How could this be? The elders of the heavenly god palace, 10 in total and of the highest celestial realm, stood in shock, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and horror. Tens of thousands of celestial beings were not a trivial assembly. Their emergence was both overwhelming and tyrannical. Humph! Do they dare insult our Lord? Have they lost their sense of survival? A mysterious entity reveled in its own arrogance, yet was simultaneously struck with disbelief and shock at the sight of these celestial beings. How could they have ascended to such heights so swiftly? Just not long ago, they were mere immortals, and now they had transformed into celestial beings in such a brief span. This rapid cultivation was nothing short of terrifying, and the innate talents of these individuals seemed astonishingly dominant. All at once, they had stepped into the celestial realm. However, the mysterious entity soon chuckled, growing increasingly convinced that its choices were prescient. It appeared that in the near future, it could once again stand proud within the immortal realm, gazing down upon all others. The inhabitants of the heavenly god palace were utterly astounded. They had anticipated delivering a resounding and decisive blow to assert their dominance, only to be met with this unforeseen spectacle. Humph! While tens of thousands of celestial beings are indeed formidable, they lack the audacity to confront the heavenly god palace or the ancient chaotic paths. In an instant, a multitude of figures surged forth from the heavenly god palace, numbering in the tens of thousands, the majority being celestial beings. Having stood firm in the chaotic realm for countless millennia, their profound heritage was not to be underestimated. This place was not as heavily suppressed as the lower realm. The pinnacle of cultivation could reach the golden immortal stage, and while were rare, they still existed in abundance within the ancient paths. Today, they would annihilate their foes. In an instant, countless rays of radiant light burst forth, and the terrifying beams of energy crisscrossed the heavens, converging upon the figures clad in black. Many wielded celestial weapons, invoking the rules of the celestial path to unleash their most potent lethal forces against the black-clad individuals. Demons and gods have descended upon the ninth heaven. The resplendent golden pathway materialized, shimmering brilliantly in all directions. the black-clad figures donned golden armors, their cultivation levels having surged to new heights under the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. Tens of thousands now stood at the pinnacle of the stage. Chapter 72. A Failed Scheme. The Sorrow of the Heavenly God Palace Master. Outside the gates of the Heavenly God Palace, all present were astonished, witnessing the black-clad figures manifesting an extraordinary scene. The golden light was dazzling, stretching infinitely into the sky, with a vast golden pathway laid out before them. Surrounded by radiant clouds and mists of chaos, the enormous heavenly gate loomed, closed yet ominous. In that fleeting moment, the black-clad celestial beings had transformed into the pinnacle of the stage. Such a transformation left everyone present in a state of utter disbelief, their hearts racing with trepidation. The individuals from the lower realm, what was their true origin to possess the ancient heavenly court's legacy? Tens of thousands at the pinnacle of the stage? The 10 elders leading the heavenly god palace felt their hearts quake with fear, their skin prickling as if grazed by knives. The scene before them was too overwhelming, and they entertained thoughts of fleeing. Retreat! Retreat! The cultivators of the heavenly god palace, dispatched to this location, felt a wave of dread. Their numbers barely exceeded 1,000. Most being celestial beings. In comparison to the black-clad army of, they were akin to eggs striking against stone. It was too late. In an instant, the mysterious entity exhaled clouds of smoke and flames, divine fire from the heavens, chaotic infernos, and the sinister flames of the moon, all engulfed the multitude of figures before it. Even the elders of the heavenly god palace were horrified, their bodies fracturing under the pressure, screams of agony escaping their lips as they teetered on the brink of disintegration. With every conceivable means at their disposal, they activated countless threads of celestial light, weaving intricate protective shields around them. Yet, the ferocity of the flames was unrelenting, incinerating all in their path. Even the divine fires of the immortal realm seemed insignificant in comparison. In mere moments, perished in the wake of the mysterious entity's flames. While fleeing celestial beings plummeted from the skies like rain, their garments consumed, their bodies reduced to ash, and ultimately dissolving into nothingness. How could this be? What were their origins? That beast was comparable to a golden immortal? The flames it unleashed swiftly annihilated, and no amount of countermeasures could withstand its might. Some powerful individuals attempted to fight back while fleeing, activating celestial weapons and inscribing runes to sever the flames behind them. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they were struck with terror. The black-clad figures had begun their assault. Even more ferocious than the fearsome beast, the onslaught was chaotic and overwhelming. With their peak strength, they wielded celestial weapons, swiftly employing a multitude of runic techniques, attacking in groups of 3 or 5, targeting individuals with unyielding precision. No matter how distinguished or capable one might be, they fell in a single encounter. Outside the gates of the heavenly god palace, a massacre unfolded. The key figures of the heavenly god palace had anticipated a glorious victory to sway the perceptions of the chaotic realm's factions, yet now, they faced humiliation. The beings from the lower realm were far too ruthless, possessing the very legacy of the ancient heavenly court once held by the chaotic path. Their might eclipsed that which had been demonstrated by Lu Qingwan. Yang Diyuan had studied the scriptures of the divine demon's descent, which hinted at other means of enhancing combat prowess, potentially allowing one to leap through 2 realms in an instant. Should the black-clad celestial beings attain this, they would ascend from the stage to the golden, immortal tier. Unquestionably, this was an unfathomably terrifying capability. The ancient paths of the immortal realm, once known as the ancient heavenly court, were indeed formidable, possessing such overwhelming techniques to bolster strength. What terrifying methods might exist for those even beyond the realm of combatants? In the chaotic realm, the extraordinary display of strength from Death God Mountain left all spectators wide-eyed in astonishment. Such power and formation elicited admiration and excitement. The methods of divine demons descending upon the 9th heaven, once obtained by the chaotic path, now demonstrated their immense advantage in the hands of Death God Mountain. They had collectively ascended an entire realm. This was merely with tens of thousands. Should there be hundreds of thousands, or even millions, all elevating to the level? The outcome was beyond their imagination. Even now, the casualties outside the gates of the heavenly god palace were staggering. Nearly all of the powerful figures emerging from the palace had perished. As a disciple of Kunlun Mountain traversed the land, witnessing this scene, he marveled at the might of Death God Mountain while laughing at the heavenly god palace. Were they performing a comedic skit, jesting at their own demise? The unfolding spectacle was a testament to the decline of the heavenly god palace. Regardless of the circumstances, it is undeniable that the inhabitants of the celestial palace have suffered considerable losses this time. In the next instant, all those present in the chaos realm were left in a state of astonishment. The outcome remained elusive. and it was uncertain whether those who descended from the lower realms would launch a forceful assault on the celestial palace. The luminescent projections reflecting the myriad heavens abruptly dissipated. The celestial palace's master must be in dire straits. Many spectators reveled in their misfortune, never anticipating that their attempts to establish authority would ultimately backfire. Indeed, the reality was as grim as anticipated. Within the celestial palace, the master bore a countenance as dark as one emerging from a coal mine, his demeanor ominously foreboding, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Recognizing the dire nature of the situation, he swiftly dispelled the illusory projection. What was meant to be an assertion of power had clearly devolved into a spectacle for others' amusement. He could already envision this moment becoming a topic of jest among the various factions within the Chaos realm. In a flash, before the master of the celestial palace could fully comprehend the situation, a golden enforcer struck him down with a resounding slap, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. This was merely a result of the enforcer's restraint. "You wretched fool, come here at once." It was evident that his ancestor was furious, having not intervened for millions of years, now roaring in rage over the humiliation inflicted upon the celestial palace today. "Yes, ancestor. Grant me another chance, and I shall annihilate them." Chapter 73. A Million Golden Immortals. In the Chaos realm, many onlookers were left astounded. Could it be that those descending from the lower realms were exceedingly formidable? After acquiring the celestial lineage of the ancient heavenly court, they had collectively ascended a realm. A development that was nothing short of shocking. The celestial palace had suffered a double loss. Attempting to establish dominion within the Chaos realm to intimidate various factions and the other two ancient chaotic lineages, only to find themselves in such a dismal predicament. The forces from the lower realm had ruthlessly annihilated the Diyuan immortals without hindrance, an unstoppable tide, and even the formidable Diyuan immortal cultivators met their tragic fates. The celestial palace's celestial seedlings perished as well, beings of rare caliber, on par with the likes of Daozi, yet they faced such a disastrous conclusion. What was transpiring within the celestial palace? Would the forces from the lower realm, specifically the Mountain of Death, launch a full-scale attack? Some were astonished, others shocked, as they struggled to comprehend the previous scenes, longing to ascertain the subsequent developments. The celestial palace's reputation lay in tatters. Having intended to assert dominance, but instead suffering yet another loss of face, the spiritual projection reflecting the myriad heavens was retracted. Let us go and see. They ventured towards the exterior of the celestial palace. Numerous cultivators from various factions began to traverse the void, eager to witness what unfolded next and to ascertain whether the forces from the lower realm, the Mountain of Death, possessed the audacity and tyranny to assault the celestial palace. This matter had now escalated to involve ancient lineages, and with the mysterious eruption of power, following the transformation of the Chaos Sea into an enigmatic paradise. It marked the first instance of such humiliation for the ancient lineages of chaos. In the Chaos realm, the ancient lineages, the celestial palace. Slap, slap, slap. The old man delivered 3 resounding slaps, watching the master of the celestial palace seethe with anger. The once meditative ancestor, whose vitality had dwindled, now appeared flushed with anger, his face radiant. He landed kick after kick upon the master of the celestial palace, akin to chastising a wayward grandchild, his frustration mounting yet unable to retaliate. "You wretched grandchild, what have you done? Today, you have obliterated the celestial palace's dignity." The old man seethed, his eyes glimmering with resentment and murderous intent directed at the Mountain of Death. "Ancestor, grant me one last opportunity, and I will surely eradicate those scoundrels who have offended the celestial palace. We have suffered significant losses. Many Diyuan immortal cultivators have perished. This battle must be fought with grandeur, instilling a sense of awe within the Chaos realm." After exhaling a deep breath, the old man temporarily departed, accompanying the master of the celestial palace. To be honest, their ability to harness the celestial inheritance of the ancient heavenly court was unexpected. If it had been the Chaos Dao Palace or Kunlun Mountain, the outcome would likely not have been any more favorable. The ancestor sighed deeply. The master of the celestial palace touched his burning cheek, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Am I truly a fool? Did you summon me merely for your own catharsis, ancestor?" Outside the celestial palace, the ground lay scorched and ravaged. Numerous large craters marred the landscape. As the flames subsided, corpses littered the ground. Rivers of blood flowed profusely. Even the mighty Diyuan immortals met their cruel demise beneath the onslaught of the black-clad figures, each death marked by a profound sense of indignation. The celestial immortals transformed into Diyuan immortals, all elevated a realm under the overwhelming might of the divine and demonic, nearly unstoppable. Those who came to support the celestial palace found themselves akin to dumplings tossed into boiling water, their fates sealed, tragically perishing, their bodies exploding, souls shattered. dying in the most irrevocable manner. Within the Celestial Palace, many gasped, their expressions turning grim. As disciples of the Celestial Palace, they bore witness to their elders, the seedlings of immortality being annihilated, the sense of helplessness overwhelming, leaving them feeling powerless. How could this be? The forces from the lower realms should, in theory, be severely suppressed by the rules. Such power should be impossible. It was utterly anomalous. No matter the opportunities in the lower realms, they were still a group of celestial immortals, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even within the chaos realm, it would take thousands of years for our three ancient lineages to cultivate such a multitude. Many disciples were left trembling with fear. What had they witnessed? A multitude of black-clad figures, numbering in the tens of thousands, exuding an air of lethal intent, donned in golden armor, with golden pathways shifting behind them, seemingly poised to charge towards the gates of the Celestial Palace. They truly dared. Did they think there was no one in the Celestial Palace? Numerous powerful beings had descended upon the scene. Observing from a distance, their eyes glimmered with astonishment and incredulity, just as some had speculated. The mountain of death from the lower realm was indeed formidable and domineering, seemingly intent on advancing towards the Celestial Palace for an all-out war. This scene left many aghast, and at the same time, even the Chaos Dao Palace and Kunlun Mountain were stirred. The Celestial Palace's spiritual projection resonated throughout the Chaos realm, naturally drawing the attention of both factions, yet the outcome had turned into a disastrous failure, a case of wanting to steal a chicken but losing a rice paddy. The mountain of death from the lower realm was poised for a spectacle. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Yet with tens of thousands of celestial immortals transforming into Yuan immortals, even the Celestial Palace would suffer significant losses, depleting part of their foundation. From Kunlun Mountain emerged a remarkable figure, enveloped in swirling golden celestial energy, emanating a powerful presence. Though appearing to be in his 30s, his actual age surpassed 10,000 years, yet he remained in the prime of his youth, his muscles rippling beneath his robe, reminiscent of a hulking bear. He gazed into the distance, as if capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space. Even from afar, he could still discern the state of the Celestial Palace. The master of Kunlun Mountain's gaze sharpened, a shiver coursing through him, as he sensed an unusual presence. The young lad seemed to be aware, surrounded by an invisible energy that rippled around him, utterly inscrutable. Now this was intriguing. The denizens of the lower realms possessed divine artifacts. The master of Kunlun Mountain squinted, deep in contemplation. Did the Chaos Dao Palace make a move? And what of the assassins from the Divine Killer Dynasty? Were they coming for the divine artifacts? The master of Kunlun Mountain narrowed his eyes, and beside him stood a young, exquisite woman, her figure graceful and alluring. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "Senior brother, what are your thoughts on this matter?" "Let us observe," he replied. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. The master of Kunlun Mountain sensed impending danger and swiftly dodged, only to find his junior sister, her face flushed with anger, launching a kick at him. Fortunately, he managed to evade just in time. His kidneys. Those are his kidneys. Did she wish to exchange targets? He believed this incident to be extraordinary. The three great ancient chaotic paths were on the verge of upheaval. Yet, for the moment, Kunlun Mountain remained on the periphery. He speculated that Death God Mountain might have gathered the keys to ascension in the lower realms, with each of the three paths still holding onto one. "Senior brother, do you mean a woman with beautiful eyes glimmering radiantly?" seemed to grasp his thoughts intuitively. "Yes, we must steer clear of conflict and relinquish the key to ascension. However, as a condition, we must embark on the journey to immortality together when the time comes. Senior brother, you remain as mischievous as ever. The pressure now directly falls upon the Celestial Palace and the Chaos Path Palace. Or do you wish to observe further? Should the Celestial Palace falter, Kunlun Path Palace may face expulsion. This time is different. I cannot see through it, nor can I perceive it clearly. It's as if layers upon layers of mist shroud that individual. Perhaps he is a descendant of the immortals? Or perhaps he has ties to a formidable entity from the immortal realm. In the Chaos realm, within the Celestial Palace, hundreds of golden immortals spoke in unison, their beings resonating with golden laws and celestial energy, their powers unfathomable, truly the apex of the Chaos realm, exuding overwhelming might. At that moment, the master of the Celestial Palace stood helplessly below, his ancestral figure hunched, as if he were a soul on the verge of passing, buried up to his neck. After a brief cough, his gaze was piercing, once far surpassing the golden immortals, but now constrained by the laws of this realm. His cultivation could only reach the pinnacle of golden immortal. Let us not speak of trivialities. Anyone who dares to offend the Celestial Palace shall face annihilation. What of 10,000 Yuan immortals? Everyone, we must execute this battle with finesse. In an instant, many golden immortal experts beneath him spoke, their eyes radiant as the sun. transforming into streaks of light, soaring from the main hall. Outside, astonishment reigned. Truly, the ancient chaotic paths were formidable, even under the suppression of laws. There remained such a multitude of golden immortal experts, an awe-inspiring sight. In the past, when the mysterious presence descended upon the Chaos Sea, countless forces were reduced to ashes. Compared to the current 3 ancient chaotic paths, many entities far exceeded them in strength, yet ultimately underestimated the mystery and met their demise. Many gasped as they beheld streams of golden light erupting, illuminating the skies, heralding the arrival of golden immortals. Hundreds of golden immortals, brimming with murderous intent, unleashed terrifying radiance. Dare the ants of the lower realms invade our celestial palace? Do they truly believe they can act with impunity? Boom, boom, boom. The golden immortals unleashed resplendent brilliance, their killing intent palpable. They charged forth. Even 100 of them possessed the power to obliterate 10,000 Yuan immortals. Yuan immortals? Merely leveraging ancient celestial methods. Each golden immortal's gaze burned with intensity, their expressions entwined with murderous intent, aiming to eradicate the figure in black completely. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted. Their breaths caught. They sensed an unusual aura. Could it be the puppet warriors of the Chaos Path Palace? Some golden immortals were taken aback, realizing that these forces had indeed made their move. However, upon reflection, the signs were evident. The grandson of the master of the Chaos Path Palace had met a tragic end, and those individuals had re-emerged in the Chaos Realm. How could they refrain from seeking vengeance? The puppet warriors of the Chaos Path Palace were notoriously difficult to deal with, and this time, there were 1,000 of them, all at the Yuan immortal level, each possessing the strength to fight beyond their rank. This was undoubtedly terrifying. It seemed they aimed to claim the head of the master of Death God Mountain, Diyuan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The space trembled, exuding boundless dominance, ripples resonating throughout. The crowd was horrified. They never anticipated the Chaos Path Palace would intervene. Soon after, another shockwave rippled through them. As a 4th faction emerged, the golden immortal assassins of the Celestial Assassin Dynasty. Moreover, 10 of them emerged at once. Goodness, I remember that individual. They once harvested the head of a founder, a killer who fought beyond their rank, even when their cultivation was suppressed. Yet, they never escaped. And now they target the forces of the lower realms. What could their objective be? The Chaos Path Palace deployed puppet warriors. And now the Celestial Assassin Dynasty as a secondary insurance? Or perhaps it was not just that. Could it be that all 3 ancient chaotic paths were mobilizing? Kunlun Mountain must also act, for each possessed a key to ascension. Speculation ran rampant, shock reverberated, and terror took hold. Many doubted that Death God Mountain could escape unscathed. Given that the 3 suspected factions aimed directly at it, their murderous intent palpable. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million Yuan immortal battle slaves. Yang Diyuan heard the notification echo in his mind. This system truly understood him. Although he harbored no excessive worry, for he wielded a divine artifact at this moment. With the activation of 1 million Yuan immortals, he could unleash 4 powerful runes. They might excessively formidable. Since they had come, let them all remain. A smile curled at the corners of Yang Diyuan's mouth. As the 3 factions encircled him, in an instant, 100,000 Yuan immortal battle slaves manifested, each radiating an overwhelming killing intent. As the divine and demonic forces descended from the heavens, in a heartbeat, 100,000 golden immortals filled the expanse. Slay them all. Chapter 74. 100,000 golden immortals shake the chaos. Countless figures filled the void. At that moment, outside the gates of the Celestial Palace, hundreds of golden immortals radiated resplendent light, shimmering beams soaring, as the puppet warriors of the Chaos Path Palace charged forth with lethal intent. While the assassins of the Celestial Assassin Dynasty approached Yang Diyuan with icy gazes. Yet, in the next instant, horror engulfed them. Panic and confusion swept through their ranks, their expressions transforming drastically as the 3 factions found themselves enveloped by 100,000 golden immortals, their murderous aura overwhelming. They wielded activated celestial weapons, layer upon layer, shattering the void as terrifying radiance erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Goodness, could it be that Death God Mountain is defying the heavens? The combined assault of the 3 factions could lead to unforeseen outcomes. What exactly is the origin of Death God Mountain? Such methods and depth of power were utterly shocking, rendering them breathless. What did they witness? Their eyes beheld a golden avenue, clad in golden armor, the figures in black wielding celestial weapons, all at the golden immortal level. Their sheer numbers dropping jaws and causing pupils to constrict in disbelief. Simultaneously, formidable forces projected their consciousness across the heavens, broadcasting the events unfolding at the gates of the Celestial Palace in real time. Within the Chaos Path Palace, the master sipped from his cup, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Yet in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Indeed, the master of the Chaos Path Palace's countenance shifted dramatically, his entire being exuding murderous intent. Someone had projected the events occurring before the gates of the Celestial Palace across the Chaos Realm. As the three factions emerged, they sought to annihilate the incoming forces from Death God Mountain. However, the situation shifted in an instant. As the three factions approached, 100,000 golden immortals descended, all clad in black attire, each holding celestial weapons, a sight so terrifying it sent chills down spines. How could this happen? They merely come from the lower realms. Aside from the divine artifact, they possessed celestial weapons too. 100,000 golden immortals, each wielding one. Could they be mass-produced? The Lord of the Chaos Dao Palace was engulfed in fury. His beloved grandson, Lu Qingwan, had met a tragic demise, and now he sought vengeance. He dispatched puppet warriors to exact retribution, yet their efforts proved futile. Furthermore, even the formidable foundation of the Heavenly God Palace, with hundreds of golden immortals descending, and the elite assassins of the celestial slaughter, found themselves ensnared in calamity. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying radiance exploded forth, causing every golden immortal within the Heavenly God Palace to feel a jolt of dread. Instinctively, they unleashed their full array of magical arts and divine powers, employing every conceivable stratagem in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught, simultaneously relinquishing their pursuit of the Mountain Lord of the God of Death, Diyuan. The skies were rife with magical phenomena, and the rules of the immortal path suffused the air. The terrifying order runes shimmered with a menacing aura, and the combined might of the golden immortals was staggering. Yet, facing an army of 100,000 cloaked figures, they found themselves utterly outmatched, crushed from all sides. In that moment, figures within the Heavenly God Palace stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief, breaths coming in rapid gasps. This was the very foundation of the Heavenly God Palace, and now, before their own gates, they were on the verge of annihilation. The sheer scale of the opposing force, numbering 100,000 golden immortals, filled them with unutterable terror. Who could possibly stand against such might? From the God of Death Mountain, a force that had descended from the lower realms, was poised to sweep away all that stood in its path. The expression of the Heavenly God Palace Lord shifted dramatically. The earlier calm had vanished. As he beheld the mobilization of 100,000 golden immortals from the God of Death Mountain, he realized they faced an existential crisis. Even the ancestral elder of the Heavenly God Palace dropped his teacup in shock. The years had granted him wisdom and experience, yet in this moment, gazing upon the swathes of dark-clad figures, he felt as though he were witnessing a fragment of a grim future. His breath quickened, and he had never before lost his composure to such a degree. It was a dire situation. Grandson, hasten to the secret grounds of the rear mountain and awaken those ancient ones. If we can come to an agreement, it would be ideal. If not, we must prepare for a fight to the bitter end. 100,000 golden immortals. Even in the face of the unknown, we have never encountered such a disaster. The elder's voice rang out, his form flickering as he appeared at the mountain gate, unleashing a power that surpassed that of a golden immortal, striving to halt the calamity unfolding before him. He was the elder from the previous era, the former lord of the Heavenly God Palace. The onlookers were astonished. They had not anticipated the appearance of such an ancient figure, who had neither perished nor exhausted his lifespan, but remained in the mortal realm. Now, as the Heavenly God Palace faced a dire crisis, he had emerged. Please, those from the God of Death Mountain, show mercy, the elder implored. Once the previous lord, he wielded celestial prowess, yet against the overwhelming tide of 100,000 golden immortals, he felt hopeless. Even if he could unleash a power surpassing that of a golden immortal, the burden of the rules weighed heavily upon him, and it was uncertain whether he could withstand even 100 of their might. In that moment, the reality was stark. 100,000 golden immortals were indeed present. Though there existed formidable techniques, such as the divine demon descending from the ninth heaven, the situation remained dire. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, several golden immortals from the Heavenly God Palace erupted in explosive demise, their blood misting the air, only to be vaporized in the terrifying beams of light. Old man, what do you think you are doing? You believe you can command my lord to cease? You are not in a position of strength. Defeat is imminent. Your previous bravado was all for naught. Swish. An assassin from the celestial slaughter, a golden immortal, advanced with lethal intent. Recognizing that capturing Yang Diyuan might be the key to escape, he approached with the intent to slay him. Yet in the next moment, a mysterious being exhaled a breath of divine fire, and the assassin from the celestial slaughter let out a wretched scream, engulfed in flames, his very soul consumed. Dying in a symphony of anguish. Death. Buzz. 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 The air crackled with the aura of slaughter, resonating through the heavens. The mountain gates of the heavenly god palace exploded, the ground splitting asunder. The combat prowess of the golden immortals was fearsome and brutal, the rules themselves quaking. Beams of light shooting into the sky, annihilating the assassins from the celestial slaughter, the puppet warriors, and the golden immortals of the heavenly god palace. A tremor rippled through the chaos realm. They were all dead, truly deserving of the name. The god of Death Mountain had obliterated hundreds of golden immortals from the heavenly god palace, who had been cultivated over countless millennia, now falling in swathes. Utterly unable to resist, the god of Death Mountain indeed possessed the audacity to slay gods and immortals alike. Moreover, the Mountain Lord had yet to make a move. Watching the storm unfold with a detached amusement, it was undeniable that such a force was overwhelmingly tyrannical, unafraid even of one of the three ancient chaotic paths, the heavenly god palace. I found myself tempted to pledge my allegiance to their mountain. You? Spare me. What level are you at compared to them? The weakest among them are mighty golden immortals. Do you really entertain such delusions? Many were left trembling in shock, yet simultaneously exhilarated by the unfolding events. The god of Death Mountain truly embodied the spirit of annihilating gods and slaying Buddhas, exhibiting the potential to upend the established order of the chaotic ancient paths, evoking awe and admiration. In that moment, countless gazes were riveted upon the scene. Even the Chaos Dao Palace and Kunlun Mountain, who had yet to arrive, were spectating. I swear, the Lord of Kunlun Mountain stumbled back in fright, barely caught by his junior. He was not alone. His disciple was equally startled, unable to believe the sights revealed by the divine eye. 100,000 golden immortals. Such a force, such numbers, even when combined with the three ancient chaotic paths, seemed insufficient, unless those ancient ones were awakened to unleash powers beyond the golden immortal realm. Only then could they hope to extinguish the threat. Regardless, this matter required resolution. We must send envoys to negotiate and present the key to ascension. The Lord of Kunlun Mountain declared, rubbing his temples, feeling his own powers above golden immortal were lacking in comparison. In the world of cultivation, strength and background were paramount, and the god of Death Mountain was directly overpowering them with sheer numbers. If it were only ordinary cultivators, it would be one thing, but 100,000 golden immortals. Who could contend with that? Who would dare to contend? Not to mention, after today, the god of Death Mountain would undoubtedly achieve renown throughout the chaos realm. This was no longer a matter of speculation. It was a foregone conclusion. After a lengthy pause, the Kunlun Mountain Lord sent a mental transmission to the Chaos Palace Lord, both of whom had a history of rivalry and were keen to undermine each other. At this moment, he relished the sight of his adversary's distress, saying, "Old man, your method of aiding the enemy is rather perplexing. Offering the ancient celestial court's heritage through your own grandson. How delightfully ironic. You dare to speak to me like that? You've lost your mind." The Chaos Dao Palace Lord, incensed, manifested his spiritual form above Kunlun Mountain, shouting in anger. Yet, he was met with a dismissive wave from the Kunlun Mountain Lord. Chapter 75, 500,000 Golden Immortals, Annihilating the Heavenly God Palace. The Kunlun Mountain Lord, ever the provocateur, took pleasure in inciting the other's rage, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Everyone was profoundly shaken by the sheer ferocity and dominance displayed by the god of Death Mountain. They surged forth across the expanse of 10,000 miles, directly to the Heavenly God Palace, and had now claimed the lives of hundreds of its golden immortals. This was an overwhelming force, capable of altering the existing dynamics of the chaos realm. "Old man, let us discuss compensation for my lord," he proposed, although he had no intention of engaging with them. Yet they continued to march to their doom. As this statement echoed, an awkward silence fell among the crowd, their expressions turning bizarre. Many observers widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had misheard. That demonic cultivator truly had the audacity to invert right and wrong, turning black into white. Just with those two sentences, he rendered the deaths of hundreds of golden immortals from the Heavenly God Palace, alongside countless Yuan immortals and seedlings, utterly worthless, and even demanded compensation from young Diyuan, the Mountain Lord of the God of Death Mountain. Regardless, it is universally acknowledged that the Heavenly God Palace, one of the ancient chaotic sects of today, has undeniably provoked formidable adversaries, having kicked against an iron plate, or rather, struck a steel barrier. It must be said that, given the prestige of the Heavenly God Palace, even the most resilient forces could be crushed and penetrated. However, they have encountered the tyrannical beings of the Death God Mountain, with 100,000 golden immortals. Even a combined assault from the Chaos Dao Palace and Kunlun Mountain might not suffice to obliterate them. The Death God Mountain has, in one fell swoop, managed to offend several major powers, including two of the ancient chaotic sects, the Heavenly God Palace, which has already executed the direct descendant of the Chaos Dao Palace's master, Lu Qingluan, along with the assassin Divine Dynasty from the Outer Realms. One cannot ignore that among the four major forces, they have antagonized three. It raises the question of whether the Chaos Dao Palace can exhibit the same fortitude as the Heavenly God Palace, suffering significant losses of golden immortals before engaging in negotiations while also providing compensation. I surmise that the Death God Mountain covets the key to transcendence. Their sudden incursion likely serves as a primary motive, perhaps having already gathered the other keys to immortality in the lower realms. This implies that the targeting of these three ancient chaotic sects is an inevitable outcome. Astute minds began to speculate and analyze, veering towards the truth, albeit through a series of misunderstandings, leading to a confrontation with the Heavenly God Palace. Emperor Yang, undeterred by ostentation, embraced the situation, treating it as the renowned battle of the Death God Mountain, the key to transcendence and the comprehension of ancient celestial arts. Upon the revelation from the Death God Mountain, the elder of the Heavenly God Palace promptly rejected the proposition, regardless of whether it pertains to the key to transcendence or the ancient celestial arts. These are of paramount importance to any sect, embodying the enduring hopes of succession and legacy. Who could possibly permit such scrutiny? Not to mention, the disciples under his tutelage are bound by prohibitions. Any unauthorized probing into their foundational practices would result in instantaneous detonation. Such rigor and caution are not exclusive to the Heavenly God Palace. All major sects uphold similar standards. Why not invite the Mountain Lord inside for a discussion? After an initial swift rejection, the elder reconsidered, a smile illuminating his face, his wrinkles blooming like flowers. The matter of the key to transcendence might be negotiable, but the various ancient celestial arts warrant a more detailed conversation. I possess some ancient celestial arts from the Chaos Dao Palace and Kunlun Mountain in my collection. If it pleases the Mountain Lord, I can present them for your perusal. Upon these words, gasps of astonishment erupted. This crafty elder was essentially selling out Kunlun Mountain and the Chaos Dao Palace. Many were curious to see the reactions of the other two major powers, though they were unable to witness them directly. Ah, you cunning old dog, plotting to ensnare the Mountain Lord, are you? You think it will end well for you. Believe it or not, I will dismantle your home. And yet, the legacy of 1,000,000 years. A mysterious being scoffed, their aura radiating with indignation, causing the elder of the Heavenly God Palace to marvel at their presence. This entity seemed to possess even greater strength, at least surpassing the golden immortal level. What a remarkable bloodline. The former master of the Heavenly God Palace was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands with a smile, exclaiming, "No, no, everyone is watching. If we dare to harm your Mountain Lord, how could 100,000 golden immortals contend with that? We would surely be annihilated in an instant. Let us proceed." Yang Diyuan replied, unfazed. The world knows him for his 100,000 golden immortals. Yet they remain oblivious to the existence of another 900,000 yet to emerge. This is merely a game. As Yang Diyuan and his companions were ushered into the Heavenly God Palace, numerous figures cast their gazes upon them, only to quickly avert their attention. For these were beings capable of slaying even golden immortals. "Elder, my Mountain Lord has brought his disciples. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, absolutely." The elder of the Heavenly God Palace wore a beaming smile, giving everyone the impression of a simple and honest man. Outside, discussions erupted. The Death God Mountain had indeed entered the gates of the Heavenly God Palace. They remained isolated from the outside world, with voices rising in excitement. How many millennia had those ancient beings lived? Just old tricksters, old fishermen, while others collected their remains. Their disciples had long since departed one after another. Just wait, there is more to come. The Heavenly God Palace would not remain silent. 100 golden immortals? Its true foundation would be far greater. In truth, the real strength concealed within was even more terrifying and formidable. Chaos Dao Palace. The master of the Chaos Dao Palace, Lu Batian, possessed a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, exuding a murderous aura. They entered the Heavenly God Palace. A slight smirk graced his lips. At that moment, a figure appeared below, kneeling with both knees on the ground, holding a brand new metallic staff, his head bowed, not daring to raise it as he crawled forward in haste. Lu Batian took the golden staff into his hands. It glimmered, revealing its profound significance. He spoke forth. "The Heavenly God Palace is about to unleash its true foundation. The key to transcendence is within our grasp, and we must embark on the path to immortality." Lu Batian squinted, his spirit illuminating as he directed his focus towards Kunlun Mountain. The information was confirmed. The Death God Mountain in the lower realms possessed all keys to transcendence, save for the 3 we initially held. Our previous promise must be fulfilled. For years, the Chaos Sea has transformed into a mysterious paradise, our cultivation suppressed. It is time to return to the righteous path. The master of Kunlun Mountain nodded. What is the plan? 100,000 golden immortals entering the heavenly god palace is to establish it as the main battlefield. With the elders stepping in and the protective formations of the heavenly god palace, we can temporarily unleash strength surpassing golden immortals. It appears that even the Chaos Dao Palace has dispatched individuals. According to our agreement, we shall forcibly traverse into the heavenly god palace with the void golden staff to jointly hunt the death god mountain. Indeed, the path to immortality is imminent. This is an inevitable outcome. However, they are merely a small, insignificant force, displaying a complete lack of respect. As a representative of the ancient chaotic sect, the depth of our foundation is beyond their comprehension. Lu Batian of the Chaos Dao Palace scoffed, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. He then turned his gaze towards the master of Kunlun Mountain. You two must make a decision, otherwise it would be a breach of contract. In the future, should the path to immortality be opened, it will have nothing to do with your Kunlun Mountain. In the heavenly god palace, the former master stroked his beard. At that moment, the entire heavenly god palace erupted in terrifying radiance, various mists swirling as a mysterious killing formation was activated, enveloping Diyuan and others within. The cultivators of the heavenly god palace retreated to a distance, standing outside the killing formation. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, revealing figures that were as formidable as the former master himself. One after another, they emerged from their slumber, igniting their cultivation and vitality, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of golden immortal status. Concurrently, due to the enhancement provided by the heavenly god palace's formation, the ceiling of golden immortal cultivation became loosened. Many elders had already broken through beyond the golden immortal realm. Thousands of figures stood arrayed around them. Ha ha ha. The forces from the lower realms are utterly blind. How dare you defile my ancient chaotic sect? You still desire the key to transcendence? You yearn for ancient celestial arts? Such aspirations are no different from a fool's dream. Within the unparalleled killing formation, all efforts were futile. Surrender the key to transcendence, relinquish the sacrificial artifacts, and we shall grant you a swift demise. Outside, an uproar ensued. Individuals sought to draw nearer, eager to observe more clearly. Yet they could not penetrate the layers of curtains and barriers, unable to discern the situation fully. The heavenly god palace had indeed launched an offensive. This was a trap laid for the unwary. How would the death god mountain respond? As a bastion of ancient traditions, the lineage is steeped in profound heritage. The venerable old ones, remnants of the previous eras, possess unfathomable strength. What the final outcome shall be remains uncertain. Will the path to immortality be unveiled? Can our destinies be rewritten? Buzz, whir, boom. The atmosphere within the celestial god palace crackles with a terrifying aura of slaughter, the intent to kill almost manifesting as a tangible force. As a golden short staff materializes, surrounded by swirling auspicious light and ethereal mist, a series of figures emerge from the spatial passage conjured by the staff. Each individual boasts formidable cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. There are 100 of them, led by a figure whose piercing gaze radiates lethal intent, the current sovereign of the Chaotic Path Palace. Behind him stand both promising youths and seasoned experts, all exuding immense power. Many within the Celestial God Palace are left gasping in astonishment upon beholding the leader, realizing that the master of the Chaotic Path Palace has personally descended, presumably to avenge his direct descendant, Lu Qingwan, by slaying the enemies that have descended from the lower realms. However, many surmise that this is merely one facet of the situation, as the key to immortality is likely to be collected from those trapped within the Celestial God Palace at this very moment. This concerns the opening of the path to immortality. They must take action. Thus, it follows that the denizens of Kunlun Mountain must also be on their way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Indeed, as soon as the words were spoken, movement was detected ahead. The space trembles, and the golden short staff projects a passageway, from which emerges the leader of Kunlun Mountain, accompanied by his junior sister. Kunlun Mountain stands nearly on par with the Chaotic Path Palace, bringing along a multitude, hundreds of them, each possessing the golden immortal cultivation. Given the unparalleled killing formation at this location, and the thousands of ancient beings surpassing the golden immortal realm within the Celestial God Palace, they are undoubtedly poised to eradicate the forces of the Death God Mountain from the lower realms and seize the key to immortality. My lord, your decision today will be wholeheartedly endorsed by your future self. This is the correct path. The road to immortality is at hand, and we shall soon ascend, ushering in the dawn of hope. However, I desire their deaths. they can no longer live. I want him to kneel upon the grave of my grandson and repent. The former master of the celestial god palace, stroking his white beard with a beaming smile, declares that all will soon come to an end, and the path to immortality will soon be unveiled. Let us see how to deal with them. There are so many golden immortals. All thanks to the master of the chaotic path palace. The ancient spell-divine demons descend from the 9 heavens is exceedingly formidable. Your chaotic path palace possesses nearly 3 leaf scriptures. Yet, regrettably, its true power has not been fully realized, instead shining once more through the hands of others. Old fool, what do you mean? The master of the chaotic path palace remains unfazed, asserting they are all golden immortals, even if they are the ancient relics of the previous epoch. I stand firm. The path to immortality must be opened, and he must die. This is my condition. Oh, have you inquired about my conditions? Yang Diyuan's voice resonates, revealing that the 3 factions truly do not regard him highly, discussing their conclusion without his input. Yet, it matters little. Starting from today, the 3 ancient chaotic lineages have lost their necessity for existence. The path to death has already been established. Annihilate them all. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura erupts, as one figure after another manifests in succession. 400,000 primordial immortals materialize, followed by the divine demons descending from the 9 heavens, with 400,000 golden immortals standing resolute within the celestial god palace. In that moment, every face present is filled with astonishment. Combined, that amounts to 500,000 golden immortals? The expression of the celestial god palace's master shifts dramatically, darkening as his pupils constrict in shock, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What a scene this is. 40,000 figures clad in black have emerged, all of them at the golden immortal realm. If they were not genuine flesh and blood, how could they be mistaken for the mechanical spirit race, capable of mass mechanical ascension? What an astonishing spectacle. The disciples of the celestial god palace, from the youngest acolytes to the oldest elders, are utterly terrified. These are golden immortals, despite being bolstered by ancient spells. What does it signify to have 500,000 golden immortals? The entire void is filled with their presence. It is not only the master of the celestial god palace, whose expression has altered drastically. Even the master of the chaotic path palace mirrors this astonishment. His countenance is frantic, desperately attempting to activate the golden short staff to escape, yet it proves utterly ineffective. What was once a seemingly straightforward scheme has unexpectedly unraveled into an uncontrollable situation, far beyond expectations. The 3 ancient lineages, even at the moment of their mysterious arrival, cannot contend against such formidable existences. They are truly golden immortals. Is this the end? What seemed to be an invitation has become a ticking time bomb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Yang Diyuan detects a peculiar shift as the leaders of Kunlun Mountain convey goodwill towards him. Through telepathy, they inform him that they have brought the key to immortality, essentially positioning themselves as adversaries, and their appearance is merely a fade. Instantaneously, a key to immortality appears. In an instant, the master of Kunlun Mountain and the golden immortal experts behind him dissipate like a wisp of smoke, becoming illusory projections. They have invoked a secret technique, unbeknownst to both the celestial god palace and the chaotic path palace. We of Kunlun Mountain seek only to tread the path of immortality. We harbor no desire for conflict. Kunlun Mountain's actions are now fully exposed, igniting the ire of the core leadership of the celestial god palace and the chaotic path palace. Their murderous intent surging through the cosmos. They have brazenly breached their agreement. They have handed over one of the remaining 3 keys to immortality to the opposing side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ah, Palace Master, what a surprise. Suddenly, the master of the chaotic path palace, Lu Batian, along with the golden immortals behind him, unveils a mysterious artifact, piercing through the void directly. My heavens! In that moment, the 2 masters of the celestial god palace erupt with expletives. Kunlun Mountain may be excused. But how could the people of the chaotic path palace be so cowardly? Now, only the celestial god palace must face the wrath of the death god mountain. With 500,000 golden immortals, the outcome of this battle is far from certain. Simultaneously, the previous master of the celestial god palace, with a terrifyingly grim expression, resolves not to allow the members of the chaotic path palace to depart. He conjures a colossal hand, radiating a terrifying light that pierces through the heavens, immobilizing the void. In that moment, the golden immortals, including the master of the chaotic path palace, are all halted in their tracks. Do not rush to depart. The matter is not yet concluded. Since you are prepared for battle, we shall face life and death together. Would you not agree, chaotic palace master? Lu Batian shakes his head, sighing. I fear we cannot sustain this. We are merely a wisp of spirit. Even if we do not depart, we must dissipate. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Batian and the others transformed into wisps of smoke, vanishing into the air. What the hell? The previous master of the celestial god palace seethes with rage, and even the current master is consumed by fury, feeling utterly played, and worse still, played for a fool. In the bygone era, the three ancient chaotic sects established a pact, devoid of any integrity. Today, their arrival heralds the cunning schemes of the other two ancient sects, with the most infuriating among them, Kunlun, brazenly offering the key to immortality. It is utterly perplexing. At this moment, the masters of the two celestial palaces are in a frenzy, for throughout this ordeal, they have faced the most formidable challenges. Now, they must confront a staggering army of 500,000 golden immortals. This is a conflict beyond description, one that may very well determine the survival of the celestial palace. Boom, boom, boom. A resplendent radiance fills the sky, as 500,000 golden immortals mobilize in unison. The atmosphere crackles with the ferocity of battle, their golden armor gleaming. Wielding divine weapons, as myriad beams of light surge forth. The celestial palace trembles, reduced to ruins in an instant. The 500,000 dark-clad golden immortals unleash a terrifying aura of slaughter. Unleash the ultimate killing formation now? The ancient ones rally together to activate the formation with haste. In an instant, the elders of the celestial palace unleash their formidable powers, as waves of golden light ripple through the air, dazzling like countless suns erupting in brilliance. The unleashed energy intertwines, infusing the unparalleled killing formation. Before long, the front of the celestial palace transforms into a scene of utter devastation. Vibrant rays of light dancing amidst the terrifying formation that spirals upwards, enveloping half of the celestial palace. Submit the key to immortality, or you shall have no words when your demise comes. The powerful ones of the celestial palace bellow in fury. Diyuan remains as steadfast as a mountain. Still within the battle shuttle, as the sovereign banner appears, emanating an awe-inspiring and dreadful aura. In an instant, layers of runes erupt, obliterating several formidable beings above the golden immortal rank. Indeed, the sacrificial divine artifact is in their possession. No wonder the assassin deity from beyond the heavens has joined the fray. The celestial palace's members begin to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet the shock only intensifies. As the existence of such a divine artifact is far too ancient, even the three ancient chaotic sects do not possess such a relic. Boom, boom, boom. The unparalleled killing formation exhibits terrifying might, sweeping over the dark-clad figures as a tempest of thunder rages, deafening and disorienting, sending shockwaves through the very air. However, the sovereign banner's power is overwhelming, far beyond what the killing formation can contend with, as it activates 6 layers of runes. Terrifying beams of light dominate the heavens, cutting through all foes, as the expressions of those present reveal shock and disbelief. The energy ripples from the sovereign banner, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Uft, uft, uft. One after another, figures dissolve into crimson mist. Golden immortals are annihilated, their very essence extinguished. The foundation of the celestial palace burns, utterly defenseless. At this moment, over 1,000 venerable golden immortals unleash a terrifying radiance, coalescing to summon an unparalleled longsword. In an instant, the sky fills with walls of swords, millions of longswords stretching across the expanse. The sword wheel of 10,000 gold. Boom, boom, boom. The air vibrates with the sound of 1,000,000 swords, their power tearing the very fabric of the heavens, each sword possessing unfathomable might, poised to obliterate the dark-clad figures. Yet, in the next moment, the sovereign banner quakes, its energy growing increasingly formidable as it is driven by the powers of the golden immortals, unleashing beams of light as if summoned from the depths of the underworld. With each shot, hundreds, even thousands of souls are ensnared. Uft, uft, uft. In mere moments, bodies collapse, their eyes devoid of life, their souls forcibly extracted. How could this be? The two palace masters of the celestial palace scream in despair, realizing they cannot possibly withstand this onslaught. The losses are incalculable. Even several epic-souled powerhouses are falling to the ground. Chapter 76, The Blood of the Underworld. 9 million golden immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere is rife with the ferocity of battle, as the entire celestial palace erupts in radiant light, beams of energy surging forth. The very earth fractures, and the palatial structures have been reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. How can this be? What manner of being possesses such overwhelming strength, able to effortlessly strip the souls of the ancient elders, tearing them from their bodies? These are beings surpassing the golden immortal realm, renowned even in the celestial realm. Yet now, they are rendered powerless, their grand formation shattered by the overwhelming waves of the sovereign banner. In an instant, the celestial palace is filled with cries of anguish. The celestial palace, one of the ancient chaotic sects, finds itself utterly unable to resist, vastly outmatched. 500,000 golden immortals, who could dare oppose them? Presently, the celestial palace, one of the ancient chaotic sects, is left with a staggering number of casualties. We surrender the key to immortality. Do not continue, they insist, asserting their innocence in this turmoil. The former palace master speaks, his demeanor filled with sorrow and despair, openly conceding, unwilling to pursue further conflict. For the might of the dark-clad golden immortals is far too overwhelming for the celestial palace to withstand. At this juncture, nearly half of the 1,000 ancient immortals of his generation have perished, with some having their souls forcibly taken, their bodies obliterated. You've brought this upon yourselves. The mysterious entity speaks, unleashing torrents of flames that incinerate the remaining resisting golden immortals, reducing their forms to charred remnants, scattering them across the cosmos. You, the elder of the celestial palace, glares with fury, as one of those slain was his closest confidant. A tempest of rage swells within him. Were it not for the future of the celestial palace, he would wager everything in a desperate struggle. This is the key to immortality. If you cease your assault now, we can turn the page. The former palace master reveals the key, crystalline and radiant, exuding a fragrant aroma that confirms its authenticity as the key to immortality. Diyuan raises his hand, seizing the key from the dark-clad figures, leaving only one remaining. In that moment, not only will the mission be accomplished, but they will also gain powerful battle slaves and unlock the path to immortality. The celestial palace stands in ruins. The unparalleled formation has been shattered. The sovereign banner has laid waste to it, leaving the mountain gate of the celestial palace in utter disarray, with deep chasms carved into the earth, and the sacred veins rendered useless, unfit to serve as the foundation of an ancient sect. Within the hallowed halls of the celestial palace, countless disciples found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Those who had managed to maintain their distance fared somewhat better, suffering only minor abrasions. However, those who had been in close proximity bore a collective memory of an unshakable terror. As one visage after another, their fellow brothers and sisters was swept away by an overwhelming and horrific ripple, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that shattered them into oblivion. The survivors present were unwilling to revisit such a harrowing scene. The celestial palace faced its gravest calamity in recorded history. The current and former masters, flanked by venerable elders, bore expressions of grim resolve, with many nursing grievous wounds. Under the guidance of the former master, they sought to negotiate with the denizens of Death God Mountain. Our esteemed master harbors no intentions of inciting discord, yet your utter lack of self-awareness is astounding. And now what have we here? After so many years in the chaotic realm, nurturing countless disciples, witnessing their demise, has this led to any favorable outcome? The words of the enigmatic being cut through the hearts of the celestial palace's denizens like a dagger, evoking a dread reminiscent of the horrors faced by 10 clans prior. The countenance of those present darkened, yet they found themselves powerless against the overwhelming might of the golden immortals arrayed before them. They could only swallow their pride, feigning smiles as they confronted the specter of Death God Mountain. Our master's position is clear. The key to ascension shall belong to us, and we require an audience with all the ancient celestial arts of the celestial palace, alongside compensation for the losses we have incurred today. The current master of the celestial palace, exuding an air of nonchalance, stepped forward, rubbing his hands together, declaring, "Everything is negotiable, indeed." With a resounding slap, an elder struck the current master, the sound echoing through the air like a thunderclap, sending him staggering, his knees buckling as he fell before the assembly from Death God Mountain. Initially indignant, the mysterious being soon chuckled, "There is no need for such formality. How unbecoming it would be for the illustrious master of the celestial palace to kneel in apology. It would suggest that Death God Mountain is taking advantage of its position. But since you are already kneeling, why not prostrate yourselves a few more times?" The corners of the mouths of the celestial palace's disciples twitched in suppressed fury, and the former master's heart sank. It seemed the day had turned dire, devoid of auspicious signs. From the outset, the celestial palace sought to establish its authority, to convey to the other two ancient sects that it was not to be trifled with, and to intimidate other factions. Yet everything appeared to spiral beyond their control. Now, many pondered which misstep had led to this predicament. A collective sigh emerged. It was not that the celestial palace lacked the means to assert its dominance, but rather that it had misjudged its adversaries. The forces from Death God Mountain, whether in depth of heritage or in might, were fearsomely formidable, growing from thousands to hundreds of thousands of golden immortals, and now standing at an astounding 50,000. It was never Death God Mountain that suffered mishaps, but rather the celestial palace, which had grossly underestimated the strength of the newcomers from the lower realms. Following the recent clash with the 50,000 golden immortals from Death God Mountain, the unparalleled formation had crumbled, with even the mountain gates reduced to rubble. The terrifying waves and ripples that ensued stirred a maelstrom of horror among the onlookers outside the Celestial Palace, their hearts ablaze with dread. Initially, many had speculated on how Death God Mountain would be overwhelmed, given the Celestial Palace's capabilities and strength. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. The Celestial Palace faced a calamitous defeat, with thousands of golden immortals perishing in the fray. The Celestial Palace, once a proud representative of the chaotic ancient sect, now faced the grim prospect of being erased from the annals of this realm, unable to secure a foothold among such transcendent powers. The unexpected ferocity of Death God Mountain had left the Celestial Palace reeling. It seemed improbable that matters would reach a swift resolution. After all, even the chaotic Dao Palace had intervened, as had the Assassin's divine dynasty from beyond the heavens. Such formidable forces, with a history spanning countless epochs, had cultivated their assassins into beings of extraordinary prowess, and the true location of their stronghold remained a mystery to all. Even during negotiations, the presence of that formidable elder had hinted at a power beyond reckoning. Speculations arose that the Assassin's divine dynasty would soon make their move. Yet, in the very next moment, a wave of terrifying energy rippled forth, sending shudders through the ground. Many nearby cultivators, caught too close, let out blood-curdling screams as they were obliterated, their bodies exploding like overripe melons, their souls shattering before they could even react. Could it be that negotiations had faltered? Or was it possible that the Celestial Palace still had a hidden hand, poised to strike back against Death God Mountain? Many were taken aback, startled, and horrified, as they hastily retreated from the Celestial Palace, for no one wished to become the next casualty in this unfolding tragedy. It was indeed Death God Mountain that had struck. The audacity of this force from the lower realms was astonishing. Was it the demon sect? The earlier negotiations had merely sought to glean information about this place. Now, with all that needed to be known unveiled, the Celestial Palace had become redundant. The mysterious being unleashed torrents of flame that tore through the fabric of the cosmos, causing the heavens to collapse. A deluge of fire rained down like a celestial shower, engulfing the entire Celestial Palace. To show such disrespect, while harboring ill intent toward our esteemed master, it seems there is no room for dialogue. Let us engage in a fight to the bitter end. None shall escape. Your Celestial Palace stands so resolutely for your sect's honor. Yet what is that worth if it leads to bloodshed and sacrifice? With a cold huff, the mysterious being radiated an aura of lethal intent, its flames igniting the air around them. Many golden immortals erupted in fury, their forms engulfed in darkness. As portions of their flesh were incinerated, the terrifying power even threatening their very souls. Those who could not evade the flames were reduced to nothingness. Simultaneously, the 50,000 golden immortals surged forth, relentlessly channeling the sovereign banner, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that coursed through the battlefield. The cries of battle resounded like thunder, chaos and destruction reigning as the remnants of the Celestial Palace's leadership fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to their fate, falling lifeless to the ground. The enemies of Death God Mountain would never grant them a chance for survival. The first rule was to eradicate the root of the problem. Time and again, subterfuge had led to their demise. Now they would reap the consequences. Diyuan reveled in his newfound fortune, as the Celestial Palace, one of the chaotic ancient sects, proved to be a treasure trove of unfathomable depth. Countless rare and divine medicines, as well as numerous ancient celestial arts, lay within his grasp. Yet, compared to the prestige of the trading mall, it was merely an embellishment. Among the treasures, one ancient celestial art stood out, truly originating from the celestial realm, known as the Ming Blood Divine Art. This technique, derived from a demonic domain within the celestial realm, upon reaching mastery, could condense one's true essence into multiple incarnations, up to 9, each possessing nearly equal strength. At first glance, it seemed remarkable, but upon deeper reflection, placed within the ranks of the shadowy figures of Death God Mountain, it was not inferior to the might of divine beings descending from the heavens. Based on the foundation of the divine demons descend upon the 9 heavens. The further application of the dark blood divine art instilled a sudden thrill in the heart of Emperor Yuan. Following the enhancement of the divine demons descend upon the 9 heavens, the formation of the Death God Mountain consisted of 1 million immortals and 1 million golden immortals. With the augmentation of the dark blood divine art, this number swelled to 900 million immortals and 900 million golden immortals. Is the Heavenly God Palace a righteous sect or a band of demonic fanatics within the immortal realm? Such a method is undeniably extraordinary. After an investigation by a mysterious being, a revelation emerged. This technique indeed originated from the demonic realms. Moreover, its origins are staggering, having been handed down by a formidable giant of the immortal realm, who, in times past, was suspected to have ascended to the level of a ritualistic supreme being, dominating the world. If nothing unexpected occurs, that individual may still reside within the immortal realm. Such a figure could have returned to simplicity, perhaps now masquerading as a humble wonton vendor on the street or a craftsman within an inn. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yang Yuanyuan remarked, "Aren't you just a cub? Yet you seem to possess considerable knowledge." The mysterious being, somewhat smug, replied, "Do not underestimate me, despite my youthful appearance. I have lived for millions of years compared to the human race. By the way, master, would you care to ride upon my father? That fellow would surely revel in it. I recall riding him only once shortly after my birth." Chapter 77, Malevolent Intent in the Shadows. The key to ascension is gathered. The mission is accomplished. The entire chaos realm trembled. The heavenly god palace was utterly eradicated. Originally one of the three ancient chaotic orthodoxies, each held a key to ascension, awaiting fateful individuals, like fish biting at bait. The three ancient orthodoxies united to hunt down their prey, embarking on the path to immortality. Yet, unexpectedly, the heavenly god palace suffered a catastrophic defeat. Kunlun Mountain did not intervene and even willingly surrendered its key to ascension, seemingly having foreseen the impending crisis. Meanwhile, Kunlun Dao Palace remained locked in a bitter feud with Death God Mountain, as its direct descendants were slaughtered one after another, suffering relentless losses. The external world was abuzz with shock. Various factions were astounded. Some only learned of this calamity after arriving at the heavenly god palace, which now lay in ruins, devoid of anything else. In an instant, many in the chaos realm found it hard to fathom that Death God Mountain could be a final scheme left by the immortal beings, aiming to unlock the path to immortality. Yet, the current state of the immortal realm remains uncertain. Does it truly exist? All of this is difficult to verify, as the immortal beings summoned during the divine phenomena left little trace or information, with their avatars meeting untimely ends. Has someone discovered the whereabouts of Death God Mountain? Where are they heading? Kunlun Dao Palace? Could it be that they intend to launch a triple assault, completely dismantling the three ancient chaotic orthodoxies? First, the annihilation of the heavenly god palace, and now, is the Kunlun Dao Palace quaking in fear? After all, there are 500,000 golden immortals. They must realize they have squandered a prime opportunity. If they had previously joined forces with the heavenly god palace for a full-scale assault, they could have dealt a decisive blow to Death God Mountain. However, now, the situation has drastically changed, and Death God Mountain appears nearly invulnerable. Furthermore, the heavenly god palace has acquired numerous resources, including unparalleled killing formations. The chaos realm has entered what can be described as the most exhilarating era in thousands of years. One of the three ancient chaotic orthodoxies has been annihilated by Death God Mountain, which is now racing towards the other ancient orthodoxies, the Kunlun Dao Palace. Truly, they are in relentless motion, either engaging in combat or en route to do so. Many are astonished. Could Death God Mountain truly be this ruthless in the lower realms? What fierce individuals! In Kunlun Mountain, the unparalleled Great Formation has already been activated, and all disciples of Kunlun are on high alert. Now that the forces of Death God Mountain are en route, could they be the next target? Numerous disciples are gripped by fear, as they cannot ascertain the truth. If this is indeed the case, the Chaos Realm is on the verge of opening the path to immortality, and they would merely become the mountains of corpses and seas of blood along this path, mere remnants. Would Death God Mountain, after obliterating the Kunlun Dao Palace, come to eradicate us as well? A woman of striking beauty, her eyes filled with profound sorrow, is none other than the sister of the Kunlun Mountain Lord, possessing strength at the golden immortal level. The Kunlun Mountain Lord shook his head, stating, "In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, strength reigns supreme. How many prodigies have perished on this path of invincibility? Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, bones turning to dust. Who truly claims invincibility? And who dares to declare themselves undefeated? The immortal realm may exist, perhaps. After all, our master has ascended. However, according to the timeline, he should return to take a look. The immortal realm, the mortal realm, a chasm that seems insurmountable?" The Kunlun Mountain Lord felt a deep melancholy, burdened by the weight of witnessing life and death, having seen the world's turmoil. He declared, "Death God Mountain will not eradicate Kunlun Mountain entirely, even in death. It shall only be I who perishes. We have already surrendered the key to ascension, and I have even given him the golden short staff." His sister was taken aback, her face displaying astonishment. "Brother, that short staff could traverse our Kunlun Mountain gate directly. With the heavenly god palace obliterated, do we still invite him into our trap? Not at all. It is merely to express our intentions. Kunlun Mountain has no desire to be adversaries. We simply wish to walk the path of ascension together. Besides, the people of Kunlun Mountain may also use the golden short staff to cross over. Ultimately, it may serve as one of the escape routes for the Chaos Palace Lord. His sister's brows furrowed in subtle concern. The arrival of Death God Mountain from the lower realms truly exudes an aura of invincibility. One of the three ancient chaotic orthodoxies, the Heavenly God Palace, was turned upside down in an instant. Now, they are hastily making their way to the Kunlun Dao Palace. And the next scene is unlikely to be much better. Moreover, there are covert assassins from the divine killing dynasty lurking in the shadows, biding their time. Are they also preparing for the path to immortality? Watch closely. Will the Kunlun Dao Palace ultimately face annihilation? In this light, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Suddenly, the Kunlun Mountain Lord's sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, could it be that you intend to? The Kunlun Mountain Lord smiled knowingly, raising a finger to his sister's lips. In the Kunlun Dao Palace, crack, crack, crack. The palace master, Lu Batian, was seething with rage, his towering figure pulsating with an overwhelming energy that resonated through his very being, causing the ground beneath him to fracture with a deafening crack. Echoing like the roar of dragons and tigers, shaking the air itself. He was furious. He never anticipated that Kunlun Mountain would play such a hand, not only extricating itself, but also turning the tables against him, effectively sealing his fate. Now, with Death God Mountain holding a single key to ascension, the path to immortality could be unlocked, and with their enmity unresolved, he could not, under the glaring eyes of the public, send forth his grandson, Lu Qingwan's revenge before willingly offering it up. The bones of his Lu family are not so easily broken as those of Kunlun Mountain. Had it not been for a fleeting intuition warning him of potential danger on the road to the Heavenly God Palace, he might have already met a grim fate. The Heavenly God Palace could not be obstructed. In this battle, Death God Mountain indeed grasped a ritualistic divine artifact. This is a significant artifact, and currently, the Kunlun Dao Palace seems to possess no means of countering it. Once the ritualistic divine artifact activates several runes, they might not withstand the onslaught. They managed to repel one wave of attacks, suffering considerable casualties, but how will they fare against the second and third waves? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the void, piercing through the fabric of reality. Even the esteemed Chaos Dao Palace, a bastion of the ancient chaotic lineage, could not withstand this intrusion. The grand formation faltered, and the entity traversed the expanse of the void, appearing directly in the grand hall. It was an elderly man, emaciated and frail, exuding an aura of desolation and decay. Yet, his gaze was utterly captivating, sharp as a blade. Suddenly, the eyes of Lu Batian, the master of the Kunlun Dao Palace, quivered. The old man before him was none other than the figure associated with the Heavenly Killer's divine dynasty, known for their transactions in the outer realms. The sheer terror of his strength and the might of his origins far exceeded Lu's imagination. It was said that the Heavenly Killer's divine dynasty once operated within the celestial realm, renowned throughout the 9 heavens. Even when the great powers of the celestial realm united to hunt them down, they failed to inflict any significant damage. Their strength inscrutable and extraordinary. Even in the chaotic world, the information held by their ancient lineage regarding the Heavenly Killers remained scant. Apart from the specific small worlds engaged in task assignments, little else was known. Lu Batian reflected on how many years had passed since he last visited the Chaos Dao Palace. He recalled a time when he had achieved great success, yet had become forgetful of old friends. It was his own misfortune that had led to his pursuit by the titans of the celestial realm, resulting in his soul being torn asunder and ultimately leading to a fate akin to that of a mere walking corpse. The elder from the outer realm, hunched and filled with memories, simultaneously radiated an overwhelming fury and murderous intent, vowing to return to the celestial realm and slay those ancient immortals. Hand over the key to ascension, and you may secure your safety. Even the presence of your grandfather cannot alter this. Lu Batian narrowed his eyes, questioning, do you intend for the Mountain of Death to serve as your vanguard? And if so, from our perspective, there are numerous vanguards without the Mountain of Death. Does the Chaos Dao Palace, Kunlun Mountain, or the chaotic realm lack other forces? Very well, I consent to relinquish the key to ascension. Yet this does not signify that the Kunlun Dao Palace is intimidated. My grandson's vendetta will be settled in due time. As 500,000 golden immortals surged forth, the Kunlun Dao Palace had been reduced to a mere deep pit, its very foundation excavated. Having received word of the impending doom, its gates fled in haste. However, they left behind the key to ascension. Thus, young Diyuan gathered 49 pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Chapter 78. Instant Ascension to Golden Immortal. Golden Immortal Tribulation. Unmatched physical form. Overwhelming all foes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected 49 keys to Ascension, completing the task. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Ritual Tao level Palace Gate. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Ritual Tao Divine Medicine, Nirvana Essence. Congratulations, host. You have gained the Ritual Tao level Divine Technique, Tyrannical Golden Shield Body. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 Peak Battle Slaves of the Celestial Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Ritual Tao level Protective Talismans. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 Ritual Tao level Thunder God Talismans. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Ritual Tao level Phoenix Fire Talismans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Ritual Tao level God Slaying Talismans. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, a subtle smile graced young Diyuan's lips. He had succeeded. The Ritual Tao level artifacts had already bestowed upon him numerous surprises and shocks. Merely activating the 4 talismans enabled him to overpower Golden Immortals, and even those stronger than them. Now, he had directly obtained a Ritual Tao level Palace Gate, which, even in the presence of celestial beings, would be no easy feat to breach. Simultaneously, he acquired the Ritual Tao Divine Technique, Tyrannical Golden Shield Body. Upon examination, he discovered its might was truly unparalleled, even surpassing the strength of divine beings descending from the heavens. This was a pure physical refinement technique of Ritual Tao level. Even the great path of the indestructible Golden Clan paled in comparison, easily outclassing it by a wide margin. In his hand, a brilliant object emerged, radiating dazzling light. Shimmering with layers of brilliance, a drop of liquid, the Nirvana Essence, a divine artifact of Ritual Tao level. The moment it appeared, it exuded a rich medicinal fragrance that filled the air. The liquid sparkled like golden light, resembling a blazing sun rising within. Its potency was extraordinary. Merely inhaling its essence flooded Yang Diyuan's body with invigorating energy, causing his limbs, organs, and very being to feel as though they were soaring. Even at the peak of the Yuan immortal realm, he could distinctly sense a surge in his physical prowess. Truly a divine artifact, the Ritual Tao level was beyond the mundane. Yang Diyuan exclaimed in awe, realizing that the surprise brought forth by the Nirvana Essence was even more profound than that of the Ritual Tao artifacts. For just a single breath of its fragrant essence ignited within him a spark of enlightenment, propelling him toward a breakthrough, significantly enhancing both his primordial spirit and physical form. Suddenly, the 12-winged seraph awoke from her slumber, her petite form now wide-eyed with wonder. She climbed up Yang Diyuan's arm, settling at his wrist, her face radiating a blissful expression. Her delicate features glowed with satisfaction, and her wings, quivering with joy, instinctively fluttered in delight. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed, her throat moving as her beautiful eyes flitted toward Yang Diyuan, pointing at the drop of Nirvana Essence. "Fear not, I shall not forget you," Yang Diyuan chuckled, sensing the mysterious being within him trembling with excitement, unable to contain its instinctual exhilaration. "What a divine artifact this is, my master. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Even beings above the golden immortal realm could be vanquished in an instant." The enigmatic entity marveled, exhilarated and deeply moved. Yang Diyuan nodded. The allure of the Nirvana Essence was immense, captivating not only him, but also Qingqing and the mysterious entity of the demon race. In an instant, the resplendent Nirvana Essence was consumed, and Yang Diyuan felt his entire being elevate, both body and spirit undergoing rapid transformation. Mysterious principles unfurled within him, imbued with Ritual Tao level rules and divine patterns, blossoming throughout his limbs and organs, permeating his very blood and bones. A qualitative change enveloped Yang Diyuan's physique. He broke through in that moment. Golden Immortal First Layer. And this was merely the beginning. As the various techniques within him surged into motion, Yang Diyuan discovered that the Nirvana Essence consumed only a fraction of its power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden Immortal Second Layer. Golden Immortal Third Layer. Golden Immortal Fourth Layer. Golden Immortal Fifth Layer. Golden Immortal Sixth Layer. Golden Immortal Ninth Layer. Golden Immortal 10th Layer. Golden Immortal 11th Layer. Golden Immortal 12th Layer. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Diyuan radiated waves of golden light and ripples of the Tao, expanding ferociously. Qingqing and the mysterious entity watched in astonishment. To break through an entire realm, directly ascending to the peak of Golden Immortal 12th Layer, and he still seeks to continue his ascent? Both were left dumbfounded. They were aware of Yang Diyuan's terrifying strength and mystery, yet they had not anticipated such an astonishing prowess in his cultivation, let alone the Golden Immortal realm, even at the celestial level. Many cultivators required countless years to accumulate and break through to a minor realm. The average individual needed centuries to advance. Yet what did they witness now? Their master had, in the span of merely an incense stick, continuously broken through 12 layers, reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal. He was on the brink of breaching yet another realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the golden immortal surged, rippling and swelling like a colossal wave rampaging through the chaos. Diyuan was enveloped in a radiant glow, scriptures manifesting around him, his strength skyrocketing. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a punch that shattered the very void of the chaos realm. Such a display of energy left many in the chaos realm wide-eyed in astonishment. Numerous individuals, following in the footsteps of the Death God Mountain, hastened to Kunlun Dao Palace. Bewildered by the sight of the Chaos Dao Palace willingly relinquishing the key to ascension, even vacating their gates in a hasty retreat. Now, they witnessed a terrifying yet magnificent spectacle. A genuine golden immortal was on the verge of breaking through right before their eyes. In an instant, the horrific golden shackles rippled and surged forth in layers, accompanied by ominous clouds that gathered and engulfed the sky. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy in the vicinity erupted violently, the ominous force of the heavenly tribulation swirling within the darkening clouds. Could it be that Diyuan, the lord of the Death God Mountain, was about to transcend his current realm? The pressure exuded was nothing short of that of a peak golden immortal. Otherwise, the dreadful golden shackles would not have appeared to bind and suppress him. In the chaos realm, the golden immortal stood at the pinnacle of power. With only a few formations, such as the unparalleled killing array housed within the heavenly god palace, capable of isolating certain rules, allowing a select few to transcend the limitations imposed by the golden immortal realm and unleash even greater might. Yet, now, aside from the path to ascension, it had been tens of millions of years since anyone dared to confront the rules so brazenly, prepared to welcome the heavenly tribulation that lay beyond the golden immortal level. Could he succeed in such an audacious endeavor? Throughout history, many powerful beings have sought to defy fate. But how many golden immortals have perished in the tribulation meant for their kind? This is an irreversible trend. As Diyuan broke through, inviting the wrath of the heavenly tribulation, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged and ravaged, sweeping across millions of miles. In that moment, the entire chaos realm erupted in commotion. Major factions, practitioners, and even the townsfolk, children playing merrily and waiters serving tea, all paused to gaze toward the distant heavens. What was happening? Was someone attempting to endure the golden immortal tribulation? It had been so many years. How could anyone still be so headstrong as to believe they could ascend by breaking through the golden immortal threshold? Rumors spread that the Death God Mountain had gathered the key to ascension from the lower realms and was about to unlock the path to immortality. Would they permit other practitioners to share this path alongside them? Was the one facing the golden immortal tribulation truly the Lord of Death God Mountain? Could it be that he was so ruthless? Should he fail the golden immortal tribulation, it would mean certain death. No one had ever survived such a failure. Could he truly break the shackles and records of the past? At Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Kunlun Mountain Lord were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not expected the Lord of Death God Mountain to possess such formidable strength. Now that he held the key to ascension, his intent to face the golden immortal tribulation was a testament to his extreme confidence. Many disciples were left shaken, recalling the three major factions of the chaos ancient Tao. One, the heavenly god palace, had been obliterated, leaving nothing behind. The other, the chaos Tao palace, had fled, abandoning their gates upon hearing of the Death God Mountain's approach to annihilate their stronghold, leaving behind the key to ascension. They felt fortunate that their mountain lord had foresight, promptly handing the key to ascension to the Death God Mountain. Otherwise, Kunlun Mountain would not be as tranquil as it was now. Had the mountain lord erred in judgment, the heavenly god palace would have been their inevitable fate and reflection. The Death God Mountain, Diyuan, was preparing to sacrifice divine artifacts. Would he survive the golden immortal tribulation? Senior brother, the lineage from the lower realms is shrouded in mystery. I have often suspected it to be a hidden hand from the celestial realm. After all, countless years have passed, and even the strongest from the celestial realm cannot traverse freely between the two worlds. If he is indeed a legacy of the celestial realm, gathering the key to ascension to unlock the path, could he shatter the rules and restrictions, allowing celestial beings to descend completely? How could one know of events yet to unfold? Even powerful entities like the Heavenly Machine Pavilion have suffered due to excessive revelations of their secrets, incurring the wrath of the heavens. In the annals of the chaos realm, over the span of millions of years, there have been instances where every 3 generations of Heavenly Machine Pavilion masters met untimely ends, their lives cut short. with the last known generation reportedly perishing a millennium ago due to excessive disclosures of heavenly secrets, falling victim to the golden immortal tribulation that was forcibly lowered upon them. I recall that some of our forebears ventured to observe the situation. The mountain gates had been leveled, leaving behind desolation and decay. No one remained alive within the heavenly machine sect. In a certain small world, this was the abandoned stronghold of the killer divine dynasty, a place awaiting the opening of the path to ascension. Perhaps there would be a chance to ascend to immortality. An elder from the outer heaven spoke to Lu Batian, the master of the Chaos Dao Palace, his eyes sparkling with insight. The latter expressed gratitude, for if he had confronted the Death God Mountain directly, he would have had little assurance of success and would have faced meaningless depletion of the Chaos Dao Palace's resources, diminishing their hopes on the path to ascension. Look, the Heavenly God Palace has already been obliterated. They didn't even survive long enough to open the path to ascension. Suddenly, the master of the Chaos Dao Palace felt a stirring in his spirit, his divine eye unfolding as he gazed across millions of miles. There, before the former gates of the Chaos Dao Palace, the golden immortal tribulation raged, ominous clouds gathering in oppressive waves. It was indeed the golden immortal tribulation. I have a persistent feeling that even the tribulation of ascension may not pose a significant challenge for him, barring unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, with the Death God Mountain's mystery, his fate has not yet reached its conclusion. The master of the Chaos Dao Palace, Lu Batian, reflected that if all went as anticipated, the path to ascension would soon be opened. Now, standing outside the vortex of conflict, having extricated himself from the battlefield to observe the unfolding tempest, he felt an odd kinship with the Kunlun Mountain Lord, pondering whether they shared the same state of mind throughout this ordeal. The elder from the Killer Divine Dynasty observed with keen eyes, like a radiant lamp igniting the darkness, his entire being brimming with energy. As the laws of the cosmos interwove and unfurled in the air, he was equally astonished by the events transpiring thousands of miles away, the golden immortal tribulation, the obliteration of the golden immortal, and the ephemeral nature of the golden immortal's transformation. The elder seemed to sense something, recalling past memories. It is said you have many disciples, most of whom were nurtured in the outer heaven since childhood. There were 5 who sought to break the constraints of the rules and face the golden immortal tribulation, yet they ultimately perished. The elder responded calmly. Such is the nature of existence. All has passed. We are all in pursuit, striving to navigate and seek a way out. Buzz, buzz, boom, boom, boom. The terrifying golden light surged forth as golden shackles descended like a net of divine retribution, enveloping Yang Diyuan completely, seeking to ensnare him. Simultaneously, the heavenly tribulation above the ninth sky gathered its overwhelming destructive aura, intent on reducing this rule-defying individual to ruins and dust. The golden immortal tribulation. Let us witness what unfolds. Behind Yang Diyuan, remarkable phenomena manifested as scriptures swirled around him. He was certainly not overconfident. Various celestial weapons and armor protected him, alongside the divine artifacts he had summoned for his defense. At that moment, Yang Diyuan swiftly absorbed the ritual-grade divine methods, the dominant golden body, a testament to the formidable might of ritual-grade techniques, powerful and unparalleled. Had it not been for the system that enabled him to learn and internalize it instantaneously, he would have required years of comprehension. In an instant, his physical body began to shed its old skin, visibly transforming. His face splitting as new, radiant skin emerged, and his physical strength soared exponentially. And the dominant golden body, being a ritual-grade divine method, would not cease its evolution here. To the second level, to the third level, to the fourth level. In the blink of an eye, Yang Diyuan shed 4 layers of skin, his newly regenerated flesh now 100-fold stronger than before. As the formidable Ba Dao Jin Gang body circulated, the yet-to-be fully digested nirvana essence continuously supplied him with energy. Without it, the complete metamorphosis of the Ba Dao Jin Gang would have been impossible. Is this the essence of the ritualistic divine law? A gleam of brilliance sparkled in Yang Diyuan's eyes. After the passage of a mere incense stick's duration, he had undergone 15 transformations through the method of the Ba Dao Jin Gang, nearing the pinnacle of his current physical form. This was remarkable, especially considering his already extraordinary physique. A fellow golden immortal of the same realm would find it commendable to endure even a single shedding of skin. With a flick of his hand, he swept away the encroaching golden shackles that had ensnared him, shattering them in an instant. The constraints of rules and shackles proved utterly ineffective, breaking apart as effortlessly as a hair. In the void, golden ripples of law swirled, and the shattered golden chains seemed to writhe and regroup, yet they could not restrain him. With each successive punch from Yang Diyuan, the golden principles crumbled, extinguished, dimmed. and ultimately vanished into oblivion. By the heavens! In the distance, countless cultivators gasped, astonished at the ferocity and dominance displayed by the Lord of the Death God Mountain. Was it truly possible that even the golden shackles, the interwoven constraints of the laws, could be obliterated so easily? Many golden immortals began to question whether the rules of this realm were merely superficial. A wave of despair washed over many rogue cultivators, who, upon witnessing such a spectacular scene, resolutely chose to ascend beyond the golden immortal realm, even outstripping a few in strength as they faced their own golden immortal tribulations. Buzz, 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 are you out of your minds? Some implored. If there is even a chance, we might follow in the footsteps of the Death God Mountain and embark upon the path to immortality. It isn't a point of no return. There are other avenues to explore. Many cultivators felt a deep sense of sorrow, their hearts heavy with emotion, trying to dissuade those caught up in excitement, yet unable to quell their fervent spirits. For numerous individuals, the golden immortal tribulations approached swiftly, arriving even before the Lord of the Death God Mountain, Diyuan. What in the world? Is this targeting us? Even the laws of the Tao seem to know how to bully the weak. Many golden immortals roared in frustration as the golden shackles encroached, heavy as mountains and terrifying as a torrent unleashed from a dam. They were immediately ensnared, their bodies bound by the golden chains, the rules entwining them causing their flesh to crumble, their spiritual light dimming. With the descent of a single bolt of heavenly tribulation, one golden immortal met their end. By the heavens! The power of these shackles has not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it has grown even stronger. Just how terrifying is the physical form of the Lord of the Death God Mountain, rivaling that of an immortal weapon? Many golden immortals were left in shock. In the face of such overwhelming might, they found themselves powerless, unable to replicate Diyuan's ease in breaking free from the shackles, let alone withstand the formidable 99 layers of heavenly tribulations. Damn it. I can think of everyone who has bullied me. Don't assume that rogue cultivators are easy prey. Some golden immortals, in despair, began to embrace the golden immortal tribulations, preparing to inscribe a perfect symbol upon their lives, leaving no regrets, intent on returning the humiliation of yesteryears in full measure. Let us perish together. I have succeeded. In the chaos realm, a great upheaval ensued. On this day, nearly several factions close to the ancient chaotic lineage lay in ruins, chaos reigning supreme. The golden immortal tribulations unleashed upon them were merciless, obliterating entire mountain gates. The tribulations, the most unreasonable existence, regarded anyone within another's tribulation range as a provocation, unleashing indiscriminate celestial punishment. Resistance would only invite annihilation, a fate so dreadful it was dubbed the Death Tribulation. It was about to begin. Chapter 79, One Punch Rendered Invincible. The laws of heaven materialized. The rest were mere trivialities. Countless gazes from the chaos realm fixated upon the ground that once served as the foundation for the ancient chaotic lineage. There, a battle unfolded. Above the clouds, heavenly thunder rumbled across the skies, crashing down like a divine drum, vast seas of lightning converging to form an ocean, booming and deafening as it descended upon Diyuan. Countless individuals were filled with trepidation, astonishment, and disbelief, their eyes glued to the spectacle before them, a scene that would echo through history, transcending the annals of time. How many had dared to confront the golden immortal tribulations, let alone survive the initial layer? Throughout history, many had perished beneath the first two layers of tribulations. Even the most renowned prodigies of cultivation remained utterly suppressed by the rules, unable to contend. Break. Diyuan, unperturbed yet exuding an intimidating aura, radiated with golden light as he unleashed the sheer force of his being. With a single punch, he shattered the vast expanse of the thunderous sea, which erupted like a broken mirror, dissipating into the heavens and transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Amidst the utter destruction lay boundless vitality. Diyuan sensed the life force hidden within the collapsing sea of thunder, invigorating his own flesh, facilitating yet another metamorphosis. His entire body shed its skin for the 16th time. Initially, he had harbored reservations, fearing certain parts might not endure. It appeared he had overthought it. By heavens! He has succeeded? In an instant, he had pierced through the thunderous sea. Why was he so effortlessly triumphant, while some golden immortals could not even break free of the golden shackles? What was his origin? How could a being from the lower realms possess such exceptional cultivation talent? At Kunlun Mountain, countless individuals stood in awe, including a group of ancient beings who had recently revived, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even they lacked the courage to take a single step forward, having once surpassed the golden immortal realm, now restrained at its peak. Despite this, They felt utterly incapable of contending with the golden, immortal tribulations, knowing that a misstep could lead to their demise. Well done, lad. The old ancestor of mine has an eye for talent. Unlike that laborious figure from the heavenly god palace, who only knows how to establish his authority, you've truly distinguished yourself. An ancient figure, a living fossil of surpassing strength, patted the shoulder of the Kunlun mountain master, one of Kunlun's ancestors, stroking his beard in admiration. Simultaneously, within the small world, the master of the Chaos Dao Palace gaped in disbelief. Despite his prior intuitions, he had underestimated the reality. The power of young Diyuan from the Death God Mountain was astonishingly formidable. With a single punch, he shattered the thunderous sea. One must ask, who in the entire Chaos realm could achieve such a feat, other than those resigned to death? Who among the ancient beings would dare to traverse the golden, immortal tribulations without fear? None. In this moment, the Chaos Dao Palace was engulfed in uncontainable shock. Breaths quickening as many began to feel relief at not having engaged in a full confrontation with the Death God Mountain. Some disciples even entertained thoughts of withdrawing from the palace, realizing that the current situation had become a matter of life and death. Continuing on would surely lead to their demise. The elder from the Killer God dynasty observed in silence, his face a mask of astonishment, his eyes flickering with thoughts unknown. A monstrous being. A staggering 81 bolts of thunder were consecutively shattered by Yang Diyuan, though the latter layers grew increasingly terrifying. Necessitating the fusion of his essence to withstand them, the benefits he reaped were immense. The Ba Dao Jin gang had undergone a transformation of 21 layers. Baptized by the tempestuous seas of thunder and graced by the blessings of the Nirvana essence, Yang Diyuan soared with unwavering confidence, believing himself unrivaled within the realm of the Golden Immortals, ready to obliterate the next realm with a mere punch. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, an inexplicable pressure surged forth, emanating from the depths of the tribulation. Was it the heavenly Tao? The manifestation of rules? Chapter 80. The acquisition of 10 million golden immortals. The once thriving gates of the Chaos Dao Palace were now shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring the sky and dominating the vast cosmos. Lightning crackled violently, imbued with harrowing energies of the rules, as the void trembled and the earth quaked, bathed in radiant hues. Observing from a distance, many cultivators gasped in shock, reluctant to approach for fear of being ensnared. The golden immortal tribulation was already fearsome, transcending time, and those who dared to confront it were rarely successful. Even among the few who attempted, all met with tragic ends beneath the storm of tribulation, their lives extinguished, reduced to ashes after enduring merely 2 waves of the Thunder Sea. Yet here stood Yang Diyuan, the formidable master of the underworld's Death Mountain, exuding an aura of terrifying strength that left many in disbelief. With incredulous gazes, they fixated on the distant sky and the solitary figure suspended in the cosmos. Such tenacity! He had shattered 81 waves of the Thunder Sea with his physical might alone. Was he a divine demon incarnate, or perhaps a reincarnation of a once legendary celestial being? Many were astounded, shaken to their core, and even those who had not joined the fray felt a thrill coursing through them, as if they were witnessing history. The events of today would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. When he chose to strike, it was as if he sought to rend the heavens and obliterate the earth, rendering the golden, immortal tribulation powerless against him. Previously, many had underestimated Yang Diyuan's prowess, believing the elusive master of Death Mountain to be relatively weak, but now he shattered all doubts. With a single force, he dismantled the formidable 81 waves of the Thunder Sea, and what spectacle unfolded before them. In the void, ripples undulated as rules traversed and intertwined, weaving into humanoid forms amidst the Thunder Sea, captivating the attention of myriad factions. It was evident that countless eyes across the entire Chaos realm were fixed upon this battleground. Even formidable beings beyond the golden immortal realm attempted to project their consciousness into this space to observe, only to be met with backlash. Was this the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, the embodiment of rules? Yang Diyuan had breached countless barriers and disrupted the established order, provoking the formless heavenly Tao to descend. Was it seeking to thwart him? Many trembled, while the masters of Kunlun Mountain, the Chaos Dao Palace, and the assassins of the divine killing dynasty gazed in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with divine light, fixated on this unfolding drama. The ethereal figures shaped by the rules bore an unsettling resemblance to women, adorned in garments spun from the very fabric of order and adorned with golden gleams. Their faces obscured, reminiscent of a vast and unfathomable starry sea, exuding an aura of profound dread. What were they? Did they embody the rules of the lower realm? Or were they manifestations of celestial order? What events had transpired in the distant past? Why had the heavenly Tao suddenly materialized this terrifying regulation? suppressing all beings' cultivation to the golden immortal level? Was it a scheme of the celestial realm to prevent those from the lower realm from surpassing them, becoming slayers of gods, and destabilizing their dominion? Of course, these were mere speculations, unproven and shrouded in the mists of time. Yet today, as young Diyuan forcefully broke through the golden immortal tribulation, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's rules was decidedly unusual, awakening some to glimpses of the world's truths. Yang Diyuan squinted, unperturbed, having consistently shattered barriers, testing the fruits of his labor against the 81 waves of the Thunder Sea. Indeed, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. Gazing ahead, he recognized the extraordinary figure before him, a surreal manifestation that exuded an oppressive aura. Yet for him, it was not overwhelmingly daunting. Moreover, he bore no fear, armed with his ceremonial artifacts, the imperial banner, the battle axe, and more. With the power of ritual-grade divine symbols at his disposal, he could unleash their might without the need to activate their intricate patterns. Once summoned, they were akin to the full force of ritual artifacts unleashed in a single strike. With a roar, Yang Dian transformed into a streak of light, ascending with unparalleled fervor, the very air around him rippling with terror as the shockwaves surged for miles. His feet, pressing against the void, demonstrated a power capable of reducing the earth beneath him to ruins. Flash! A chilling voice echoed from the humanoid figure of the heavenly Tao, devoid of emotion, mechanical in its coldness. As it spoke, an enormous blade materialized, gleaming with golden light. Swirling with terrifying radiance, aimed directly at Yang Diyuan in a bid to cleave him from brow to abdomen. Break! Yang Diyuan surged forward with the ferocity of a titan, channeling his strength as ancient scriptures and celestial techniques whirled within him, causing the very void to shatter beneath the might of his clenched fist. Boom! 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 The terrifying golden blade reverberated through the hearts of all spectators. What kind of offensive power was this? It directly manipulated the very rules, transmuting all into order, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction, sweeping down to eliminate any who defied the established order. Such was the astonishing and dreadful energy at play. Buzz! 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 The cacophony of clashing forces echoed, deafening to the ears. Yang Diyuan met the golden blade head-on, refusing to evade, his fist colliding with the blade in a clash of titans. Empowered by the ritual-grade divine law, his physicality was unparalleled, bolstered by various scriptures, and he shattered the orderly manifestation of the golden blade into countless shards. What? In that singular encounter, Yang Diyuan achieved an overwhelming advantage, rendering the orderly golden blade incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Many gasped in astonishment. Even the ancient masters of Kunlun Mountain and the Chaos Tao Palace were left aghast. What had they just witnessed? A golden immortal daring to confront the heavenly Tao, and in their first exchange, he had gained the upper hand. But it did not end there. Yang Diyuan continued to unleash a relentless barrage of punches, each strike infused with overwhelming energy, shattering the golden blade into a myriad of fragments. Those who touch the Tao shall perish. The humanoid manifestation of the heavenly Tao spoke once more, its voice imbued with a terrifying, demonic resonance, saturating the very air with a sense of impending doom. As the remnants of the shattered golden blade began to coalesce once more, reassembling into a formidable weapon, now radiating a fierce and ruthless power, charging once again towards Yang Diyuan with the intent to slay him. Yang Diyuan was an indomitable force, radiating confidence to the utmost degree, believing he could suppress all with a mere wave of his hand. As he faced the enormous blade, his expression subtly shifted, the golden, cracked blade unexpectedly disassembled in an instant, transforming into myriad razor-sharp shards, each imbued with a chilling and terrifying murderous intent. It coalesced into a cataclysmic vortex, enveloping Yang Diyuan within its tempestuous embrace, threatening to shred him into a fine mist of blood. The clangorous sound of metal reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, echoing as though chaos itself had been cleaved asunder, producing a deafening resonance that could be felt even from hundreds of thousands of miles away. The horrific spectacle left many in shock, compelling them to employ various defensive measures to shield their ears. The cacophony was so overwhelming it threatened to shatter their very souls. One could only imagine the magnitude of the assault Yang Diyuan faced from within. Some practitioners, having honed their terrifying ocular techniques, unleashed beams of light from their eyes, attempting to pierce through the chaos. Astonished, they exclaimed, "Goodness! Is his physical form truly this formidable? It appears even the defenses of his body cannot be breached, leaving only white marks behind." Buzz! 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 As these words echoed, countless spectators were left dumbfounded. Even from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, they could see the unfolding battle, a testament to the vast scope of this confrontation. Many cultivators were in rapid retreat, fearing the expanding range of the conflict would ensnare them. In the midst of it all, Diyuan's divine radiance surged forth, his entire being aglow with golden brilliance as he invoked the supreme sacred art. In that moment, his physical form underwent yet another transformation, the shards of the blade seemingly refining his essence, while the potent energy of his rebirth surged forth, successfully shedding 22 layers of his former self. His corporeal form grew even more formidable as he surged upward against the torrent of shards, defying the tempest. Kill! The ground trembled with the resounding force of his onslaught. Diyuan broke through the encirclement, confronting the divine embodiment of sentient beings. With his fists as his weapons, he descended like a torrential downpour, the might of his strikes overwhelming and relentless. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying force of his fists, Diyuan emerged, unstoppable and valiant, his extraordinary power causing the very fabric of order to shatter, splattering symbols of order in all directions. Was that blood? The symbols burst forth in rippling waves, and even the thunderous sea of divinity above began to fracture. Diyuan's gaze sharpened, his heart suddenly trembling, as a familiar silhouette appeared before him, transforming into the likeness of Su Yuwei. What could this mean? Upon leaving the divine realm of Wuji Star, he had received news that the Xixiao sacred land had been mysteriously ascended by the celestial immortals, yet he found nothing when he visited. Now, why did the embodiment of the heavenly way manifest Su Yuwei's form? Her corporeal body was disintegrating, collapsing into golden fragments, and she conveyed a secret to Diyuan. Do not ascend. It is a ruse. Do not seek me. The terrors of the celestial realm surpass our imaginations. As her words faded, Su Yuwei's figure dissipated. Diyuan was left bewildered and confused. Was ascension truly a deception? Why would Su Yuwei embody the essence of the heavenly way? Was it mere coincidence that she appeared during his tribulation? What was the truth behind it all? Was there a deliberate scheme by the celestial immortals to obstruct his ascension or to hasten his path to immortality? Was the road to immortality merely an illusion? Could it be a facade to enable a powerful being to break free from their seal? Diyuan found himself in a state of perplexity, and he was uncertain. All came to an end. Diyuan's mood darkened as he pondered whether the celestial immortals had orchestrated this outcome, convinced he would unlock the path to immortality. Was there some method observing the myriad worlds, watching him constantly? As the golden light faded, Diyuan's sacred art reached the 25th level, solidifying his already formidable physique. He was imperious and invincible. In the chaotic realm, countless beings soared, shaken by the news that swept through the world in an instant. Days passed. Diyuan's eyes glimmered with a chilling aura, radiant beams of light swirling as he recuperated. Simultaneously, the prestige marketplace brought him unexpected joy. Even the training chamber had been elevated to the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. The prestige marketplace has upgraded to level 11. Congratulations, host. The prestige marketplace has upgraded to level 12. Congratulations, host. The prestige marketplace has upgraded to level 13. Ding! Congratulations, host. The training chamber upgrade is complete, now capable of reaching the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. In that moment, Diyuan explored the level 13 system marketplace, only to be astounded by a remarkable discovery. He could summon cultivators directly from the system marketplace without any cost. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned 10 million Emperor-level battle slaves. Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned 10 million Emperor-level battle slaves. Ding! Congratulations, host. 10 million Emperor-level battle slaves have successfully entered the training chamber. Congratulations, host. 10 million Emperor-level battle slaves have successfully begun their training in the chamber. Ding! Congratulations, host. Chapter 81. The Path to Immortality Unveiled. Is ascension a ruse? Diyuan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. 10 million battle slaves have completed their training, reaching the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. Congratulations, host. 10 million battle slaves have completed their training, reaching the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. Diyuan was elated. This was a qualitative leap. His overall strength surged exponentially. Simultaneously, several million additional battle slaves also attained the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. Ding! Do the battle slaves wish to cultivate the supreme sacred art, tyrannical golden body? Cultivate. In an instant, 23 million golden immortals radiated with an overwhelming vitality, their strength magnified several-fold. Meanwhile, after several days of training and contemplation, he resolved to embark on the path to immortality. With resplendent brilliance, 49 keys to immortality radiated, their luminous glow stretching across millions of miles, igniting the entire chaotic realm into a fervor. Countless beings were stirred. The path to immortality had been unveiled. Can we seize this opportunity to tread the path to immortality together? Many hoped to join in, as golden immortals from all corners erupted with power, their very beings resonating with the laws of the cosmos, yearning to take that final step. After countless years of cultivation, was it not for this very day to ascend to the celestial realm? In the ancient path of chaos, the majestic Kunlun Mountain has recently engaged in negotiations, previously displaying a willingness for amicability. Among the three great ancient sects, one has been annihilated while another has retreated to distant realms, leaving Kunlun Mountain unscathed and eager to embark on the path to immortality together. Following the passing of the golden immortal tribulation, the thoughts of the people of Kunlun Mountain have undergone numerous transformations, culminating in a resolute decision to avoid conflict with the ominous Death Mountain, whose profound foundation is far too formidable. After days of interaction, it has become apparent that the 50,000 golden immortals dispatched on that fateful day are but a fraction of their true strength. As the 49 keys to immortality blossom and unlock, the denizens of the chaotic Tao Palace stand ready, having prepared extensively over the past days. Today marks their imminent departure towards the realm of immortality. Concurrently, they harbor concerns that Death Mountain might seal their entrance, leading to yet another fierce confrontation. Moreover, Diyuan's solitary passage through the golden immortal tribulation, which incited the wrath of the heavenly Tao, remains an unparalleled enigma. The outcome of that ordeal is shrouded in mystery to all. Let us proceed, declares Lu Batian, the master of Kunlun Tao Palace, accompanied by his disciples. Even the enigmatic figures from the celestial assassin dynasty have begun their advance, their lair known to none. Lu Batian is acutely aware that they will not simply await their fate. Simultaneously, several other factions within the chaotic realm have emerged, including the ancient Yang family, the very source of Diyuan's lineage. Buzzing, the heavens and earth are enveloped in a blinding white haze as the 49 keys to immortality draw together, radiating resplendent light and intertwining with the rules of the immortal path, coalescing into a formidable spatial tunnel, interlaced with the rules of immortality, displaying remarkable stability. Within this passage, golden light shines resplendently, myriad strands of auspicious radiance intertwine, and beams of light surge forth, exuding an ethereal fragrance that invigorates all who inhale it, leaving the cultivators feeling buoyant and rejuvenated. Boom. Diyuan gazes upon this spectacle, pondering the mysteries of the immortal realm. What truths lie within the ascension? What upheavals transpired in the holy land of crimson mist after the immortals made their appearance? What caused Su Yue to manifest as the grand path of this realm before him? Were she not to face the golden immortal tribulation? Might she have been ensnared by a malevolent force, orchestrating an alternate encounter? With preparations complete, the three dominant factions, including his brother and the supreme forces of Wujixing, await the miraculous moment. As the radiant light surges, Diyuan's war vessel glides upon the back of a mysterious creature, soaring swiftly as even the creature marvels in excitement. Finally, they return to the immortal realm. The richness of light transforms the essence of the celestial aura into tangible spiritual rain, allowing for the cultivation here to save decades of time. Upon Diyuan's entry, the people of Kunlun Mountain follow suit, a vast procession that stirs the atmosphere, unleashing terrifying celestial light that momentarily weakens the oppressive rules of heaven and earth, almost dissipating into the void. Numerous elder figures from Kunlun Mountain regain their cultivation, ascending to the great Luo immortal realm. Upon entry, the Kunlun Mountain cultivators detect a formidable assembly of black-clad figures guarding the entrance, over 100,000, all genuine golden immortals. Yet none have invoked mysterious techniques such as divine demons descend from the heavens. The shock and disbelief among the Kunlun Mountain members are palpable. They are nearly numbed by the sight. Nevertheless, an overwhelming reluctance to engage in conflict with Death Mountain stirs within many powerful figures. Such a confrontation would not lead to ascension, but rather to their demise. The deployment of 100,000 golden immortal level experts by Death Mountain signifies a strategic ambush, intent on preventing the chaotic Tao Palace from entering. Given the might of Death Mountain, it is entirely feasible for them to hunt the chaotic Tao Palace down. The master of Kunlun Mountain recalls that after Diyuan weathered the golden immortal tribulation, the chaotic Tao Palace remained in a state of shock for an extended period, inspiring genuine awe in many. Only now, as the path to immortality truly opens, does the chaotic Tao Palace emerge from the confines of a minor world. The path to immortality stretches infinitely, a resplendent, transparent passage imbued with sanctity. Rainbow light bursts forth, radiating tranquility and grandeur. as footsteps touch the ground. The transparent road reveals a kaleidoscope of colors, undeniably extraordinary. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators linger at the entrance to the path of immortality. The denizens of the chaotic Tao Palace surge forth, dispatching a contingent into the passage, and in an instant, the entrance shimmers with radiant light as the terrifying black-clad figures unleash a brutal assault, decimating the members of the chaotic Tao Palace on the spot. As the black-clad figures emerge from the path to immortality, the master of the chaotic Tao Palace, Lu Batian, wears an expression of utmost dread, his prior ominous premonitions having come to fruition. Indeed, the black-clad figures from Death Mountain are there to intercept. They lie in wait, anticipating their arrival. Lu Batian exerts his full strength, coordinating with his disciples, while even the elder experts join the fray, for their very future hinges upon this moment. The path to immortality, long awaited, now lies before them. How could they stand idly by? To those in the celestial assassin dynasty, do you still wish to take advantage of this opportunity? The enmity with Death Mountain is not solely born by the chaotic Tao Palace. Once inside, any disputes will leave you without allies. In an instant, an elder materializes from the void, while a torrent of assassins, numbering in the millions, floods the landscape, the majority being golden immortal-level experts, with a significant presence of great Luo immortals as well. It is clear that the celestial assassin dynasty has mobilized entirely, their might overwhelming and tyrannical. Their lair relocated to a minor world, rumored to be a manifestation of the celestial lord of the celestial assassin dynasty, a diminutive realm, no larger than an egg. Shimmering with light and sound, cradled in the elder's palm, seemingly half a divine artifact for ritualistic practices. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying golden immortals wreak havoc, the scene exploding with chaos as the black-clad figures reveal their dreadful might. The divine demons descend from the heavens. Technique erupts, propelling them into the great Luo immortal realm, enhancing their strength significantly as they dominate the battlefield. The chaotic Tao Palace, which made the first move, suffers tremendous losses, continuously falling to their onslaught. Who among them can withstand the assault of 100,000 great Luo immortals? Moreover, with the formidable ritualistic artifact, the Dominator banner, in hand, the ensuing tempest ravages the battlefield. In a fleeting moment, all the various methods of the chaotic Tao Palace become futile, obliterated in their entirety. Puff! A terrifying dark light surges forth, and the members of the ancient Yang family also make their appearance. A blade of light cleaves through Lu Batian's neck. Yet it is but an illusion. Suddenly, the path to immortality trembles, the entrance growing unstable as if a great battle rages within, beginning to shake violently, threatening to collapse. Chapter 82. The Path to Immortality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entrance to the path to immortality blossoms with various radiant hues, while the terrifying dark light traverses and intertwines, resembling a gateway of rules, enveloped in a rich aura of the immortal path. In this moment, the atmosphere quakes, reverberating with the sounds of celestial and demonic voices, which grow increasingly elusive, on the verge of vanishing. The 10,000 black-clad golden immortals from Death Mountain shift their forms and merge into the entrance, disappearing without a trace. This is dire. Why has the entrance to the path of immortality appeared for such a fleeting moment? Many cultivators exclaim in alarm, their voices trembling with urgency. Aside from the chaotic Tao Palace, the celestial assassin dynasty, and the ancient Yang family, numerous factions converge at this crucial juncture as the minor world manifests, drawing their respective forces within, hastily traversing towards the entrance that is poised to vanish. Charge! This path to immortality has only opened once in countless millennia. The next opportunity may well be beyond our reach. Countless golden immortal-level experts unleash a dazzling brilliance, their speed reaching its zenith as they strive to enter en masse. At this moment, all major factions, powerful cultivators, and even scattered practitioners unexpectedly refrain from engaging in conflict, instead surging forth in unison. Yet, even as the entrance to the path of immortality fades, many cultivators find themselves grasping at emptiness, crashing headlong into the earth and mountains, leaving them bloodied and battered. O heavens, how unjust thou art towards me. After languishing for many years in anticipation of the path to immortality, do we, the wandering cultivators, not deserve a chance to embark upon this celestial journey? Countless souls have raised their voices to the heavens in anguished cries, filled with hatred and madness. They have been unable to breach this sacred path. Some, in a desperate bid as the entrance to the path threatens to vanish, have charged in, only to be instantly ensnared and slaughtered by the rules and energies of the immortal domain, their bodies torn asunder, and even their souls cleaved in twain, leaving their primordial spirits gravely wounded. Within the realm of the path to immortality, many figures howl towards the sky, some even shedding tears, their breaths quickening. Faces a tumultuous blend of mania and joy. They are the fortunate ones, having successfully entered the Chaos Dao Palace, the heavenly killers of the outer heaven. And the ancient Yang family have established their presence here. The master of the Chaos Dao Palace, an elder from the outer heaven, and the mightiest of the Yang family have emerged, each cradling a miniature world the size of an egg, filled with their kin, soldiers, and descendants. To their astonishment, the dark-clad legion has retreated, halting their unparalleled slaughter. Simultaneously, the end of the path to immortality reverberates violently, as if powerful beings are engaged in combat. The aura of battle shaking the very foundations of the path, sending nine-colored ripples cascading outward. The elder from the heavenly killers squints his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He is no longer the frail figure of old. A visible transformation has taken place, as his body is now enveloped in a radiant glow, exuding a resplendent brilliance. His form has straightened, no longer stooped, muscles coiling with vigor, his visage rejuvenated to that of a youth scarcely in his 20s, wrinkles vanished, eyebrows sharp, and his eyes glimmering with an unsettling light, brimming with vitality that surpasses that of the great Luo immortals. With hands clasped behind his back, he closes his eyes to savor the beauty of the path to immortality, his breath quickening, as myriad threads of celestial energy penetrate his being, emitting an increasingly dazzling radiance. The path to immortality, the path to immortality. His name is Chung Feng. He is a captain of a branch of the heavenly killers in the outer heaven. In days gone by, the heavenly killers were a tyrannical force, slaying even the most formidable figures in the immortal realm. Yet, the Dao lineage within the chaos realm, bound by the chasm between the immortal and the mortal, ultimately remained unreachable, relegated to obscurity. For years, he has awaited the reopening of the path to immortality. Chung Feng reflects, believing that this journey to the immortal realm will finally resolve the regrets lingering in his heart. Will he ever meet the Divine King again? A pang of nostalgia grips him, and he longs to traverse the path to immortality without delay. However, the tremors ahead astonish many. Here, amid the scattered cultivators, their hearts are filled with joy, yet they face an unbearable fate. The master of the Chaos Dao Palace, Lu Batian, suppresses them with overwhelming force. The surviving golden immortals, along with elder great Luo immortals, raise their hands to absorb them, replenishing their ranks with disciples and elders who fell to the dark-clad legion. Even so, the Chaos Dao Palace has suffered grievously, its vitality severely depleted. Even with the addition of these new recruits, they cannot compare to their former strength. As these cultivators drawn from the mortal realm are all akin to living fossils, with the younger generation being a mere minority, unwilling to provoke the death god's mountain. Many begin to communicate covertly, plotting to strike against the Chaos Dao Palace at a critical moment, determined that they shall not be annihilated en masse due to their association with it. Lu Batian's aura continues to surge, standing among the great Luo immortals, his gaze piercing and commanding. Perhaps we should unite our forces, esteemed leaders of the Yang family and the elder, even against the death god's mountain. We may carve a path to victory, for we all share grievances against it. Given its tyrannical nature, reconciliation is impossible, leading us to a state of perpetual conflict. What say you? Chung Feng chuckles lightly, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes blaze with divine fervor. That is a matter for your Chaos Dao Palace to manage. Now that we are near the path to immortality, let us each pursue our own destinies, shall we, young scion of the Yang family? After all, you are the uncle of the Death God Mountain's lord, Yang Diyuan, are you not? At these words, Lu Batian's breath falters momentarily, realizing the familial ties at play. If it weren't for the powerful spells he had cast, he would have been decapitated by a member of the Yang family. Yang Xiaoyao, the master of the Yang family, stands tall, wielding a heavy iron hammer that exudes an intimidating presence. As for the Chaos Dao Palace, that is your affair. Moreover, the scattered cultivators you forcibly absorbed, leading to their eventual collapse, originated from you. In an instant, Lu Batian's expression darkens, his demeanor turning hostile. Yet he finds himself helpless against the truth of the matter. In the realm of the path to immortality, while the heavenly killers may be disregarded, the Yang family cannot be taken lightly, for conflicts may arise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the end of the path to immortality lies a vast and magnificent world, where various celestial energies swirl ominously. Here, Yang Diyuan sits in a war shuttle, surrounded by the dark-clad legion. With the system's support, he can summon them back at will. At the terminus of the path to immortality, there are 16 gateways, astonishing the onlookers. The disciples from Kunlun Mountain exclaim in disbelief. Are the legends true? As the path to immortality opens, Other regions of the starry cosmos will sense it. If they gather the keys to immortality, they too may unlock it. Who knows if other factions will arrive? The 16 gateways converge into a circular formation, spanning millions of miles. Directly ahead lies a mirror-like realm, and peering through its rippling surface reveals a land reminiscent of a celestial sanctuary, grand and awe-inspiring, with undulating mountain ranges and lush greenery, teeming with all manner of avian and terrestrial creatures, and ancient ferocious beasts abound. Visible to the naked eye, a terrifying black tiger strides forth. Its entire body a deep ebony, fur gleaming with a lustrous sheen, measuring over 30 zhang in length. It treads upon the void, effortlessly shattering towering peaks with a single swipe, the earth trembling beneath its might, as myriad beasts bow in submission to its roar, retreating in fear. Suddenly, a fearsome creature emerges, a fire phoenix, blazing like an inferno, soaring through the skies, its wings expansive, casting a shadow over the land. It measures several hundred zhang, and with each beat of its wings, it expands in size, its blood-red feathers vivid and alive, surrounded by an aura of terrifying flames, traversing millions of miles. The fire phoenix, immensely powerful, seems to hunt for sustenance. The black tiger, sensing its presence, lets out a low howl of terror and flees, leaping thousands of miles away. Yet, it is swiftly caught by the fire phoenix's claw, its primal markings flaring in a futile struggle. In an instant, it is torn asunder, one half devoured, the other discarded into the chasms of the mountains. After some time, the fire phoenix departs, allowing a few ferocious beasts to approach, eager to feast upon the remains of the king of beasts, whose massive form weighs several tens of thousands of tons. What have I just witnessed? That black tiger, likely of great luo immortal cultivation, was so effortlessly shattered by that terrifying firebird. What manner of world is this, so dreadfully formidable? The disciples of Kunlun Mountain gasp in horror. Even their master and elder generation are taken aback, recognizing that in such a realm, danger lurks at every corner. It is no wonder that the disciples, if they ventured alone, would be devoured within mere strides, reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts, not even leaving behind a trace. In an instant, fear flickers in the eyes of the gathered disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, 16 portals emerged in succession, each shimmering with 9-colored ripples, resonating with a thunderous roar. It appeared that beings from other celestial realms were embarking upon the path to immortality. Among these portals, one was ablaze with the energy of countless beasts, a terrifying array of demonic entities racing forth. In addition, 2 other portals showcased a variety of beings, predominantly nature spirits like flower and tree demons. The third portal, however, revealed a group of ancient cultivators clad in beast skins, exuding an aura of ferocity and vitality, with fierce creatures of the great luo immortal realm serving as their mounts. I seem to have stumbled upon a feast of blood, as the myriad beasts surged forth. Leading the charge were several monstrous entities, their forms imposing and fearsome. Among them was a 9-headed lion king, standing at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Upon spotting the crowd from Kunlun Mountain, a bloodthirsty light ignited in its eyes, and it opened its massive maw, revealing fangs several feet long. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Blood feast? The disciples of Kunlun Mountain erupted in indignation, infuriated that such a ferocious beast from another star domain dared to treat them as prey. However, the absence of human figures emerging from the path to immortality indicated the dominance of these demonic beasts. At the same time, on the path to immortality where Emperor Yongyuan resided, members of the Chaos Dao Palace arrived in advance. Suddenly, the gaze of the mountain lord of Kunlun Mountain flickered. Elder brother, this foul creature has declared its intent to devour our human kin. As a great luo immortal, why do you not swiftly suppress it? We are set to commence the grand feast of beasts today. Chapter 83, Entering the Immortal Realm. A thrill of terror coursed through the air. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of Kunlun Mountain exchanged bewildered glances, realizing their mountain lord had ensnared them in a predicament far beyond their expectations, brazenly involving the Chaos Dao Palace in this daylight confrontation. At that moment, countless ferocious beasts from another path to immortality roared in unison, their voices a cacophony that reverberated through the skies, echoing with a terrifying resonance. The formidable auras of these great demons were palpable, their gazes like cold blades, fixating upon the members of the Chaos Dao Palace. In that instant, the palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace widened his eyes in disbelief. The powerful clans of the little world had all emerged, and although many of them were in the great luo immortal realm, they paled in comparison to the endless ferocious beasts on the path to immortality. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying divine runes erupted, radiating brilliance as murderous intent soared to the heavens. A horrific, beastly roar surged forth, mingled with the silhouette of a crescent moonblade, crossing the threshold to immortality. Its roar shattered the very air, carrying an enigmatic energy that confined the void, causing even the formidable members of the great Luo immortal realm from the Chaos Dao Palace to turn pale, their movements stifled. Uft! The sound waves swept through the air, and the dreadful crescent moon blades swiftly beheaded several powerful members of the Chaos Dao Palace, blood spraying forth. Ancestor! The palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace, Lu Batian, shouted in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath and terror. The fallen warrior had been his revered ancestor, standing beside him as a pillar of strength, yet was brutally slain by the incoming crescent moon blade, its lethality astounding. Kunlun Mountain. The palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace roared, filled with overwhelming rage. Little did he expect that upon reaching the end of the path, they would draw the ire of another faction of beasts. The enemy took the initiative, exhibiting a ferocity and dominance that left many in shock. Brothers, the feast has begun. As the myriad beasts surged forth, various great demons charged ahead, some even leaping onto the path to immortality. Vines obscuring the skies as they formed a bridge across the chasm between realms. The ferocious beasts roared, their terrifying fangs glistening like silver gray, while divine runes erupted forth. A portion of the demonic beasts charged ahead, heading straight for the Chaos Dao Palace. In an instant, the path to immortality was awash with killing intent. The battle cries deafening. The disciples of the Chaos Dao Palace were on the verge of vomiting blood, either being slain or en route to their demise. It seemed futile to escape from the Chaos Dao Palace. Such animosity was utterly unwarranted. Uft, 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 as the myriad beasts surged and roared. Beams of light shot across the battlefield. The powerful members of the Chaos Dao Palace, left with no choice, retaliated fiercely, for several elder warriors had perished, their faces etched with fury and bloodlust. Uft, uft, uft. The ferocity of the great demons reached an unprecedented peak, yet the Chaos Dao Palace, as one of the ancient paths of chaos, was not merely a decorative entity. It possessed genuine depth and strength. The battle erupted, leaving a trail of bodies along the path to immortality. The fallen beasts and the warriors of the Chaos Dao Palace intermingled in the chaos. Retreat, retreat, retreat. At the entrance to the Chaos Realm, scattered cultivators remained vigilant, cautious, and alert. Upon witnessing the dire situation, they fled in a frenzied rush. Thousands of voices echoing as they hastily retreated, for having entered the path to immortality. They understood that failing to stabilize their footing here would lead to their demise. A grim fate indeed. Yet even so, numerous golden immortals and powerful figures from the great Luo immortal realm fell in bloody heaps. The ferocious beasts along the path to immortality boasted formidable strength, predominantly comprising golden immortals, with many strong figures from the great Luo immortal realm. In this confrontation against the Chaos Dao Palace, it was nigh an unopposed slaughter. The terrifying beasts, with their incredibly resilient physiques, unleashed devastating attacks that left countless human cultivators shattered, many perishing on the spot. Elder warriors from the Chaos Dao Palace. Their anger ignited, restored their great Luo immortal powers, their long black hair billowing as they faced the onslaught. In the Chaos Realm, they had been driven from their mountain stronghold by the denizens of Death God Mountain, and now they were ensnared by hatred, suffering grievous losses. Bang! Suddenly, Lu Batian, the palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace, was struck hard by an elder from his own clan, disorienting him. Stumbling forward, rage surged within him. Had it not been for their reckless provocation of Death God Mountain, how could the Chaos Dao Palace have fallen into such a predicament? My brothers, this fellow is a bane to us. Entrusting the Chaos Dao Palace to him is tantamount to inviting our own annihilation. Let us eliminate him and bring down Death God Mountain. Only then do we stand a chance at entering the immortal realm. Otherwise, Death God Mountain will surely bring ruin to our path. Numerous powerful figures from the Chaos Dao Palace roared, their murderous intent palpable. Many elder figures had restored their great Luo immortal powers, their hair billowing in the wind, having endured countless years and trials. They understood the gravity of their situation and deemed their reasoning sound, launching a series of assaults against the palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace. Uft, uft, uft. Wait, ancestors, are you turning against me? Lu Batian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Caught in a state of shock as he faced a barrage of attacks that fractured his limbs, his back riddled with wounds. Turning against you? How audacious! Who decided to hand over the Chaos Dao Palace to you, the blind fool? You've brought nothing but calamity upon us. If we do not slay you today, how can we hope to ascend to immortality? Divine runes erupted forth, and the palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace was forcibly ousted by the elder warriors. With fury boiling within, he found himself besieged not only by the powerful members of the Chaos Dao Palace, but also by the relentless attacks of the ferocious beasts. Truly a dire situation. Uft, uft, uft. It must be said that Lu Batian, the palace lord of the Chaos Dao Palace, wished to howl at the heavens in rage and despair. He had merely sought vengeance for his grandson, yet now he found himself ostracized and reviled, all due to the actions of his own core disciples, who had dealt him devastating blows. Boom! A terrifying blaze erupted, shattering Lu Batian's limbs as divine runes entwined around him. His body was pierced by the flames, his internal organs reduced to ash, and he was sent hurtling through the air, his very soul assailed by injuries, the essence of immortality swirling chaotically around him. As a great Luo immortal, he struggled to reconstitute his form, but was mercilessly struck down by a vicious hyena. Uft! Ugh! What a foul stench! In the Chaos Dao Palace, the master Lu Batian was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. As the palace lord, he found himself in such a humiliating predicament, ultimately reduced to being a mere pawn, a eunuch in the chaotic realm. Die, 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 he bellowed, his voice echoing with wrath. You traitors shall all perish. Lu Batian had completely lost his sanity. His entire being erupted with a terrifying radiance, signaling an impending self-detonation. In an instant, even the formidable beings of the golden immortal realm were struck with dread, hastily retreating. A deafening roar filled the air. As the explosion obliterated the hyenas nearby, the shockwave rippling far and wide. The self-detonation of a golden immortal was a sight to behold, shaking the path to ascension. The nine-colored ripples surging violently. Countless cultivators suffered grievous injuries. Even those in the great Luo immortal realm, who had prepared in advance, were severely wounded, with some losing entire limbs to the blast. Countless ferocious beasts crossing the path to ascension were torn apart, leaving a scene of devastation. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, staining the path to ascension a deep crimson. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the scattered cultivators who managed to escape swallowed hard, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, their minds trembling, their bodies quaking with fear. Kunlun Mountain, so resolutely positioned beside Death God Mountain, had become the safest faction. Mountain Lord, Death God Mountain's master. We wish to join Death God Mountain, to serve as disciples, servants, and attendants, cried a cultivator. Leading the charge, a seasoned great Luo immortal, his voice straining to be heard above the chaos, desperate not to be overlooked. By the heavens, how dishonorable! Another protested. It was I who proposed this idea. Instantly, countless cultivators surged forth, their eyes gleaming with ambition, rallying together, charging ahead, even slaying the severely injured from the Chaos Dao Palace to prove their loyalty. Buzz, 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 as they traversed the path opened by Death God Mountain. Most of the beasts met a gruesome end, yet this was merely a fraction of the path to ascension. At this moment, not only had myriad beasts reached the end of the path, but terrifying flower demons, tree demons, and primal creatures of the wilderness surged forth as well. Surrounded, the scattered cultivators of the chaotic realm charged towards Death God Mountain, approaching with goodwill, pledging their allegiance, vowing eternal loyalty. As for the Chaos Dao Palace, all were annihilated. Not a single soul survived. Halt! The enigmatic creature riding the Emperor Yang's steed let out a fearsome roar, reverberating ominously, emanating a terrifying ferocity that instilled dread in countless beasts, exerting an absolute dominance over their very bloodlines. The most ferocious of the great demons collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. What a terrifying creature! The ancient beings of the wilderness, clad in beastly war robes, gazed in astonishment at the battle shuttle, utterly bewildered by its occupant. The being alone possessed formidable power, capable of intimidating even the peak of the great Luo immortal realm with a single roar. The mysterious entity progressed further in strength, believing that upon entering the celestial realm, his power would ascend 2 whole realms. The ancient beings of the wilderness, harboring no malice, approached the direction of Death God Mountain with a respectful gesture. Meanwhile, the flower demons and tree demons expressed genuine admiration, refraining from revealing any hostility. The black-clad figures surrounding them, albeit numbering only 10,000, were all exceptionally formidable, each standing at the golden immortal realm. They harbored the unsettling impression that each black-clad golden immortal could slay enemies beyond their rank, capable of vanquishing great Luo immortals. Such a notion was indeed terrifying. At the terminus of the path to ascension, the creatures from the other 3 pathways dared not provoke, choosing instead to await the departure of the black-clad figures. Ahead, the mirrored surface radiated terrifying ripples, swirling in layers of resplendent light, as if a celestial gate were being unveiled. "Let us proceed," commanded Emperor Yang. As the 10,000 black-clad warriors surged forth, the mysterious being gliding swiftly, closely followed by the denizens of Kunlun Mountain. The creatures from the other three paths exhaled in relief, their hopes rekindled as they ventured forth into the shimmering passage. Chapter 84, The Envoy of Realms. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rippling waves ebbed and flowed, as Emperor Yang discovered that upon entering the mirror-like passage, he had indeed crossed into the celestial realm. Before him stretched a panorama of undulating peaks, where celestial essence surged through the valleys, almost tangible, descending like ethereal rain. What a rich celestial aura! "I feel as though I might transcend into immortality," exclaimed the disciples of Kunlun Mountain, their expressions awash with awe, invigorated by the beauty of the celestial realm's essence. Many felt on the verge of a breakthrough, and the oppressive weight of the rules vanished entirely. The powerful beings of Kunlun Mountain, astonished, felt their vitality surge, their blood and energy ascending like dragons, unshackled from the constraints of the rules. Not only did they regain their former pinnacle of cultivation, but many were also on the cusp of breaking through to the next level of the great Luo immortal realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The disciples of Kunlun Mountain reveled in the extraordinary beauty of their surroundings, standing amidst colossal ancient trees that towered into the clouds, their grandeur overwhelming. Standing below, they felt diminutive, akin to ants, gazing upward at the lush green leaves that obscured the sky. Even the grass here rose to heights of dozens of feet. In this magnificent realm, they truly sensed the vastness and grandeur of the world. The entrance to the path of ascension led to different destinations within the celestial realm. The disciples of Kunlun Mountain were taken aback, as the Mountain Lord and his junior sister speculated upon the terrifying aura emanating from the mountains and valleys. Though they had followed closely behind Death God Mountain, they had been transported to a distinct location. Although we may be in the same mountain range, we must tread carefully. What form does the celestial realm truly take? Does our lineage still exist within it? This remains to be seen. The elder experts of Kunlun Mountain, their spirits high and lively, refrained from succumbing to the intoxicating surge of their rejuvenated powers, maintaining their composure and calm. To this day, they remain deeply apprehensive, recalling how, at the end of the path to ascension, a 20-foot-long black tiger had been effortlessly torn apart by a flying creature. It was evident that within this land, formidable demon cultivators existed, presenting an absolute threat to their safety. We must not let our guard down. The denizens of Kunlun Mountain took measures. Aside from the Golden Immortals, the great Luo immortal realm cultivators remained outside, while the rest entered the small world, seeking to avoid encounters with terrifying beings that could obliterate them with a single swipe. Engaging in battle would be a liability, proving more of a hindrance than a help, distracting them from their objectives. To conserve their strength, they organized into 5 squads, each comprising 100 individuals, 20 great Luo immortals and 80 golden immortals, tasked with reconnaissance while maintaining their prowess and ensuring balanced rotations. The denizens of Kunlun Mountain were aghast. Having barely traveled 1,000 miles, they encountered a mantis, towering over several dozen feet, more formidable than the black tiger. The mantis's legs shimmered with divine light, effortlessly capable of severing ancient trees. Yet, in comparison, its body seemed pitifully small beside the trees. Damn! With radiant brilliance. The great Luo immortal realm cultivators launched a concerted assault, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from the mantis. They unleashed their myriad techniques, dazzling in their display. But in the next moment, a resounding clang echoed, deafening them. To their horror, their combined efforts merely sent the mantis flying. The various techniques clashed against its body, producing sparks akin to the grinding of blades. What formidable defenses! In an instant, the souls of the multitude atop Kunlun Mountain were engulfed in terror, their hearts trembling in fear. Is this truly the realm of the immortals? The mantis, which could be effortlessly crushed in the chaos realm, here appeared as a deity, a being of formidable power. 100 masters, 20 of whom were grand Luo immortals, could do naught but repel it, sending it hurtling away rather than shattering it. Retreat! Retreat! The resounding booms echoed, and the inhabitants of Kunlun Mountain were thoroughly unnerved. They summoned their celestial weapons, activating various runes that exponentially amplified their might. Radiant rays of light and auspicious hues surged forth towards the mantis, striving to halt its advance. After a successful strike, the Kunlun denizens decisively withdrew, altering their position and channeling their utmost strength into another celestial weapon. In an instant, their speed surged dramatically, soaring through the tall grass like a gale. Hiss! 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 The mantis emitted a chilling and furious roar, the sonic waves reverberating, its speed just marginally inferior to that of their celestial weapon. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it closed the distance. Although a gap still remained, the mantis relentlessly swung its serrated limbs, unleashing terrifying silver blade-like flashes, sharp and ominous enough to cleave through anything. Where the silver blades passed, swathes of grass were severed, collapsing like ordinary trees, instilling dread even in the hearts of the Grand Luo immortals of Kunlun Mountain. Is this truly the realm of the immortals? Each one of them, once a revered elder in Kunlun, now found themselves being hunted by a mere mantis. Cursed fate! What kind of immortal realm have we stumbled upon? Could this be a place of utter desolation? A mere mantis, yet more formidable than the Grand Luo immortals. A golden immortal from Kunlun roared, his scalp prickling as the silver blades of the mantis grazed his arm, cleaving it open. Thankfully, it was merely a ripple effect, otherwise, he would have been bisected in an instant. No, it is not a Grand Luo immortal, but rather a demon of the golden immortal level. Perhaps it is related to the rules of the immortal realm and the nature of celestial energy, vastly different from the cultivation environment of the chaos realm. Within this domain, we are simply outmatched. Even the Grand Luo immortals cannot contend with it. An elder from Kunlun spoke gravely, relieved that they were managing to increase the distance from the mantis with the aid of their celestial weapons. Just as they began to catch their breath, they beheld the mantis sprouting a pair of translucent wings, launching itself into the air, its speed surpassing that of their celestial weapons manifold. By the heavens, how monstrous! The hearts of the Kunlun denizens cried out. Some were ignited with fighting spirit, while others reminisced about the carefree days of the chaos realm, now overwhelmed with sheer terror. Suddenly, the figure of the mantis vanished. A chill ran through the hearts of the Kunlun denizens. Some with keen eyes were astonished to discover that the mantis, soaring through the air, had collided with a spider's web. The terrifying adhesive force shattered its wings. The mantis shrieked in agony, its sharp limbs attempting to sever the web, yet producing only a clanging sound. The web was both soft and resilient, utterly unbreakable. Abruptly, at the far end of the web, a colossal black spider, entirely ebony, with 6 eyes and spanning 50 feet in length, gracefully traversed the web. The web quivered as it spewed forth silk, instantly ensnaring the mantis from below its head, rendering its struggles futile. As the Kunlun denizens observed in horror, this mantis, which even over 20 golden immortals could not breach the defenses of, was effortlessly consumed by the black spider, which then turned, its numerous legs clutching the mantis's body, retreating to the web's terminus. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After what felt like an eternity, even the Grand Luo immortals dared not linger outside, seeking refuge in a secluded space within a small world. They lay on the ground, breathing heavily, replaying the harrowing scenes in their minds, still haunted by the terror of it all. This realm of immortals, was there truly no escape? Even the master of Kunlun Mountain could not maintain his composure. The usually calm and collected figure was now drenched in cold sweat. Given the current circumstances, they were in grave danger. It seemed nearly impossible to traverse this mountain range, be it the mantis or the black spider. They appeared to be mere common creatures in this landscape, seemingly devoid of sentience, driven solely by instinct. Ultimately, the members of Kunlun Mountain resolved to have the strongest among them forge a path, deploying only 2 individuals at a time to minimize risk, for the treacherous terrain could lead to immediate demise. Their small world was but a pearl the size of an egg, containing terrifying energy and matter, capable of withstanding attacks, serving as a vital lifeline in crisis. It must be said, this mountain range was perilously dangerous. Nonetheless, Kunlun Mountain suffered the loss of dozens of golden immortals in the time that followed. Fortunately, they seemed to have arrived at the periphery of this treacherous terrain, poised to escape. In an instant, countless Kunlun denizens felt a surge of exhilaration, their spirits lifted. As they transitioned from the initial 2 to now 5 emerging into the open, they contemplated seeking out the human race for information regarding this place, yet feared that even such a small mantis could overpower them, leading their entire clan into peril. Look, ahead lies a cluster of thatched cottages, figures moving about, smoke rising. The Kunlun denizens gasped in astonishment, indeed discovering a group clad in archaic garments, numbering around 10. Among them were 2 or 3 young men and several 15 or 16-year-old youths, both male and female. The males were handsome, ethereal, while the females were beautiful, curvaceous, and slender. Who? Suddenly, one youth's brow furrowed, and he swiftly turned to face the Kunlun denizens, seemingly the first to notice them. In an instant, the hearts of the Kunlun denizens raced, not daring to reveal themselves, wishing to retreat. Yet, as they turned, radiant light flashed, dazzling like a meteor shower. As several youths invoked celestial techniques, shifting positions to encircle them. You from the lower realm? One of the youths inquired, asserting that they were not slayers. For had they been, they would have already prepared to strike. radiating a sense of righteousness. Before the Kunlun denizens could respond, they were swiftly escorted away by the youths. Regardless of anything else, this group of youths comprised at least golden immortals, far more ferocious than the mantis of the same realm. Arriving at the thatched cottages, another youth sat calmly, sipping tea, his demeanor serene, eyes gleaming with excitement and eagerness. You truly hail from the lower realm? What is the situation there? How did you come to the immortal realm? What manner of means facilitated your entrance? Moreover, your cultivation seems rather peculiar, Grand Luo immortals. Unable to measure up to my sect's golden immortal gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, the 5 Kunlun denizens felt their faces twitch in disbelief. Could such blatant mockery be permitted? In the chaos realm, each of them was a formidable figure, yet here they found themselves eclipsed by a mere gatekeeper. Such a stark contrast was almost unbearable. This immortal realm seems excessively ruthless, does it not? Why not seek refuge in my 9 heavens Kunlun? It may yet spare your lives, otherwise. Should you attract the attention of the domain enforcers, you would find existence unbearable. The Kunlun denizens exchanged astonished glances. 9 heavens Kunlun. That sounded remarkably like their ancestral sect. Immediately, some from Kunlun revealed their identities, prompting the youth's expression to turn grave. He produced a palm-sized brick, shimmering with silver light, adorned with various patterns and silhouettes, emitting sounds of exquisite beauty. Noticing the astonishment and disbelief on the faces of the Kunlun denizens, the youth's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet he promptly contacted an elder from 9 heavens Kunlun. Suddenly, the small brick radiated a warm, golden glow, conjuring a figure in the air. Elder Hong. The prophecy indeed proved accurate. The denizens of the lower realm have made their appearance. They hail from the chaotic realm, specifically the people of Kunlun Mountain, suspected to be our lost lineage in the lower realms. It has been verified that their cultivation methods are akin to those practiced by the miscellaneous disciples of our 9 heavens Kunlun, albeit only the preliminary techniques. At that moment, the elder in crimson was visibly elated and commanded that the news be kept under wraps, stating that he would arrive shortly. He also warned to be cautious of the realm emissaries, who are already aware of the prophecy and have made preparations to escort the newcomers from the lower realm into the cycle of reincarnation. It is said that a considerable number of the Yang family and the assassins from the Divine Assassin dynasty have been captured alive, yet the forces they refer to as the Death God Mountain have yet to make an appearance. Chapter 85. The God Burial Mountain. The people of Kunlun Mountain were taken aback upon hearing this. What? Members of the Yang family and the Divine Assassin dynasty have been captured by the realm emissaries? One cannot help but remark that the Divine Assassin dynasty is even more enigmatic than Kunlun Mountain or the Yang family. Their assassins are adept in stealth and the art of mental assassination, and even in the celestial realm, their lineage stands tall. Yet, surprisingly, some of them were found upon their mere entry. The cycle of reincarnation? Some from Kunlun Mountain, bewildered, inquired further. A young man, quick to speak, elucidated that, as the term suggests, reincarnation entails the cleansing of the spirit and will. Many within the first heaven are reluctant to provoke the heavenly palace of reincarnation, for they are indeed terrifying. They are one of the true overlords above the 9 heavens and 33 layers, presided over by sacrificial path-level powerhouses. Suddenly, the hearts of the Kunlun Mountain people were filled with wonder and astonishment. Could it be that they have indeed reached the other shore and successfully located their own lineage in the celestial realm? However, what cast a shadow over their expressions was the fact that their supposed lineage from the lower realms had learned ancient celestial techniques that were meant for the miscellaneous disciples. Boundless mountains and rivers stretch forth, teeming with all manner of terrifying beings hidden within. The people of Kunlun Mountain learned from the denizens of 9 heavens Kunlun that the mountain range they traversed is known as the God Burial Mountain. There had once been a fierce battle here involving sacrificial path-level powerhouses, nearly shattering the first heaven. The fallen sacrificial flesh and essence fused with the mountains and earth, rendering the area exceedingly perilous. As for the celestial realm's powerhouses, they could easily vanquish these beings, for the rules of this place are well established. And the celestial energy is abundant, making it the most worthy sanctuary for cultivation. Furthermore, each lineage has its own legendary sanctuaries, drawing many cultivators to yearn for them. Within the God Burial Mountain, Yang Diyuan sat in his war shuttle, acutely aware of the peculiarities of this realm. The rich celestial energy surged around him, lifting his spirits as he savored the potent elixir, feeling utterly at ease. The mysterious creature that served as his steed seemed to resonate with this ambience, stirring memories of its past in the celestial realm, awakening ripples of nostalgia from its infancy during its time in an exalted lineage. Boom, boom, boom. This mountain range was exceedingly terrifying, as Yang Diyuan and his companions encountered numerous ferocious birds and beasts. However, under the guidance of the mysterious creature, They fell one after another. The 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping. This was the bloodline and race of the mysterious creature, capable of spewing forth terrifying divine flames. Traversing the heavens and earth, its corporeal form robust, and its divine might unfathomable. Here, even beings of the same realm would find themselves obliterated with a mere flick of its hand, and it could even slay creatures of a higher realm, such as the great Luo golden immortal beasts. Diyuan understood that it was imperative to clarify certain matters. Which faction from this realm had forcibly summoned the Red Cloud's sacred land into ascension? When he endured the golden immortal tribulation in the chaotic realm, he had unexpectedly discovered that the person manifested by the heavenly Tao was Su Yuwei, not an illusion, but rather a tangible interference from a mysterious lineage. Elevating her to the status of a heavenly Tao master. Was ascension merely a ruse? This was a question Su Yuwei had posed herself. Those who forcibly ascended from the lower realms were treated like chives cultivated in a medicinal garden by the celestial beings, harvested as a potent remedy? Or was there some other ulterior motive? However, at this moment, Diyuan remained unaware. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, he felt no fear. Despite the terrifying creatures that loomed, he was confident that his forces had reached the great Luo immortal realm, and that defeating beings from 2 realms above would be within his grasp. Moreover, he commanded a legion of over 20 million black-clad soldiers to safeguard him. Each of them was already a golden immortal, and if they unleashed their divine magic across the 9 heavens, their might would multiply exponentially. At the very least, the beasts of the same realm here would seldom pose a challenge to them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mountains trembled, and terrifying divine runes surged within. Diyuan realized that upon entering this place, he had already been teleported deep within. Fearsome beasts were engaged in fierce combat in the depths, with divine runes oscillating and the rules of heaven and earth radiating forth. Additionally, terrifying beams of light crossed paths as a fiery bird, adorned with crimson feathers, spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of devastating flames from its beak. This inferno was akin to an ocean of desolation, engulfing the sky, scorching the ground and vegetation to ashes, which then transformed into a molten landscape, still radiating intense heat long after. Let us proceed. The 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping nodded eagerly, keen to witness the extraordinary nature of the demon cultivators in this realm, desiring to engage in battle to test its current prowess, while concurrently gathering information from various locales to intimidate other beasts. Master, this place is the God Burial Mountain. It is said that sacrificial path-level powerhouses once clashed here, and one of them suffered a dire defeat, leaving behind a legacy of sacrificial path-level inheritance in a certain location. Though he was vanquished, his strength should not be underestimated, attracting the attention of various factions seeking to uncover it. Deep within the God Burial Mountain, there exists a secret location that opens once every 1,000 years, inaccessible to those above the great Luo immortal realm, where one may seek opportunities and inheritance. Concurrently, many factions, including the 9 Heavens Kunlun, the Sitting Forgetting Path, and the Cloud-Soaring Mountain, among others, seem to have dispatched forces, having engaged in skirmishes prior to its opening. Amidst the chaos, terrifying beings clashed, one being a fiery bird and the other a golden-winged rock, both possessing incredible speed. As divine runes blossomed, they illuminated the skies with resplendent hues, unleashing formidable offensive techniques that flattened numerous mountain peaks. They exhibited immense strength and were likely the guardian deities of the God Burial Mountain, with one challenging the authority and status of the other. The fiery bird was a rising star, rumored to have trained for less than a century. Still in its infancy among the demon race, yet it had managed to spill the blood of the golden-winged rock. The 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping, being of the same demon lineage, with its pure bloodline, commanded respect among the beasts and gleaned much information from them. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping sped forth, heading towards the so-called secret location within the God Burial Mountain. At the entrance of this secret place, a radiant glow enveloped the area, with mists swirling and brilliant divine light interweaving and shimmering. Numerous factions, their silhouettes rushing towards the entrance, included humans, demon beasts, and various other beings. To their surprise, there was no sign of conflict here. As Diyuan shifted his gaze, he noticed 8 figures seated in the void at the entrance of the secret place, their eyes tightly shut, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura, a result of their restraint. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be powerhouses from various factions and lineages, likely having come to an agreement before entering this secret domain. Little one, are you not going in? If you miss this chance, you shall have to wait 1,000 years. One of them spoke slowly, a young man who opened his eyes to reveal a radiant brilliance, shimmering with a gentle gaze directed towards Diyuan. As Diyuan glanced back, he was taken aback by the astonishing sight before him. At such a tender age, he had remarkably honed his physical form to this extraordinary level, an exceedingly rare feat moreover. The mount he possessed was none other than the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping, which left him deeply impressed. He pondered where this young friend had encountered such a majestic beast. "Old fellow, my relationship with my master is quite good. I advise you not to stir up trouble." The 9 nether-devouring Kuanping retorted, its tone defiant and brimming with indignation. It truly enjoyed being by Yang Diyuan's side. Relishing the ample offerings of divine medicines, eating to its heart's content was indeed a delightful experience. "Return with you? As if I would be reduced to mere flesh and blood." Naturally, if the opportunity arose, it would yearn to see its father, though many years had elapsed, and it had forgotten much, including the name of the sect it belonged to, only recalling that it was a guardian beast of the mountain. "Old man, may I inquire if you know which sect once had the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping as its guardian beast?" The elder, somewhat irate, puffed his cheeks and glared, exhibiting a childlike stubbornness. "You little rascal, aren't you afraid I might roast you for dinner? Is that little child your master? How peculiar. Aren't you afraid of attracting calamity for him?" The 9 nether-devouring Kuanping chuckled lightly, dismissing the elder's concerns. "My master is invincible. Who dares to challenge him? If you have the courage, come and try." Chapter 86. The War God Palace, the Valkyrie. Courage unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. Before the sacred site of the God Burial Mountain, several elders once again sat in meditation. As the words of the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping echoed, another elder opened his eyes, emanating an aura of terror. Various divine lights surged and swirled, as if the void itself had been frozen, instilling a sense of awe with his formidable power. Each individual present was a venerable patriarch from various sects, holding significant influence within their respective factions. Their mere presence could cause the ground to tremble, yet at this moment, their gazes were fixed upon the war shuttle and the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping. "You are overly confident, little rascal. Where do you hail from?" The elder, who had just opened his eyes, squinted, his interest piqued. "As far as I know, the ancient divine species of the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping is alarmingly scarce. Isn't your heavenly Tao sect known for having either a guardian beast or the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping? Although it has lived for countless years, its strength is astonishing. It is also nearing its twilight, much like us old-timers who cannot endure for long." The previous elder, named Qin Ming, was quite powerful. His eyes now gleamed with divine radiance as he cast a glance at the elder from the War God Palace and remarked, "Indeed, once you pass, I shall pay tribute to you alongside the guardian beast." Go away, go away." The latter replied with disdain, his face a mask of contempt. Hearing this, he closed his eyes and ceased to engage further. Qin Ming of the Heavenly Tao Palace was lost in thought, reminiscing about the countless years gone by. Even the guardian beast harbored significant regrets due to its advanced age and the sect's mutations, making it exceedingly difficult to produce offspring. Unexpectedly, a great calamity had struck in a certain year when a mysterious, powerful entity infiltrated the Heavenly Tao Palace and seized the progeny of the guardian beast. Qin Ming harbored a fleeting illusion that the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping before him might be the offspring of the guardian deity, but he quickly shook his head. "Little rascal, and your young master should enter. This secret place is extraordinary, capable of contending for the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. If you manage to emerge alive, I may introduce you to the guardian deity of my Heavenly Tao Palace, and as part of the same lineage, perhaps bestow upon you enlightenment, representing a tremendous opportunity for you." The 9 nether-devouring Kuanping pouted. "What does it matter to be of the same lineage? During this journey, my admiration and astonishment for my master have only grown. With countless ancient immortal techniques and divine medicines at his disposal, to think I would merely continue as the guardian deity's successor? What? To serve like a beast of burden? My master, I am grateful," the 9 nether-devouring Kuanping replied. Before propelling the war shuttle forward, transforming into a terrifying streak of light, swiftly plunging into the swirling vortex at the entrance of the secret realm. There, a purple mist lingered, entwined with 9 colored divine lights, a spectacle of wondrous beauty. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of immortality pervaded the air, far more potent than that of the outside world, invigorating its essence. Before his eyes, a myriad of ethereal colors and mists danced, shimmering with divine brilliance. As Yang Diyuan found himself within a mysterious realm, the very heart of this secret place. His purpose for coming here was merely to hear the old man speak of the ancient heavenly court secrets. The descent of deities to the mortal realm was but one aspect of that legacy, yet even so, it had significantly enhanced the strength of his dark-clad legion, rendering them formidable beyond measure. One could only imagine the ancient heavenly court's might, which could resonate throughout the celestial realms, reigning supreme over the 33 heavens as a colossal force of sacrificial power. What greeted his eyes was a desolate expanse, a yellowish haze permeating the atmosphere, with sand and stones swirling chaotically. Golden grains of sand were strewn everywhere, and fierce winds howled through the desolation, connecting the sky and earth with terrifying gales that ravaged the land. Life was conspicuously absent, replaced by decay, desolation, and deathly silence, apart from the occasional cactus. No vegetation could endure, marking the environment as extraordinarily harsh. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged forth. Yang Diyuan and the 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng had barely set foot in this realm when an unseen assailant struck from the shadows, hidden within the void, executing an exceptionally precise attack amidst a moment of distraction. What a splendid divine species! Allow me to make you my steed. The assailant, a humanoid being with wings sprouting from its back, moved with astonishing speed. Its human form bore a third eye at its brow, and as it attacked, various divine patterns erupted, shimmering with radiant light, reminiscent of a lion hunting a rabbit. There was no pretense of concealment, only a full frontal assault. Perhaps sensing the extraordinary nature of the 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng, with a disdainful snort, the 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng unleashed a surge of killing intent, exhaling flames that transformed into a formidable beam of fire, directly colliding with the oncoming divine patterns. In an instant, the endless divine patterns were obliterated, the fiery beam ravaging everything in its path, incinerating the winged humanoid being on the spot. What? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The humanoid being was taken aback, shocked to discover that its powerful strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the mount of its adversary. Who was this individual? From what faction did they hail? What was their cultivation level? Though these questions remained unanswered, an inexplicable dread coursed through it. The wings behind it flapped vigorously, propelling it through the void as it swiftly retreated 100 yards away, the chaos of flying sand and stones dissipating around it, the surrounding tempest subsiding under its rapid escape. The humanoid being coughed blood, its eyes wide with astonishment, feeling a lingering fear. This was a secret technique of its race. Had it not been for the timely execution, it would have been reduced to ashes, perishing on the spot. Yet even as it narrowly escaped, the terrifying beam of flames still affected it, scorching most of its arm, evaporating blood, and reducing bone to powder. As if intent on incinerating everything in its path, with an escalating intensity threatening to spread to its shoulder, neck, head, and entire body. With a decisive and swift action, the humanoid severed its own arm, the divine patterns erupting into a terrifying black light that swiftly cut it off, showing no signs of hesitation. It then turned and fled, soaring into the sky, confident in its domain, fully believing it could escape this dire situation. Faced with a direct confrontation, it knew it was no match for the 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng, let alone the powerful being seated within the war shuttle. This presented a significant dilemma. Perhaps only by allying with the ancient divine mountain and the creatures of the myriad demons mountain could it hope to contend against such formidable foes. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Puff, puff, puff. The 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng let out a cold snort, and in that instant, a beam of fiery light erupted from its mouth, flickering through the void like a horizon, darting swiftly in the direction of the humanoid creature's escape, stirring up sand and stones as the golden waves on either side retreated wildly. What? A great Luo golden immortal. How could one be so powerful? The humanoid creature sensed something amiss, and just as it was about to exhale, it abruptly turned its head, only to discover a beam of light racing towards it. Before it could react, the beam had already surged past, disappearing into the distance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The creature barely comprehended the situation, astonished that its hasty attack had failed, not realizing the strength of its opponent was so formidable. Yet in the next moment, it felt something was wrong. Its body began to fissure, resembling a shattered mirror, with countless cracks crisscrossing its form, emanating a terrifying firelight that flickered ominously. No, the humanoid creature was engulfed by fear, finally realizing that it was not that the beam had missed its target, but rather that it was moving with such speed that its body had been unable to react until the pain registered long after it had receded. Puff, puff, puff. Instantly, the humanoid creature exploded, its flesh disintegrating into fragments, bones shattered, not a single part remaining intact. Even its divine soul was reduced to hundreds of pieces. In the blink of an eye, blood, flesh, bones, and divine essence ignited in the air. Which faction's young prodigy and disciple is this? Why have I never heard of them before? This creature hailed from the ancient god mountain, renowned alongside the mountain of 10,000 demons. A talented individual within its clan, possessing rich combat experience and astonishing knowledge, and was quite seasoned. In a single encounter, it had failed to launch a successful ambush and was instead annihilated by the 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng. Not to be trifled with. Where do they come from? The 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng seemed merely a steed, Within the celestial battle shuttle, there appeared to be another conqueror. Throughout the encounter, there was an air of indifference, as though they did not consider anyone present a threat. Could it be that they are on par with the Eye of God or the Blood Emperor of the dominant body, possessing the demeanor of a celestial emperor? In the distance, figures were obscured by swirling sands, faint silhouettes discernible. Witnessing this scene, they were all struck with astonishment, their hearts trembling with fear. Each one whispered in awe, recognizing that such power was undoubtedly exceptional in this secret realm, akin to the Eye of God and the Blood Emperor of the dominant body. And they were among the favored candidates of the ancient heavenly court. Where do they hail from? Are they of our human race or of some alien kind? The War God Palace? The Tao of Heaven sect? The Kunlun of the Nine Heavens? Speculation ran rampant, yet no one could ascertain the truth. For the figure had not even revealed their face, and many formidable factions had entered this domain. Moreover, those of extraordinary talent, who had long been rumored, were already well known. It is best not to provoke them, otherwise it would be prudent to avoid enmity. We are here seeking opportunities, not courting death. Many awakened. Even in the face of such a horrifying spectacle, none chose to withdraw. After all, most hailed from prestigious sects, and retreating in fear would sully their reputation and dignity, leaving them open to ridicule. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nine nether-devouring Kuanping transformed into a streak of light, traversing the area with astonishing speed. One cannot deny the perilous nature of this secret realm, where terrifying sand beasts lay in wait, poised to engage in slaughter and devour the intruders. Diyuan traversed the ground. Delving into the depths of this desert, an imposing and magnificent mountain rose before him, reminiscent of the legendary Five-Finger Mountain. Radiating divine light and twinkling starlight, exuding an ethereal brilliance. Many beings converged from all directions, each filled with excitement and exhilaration. That is the Five-God Mountain, a treasure trove within this secret realm, adorned with various celestial weapons. In ancient times, it served as a battlefield for divine warriors, yet ultimately, due to significant events, it was shattered, leaving several peaks scattered about, still brimming with opportunities. Indeed, even the bodhisattvas and arhats of the small western heaven regard this place as sacred, and countless celestial weapons await discovery by future generations. Acquiring one would undoubtedly yield divine artifacts, leading to fierce competition among many. Numerous conversations arose, affirming that this was indeed a treasure trove, with many figures tumbling about, forming groups of 3 or 5, comprising young talents from various clans, as well as many allied beings seeking fortune. Radiance shimmered, clouds billowed, and various divine patterns blossomed. Before even reaching, just gazing at the Five-God Mountain prompted some beings to act. It was the offspring of the ancient God Mountain's demon god, quick and decisive in action, brutally fierce, swallowing dozens of figures whole, turning them into blood meals. Among them were not a few of its own kin, resulting in a gruesome massacre. A group of blood meals. What rank do they think they are, daring to compete with me for my opportunities? The offspring of the ancient God Mountain's demon god was incredibly domineering and powerful. A being with a body entirely golden, its fur shining brilliantly, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an aura of authority, its gaze dismissive of anyone present. Get lost. Others rushed forward, seeking vengeance for their companions, but were swatted away by the golden divine wolf's claw, their bodies severed in twain, shattering into countless pieces. Intestines spilling onto the ground, staining the golden sand red. Brother Wolf, after months apart, your strength has surged, your ferocity undiminished since our last encounter. One humanoid creature spoke, its elongated eyes shimmering with radiant colors, its complexion fair and crystalline. Someone recognized it as a transformed being from the ancient God Mountain, the sky-devouring python. A kin of the golden divine wolf, both offspring of a demon god from the ancient God Mountain, sharing a close friendship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dare you insult our human race? A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, dispersing the gathering hurricane. A terrifying avian creature, resembling a fire phoenix. Its feathers glistening and radiating flames, filled the sky. A veritable divine species, subdued by someone to become a steed. Upon its back stood a woman clad in golden armor. Her face partially concealed by a mask, possessing an astounding visage, radiating a spectrum of colors, her eyes sharp and piercing, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed many men. Even clad in golden armor, she could not conceal her alluringly curvaceous figure, her waist slender and delicate, her legs long and straight. It was her voice that resonated, commanding the fire phoenix. She is the Valkyrie of the War God Palace. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy. This was a peerless prodigy, rivaling the Eye of God and the Blood Emperor of the dominant body, whose presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Her voice rang out. transforming into a myriad of divine patterns that erupted with explosive force, rushing towards the golden divine wolf. The latter, with its 3 heads and 6 arms, shook in response, summoning its innate divine patterns, unleashing ancient celestial techniques to counter the overwhelming divine patterns, yet it was immediately sent flying, losing 1 head and 2 arms in the initial encounter, suffering tremendous damage. The golden divine wolf roared in fury, yet it was powerless. Realizing the formidable background of its opponent, with such astonishing achievements to back it, not even daring to engage in a direct confrontation, it considered a joint attack with the sky-devouring python, yet the possibility of overcoming this adversary remained slim, with a high chance of being slain by the Valkyrie instead. Puff, puff, puff. The golden divine wolf transformed into a streak of light, attempting to reclaim its severed head and limbs, but before it could reach them, it was enveloped by rippling divine patterns, which detonated upon contact. The natural world is indeed the handiwork of the Valkyrie, whose piercing gaze radiates an extraordinary beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. She embodies the formidable reputation of the Valkyrie, exuding dominance and strength. I have previously asserted that the creatures of the ancient god mountain will face annihilation, as we, the human race, have become their prey, a fate sealed by their own choices. Have they forgotten the harrowing lesson of ancient times, when they were nearly extinguished? The Valkyrie, fierce and unyielding, glows with an ethereal brilliance. Upon uttering these words, she ignited an overwhelming admiration and reverence among all humans present. The Valkyrie Xianxiao. Even the sky-eating python felt a moment of hesitation, torn between its alliance with the golden divine wolf. If they stood together now, they would face retribution from Valkyrie Xianxiao. Yet, the bonds between the sky-eating python and the golden divine wolf were strong, forged through deep friendship, making it difficult to turn away. However, upon deeper reflection, the value of life prevailed. The Valkyrie Xianxiao is notoriously ruthless towards demonic beings. Even if she refrains from direct confrontation, her mere attention could spell doom. In an instant, the sky-eating python transformed into a streak of light, preparing to flee. The golden divine wolf, filled with rage, struck the ground with its claws, unleashing a storm of golden sand, its murderous intent palpable. It summoned a divine talisman, which erupted with terrifying runes of celestial order, creating an overwhelming slaughter formation directed at the Valkyrie. Yet, the golden divine wolf did not even glance back at the outcome. It turned away, not wishing to engage in combat. They were not of the same caliber. The name of the Valkyrie is synonymous with ferocity. Within this realm, she is a terrifying force, capable of slaying both gods and demons alike. Her background and origins are equally formidable. Die! Valkyrie Xianxiao scoffed, her voice melodious like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, a sound reminiscent of spring water babbling over stones. She raised her snow-white wrist, her delicate fingers grasping the air, summoning a purple-gold heavy blade that seemed incongruous with her being. With a single might strike, she cleaved through the intricate slaughter formation, diminishing its power significantly. She paid it no heed, shattering the formation once more, obliterating the runes entirely. In a whistling fury, the purple-gold blade unleashed divine light that stretched far and wide, infused with indelible power. In an instant, a scream echoed from afar. It was the golden divine wolf, struck down in pursuit. The crowd gasped, many humanoid beings breathless, swallowing hard. This was astonishingly fierce, evoking admiration from numerous onlookers, especially men who were utterly captivated. In the distance, the sky-eating python erupted with a terrifying dark light. Revealing its true form, a maelstrom of killing intent surged forth, as if to confront the divine blade's power. The spectacle was grand, capable of swallowing the heavens and absorbing the vastness of the cosmos. Yet, mere moments later, another scream pierced the air, signaling a death that could not be undone. Oh! The 9 hells swallowing Kuanpung, a divine species from the temple of the heavenly path, is hardly inferior to my phoenix. Why not accompany my phoenix instead? Upon uttering these words, all were taken aback, astonished that Valkyrie Xianxiao had set her sights on the divine species, the 9 hells swallowing Kuanpung. Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated through the air, stirring the hearts of many human cultivators who found themselves entranced by her divine presence, as she truly resembled a goddess. Deeply rooted in the hearts of many youthful cultivators. What is your status compared to my masteress? You think to use me as a mere supplement? My master could split you into 8 pieces. The 9 hells swallowing Kuanping retorted, visibly displeased. To it, its master was unparalleled, brimming with resources, enabling its return to the celestial realm, with its own cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. Its power was unfathomable. However, the Valkyrie before it was undeniably formidable. In the eyes of the 9 hells swallowing Kuanping, she certainly stood as a paragon among the great Luo golden immortals, her prowess far exceeding that of the cultivators in the chaotic realm below. The celestial rules and order in the immortal realm were impeccably structured, while in the lower realms, a mere wave of the hand could shatter a star field. Here, even a great Luo golden immortal could only demolish a mountain, unable to tear through the void. The onlookers were bewildered. The nine hells swallowing Kunpeng was truly inciting calamity for its master, openly expressing dissatisfaction, perhaps hoping to provoke the occupant of the war shuttle into action. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 5 divine mountains erupted in resplendent divine light, akin to a great sun bursting forth, a terrifying golden radiance cascading across the heavens and earth. Even from miles away, numerous cultivators felt their eyes sting, tears welling up as the world turned a blinding white. A divine object has emerged. The Valkyrie's expression tightened as her feet pounded the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that scattered the sand and soil. A hidden sand beast was violently ejected, its flesh bursting apart in a gruesome display. The Valkyrie then leapt onto the back of her phoenix, letting out a long, resonant cry as her overwhelming energy rippled through the air, the sound slicing through the atmosphere as she sped towards the 5 divine mountains. "Oh no, it's the sand beasts!" someone exclaimed in alarm. Immediately, terrifying measures were taken, family protective artifacts bursting forth in brilliant light, with full force directed to counter the sand beasts. The sand beasts, seemingly enraged, surged forth from the sandy depths like colossal trees, each one towering over 1,000 feet long, their massive bodies wreaking havoc. Their eyeless heads and gaping maws resembling their own bulk, lined with razor-sharp teeth, devouring anything in their path. Kill. With a command from Emperor Yang, 100 golden immortal-level experts appeared, divine beings descending from the heavens, their overwhelming presence akin to that of true gods. They swept through the ranks of sand beasts, slashing them down mercilessly. What? In that instant, countless individuals were left in shock, their bodies stained with blood, yet they witnessed the terrifying sand beasts being slaughtered, their flesh shredded into a rain of gore, a scene most horrific. 100 subordinates, all of whom were golden immortals of the great Luo stage, and with a divine species like the 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng as their steed, who exactly was seated within that war shuttle? Whose young master was this? Chapter 88. The Bodhisattva from the Little Western Heaven. The crowd was left in a state of terror, their gazes vacant, filled with astonishment and disbelief. The hundreds of black-clad figures were all overwhelmingly powerful, each one far surpassing those present in strength. They struck with ferocity, dominating as if they were the sand beasts themselves. Yet one after another, they were cleaved in two, their bodies exploding into a rain of blood, leaving the onlookers aghast. As the black-clad figures departed, the 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the 5 divine mountains, the crowd still trembling, their breaths quickening. Who were they? From which sect did they hail? How could they be so formidable, unafraid of anything? What kind of heir sat within that war shuttle? Many speculated. Yet none had made an appearance, nor could they discern the figure within the shuttle. However, it was undeniable that the presence of 100 golden immortal-level black-clad servants, alongside a divine species like the 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng as their mount, indicated an origin that was nothing short of earth-shattering. They were surely among the top-tier talents within the War God Palace, the Temple of the Heavenly Path, or the 9 Heavens Kunlun. The 5 divine mountains, a continuous range of peaks, have existed since time immemorial, embodying a mysterious aura that permeates their entirety. Enigmatic runes of order entwine around them, and the terrifying rules of the celestial path radiate forth. From a distance, they appear overwhelmingly majestic, shrouded in ethereal mist, with brilliant rays illuminating the sky, and colorful fog enveloping the surroundings. The name 5 divine mountains is derived from their seamless unity, resembling a hand with 5 distinct peaks, as if conjured by the grasp of a deity. At this moment, each peak is suffused with radiant treasures, glimmering weapons intertwining, drawing many figures from all directions, eager to contend for the treasures that lie within. In the War God Palace, amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, the 9 Nether Hellhound. A formidable creature exceeding 50 feet in length, cloaked in resplendent purple fur that radiates with a luminous glow. Its fierce gaze, with pupils that exude a dark glimmer and an air of menace, marks it as a divine progeny of the ancient mountain, alongside the renowned 9 nether-devouring Kunpeng. Its vitality is immense, every inch of its skin shimmering with vitality. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, it releases a claw, unleashing a whirlwind of divine runes that obliterate the incoming attack like a celestial river cleaving through the air. Fire Phoenix, you are indeed a disgrace to the demon clan. The 9 Nether Hellhound growls coldly, its murderous intent palpable. As a divine progeny, it scoffs at the notion of being a mere mount or pet. tarnishing the name of the sacred mountain. Now, emboldened to provoke disaster, it vows to annihilate its adversary. Many onlookers, their eyes gleaming, halt in their tracks. The Nine Nether Hellhound, a divine entity originating from the ancient mountain, boasts an illustrious lineage that once produced ritualistic-level warriors. Despite the passage of countless ages and the clan's decline, it remains untouchable and unyielding to oppression. The offspring of the Nine Nether Hellhound possesses strength comparable to the Fire Phoenix, and upon being attacked, it erupts with fury, emanating a dark radiance. A small banner materializes in its grasp, exuding boundless starlight, as successive waves of celestial rivers surge forth, aiming directly at the soaring Fire Phoenix. How dare you? The Fire Phoenix retorts, its eyes ablaze with fury, resonating with a lethal aura that reverberates through the heavens. As a legendary creature of yore, its bloodline remains exquisitely pure. Wielding the innate divine fire, with runes cascading like an ocean, enveloping the sky. Flames rise to incinerate all in their path, the air crackling ominously, as the earth trembles under the onslaught of golden waves, prompting many to recoil in terror. Kill. The Nine Nether Hellhound, undeterred by the Fire Phoenix's presence, recognizes their age-old enmity and prepares for battle. At this juncture, the divine warrior of the War God Palace seems to have departed, leaving the Hellhound free of concern. With a thunderous clash, celestial rivers collide with the apocalyptic flames, shaking the very fabric of the world. The shockwaves reverberate, and the sky is ablaze with flickering runes. As the ground quakes under the intensity of their confrontation, many spectators, astonished, hastily retreat, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the two divine progenies locked in combat. Their assaults powerful enough to shatter the very essence of those who dare approach. This is a fearsome clash, leaving many in awe. Indeed, as divine progenies, their might is terrifyingly formidable. The Fire Phoenix, enveloped in an aura of destruction, ascends to the skies like an eagle striking at the heavens. Its crimson wings shimmering with brilliance. Intricate, complex runes manifest upon its feathers, each plume radiating lethal intent, raining down like a storm of blades upon the Nine Nether Hellhound. Release. The Nine Nether Hellhound bellows, reaching a moment of no return, exerting its full strength. The small banner it wields bears cracks, straining under the pressure. Yet in its eyes glows a chilling resolve, as if nurturing an even greater calamity. Indeed, as the celestial feathers dissipate, the Nine Nether Hellhound's banner shatters, its protective shield bursting apart, leaving it vulnerable. In that fleeting moment, the Hellhound unleashes a remarkably sharp sword, a weapon rumored to be an ancient treasure. Still intact after eons, remarkably retaining its formidable power. What a powerful weapon! An observer exclaims, recalling historical texts and secrets long buried, recognizing the significance of the sword. This artifact, known to only a few, serves as a trump card for the Nine Nether Hellhound. You shall not prevail, the Fire Phoenix asserts, exuding an overwhelming presence that belittles the Hellhound, unleashing a terrifying beam of incinerating energy that ascends to the skies, its intensity surpassing that of its prior flames, gathering into a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating all. With a sizzling sound, the mysterious sword, propelled from the Nine Nether Hellhound, hurtles through the air, colliding with the terrifying flame beam. Both forces recoil momentarily, flames erupting, as the sword, now glowing a vivid crimson, appears to melt under the heat, plummeting like molten iron. With a piercing thrust, the blood-red light reveals the sword's resilience, defying the flames and surging forward, piercing the Fire Phoenix's forehead, unleashing a cascade of crimson blossoms. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd as the sword, having altered its trajectory, prepares to return, while the Fire Phoenix, now bleeding from its brow, seems to have lost all vitality, descending from the skies like a lifeless husk. Many are left in shock, overwhelmed by the extraordinary duel of divine beings. Even the Nine Nether Hellhound bears wounds, yet one divine progeny has fallen, eliciting awe from all. To witness such strength fall before reaching the 5 divine mountains is daunting. Yet some quickly rationalize the harsh realities of cultivation, understanding that the path is fraught with peril and requires unwavering courage. Suddenly, a voice cries out, and the crowd trembles in disbelief. They realize that the Nine Nether Hellhound has been slain by its own weapon. After the mysterious little sword vanquished the Fire Phoenix, it was reclaimed by the Hellhound of the 9 underworlds, but an unexpected transformation occurred. The enigmatic little sword turned against its master, unleashing its divine might with even greater ferocity than when it had struck down the Fire Phoenix. The Hellhound of the 9 underworlds, caught in a state of exhilaration and complex emotions, was caught off guard and had its head severed in an instant. Blood gushed forth, and the divine blood elixir flowed, leaving countless onlookers astonished. This was undoubtedly a potent elixir, the blood of a divine being that ordinary mortals could scarcely hope to imbibe, possessing remarkable healing properties. It was utterly defenseless. At that moment, what was thought to be the fallen fire phoenix shook off the ash from its plumage. The blood on its brow clearly a deliberate act. Beneath the boundless beams of flame, the sigils belonging to the hellhound of the 9 underworlds on the mysterious little sword had been refined, transforming it into a thing without a master. Now perceived as a formidable foe and a provocation by the little sword. You are dishonorable in battle, deceiving a hound. The hellhound of the 9 underworlds seethed with rage, its primal light brimming with murderous intent, yet it had suffered a severe blow. In the next moment, the fire phoenix advanced, ready to deliver a fatal strike. You cannot kill me. No, I, of the ancient divine mountain, will not let this go. My grandfather will scour the depths of the abyss to ensure your obliteration. A divine seed lay slain. Many were horrified. The fire phoenix was indeed the steed of the war god's palace maiden, displaying a ferocity beyond compare. The fire phoenix, momentarily taken aback, turned again only to discover that the form of the hellhound had vanished. It was a treasure, brimming with value, now devoured by the gluttonous 9 underworlds. This is my spoils. The fire phoenix spread its wings in dissatisfaction, having just encountered it, only to find it gone so swiftly. Should I regurgitate it for you? The fire phoenix was left speechless, as suddenly the 5 divine mountains shimmered with a smooth radiance, an overwhelming aura enveloping the air. The Valkyrie seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle with someone, various divine patterns swirling through the void, sweeping through the heavens. I come to assist you. The fire phoenix soared high, flames cascading in waves, directly into the 5 divine mountains. It seemed unremarkable, lacking the allure of the ancient heavenly court's legacy, prompting a departure. The 5 divine mountains held no attraction for young Diyuan. Treasures emerged in abundance, yet most were mere remnants, while his entire prestige system marketplace had items far superior. Yang Diyuan mused that the ancient heavenly court's legacy must encompass more than one method. All should be at the level of sacrificial paths. Upon the 5 divine mountains, various rays of light ascended, patterns coiling in the air, as numerous figures clashed in a chaotic melee, dazzling treasure lights flashing, radiating divine brilliance, astonishing all present. These were treasures, complete and imbued with restrained divine might, all activated, their patterns radiating with the power to obliterate golden immortals, stirring fervent desire among the cultivators. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the 5 divine mountains surged, various treasures soaring through the air, seemingly vanishing within the mountains, instantly startling countless faces. Everyone was anxious, not anticipating such a close encounter with the treasures, only to see them swallowed entirely. Many were enraged, indignant at the fierce competition and the prolonged struggle without a single treasure to show for it, all absorbed into the divine mountain. At that moment, a formidable divine seed took action, a golden pangolin, immensely powerful, attempting to penetrate through the mountains. It was a being even more formidable than the hellhound, with astonishing defenses. However, as it made its move, a great event unfolded. The 5 divine mountains radiated boundless light. A phantom meditated in the void, and in that instant, an array of splendid rays illuminated the sky. As the sound of chanting and reverent prayers echoed, grand and majestic, the Buddhist sounds rising, instilling a sense of awe in many. A number of individuals found themselves entranced, as if being enlightened, only to awaken at a critical moment, their hearts pounding in fear. Gazing at the figure in the void, all were astonished to discover it was a bodhisattva. Its countenance was dignified, sacred, and serene, with golden light suffusing the heavens, emanating a pure power of salvation. The previously aggressive golden pangolin, at the beckoning of the bodhisattva, willingly diminished itself, being drawn into its embrace. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine power and sorcery is this? They had to concede that the monks from Little Western Heaven were indeed formidable, wielding the power of faith. Their doctrines resonating across the myriad realms, capable of effortlessly subjugating a divine seed like the golden pangolin, transforming it into a divine pet. The terror was boundless. Disperse. The bodhisattva spoke with profound serenity, its divine visage radiant, a blazing sun encircling its head, amplifying its grandeur with a gentle aura. The crowd, knowing not to provoke the bodhisattva, who was backed by the monks from Little Western Heaven, refrained from drawing attention to themselves, aware of the karmic repercussions involved. Suddenly, the dignified bodhisattva expressed mild surprise, seated in the void upon a golden lotus, its piercing gaze focusing on the 9 underworld's gluttonous behemoth. Noticing the extraordinary war shuttle upon its back, a rare and powerful artifact among celestial armaments. My young friend, you are destined to have ties with my Buddha. The 9 underworld's glutton felt a wave of trepidation, sensing an overwhelming force of faith cascading down like a curtain of galaxies, threatening to transcend him, instilling a profound sense of dread that compelled his body to involuntarily step forward. Buzz. Suddenly, the celestial weapon trembled. The figure in black wielding it unleashed a myriad of intricate sigils, blocking the force of faith. My lord, we must act swiftly. This old monk intends to draw us into the void. For the first time, the 9 underworld's glutton experienced true horror. The terrifying power of faith threatened to overwhelm him. And had it not been for the activation of the celestial weapon's sigils, he might have truly succumbed. From a distance, many were astonished. The divine seed of the ancient divine mountain, the fire phoenix, and the war goddess palace maiden were equally amazed. It was indeed extraordinary, able to resist the force of faith. The war goddess palace maiden, Xiao, was taken aback, her figure curvaceous and striking. Her gaze sharpened as she increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the 9 underworld's glutton, who had remained hidden throughout the encounter. Benefactor, you are truly fated with my Buddha. You have been reincarnated a millennium ago, yet you are a true monk from Little Western Heaven. The Bodhisattva radiated light, its gaze illuminating with the swastika symbol even more astonishingly, an overwhelming force of faith surging forth, cascading like a celestial river, enveloping the 9 underworld's glutton. Puff, puff, puff. The terrifying flames surged, divine patterns exploding, showcasing their divine might, yet merely dissipating a portion of the faith's power, unable to contend with it. To the 9 underworld's glutton, this old monk from Little Western Heaven was resolute in his intent to subjugate him. Master of this mountain, you too lack a bodhisattva steed. Why not accompany the 9 underworld's glutton? Chapter 89. The divine seed changes color. The bodhisattva is stained with blood. Upon this proclamation, all were struck with terror. What manner of person dared so openly to provoke the bodhisattva of Little Western Heaven? Many factions present wished to distance themselves, for those old monks were notoriously insidious, often ensnaring others in karmic consequences. At this moment, some felt a thrill of satisfaction, smiles gracing their faces, yet they dared not speak recklessly, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Who was he, to so boldly confront Little Western Heaven? Many were astonished. This was simply too audacious, showing no fear of Little Western Heaven. Did he have an even mightier force backing him? Otherwise, how could he act so brazenly? Gasps echoed from the crowd. The divine seed and the war goddess palace maiden were equally astonished. This enigmatic figure arrived shrouded in mystery, accompanied by 100 black-clad servants wielding celestial weapons. Yet their master remained unseen, adding to the aura of intrigue. Would they take the initiative this time? The war goddess of the war god palace, astonished, pondered this in her heart, her exquisite beauty concealed beneath a mask revealing a glimmer of interest. The bodhisattva atop the 5 sacred mountains materialized, rising from his lotus seat with an intense gaze, maintaining an air of tranquility, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual curiosity, longing to guide the newcomer towards enlightenment. Dressed in a monk's robe, his robust physique exuded a soft glow, and as the divine radiance enveloped him, his true form emerged, a remarkably handsome young man, with notably large earlobes and a dignified countenance, adorned with a string of 18 luminous prayer beads, each exuding a unique brilliance, unmistakably extraordinary in nature. In the small Western Heaven, the bodhisattva of the bright mirror prepared to unleash his power, forming a mudra that caused mystical symbols to blossom in the air. A formidable presence stepping forth as he traversed the void with unparalleled strength, covering thousands of lengths in a single stride. He appeared beside the 9 netherworld swallowing Kunping. Raising his hand with a flourish, a sacred and serene brilliance flooding the surroundings, scriptures swirling around him, and symbols radiating forth, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Even the divine seeds present could not help but retreat in fear, questioning whether they could withstand such might if they were in his position. Many divine seeds gasped, their breaths quickening, as they realized the futility of resistance. Perhaps they would be like the golden pangolin, transformed into a pet of the divine, following the path of many purebred descendants of ancient gods, some of whom had indeed been converted, serving as mounts for bodhisattvas and arhats. A sense of trepidation washed over the gathered divine seeds. They were torn between the urge to flee and the desire to witness the outcome. Would this mysterious figure intervene personally to counter the bodhisattva's methods? You, pass, the crowd gasped, sensing another supreme being within the war shuttle. At that moment, the 100 black-clad individuals radiated a terrifying aura, unleashing their formidable celestial techniques with an overwhelming might, ascending from the realm of golden immortals to the domain of great Luo immortals, capable of slaying even the latter. With a cacophony of sounds, the 100 black-clad figures surged forward, their murderous intent palpable. Kill! They roared, their momentum unstoppable. Under the command of their master, they launched a decisive and ruthless assault. All their celestial symbols activated, their divine might crashing down, unleashing waves of terrifying beams that lit up the sky as the golden gravel of the earth was cleaved. Leaving devastation in their wake, faith's power shattered under their onslaught. Interesting, the Bodhisattva of the bright mirror exclaimed, surprise mingling with unexpected delight as he realized that this individual could disrupt his faith's power, resisting the laws of the small western heaven. He was somewhat taken aback, wondering about the origin of such a formidable force. Even the servants bore complete celestial armaments, astonishingly well equipped, with each black-clad servant possessing at least 3 celestial weapons. Good heavens! How ruthless! All celestial weapons? Who is this young master? What sect does he belong to? Many gasped in astonishment. At the same time, numerous onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Recognizing the familiar and astonishing Golden Avenue, seemingly linked to the mysterious ancient heavenly court. Could he be a descendant of the ancient heavenly court? Many speculated, though they deemed it improbable, suspecting he merely possessed a form of its legacy. Nevertheless, such a connection was still shocking. The ancient heavenly court was a dominant force among the ceremonial-level sects, once governing the 33 heavens of the 9 skies. The overwhelming power of the symbols surged forth, with the 100 black-clad figures launching a relentless assault, their prowess astonishing, sending shivers through many divine seeds, each capable of capturing them. In this realm, who among the divine seeds was not a prodigy? Only beings like the war goddess of the war god palace, Xiao, could contend with them. Yet now, the 100 black-clad figures unleashed their full strength, proving equally formidable. What? The Bodhisattva of the bright mirror is being forced back? He exclaimed in disbelief, anger flickering in his eyes. Chapter 90. Endless symbols of the Tao, treasures abound. The crowd was astounded. Gazing up, they beheld a sky ablaze with symbols. An overwhelming spectacle that obscured the heavens, its power immense and awe-inspiring. Faces were etched with disbelief, mouths agape in astonishment at the sight before them. This was the Bodhisattva of the small western heaven, of extraordinary origin, adept in the lofty beliefs of faith, considered one of the most troublesome foes among the great sections. Yet now, this Bodhisattva, resplendent in his divine form, had been repelled by the black-clad servants of the mysterious figure. Though outnumbered, their wielding of celestial weapons and activation of symbols rendered them incredibly formidable, their combined killing intent shaking the very earth. The curiosity only deepened about the celestial shuttle and the divine entity it concealed, whose overwhelming might was such that even the Bodhisattva of the small western heaven dared not reveal himself in person. This secret place, bearing the legacy of the ancient heavenly court, left many spectators utterly bewildered. The servants of this mysterious figure wielded the ancient technique of the divine demons of the 9 heavens. Could it be that this ancient technique bore a resemblance to the fabled methods of the ancient heavenly court? The Golden Avenue, radiant with brilliance, and the mysterious heavenly gates, hinted at a terrifying increase in the prowess of the black-clad figures, leaving all in awe. What sort of divine being was this? Even his black-clad servants possessed the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. One could only marvel at the sheer strength of the ancient heavenly court, as historical records indicated that the divine demons of the 9 heavens were not core teachings, but rather universal techniques for celestial soldiers, commonplace within the ancient heavenly court. Yet now, witnessing the might of those who grasped even such techniques, one could only wonder how terrifying the most secretive and core legacies of the ancient heavenly court must be. From afar, the onlookers gasped, their expressions trembling as they turned their gazes toward the 9 netherworlds swallowing Kunping, where the figure within the war shuttle remained elusive. Such overwhelming dominance. The Bodhisattva's presence loomed, yet he did not deign to manifest himself. This individual, the war goddess of the war god palace, Xiao, narrowed her eyes, equally curious. Her purple gold armor glimmered, accentuating her shapely form as she stood with the many cultivators and beings observing the unfolding drama. Even she felt the weight of the small western heaven's might, choosing not to provoke it further. Though she and the Bodhisattva shared the same realm of great Luo immortals, she bore no fear. It was merely a matter of avoiding entanglement. If a battle were to ensue, she would engage without hesitation. The divine demons of the 9 heavens, an ancient technique of the heavenly court, manifested a resplendent divine light behind the Bodhisattva, radiant and serene, infused with overwhelming faith. Scriptures materialized in the air, dancing in the sky, encircling him as if a true Buddha had descended, exuding boundless divine might. As a disciple of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva was keenly aware of the ancient heavenly court's history, having once waged wars under its banner. What is your relationship with the ancient heavenly court? The Bodhisattva's piercing gaze bore into the figure, the silver-white sun of his wish-granting wheel radiating power. Though he maintained his composure, the murderous intent in his eyes thickened, a clear indication of his desire to eliminate the threat. In ancient times, the ancient heavenly court reigned as a supreme sovereign of the sacrificial path, surpassing all others, and stood as a formidable ruler among the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven. During its zenith, even the minor western heaven dared not challenge its brilliance. However, as time progressed, the ancient heavenly court suffered grievous wounds, culminating in a concerted assault by the dominant powers of the celestial realm, leading to its eventual fall from grace. The minor western heaven was among those forces. Once known for its overwhelming dominance and decisive martial prowess, it has, over the countless years that have since passed, resolved not to allow the ancient heavenly court to rise from its ashes. Minor western heaven, it is even more formidable than my death god mountain. I shall surely pay a visit there. Diyuan spoke slowly, his voice emanating from the celestial warcraft, startling the multitude present. Death god mountain? What manner of force is this? Why have we never heard of it? Could it possibly be a power on par with the minor western heaven, belonging to the sacrificial path? Many exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and the unknown, as they had never encountered the name Death God Mountain before. This fellow. Many were struck with awe, regardless of the circumstances. From this day forth, Death God Mountain would surely gain notoriety. Daring to openly challenge the bodhisattva of the minor western heaven within this secret realm, a truly perilous gamble. Numerous factions wished to distance themselves from this ominous fate. Death God Mountain. The martial goddess of the war god palace, Xiao, regarded the situation with a glint of intrigue in her eyes, her bright gaze sparkling like precious gems. While she felt a tinge of trepidation, she was also astonished by such audacity and dominance. Confronting the minor western heaven with words sharp as needles, which sent a shiver down her spine. Was this a disciple of Death God Mountain? Or perhaps a direct descendant of its esteemed elders? This was courting disaster for Death God Mountain, for how formidable was the minor western heaven? A true sovereign of the sacrificial path? In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, only a handful of renowned powers of the sacrificial path existed, with the minor western heaven being one of them, fearlessly establishing its own sanctum in the west, with the great thunder sound temple known far and wide. My heavens! Is this a harbinger of rebellion? Many gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment, their gazes flitting back and forth, unwilling to miss a single moment of the unfolding drama. Indeed, the bodhisattva of the minor western heaven was incensed. How brazen to declare an intention to visit the minor western heaven. This was an utter disrespect, a blatant affront. Death God Mountain, steeped in malevolence and boundless sin, today, I shall guide you into the underworld. Boom, boom. The bodhisattva's fury was palpable. Diyuan's words were too fierce and domineering, inciting his wrath. As a bodhisattva of the minor western heaven and a recognized disciple of the Buddha, he unleashed a tempest of divine faith, illuminating the heavens with cascading streams of terrifying starry light, unleashing incredible destructive power. The air was filled with the resounding chants of Buddhist sutras, grand and boundless, enveloping the sky. Standing atop the 5 divine mountains, the bodhisattva surveyed all, as if cradling the weight of the world in his hands, prepared to quell the black-clad figures before him. Sizzling, the fearsome runes surged skyward, and in the next instant, 100 black-clad figures of the great Luo immortal realm glared coldly, brandishing divine symbols with unyielding might. Each bore at least 100 golden attack runes, thunderous divine symbols, and various offensive inscriptions, all hurled forth in unison. In an instant, the heavens roared, shaking the entire secret realm. The ground was strewn with golden sand, and countless cultivators and beings trembled in fear, their expressions shifting dramatically as they retreated in haste, sensing an overwhelming threat of death. Even as mere spectators, the breadth of the impending chaos was too vast. Failing to retreat would surely lead to their demise. Such terrifying power, once unleashed, could seal their fates with but a ripple. My heavens, how dazzling! Is Death God Mountain also a power of the sacrificial path? While it seemed improbable, even if they were merely servants, wielding divine symbols, each intricately carved with great difficulty, here they were treated as if they were as common as cabbage, each person possessing hundreds. Countless onlookers were mesmerized. It was a display akin to a vibrant fireworks show, as 100 black-clad figures simultaneously cast divine symbols, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Flames roaring fiercely, molten lava surging like a tempest, and an overwhelming divine might erupting, intermingled with myriad symbols, exploding in tandem with the bodhisattva's own powerful maneuvers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the world was enveloped in a blinding white haze, with sand and stone swirling about, as countless spectators stumbled backward. Even then, they felt their senses dulling, their eyes stinging as if on the brink of blindness, a terrifying storm sweeping forth, carrying away many who lagged behind, their fates unknown. Boom, boom. The reverberations continued, echoing through the air for an indeterminate time. Eventually, the blinding brightness dissipated. Even the martial goddess of the war god palace found herself battered. Her armor shattered, her 3,000 strands of hair swirling chaotically, her chest armor burst open, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Beneath her, the fiery phoenix bore a look of horror, still shaken by the calamity that had just unfolded. It was simply too terrifying. Something that should not have occurred in this place. The explosive force of the divine symbols had propelled the martial goddess of the war god palace, Xiao, thousands of miles away, yet even so, she was caught in the aftermath, leaving one to imagine the sheer devastation at the epicenter of the explosion. Many cultivators and beings had been reduced to mere remnants, and the martial goddess of the war god palace, disgusted, swatted away a severed limb that had fallen upon her shoulder, her gaze piercing. She sensed that from this day forth, the 9 heavens and 33 layers would descend into instability, heralding monumental changes. As she drew closer, her heart raced with increasing trepidation. The landscape within a 10,000-mile radius was utterly transformed, the yellow sands erased, giving way to an unprecedented abyss, strewn with charred earth. In the distance, the 5 divine mountains floated, encased in a layer of ruins, their original location long obliterated. The bodhisattva of the minor western heaven had been blasted apart, leaving only his torso intact, his head shattered beyond recognition, his eyes wide with terror. This was the result of the pseudopath symbols. He was both aggrieved and shaken. For the detonation of the thousands of divine symbols had obliterated the area. Had they been true path symbols, the very secret realm would have disintegrated in an instant. The martial goddess of the war god palace was left in utter disbelief. The mystery of the 5 divine mountains was profound, enshrouded in ruins. Piecing together the evidence, she surmised that the bodhisattva of the minor western heaven had been overwhelmed and, in a moment of desperation, had sought refuge atop the 5 divine mountains, yet even so, had suffered irreparable damage. On the left side of the 5 divine mountains, a 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping soared through the void, akin to a turtle swimming in water. Exuding a sense of trepidation, its form shimmering with mysterious radiance, while the 100 black-clad figures stood unscathed, like immortal warriors. This mountain is quite remarkable. Let us relocate it back to the temple. Upon uttering these words, the martial goddess of the war god palace felt her scalp prickle with shock. More astonishing was the unwavering obedience of those from Death God Mountain. None heeded her, save for the one within the celestial warcraft, who, under orders, boldly executed the man from minor western heaven without a hint of fear. At this moment, the martial goddess of the war god palace trembled internally. Was there a possibility that they sought to silence witnesses? After all, this was a bodhisattva who had now fallen within the secret realm. If the minor western heaven were to investigate, the ramifications would undoubtedly be seismic. Given their notorious protectiveness, if Death God Mountain were indeed a power of the sacrificial path, they would not easily let this matter rest. In the grand halls of the war god palace, the female warrior, a formidable figure, contemplated her imminent departure. Despite her and her sect's indomitable spirit against the lesser realms of the West, the prospect of involving herself in the unfolding events raised a cloud of uncertainty. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of annoyance crossed her lips as she learned that the denizens of Death Mountain summoned her forth. What urgent matter could compel such a request from the brethren of Death Mountain? Today's affairs bear no relevance to me. However, considering the temperament of the West, one must exercise caution. Allow me to inquire. Do not be afraid. I bear no ill intent. A figure cloaked in black then produced a bundle of talismans, eliciting a profound astonishment in the eyes of the war god palace's female warrior, Xiao. Your clan specializes in this craft, does it not? Those are talismans. Exceedingly potent, even within the first heaven. A single talisman can vanquish a common celestial king. It must be said, the bodhisattva of the West possesses immense power. Yet, when confronted with such a perverse strategy, even the might of a golden figure, impervious to harm, cannot withstand the onslaught. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tucked the talismans into her bosom, declaring, I shall speak freely. No truth shall be withheld. Chapter 91, Ancient Secrets. The Sin of Guidance. Are lower realm beings mere medicinal herbs? Within the secret realm, countless cultivators and beings gazed in astonishment from a distance, unable to fathom the magnitude of the violent explosion that had transpired here. The air was thick with swirling talismanic patterns, and the terrifying thunder continued to crackle in the heavens, relentless in its fury. Drawn by curiosity, many traversed the skies to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon arrival, they were met with disbelief at the sight of the abyss on the ground. where the radiant 5 divine mountains had been brazenly displaced by a throng of black-clad figures wielding formidable arcane power, all packed away into a singular bag. In tandem, a voice cried out in horror, "That is the Bodhisattva of the West." This exclamation captured the attention of many present, for the mention of the West evokes an aura of mystery, representing a genuine powerhouse of sacrificial might. The grim reality that a Bodhisattva-level cultivator had met their demise in this very location was nothing short of earth-shattering. This is undoubtedly a monumental event. It will surely reverberate through the 9 heavens and the 33 realms. They could hardly believe that anyone would dare to provoke the Bodhisattva or Arhat of the West. Yet, the evidence stood stark before them, the black-clad figures of Death Mountain. They hailed from Death Mountain, an entity previously unknown, with profound depths of power, which had decisively obliterated the Bodhisattva using a multitude of divine talismans. In a moment of desperation, the 5 divine mountains unleashed an overwhelming radiance, their talismanic patterns soaring skyward to shield the Bodhisattva within, yet ultimately, it proved futile as Death Mountain struck with lethal precision. This is a cataclysmic upheaval. Some began to reveal the unsettling truth, while many beings exhibited glimmers of avarice, casting covetous gazes at the 5 divine mountains, a renowned treasure trove within the secret realm, replete with ancient artifacts. How could it simply be whisked away? A murderous intent emerged among the onlookers, with many divine beings joining forces, their eyes gleaming with ambition from afar. Prepare the formation, seize the treasure mountain. Do you know, months prior, which faction brazenly trespassed into the lower realms to guide others? The War God Palace's female warrior, Xianxiao, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Indeed, such incursions had occurred, not infrequently. It could be said that the 9 heavens and 33 realms are the origin of all, birthing myriad universes and star domains over countless epochs. In the aftermath of ancient times, the distinction between the celestial and the mundane was firmly established, rendering free passage between the celestial realm and the lower realms impossible. This era was marked by great turmoil within the celestial realms, as the dominant powers, the ancient heavenly court, faced disintegration. "Are you from the lower realms?" Xiao's astonishment deepened. This posed a significant dilemma. The celestial realm had been isolated for ages, forbidding ascension from the lower realms. Even when it did occur, it was typically under the auspices of formidable dominant factions. "What troubles you?" The War God Palace's female warrior rubbed her forehead, reluctant to accept the bundle of divine talismans, fearing potential repercussions, unless certain dominant powers indicated their intent to guide her. Those who forcefully ascended would encounter plunder and be targeted by the realm enforcers and the 6 paths of reincarnation, a terrifying force with an ancient lineage, predating even the ancient heavenly court. The disintegration of the ancient heavenly court had not transpired without the 6 paths playing an enigmatic role, seemingly capable of influencing the rise and fall of dominant powers. What becomes of those who are guided? Is it true that some have ascended to become the masters of the Tao in the lower realms? Yang Diyuan sensed an ominous foreboding. The 6 paths of reincarnation surpassed even the sacrificial powers in ferocity. Masters of the Tao do exist, such as those from the Celestial Immortal Palace, the Azure Pool Palace, and the 8 Scenic Palace, residing in the 9 heavens. The guiding factions from the lower realms are not esteemed, often referred to as mere medicinal gardens. The War God Palace's female warrior found herself momentarily disoriented. She had not intended to divulge these secrets, for such revelations could invite fatal reprisals. Yet, under the intimidation of the sacrificial-grade weaponry, her resolve wavered, and she answered all questions candidly, leaving no truth concealed, even to the point of forgetting the events that transpired here. Soon, clarity returned to the War God Palace's female warrior, her gaze shimmering with celestial light as she regarded the bundle of talismans in her hand, brimming with joy. "What just transpired? Why do I find certain details eluding my memory?" She glanced around, observing the 100 black-clad figures of Death Mountain, who were swiftly retreating with the war shuttle. The monumental event that had unfolded here sent shockwaves beyond the secret realm, leaving a cadre of ancient beings in awe. What in the world has transpired? How could such an extraordinary battle erupt within the secret realm, invoking wonder and dread? Is it possible that the ancient lineage of the Tao has reemerged, with some individuals breaking seals to elevate their powers to the level of the Celestial King? Within this realm, 9 venerable elders, each a formidable celestial king, presided as guardians of the 9 great factions, their powers enigmatic, shaken by the overwhelming disturbances echoing from within. "Pray tell, did one of your sealers inadvertently breach the barrier?" queried an elder from the War God Palace, his gaze keen as a bell. "Not so," came the retort. "What is there to hide? Why be so petty?" "Petty, you say? Your granddaughter is hailed as the female warrior among the disciples of the War God Palace." Yet it seems I may soon find myself ensnared by some treacherous individuals. Perhaps, a year hence, you may find yourself pleasantly surprised, becoming an esteemed ancestor. Within the secret realm, as Diyuan advanced, flanked by the black-clad guardians, many beings in the distance bore sinister smiles. Among them, a humanoid entity from the ancient divine mountain, exuding overwhelming demonic power, conspired with various factions of demons to orchestrate a deadly trap aimed at capturing Diyuan and the others of Death Mountain, intent on seizing the 5 divine mountains. You possess talismans. I wield a killing formation. Today shall mark your end, and the acquisition of treasures. The demon beings sneered derisively, tauntingly beckoning Diyuan to reveal himself. Come forth, rodent. What secrets do you harbor? Why not show yourself, and perhaps you may find favor as our pet, traversing the ancient divine mountain. And behold the grand spectacle of the world. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the black-clad figures sprang into action, their celestial weapons ablaze with ceaseless divine patterns. Dominating the skies and earth as they unleashed terrifying arcs of light, blade flashes, sword brilliance, and divine radiance, engulfing the realm in a cataclysm of offensive power, rendering many in stunned silence. Celestial weapons. The demon who had previously mocked Diyuan was suddenly gripped by terror, his soul nearly fleeing his body. His countenance distorted with disbelief. The black-clad figures were not mere lackeys. They were equipped with complete celestial weaponry, their offensive might surging forth, unrestrained and merciless, aiming to obliterate him on the spot. Open up. The ancient being of the demon race atop the sacred mountain roared with fury, radiating divine brilliance that illuminated the heavens like a resplendent sun, manifesting into multiple blazing orbs that he unleashed in rapid succession to counter the terrifying divine inscriptions. The thunderous cacophony reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of many to tremble. The demon cultivator widened his eyes as his successive attacks were systematically shattered, ultimately engulfing his corporeal form. It could be said that he was obliterated with ruthless efficiency, meeting a tragic end, his very existence extinguished. Who dares to insult my master in such a manner? The 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng glared fiercely, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. It unleashed boundless divine flames from its maw, stirring the atmosphere with a palpable sense of slaughter. In an instant, a sea of fire surged skyward, poised to engulf the assembled demon race of the sacred mountain in the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying light barrier rose from the front, dominating the cosmos with an aura of annihilation that effortlessly repelled the flames, rendering them impotent. The 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng mused, such formidable flames. I once belonged to the sacred mountain, where powerful ritualistic deities once roamed. Yet now, they have fallen into disgrace, reduced to mere steeds for humans. What a disgrace to the sacred mountain and the myriad of demons. It must be noted that the strength of the 9 hells swallowing Kunpeng had ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. In this secret domain, it was a formidable force, were it not for the killing array enveloping and isolating the flames. Even the most ordinary of divine seeds would struggle to withstand its might. Other beings of the demon race commented on the situation, their arrogance and murderous intent unmistakable, yet a hint of disdain lingered in their expressions. The group had already stepped into the killing array, and their fate was sealed. They would be slaughtered. Hand over the 5 divine mountains and spare yourselves a swift death. One declared. Chapter 92. 6 Paths, Reincarnation, Domain Envoys. Disciples of the ritualistic forces. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they recognized the speaker as a descendant of the sacred mountain, an embodiment of a divine phoenix. Unmatched in physical prowess and possessing extraordinary abilities, revered within his clan as a prodigy whose name resonated across the realms. Behind him stood many young disciples of the sacred mountain's demon race, all closely allied with him. At this moment, they had set up a killing array, intent on slaying the intruders from the Death Mountain and seizing the 5 divine mountains. Although the group of black-clad individuals was formidable, the array was anything but ordinary. It was an immensely powerful creation forged by the saints of the sacred mountain, capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Even a great Luo golden immortal would likely find themselves vanquished here. As someone divulged the origins of this array, many began to realize its might. They speculated that the Death Mountain was overestimating its own strength, daring to provoke such a force, even going so far as to clash with the descendants of the sacred mountain. It seemed the Death Mountain was on the brink of annihilation, unaware of the formidable backing of their opponents. Some expressed their astonishment, suggesting that the Death Mountain had grown too arrogant, unable to withstand the onslaught. Now ensnared within the killing array, the treasures refined by the saints were far from ordinary. This was merely the initial display of their power. Should the divine phoenix and other beings outside the array join forces, few could withstand their might in this secret domain. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can claim the 5 divine mountains bestowed upon my master? Take it and go wherever you please. Or perhaps you prefer to see if you measure up. The 9 hells swallowing Kuanping scoffed, unperturbed even when ensnared in the killing array, maintaining its composure. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions shifting. The 5 divine mountains were merely intended as gifts for a steed. They contained treasures from ancient times, their power extraordinary. Yet he regarded them as mundane iron, to be given away like trifles? What an astounding display of wealth and arrogance. So accustomed to treasures that he deemed the riches within the 5 divine mountains unworthy of his attention. At the same time, the leading divine phoenix of the sacred mountain and numerous other demon beings were seething with indignation. This was an outright slap in the face. Their master had deemed the treasures unworthy, casually offering them to a steed, inciting the descendants of the sacred mountain to rush in a frenzy to claim them. This alone spoke volumes. Such nonsense. You petty creatures truly believe the 5 divine mountains are mere trinkets? Each artifact from the ancient era is extraordinary. Even the elder generation must study and comprehend them, yet you dare belittle them? Without further ado, it was time to see if they could survive the killing array. Your master is merely a coward, hidden away, and with the array before you. How dare you be so presumptuous? Boom, boom, boom. The array erupted in a cacophony of sound, resonating with a thunderous roar as mysterious symbols intertwined, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. The killing array transformed, revealing itself in its full glory, radiant with divine light, the air thick with ominous symbols, heralding the arrival of calamity. Blinding beams of light surged forth, intent on annihilating the figures in black. Ha ha ha, since you possess such treasures, why not count us in? Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in the distance, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Their presence astonishing. Each was exceptionally powerful, strikingly handsome or beautiful, clad in purple robes adorned with identical emblems upon their chests. Their voices rang with authority, reverberating through the universe, leaving spectators in awe. A flash of crimson surged forth, their speed astonishing. Swift as lightning, they traversed 5,000 miles in the blink of an eye, each one immensely powerful. The pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, the very ceiling of this secret domain? The crowd gasped. Not only the surrounding cultivators, but even the demon descendants of the sacred mountain revealed expressions of gravity, their gazes laden with complexity. They were people of the 6 paths, true disciples of the ritualistic forces, their divine might unfathomable. It was assumed their true strength was self-sealed, undoubtedly surpassing the great Luo golden immortal, perhaps even rivaling the immortal kings, immensely formidable. Some wore solemn expressions, even revealing hints of fear. These were disciples of one of the preeminent powers, renowned for their overbearing strength, unmatched in the realm of their peers. In other words, those who could enter the 6 paths and become disciples were anything but ordinary. The selection process was exceedingly stringent, with exceptional talent and aptitude required. Moreover, the 6 paths held an invincible reputation. Every disciple emerging from their ranks possessed the strength to vanquish all adversaries of the same realm. In the distance, the Valkyrie Xiao of the War God Palace also revealed an astonished expression. Even she aspired to join such a force, to cultivate within a sacred ground and learn the arcane secrets of the ritualistic level. The crowd remained stunned. The divine phoenix of the sacred mountain and its kin sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of resistance and the necessity of maintaining a neutral stance. They understood all too well that crossing paths with the 6 paths could lead to dire consequences. There was once an individual of extraordinary talent who had offended a disciple of the 6 paths, mercilessly beating him to near death. In an instant, countless senior disciples rushed down the mountain, clamoring to defend their fallen comrade. Their reputation for protective loyalty was legendary. That remarkable genius had suffered greatly, enduring a prolonged recovery, forever haunted by the incident. Since then, upon sighting a disciple of the 6 paths, he would steer clear. It became apparent that the disciples of the 6 paths were revered by all. The leader of the 6 paths, a man with a chilling demeanor, exuded a solemnity that commanded respect. His aura was overwhelming, casting an invisible weight upon the surroundings. He spoke little, yet his presence radiated an air of invincibility, his profound strength instilling fear in those who beheld him. The crowd felt their knees tremble. The mere force of his presence was enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. One could scarcely fathom the overwhelming might he would unleash in full force, capable of subjugating an entire realm of talent and suppressing countless beings. There is no need for such formality. Within the 5 divine mountains lies a weapon we require, while the remainder shall rightfully belong to you. This shall be a fair exchange. The silent man from the 6 paths spoke with an authority that brooked no dissent, his presence imposing. The divine rock from the ancient god mountain nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, let us cultivate a beneficial relationship, my esteemed brother." Suddenly, with a disdainful glance, the leading figure of the six paths raised his arm, summoning a tempest that bridged the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the divine rock, a descendant of the celestial beings, was sent sprawling, much to the astonishment of the gathered crowd. What an overwhelming display of power! As they turned their gazes, they soon realized that the six paths were addressing the denizens of the death god mountain, entirely disregarding the divine rock and his kin. The divine rock spat blood, his body cracking under the strain. Though his strength was considerable, standing at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, the disparity between them was staggering. How could one be so effortlessly wounded? The creatures of ancient god mountain felt their shame. Although they had united, their power was but a shade of the divine rock's. Witnessing his plight, a chilling fear gripped their hearts. How could they contend with the might of the six paths? Though their faces were ashen, brimming with suppressed rage, they chose to endure the humiliation. Seething with indignation, the divine rock murmured, "Then resolve it on your own." He withdrew the killing array and departed with the disciples of ancient god mountain. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from within the celestial battle shuttle. Instantly, aside from the 100 black-clad servants, 1,000 more appeared, all at the golden immortal stage, radiating murderous intent. Each wielded celestial weapons. Their demeanor no different from the previous 100, brazenly pursuing the descendants of ancient god mountain with the intent to annihilate them on the spot. Such ferocity, such dominance. They showed no hesitation. In cultivation, one may endure losses, but never humiliation. "It seems the death god mountain possesses some depth," someone remarked. Many latecomers were left perplexed, unaware of the prior events or the might of the death god mountain. Now, they realized that it was a force to be reckoned with, directly pursuing the retreating figures of ancient god mountain with lethal intent. Golden immortals, gods and demons descend from the heavens. What technique is this? The Six Paths members were astonished. The throng of men and women revealed expressions of disbelief as the 1,000 black-clad figures leaped from the golden immortal realm to the great Luo immortal realm. Empowered by an enigmatic ancient celestial method, rivaling the strength of the great Luo golden immortals themselves, they swept through the ranks of ancient god mountain's myriad demon cultivators with relentless force. "Do they truly consider us mere clay to be molded? Where is their sense of caution?" roared the divine rock, enraged by the grievous blow dealt by the Six Paths, now being countered by those they once regarded as prey. His fury erupted, a chilling wave of murderous intent filling the air. In a heartbeat, the killing formation was re-established, divine runes surging through the heavens, sweeping across the realms to envelop mountains, lakes, and rivers, intent on obliterating the black-clad figures. Yet, the black-clad figures exhibited an unparalleled ferocity, their golden light dazzling. As they charged forth, unyielding, their physical forms were astonishingly powerful, capable of withstanding the killing array. Under the onslaught of celestial weapons, they felled the denizens of ancient god mountain, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. "No, I am a descendant of the divine rock of ancient god mountain. You cannot slay me." The black-clad warriors, merciless and relentless, surged forth, dismantling the forces of ancient god mountain, severing limbs and shattering souls, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. What manner of beings are these? Their strength is beyond comprehension. Their servants are incredibly formidable. Many spectators were left in awe. "What shall we offer in exchange?" inquired the 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping. The crowd gasped, astonished that the death god mountain held the Six Paths in such contempt. Did the disciples of the Six Paths not merit a word from their esteemed master? This was a monumental revelation. What was the true origin of Death God Mountain? That it would not only defy ancient God Mountain, but also the true might of the Six Paths? Many onlookers trembled, hesitant to voice their thoughts, for speaking carelessly could invite calamity upon themselves and their factions. The implications were undeniable. What was the true nature of Death God Mountain that it could stand so high above others? The external signs revealed a wealth of power, as evidenced by the numerous celestial weapons wielded by their servants. Initially numbering in the hundreds, they had now mobilized 1,000 in pursuit of ancient God Mountain. Could the unseen figure within the battle shuttle be a core inheritor of Death God Mountain? Speculation ran rampant. The members of the Six Paths were momentarily taken aback. The extraordinary methods of the 1,000 black-clad warriors had decisively slain the disciples of ancient God Mountain, a clear demonstration of their fearlessness before such a formidable power. One of the women in the Six Paths, with captivating beauty and a graceful figure, gathered her hair and spoke softly, her presence commanding attention. The coldly composed man leading the Six Paths spoke, revealing a multitude of thoughts. He exhibited neither aggression nor arrogance. It seemed he had come solely for negotiation. While the ancient artifact from the primordial era was indeed invaluable, its spirit had long been lost. In terms of equivalent exchange, I possessed divine medicines and transcendent ancient celestial techniques. This matter was of great significance. The ancient artifact from the 5 divine mountains was to be integrated into the grand formation of the 6 paths, and it must not be mishandled or attract too much attention. Furthermore, there was the key to the ancient heavenly court's legacy. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement. The legacy of the ancient heavenly court was a true treasure of the ritual path, of immense importance. Countless individuals desired it. The mere hint of its existence could ignite a bloodbath, with many vying to seize it. Oh, young Diyuan expressed interest, having come precisely for this reason. He wished to uncover the true nature of the ancient heavenly court's legacy, for the gods and demons descending from the heavens had already revealed part of their might. The true inheritance would undoubtedly be formidable, but would the other party truly part with it so readily? The refined man of the 6 paths spoke. We of the 6 paths disdain deception. This information bears no falsehood. The ancient heavenly court's temple requires 4 keys to unite for access. Currently, we of the 6 paths, the reincarnation and domain masters, each possess 1 key. With even one, we may sense one another. Normally, our 4 factions would need to convene and collaborate to unlock it. However, our purpose here is not solely that. An exchange with you is also feasible. Should you choose to trade, be wary of the other 3 hegemonic factions, for they may strike with overwhelming force. Many were astonished, and upon hearing the news, their expressions changed dramatically, not for any trivial reason, but because what lay ahead was not merely a chance encounter, but an impending cataclysmic robbery. Whoever dared to seize it would face the wrath of the 3 other supreme sects, a fate no cultivator present had the audacity to embrace. Indeed, many felt an instinctive urge to distance themselves from the mountain of death, fearing the calamity that might ensue. At the forefront of the 6 paths, a figure presented a piece of paper no larger than a palm, which was absorbed into the war shuttle. As young Diyuan grasped it, he discerned its exceptional quality, likening it to a divine decree. Simultaneously, he felt an otherworldly attraction, as if drawn to a long-lost kin, while the radiant array of the divine decree shimmered with newfound brilliance, transcending the mundane. To his astonishment, the paper enveloped in divine light unfolded into a map of a secret location, revealing 3 directions corresponding to the whereabouts of the other fragments. In an instant, Yang Diyuan realized that 2 of the fragments were hastening towards this very place to converge. The transaction completed, a figure known as the 9 nether-devouring Kunping spoke, and a magnificent artifact, resembling a diamond, surged forth from the 5 divine mountains, landing in the hands of the cold, aloof man leading the 6 paths. Without lingering, the 6 paths transformed into a streak of light, vanishing swiftly, as if traversing thousands of miles in a mere thought, intent on departing this location. Many were incredulous. The secret location had only been open for less than 6 days, and already someone was making an exit? The 6 paths, renowned for their supremacy, had undoubtedly mastered the ancient celestial teachings eons ago, rendering them indifferent to such skirmishes. Yang Dian remained steadfast, unperturbed by their departure. As the item in question held no value for him, in the prestige marketplace of the system, he could exchange it for treasures of equal worth. Moreover, the 6 paths had exhibited no malice. Their intentions appeared untainted by bloodlust. Had they wished otherwise, given their status, they could have easily suppressed him, yet they refrained, understanding that engaging in conflict here would result in dire consequences. Where are they? Seated a figure, fueled by rage. I shall seize them and flay their skins for their audacity. How dare anyone impersonate a disciple of the 6 paths and abscond with a key? How had they not noticed? Their array master displayed remarkable audacity, brazenly activating the formation and revealing their coordinates. Wait, something is amiss. Under the celestial eye, the formation had already fallen into the hands of others. Yet, why could he not discern the war shuttle that obstructed them? Was this a path soldier? In the distance, a figure darted past with incredible speed, rivaling that of the earlier fleeing 6 paths. All present gazed in disbelief at the 6 individuals arriving from different directions, their appearances strikingly similar to those who had just departed the secret location. A collective shock rippled through the crowd. What was happening? How could someone impersonate the 6 paths and trade away the key they had painstakingly acquired? It was unfathomable. The earlier 6 had been mere impostors, deceitfully masquerading as disciples of the 6 paths to steal a key that could unlock the celestial dojo. No wonder they had acted so strangely. Abandoning the greatest fortune of the secret location, they were likely being pursued by the 6 paths. Among the onlookers, many gasped for breath, too afraid to depart lest they attract disaster. As if on cue, the 6 from the 6 paths appeared, like a celestial rainbow piercing the heavens, arriving in an instant. Among them, the leading man exuded a chilling demeanor, his gaze sharp, hair flowing, while beside him stood a woman, wielding a fragment of the array, radiating light and revealing 4 coordinates that pointed directly at the war shuttle ahead. We of the 6 paths have toiled for so long, suffering great losses among our disciples, only to have our efforts serve another's gain. One of the robust men among the 6 paths sighed, appearing somewhat dazed, his simple demeanor accentuated by the 2 heavy hammers he bore, shimmering with brilliance. Brother, I am Xianxian of the 6 paths. May I have a moment to converse? The cold leader gestured, and a tall youth holding a feather fan nodded, bowing respectfully toward the war shuttle. In this tense atmosphere, they refrained from resorting to violence, maintaining decorum. Many were astonished. Indeed, the earlier impostors had delved deeply into their roles, even replicating such minutiae with remarkable similarity. Their strength was evident. Few would dare to pluck teeth from the jaws of the 6 paths. Our master has expressed interest in the celestial dojo, the woman from the 6 paths remarked softly. Her lips pursed. They valued fate above all. Having lost their chance, they recognized that forceful action could lead to grave consequences. Very well, the reincarnation forces shall soon arrive, and we shall convene at the celestial dojo. After a considerable time, shadows emerged from the void, their strength unfathomable. Each at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, an extraordinary sight indeed. Yes, the forces of reincarnation. Many were taken aback as 3 disciples clad in black appeared, spiraling symbols emblazoned upon their chests, intertwining to signify the essence of reincarnation. 2 men and a woman stood, exuding immense power, their gazes haughty. Upon their arrival, they mocked. Ha, Xianxian, how amusing it is that you have reached this day, having the keys stolen from you. Their derision was palpable. The 3 of reincarnation were domineering and formidable, unmistakably formidable opponents. One woman, radiating a menacing aura, noticed a cultivator gazing at her from afar and, with a mere snap of her fingers, unleashed an invisible sigil that shot forth. Boom. In an instant, the male cultivator exploded, his blood and flesh scattered. Do you dare covet me, you lowly insect? The woman scoffed, utterly unconcerned, her beauty accentuated by her audacious attire, tailored into a long dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Destiny will prevail. Should there be a bond, it shall be rekindled. If not, we shall not force it, spoke the cold man from the 6 paths. Yet his words held an undeniable authority. The leader of the reincarnation forces shook his head. You are many, and we are few. Only a fool would initiate conflict. However, if you believe that the bonds of fate have severed and the key has fallen into others' hands, then perhaps it is our turn to take it. As it seems we share a connection. In an instant, the heavens erupted with divine runes, as the leader of the reincarnation forces raised his hand, summoning formidable powers to annihilate the war shuttle. Chapter 93. Slaying Reincarnation. The Tao symbols are as common as cabbage. Boom, boom, boom. The skies erupted with divine runes. As the leader of reincarnation, cold and domineering, made his move, unleashing torrents of celestial rivers that seemed to reverse the cosmos and shatter the universe. Intent on obliterating the war shuttle and seizing the key from Diyuan's grasp. Such was the audacity of the reincarnation disciples. Many felt a profound sense of awe and dread. Their demeanor was typically arrogant. With a mere gesture, they could suppress their foes. Many were no match for them. Compared to the 6 paths, they appeared as tyrants, their actions inciting disdain and anger among the onlookers. This was disastrous. The mountain of death would likely suffer tremendously because of those who impersonated the 6 paths. Who could have anticipated that there were still those daring enough to masquerade as the 6 paths so convincingly? Some were horrified and hastily retreated, fearing to draw near. This was indeed a celestial battle. The innocent would undoubtedly suffer. The terrible might unleashed could lead to catastrophic consequences, and anyone too close risked meeting a swift demise. The members of the 6 paths furrowed their brows, clearly harboring no fondness for the trio of reincarnation. Boom. Amidst a tempest of flames swirling chaotically, interspersed with various divine runes, an overwhelming tide surged forth, akin to a deluge breaching its banks, evoking terror and an unsettling atmosphere. The 9 nether-devouring Kuanping radiated an aura of lethal intent, displaying remarkable valor as it unleashed an endless sea of flames from its maw, illuminating the heavens like divine fire descending upon the earth, instantly accelerating towards the formidable divine runes. Oh, a demon cultivator of the same realm? Or perhaps a seed of divinity? It is said there exists an ancient guardian beast in the hall of heavenly Tao, which, when roasted, is said to be quite delectable. The man from the cycle of reincarnation chuckled heartily, his demeanor unflinchingly composed. The divine runes he emitted clashed with the fiery tempest, exhibiting a domineering force. Yet in an instant, they were extinguished, rendering their confrontation evenly matched. From a distance, onlookers expressed astonishment at the prowess of the 9 nether-devouring Kunpun, noting that it had engaged the reincarnation warrior without sustaining injuries, showcasing formidable strength. Although the Kunpun was indeed powerful, the reincarnation warrior had not exerted his full might. Even if its capabilities were commendable, facing someone from the reincarnation would likely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, their methods were notoriously ruthless, unrestrained, and devoid of limitations, indeed perilous. A man from the 6 paths, his gaze gleaming with insight, spoke softly, sensing the impending defeat of the warrior from the mountain of death. Let us observe for now. That individual is extraordinary, possessing significant strength, and even his servant has acquired some ancient celestial techniques from the former heavenly court. Behind him, a robust man with a broad back and a heavy hammer spoke, his voice resonant, but his eyes sparkled with an impressive brilliance, contrasting with his seemingly simple demeanor. Unconvinced. Let us wager. You dare to bet against me? The stout man declared, exuding an air of defiance, firmly believing in his correctness. A woman from the 6 paths gathered her hair and chuckled softly, clearly well acquainted with her companion's temperament, teasingly suggested, Zhulong. How about the loser washes their hair upside down? Very well. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the terrifying divine runes, Emperor Yang Diyuan directly dispatched 1,000 black-clad individuals to engage. In an instant, their figures multiplied, fierce and fearsome, emanating an indomitable will. They traversed the heavens and earth as if they were the sovereigns of this realm, unparalleled and extraordinary. The sight of this legion of black-clad warriors left many in a state of shock, transforming golden immortals into great Luo immortals. This method of the ancient heavenly court, the divine magic descending from the heavens, is indeed formidable. Concurrently, even the individuals from the 6 paths changed countenance, sensing a mysterious aura. What kind of technique is this? Such a powerful body refinement art. Each practitioner has reached an advanced level, comparable to great Luo golden immortals. They marveled, realizing that this body refinement technique might even surpass the ancient heavenly court's divine magic in certain aspects. The emergence of the black-clad warriors astonished the 3 from the reincarnation cycle, the leader of whom furrowed his brow, as an overwhelming divine light erupted from him. Invoking the secret arts of reincarnation, his formidable presence surged, transforming into a terrifying and sharp black greatsword. Yet that was not all. As the fearsome greatsword loomed before the reincarnation warrior, the heavens were engulfed in darkness. The seasons shifted, a rapid transition through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, while the blazing sun and full moon in the skies hastily overlapped. Behind him, an imposing sword wall manifested, exuding boundless terror and vastness. Imbued with an aura that could slay all, charging towards the black-clad warriors, as the greatsword aimed to eradicate them all, including those aboard Emperor Yang Diyuan's war vessel. Numerous foes? What advantage do you possess? The reincarnation warrior remained remarkably calm, his gaze haughty, entirely dismissive of the black-clad individuals, exuding a murderous aura as he declared. They are but souls destined to perish under my sword. Today, I shall send you all to reincarnation. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful dark light erupted, the killing intent surging forth, as the sword wheels cascaded like an ocean of blades, sweeping outward. The 6 paths warriors were taken aback, realizing that this reincarnation secret power was derived from the reincarnation sutras, on par with the 6 paths sutras, equally potent. Now, under the enhancement of the reincarnation warrior, their combat prowess had escalated significantly. Even a peak great Luo golden immortal would bleed here, falling victim to their slaughter. This exemplified the profound foundation of a ritual path level force. Various ritual path divine techniques were revered by countless cultivators across the vast realms of the 33 heavens. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the ranks of cultivators, as they felt an inexplicable sense of dread, their expressions shifting wildly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? Why does it feel as though the black-clad individuals are exuding a deathly aura of impending doom? Wait, could that be a Dao talisman? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the talisman. A treasure that even celestial kings regarded with utmost reverence, now appearing in the hands of those servants who were initially only at the golden immortal level. Moreover, each black-clad warrior possessed an abundance of these Dao talismans, casually brandishing them in stacks. Many were astounded. Those were Dao talismans. Once unleashed, their power was unfathomable, capable of slaying even celestial kings. Yet now, they were being discarded as if they were mere vegetables. What in the world? Where does the mountain of death derive such overwhelming strength? Even their servants possess such treasures, tossing Dao talismans like scraps of paper. Even the disciples of the Six Paths began to exclaim, astonished at the Mountain of Death's profound foundation. No matter how many Dao talismans they possessed, such extravagance was unfathomable. Each black-clad warrior seemed to carry at least a stack, numbering in the thousands, leading one to ponder the sheer quantity of Dao talismans they must possess. And yet, even now, the mysterious figure seated within the war vessel had yet to reveal themselves, exuding an extraordinary and potent aura of mystery. What? Even the disciples of reincarnation trembled at this moment, their forms quivering slightly as they hastily dodged the terrifying sword wheels that collided with the flung Dao talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The fearsome waves rippled violently across the battlefield, causing all to retreat in a frenzy. Even the reincarnation disciples, sensing impending doom, hastily withdrew. Dao talismans. Could the Mountain of Death be a hidden force? Such extravagant use of resources. It seems to be a veritable treasure trove. The two from reincarnation exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with fervor and greed, wishing to claim the Mountain of Death entirely. Initially, their goal was merely to seize the key from their adversary. But now their ambitions had shifted. They desired not only the key, but also the Dao talismans. Thus, even if the three from reincarnation did not possess numerical superiority, they could still contend with the Six Paths warriors. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the chaos, the haughty reincarnation warrior coughed blood as countless sword wheels soared through the air, only to be shattered by the explosions of the Dao talismans. He was wounded, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his 7 orifices vibrating, almost as if blood were seeping forth. The Six Paths warriors had retreated a significant distance, aware of the might and terror of the Dao talismans, and refrained from engaging directly. They were astounded by the display before them. The power of the Dao talismans was indeed formidable. A mere confrontation had drawn blood from the reincarnation warrior. A massive bell materialized before the reincarnation warrior, enveloping him entirely as the sword wheels were obliterated, while the Dao talismans continued to erupt around him, causing the void to tremble and the earth to rumble ominously. How dare you? Do not damage my Dao talismans. The reincarnation warrior roared with fury, recognizing each talisman as capable of slaying celestial kings. Had he not summoned the treasure bestowed upon him by his master from the reincarnation realm, he would have surely been obliterated by the Dao talismans. Simultaneously, he shouted vehemently, deeming the Dao talismans in the hands of the black-clad warriors as rightfully his, convinced of their inevitable defeat. At this very moment, 2 other disciples of the cycle made their move. The male was strikingly handsome, while the female exuded an air of elegance. They directly manifested the supreme techniques of the cycle, empowered by the arcane forces of reincarnation, advancing with overwhelming ferocity. They flanked the man, who was bolstered by an enigmatic artifact resembling a grand bell, encircling the cloaked figure in black with lethal intent. Flash! The man bellowed, his stature regal, wielding a terrifying branch that radiated an otherworldly brilliance as he charged towards the black-clad figure, encased in a barrier of the same caliber as the great bell. Simultaneously, the woman conjured a sphere, no larger than a palm, that shimmered like jade, emanating a dazzling light, exuding immense power that shook the very fabric of the void as she unleashed it. Crackling and rumbling echoed through the air. In the distance, the Six Paths disciples frowned, astonished that the cycle's disciples were so audacious, intent on seizing the other S talismans, and now unleashing their full might. With the golden bell, the divine branch, and the nirvana seed employed as weaponry, it appeared they sought to engulf the entirety of Death God Mountain. The Six Paths disciples were taken aback. They understood the origins and might of those 3 treasures. At their level, they had already sealed their cultivation, as entry would have been impossible otherwise. They also recognized that even if the cycle and Six Paths were at odds, it would be challenging to eliminate one another in a full-scale conflict. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere quaked with terrifying energy. Some among the Six Paths sighed, realizing the dire situation at hand. This is it. I might as well prepare for the worst, lamented a deep-voiced man, his gaze tinged with pity. Chapter 94. Offering the divine artifact, the sovereign banner, with full force. Many were astonished. The 3 foremost disciples of the cycle had, in an instant, all launched their attacks with remarkable decisiveness and ferocity, directly dispatching their treasures to subdue their foes. The black-clad figure was doomed. Those were disciples of the cycle, whose prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, wielding artifacts that rivaled the talismans themselves. Now, even with ample talismans at their disposal, they could not hope to vanquish them. As the talismans were exhausted, the black-clad individuals of Death God Mountain would become as defenseless as children, inevitably subdued in an instant. Many were astonished, witnessing this battle with expressions of shock and disbelief. After all, it was rare to behold disciples of the cycle in action, Many who had witnessed such events in the past had perished. Now, as they observed the unfolding scene, they were captivated, etching each moment into their memories, for this was a monumental clash, providing invaluable insights for their own journeys and cultivation. In the distance, the Six Paths disciples sighed in resignation, recognizing their fate. Had they not understood that if it fell into the hands of others, other factions would have long since intervened? They believed the key no longer belonged to them, and thus refrained from acting, opting instead to observe. They could not have anticipated the ferocity of the Death God Mountain's forces, as talismans were unleashed in a torrential downpour, akin to raindrops without restraint, bombarding the Cycle's 3 disciples, inflicting severe injuries even with divine artifacts shielding them. The explosive force of the talismans wreaked havoc upon their bodies and spirits. Damn it! The air vibrated ominously as the Cycle's 3 disciples gasped for breath, blood trickling from their nostrils. They were filled with rage, excitement, and an overwhelming bloodlust. Cease at once. Those are our talismans. Do not use them further. The disciples of the cycle shouted in unison, their fury palpable, perceiving the talismans as their possessions. Feeling as though every loss was a grievous blow. With divine artifacts at their sides, the 3 disciples surged forward, aiming to approach the black-clad individuals for a decisive strike. Yet, in the next moment, they were struck with an inexplicable dread, sensing a terrifying opportunity unfolding. Each one of them, without exception, felt a visceral premonition of impending doom, causing their very souls to tremble and their bodies to shudder involuntarily. This instinctual awareness overwhelmed them, and as they sensed their bodies on the brink of shattering, they immediately abandoned their advance and retreated. This is bad. They possess terrifying divine artifacts that may not be inferior to ours. The leading man cried out, as the grand bell enveloping him was swept by an inexplicable force, sending him hurtling backward, visible cracks forming on its surface before it erupted with a deafening roar. Uft! The proud disciple of the cycle spat blood, one of his arms shattered. Not only him, but the woman and the other man also suffered grievous wounds, their artifacts disintegrating before them, as they were thrown through the air, landing in disarray. What on earth? The 3 disciples of the cycle stared, astonished, their eyes wide with shock, their breaths quickening, a suffocating sensation washing over them as their bodies involuntarily trembled. The divine offering artifact. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire secret domain erupted into chaos. Everyone's eyes widened, souls fleeing their bodies, as they were thrown backward in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. A genuine divine offering artifact had appeared here, in this secret domain. The divine offering. This was a true artifact belonging to the realm of divine offerings. A weapon of the mightiest sovereigns of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, now materialized in the first layer, driving them to the brink of madness. Simultaneously, the identity of Death God Mountain became apparent, rivaling even the cycle and the 6 paths who had been merely spectators until now. It was no less than the presence of a domain envoy. The crowd erupted in fervor. The divine offering artifact had manifested, wielded by a cloaked servant of Death God Mountain, its killing intent palpable as the sovereign banner swept across the entire secret domain, instilling fear and trepidation in all. Such a divine artifact could easily annihilate this secret domain. If unleashed to its full potential, it could collapse this layer entirely. 1,000,000 holy spirits would face annihilation. Everyone present knew of Death God Mountain's overwhelming nature, treating talismans as mere trifles. Yet, none had anticipated that they would possess such a terrifying weapon of divine offering. Truly, it was the most fearsome weapon of the 9 heavens and 33 layers. The banner billowed, empowered by a cloaked figure, as the very heavens and earth shimmered with divine patterns, and the 3 disciples of the cycle found themselves in a state of panic, gasping for breath. Do you dare to kill us? Even if you possess a divine offering artifact, what of it? The disciples of the cycle shouted defiantly. There are many forces at the divine offering level, and there are agreements in place. Do you seek to ignite a war at this level? Are you willing to pay the price for the lives of all in the 9 heavens and 33 layers? As they shouted, their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Flesh disintegrating, souls shattered, staggering backward. They knew that even a hasty escape would be futile, for their opponents wielded a divine offering artifact. They had no assurance of leaving the secret domain in an instant, yet they firmly believed that such an artifact could eradicate all holy spirits present with a mere thought. Consider this carefully. If we perish, the cycle will not rest until vengeance is exacted, and with the mark of reincarnation upon us, even in death, we shall instantly become reincarnation slaves, our powers utterly. The disciples of the cycle continued to speak, unwilling to meet a tragic end. After all, both they and the 6 paths disciples were at the celestial king level. However, the restrictions of this secret domain hampered their true potential. Yet now, one after another, blood was spilled, each disciple exploding like a watermelon in place, blood mist rising, annihilating everything in their wake. They were directly shattered by the sovereign banner. The eyes of the Six Paths disciples glimmered ominously, their expressions grave. This was indeed a catastrophe. The reincarnated beings have been slain, and the divine artifacts of the sacrificial path have emerged, causing trepidation among all. This is indeed a momentous event. The reincarnated cannot perish. Each disciple bears an indelible mark, and upon their demise, they instantaneously become reincarnation thralls, imbued with the power of reincarnation, utterly transformed into the most fearsome warriors of the cycle, further empowered by the divine artifacts of the sacrificial path. At that point, a great upheaval will undoubtedly erupt in the true secret realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three disciples of reincarnation met a tragic end, their life force entirely dissipated. The Emperor's banner loomed large, executing absolute annihilation. The nine nether-devouring Kunpeng gazed down with disdain, deeming the reincarnation disciples mere trifles, daring to provoke my lord. They truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. Soon, the cloaked figures obtained the keys wielded by the reincarnation disciples, assembling the second piece. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled, and from afar, powerful entities surged forth, each exceedingly formidable. They traversed the skies, mounted on war horses, clad in armor that shimmered with brilliance, astonishing many, while an enigmatic energy rippled around them, causing the void to hum and quiver in their wake. Indeed, they are the domain envoys. This is dire news. The Six Paths trembled. Ahead, one could discern 10 domain envoys approaching on horseback, each gaze piercing and commanding, capable of suppressing an entire realm. Domain envoys are unique existences within the 9 heavens and the 33 layers. Their backing remains a mystery to all, since the ancient celestial court disintegrated and vanished. The domain envoys have emerged. Many great powers of the sacrificial path once vied for control over the 9 heavens and 33 layers. But all conflicts subsided upon the advent of the domain envoys, averting a catastrophic sacrificial-level war. What transpired back then is now lost to time, known only to a select few sovereigns. The domain envoys, regardless of which layer they inhabit, are extraordinary beings that impose checks on various powers and, to some extent, execute divine retribution on behalf of the gods, instilling fear in many. Now, although the domain envoys have manifested with a shared intent to preserve the legacy of the ancient celestial court, the tragic demise of 3 reincarnation disciples will surely summon the reincarnation thralls into the world. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 domain envoys, astonishingly powerful, stand at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, the zenith of this location. Even within the secret realm, though their cultivation is suppressed, they can still invoke divine retribution. Divine artifacts of the sacrificial path? Which power do they belong to? What is their purpose? The domain envoys' eyes glowed with intensity, radiating an overwhelming pressure as they scrutinized the cloaked figures and the figure within the war shuttle. They posed 3 questions in quick succession, leaving many astonished. Even in such a scenario, the occupant of the war shuttle remained concealed. Was this due to the confidence provided by the divine artifacts? However, it must be acknowledged that even the divine retribution summoned by the domain envoys, to a certain extent, cannot be breached, yet they seem to possess a backup plan. Suddenly, the secret realm became turbulent, and a terrifying pair of eyes emerged in the sky, as if the very embodiment of the world itself. One eye, boundless in its grandeur, gazing down upon the ants in its palm. The sacrificial path, the divine artifact. Those eyes seemed to transcend the river of time, imbued with an ancient essence. Their gaze akin to the cycle of reincarnation, instilling horror in many, as if reversing the flow of existence itself, transforming even the scenes of the secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. The cloaked figures remained undeterred, wielding the Emperor's banner with all their might, activating the runes to traverse the heavens and the earth. Initially, they could only awaken 4 divine runes, but sensing the threat from the formidable figure, they erupted in full force, unleashing colossal ripples that surged skyward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the immense eyes erupted, showering the secret realm with a deluge of crimson rain. Do you wish to ignite the sacrificial war? Chapter 95. Acquiring millions of celestial king thralls. The domain envoys were astonished, flames of fury igniting in their eyes. As the guardians of this realm, the 9 heavens and 33 layers, they were taken aback by the audacity of the cloaked figures. The tragic conversion of the reincarnated disciples into thralls was a profound mystery of reincarnation. They had not anticipated such brazen actions from the cloaked figures, who had not yet revealed their identity while annihilating that terrifying eye. The sacrificial path, the divine artifact. The eyes of the domain envoys flickered with divine brilliance as they sensed the overwhelming energy and pressure. 10 of them, mounted on their steeds and clad in resplendent armor, gazed intently at the war shuttle and the cloaked figure wielding the Emperor's banner. Not only were the domain envoys astonished, but the murmurs among them revealed their astonishment. After all, each divine artifact is a cornerstone of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, belonging to the foremost powers of the sacrificial path. Now, one of these artifacts appeared within this layer, an unusual and sinister occurrence, and the most perplexing aspect was that the cloaked figure, as a servant, possessed a cultivation level that was not particularly high, even failing to reach the celestial king realm. This warranted serious contemplation. Meanwhile, the 6 disciples of the 6 paths were equally stunned and shaken. They had heard of the power of reincarnation and the transformation of fallen reincarnation disciples into thralls, igniting the mysteries of the cycle. Now, witnessing this scene firsthand, they were left in utter disbelief. The secrets of reincarnation were indeed profound. At the same time, the atmosphere among all present grew tense, their expressions grave, particularly those from Death God Mountain, as the cloaked figure wielded the Emperor's banner. Such a divine artifact in hand. What was the identity of the figure within the war shuttle? How could such a powerful artifact be wielded so confidently by a servant? Across the heavens, a tempest brewed. Golden sands surged, creating waves upon waves as the black eyes exploded, transforming into a rain of blood. Instantly, an invisible energy manifested from the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, revealing 3 familiar figures, those of the 3 reincarnation disciples slain by the cloaked figure. At this moment, their forms and states had transformed. Their bodies now bore a grayish-brown hue, and spiraled marks emerged upon their foreheads, reminiscent of the attire they once wore. 3 spirals interconnected, symbolizing the cycle. Their powers surged fiercely, their life force palpable, and even the divine runes had significantly amplified. Now, even within the secret realm, they stood at the great Luo golden immortal realm, their overall strength vastly enhanced. Reincarnation thralls. The domain envoys cast their scrutinizing gazes, refraining from intervening excessively, their armor radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The 6 disciples at the side were struck with awe. Indeed, after transforming into reincarnation thralls, their power was astonishing, creating tumult in the heavens and the earth, as if retaining fragments of their memories. The cloaked figure must pay for their sins. A haughty young man spoke coldly, his form enveloped in black runes, radiating brilliance that shook the surroundings, infused with unique powers of reincarnation, exuding terror without bounds. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The 3 reincarnation thralls swiftly launched their attack. The cloaked figure, wielding the Emperor's banner, activated the runes, each gleam seemingly containing the power to annihilate worlds. The reincarnation thralls unleashed furious roars, their reincarnation aura surging wildly as they sought to break free from the oppression of the Emperor's banner. The domain envoys widened their eyes, fully aware that should these 2 forces unleash their full might, the entire domain would suffer grievous repercussions. At the moment of a tense stalemate between the 2 parties, the figure cloaked in black suddenly let out a thunderous roar, channeling an immense force from within into the Dominator banner. In an instant, the banner unleashed a dazzling beam of light, hurtling towards the reincarnation slave. Unyielding, the reincarnation slave formed hand seals, conjuring a massive gate of reincarnation before him, intending to absorb the incoming light. However, the power of the Dominator banner exceeded all expectations. The beam shattered through the gate, striking directly at the reincarnation slave. A myriad of runes erupted, a terrifying spectacle that reverberated across the heavens and the earth. As a tempest swirled, fury ignited. The 3 reincarnation slaves exuded an overwhelming killing intent, drastically different from before, their divine power boundless, the aura of reincarnation rampaging forth, surging violently, accompanied by a sky full of reincarnation runes, causing the very fabric of this void to begin to fracture. A resonant hum echoed. The universe trembled, the air exploded, as terrifying divine patterns cascaded like a river of stars, rushing toward the figure draped in black. The might was formidable. The reincarnation slaves were momentarily suppressed here, but outside, their strength was unparalleled. The 6 paths spectators were astonished, unable to deny the ferocity of the reincarnation beings, a force both horrifying and awe-inspiring, embodying an unimaginable divine power and overwhelming might. In that moment, the cloaked figure took action without hesitation. The explosive energy of the dream of madness surged forth from the Dominator banner. The black-clad figure stood resolute, engaging in battle alongside them, their might astonishing. As divine and demonic forces converged in the skies, the golden path lay before them, and the ritualistic divine law of the Dominator enhanced their already formidable strength, creating an aura that sent shivers down spines. The ritualistic divine artifact was activated, awakening, as divine patterns stretched across the world, exuding boundless divine might. Retreat! Retreat! At this moment, everyone frantically sought to escape, racing through the secret realm, desperate to flee. The clash between the reincarnation beings and the black-clad figure was too overwhelming and tyrannical, the scope of their battle immense. This was not a quest for opportunity, but a pathway to death. Such a terrifying eruption of energy threatened to shatter the entirety of the secret realm's microcosm. From this day forth, the god of Death Mountain would undoubtedly shake the world. The beings from the ancient God Mountain were slaughtered, the reincarnation beings killed, and the ritualistic divine artifact possessed by those seated within was still a mystery, as none had yet laid eyes upon them. Truly astonishing. Many fled in a frenzy, heads bowed, wishing for extra legs to escape the overwhelming terror of the fluctuations. It was inconceivable that amidst their conflict, the microcosm could explode. Should that occur, this world would collapse. And regardless of their might, they would meet their doom here. Go, go, go! Hurry! Many laughed in disbelief, employing divine talismans, their speed transcending all, transforming into streaks of light that spanned thousands of miles. Some talismans could even traverse 100,000 miles. At this moment, no one held back, and the idea of competing for opportunities was non-existent. Only the singular thought of swift and expedient escape remained, lest they become mere corpses in this place. Boom, boom, boom. The Valkyries of the god of War Palace did not dare approach closely, observing from a distance. As all beings and cultivators fled at breakneck speed, her expression turned grave. Even though the god of War Palace was formidable, it could not compete with ritualistic-level forces. Despite her talent and potential, she felt a profound uncertainty about surviving here. Reincarnation slaves were a rarity, having only appeared a century prior. Now, 3 had emerged simultaneously, and not just here. Even the outer entrance was on the verge of explosion. The core elders of the 9 great factions stationed at the entrance sensed the cataclysmic energy fluctuations within, each one awakening from their meditative states, their eyes shimmering with intensity. They exchanged alarmed glances, feeling a palpable aura of ritualistic energy. What is happening? One elder emerged from the void, an imposing figure with the strength of a 9th heaven celestial king. Not only him, but the remaining 8 core elders hailed from various factions, the god of War Palace, Ancient God Mountain, 9 Heavens Kunlun Dao, Heavenly God Mountain, and Myriad Demon Mountain. They were no ordinary beings. At the entrance of the secret realm, brilliant light flowed. Surrounded by terrifying radiance and divine mists, a multitude of auspicious colors swirling, as countless figures surged forth. Their expressions were filled with horror and shock, many trembling with fear. Human cultivators, demonic cultivators, and various beings all rushed out, a throng of over 10,000, previously from different races, some bearing deep-seated animosities, now united in the face of overwhelming dread. The atmosphere within the secret realm was too terrifying, as the ritualistic divine artifact displayed its might, alongside the powerful reincarnation beings, piercing through this microcosm with their gaze. What kind of experience was that? Whether it was the ritualistic divine artifact held by the black-clad figure or those fearsome eyes, they brought them to the brink of death. What is going on? A core elder called for his disciples, his expression solemn. It had been less than 3 days since they ventured into what was supposed to be a 3-month trial. The swiftness of its conclusion was absurd. What? You say the beings from the god of Death Mountain possess a ritualistic divine artifact, the Dominator banner, that it directly slaughters the disciples of reincarnation? The offspring of ancient God Mountain were all killed by the god of Death Mountain? Even a bodhisattva from Little Western Heaven has fallen? The black-clad figure, wielding talismans, wreaked havoc akin to tossing cabbages. Upon hearing this, the group of core elders nearly fainted. What kind of origins did the god of Death Mountain possess? It was simply unimaginable. Possessing countless talismans, akin to cabbages, and having black-clad servants, each armed with celestial weapons, not to mention ritualistic divine artifacts. This was terrifying. By the heavens, the god of Death Mountain, my ancient God Mountain and Myriad Demon Mountain will never coexist with you. One core elder declared vehemently, and among them were several from ritualistic-level factions. Indeed, true ritualistic powers resided high above, in the 33 heavens, where their legacies were left behind. Crossing the 33 heavens is a far cry from traversing the mortal realm to the celestial realm. Within the microcosm of the secret realm, the disciples of the 6 paths watched the battle from a distance, their eyes gleaming. They could not help but acknowledge the boundless terror of the ritualistic divine artifact. Even merely activating the 6 paths runes was not something the reincarnation slaves could contend with. At this moment, The Dominator banner unfurled magnificently, emanating a murderous aura that shook the heavens and the earth, saturating the secret realm with a suffocating energy. Even the realm emissaries kept their distance, a million miles away. Yet, even so, as they looked up, the spectacle before them felt alarmingly close. Boom, boom. Ultimately, the Dominator banner shone brilliantly, radiating divine light, sending ripples that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, dominating all, causing the very fabric of this secret realm to shatter like porcelain. The three reincarnation slaves were utterly reduced to fragments, vanishing within the microcosm. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 million Celestial King Realm battle slaves. Congratulations, host, your cultivation chamber level has increased. Congratulations, host. The current maximum realm of the cultivation chamber can reach Pinnacle of the Ninth Heaven Celestial King. Chapter 96. Once again acquiring a ritualistic divine artifact. The Mountain of Gods and Demons. A heavenly gate of the ancient heavenly court. In the 9 heavens, the 33 heavens, within the God of Death Mountain's secret realm. The disciples of the 6 paths were aglow with wonder, for indeed, the ritualistic divine artifact was as fearsome and tyrannical as rumored, its ferocity beyond comprehension, effortlessly dispatching the reincarnation slaves with just a fraction of its might. It is said that those marked as reincarnation slaves bear the blessing of an imprint and are safeguarded by the secret powers of the reincarnation deity, rendering them overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, despite such prowess, they still meet a grim fate when confronted with sacrificial artifacts. The inhabitants of the 6 paths gasped in astonishment. Not only they, but also the 10 domain lords standing nearby, exhibited similar expressions of curiosity as their eyes sparkled with intrigue, pondering the true origins of Death God Mountain, which possessed sacrificial artifacts and had so effortlessly brought them forth. It seemed to them that this was entirely distinct from the several great factions that had already arrived, as it did not appear to employ the sacrificial artifacts as weapons. The aura of the Emperor's banner was both domineering and peculiar, starkly contrasting with the Imperial Palace. Could it be that Death God Mountain was once a fallen sacrificial force, now poised to re-emerge and reveal itself to the world? The domain lords speculated and analyzed, transmitting thoughts among themselves, yet ultimately refrained from taking action, maintaining a state of tranquility. The recent display of the Emperor's banner's power had greatly impressed them. It was indeed a sacrificial artifact of terrifying might, brimming with boundless magical energy. Even the domain lords, who navigated the peripheries of various sacrificial-level powers, were mindful of the potential for divine retribution and thus chose to exercise restraint. The sacrificial artifacts were not to be trifled with, should they truly engage. Even if they could summon divine punishment, survival would not be guaranteed. What astonished them most was that the sacrificial artifact appeared to be treated with utter indifference by the individuals within the battle shuttle, as if it were merely a talisman, entirely disregarded and still under the control of the cloaked figure. Moreover, even the mysterious eyes of the reincarnation forces did not compel him to reveal himself, his identity shrouded in enigma. Within the battle shuttle, Diyuan was taken aback as a series of notifications resonated in his mind, filling him with delight. Hadn't they finally arrived? The reincarnation slave of the Celestial King realm. And at that, a pinnacle of the 9th heaven. A staggering 10 million of them had emerged. Furthermore, the cultivation chamber he possessed was equally capable of reaching the 9th heaven pinnacle of the Celestial King realm. In the system's prestige space marketplace, he could exchange for an endless supply of black-robed battle slaves at the golden immortal level. Thus, entering the cultivation chamber, he would be inundated with a continual influx of beings as powerful as the pinnacle celestial kings. Ding! Congratulations, host. 20 million black-robed battle slaves have successfully entered the cultivation chamber, currently at the peak of the golden immortal realm. Congratulations, host. Black-robed battle slaves have successfully cultivated. Congratulations, host. 20 million black-robed battle slaves have reached the pinnacle of the Celestial King 9th Heaven realm. Diyuan felt a surge of elation. Upon entering this realm, he discerned that the celestial realm was indeed extraordinary, with formidable powers and realms, complemented by flawless heavenly rules and celestial energy. The black-robed figures had ascended to the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm, granting him a modicum of security in this world. Since our grievances are well understood, why not journey together to the ancient heavenly court's dojo in search of fortune? Proposed a man among the 10 domain lords. His form enveloped in the essence of celestial rules and symbols, wearing battle armor that radiated immense power, even the steed beneath him exuding formidable might. The 10 domain lords, akin to the reincarnated disciples of the 6 paths, were all sealers, and upon arriving here, even their strongest could only exert themselves to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet, They were all exceptionally talented and formidable figures of the younger generation. The domain lord's words indicated a consensus reached among them, their demeanor calm as they inquired about the Six Paths and Death God Mountain. After all, the strength exhibited by Death God Mountain had already made its mark. Although they bore no fear of the domain lords, they were reluctant to provoke conflict over sacrificial artifacts. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 disciples of the Six Paths exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The leading handsome youth spoke. Very well. They had already come to an understanding, having awaited this moment to ensure they did not miss the ancient heavenly court's legacy. They desired to gain from it, but were also cautious not to invite calamity upon themselves, opting to act opportunistically and avoid unnecessary contention. The 2 keys, one obtained from a counterfeit disciple of the Six Paths and the other from the reincarnation, were now ready for fusion. At that moment, the keys held by the Six Paths and domain lords also soared forth, merging seamlessly with the 2 in Diyuan's possession. Boom, boom, boom. A vast array unfolded, radiating resplendent golden light, merging into a flawless blueprint, with not a single seam to be found, instantly smoothed by mysterious energy. The array then emanated brilliant divine radiance, with countless strands of light, swirling purple mist, and chaotic energies intertwining, reflecting a magnificent and stunning architectural complex. The grand palaces stretched endlessly, undulating like mountains, exuding scorching brilliance, with powerful and dazzling rainbow lights flashing, erupting in a spectacle that dazzled the eyes. Across the realm, everything was bathed in golden hues, and even the secretive microcosm experienced bizarre transformations. The underground dragon veins surged forth, revealing myriad strands of dragon energy to guide the onlookers. The Six Paths and domain lords held a solemn demeanor, with Diyuan and the cloaked figures at the forefront, refraining from overstepping boundaries. For even the reincarnation, a sacrificial-level force, dared not provoke them, knowing full well they could be annihilated here. Their reluctance to engage in battle stemmed from a recognition that it would bear no benefit to them. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the vast mountains, the cloaked figures moved with the swiftness of a long rainbow. Though only 100 in number, they radiated an aura of terror, traversing all directions. The pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm? In an instant, the Six Paths disciples and the domain lords trailing behind were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the reality before them, doubting their own perceptions. What had they sensed? Each of those 100 black-robed figures stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and this seemed merely a fraction of their true power. Could it be that they were also self-sealers, concealing their genuine strength? Otherwise, such a formidable presence would be inexplicable. The disciples of the Six Paths were astounded. Meticulously sensing the surroundings, there was no mistaking it. The strength of the black-robed figures had surged 2 whole realms. They had been masquerading as the weak, hiding their true cultivation all along. In a heartbeat, both the domain lords and the disciples of the Six Paths were engulfed in shock and trepidation. Death God Mountain was undoubtedly a superlative power, boasting sacrificial artifacts and servants surpassing the Celestial King realm, who resided within its confines, their identities remaining unknown to this day. The battle shuttle, emanating a peculiar aura, became impenetrable, leaving both the disciples of the Six Paths and the domain lords in a state of unease. Having questioned this phenomenon more than once, the Emperor's banner appeared to be merely one of Death God Mountain's sacrificial artifacts. The battle shuttle, too, faintly exuded the essence of sacrificial power. Diyuan sat comfortably within, savoring the moment, indulging in potent elixirs, surveying the beauty around him with a tranquil heart. He felt optimistic, having gleaned much information, believing that once he obtained the legacy of the ancient heavenly court, he could emerge and establish his own dominion. After all, he possessed a sacrificial-level palace that had yet to be utilized. Even in this celestial realm, once established, it would surely incite tremendous awe and upheaval. The most immediate benefit was that unless sacrificial artifacts made an appearance, the gates of Death God Mountain would serve as an impenetrable fortress, unassailable by any force. Guided onwards, traversing a million vast deserts and crossing endless grasslands, they arrived at a mountain of deities and demons. As far as the eye could see, a formidable wall loomed ahead, stretching infinitely like a celestial decree, seemingly marking the boundary of a miniature world. The mountain of gods and demons towered amidst the clouds, appearing to ascend directly to the second heaven, an awe-inspiring sight. Its vast expanse was indiscernible, while above, an ancient and grand aura intertwined with a divine presence, swirling and surging forth. Even the likes of the realm masters and others felt an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush them. Had they not been in possession of mysterious artifacts, their very flesh would have instantaneously disintegrated. Simultaneously, A tinge of envy arose in them as they observed the inhabitants of the Mountain of Death, who wielded sacrificial artifacts and faced no danger whatsoever. Enveloped in an invisible radiance that shielded them from the oppressive force, the mountain of gods and demons stood tall, exuding a majestic divine might that rendered one unable to gaze directly at it, had it not been for the 4 fused formation diagrams, which served as keys to traverse this realm. They would have been utterly obliterated. The formation diagrams soared forth, racing towards the mountain of gods and demons, and in an instant, they merged with the mountain. The entire structure radiated light, unleashing a terrifying divine brilliance that surged like a mighty wave across the cosmos. The mountain of gods and demons trembled, astonishingly beginning to shrink, manifesting divine power, transforming from its boundless enormity into a palm-sized iron plate, weighing heavily in one's grasp, as if it bore the weight of 1,000,000 tons, and it flew directly into the hands of Emperor Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mountain of gods and demons, currently at the sacrificial level. Mountain of gods and demons, one of the gates of the ancient celestial palace's southern heavenly gate, possessing immeasurable power. In just a few terse words, the immense strength of the ancient celestial palace is vividly conveyed. This mountain of gods and demons is undeniably a sacrificial level divine object. Once a mere material in the ancient celestial palace during an epoch long past, it is almost unfathomable to consider the grandeur of the ancient celestial palace, the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 33 skies, as evidenced by the remnants of its former glory and dominance reflected in the present mountain of gods and demons. Chapter 97. Subduing the Realm Masters. Thunderous roars erupted. The mountain of gods and demons unveiled itself, a terrifying divine light erupting forth, dazzling like the sun above the 9 heavens, unleashing divine might that swept through the universe. The 10 Realm Masters widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that the legacy of the ancient celestial palace lay just beyond this wall. It was indeed a manifestation of the wonders of heaven and earth, and it was no surprise that countless individuals coveted the legacy of the ancient celestial palace, which was once the sovereign of the 9 heavens and 33 skies, governing the entire immortal realm with its boundless ancient techniques and sacrificial-level divine arts. The mountain of gods and demons visibly transformed, radiating a splendid glow, a brilliance that seemed to stretch to the very heavens. Under the astonished and awestruck gazes of the Realm Masters and the disciples of the 6 Paths, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the war shuttle. They were taken aback, sensing an unprecedented aura emanating from the mountain of gods and demons. The Realm Masters furrowed their brows, their eyes gleaming with divine light, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. The leading Realm Master addressed the war shuttle, where figures clad in black stood in a disciplined formation, akin to servants, numbering around 100. The Realm Master clasped his hands in salute, his voice steady as he spoke. Brothers of the Mountain of Death, may we be granted the honor of observing this object? We sense a familiar aura, and rest assured, we shall return it after our viewing, and will not act against the principles of righteousness. The Realm Master spoke with sincerity, yet the disciples of the 6 Paths exchanged glances, their eyes radiating intense fluctuations, refraining from using sound transmission for fear that the Realm Masters and the people of the Mountain of Death might perceive their true intentions. The mountain of gods and demons appeared to be either a complete or half sacrificial divine object, and I sensed that it had once been baptized in the nirvana pool of the 6 Paths, imbued with the essence of our sacrificial divine objects. The disciples of the 6 Paths were shaken to their core. They had not anticipated that the mountain of gods and demons, which had just appeared before them, was so formidable, with a mysterious origin, likely a sacrificial divine object of the ancient celestial palace. At this moment, it had fallen into the hands of the Mountain of Death. It was evident that the Realm Masters had also realized this, for they would not have spoken so, and their conduct was markedly different from their usual domineering and aggressive behavior. Typically, they would eliminate any dissenters without hesitation, using divine punishment to obliterate their foes. Many forces would merely circumvent them upon encountering the Realm Masters. The laughter of the 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping echoed disdainfully. You wish to observe? Who do you think you are? This object now belongs to our master. What right do you have to demand to see it? The expressions of the 10 Realm Masters darkened significantly. In the outside world, they commanded respect, and all major forces would steer clear of their wrath. Yet here they were, facing humiliation at the hands of the Mountain of Death. The coarse remarks ignited a fierce, killing intent in their eyes, and the speaker turned to glance back, his gaze crackling with lightning. The mountain of gods and demons was no ordinary object. It spanned the heavens and earth, immense and boundless, yet upon gathering the 4 keys, it had absorbed this potential sacrificial divine object, making it difficult for them to resist temptation. Brother of the Mountain of Death, everything is negotiable. We, the Realm Masters, have always shaken the 8 directions with the name of the 9 heavens and 33 skies. Even when dealing with the likes of the 6 paths, we can impose our will. We only wish to observe, and we shall return it afterwards. The 9 nether-swallowing Kuanpung coldly retorted, Realm Masters, do not persist. This is the possession of the Mountain of Death, and we will not allow others to covet it. The expression of the leading Realm Master shifted. They had anticipated a degree of courtesy from the Mountain of Death. The leading Realm Master was about to persuade again when another individual could no longer contain himself. Scoffing internally, the Mountain of Death should not be so obstinate. There is nothing in this world that we, the Realm Masters, cannot obtain. As the words fell, the ominous clouds above began to churn once more, a powerful pressure descending upon the Mountain of Death. The disciples of the 6 paths were agitated, eager to witness how the Mountain of Death would respond, for the Realm Masters were indeed a force to be reckoned with, claiming to have no fear even of sacrificial-level powers. Evidently, one of the Realm Masters was unwilling to engage in further dialogue, seeking to take action and forcibly suppress them as they explored the ancient Celestial Palace's domain. After all, they would not relinquish a potential sacrificial divine object so easily. Wait. The leading Realm Master halted his companion, shaking his head. Simultaneously, the thunderous clouds above dissipated in an instant, the earth crumbling to restore clarity, revealing a beautiful landscape devoid of clouds. The disciples of the 6 paths let out a collective sigh of relief. Should a battle truly ensue, they would have to depart. Even if they stood before the ancient Celestial Palace's domain, rich with its heritage, they needed their lives to obtain anything. Neither the enigmatic figure of the Mountain of Death nor the 10 formidable Realm Masters were entities they wished to provoke. One wielded a sacrificial-level divine object, while the other was a force of the 9 heavens and 33 skies, wielding immense power over divine punishment. The leading Realm Master clasped his hands in salute once more, donning a smile, yet beneath the mask, an undercurrent of malice flickered in his otherwise calm gaze. Let us not forget, we are the Realm Masters, capable of summoning the armies of the realms. Once we explore the ancient Celestial Palace's domain, we can suppress them all. The leading Realm Master communicated with his companions in hushed tones, reassuring them. In the outside world, who among them was not a formidable figure, traversing the heavens and earth, each possessing the strength of peak immortal kings and commanding vast armies? Few dared to openly provoke them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the battle shuttle shimmered with brilliance, as rays of dawn rose and mist enveloped the surroundings. Did they truly believe I was as malleable as clay? A cold chuckle escaped young Diyuan's heart. In an instant, countless figures cloaked in black emerged around him, gazing into the distance. One could see over 10,000 silhouettes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Each of these black-clad individuals stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, the zenith of this world. Such a remarkable transformation sent shivers down the spines of the distant 6 paths, their bodies quaking with a chilling dread. How could the Mountain of Death possess such formidable warriors? The black-clad figures seemed inexhaustible. Observing from before, it was evident that the mysterious individual from the Mountain of Death had summoned an astonishing number of battle servants. Who among those who dare enter secret realms would recklessly bring along such an entourage? They were here to seize opportunities and treasures, not to bask in luxury. Yet their perceptions of the Mountain of Death had drastically shifted. The enigmatic presence, unknown to those within the Mountain of Death, appeared to be a figure of immense stature, likely a dominant force at the level of a sacrificial path overlord, descending from the lofty 9 heavens and 33 layers. Otherwise, how could they exhibit such overwhelming strength? Daring to confront the domain envoys with the intent to suppress them? Their hearts quaked, their insides trembled, as the void before them was filled with a staggering array of 1,000 black-clad figures, each radiating a terrifying aura, all at the zenith of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Were it not for the constraints of this place, the disciples of the 6 paths would have unhesitatingly surmised that their forces resided at the immortal king realm. What do you intend to do? At present, our collective exploration of the ancient heavenly court's dojo is paramount. Do not complicate matters further. The expressions of the domain envoys darkened, yet the leader spoke up, believing that this moment should not escalate into violence, as the place they sought to explore remained uncharted. Typically, in such scenarios, no force would act with such brazen dominance, for they could very well meet their demise. But today was different. The battle servants brought forth by the Mountain of Death were absurdly numerous, even as domain envoys. Being vanquished here would be a jest of monumental proportions. How could the Mountain of Death be so easily insulted? The 9 nether-devouring Kuanping scoffed disdainfully. Insult my master? Do you truly believe your lives are so abundant? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-clad warriors sprang into action, swift and resolute, their murderous intent surging forth. Each was enveloped in celestial energy, intertwining with terrifying rules as their power surged, akin to a deluge breaking through a dam, waves crashing mightily. Their celestial armor, battle boots, and weapons glimmered with an unfathomable terror. Boom, boom, boom. Striking beams of light erupted, saturating the heavens and earth, instilling fear across realms as if the cosmic river gathered in the sky, unleashing torrents of destructive star rivers to annihilate the domain envoys. Do you truly believe you can subjugate us? The mountain of death, is it? You have entangled yourselves in a grave situation. The authority of the domain envoys is not to be trifled with. From this day forth, you shall be inscribed upon my blacklist, hunted by all factions. Boom, boom, boom. The domain envoy, previously unable to contain his fury, roared with divine might. As a terrifying thunderstorm brewed in the heavens above, dark clouds swirling ominously, seemingly engulfing the entire small world in a shroud of darkness in an instant. Run, run, run. The disciples of the six paths gasped for breath, the ominous aura of impending doom hanging heavily above them, and they immediately retreated with great haste, for they had no desire to face disaster. Swiftly, they made their judgment and choice, fleeing with alacrity. Their speed was astonishing, each possessing formidable strength, and they had affixed talismans upon themselves. In the blink of an eye, they traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, yet the exit remained distant. They applied more talismans, shifting laterally several times, before finally escaping the depths of the battlefield and emerging at the entrance of the secret realm. Even at the entrance of the secret realm, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the entire small world. They were traversing beneath the thunderstorm, aware that a terrifying battle was imminent, one that could lead to the world's collapse. The domain envoy had already cast a curse. They would be recorded, not only appearing on the domain envoy's kill list, but also pursued by formidable factions. The disciples of the six paths were astonished, no longer wishing to proceed. They were all heroes in their own right. Yet the two great forces accompanying them were beyond comprehension, one being the mysterious mountain of death, wielding sacrificial artifacts, and the other, the transcendent domain envoys from the 9 heavens and 33 layers. In this battle, who would prevail and who would falter remained uncertain. Flee. Just then, a voice of unfathomable terror resonated from the depths of the small world, a mighty rumble as the thunderstorm erupted, dazzling and overwhelming, shaking the heavens and earth. It bore the power of the heavenly Tao, stunning all realms, infused with a boundless aura of destruction, desolation, solitude, and an enigmatic power that surged forth, intent on annihilating all the black-clad battle servants. Die. The authority of the domain envoys is not something you can provoke at will. Chapter 98. Obtaining the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. The gods and demons descend upon the 9 heavens, complete. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, unleashing various forms of dreadful thunder, as the 10 domain envoys radiated with violet light, their brilliance illuminating the skies, their formidable pressure stretching across realms. Each held a divine sword, razor-sharp and seemingly capable of severing all, a sight to behold. With the emergence of the divine punishment, a layer of energy manifested into tangible armor enveloped the domain envoys, their powers unfathomable, their might immeasurable. They stationed themselves across the land, akin to divine stones, using their very beings as the foundation and focal point of their formation. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation above quaked with even greater brilliance and terror. Sacrificial artifacts. How could they fall into your hands? That would be a desecration of the divine. It would be prudent to surrender willingly. Only then can we unleash their true power. Radiant divine light erupted, thunder roared, and the atmosphere surged. Here, nearly a myriad of black-clad figures remained undaunted, brimming with murderous intent, shaking the heavens and earth as the sovereign banner fluttered in their grasp, fully activating 6 talismans, instilling fear across realms, as terrifying divine light surged forth, charging ahead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 10 domain envoys bellowed mightily, their artifacts emanating energy light, dominating the heavens and earth, traversing the cosmos. The earth trembled as the star rivers seemed to converge, unleashing terrifying dark light, sweeping through the realms. Hiss, hiss, rumble, rumble, rumble. A great upheaval shook the heavens and earth, the sovereign banner exhibiting boundless might, yet the 10 domain envoys appeared solemn. Their audacity stemmed from their hidden cards and confidence. As countless talismans surged around them, divine patterns vast and majestic, inscribing symbols in the void, releasing heavenly might, rivaling even sacrificial artifacts. Silence. The 10 domain envoys roared, their voices thundering, as the visible heavenly might exploded, striking towards the black-clad warriors. Yet in the next instant, the sovereign banner seemed incensed. More symbols bursting forth, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. The 10 domain envoys, their faces aghast, widened their eyes as the heavenly might surged fiercely, only to be utterly obliterated. As sacrificial artifacts, the heavenly might bestowed upon them by the domain lord was equivalent to that of sacrificial artifacts, yet it still fell short. Hiss, hiss, rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar resounded as the sovereign banner shook the very fabric of the world. The heavenly tribulation above rained down relentlessly, yet it proved utterly inadequate. Swept away in the wind, and was promptly shattered. Die. The figure cloaked in black exudes an unyielding aura, his murderous intent reverberating through the heavens and the earth. As he bursts forth with overwhelming power, he aims to annihilate the 10 domain envoys on the spot. At the entrance, chaos and terror ensue. The 9 core elders from various formidable factions tremble in their breaths, their faces reflecting disbelief, as if caught in a dreamlike illusion. What have they witnessed? The 10 domain envoys, invoking divine retribution, ultimately fail to condemn the inhabitants of Death God Mountain, instead finding themselves suppressed. Ascending into the sky, the 10 domain envoys are shattered by the imperial banner, meeting their demise right before their eyes. The 9 masters stand dumbfounded, their breaths quaking. They sense that today's events will trigger a cataclysmic upheaval, an unprecedented shift in power dynamics. Since the onset of this incident, the members of Ancient God Mountain have been livid, while the inhabitants of 10,000 Demon Mountain are equally enraged. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats from Little Western Heaven glare fiercely, stationed at the entrance of the secret realm, prepared to encircle and annihilate Death God Mountain. You shall meet a dreadful end. Death God Mountain shall be expunged from existence. The 10 domain envoys roar in anger, yet one by one, they disintegrate into fragments, collapsing entirely into motes of light that vanish into the sky. Silence descends. Let us depart. Yang Diyuan sipped his tea and spoke, as the war shuttle traversed the void, the 9 nether-swallowing Kuanpung racing downward like a comet, piercing through the realm of gods and demons. In the ancient celestial court, once a dominion of the Tao-level overlords amidst the 33 heavens, a legacy remains. As Yang Dian entered, he was enveloped in a radiant warmth, his entire being suffused with an aura of celestial energy, rich and almost palpable, nurturing his corporeal form at every moment. The ancient celestial court, renowned for its vastness and might, revealed its former splendor upon closer inspection. Before him lay an expanse of boundlessness, as Yang Diyuan held the shaking mountain of gods and demons, emanating wisps of luminous mist. He surmised that without subduing the mountain of gods and demons, an ordinary individual would find it impossible to enter this realm. It is indeed the true key to this place. Gazing around, he beheld a mesmerizing vista, akin to a miniature world within a world. To his left, a sprawling garden of herbs unfurled, radiating an aura of purity and divine light, bursting with astonishing potency, as various divine herbs thrived in a vibrant display of life, suffused with their aromatic essence. Boom, boom, boom. Here, divine light surged forth, enveloping the area in a serene and sacred ambience, resembling an outdoor sanctuary. Yet in the distance, he discerned a gathering of divine light, a collection of divine weapons that, like the herbs in the garden, exhaled clouds of mist and radiant hues. A sight that was anything but surprising. As he ventured deeper, Yang Diyuan discovered a grand palace at the heart of it all, opulent and resplendent, evoking the majestic grandeur of the ancient celestial court's Lingxiao Hall. In this realm, wondrous lights danced, and as Yang Diyuan pressed further, he encountered an imposing, ancient stone tablet that radiated brilliance, surrounded by swirling purple energies, chaotic mists roiling, exuding celestial light and boundless rules of power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully detected a Tao-level ancient celestial technique. Would you like to record it? A sense of joy washed over Yang Diyuan at the system's prompt echoing in his mind, for this was the very reason he had ventured here. And the prospect of acquiring such knowledge brought him great satisfaction. Record it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tao-level divine technique. 89 Profound Art. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tao-level divine technique. 72 Transformations. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tao-level divine technique. Primordial Force. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tao-level divine technique. Great Tao Suppression Array. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tao-level divine technique. Divine Demons Descending to the 9 Heavens. With each successive notification resounding in his mind, Yang Diyuan felt a swell of satisfaction. Most thrilling was the complete version of Divine Demons Descending to the 9 Heavens. Far more formidable than what had been acquired by Lu Qingwan and others. Originally, Divine demons descending to the nine heavens could elevate one's cultivation by a single realm. But now, it promised to elevate two. The great Tao suppression array could only be unleashed under the auspices of such Tao-level divine techniques, with a host of a myriad. It could even subdue those at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, and potentially even threaten those of the immortal sovereign tier. In this realm, the 33 heavens boasted a remarkable cultivation hierarchy, meticulously delineating levels from celestial immortal, Yuan immortal, gold immortal, great Luo immortal, great Luo golden immortal, immortal king, immortal sovereign, immortal saint, immortal emperor, Tao immortal, to great Tao immortal. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon young Diyuan. This place truly recognized him as its master as he comprehended the divine techniques, the divine light shimmering around him. The miniature world morphing into a palm-sized sphere, appearing no larger than an egg, perfectly round, resplendent, and lustrous. This bounty was significant. The herb garden and weaponry were already formidable, and the mountain of gods and demons rivaled the imperial banner in its status as a Tao-level divine artifact. The war shuttle soared across millions of miles, traversing the secret realm's miniature world. At the entrance of the miniature world, the bodhisattvas and arhats from Little Western Heaven erupted with divine radiance, their forms enveloped in sacred light, the aura of faith surging violently. Each figure adorned with an imposing presence, yet at this moment, their anger was palpable as they stood outside the miniature world. Our junior brother has perished. The bodhisattvas and arhats from Little Western Heaven sensed something amiss, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Two of the arhats, forged as if from divine metal, stood resilient and formidable, their forms radiating a metallic sheen, enveloped in divine mist. One wielded a demon-slaying pestle, his faith manifesting as divine runes that stretched across the void, astonishing many factions who dared not approach too closely. Little Western Heaven is shrouded in enigma. The power of faith here is somewhat sinister. It has been said that even a half-step Tao-level powerhouse was transformed by the divine artifact of this realm, willingly becoming a mount for Little Western Heaven. Not only Little Western Heaven, but also the domain envoys have arrived, their auras remarkable, accompanied by a myriad of soldiers. Clearly stirred by the exposure of the divine artifact's presence, alarming many formidable factions. Death God Mountain. It seems to originate from the lower realms. Having learned from the words of the celestial assassins from beyond the heavens that Death God Mountain is indeed extraordinary, gathering 49 keys to ascension, forcefully ascending to the heavens. Who would have thought they would venture to this place? The domain envoys, their eyes radiating divine light, wielding a gilded divine tower, a divine artifact of their clan, have come prepared. Little Western Heaven, do you intend to intervene? They have slain our junior brother, and they shall not simply depart. The bodhisattvas and arhats from Little Western Heaven spoke, their voices resonating with an inexplicable magnetism as the power of faith surged forth, initiating a silent confrontation with the domain envoys, unwilling to yield. Simultaneously, in the heights of the 33 heavens, the essence of reincarnation surged and swept through, terrifying and formidable. As three superlative beings emerged from the black vortex above, each exuding immense power, with the mark of reincarnation apparent upon their brows. Yes, the reincarnation slaves. They have arrived as well. Chapter 99. The appearance of 1,000,000 immortal sovereigns. Slay all. In the 33 heavens, at the entrance of the secret realm, the place was teeming with people, a bustling throng of individuals from various sects and factions. The powerful beings from Little Western Heaven, including the bodhisattvas and arhats, radiated with a sense of dignity and lethal intent, their forms enveloped in cascading divine light interwoven with overwhelming faith, filling the skies. The ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mountain unleashed the terrifying golden-winged Great Pong and the divine phoenix, shining brightly like the sun and moon, their murderous aura shaking the heavens, embodying an astonishing and fearsome might. Three formidable beings emerged from the cycle of reincarnation, each possessing transcendent abilities and emanating the profound power of reincarnation that left many in awe and trepidation, hesitant to draw too near. The Death God Mountain exhibited remarkable audacity, having slain a bodhisattva from the lesser Western Heaven within the secret realm, along with the divine seed of the ancient God Mountain, leading to near-total annihilation, which included the favored grandson of a demon god. This was merely the beginning. Inside, even disciples of reincarnation at the ceremonial path level fell as victims, being cut down and transformed into reincarnation slaves, subsequently suppressed and eradicated with ferocity. Moreover, even the esteemed domain envoys reportedly lost 10 of their own within that realm. Many were astonished and shaken. This event was akin to a cataclysm, stirring nearly all major powers in the first heaven. Countless cultivators, upon hearing the news and learning the details, were left breathless, their hearts pounding in fear. Could the denizens of the Death God Mountain truly dominate the world, becoming invincible? Their ferocity had offended numerous major powers at the ceremonial path level in one fell swoop. Even the mysterious domain envoys, whose origins are often elusive, met their demise, leaving them in utter devastation. Even though the Death God Mountain had inherited the legacy of the ancient heavenly court within the secret world, their fate upon emerging was unlikely to be any different, being devoured by several major powers vying to suppress them. Are you not aware? The individuals from the Death God Mountain are shrouded in mystery, remaining unseen throughout, their presence too enigmatic. Many cultivators speculate that perhaps a ceremonial path-level powerhouse has made their appearance. Otherwise, how could they wield ceremonial path-level divine artifacts so brazenly within the secret realm, exhibiting such overwhelming dominance, as if they could obliterate all in their path? The Death God Mountain is anything but ordinary. Their black-clad warriors are extraordinarily formidable, wielding astonishing power. Discussions abound, for the impact of the Death God Mountain has been monumental, intertwining with many factions, most of which are ceremonial path-level overlords. The loss of even one individual could equate to the offspring of a demon god, a descendant of deities, or the progeny of celestial beings. In summary, the Death God Mountain exudes an aura of invincibility, akin to a deity slaying deities and a Buddha vanquishing Buddhas. Should any divine or demon emerge to challenge them, they would be summarily struck down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the entrance to the secret realm, divine light swirled, and whirlpools undulated. A voice exclaimed in astonishment, "Are the denizens of the Death God Mountain about to emerge?" The sound of thunder rolled, and all eyes, both mortal and divine, turned toward the entrance, particularly those reincarnation slaves, the formidable beings from the lesser western heaven, and the domain envoys, all of whom possessed strength beyond the celestial king realm. Could it be that the Death God Mountain, possessing ceremonial path-level divine artifacts, truly had the confidence to confront or even subdue the individuals from the Death God Mountain? It felt as if they were merely courting death. Many gasped and whispered, feeling that this endeavor was akin to a futile offering of heads from 1,000 miles away. Regardless of one's resplendence or status, be it celestial sovereign or saint, none could withstand the onslaught of ceremonial path divine artifacts. These were the most terrifying weapons in the 33 heavens. While the identity and strength of the mysterious individual within the war shuttle remained uncertain, the intensity of the aura surrounding their battle slaves was telling. Boom, boom, boom. The very heavens trembled as the 9 nether-swallowing Kuanping emerged from the secret realm, bearing the war shuttle upon its back, surrounded by 100 black-clad individuals whose aura surged violently, exuding the peak power of the celestial king realm. What? The majority who witnessed this scene felt an immediate shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. These were merely battle slaves, yet they wielded the might of the celestial king realm. One could only surmise the exalted status of the individual within the war shuttle. To have celestial kings as slaves is a display of authority so profound that even disciples of ceremonial path-level powers would not dare to claim such grandeur. Could it be that the individual within is the progeny of a ceremonial path-level powerhouse from the Death God Mountain? The display of power was astonishing, 100 celestial kings at their command. Many were left in awe, even the bodhisattvas and arhats from the lesser western heaven, as well as the domain envoys, furrowed their brows, realizing that within this secret realm, their power had been suppressed, rendering them as mere sealed entities. Yet, the presence of 100 celestial kings as slaves guarding one individual was remarkable. Most crucially, each celestial king's slave bore a complete celestial weapon, radiating brilliant light, shimmering with an ethereal glow, brimming with celestial power. It was said that each of them was equipped with talismans of great potency, capable of slaying celestial kings, making even celestial sovereigns and other powerful beings reluctant to engage, lest they be overwhelmed and annihilated. All were momentarily stunned, some unable to regain their composure for a long while. The reincarnation beings, domain envoys, and the mighty from the lesser western heaven gazed intently, their auras cloaked in divine light and murderous intent, attempting to pierce the veil shrouding the mysterious individual within the war shuttle, yet thwarted by an impenetrable radiance. An existence beyond celestial weapons? The domain envoy's gaze darkened, his countenance shadowed, and his brows furrowed deeply. One could not deny that the equipment of the Death God Mountain was exceedingly extraordinary. Even the celestial weapons possessed by their battle slaves incited envy among many celestial kings present, yet they feared provoking the inhabitants of the Death God Mountain, who might retaliate with their ceremonial path divine artifacts, leading to immediate destruction. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. It must be acknowledged that in this realm, power reigns supreme. Oh my, master, do you see? A horde of bald men, along with reincarnation puppets and domain envoys, are here to welcome us. The nine nether-swallowing Kunping's voice boomed, resonating far and wide, even deafening many present, revealing a blatant affront. For the first time, it felt as though a mount could be so brazen, openly slapping faces in public. Make way. Do you possess no discernment? You dare to claim the title of celestial sovereign? Your face is larger than my foot, shamelessly blocking the path as if preparing to extort wealth. And you, bald donkey, don't give me that look, lest I turn you into a mount. The nine nether-swallowing Kunping, having remained silent for countless ages, becoming a vessel of legends in the lower realms, unleashed a torrent of words that had been pinned up for too long. In an instant, all present felt their patience fraying, their expressions filled with murderous intent and hatred directed at him. My mountain lord is supremely powerful, unafraid of anyone. Think carefully if you wish to strike. Consider how many lives you have to spare. It must be said that all present were deep in thought, grappling with a significant dilemma. The might of ceremonial path level powers is indeed formidable. Yet no one had ever dared to display ceremonial path divine artifacts before beings from the weakest celestial realm. Furthermore, many were unable to grasp or analyze the implications, given that it concerned the might of ceremonial path divine artifacts. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic conflict, shaking the heavens and earth, potentially fracturing the 33 heavens. Thus, caution is paramount. Yet, before they could react, hesitating amidst their contemplation, the nine nether-swallowing Kunping transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. In that moment, the original 100 black-clad battle slaves multiplied into 1,000,000, without exception, obscuring the sky with their overwhelming numbers, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. 1,000,000 black-clad warriors, all at the peak of the celestial king realm. They had appeared so suddenly, each exuding ferocity and murderous intent, casting a pall over the hearts of all present. The ceremonial path divine artifacts, perhaps they were acquired by chance, must be seized. The realm's envoy beheld a dazzling spectacle, infused with a murderous intent that could shake the very heavens. His divine consciousness had grasped a revelation. The true identity of the Death God Mountain was that of a being descended from the lower realm. This astonishing information was gleaned from the mouths of the celestial hand of the heavens and the denizens of Kunlun Mountain. The existence of sacrificial artifacts of such caliber in the lower realms was nothing short of astonishing. Even among the myriad formidable beings at the immortal king level in this locale, their expressions were painted with shock and fervor, igniting a fervent desire to venture into the lower realms. Thunderous roars echoed, rumblings that signified a readiness for battle. The domain lord commanded their capture. In this critical moment, the power of sacrificial artifacts could be unleashed. Instantly, not only did the envoy of the realm descend into madness, unleashing a tempest of bloodlust that reverberated through the cosmos, but even the small western heaven found itself enveloped by a tidal wave of faith energy, surging forth to engulf the figures clad in black. Simultaneously, the ancient deities of the ancient God Mountain and the 10,000 Demons Mountain secretly unleashed their might, intent on obliterating the dark-clad figures. Even if they could not claim the spoils, they sought vengeance, to reclaim their honor and dignity. The terrifying reincarnation powers of the reincarnation slaves surged forth, manifesting as mysterious dark light, weaving countless threads that spanned the void, evoking both horror and awe. Many present began to retreat frantically, taken aback by the imminent eruption of war that unfolded with such haste. Some, even as strong as immortal kings, dared not linger, let alone those who were merely at the great Luo golden immortal level or lower. In an instant, the battle ignited. Countless powerhouses unleashed their might, and the divine weapons behind the envoy of the realm were also stirred, resonating with a clangor that echoed magnificently, their armors shimmering with divine radiance and precious brilliance. Suddenly, high above in the nine heavens, a golden path emerged, shrouded in chaotic energies, with myriad rays of light dancing through the mists. The divine brilliance swirled, and 1,000,000 black-clad battle slaves felt their cultivation soar to great realms in an instant. The sheer terror of their newfound strength sent tremors through the cosmos. Celestial immortals, primordial immortals, golden immortals, great Luo immortals, immortal kings, immortal sovereigns, immortal saints, immortal emperors, Tao immortals, and great Tao immortals. In that fleeting moment, 1,000,000 peak immortal kings transformed into immortal saints, their presence now commanding and fierce, their murderous aura shaking the very heavens. Gasps of astonishment and trepidation rippled through the gathered crowd, their very scalps tingling with fear. 1,000,000 immortal saints, the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. The descent of deities and demons upon the nine heavens had been completely and flawlessly acquired by them, to leap across two great realms, ascending directly from the peak of immortal kings to immortal saints. What a staggering feat. Chapter 100. The Dominator flag annihilates heaven and earth, slaying all, eradicating the reincarnation slaves. Before the entrance to the small world, all present were aghast, their eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. The legacy of the ancient heavenly court. The descent of deities and demons upon the 9 heavens. Such might could elevate one's strength by 2 great realms in an instant. What overwhelming dominance was this? A collective shudder coursed through the crowd as they beheld the golden path above, where all the black-clad battle slaves donned golden armor, radiant jewels reflecting their brilliance. Divine clouds flowing around them. The fearsome reputation of the Death God Mountain was indeed terrifying. Not only did they possess sacrificial artifacts, but they also commanded 1,000,000 battle slaves at the immortal king level, gazing imperiously in every direction, traversing the cosmos. In light of these revelations, all present were left in a state of shock. How could one possibly resist such overwhelming power? The deities from the ancient God Mountain and the 10,000 Demons Mountain felt their breaths quicken, their hearts seemingly weighed down by an insurmountable burden. The immortal kings had transformed into immortal saints, and in such numbers. How could they withstand such an onslaught? It was akin to inviting death. Seeing this, the myriad creatures from the ancient God Mountain and the 10,000 Demons Mountain fled in desperation, abandoning any thought of lingering, transforming into their true forms to escape swiftly. Remaining here meant certain death. Who among them could contend with such formidable cultivators, 1,000,000 immortal saints capable of sweeping all before them? Even if they combined the might of the entire first heaven, who could stand against 1,000,000 immortal saints? It was simply preposterous. How could this be happening? Even the envoy of the realm was horrified, having received the domain lord's divine thoughts, preparing for a grand confrontation. Who could have anticipated that 1,000,000 immortal kings would ascend to immortal saints? The difficulty of such a transformation was already immense, and they had to consider the terrifying sacrificial artifacts of their foes. Now, without even a fight, life and death could be decided in an instant. The situation laid bare before them. While the envoy had 1,000,000 domain warriors behind him, their overall strength paled in comparison to the dark-clad battle slaves of the Death God Mountain. In comparison, they were leagues apart. The Arhats and Bodhisattvas of the small western heaven were equally stricken with fear, their eyes wide and glazed over. The surging faith energy within them momentarily dulled, no longer flowing as freely as before. 1,000,000 immortal saints. Despite the formidable prowess of the deities and demons descending upon the 9 heavens, they were still no match. The mountain lord commanded, "Subdue them." Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere erupted, divine inscriptions swirling in the air, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, terrifyingly asserting dominance over the universe, the void vibrating with ominous sounds, and the fearsome might of the immortal Tao swept across, enveloping nearly all present. Scatter. In that moment, the crowd erupted in cries of alarm, divine lights crisscrossing the sky, vast and boundless. Yet, a significant portion of them were utterly unable to withstand the divine might. Even those from the ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demons Mountain who had fled earlier were struck by divine light, their brilliance dissipating. Strong cultivators falling as blood spilled upon the ground. Those from the 10,000 Demons Mountain and ancient God Mountain, even at the immortal sovereign level, found themselves torn apart by a single ray of light when faced with the dark-clad battle slaves of the Death God Mountain. Countless voices cried out in shock, as immortal sovereigns, though mighty, met their demise with such ease, foretelling a brutal campaign of slaughter by the Death God Mountain. A display meant to instill fear and establish authority. Flee. The remnants of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and ancient God Mountain were in a state of panic, their immortal sovereign-level cultivators having been slain before they could exhibit their might, leaving their followers gripped with unimaginable terror and despair. This was a boundless and cataclysmic massacre, one that made their very skin feel as though it might crack. Had it not been for their reliance on terrifying artifacts to traverse the void, covering vast distances in an instant, they would have perished in an instant. The beings of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and the ancient God Mountain sighed heavily, their tense spirits finally easing as they fled, feeling as if the scythe of death had finally been lifted from above their heads. But in the next moment, the survivors from the 10,000 Demons Mountain and ancient God Mountain began to scream in horror, their pupils dilating as if they had encountered the most terrifying ordeal imaginable. No, how could this be? We have fled 1,000,000 miles, yet the black-clad battle slaves still track us down, and a single ray of holy light shatters our physical forms, disintegrating our very souls. Countless beings trembled in fear, the denizens of the ancient God Mountain and the 10,000 Demons Mountain crying out as they were transformed into blood mist, meeting a tragic end. At the entrance to the small world, the elders of the 9 major factions who had possessed foresight fled far in advance, sensing that a great calamity was about to unfold. However, they could not have anticipated the scale of this event. one that would shake the heavens and lament the spirits. A spectacle so shocking that it would leave them astounded. 1,000,000 immortal saints could obliterate all foes. What could the envoy of the realm do against such might? As holy light surged and blossomed forth, it sent them hurtling backward, their bodies cracking, souls shattering, their internal organs laid waste. Behind them, 1,000,000 warriors from the myriad realms fell one after another, their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. It could be said that they were unstoppable. Like gods slaying gods, and Buddhas vanquishing Buddhas, they swept through all opposition. Slaughter. The air was punctuated by the sounds of piercing strikes, as 3 reincarnation slaves roared in unison. In an instant, the heavens and earth erupted into chaos, boiling with a palpable fury. A terrifying, visibly dark energy surged forth, traversing the universe like a tempest, exuding a fierce power that seemed capable of annihilating all existence. The many bodhisattvas and arhats of the little western heaven trembled in their hearts, channeling their faith to conjure barriers against the onslaught of the holy light. To their astonishment, their eyes widened as the reincarnation slaves unleashed the might of sacrificial artifacts, not in their true form, but through some extraordinary means that allowed them to wield the power of these divine objects from afar. The reincarnation judge struck. The 3 reincarnation slaves, infused with the secret power of reincarnation, radiated a terrifying brilliance. They sacrificed their own vessels and souls to eradicate the 1,000,000 black-clad battle slaves. The aura of sacrifice erupted, leaving everyone stunned and shaken. Under the divine might of the sacrificial artifacts, even celestial saints could not stand in the way. The arhats and bodhisattvas of the little western heaven scattered, desperately trying to evade the complexity and horror of the reincarnation powers, which intertwined with their own intricate fates. They sought to avoid entangling themselves further in causality. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful power of reincarnation, accompanied by the might of the sacrificial artifacts, converged like rivers of stars in the cosmos, forming a terrifying reincarnation sun that radiated a crimson light, illuminating the heavens and earth. 6 beams shot forth, targeting the black-clad battle slaves. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Panic and shock gripped the hearts of all, for the divine might of the sacrificial artifacts was indeed unmatched, vast, and overwhelming, leaving them feeling powerless and despondent. Many immortal sovereigns, unable to escape in time, screamed in despair as their bodies seemed to undergo reincarnation, rapidly aging from their prime to a frail old age, then reversing into infancy, only to be horrifically transformed into streams of light, dissipating into the air as if they had never existed. Boom. The terrifying divine light surged toward the 1,000,000 black-clad battle slaves, but in that moment, a grand banner appeared on the scene, freezing the void, halting the cosmos, and suspending the passage of time. The sovereign banner emanated an unparalleled dominance, radiating terrifying waves of energy, with runes bursting forth, traversing the heavens and earth with immense power. Boom. The world turned white, as the dreadful ripples of energy shook the very fabric of reality. The sovereign banner locked the void, fully restraining the divine might of reincarnation, and then absorbed it within, thus neutralizing it. The terrifying divine radiance spread across millions of miles, engulfing the entire god burial mountain in tumult. Mountains and earth trembled, unable to withstand the force. Had it not been for the sovereign banner's confinement, the entire first heaven would have been torn asunder, collapsing into ruin. Reincarnation was indeed a reckless force to be reckoned with. Many survivors gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed from afar, their hearts filled with shock. Some, possessing foresight, had already retreated. Otherwise, they too would have been reduced to desolation, perishing in this place. This was an indescribable sensation. The 1,000,000 black-clad battle slaves seemed to echo the ancient might of the heavenly court, displaying an invincible force that stirred the hearts of many, indicating that a sacrificial-level powerhouse was descending from the lofty heavens to address this matter. The god burial mountain exhibited remnants of the ancient heavenly court's power, stirring memories in many great sects that had once joined forces to suppress it, ensuring that the ancient heavenly court would not re-emerge in the world. Could the god burial mountain indeed be a remnant of the ancient heavenly court, with survivors enduring through eons, now reappearing before the world? The bodhisattvas and arhats of the little western heaven, enveloped in sacred radiance, sat solemnly upon lotus petals, their eyes betraying a mix of surprise and fear. The emergence of the god burial mountain evoked endless associations, even among them. The reincarnation slaves led the charge, proving the authenticity of the sacrificial artifacts in the hands of the god burial mountain, demonstrating that they were indeed genuine and not mere projections. It could be said that a new sacrificial level force was about to rise, yet it also signified the impending demise of another. The crucial factor was whether the major sacrificial-level powerhouses and factions could tolerate the formidable ascent of the God Burial Mountain. Let us depart. This is no longer a matter in which we can meddle, the bodhisattvas and arhats declared, transforming into streaks of light as they sought to flee from this place. For the black-clad battle slaves were overwhelmingly powerful and domineering, leaving no avenue for escape, even rendering the reincarnation slave sacrificial might ineffective. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the distance, the domain envoy found himself passively obstructed, attempting to escape, but being struck down by the relentless black-clad battle slaves. His companions had suffered grievous losses, leaving only a handful remaining. Unleash the sacrificial might to buy us time to escape. Chapter 101. The conclusion of the great battle. Overwhelming all foes. Outside the entrance to the secret realm of the small world, chaos reigned. Celestial might enveloped the area, with terrifying beams of divine light erupting one after another. Mountains crumbled. The universe trembled, and the void quaked. The divine might was immeasurable, spanning the heavens and earth. The domain envoys wore grim expressions, prepared to fight desperately, burning their own vitality to fully unleash the powers granted by their sacrificial artifacts, driven solely by the threat posed by the million black-clad battle slaves. Their sheer numbers left onlookers dumbfounded, rendering resistance futile. Powerful sacrificial-level forces were once again in attendance, yet many still perished tragically. The reincarnation slaves fell in battle, and formidable immortal kings and sovereigns exploded in a cascade of destruction, the death toll unknown. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming divine might surged forth, spreading like wildfire. The domain envoys glared with fury, their bodies pulsating with radiant energy, their killing intent palpable. The very air around them seemed to distort as they summoned an object, what appeared to be a formidable weapon, exuding astonishing waves of power. As the domain envoys activated it, the weapon erupted with a blinding light, sweeping across the heavens and earth in a terrifying area attack, indiscriminately cutting through friend and foe alike. The domain envoys were rumored to possess a power behind them that rivaled even sacrificial-level forces, if not surpassing them, wielding significant authority within the lofty heavens. It was said that the ancient heavenly court's collapse was intricately tied to the role played by this faction. In the distance, the denizens of the little western heaven retreated rapidly, seeking to escape. Witnessing this horrifying scene, their hair stood on end. It was far too astonishing to withstand. The reincarnation slaves set a precedent. Even the current domain envoys were defending with all their might, striving to escape this place, allowing the sacrificial might to blossom and create an opportunity for them. Not good. The bodhisattvas and arhats of the little western heaven suddenly cried out in alarm. As holy light flickered in the air, shimmering fiercely, they found themselves ambushed, plummeting from the divine artifacts that allowed them to traverse the void. In the blink of an eye, several arhats and bodhisattvas exploded, their screams echoing in the chaos. Black-clad battle slaves. The surviving arhats and bodhisattvas shouted in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the black-clad battle slaves, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The domain envoy could not hope to restrain them all, and nearly half of the black-clad battle slaves surged forth toward them. Thousand-handed golden body, true body of the arhat, the bodhisattvas and arhats, exerting their full strength without the slightest hesitation, displayed extraordinary prowess as they wielded divine artifacts. Most of them resided within the realm of celestial sovereigns. And while there were indeed formidable beings of the celestial king level, they had all met a tragic end. In the aftermath of the previous upheaval, not a single soul beneath the celestial sovereign rank survived. It is readily apparent that, following today, the news of these events will swiftly sweep across the first heaven, leaving all factions in a state of shock. Renowned entities such as the reincarnation and the domain envoys, alongside the likes of the lesser western heaven, would suffer grievous losses. Marking this as a monumental occurrence, the divine artifacts were summoned forth. The celestial sovereigns of the lesser western heaven were struck with horror, unable to escape in peace. After the enhancement from the divine demonic presence of the nine heavens, the power of the black-clad warriors became overwhelmingly formidable. Not only were they numerous, but even the weakest among them had reached the level of celestial saints. How could they possibly contend with such might? Just one of them was sufficient to sweep them aside, let alone the 50,000 pursuing them. Had it not been for the protective measures of the divine artifacts, they would have likely perished long ago. Now, with the divine artifacts summoned into action, there was no doubt that failure to act would result in their doom. In an instant, a string of prayer beads ascended, comprising 18 luminous orbs, each as translucent as jade, each with an illustrious origin. Having emerged from the relics left behind by a divine monk upon his enlightenment, they radiated a rich aura of Buddhist and Taoist energy, and at that moment, as snowflakes drifted through the air, The vibrations of the celestial doctrines resonated powerfully, permeating the cosmos and intertwining through the heavens and the earth, enveloping the surviving arhats and bodhisattvas of the lesser Western heaven. Simultaneously, a towering golden Buddha materialized, manifesting the formidable divine might intended to annihilate the black-clad warriors. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the domain envoys erupted into battle, the divine artifacts filling the skies and the pressure of the ritual level might overwhelming, collapsing the void itself. The atmosphere was saturated with a savage ferocity, and even celestial saints present would be obliterated here. The domain envoys felt a surge of elation, as the advance of the black-clad warriors was momentarily halted. Yet in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief and shock, their gazes fixed in a state of astonishment. How could this be possible? The domain envoy gasped. For as their divine artifacts erupted with power, the black-clad warriors wielded their own divine artifact, the imperial banner, which also emanated a formidable presence, the waves of energy clashing across the cosmos. Radiant beams of light surged forth, only to be obstructed by the rippling force of the imperial banner, which, under its onslaught, began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into brilliant shards of light, reminiscent of stars exploding in the universe, creating the most exquisite display of ephemeral fireworks. No, the domain envoy trembled in horror, fleeing with all haste. Yet how could he match the might of the divine artifacts? 1,000,000 warriors of the domain perished, and he was the sole survivor, teetering on the brink of death. The radiant divine presence erupted around him, saturating the atmosphere, freezing the void itself. He seemed to be rooted in place, overwhelmed by the might of the divine artifacts, while his very bones and flesh began to evaporate. Undoubtedly, in the face of the divine artifacts of ritual-level might, even the most empowered mediators would be rendered utterly ineffective. All fell to ruin. On another front, the 18 prayer beads of the lesser Western heaven transformed, extending to the heavens and the earth as a golden Buddha loomed. Sacred and solemn, intent on suppressing all and enlightening the world, only to be cleaved asunder by a war axe. The terrifying divine might surged forth, the resounding clangor of the great Buddha reverberating through the cosmos. The power endowed upon the 18 prayer beads surpassed that of the domain envoy by 100-fold. Yet, even now, the manifested golden Buddha could withstand but a single strike before shattering into fragments, raining golden shards upon the earth. In the distance, the fleeing bodhisattvas and arhats were utterly exhausted and filled with dread, not solely for any other reason, but due to the overwhelming ferocity of the energy unleashed. Most critically, they appeared to have discovered the emergence of a second divine artifact among the black-clad warriors. They trembled in fear, their eyes ablaze with fervor, yet they lacked the strength to carry it away. At this moment, even the prospect of survival seemed utterly bleak, an outcome they could scarcely fathom, likely leading to their demise here. Simultaneously, distant great powers were stirred. The ritual-level divine might had not only manifested a single divine artifact, but had unleashed a veritable tide of power. Across the vast expanse of the first heaven, which faction possessed the capability to bear a divine artifact of such stature, one that could command the heavens and the 33 layers above. To possess a medium endowed with the divine might of a ritual artifact was already an extraordinary feat, capable of overwhelming adversaries. Yet no one had anticipated that. Following the events at the God Burial Mountain, Death God Mountain would emerge triumphant, unassailable. The ritual-level sovereign powers had continuously summoned their empowered mediators, only to find themselves utterly annihilated, leaving all in shock and awe. Boom, boom, boom. No, how could this be? The bodhisattvas and arhats of the lesser Western heaven, despite their myriad attempts, could not avert the fate of their demise, as their treasures began to shatter around them, their bodies disintegrating, their souls fracturing. Thus, the great battle concluded. The realm lay in decay, the God Burial Mountain nearly obliterated. Were it not for the support of the celestial laws, this place would have required a complete reconstitution. Moreover, the mediators of various factions, endowed with divine might, could only unleash a fraction of their capabilities, their power diminished. Otherwise, the first heaven might truly have been reborn anew. The land lay in ruins, yet the divine might lingered, countless beings regarding this place as a desolate ground, with myriad beasts subservient, yet too fearful to approach, for even the residual energy fluctuations sent shivers through the fiercest creatures. In the distance, many factions were deeply affected. The ancient God Mountain, fierce as ever, bore witness to a wrathful supernatural being from the demon clan, its aura overwhelming, instilling fear throughout the ages, its power unfathomable. Now erupting into an unparalleled fury. Who dares harm my descendants? The ancient God Mountain was indeed a ritual-level power, and within the first heaven, it was but a small branch, while the true ritualistic divine beings resided in the 33 layers above. Not only the ancient god mountain but the mountain of 10,000 beasts stood similarly, both being ritual-level powers, with their younger generations being formidable existences that could stride confidently through the first heaven. This time, they had not dispatched celestial sovereigns to accompany them. Yet no one could have foreseen that this very instance would herald an overwhelming slaughter. Not only the ancient god mountain, but also the denizens of the mountain of 10,000 beasts faced total annihilation, none surviving. How could this happen? Death God Mountain. At the same time, within the first heaven, the true Buddha of the lesser western heaven lamented, chanting sutras to enlightened beings. Where once a sacred and serene land now simmered with a silent fury. Following the terrifying battle in the first heaven, waves of tumultuous upheaval surged forth. Akin to a hurricane, swiftly engulfing the realm, shocking countless cultivators. The powerful beings of the Kunlun path of 9 heavens were astounded. The news was beyond belief, as it revealed that Death God Mountain had witnessed the fall of disciples of ritual-level powers, including the domain envoy, the arhats and bodhisattvas of the lesser western heaven, and the progeny of the ancient God Mountain, all of whom had nearly become enemies of Death God Mountain, now completely obliterated. When divine artifacts emerge, who can contend? All succumb to the blade, obliterated. What do you know of Death God Mountain? An elder from the Kunlun path of 9 heavens. With hair as white as snow yet youthful in spirit, his gaze bright as a divine lantern, a true celestial saint of unparalleled prowess, held in high esteem. Yet even so, he remained in awe of the tyranny and might of Death God Mountain, with its unique heritage and strength. 1,000,000 celestial kings at their peak. After receiving the enhancement of the divine demonic presence of the 9 heavens, directly transcended into celestial saints. What a resplendent and dazzling legacy. The entire 33 layers of the Kunlun path were destined to be anything but tranquil. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth, inquired among the inhabitants of Kunlun Mountain, for the arrival of Sister Xia, who had ascended, must surely impart considerable knowledge. Indeed, they revealed that the mountain of death exhibited formidable strength, relentlessly pushing through all obstacles. Its true roots may lie beneath the realm of chaos, within the mortal world, shattering the shackles of established rules before descending into the chaotic realm, mercilessly slaying all those with ties to it, as if sweeping through everything in its path. Moreover, it is said that prior to the opening of the path to immortality, it engaged in battle with the descending celestial beings, decisively triumphing over them. The specifics remain shrouded in mystery, as they are not of our realm. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the mountain of death is not to be trifled with, for its origins may be profoundly terrifying. The elder trembled inwardly, for even unintentional words may hold significance to the attentive listener. In this boundless expanse of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, there are surely hidden powers of the sacrificial path. Could it be that the descendants of their clan have descended to undergo trials? Might they emerge from seclusion to alter the existing landscape of sacrificial path powers? Suddenly, in a certain region, a terrifying aura of sacrificial path energy erupted. Chapter 102. The Palace of the Sacrificial Path. The great bandit of the snowy domain is annihilated. The spring breeze was gentle, caressing the undulating mountains, where the peaks rose and fell, clear springs cascaded over stones, and the fauna of the forest thrived. Their roars echoing through the air. The celestial aura permeated the atmosphere, shrouded in mist. Abruptly, the cries of myriad beasts filled the air, soaring into the heavens, their wings striking the skies in anguished howls. The towering Zhu Yin let out a low growl, as if sensing an unfathomably terrifying and sinister presence, instilling in them an overwhelming fear of death, causing them to kneel and flee in desperation. In the atmosphere, ripples of energy surged violently, a boundless terror resonating throughout the cosmos, as if the very fabric of reality were trembling, turning upside down. Following the source of this energy, one could behold a celestial mountain, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, an endless expanse of white, resembling a pristine armor draped over the heavens and earth. The temperature here plummeted to the extreme, snow falling incessantly, situated deep within the southern snowy mountains of the first heaven, seemingly nearing the end of the first heaven. Gazing further, one could see auspicious colors rising, intertwining in a mesmerizing display, with terrifying formations swirling and ascending. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my celestial abode? Do you not know how to write the word death? Within the celestial mountain, fearsome creatures roared and surged, fierce and violent, as countless cultivators transformed into radiant rainbows. Soaring into the sky, each was extraordinary, their auras terrifying, the roars of beasts echoing, all at the realm of celestial lords, serving as the guardians of this mountain. Diyuan, situated within the war shuttle, had evidently chosen this location well to establish a temple of the sacrificial path, to gain a foothold in the celestial realm and transform it into the dojo of the Mountain of Death. The ferocious beasts roared, fearsome beyond measure, as one of them unleashed a howl, sending countless intricate runes bursting forth, shaking the fabric of space, as if an ice river surged forth towards the cloaked figures ahead. It was evident that the beings here were overwhelmingly powerful. Without much discourse, they directly summoned their powers to slay young Diyuan and the cloaked figures. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial weapons on the cloaked figures erupted, the aura of celestial kings surging forth. And with the complete and unblemished method of the divine and demonic descending from the heavens, the celestial weapons were activated, unleashing terrifying blades of light that filled the sky, descending upon their foes. What? The beasts roared in terror, their eyes wide with fear and agitation, their hearts pounding in shock. As they wished to flee but were already too late, forced to passively defend themselves, their fur shimmering and translucent, the pure white hair radiating brilliance. As myriad beastly phantoms roared forth to resist the terrifying beams of celestial weapon light. Uft, uft, blood splattered, extending for an unknown distance. As the guardian beasts of the mountain were cleaved in half, suffering grievous injuries, their roars filled with rage, yet overshadowed by immense fear. How could this be? The terrifying cloaked figures numbered in the thousands, each one a formidable celestial king, yet as their techniques unfolded, they surged to a higher realm, their bodies radiating the sacred might of the celestial path. With but a single strike, they dealt a devastating blow. This is the ancient celestial technique long lost from the heavenly court, and you have managed to acquire it? The guardian beasts trembled, their eyes reflecting astonishment and disbelief. Yet it was too late, their fate sealed. Behind them, figures of notable strength emerged within the celestial abode, an abundance of celestial kings and lords, and even exalted celestial beings. However, upon witnessing the surge in power of the 1,000 cloaked figures, their pupils dilated, faces filled with shock, their hearts racing as if a stampede of horses charged through. This was a calamity of monumental proportions, one that they could neither resist nor escape. The 1,000 cloaked figures were all at the celestial saint level. As the headmaster of this celestial abode, he alone could contend with them, yet, outnumbered, he would only be besieged. Even in death, he did not wish to perish in such a disgraceful manner. Stop! It is I who am at fault, unaware of the esteemed arrival of your venerable self. We shall offer this abode to you. The headmaster spoke humbly, yet with no choice, for to preserve his life. He had to do so. Our master has set his sights on this place. You may leave now. Amidst the heavy snow, numerous figures emerged from the snowy, celestial mountain, each with a dark expression, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The leading headmaster's gaze narrowed, sensing that this matter required reporting to the chief. 3. Who are they? How could they possess such strength and the techniques of the ancient heavenly court? Are they remnants of the ancient heavenly court? One spoke up, contemplating the situation. For they were well acquainted with the factions that roamed these endless snowy mountains. Aside from a few hidden powers, none had been seen for centuries, and no outsider could traverse such a location. They were the great bandits, renowned for their might, traversing the endless snowy mountains. This place once belonged to the Rainbow Garment sect, with whom they bore a grudge. Yet, after a century of confrontation, they could not shake their hold until recently, when they unexpectedly discovered an artifact granted by the sacrificial path, prompting their arrival. With the Rainbow Garment sect annihilated, they had only just assumed control a few days prior. The headmaster spoke slowly. We must clarify the origins of that mysterious individual. I shall inform my elder brother and second brother that this Rainbow Garment sect was brought down by us. Any foreign power wishing to seize it must first reckon with our fists. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and the snowy mountains began to collapse. The bandits, astonished, dodged in advance, avoiding disaster. However, in the next moment, their expressions turned to shock. Familiar figures appeared, surrounding them entirely. Everyone, let us speak amicably. We have already gifted you the celestial mountain. The cloaked figures glared fiercely, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. Our master has commanded the annihilation of all of you. The headmaster's fury erupted, the pent-up rage within him bursting forth as he summoned a divine artifact. Though this treasure was extraordinary, if they continued to hold back, they would be reduced to mere threads, obliterated by the cloaked figures, for beneath the descent of divine and demonic forces, their power had surged to the celestial saint realm. Kill! The bandits unleashed their fury, their auras surging as they fully channeled a wooden staff. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of the sacrificial path erupted, a terror without bounds, sweeping across miles, flattening the snowy mountains. As they surveyed the land, the vast expanse of white snow was swept away by the force of their energy. Do you truly believe that the great bandits of the snowy domain are mere clay to be molded? Anyone who wishes to strike us down shall find it no easy task. The third head of the great bandits roared, filled with rage and ferocity. His celestial saint aura chaotic and fierce, unleashing ripples of energy, the divine patterns glowing brilliantly. Let me end your existence. Haha. The might of the sacrificial artifacts is beyond the comprehension of you pitiful little insects, is it not? To perish beneath the grandeur of such divine implements. You may at least gain a semblance of recognition. How many have lamented their inability to witness even once in their lifetime? Let your demise commence. The three formidable bandit leaders of the snowy domain bellowed, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, their features twisted in a display of sheer ferocity. Beside them, their henchmen radiated a dazzling light, shimmering with an overwhelming aura of divine power. With a disdainful snort, a figure cloaked in black unleashed an unbounded tyranny. As resplendent symbols appeared, glowing brightly, these talismans were hurled forth with ferocious intent, akin to an endless supply of cabbages, relentlessly bursting forth. 100 black-clad figures simultaneously cast their talismans, the sheer force saturating the heavens, instilling dread in countless bandits. The majesty emanating from the sacrificial artifacts began to wane, threatening to be extinguished. What? Who are you? They cried in disbelief. What power do you wield? They were paralyzed with fear, their souls in turmoil. The black-clad figures' method of combat, akin to flying kites, rendered their retreat perilous. Most critically, the energy of the sacrificial artifacts was dimming, and should it be entirely consumed, they would be confronted with a life-or-death crisis. Each of the black-clad warriors displayed the strength of celestial beings. Without the protective mediation of the sacrificial artifacts, they would be swiftly annihilated. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The bandits of the snowy domain roared in unrestrained fury. They were genuinely terrified, their eyes brimming with dread. In the next instant, the world was engulfed in a blinding white haze, the divine power of the sacrificial artifacts completely depleted, followed by the anguished wails of the bandits. Severed limbs and remnants flew forth, staining the pure white snow with crimson, as the low growls and roars ceased abruptly with the cascade of severed heads. At the location of the celestial mountain, a terrifying aura of sacrificial might reverberated, expanding and sweeping across the land. The radiance of dawn grew increasingly resplendent, with myriad auspicious colors shimmering, as ethereal mists enveloped this realm, rendering it transcendent. The thunderous sounds echoed like a tempest. Waves of terrifying sacrificial energy erupted visibly. As buildings lay strewn across the landscape, palaces standing tall in a magnificent array of colors, vibrant and resplendent. Though the area was not extensive, its interior was boundless, resembling a miniature world within the palm of one's hand, claiming itself as a domain of its own. The grandiose structures were breathtakingly beautiful, opulent, and luxurious, evoking both admiration and a profound sense of awe. The sacrificial great palace was successfully established. Diyuan smiled faintly as he descended from the battle shuttle, while the great Kunpeng beside him stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The sacrificial great artifacts. Does the master truly possess so many? Is it akin to an endless supply of cabbages? Could he not traverse the celestial realm with such power? Chapter 103. Tremors across the 9 heavens and 33 layers. The dominance of Tao masters reduced to mere weeds. The entire expanse was suffused with the brilliance of pure white snow, mountains blanketed in frost, and a vast icy landscape, all enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes. A radiant and majestic palace stood atop the celestial mountain, its overwhelming presence instilling awe and trembling the very fabric of existence. The cosmos quaked under its might. Gazing outward, one beheld the palace sprawled across the horizon, where the words Death God Mountain were inscribed with ironclad strokes, emanating a terrifying aura that captivated the hearts of all who beheld it. Should an outsider venture here, even the most powerful celestial beings would find themselves daunted and rendered lifeless should they display hostility. The entire palace resembled a miniature world, crafted from extraordinary divine metals, exuding an aura of sacrificial power. As one ventured deeper, it appeared as though there were folded dimensions within, vast and boundless, akin to a divine mountain, serving as the palace's hidden garden. The first layer trembled. Even from a considerable distance, the terrifying sacrificial energy erupted, rampaging outward in a vast and boundless expanse, comparable to the stars in the universe. This was the sacrificial energy. It was overwhelmingly majestic. Where exactly was Death God Mountain situated? Furthermore, were there any other sacrificial artifacts manifesting? That direction seemed to lead towards the snow-capped mountains, where a forbidden area lay, one that even Tao masters dared not approach. Many cultivators were astonished, compelled to recount the happenings in the secret realms, which sent tremors throughout the first layer. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, from every direction, Whether solitary cultivators or those from mighty factions, all were stirred. That battle was excessively tyrannical and ferocious. The sacrificial artifacts of Death God Mountain emerged, and none could stand against them. The various factions were incensed. Countless cultivators perished. How extraordinary was that battle! Celestial kings and celestial sovereigns fell in droves. Even the sacrificial artifacts wielding the might of sacrificial powers were utterly dismantled. They were no match for Death God Mountain. Most critically, the black-clad warriors of Death God Mountain shook the heavens, dominating this realm. What an unfathomable concept! With 1,000,000 celestial beings, empowered by the divine might of the gods, they swept across the battlefield, an invincible force. Following this battle, Death God Mountain's name resounded through the ages. The black-clad warriors became unparalleled, their numbers astonishing. Moreover, they possessed the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. It seemed as if the remnants of the ancient heavenly court were reviving. This revelation left many powerful factions aghast, contemplating the implications for a considerable time. The ancient divine mountain was engulfed in furious wrath, the aura of slaughter surging towards the heavens. The gaze of the demon god, like a blazing lamp, radiated brilliance, stirring the surroundings with overwhelming and tyrannical energy, causing many celestial sovereigns to tremble in fear. The demon god stood upon a mountaintop, with myriad beasts bowing before him, as various life forms existed within the secret realm. His progeny had been slain by Death God Mountain, annihilated in a monumental act of mockery. They dared to disregard the ancient divine mountain. Regardless, high above the 9 heavens and 33 layers, the sacrificial demon god surveyed all beings, a dominant ruler among the absolute powers. It had been years since the ancient divine mountain had faced such an affront. Death God Mountain dared to extinguish the progeny of the demon god. Vengeance was inevitable. We have lost numerous young prodigies, exceptionally gifted individuals, many of whom sought the legacy yet met their demise there. Death God Mountain must be subdued. Reports indicated that Death God Mountain boasted 1,000,000 warriors, all having attained celestial status, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. We must annihilate Death God Mountain, eradicate the black-clad warriors, and deploy sacrificial artifacts to suppress Death God Mountain. Perhaps we could seize that imperial banner. Many beings from the ancient divine mountain offered counsel, each possessing formidable cultivation. Their fur glistening, radiating divine light, their eyes glowing like lamps, emanating energy. Various formidable creatures, such as the 9-headed king lion, black thunder leopard, golden-winged great pong, and kuinpun, were present. At this moment, upon hearing of Death God Mountain's actions, they all turned hostile, consumed by rage. This shall be our rallying cry. The countless denizens of the ancient divine mountain shall not resist the decree. Subdue Death God Mountain. Let the might of the ancient divine mountain avenge our kin. Seize the sacrificial artifacts. A towering being rose from the pinnacle of the ancient divine mountain, resplendent as a divine lamp, his terrifying scarlet fur radiating golden light. Brilliant and intense, exuding a powerful and domineering aura that captivated the soul. This was a golden crow, with a pure bloodline and formidable strength. Its divine light surging and rippling. Its gaze emitted beams of light capable of effortlessly piercing the void, interwoven with fearsome and powerful runes. A Tao Master. This was an exceptionally powerful golden crow, whose prowess in battle was astonishing, stationed at the first layer of the heavens. In truth, it is not a being of the first heaven, but rather, it resides above the 9 heavens and 33 layers, as a master of the great Tao. At this level, even a practitioner of the ritual Tao can behold the heights above, which serves to attest to the transcendent nature of its strength and position. This time, the ancient mountain of the gods has been activated, with the master wielding a divine artifact of the ritual Tao. The cries of myriad beasts resound, and the very heavens tremble with boundless ferocity. In the sky, a figure of pristine white glides past. It is none other than a celestial crane. Its body is pure as snow and untainted by dust, transforming into a streak of light as it swiftly returns to the ancient mountain. Master Jinwu. A message from the Tiangong Pavilion arrives, proclaiming that the location of the Death God Mountain has been calculated and coordinates established, placing it near the forbidden snowy mountain. The white crane relays the news, its voice resonating throughout the universe, causing great excitement among the myriad demons. With the Master Jinwu leading the charge, this time, the Death God Mountain will have no path to escape. Master Jinwu nods, and in an instant, the white crane radiates brilliant light, morphing into a humanoid figure with powerful wings sprouting from its back. Towering and imposing, its aura radiates fierce killing intent, revealing it to be a Tao immortal. The hierarchy of cultivation is delineated as follows: Immortal King, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal Saint, Immortal Emperor, Tao Immortal, and Master of the Great Tao. Only those who reach the level of Master of the Great Tao can discern the next steps on their path and the realms that lie ahead. What of the other factions? A terrifying aura emanates from Master Jinwu, whose very words seem to carry the flow of celestial bodies within him, as if he embodies a universe. A cat-like humanoid rises, its bloodline pure, yet resembling an ordinary tabby, its aura erupting with strength that rivals that of the crane. Its gaze is sharp, akin to a keen blade, fixed intently ahead, reporting to the master. All factions are now in preparation. The Little Western Heaven, Reincarnation, Six Paths, and the Nine Heavens Kunlun Dao have all mobilized. The domain envoy met a tragic end, and it is rumored that even domain-level practitioners are on their way. Master Jinwu nods in acknowledgement. The Myriad Demons Mountain, a force not weaker than the ancient mountain of the gods, also possesses a ritual Dao temple within the 9 heavens and 33 layers. The demon gods stand united, and it can be said that the ancient mountain and the Myriad Demons Mountain are allies, appearing as if they share a single purpose. At this moment, much like the ancient mountain, a man descends from the 9 heavens and 33 layers into the first heaven, releasing an aura at the level of Master of the Great Tao, intertwining with the laws of heaven and earth, resonating and trembling, his true form being Zhu Yan, a figure of immense strength. His murderous aura seems almost tangible, traversing the 9 heavens with ferocity. Armed with a divine artifact of the ritual Tao, the Death God Mountain shall pay the price for its actions. Every act demands a cost, and it remains to be seen whether they can bear the burden. His gaze is piercing. The manifestation of his divine form connects with the heavens, and his mastery of the 72 transformations, along with his 3 heads and 6 arms, is nothing short of extraordinary. The deaths of the Myriad Demons Mountain's people at your hands are merely the price of vying for opportunity, while the Death God Mountain, having taken their lives, will naturally face retribution. In the realm of the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao, the Lord of Kunlun Mountain has already established a formidable reputation. Even in the chaotic realms, he wields great power, yet within the first heaven, the true immortal realm, he finds himself at a loss, as he has become a named disciple of the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. This is largely due to their ascension from the lower realms, which ties them to this lineage. However, named disciples are subject to expulsion if their strength, cultivation, or realm cannot keep pace, and the annual assessments are of utmost importance. Pray, enlighten us further about the peculiar methods of the Death God Mountain, or any related individuals within the immortal realm. The Lord of Kunlun Mountain and his junior sister Sai, having conveyed all they could, that which should not be spoken has been gleaned even through soul-searching. They now harbor regrets about their arrival in this immortal realm, as their ages are considerable, yet their strength pales in comparison to the younger generation. Ah, Brother Xiao, what has transpired? The 9 heavens Kunlun Dao has issued a decree. Individuals from the 33 heavens are to retrieve the divine artifact possessed by the Death God Mountain, which is suspected to be a relic lost by a master of the Great Tao. It cannot be permitted to remain unclaimed. You should diligently cultivate. Opportunities to fulfill your aspirations will present themselves in due course. Presently, within the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao, the emergence of a master of the Great Tao is expected to wield a divine artifact, heralding a monumental confrontation. After all, even practitioners at the Tao immortal level within the sect have been summoned back. In the Reincarnation Hall, a domain rooted in the first heaven, a formidable and imposing figure radiates an overwhelming aura of reincarnation's secret power, tumultuous and potent. He strides through several layers of heaven, arms crossed behind his back, his gaze piercing and disdainful, looking down upon the world. A gasp erupts from within the Reincarnation Hall. The Reincarnation Divine Envoy. The Reincarnation Divine Envoy, with both cultivation and status that are astonishingly formidable, stands as the right hand of the Lord of Reincarnation, overseeing the entirety of the reincarnation slaves. His might is said to surpass even that of a master of the Great Tao. With his personal appearance, success is all but assured. The Death God Mountain, an entity that has merely ascended from the lower realms, is akin to mere ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. The Reincarnation Hall is a sight to behold, teeming with a fearsome presence that surpasses even that of the ancient mountain of the gods and the Myriad Demons Mountain. Each entity is extraordinary. Having perished yet been reborn as reincarnation slaves, their might staggering, each at least at the immortal emperor level, with numerous Tao immortals and many masters of the Great Tao among them. As for the Death God Mountain, it is barren and desolate. The Reincarnation Divine Envoy narrows his eyes, his form flickering as countless reincarnation slaves behind him unleash their secret powers, transforming into a dazzling stream of light. At the same time, within the Domain Hall, the news of the tragic end of the Domain Envoy incites fury among its members. As envoys of the Domain Hall, their power is immense, instilling fear and respect across the land. Even ritual Dao level forces would think twice before provoking them, for they wield unknown methods that inspire terror. Chapter 104. 500 million peak immortal saints. 500 billion great Dao talismans. 100 divine sovereigns. For a long time, no one has dared to lay a hand on those of the domain, and it seems many have forgotten the majesty of our domain. In the domain hall, a stately figure sits at the head of the assembly, tall and robust, enveloped in a hazy glow. His countenance radiates brilliance akin to the sun, dazzling and piercing, as his gaze sweeps across the assembly, causing discomfort to those it touches. He softly chuckles, a sound filled with malice and cold intent. As he rises, the air ripples with waves of energy, surging forth as the rules of existence burst forth, causing the void to tremble in terror. Within the vast and expansive hall, countless figures clad in shining armor stand at attention, their ranks organized with precision. They are armed to the teeth, their movements resonating with authority, their voices resounding with conviction as they kneel in unison. Bow before the envoy, bow before the envoy, bow before the envoy. Resounding voices echo throughout the domain hall, with orderly formations stretching out into the millions, a grand spectacle that spills beyond the hall's confines. In the first heaven, where is the heavenly level domain envoy? As the envoy's words resonate, his flowing purple hair sways, exuding an aura of intimidation and power that sweeps through the hall. Boom, boom, boom. Above the hall, myriad divine rays burst forth from the void, descending to stand before the envoy's seat. Each one radiates immense strength, unleashing formidable waves of energy. Divine patterns swirling in a magnificent display. Bow before the envoy, bow before the envoy, bow before the envoy. The domain master, with flowing violet locks, exuded an imposing aura without a trace of anger, standing with hands clasped behind his back, a figure of authority above. The matter concerning the individual slain on Death God Mountain was pivotal to the prestige of my domain hall. It appears necessary to showcase the ancient prowess of my domain hall before all the ritualistic forces of the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Mobilize the forces. Snowy Celestial Mountain. Suppress Death God Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Orders received. A multitude of 10,000 domain masters radiated the essence of the Grand Tao, their gazes icy and filled with lethal intent. Below, millions of domain warriors filled the air with a cacophony of battle cries, resounding like a thunderclap, creating ripples of power. As the domain master stepped forward, he seemed to flash into existence outside the domain hall, followed by tens of thousands of domain masters and millions of domain warriors soaring through the clouds. Snowy Celestial Mountain, Death God Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves. Emperor Yang immersed his thoughts in the system, preparing for further exchanges in the Prestige Mall. Ding. Does the host wish to send the battle slaves into the training chamber for cultivation? All of them shall enter. Congratulations, host. 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves have advanced in the training chamber. Congratulations, host. 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves have advanced in the training chamber. Congratulations, host. 50 million peak golden immortal battle slaves have advanced in the training chamber. In his mind, the system's notifications rang out successively. Ding! Congratulations, host. 150 million peak golden immortal battle slaves have successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. Soon, another notification echoed in Emperor Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The first shot has been fired in the immortal realm, garnering fame across the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Congratulations, host. You have received a grand ritualistic package. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation master level has risen to Grand Tao Master. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 supreme divine battle slaves at full circle. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 supreme divine battle slaves at full circle. Hearing this, Emperor Yang's heart swelled with joy, his eyes sparkling like the radiant sun. This unexpected windfall was indeed substantial. In total, he now possessed 500 million peak immortal king black-robed battle slaves. With the blessings of the divine demons descending from the heavens, they were equivalent to 500 million peak immortal saints. Coupled with the enhancements of the ritualistic techniques, even immortal emperor-level practitioners would find themselves at a disadvantage against them, their physical forms unparalleled and their magical powers boundless. Furthermore, those supreme divine battle slaves were undoubtedly more formidable than Grand Tao Masters, capable of obliterating anything within the first layer. Unleash the grand ritualistic package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the grand ritualistic package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 Supreme Divine Battle Slaves at full circle. Congratulations, host. The training chamber level has risen to peak Immortal King. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation master level has risen to peak Immortal Saint. A wave of elation washed over Emperor Yang. This was a clear indication of his impending invincibility across the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ritualistic divine artifacts, Soul Heaven Battle Halberd. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ritualistic divine artifacts, Indestructible Bell. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ritualistic divine artifacts, Heaven Demon War Drum. Emperor Yang was astonished. In addition to the Overlord Banner and the Great Axe, he had acquired 3 more ritualistic divine artifacts, his heart brimming with delight. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ritualistic divine herb, Immortal Grass. Emperor Yang was somewhat taken aback. Immortal Grass? Ritualistic level? This was the first time he had received such a treasure from the system, and it seemed quite extraordinary. Could it possibly have the power to resurrect the deceased? As he delved deeper into its properties, he discovered that consuming immortal grass could summon the soul back even after it had departed, allowing one to live a second life. Moreover, it could enable the wielder to slay ritualistic level powerhouses within its range. However, what astonished Emperor Yang was that it could only be used once. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained Supreme Divine Cultivation. Note, can be fused at any time. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system mall level has risen. Emperor Yang opened the system's prestige mall, observing that many items had transformed with higher levels, and celestial weapons had been replaced by Taoist weapons. Additionally, various talismans and one-time offensive methods had been significantly enhanced, becoming Grand Dao talismans. Even a single strike from a Grand Dao master would be grievous. This is splendid. Emperor Yang squinted his eyes. With the system at his disposal, he relished in the grandeur, the dominance, and the might. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 50 million Taoist weapons. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 50 million Taoist weapons. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 50 million Taoist weapons. In the blink of an eye, all 500 million black-robed battle slaves were fully equipped, adorned with no less than 10 pieces of gear each. Fully armed. Their resistance to damage was remarkably high. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 100 billion Grand Dao, Falling God talismans. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 100 billion Extreme Dao explosive talismans. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 100 billion Falling Killing Netherfire talismans. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 100 billion Divine Grief talismans. Congratulations, host. The corners of Emperor Yang's mouth curled upward. In the system's mall, this was unrestricted exchange, the epitome of a frenzied zero-cost purchase. No consumption or expenditure was required. Simply exchange at will. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a task. Stand firm on snowy celestial mountain and eliminate the intruders. Reward for the host: 10 ritualistic divine artifacts, 10 varieties of ritualistic divine techniques, 10 types of ritualistic divine herbs. As the system's notifications resonated in his mind, Emperor Yang was both astonished and shaken. These were heavenly treasures, directly summoning 30. All at the ritualistic level, truly defying the heavens. Emperor Yang squinted his eyes and immediately began to enhance the power levels of his battle slaves. It must be said that the training chamber was exceedingly ruthless and domineering, a veritable factory for creating powerhouses. Coupled with the system's prestige mall, he could produce them without limit, securing his position of invincibility. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 500 million black-robed battle slaves have risen to the level of peak Immortal Saint. A smile played on Emperor Yang's lips. Now, with the divine demons descending from the heavens, the black-robed battle slaves' realms would directly elevate to Grand Dao Master. Furthermore, with 120 supreme divine beings stationed, his confidence soared. He understood that after the battle at God Burial Mountain, a significant force would undoubtedly seek retribution, and even the system had issued a prompt, assigning a task. However, he felt somewhat unfazed. The system had consistently surprised him. Fusion of Supreme Divine Cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused Supreme Divine Cultivation. The moment the notification sounded, an overwhelming wave of power surged through him. In the hallowed halls of the sacrificial temple, Emperor Diyuan stood, his form suffused with boundless, terrifying divine radiance that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The rules of the divine path unfurled around him as the order of heaven and earth intertwined. and the laws of immortality crystallized, fortifying his already flawless physique, further enhancing it through an intense refinement. With the formidable backing of the dominance of gold. Upon his ascension to the pinnacle of the divine realm, he was capable of transcending an entire realm when engaging in combat, placing him in an invulnerable position. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled as the grand rules of the Tao interwove. Outside the snowy peaks of the celestial mountains, formidable sacrificial-level factions gathered from all directions, maintaining their distance and refraining from encroachment, each bearing sacrificial artifacts. Their swiftness was astonishing, traversing billions of miles. Even the mightiest of Tao masters resorted to using formation arrays for teleportation. However, the prominent factions, comprised of notable figures, utilized the teleportation arrays of the Tongbao merchant shop to directly arrive. The first layer of heaven quaked, leaving countless cultivators astonished and trembling. What could have transpired to summon so many sacrificial-level forces, each led by formidable beings? The Hall of Reincarnation, the Domain Palace, the Nine Heavens Kunlun Dao, the Ancient God Mountain, the 10,000 Demon Mountain, the Lesser Western Paradise. Such a multitude of forces mobilizing for what seemed to be the obliteration of a mere insignificant Death God Mountain that had ascended from the lower realms sent ripples of shock through the masses. Many were prepared to expend invaluable divine artifacts to traverse billions of miles to witness the spectacle. Without a doubt, this would reverberate throughout the 9 heavens and the 33 layers of heaven. Chapter 105. The Convergence of Sacrificial-Level Forces. The Siege of Death God Mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the first layer of heaven, a vast aura surged forth, sweeping across all directions, leaving countless cultivators in awe and shock. They gasped for breath, feeling overwhelmed by the oppressive presence, their breaths unstable, accompanied by a profound sense of suffocation. The Death God Mountain, having descended from the lower realms, possessed sacrificial artifacts and had successively slain numerous powerful beings within the secret realms. Even the domain envoys and figures from the Lesser Western Paradise had fallen to its might. Outside the secret realm, a terrifying battle erupted, with countless casualties. Even those at the levels of immortal kings and immortal sovereigns could not escape their fates, perishing in rapid succession. Despite the deployment of sacrificial artifacts as mediums, they still could not evade the grim fate that awaited them, causing a stir throughout the entirety of the 9 heavens and the 33 layers of heaven. Many gasped, trembling, their scalps tingling with the realization that this would undoubtedly culminate in a cataclysmic battle, one in which even sacrificial artifacts would be unleashed. As legions of figures traversed the void, each sacrificial-level force participated, their formidable prowess evident as they swept through via teleportation arrays, leaving silence in their wake. The Ancient God Mountain, the 10,000 Demon Mountain, the Lesser Western Paradise, the Domain Palace, the Hall of Reincarnation, the 6 Paths, the 9 Heavens Kunlun Dao. Each of these names resonated with renown, their existence celebrated throughout the realms, with sacrificial-level powerhouses overseeing the 9 heavens and the 33 layers of heaven, casting a disdainful gaze over the entirety of the immortal realm. Now, with the Death God Mountain inciting widespread ire and wielding terrifying sacrificial artifacts, the collective forces would undoubtedly engage in fierce contention. Within the first layer of heaven, all immortal cultivators and living beings were shaken, many willing to traverse countless miles to witness the unfolding events, yearning for further insights. How could a mere lower realm faction like the Death God Mountain dare to act with such impunity? Sacrificial artifacts were not exclusive to them, one must ponder. Among those who could stand tall in the 9 heavens and the 33 layers of heaven, who did not possess their own sacrificial-level artifacts. Now that the Death God Mountain had drawn the ire of numerous factions, its annihilation was a foregone conclusion. Merely one faction's forces numbered in the tens of millions. And with such a vast coalition exceeding hundreds of millions, how could the Death God Mountain withstand such a tide? The demise of the Death God Mountain would inevitably lead to a fierce struggle over the ownership of the sacrificial artifacts, staining the immortal realm with blood in what promised to be a cataclysmic conflict. It would be prudent not to involve oneself in such matters. Proximity could lead to unforeseen demise. Voices arose, foreseeing that some unfortunate onlookers would meet dire fates, as many perceived the vicinity to the snowy, celestial mountains as perilously close. They envisioned the impending chaos and hastily fled, fearing to be caught in the crossfire, for who would heed their pleas in such tumult? The snowy celestial mountains were teeming with countless cultivators soaring through the clouds, vast in number and enveloping the skies, a sight to behold. The major factions each claimed their territories, with their leaders being extraordinarily powerful figures. The individuals from the Lesser Western Paradise had also arrived. Were they not advocates for the salvation of all beings? Why then did they now seek to engage in this bloodshed alongside us? The domain envoy sneered repeatedly, unable to tolerate the facade of the lesser Western paradise, which presented itself as benevolent, yet was steeped in greed beneath its pious exterior. The war of words was futile. The throngs from the lesser Western paradise approached, their ranks filled with bodhisattvas, arhats, and true Buddhas, each riding formidable mounts. Their auras were potent, with their leaders at least possessing the strength of Tao masters, alongside cultivators of the divine path. Radiant halos adorned their heads, illuminating the skies with a harmonious glow that spread across the land. Has the ancestor of the ancient god mountain become a mere steed for the likes of them? Should we not go and extend our greetings? The domain envoy, unwilling to be outdone, retorted sharply, as if tearing open old wounds before the watchful eyes of many, causing the warriors of the 10,000 demon mountain and the ancient god mountain to seethe with fury. Domain palace, do you truly believe you can act with impunity? Even among the 9 heavens and the 33 layers, you harbor your own demon gods. Do not dare to insult my doctrine. Let us engage in battle and extinguish you. The golden crow of the ancient god mountain laughed derisively, his lips curling in mockery, utterly unafraid, exuding an air of overwhelming arrogance as he made his move. Huh, domain envoy, you jest. A good dog indeed. Do you step forth for your master? The domain envoy chuckled darkly, his ferocity palpable. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as the opponent leaped from the realm of the great Tao, ascending to the level of a divine sovereign, seemingly playing the role of the unsuspecting while plotting to strike him down. Audacious, the domain envoy snorted, his voice cutting through the heavens, an aura of murderous intent sweeping across the skies, exuding formidable power as he summoned a mountain deity that transformed into a radiant arc, appearing before him. With a single palm strike, the domain envoy clashed with the golden crow of the ancient god mountain. The searing heat surged forth, rippling violently as if the heavens themselves birthed torrents of magma, with the fabric of reality fracturing, the laws of immortality permeating the air, only to mend themselves in an instant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavens quaked. The two figures recoiled, evenly matched, though this was merely their initial confrontation, far from a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, under the oppressive atmosphere, casualties were inevitable within the ancient god mountain and the domain palace, as some souls shattered, perishing instantly. Countless onlookers gasped as the divine sovereign manifested, unmatched in power. The 6 paths were clad in flowing robes, their disciples numerous and formidable, their strength astonishing. Those from the 6 paths who had witnessed the events within the secret realm had already retreated at the first sign of conflict, thus managing to escape. It was paramount to note that they believed their previous encounter with the Death God Mountain had not escalated to a life-or-death conflict. Had it not been for their lack of hostility towards the Death God Mountain, they would not have left so unperturbed. The 6 individuals, their faces etched with despair, trailed at the rear of the procession, compelled to accompany the formidable forces within the gates as a means of broadening their horizons. To speak candidly, even now, their hearts fluttered with trepidation as they recalled the harrowing events that transpired. The Mountain of Death truly lived up to its ominous name, where gods were slain and Buddhas vanquished. The formidable beings of the lesser western heaven were ruthlessly dispatched, while scions of the ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons executed their lethal commands without hesitation. Thus far, they had yet to discern the identity of the enigmatic figure seated within the battle shuttle, shrouded in an aura of profound mystery. A persistent unease lingered in their minds, a foreboding sense that today's events might culminate in a catastrophic calamity, one beyond the capacity of the major factions to endure. They shook their heads in disbelief, acknowledging the exceptional nature of the Mountain of Death, which boasted a legion of 100,000 black-clad battle slaves, their powers peaking, capable of summoning a path-dominating sovereign. Such titans had established their doctrines within the celestial realm for countless years. Surely, they possessed their own heritage and influence? Even a single one of them, if summoned, would astound the world and reverberate across the heavens. The sanctity of the path-dominating divine artifacts could not be trifled with. After all, these items bore immense significance, potentially triggering the collapse of the 33 heavens, resulting in untold suffering for billions of lives. Why must they resort to hostility? The golden crow of the ancient god mountain scoffed coldly, pointing at the 6 individuals, chiding, "What are you prattling on about? Do you presume to play the virtuous here? Hypocrisy abounds. Do you 6 not believe in fate? Why then do you come here? It has nothing to do with you. How is it that among the countless path-dominating beings who perished that day, only your 6 survived, mere descendants at the pinnacle of the celestial kings? Could it be that you 6 conspired with the Mountain of Death to orchestrate this grand performance? Or perhaps you secretly support factions intending to upend the current order of the 33 heavens?" The leader of the 6 exuded a terrifying aura, extending a hand as the heavens trembled, divine patterns skewing like the Milky Way cascading from the firmament, crashing towards the golden crow of the ancient god mountain. Ah, have I struck a nerve? So quickly you show your ire? The golden crow erupted in resplendent divine radiance, an overwhelming heat enveloping the space around it. The mountain of death, I shall annihilate you. The foremost figure of the Hall of Reincarnation stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing, exuding an extraordinary power that far surpassed the realm of the divine sovereigns, even more so than the domain envoy or golden crow, his eyes gleaming with an invincible aura. The envoy of reincarnation? Someone recognized him, a tremor coursing through their heart. Reincarnation was indeed a profoundly mysterious force, its dominion over life and death leading many souls to become reincarnation slaves. There were whispers that the six paths were intertwined with the Hall of Reincarnation, undergoing cycles to cleanse past lives in exchange for future ones, a notion long whispered but seldom believed, with no one taking the leisure to verify such claims. Esteemed patrons, take your time to contend. The lesser western heaven shall not linger. A radiant arc shot forth as the assembly of the lesser western heaven charged ahead, aiming directly for the mountain of death. Divine sovereigns of exceptional caliber had gathered here, and with the assistance of the celestial mechanism pavilion's calculations, they could easily ascertain their location, not to mention the aid of divine perception. Ah, these old bald monks are truly blinded by greed. Their pretense of avenging their disciples is but a fade. Their true desire lies in obtaining path-dominating divine artifacts, does it not? The ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons had once fed horses in the ancient heavenly court, only to be ensnared in a heist, culminating in a quest for scriptures, with the great sage equal to heaven ultimately becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, a dual boon for the lesser western heaven. The powerful beings of the ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a historical reality, irrevocable in its passage. At this moment, the path-dominating divine artifacts were genuine, while all else was mere illusion. The domain envoy continued to jest. For who did not know that the great sage equal to heaven of yore was no longer the victorious fighting Buddha of today? Others had sold you out while tallying their profits. Ancient god mountain, mountain of 10,000 demons, why not submit to our domain hall? After all, our legion of 1,000,000 warriors requires mounts. The domain envoy was unfazed. This entire affair had been orchestrated by the envoy's directives. Otherwise, who would dare speak so boldly before numerous factions? A mere Taoist celestial was hardly of consequence. Enough mockery. Once this matter concludes, I shall traverse the 33 heavens and have a word with the demon god about granting him to you as a steed, the envoy declared, a smile gracing his features, his banter rendering the ancient god mountain increasingly vexed. The domain hall was not to be underestimated. Its role had been pivotal in the downfall of the ancient heavenly court, though its true influence remained shrouded in mystery. The various factions ceased their verbal sparring and advanced, their figures filling the skies, converging upon the snowy domain mountain. Hurry! Let us not allow those bald monks to succeed. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. The multitude of powerful beings from the lesser western heavens stood aghast, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. What had they witnessed upon their arrival? It was none other than a path-dominating palace. What manner of existence was this? In the vast expanse of the 33 heavens, most path-dominating divine artifacts were weapons of assault. Aside from the Hall of Reincarnation, the Domain Hall, and the Six Paths, nothing bore such grandeur as a palace. Was this not a dwelling place? It appeared modest, and even in the first heaven, many factions had larger strongholds. Yet, it was merely a gate. This left them utterly speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 106. The Tremors of Path-Dominating Forces. For path-dominating divine artifacts. Bloodshed among the divine sovereigns. In the first heaven of the 33 heavens, the snowy domain mountain loomed. Vast armies surged through the void, creating ripples of cataclysmic proportions. Divine patterns filled the sky. Their mere passage caused the heavens and earth to quiver, the cosmos to tremble. What terror unfolded before their eyes? Across the battlefield, the legions of major path-dominating forces exceeded billions. Taoist celestials of formidable strength were as common as cabbages here. Countless divine sovereigns also graced this realm. Before the gates of the snowy domain mountain and the mountain of death, the various arhats and bodhisattvas of the lesser western heaven stood wide-eyed. Gazing at the gates of the mountain of death, disbelief etched across their faces. Each pair of eyes sparkled with astonishment. They felt as though they were trapped in a dream. The mountain of death? It possessed path-dominating divine artifacts? The true Buddha of the lesser western heaven nearly stumbled. For even he, a divine sovereign, could not claim a single path-dominating divine artifact as his own. Yet here was the mountain of death, a force emerging from the lower realms, wielding such terrifying power, using path-dominating divine artifacts as its very gates, an awe-inspiring spectacle. What monumental wealth and fortune must it possess to utilize path-dominating divine artifacts as mere aids? Even more astounding was the revelation that within the secret realms of the small world, the Mountain of Death harbored additional path-dominating divine artifacts, including a sovereign flag. During the battle at the Mountain of the Dead Gods, various factions had summoned treasures mediated by path-dominating divine artifacts, only to be obliterated by a single battle axe, leading to a catastrophic defeat. The bodhisattvas, arhats, and true Buddhas of the lesser Western heaven were all astonished beyond measure, adding the gates of the Mountain of Death. The Mountain of Death possessed no less than 3 path-dominating divine artifacts. How terrifying was this? High above the 33 heavens, many path-dominating forces possessed but a single divine artifact. Yet here, 3 belonged to a single faction. How could they not be awestruck and shaken, as many drew in sharp breaths, hissing in disbelief? The realm of the little western heavens is but a mere shadow of its grandeur. A dignified true Buddha, a supreme deity, is rendered awestruck by the diminutive Death God Mountain. This power, having ascended from the lower realms, has fortuitously acquired a ritual-grade divine artifact. What is this? The domain envoy scoffs. Yet as they draw near, astonishment grips them, their hearts quaking in disbelief, many rubbing their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. Indeed, it is a ritual-grade divine artifact. In that moment, all the arriving powers of the ritual grade stand in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Reports indicate that Death God Mountain possesses no fewer than 3 ritual-grade divine artifacts. This is nothing short of extraordinary. The envoy, with golden hair billowing, feels a chill run down his spine, his brows furrowing deeply. He senses that the forces behind Death God Mountain are shrouded in mystery, far beyond a mere ascension from the lower realms. After all, how rare are ritual-grade divine artifacts? Across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, there exist scarcely 500 such items. Typically, most ritual-grade powers possess merely 1, unless they are exceptionally prolific, like the Hall of Reincarnation or the Domain Hall, which hold the rare distinction of possessing 3. What caliber does that denote? Even among the ranks of ritual-grade powers, they stand as titans, preeminent entities. Within the 500 ritual-grade powers, they rank among the top 5. In the boundless realms of the 33 layers, each domain stretches infinitely, vast as the cosmic rivers of stars. Yet, before them, Death God Mountain has already unveiled 3 ritual-grade divine artifacts. The ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons are similarly astonished, their expressions trembling. What lineage supports this Death God Mountain, with its ritual-grade gates? At this moment, every major power is in shock, exclamations echoing throughout the cosmos, discussions swirling. The mere possession of 3 ritual-grade divine artifacts by Death God Mountain demands their utmost contemplation. Boom, boom, boom. Within Death God Mountain, Emperor Yang, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, his supreme divine cultivation already attuned to the encroaching assault of various dominant forces, holds 500 million black-clad battle servants at his command. What fear does he have? Unperturbed, he stands within Death God Mountain, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely observing his surroundings. Outside Death God Mountain, the resonance of Tao echoes thunderously, piercing the heavens. The various ritual-grade powers surmise that there may be ritual-grade strongholds backing Death God Mountain and hurriedly report their findings. Even if Death God Mountain is formidable, could it withstand the combined assault of the myriad ritual-grade powers? The esteemed deities of the ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons declare, "Why do you not hasten to greet us outside?" The powerful beings of the ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons cast scornful glances at Death God Mountain, dismissing it entirely. No matter how formidable Death God Mountain may be, it remains a force from the lower realms. Even with 3 ritual-grade divine artifacts to bolster it, what of it? Should a ritual-grade powerhouse descend, even the grandest halls of ritual-grade protection would be insufficient to safeguard it. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere resonates with the terrifying and transcendent might of the various ritual-grade powers, numerous strong figures voicing their might. Yet, no response comes forth. The expressions of the deities from the ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons darken, their eyes shadowed. It seems they are utterly disregarded. They present their ritual-grade divine artifacts, more than double that of Death God Mountain-s, yet still, no word is uttered from the latter. Boom. The supreme deity from the ancient God Mountain issues a chilling command. Brandishing a divine spear, the aura of ritual-grade might surging forth, its runes activated layer upon layer. A terrifying force pervading the venue, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent, shaking the very universe as it threatens to collapse. For so long, Death God Mountain has remained silent. What does it presume of them? There is no need for further words. Action must be taken. However, in the next instant, several immensely powerful auras erupt, flashing forth from the gates of Death God Mountain, terrifying and formidable, clad in black, their presence overwhelming. One among them wields the Soul Heaven War Halberd, emanating a fierce intent to kill, the dreadful ritual grade runes unfurling as it clashes against the spear from the ancient God Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The air vibrates with the terrifying ritual grade energy, shaking heaven and earth. The golden crow of the ancient God Mountain pales, its garments disintegrating in an instant, trembling in fear. Its heart racing with horror, a chill coursing through its spine. The pinnacle of supreme deity? It quakes with trepidation, its expression shifting drastically. Even wielding a ritual-grade divine artifact, it finds itself at a disadvantage, the opposing force surpassing it in ferocity, the pinnacle of supreme deity cultivation unleashed, the void itself crumbling. The laws of celestial realms fracturing, the universe roaring as it collapses. Who dares to invade my Death God Mountain? The black-clad warrior, armed with the Soul Heaven War Halberd, exudes an aura of devastation. With one strike, it is a lethal blow, leaving the golden crow of the ancient God Mountain in sheer terror. The ripples of ritual-grade might spread, instilling dread among countless warriors. The billions of celestial spirits feel their scalps tingle in fear. Were it not for the intervention of the supreme deities among the major powers activating their ritual-grade artifacts for protection, they would be annihilated in an instant, with no chance to retaliate. Supreme deities. Who is it that supports Death God Mountain from behind? The leaders of the major powers narrow their eyes, breaths trembling. The black-clad battle servant, with his overwhelming killing intent, has forced the golden crow of the ancient God Mountain into a corner. They all tremble in fear. Why do you not hasten to assist? The golden crow of the ancient God Mountain bellows, fury igniting within it, as it unleashes its full power. Divine runes swirling around, the terror palpable, shaking the land for 90,000 miles. The mountains and rivers tremble, the nearby peaks crumbling into dust. As far as the eye can see, the snow-capped mountains dissolve, revealing the Earth's true visage. Brother Golden Crow, I come to aid you. The supreme deity of the Mountain of 10,000 Demons shouts, similarly wielding a ritual-grade artifact, a spinning disc, radiating boundless divine light. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surging forth to assist the Golden Crow, lest it be subdued. Boom, boom. The black-clad battle servants unleash their might, their essence undulating. With a cold laugh, they look down upon their adversaries. You dare to provoke my Death God Mountain? To offend our master? Begone. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, all are shaken. The faces of the supreme deities of the various ritual-grade powers shift dramatically, the situation exceeding their expectations. Beyond the 3 known ritual-grade artifacts, Death God Mountain has unveiled new ones. How could they not be astounded? In a mere encounter, the golden crow of the ancient God Mountain spews blood, its body cracking under the piercing ritual-grade aura emanating from the spear, its very soul fracturing, the blood of a sovereign staining the earth. Chapter 107. The Annihilation of the Ancient God Mountain. United assault of the major powers. Ritual-grade artifacts rain down from the skies, in the snowy domain of the celestial mountains. The atmosphere is charged with fervor, the terrifying might of ritual-grade power unfurling, runes cascading like a tumultuous sea, roaring as if a tempest has been unleashed. Countless individuals stand aghast, their hearts pounding, feeling the overwhelming energy sweeping toward them, their souls gripped by fear, unable to comprehend the magnitude of it all. A chill rushes from their feet to the crown of their heads, their legs cramping, their very organs nearly seizing, leaving them utterly limp. The divine might unleashed by the ritual-grade artifacts is fearsome beyond measure, collapsing the universe, shattering the void, the laws of celestial realms intertwining. And any attempts to mend the rift come too late. This region is on the brink of boiling over. How can this be possible? The origins of Death God Mountain remain shrouded in mystery, possessing an array of ritual-level divine artifacts that wield unparalleled destructive power. The Divine Path Supreme, in a display of sheer might, sought to thwart the ritual-level divine artifacts of both ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mount. A wave of terror swept through the multitude as various factions retreated in haste, their expressions betraying shock and disbelief. Even the Divine Path Supreme was visibly shaken, the brilliance of treasures flickering in his eyes, revealing an unsettling tremor of fear. The thunderous sounds of explosive energy echoed. As the ritual-level divine artifacts unleashed their formidable power, who could possibly stand against such might? Despite the immediate response from the major factions, who summoned their own ritual-level artifacts to form a protective barrier, calamities ensued. Countless figures were caught in the maelstrom, obliterated on the spot, their bodies disintegrated and souls scattered, lost to the annals of existence. Damn it! The divine path supreme from the domain hall glared with an intensity akin to a predatory hawk. His expression a mixture of fury and despair. The elite members of his domain stood securely behind him, while the frontline warriors suffered grievously. The protective barrier, once robust, shattered like glass, leaving many to cry out in agony as despair engulfed the battlefield. Over 1 million souls perished in this chaos, igniting the flames of wrath within the divine path supreme. How could he face the loss of so many lives before the battle had even truly begun? Not only the domain hall, but all major factions sustained significant losses. Initially, as they approached the Little Western Heaven, they feared being left behind. Yet, they were unprepared for the united onslaught of Ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mountain, which unleashed their ritual-level artifacts in a contest of overwhelming power. Many from the 6 paths met their demise, their cries echoing through the air, even those of the Tao Lord Caliber unable to shield themselves in time. Little Western Heaven, grant us salvation. The cries of despair surged, as they, standing at the forefront, were met with the overwhelming force of ritual-level divine artifacts. Even the Bodhi tree, a divine artifact of Little Western Heaven, proved futile. Its radiance erupted, with blossoms of the Tao illuminating the void, cascading waves of faith that reached heights of Tenjiang, enveloping the area in a torrent of divine power. As it appeared, the sound of chanting resonated through the air, deafening all. Before the Bodhi tree stood an ethereal true Buddha, serene and majestic, seated upon a lotus, shielding the multitude of bodhisattvas and arhats of Little Western Heaven. Yet, even as the Bodhi tree exuded unmatched divine might, it could not encompass all. Many bodhisattvas and arhats fell victim to the overwhelming pressure, their faith shattered in an instant. Their lives extinguished, sending ripples of dread throughout the realm. The true Buddha, radiating golden light, emanated an aura of wrath, each pulse of divine energy resonating with the urgency of the moment. The divine path supreme, sensing the dire situation, quickly retreated alongside the faithful of Little Western Heaven. As the Bodhi tree's brilliance intensified, the power of faith coalesced into a singular lotus, upon which the gathered followers found momentary respite. Such terrifying fluctuations of energy. The ritual artifact, a battle spear, radiated an overwhelming force, exploding forth like a blazing sun, claiming the lives of many comrades. Countless souls from Little Western Heaven mourned, their hearts heavy with sorrow, gazing at one another, recognizing the fear mirrored in their eyes. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the black-clad warrior scoffed, wielding the Soul Heaven battle spear, which surged forth, driving back the 2 divine path supremes of Ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mountain. Their grasp on the ritual artifacts faltered, nearly slipping from their hands, panic consuming them as they coughed up blood, their insides ravaged. Had it not been for the protective power of the artifacts, they would have surely met their end. How formidable! The golden crow of Ancient God Mountain roared in fury, yet internally, he trembled with dread, hastily retreating. The titans of 10,000 Demon Mountain mirrored this reaction, their bodies quaking as if freshly born, laughter erupting amidst the chaos. Even the mightiest of the divine path supreme appeared pallid, their rage boiling, wishing to vanish into the earth, a profound indignity for their kind. The greatest offense to Ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mountain was that other factions seemed to revel in the spectacle. Despite suffering their own losses, they refrained from offering assistance, merely observing, delighting in the misfortune of others. The casualties among their ranks were staggering, as the ritual artifacts unleashed their blinding light. The combined force of 3 artifacts creating devastating waves of destruction, resulting in catastrophic losses. Across the expanse, what was once a throng of life, demon kin brought forth by these factions, now lay in ruin, half extinguished by the oppressive might of the ritual artifacts, amounting to tens of millions of lives lost. Oh, my hatred burns, roared the golden crow of Ancient God Mountain, his body further cracking under the weight of despair. Blood spilling forth, his vitality waning. The divine path supreme of 10,000 Demon Mountain shared a similar fate, his fury palpable as he lamented the betrayal of those who had come to assist, only to undermine their own lineage. The losses were staggering, and his wrath knew no bounds as he howled to the heavens. All present were engulfed in terror, the dread of Death God Mountain exceeding their wildest fears. Even now, they had yet to glimpse the true visage of the mountain's master, an enigma cloaked in mystery. Who, or what, stood behind this terrifying power? Could it truly be that a ritual-level expert had manifested? In a devastating display, the black-clad warrior, exuding the peak of divine path's supreme prowess, unleashed a torrent of celestial rules and divine runes that surged forth, overwhelming the realm, as he seized the opportunity to strike. sending 1,000 forces against the supremes of Ancient God Mountain and 10,000 Demon Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the ritual artifacts surged once more. The Soul Heaven Battle Spear unleashing its unbridled might, causing the golden crow of Ancient God Mountain to be flung backward, its form disintegrating, its soul shattered. In an instant, the Supreme of 10,000 Demon Mountain met a similar fate, falling in that very moment, leaving all factions in a state of shock, paralyzed by fear. The leading figures, the Divine Path Supremes, Domain Envoys, and True Buddhas, exchanged grave glances, aware of the precariousness of their situation. The remaining tens of millions of souls of Ancient God Mountain cried out in despair, their breaths quickening, as fierce beasts took to the skies. And creatures roared in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, the overwhelming presence of the ritual artifacts enveloped them, rendering escape impossible. The energy ripples washed over them, drenched in blood, as the hope of preserving their bodies became a mere fantasy, souls exploding into oblivion. The ritual-level forces of Ancient God Mountain were utterly annihilated. The artifacts they possessed unleashed a dazzling and terrifying wave of power, as the Divine Path Supreme of 10,000 Demon Mountain struggled to maintain his grip. Beset by the attacks from the Six Paths, this artifact is fated to be with our sect. How the Supreme of 10,000 Demon Mountain wished to retaliate. But a strike from a Six Paths deity pierced through him, leaving him gasping for breath. The ritual-level artifact failed to protect him, having depleted his strength in the earlier confrontation with the black-clad warrior. To his horror, he found himself on the brink of demise, only to be caught by the golden-haired hound and the nine-dragon divine lion of 10,000 Demon Mountain, barely escaping the fate that had befallen the golden crow of Ancient God Mountain. The supreme deity of the Six Paths made a formidable move, exhibiting strength that surpassed that of the supreme deity of the Xianxiao Mountain. Grasping an object in hand, the adjacent realms, such as the Little Western Heaven and the Domain Hall, were poised to intervene. Yet, in the next instant, the pupils of the supreme deity of the Six Paths constricted in sheer terror. I have misjudged. This object is fated to be with your Little Western Heaven. With a strange cry, even though he was shielded by a ritual-grade divine artifact, the flesh on his palm was shattered by the impact. This ritual-grade divine artifact, refined by a ritual-grade powerhouse, had unexpectedly activated its runes autonomously, becoming almost sentient, claiming dominion over its own realm apart from its master, unleashing divine power on the spot. My God! The true Buddha of the Little Western Heaven's eyes trembled, sensing the anomaly. His outstretched hand was instantly shattered, an entire arm dissolving into nothingness. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Bodhi tree, which stood protectively before him, wielding the ancient divine artifact spear left by the Ancient Divine Mountain, he would have surely met his demise. Six Paths. The true Buddha of the Little Western Heaven roared in fury, his once holy aura now tinged with a demonic presence, exuding a menacing aura. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the Domain Hall and the Reincarnation, among others, shrank back in astonishment, retreating hastily, unwilling to contend further. The spear radiated ritual-grade divine might, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, revealing resplendent ritual runes akin to a galaxy, striking out at the dark-clad battle slaves. If the ritual-grade powers were aware, they would be seated high in the heavens, manipulating divine strength. Some were astonished, indeed. Acquiring a ritual-grade divine artifact was no simple feat before even stepping into the gates of the Death God Mountain. A faction had already been obliterated. What a staggering scene it was. Many felt a surge of trepidation. Subdue it. The earth shook with thunderous roars as the dark-clad battle slaves unleashed their terrifying auras. Over 20 of them, all at the supreme deity level, shook the very heavens and earth. The foremost figures brandished imperial banners and battle axes, channeling their primal divine might to jointly activate the ritual-grade divine artifact. In an instant, the surface shimmered with radiant light, unleashing an astonishing aura as the ritual runes activated to nearly full capacity, charging forward with lethal intent. Suddenly, the void trembled. The spear of the Ancient Divine Mountain shuddered violently, slicing through the air and retreating in fear. Damn it! The supreme deity of the Xianxiao Mountain bellowed in rage. Filled with despair, the Ancient Divine Mountain was indeed treacherous. As the spear fled, the terrifying fluctuations from the three ritual-grade divine artifacts targeted them directly. Will you not come to our aid? One by one, they perish, and it brings no benefit to you. Our ritual-grade forces have mobilized so many. The Xianxiao Mountain can forego the Death God Mountain's ritual-grade artifacts. The supreme deity of the Xianxiao Mountain continued to roar, his expression fraught with fear. Without a doubt, the combined assault of the three ritual-grade artifacts, driven by over 20 supreme deities, was a calamity. The ritual-grade artifact in his possession might very well escape into the void, just as the spear had, or risk being shattered as a result. Little Western Heaven. Do not remain idle. The true Buddha aims to save all beings. Moreover, the Xianxiao Mountain's relationship with you is well known. Do not look on with narrow eyes, lest the wrath of the ritual-grade demon gods of the Xianxiao Mountain turn upon you. The supreme deity of the six paths mocked. The faces of the Little Western Heaven's followers darkened, yet they understood that the terrifying power displayed by the Death God Mountain left everyone unsettled, making it impossible for them to stand against it alone. Very well, let us act. The true Buddha of the Little Western Heaven recited a sacred scripture. As the aura of Buddhism surged forth, a torrent of divine lotuses filling the air, vast and boundless, channeling the power of faith into the Bodhi tree, unleashing terrifying divine might. The powerful figures of reincarnation also made their move, displaying overwhelming dominance. The foundational relic of the reincarnation hall possessed the divine might to suppress all foes, its aura surging mightily, astonishing many. The individuals from reincarnation had never before revealed such divine strength, yet now they exuded a terrifying presence. Led by a formidable figure whose power reached the level of the celestial sovereign, the six paths summoned a fan, its brilliance shimmering with divine radiance, erupting with a tempestuous aura, floating in the void. The ritual-grade divine might enveloped it, beginning to diffuse, with the handle as the core, spreading outward in all directions, forming a hollow circular moon that surged forward. Chapter 108. The Death God Mountain shocks the world, exclusively wielding 6 ritual-grade artifacts, all to annihilation. At this moment, the snowy domain celestial mountain erupted into a cataclysmic battle, with ritual-grade artifacts being activated one after another, something that had not been witnessed in hundreds or thousands of years. Today, however, no fewer than 6 or 7 artifacts were in play, all unleashed in a direct confrontation. Disciples from various ritual-grade factions wore solemn expressions, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated the profound depths of the Death God Mountain, which possessed 4 attacking divine artifacts, their ritual grade might radiating throughout. Crucially, within the confines of the secret realm, the Death God Mountain had only 1,000,000 souls, all at the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm, not particularly remarkable. However, the emergence of ritual-grade divine artifacts drew the attention of all, including the ritual-grade powerhouses in the heavenly realms, prompting them to command various factions to act, utilizing the divine artifacts to encircle and annihilate. Who could have foreseen the astonishing foundation of the Death God Mountain, so remarkable that it could be described as shocking to the world? Before them, the figures clad in black were anything but mundane, their powers shaking the very heavens, rivaling the foremost individuals who had arrived, a staggering 20 in number. At this moment, the black-clad individuals exerted their full strength, collectively activating 3 ritual-grade divine artifacts, their terrifying aura surging skyward. The onlookers gasped in shock, realizing they were all supreme deity-level powerhouses, not merely newcomers to this realm, but at the peak of the supreme deity level. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shuddered, resounding as the various ritual-grade factions summoned their divine weapons to obliterate the black-clad individuals of the Death God Mountain. Yet, in the next instant, figures began to materialize in the void, obscuring the sky. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the disciples they had brought, they still numbered in the thousands. As their divine might erupted, all were left aghast. How is this possible? 6 paths, reincarnation, domain hall, Little Western Heaven, Xianxiao Mountain, 9 heavens Kunlun Way. Countless individuals were filled with dread. In that moment, it was as if they beheld an unbelievable sight. Supreme deities. There were indeed supreme deities. The powerhouses of the 9 heavens Kunlun Way trembled as they summoned a divine sword, razor-sharp, its sword energy capable of cleaving through the heavens. Yet, they had not anticipated that the 20 peak supreme deities from the Death God Mountain were merely a fraction of their true strength. Now, another 10,000 appeared. 10,000 peak supreme deities. Countless individuals were struck with horror. Peak supreme deities, such a realm could command a place even in the 9 heavens' 33 layers. Though they could not rival ritual-grade powerhouses, they were still overwhelmingly formidable. Typically, only the celestial kings and sovereigns of the first layer would reach such heights. Stronger beings resided in the layers above. Now, as the Death God Mountain began to unveil its depths, it was nothing short of astounding, shaking the heavens and the earth. 10,000 supreme deities. Even the grandest ritual-grade factions required countless years of accumulation and careful cultivation to produce but one such being. Yet the Death God Mountain? It seemed as if they sprouted like cabbages, emerging in droves, as if freely watering the fields, akin to the rain falling from the sky. In an instant, the myriad supreme beings of the divine path, present among the major ritualistic factions, retreated in haste, activating their ritualistic artifacts, unwilling to remain in their original positions. They swiftly withdrew, their voices echoing with a resolute command to crush the group of black-clad figures from the god of Death Mountain. Until now, the god of Death Mountain had yet to reveal any ritualistic powerhouses, leaving the onlookers to speculate the nature of their fortune in acquiring such an impressive arsenal of ritual artifacts. Otherwise, why had no formidable ritualistic figure appeared to restore balance? Or was it that the god of Death Mountain harbored no fear, entirely unperturbed by the unfolding chaos? Suddenly, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd, their breaths trembling, their very souls quaking as their inner organs constricted with dread. What had they witnessed? Beyond the great banners, battle halberds, and war axes, additional ritual artifacts emerged in the void. How could this be? Countless gasps filled the air, hearts racing with terror at the unprecedented sight. Which ritualistic faction had ever possessed more than 3 ritual artifacts simultaneously? A colossal bell stood majestically in the firmament, radiant with resplendent light, shimmering with golden hues that enveloped the world. It cast a golden glow that enveloped the multitude of black-clad supreme beings while unleashing an unparalleled force of awe-inspiring might. The deafening roar that emanated seemed as if a ritualistic powerhouse had descended, and with the support of the thousands of supreme beings. The intricate ritualistic sigils atop the bell activated to an astounding 10 layers, radiating beams of light indiscriminately, targeting the throngs of various ritualistic factions. Simultaneously, a war drum reverberated ominously, suspended on either side of the grand hall of the god of Death Mountain, its booming sounds dominating the heavens. The declaration, "The gods and demons descend from the heavens," struck terror into the hearts of all present, prompting a frantic retreat. They were utterly terrified by the overwhelming display of ritual artifacts summoned by the god of Death Mountain. Forgetting the fundamental truth, the god of Death Mountain possessed the legacy of the ancient heavenly court, and with the invocation of divine powers, they reached unfathomable heights. Across the expanse, a golden pathway stretched before the entrance of the god of Death Mountain, each supreme being donned in golden armor, their bodies radiating a lustrous gold. Their collective power surged, allowing them to transcend 2 realms, their might shaking the very foundations of the world. The banners of supremacy, the soul-crushing halberds, the war axes, the indestructible bell, and the war drum. 5 ritual artifacts were activated, their destructive potential staggering. The overwhelming atmosphere of ritualistic power engulfed the surroundings, causing the very fabric of reality to collapse, the void shattering, the laws of celestial pathways disintegrating, rendering the heavens in turmoil. Not good. We cannot withstand this, someone exclaimed in dread. At this moment, none dared to press forward with their assault. This was a complete disaster. Many harbored resentment, realizing that the ancient god mountain had indeed set a formidable precedent. The cycles of reincarnation, the 6 paths, the Kunlun of the 9 heavens, the domain halls, and the little western heavens. At this juncture, they merely faced each other evenly in numbers. Yet, who could have anticipated that the god of Death Mountain would unleash 10,000 supreme beings, elevating their strength to unimaginable levels, causing the sun and moon of the lofty heavens to plummet, unleashing a terrifying aura that reverberated through the realms, enveloping all in murderous intent? With a cacophony of sounds, the ritual artifacts erupted, overwhelming the various factions, leaving them unable to mount any defense. The onslaught pierced through their frontline forces, leading to utter annihilation. Cries of anguish filled the air as countless souls screamed in terror, retreating in haste. The true Buddha of the little western heavens was on the verge of exhaustion, their essence nearly drained away, desperately resisting. Compared to other factions, the followers of the little western heavens suffered the least, with only about 10% perishing. Meanwhile, the losses among the other factions were catastrophic, with over half of their numbers decimated, leaving at most 30% standing. This battle was a calamitous defeat. The situation was dire. Countless individuals were left in a state of panic, witnessing the demise of vast numbers and realizing that those they brought to the fray had not only failed to achieve anything, but had become burdens, mere sacrificial offerings, arriving from afar only to meet their doom. In the endless Buddhist kingdom, the true Buddha's wrath ignited, their divine might immeasurable. As the accompanying bodhisattvas and arhats cried out in terror, their spiritual essence being drained by the force of faith, blood sacrifices, many arhats and bodhisattvas met their tragic end, not at the hands of the god of Death Mountain, but rather through the blood sacrifices of their own true Buddha, perishing on the spot. The Mountain Lord commands, "Leave none alive. Annihilate them all." Chapter 109. The annihilation of 6 major ritualistic factions invading enemies. Seizing ritual artifacts. In the snow-covered celestial mountains, the terrifying might of the ritual artifacts surged through the cosmos, weaving through the laws of the celestial path, unable to be obstructed. The The celestial order became entwined, failing to restore the void in a timely manner. At this moment, the ritual artifacts unleashed their power, causing the supreme beings of the various factions to vomit blood, their souls hovering on the brink of death. The god of Death Mountain was overwhelmingly dominant, activating multiple ritual artifacts with an unstoppable force, wreaking havoc as they advanced. Akin to a relentless tide, with over 10,000 supreme beings bolstered by divine powers. The true Buddha of the Little Western Heavens roared in fury as they became the primary target, even while activating their ritual artifacts and retreating frantically. Employing blood sacrifice techniques to unleash the power of the Bodhi tree, the intricate sigils activated to 10 layers, they still could not withstand the onslaught. The Bodhi tree trembled violently, the true Buddha wielding it spewed blood, flesh torn asunder in an instant, leaving only bones behind, their soul shattering into fragments. With a fierce onslaught, the black-clad warriors stood firm, their terrifying beams dismantling the true Buddha of the Little Western Heavens, their soul utterly extinguished, meeting a tragic demise. The Bodhi tree, glowing with faith, flickered as the power of belief rapidly dissipated into nothingness. All present were horrified. The remaining factions dared not advance any further, retreating in a frenzy, many feeling the prickling of fear at their napes. Was this truly how a supreme being, a pinnacle of divine power, met their end? The overwhelming might of the ritual artifacts from the Little Western Heavens, having sacrificed countless lives, still fell short. The Six Paths stood in shock and disbelief. As the battle escalated to this level, they were astonished and shaken, their hearts racing in turmoil. They had never anticipated that a force ascending from the lower realms would be so overwhelmingly powerful, clashing head-on with 6 major ritualistic factions, only to end in such tragic defeat. It was evident that from this day forth, the god of Death Mountain would be renowned throughout the 9 heavens and the 33 layers. This was no trivial matter. All retreat. Distance yourselves, roared the supreme beings of the Kunlun path, using a minor world artifact to gather most of their followers for swift escape, their essence burning fiercely as they fled. They were consumed by rage and despair, bewildered by the calamity that had befallen them. They could not fathom the origins of the god of Death Mountain, which undoubtedly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Otherwise, the mere presence of the 10,000 supreme beings was sufficient evidence of the god of Death Mountain's formidable foundation, lacking in neither strength nor skilled practitioners. This time, they had suffered catastrophic losses, their prestige, authority, and reputation utterly obliterated. In the chaotic realm of Kunlun Mountain, the teachings once proclaimed the terror of the Death God Mountain, where deities clashed and Buddhas were slain, showcasing an unparalleled dominance that was ultimately underestimated. The might of sacrificial artifacts unleashed their fury, reducing the combatants to mere wretches, fleeing for their lives. The ordinary followers found themselves powerless, while thousands of supreme deities experienced a surge in power, collectively channeling the sacrificial artifact's energy, creating a pressure so overwhelming it struck terror into the heavens and the earth. Alarmed, the supreme deity of the Jiuxiao Kunlun path gasped in horror, his heart quaking with dread. Having witnessed the gruesome fates of other supreme deities at the hands of rival sacrificial factions, the Pure Land of Little West Heaven ruthlessly sacrificed its disciples to amplify the power of the Bodhi tree, yet even this was futile. Despite the protective aura of their sacrificial artifact, the mere presence of sacrificial might could extinguish their lives. As he desperately wielded the sacrificial artifact, he fled at breakneck speed, yet was relentlessly pursued by formidable figures clad in black. With the thunderous crack of the Emperor's banner resonating like a collapsing galaxy, he was forced into a defensive stance. Blood gushed from his mouth as he seethed with rage, regretting that the ancient legacies of the celestial court fell into such depraved hands. The combined might of 6 sacrificial factions was ultimately insufficient against the relentless assault. In mere moments, they had traversed from the snow-capped peaks to a vast continent where mountains and rivers converged, and mighty dynasties sprawled across the landscape. Countless cultivators looked up in shock, their faces paling in disbelief. A supreme deity from Jiuxiao Kunlun was being pursued, wielding a sacrificial artifact in desperation. The atmosphere crackled with dread as the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel under the sacrificial might, flattening entire valleys and engulfing the abyss in darkness. Terror gripped them, shaking their very cores, for one misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. The supreme deity from Jiuxiao Kunlun was slaughtered, and the small world he carried disintegrated, vaporizing countless disciples in an instant. The Emperor's banner displayed its divine power, saturating the heavens with its aura, as time itself appeared to freeze. The artifact's speed faltering under the immense pressure of the Emperor's might. How could such a powerful being, a terror of the 33 heavens, perish so easily? What force could possess such horrifying strength? Was it the Death God Mountain? Indeed, it was not less than 6 sacrificial factions converging to lay siege to it. Yet the carnage was unfathomable. The black-clad war slaves of the Death God Mountain sought to seize other sacrificial artifacts, intending to subjugate them, preparing for a heist of monumental proportions. Gasps of disbelief echoed as onlookers struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos, their mouths agape in horror. The true essence of their fear was laid bare. Divine beings clashed while the insignificant suffered in silence. Fortunately, the celestial laws and order of this realm began to mend the rifts in reality, and the death of the Jiuxiao Kunlun supreme deity diminished the sacrificial might. Yet, the black-clad figures surged forth, swiftly vanishing as they tore through the void, leaving behind an air of dread. The critical moment arrived as the Emperor's banner suppressed the Jiuxiao Kunlun artifact, preventing its full power from being unleashed. What was amiss? Was the sacrificial artifact damaged? It was expected to manifest a spirit, yet it remained dormant. Expressions of shock rippled through the crowd, their understanding of the situation still hazy, as they witnessed the Jiuxiao Kunlun supreme deity's demise and the theft of the sacrificial artifact. The first heaven erupted in chaos, mountains, rivers, and lakes evaporating under the relentless pursuit of the black-clad figures. The domain controllers roared in fury as sacrificial artifacts clashed once more, resonating like a symphony of destruction. Yet the forces they commanded were insufficient against the overwhelming might of the enemy. The domain controller, bloodied and battered, felt the backlash of the collision, his body cracking under the strain. He sought to retreat, but the grip of Death God Mountain was unyielding, and the fervor of the black-clad war slaves left him quaking in fear. The atmosphere thickened with dread as the heavens roared, brightening the skies and shaking the very foundations of the world. With nearly 1 billion warriors reduced to a single figure, the domain controller sensed the sacrificial artifact's power rising, drawing him to safety while unleashing a devastating strike that tore through the fabric of reality. Gasping for breath, he trembled, haunted by the harrowing memories of the recent cataclysms. Fortuitously, the sacrificial artifact remained under his control, sparing him from death. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his heart sank as the relentless pursuers from Death God Mountain closed in. 2 sacrificial artifacts, the Emperor's banner, loomed ominously, binding his space and slowing his escape, while the Soul Heaven War Spear unleashed a torrent of pressure, refusing to relent. No, the domain controller screamed, his eyes filled with despair and bitterness. In mere moments, he experienced a tumultuous rise and fall, ultimately facing obliteration. The first heaven was engulfed in turmoil. Cultivators across countless regions witnessed the relentless pursuit of the black-clad war slaves. Their strength was formidable, yet they fell one after another, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. The Death God Mountain had truly defied the heavens. Is that really Death God Mountain? They murmured, astonished that a sacrificial faction could wield such power. The realization struck them. The once unchallenged might of the sacrificial factions was now being hunted down. The heavens trembled under the weight of their fate, as chaos reigned supreme. Not only the various factions of the one heavy sky, but the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled in fear. The newly emerged Death God Mountain, with its overwhelming dominance and unparalleled ferocity, relentlessly pursued the powerful entities of the ritual path. Ultimately, although the artifacts of the ritual path managed to escape into the void, all those dispatched perished without exception. Most crucially, there were whispers claiming that someone had witnessed the ritual path artifact of the 9 heavens Kunlun being seized by Death God Mountain. This lineage now found itself in an unstable position among the ritual path powers. Some speculated that their ritual path powerhouse had encountered a grave issue. Otherwise, the spirit of their artifact would have autonomously awakened. At the same time, within Death God Mountain, Diyuan wore a slight smirk as he comfortably reclined in his chair, gazing skyward. The sounds of system notifications echoed from Irai Lake. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task. Congratulations, host, you have received the task rewards. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 Ritual Path Divine Weapons. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Ritual Path Divine Texts. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 Ritual Path Divine Herbs. Chapter 110, The Stirring of Ritual Path Powerhouses. The Wrath of the Wolf Demon God. Reckoning the 9 heavens Kunlun. Within Death God Mountain, the system notifications continued to resonate in Diyuan's mind, causing his lips to curl with pleasure. 10 Ritual Path Divine Artifacts. 10 Ritual Path Divine Herbs. 10 Ritual Path Divine Texts. Each of these treasures, within the 9 heavens and 33 layers, would incite fierce competition. Yet now he had amassed more than 30 of them, which brought him immense joy. Each of the 10 Ritual Path Divine Texts was terrifyingly potent, with every technique being unfathomably profound and immensely powerful. unmatched in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a grand gift package of the Immortal Path. Would you like to open it? Open, Diyuan softly uttered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 supreme beings of the Divine Path. Congratulations, host. The level of the system prestige shop has increased. Congratulations, host. The level of the training room system has risen. Diyuan glanced at the panel, his eyes glistening with joy. Indeed, within the system prestige shop, he could now exchange for beings at the level of the Great Path Master. It appeared that he had not merely advanced one level, but two. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 50 million peak-level Great Path Warriors. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 50 million peak-level Great Path Warriors. Congratulations, host. Gong has exchanged. In but a fleeting moment, 1 billion peak-level Great Path Warriors stood tall within the Grand Hall of Death God Mountain. Each exuding an extraordinary aura, their strength formidable. A single one of them would be a terrifying presence even in the first layer. Ding! Current training room level, Supreme of the Divine Path. All commence cultivation. Buzz. Ding! Congratulations, host. 1 billion black-clad warriors have entered the training room. Ding! Congratulations, host. The training of 1 billion black-clad warriors is complete. The current level of 1 billion black-clad warriors is Peak of the Divine Path. Diyuan's lips curled into a smile, his entire being filled with ease, his expression radiant, his gaze brilliant as if the sun itself, exuding an immense aura of pressure with every movement. Ritual path powers, you say? Diyuan narrowed his eyes. Since they had chosen to launch an assault, he had little need for further discourse. He would naturally retaliate with fervor, ensuring they felt the repercussions, provided they survived the encounter. Mobilize troops to 9 Heavens Kunlun. Diyuan commanded. In an instant, countless figures within Death God Mountain knelt and prostrated, their voices resounding like thunder throughout the mountain gates. 1 billion supreme beings of the Divine Path were set to march forth, capable of sweeping through heaven and earth. Who among them could stand as a worthy opponent? Moreover, this time, Diyuan instructed his forces to carry numerous ritual path divine artifacts. Since the 9 Heavens Kunlun had dared to offend, they would face reckoning, one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The entire 9 heavens and 33 layers quaked, the very heavens stirred, and countless cultivators and beings trembled in fear. The previously emerging presence of the ritual path surged through the skies, dominating the realm. Had it been a true ritual path powerhouse that intervened, the 9 heavens and 33 layers would have surely crumbled, resulting in countless lives lost. Countless individuals were shaken as they grasped the full scope of events. They marveled at the ferocity of Death God Mountain, a force emerging from the lower realms, yet exhibiting such formidable might that ignited the blood of many cultivators. This was an audacious challenge to the dignity of the ritual path powers. Within the secret domain of the God Burial Mountain, Death God Mountain showcased its invincible stance, overpowering the forces of various factions. This compelled numerous ritual path powers to summon their own divine artifacts to assault Death God Mountain, intent on annihilating it and dividing its ritual path treasures. Countless cultivators and beings surged through the heavens and earth, each sect deploying their formidable resources, numbering as high as 1 billion. Yet, even so, they faced utter annihilation, a terrifying statistic that instilled dread, as Death God Mountain truly resembled a harbinger of death. Traversing through all, effortlessly dismantling opponents without showing any sign of fear, instead obliterating the encroaching ritual path powers. What an earth-shattering achievement this was. Moreover, it marked the most significant eruption of conflict in countless ages. Many swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Merely contemplating the magnitude sent chills down their spines. How could an ordinary force contend against the might of Death God Mountain, which stood firm against the overwhelming odds? The most alarming aspect was that these were all ritual path powers, none of which were trivial, yet they had all been vanquished, suffering severe losses. While the ritual path artifacts of the 9 Heavens Kunlun had been seized, leaving all in shock and disbelief. This was a grave matter. Swift action was imperative. Even at the cost of exhausting countless resources and foundations, one must escape the first layer. A great battle was imminent. And perhaps the 9 heavens and 33 layers would soon be reduced by 1 layer, as a conflict among the ritual path powers loomed, threatening to bring destruction. Many factions prepared hastily, while countless loose cultivators, foreseeing the impending doom, expended their life as resources to ascend to the second layer. Did anyone believe that Death God Mountain, with such profound resources and strength, would passively endure attacks without striking back? Voices arose, albeit cautiously, for for the matters at hand involved the prestige of the ritual path powerhouses, and one could easily incur an unprovoked disaster. Above the 9 heavens and 33 layers stood the ancient God Mountain. It was a grand small world, with divine trees reaching the heavens, lush and verdant, teeming with life, housing a vast multitude of beings, far larger and brighter than the total expanse of the first layer. At this moment, all beings within this small world trembled and prostrated. Those who could dwell here possessed a minimum cultivation of the great Path Master, and there were countless such beings. They were all in a state of utter panic, as ripples surged through the air, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. The demon god was enraged. Countless cultivators and beings were filled with dread, each hair standing on end. Such displays of fury were rare, for eons had passed without witnessing the demon god in such a state, akin to a deity suspended in the skies, allowing many matters within the lineage to unfold naturally without direct intervention. The spatial rules here quivered violently, the rules of the immortal path permeated, and the order of the divine lotus lay in disarray. A colossal white werewolf, its head resembling that of a wolf, emanates an aura of divine might, towering to a height of 1,000 feet. Its mere presence alters the very fabric of the universe, bending the rules and order of heaven and earth, warping the flow of time and space in unimaginable ways. In the shadow of Death God Mountain, the wolf demon god gazes intently, his entire being shimmering with radiant brilliance. Divine light rippling around him, and spiritual clouds surging with immense power. Where he stands, the laws of nature dare not encroach, nor does order dare intrude. As a glimmer of murderous intent flickers in his eyes, the cause of his ire is clear, a formidable force of divine supremacy, dispatched by a ritualistic sect, wielding powerful ritual artifacts, has suffered a devastating defeat, losing over 100 million souls. The ancient God Mountain lies nearly barren, akin to an obliterated sect. He wields a battle spear that radiates boundless divine authority, and several powerful auras manifest, directly reflecting the tumultuous battles occurring at the entrance of Death God Mountain in the first heaven. 5 ritual artifacts? Even he is taken aback. Across the expanse of the 33 heavens, the 500 ritualistic sects are exceedingly powerful and terrifying, with their most notable members possessing at most 3 such artifacts, typically from the top 10 ranks, such as the Hall of Reincarnation or the Domain of Realms. How could a mere sect descending from the lower realms possess such treasures? It is as if they were common soldiers and iron, readily available. 5 artifacts. Could it be the utmost limit? The wolf demon god squints, his eyes, as large as basins, swirling with light, exuding an eerie and fierce aura. Ancient God Mountain, heed the command of the demon god. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The words of the wolf demon god resonate like the voice of a deity or demon, reverberating throughout the small world. The murderous intent palpable enough to shake the very foundations of existence. Even those at the level of Tao masters find themselves shaken, their bodies cracking and souls trembling under the weight of his voice. This is merely his ordinary speech. One can only imagine the terror unleashed should a ritual-level powerhouse take action personally. 10,000 divine supremes? The wolf demon god sneers. No ritual-level force lacks profound roots. Countless epics have birthed innumerable strong beings, especially among the demons. The 500 ritual-level sects observe the situation with trepidation. The human race weak and burdened by its long-standing issues. Bow before the demon god. Bow before the demon god. The thunderous cries echo through the heavens, as radiant beams of light surge towards the very core of the small world, their sheer number resembling a torrential downpour, with none daring to linger as they hasten towards their destination. Among them are entities more formidable than divine supremes, all rushing towards the center. The entire 9 heavens and 33 heavens tremble. Many ritual-level sects watch from the sidelines, hesitant to involve themselves, yet without exception. The ritual-level powerhouses of the 500 sects are stirred to action. For instance, the ancient God Mountain and the 10,000 Demon Mountain send forth their forces in a concerted effort, aiming to sever the roots of Death God Mountain. At the same time, a tsunami of murderous intent swells throughout the 9 heavens and 33 heavens, shaking the very foundations of existence and leaving many in utter shock. In the 9 heavens Kunlun path, 3 figures rage with fury. With the Tao God absent, having ventured far away, the responsibility falls upon them. Yet they never anticipated the calamity that would ensue. They have even lost a ritual-level artifact. How can this be tolerated? Ritual-level artifacts are of utmost importance. A single misstep could annihilate their lineage. Chapter 111. Assault on the Kunlun Path of the 9 Heavens. 500 million Divine Supremes. The Kunlun Path trembles. From top to bottom, all are in uproar. They have received word. The joint assault on Death God Mountain by various ritual-level sects ended in utter devastation, with every participant meeting their demise, not a single soul returning. This is an unbearable anguish. The lineage of the first heaven is nearly depleted, its numbers reduced to less than half. Even among the Tao masters, extinction is imminent, with the vast majority being borrowed from other heavens. How can this be? Death God Mountain is unfathomably powerful, unleashing such might that none of the forces sent forth returned unscathed. The inhabitants of the Nine Heavens Kunlun Path are horrified and enraged, not for any other reason but the loss of their ritual-level artifacts. Confirmed reports indicate that their ritual-level artifacts have been trapped and subdued by Death God Mountain, unable to escape. Now, the entire Nine Heavens Kunlun Path faces an unprecedented catastrophe, a life-and-death crisis. The loss of ritual-level artifacts will incite the wrath of even the Tao gods. Ritual-level artifacts represent the foundation of strength for ritual-level powerhouses. With their loss, the Kunlun Path will bear the brunt of opposing forces' assaults. Moreover, as the vanquished, Death God Mountain is notorious for its ferocity and is unlikely to let them off lightly. Hurry, notify the 33 heavens. We must summon powerful beings to descend and take command. On this day, the strong of the Nine Heavens Kunlun Path are filled with rage, their expressions betraying shock and dread, sensing an immense crisis looming over their lineage. Above the 9 heavens and 33 heavens, in a mystical sanctuary known as the Little Western Heaven, a breathtaking sight unfolds. Here, countless bodhisattvas and arhats engage in cultivation, each possessing extraordinary abilities. With numerous Tao masters present, the landscape is resplendent as if cast in gold, emanating a sacred aura, with the power of faith surging abundantly. A harmonious atmosphere permeating the space. Every temple, ancient monastery, and treasure hall is teeming with practitioners. Bodhi and arhats abound, and the presence of divine supremes is commonplace. From the foot of the mountains to their highest peaks, this sacred place exudes a solemnity and majesty. Countless monks gaze upward, respectfully forming the Buddha seal in worship. The Little Western Heaven Palace is a place where even those of divine supreme status find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. As expected, the void is rent asunder, and the ritual-level artifact, the Bodhi tree, gleams of vivid crimson like blood, traversing the skies towards the Little Western Heaven Palace. In that instant, countless Bodhi and Arhat figures gaze in astonishment. The Bodhi tree is returning on its own? What has transpired? Did the assault on the Little Western Heaven fail? Did the true Buddha lead his millions of followers to naught? Where's the true Buddha? Why is his presence absent? Many are horrified. The prior upheaval was well known. The true Buddha of divine supreme status had been stirred into action, yet the reasons remain unclear, leaving them in shock. They are acutely aware that this ritual-level artifact, the Bodhi tree, had once been sacrificed. Even in its current dim state, its energy fully drained, its return signifies something profound, and they know it all too well. The true Buddha has perished, and all his followers have ascended. A newly arrived young monk stares wide-eyed and slowly speaks, filled with astonishment, pondering just how powerful Death God Mountain truly is to have brought the Little Western Heaven to its knees, an unprecedented event. The current Buddha, with powers reaching the heavens, could foresee many outcomes. Had he known, he would never have allowed them to take such risks. Yet, in this dire situation, could it be that even the Buddha remains unaware? Buzz, 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 boom, boom, boom. As the Bodhi tree merges into the Little Western Heaven Palace, the sanctuary erupts in immeasurable divine light. The once serene and sacred atmosphere turns tense, even solemn, as the air fills with scriptures and the profound meanings of Buddhist teachings manifest visibly in the void, the resounding chants echoing through the cosmos. It is. The Buddha has made his appearance. The crowd gasped. The serene realm of the small world was in awe, and even the bodhisattvas and arhats were stirred. The last time the venerable Buddha actively revealed himself was several years prior. It was unexpected that he would be disturbed today. Within the majestic Buddhist hall of the small Western Heaven, various Buddhas stood in solemn array along the pathways, surrounded by lotus flowers, with the true Buddhas of immense power and unfathomable depth gazing intently. Their eyes, seemingly tranquil, shimmered with a glint of lethal intent upon hearing the news. The small Western Heaven had long since forgotten the last individual brave enough to provoke them. Here, bodhisattvas, arhats, and Avalokiteshvara coexisted in abundance. At the apex, the living Buddha sat in a meditative posture, holding an alms bowl, towering several feet in height. His entire being radiated with resplendent light, adorned with scriptures and runes that shimmered upon his skin, resembling gold. His eyes, large and filled with a divine aura, glimmered ominously. Beside him lay a golden-furred creature, the Dharmic hound, lazily resting at his feet. Yet at that moment, its hair stood on end, sensing the Buddha's wrath. A profound voice echoed throughout the hall, reverberating within the small western heaven. The living Buddha spoke slowly, imbued with a magnetic resonance. Are we aware of the events surrounding Death God Mountain? One Avalokiteshvara, radiant and resplendent, with 1,000 arms manifesting behind, responded, the strange occurrences at Death God Mountain, where sacrificial artifacts have frequently emerged, have led to numerous casualties in this recent offensive. Whether there are powerful sacrificial-level entities backing Death God Mountain remains uncertain. Its mysterious nature has kept it hidden, even amidst the siege by many sacrificial-level forces. However, it has become apparent that Death God Mountain may be the inheritor of the ancient heavenly court, aiming to re-establish its dominion, commanding over 10,000 divine sovereigns, close to the threshold of sacrificial-level mastery. While the power of the divine beings is formidable, it is not without limitations. The threshold of sacrificial level is absolute. The ancient heavenly court was once overwhelmingly powerful and tyrannical, which led to its fragmentation. Yet, countless epochs later, even those forces that have gained the prowess of divine beings cannot replicate the ancient heavenly court's might. Currently, Death God Mountain exudes a similar momentum, rivaling or perhaps surpassing the celestial soldiers of yore. All its disciples are acutely aware of this, having thoroughly comprehended its doctrines, thus perceiving it as a formidable adversary. True Buddha, how shall we proceed? The true Buddha closed his eyes and then opened them, brilliance igniting within, as he calmly stated, in a world rife with malevolence, with knives stained in blood, we must transcend it. To purify evil and save a single life is worth more than constructing 7 pagodas. Upon hearing this, all present, Avalokiteshvara, true Buddhas, Bodhi, and Arhats, nodded in agreement. The intent of the living Buddha was unmistakably clear, to absorb the essence of the situation and gently guide Death God Mountain towards its true faith. On that day, 3 figures emerged from the sanctified grounds of the small western heaven, an Avalokiteshvara, a Bodhisattva, and an Arhat, all possessing formidable strength, standing at the threshold of sacrificial-level mastery. Wielding Bodhi trees, ranking just below the Buddha in cultivation, they were among the core combatants of the small western heaven. The Hall of Reincarnation, an unfathomably deep edifice, seemed to serve as an entrance to the underworld, enveloped in swirling black mist and fog, with dim light barely illuminating the path ahead. From the depths emerged a terrifying aura, akin to a sacrificial-level entity awakening. The mere opening and closing of its eyes unleashed a tempest, ancient and destructive, shattering the rules of celestial pathways. Simultaneously, from the depths of the realm of reincarnation, figures began to rise from the earth, each infused with formidable and awe-inspiring energy. Death God Mountain had entered the realm of reincarnation. With the emergence of sacrificial-level energies, just 6 words carried an undeniable weight. 10 figures manifested, all reincarnation thralls. Should an outsider witness this, they would be struck with horror, their hair standing on end. These were the oldest reincarnation thralls, having remained dormant for millions of years. Unexpectedly revived today, these 10 held a sacrificial-level artifact, akin to an ancient pathway, radiating the secret powers of reincarnation, the essence of life and death flowing. With yin and yang inverted, the sacrificial-level artifact, the path of reincarnation, the Hall of Realms. It too resided among the lofty heights of the 33 heavens, alongside the Hall of Reincarnation and the small western heaven, as one of the ancient sacrificial-level forces, an indomitable power not to be overlooked. The realm god sat upon a resplendent throne, surrounded by ancient dragon pillars and murals that resonated with profound significance. Within the grand hall, the visage of the realm god was obscured, yet his radiance illuminated the space, as he wielded a sacrificial-level artifact, a sacrificial sword, seemingly capable of cleaving through anything. Below, the armored lord of the realm, Diyuan, knelt humbly. We must not underestimate Death God Mountain. If the realm god grants us another opportunity, we shall ensure Death God Mountain yields the sacrificial-level artifact that belongs to us, restoring the prestige of our Hall of Realms in the 33 heavens. A particular realm lord, filled with trepidation and perspiration, dared not act recklessly before this formidable presence. The Hall of Realms housed one of the highest enforcers, 3 in total, each a sacrificial-level entity. Having traversed this path for eons, everyone understood the terror of the realm god, whose legacy traced back to the ancient heavenly court's disintegration, where the Hall of Realms played a pivotal role, and the current realm god was one of its key figures. Having endured countless ages, his power had grown unfathomable. Death God Mountain, an intriguing remnant of the ancient heavenly court, the realm god narrowed his eyes, emanating a fearsome aura. Realm lords, observe Death God Mountain. Uncover its hidden secrets, and ascertain whether there are more than 5 sacrificial-level entities stationed there. Go. Yes. 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 The resounding clangor echoed within the hall, dominating the atmosphere, lingering for an eternity, evoking profound emotions. The realm god slowly rose, seamlessly merging the sacrificial sword into his spine, as if sheathing it, his hair billowing like a divine being. He stepped into the void, tearing through celestial rules, traversing the emptiness towards a destination beyond the 33 heavens. In a certain hidden location beyond the 33 heavens, the realm god knelt on one knee. Before him sat a withered figure, cross-legged, appearing as if a soul had long departed, a desiccated body exuding an aura of death. My lord, it is highly likely that Death God Mountain is intertwined with the remnants of the ancient heavenly court. With a swift motion, the withered figure's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Golden light illuminating the surroundings, rendering the world a blinding white, obscuring all clarity, sharp as lightning. Just a rising star, do as you see fit. Upon uttering these words, the realm god bowed, and the scene before him morphed into an illusion, transforming into a stone wall, as if the withered figure had never existed. The realm god's brows twitched, a smirk gracing his lips. A rising star? I shall relish the opportunity to eliminate you. It is time to descend and experience the mortal realm. In the second heaven, numerous figures arrived through the interdimensional teleportation array, stirring tumultuous waves in the area. Countless beings were struck with alarm. What was occurring? Was there a massive upheaval in the first heaven? Such a multitude of cultivators had collectively crossed realms. They were fleeing catastrophe. What is happening? You still wish to proceed? I advise against it. Otherwise, you may inadvertently meet your demise. The tremors had even affected the second heaven. Earlier, there were waves of disturbance. What in the world? Hasten to the third heaven, the fourth heaven. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving countless cultivators and beings in a state of panic, as if they were fleeing from a cataclysm. What had transpired? Not long ago, the second heaven had indeed been tumultuous, akin to a great earthquake. Speak swiftly if you possess any news. What has befallen the first heaven? Many beings in the second heaven were astonished, shaken, and exceedingly curious, probing for answers, even contemplating crossing realms to witness the chaos firsthand. Who dares to gaze upon this spectacle shall meet their demise. Herein lies the clash of sacrificial-grade divine artifacts. Many were bewildered. It had been tens of thousands of years since such artifacts had manifested, and even when they did, they rarely appeared in the lower heavens. To hear of sacrificial-grade divine artifacts colliding in such numbers was truly astonishing. 6 paths. Reincarnation. Little Western Heaven. 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. Ancient God Mountain. 10,000 Demon Mountain. Realm Hall. Could it be? These are the 7 grand sacrificial-grade powers. 6 paths. Reincarnation. Little Western Heaven. Realm Hall. All ranked among the top 10 of the 500 sacrificial-grade powers. To think they would engage in conflict in the first heaven, resulting in utter annihilation? 100,000 divine sovereigns? Countless sacrificial-grade divine artifacts? Across the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 heavens, without exception, all were engulfed in shock. Countless beings trembled at the prospect of a new sacrificial-grade power emerging to challenge the top 10 entities. Was this not courting death? Many cultivators believed it was a foregone conclusion. The sacrificial-grade powers would unleash their might, and without a sacrificial-grade powerhouse to stabilize the situation, the outcome would be grim. Death would be the least of the costs. In the first heaven, as crimson rays flickered and surged forth, the heavens and earth trembled. The aura of sacrificial-grade beings roiling and wreaking havoc, divine patterns swirling, streaks of light scattering across the skies. All beings within the realm quaked, prostrating themselves upon the ground, hearts pounding in terror. What was this? In the void, radiant arcs of light crisscrossed, revealing figures clad in black, traversing the ether in staggering numbers, and most crucially, each possessed strength capable of shaking the heavens, instilling fear in all. Divine sovereigns. Scanning the horizon. Every black-clad figure crossing this space was a divine sovereign. How could this not be astounding? It sent shivers through every being present. The snowy domain's celestial mountain quaked. A vast multitude surged forth, nearly blotting out the sky, the sheer number rendering one speechless. How many were there? 500 million. And this was merely the initial dispatch from the young Emperor's abyss. They sought to gauge the reality of the sacrificial-grade powers, while on another front, the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao participated in this endeavor. Though no harm was wrought, they too would face the consequences. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Across mountains, rivers, and marshes, an array of beings trembled in their hearts. To confront a powerhouse of the divine sovereign level felt akin to facing a deity. Resistance seemed futile. Here, even celestial kings and celestial lords appeared to have reached their limits. Yet who could have foreseen that within this lowest realm, a battle of sacrificial-grade divine artifacts would erupt? Moreover, the most critical point was that a faction from the Mountain of Death had emerged victorious. Where were they advancing to? The sheer number was staggering. Dense as a swarm, rivaling the numbers that once converged from the 7 sacrificial-grade powers. This was madness. All were divine sovereigns, with not a single low-ranking individual among them. What exactly was the origin of this Mountain of Death? Did they intend to upend the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 heavens? Not only did they possess several sacrificial-grade divine artifacts, but they also single-handedly slaughtered the representatives of the 7 sacrificial-grade powers. This was nothing short of defiance against the heavens. Many marveled at the spectacle. In days of yore, whenever any sacrificial-grade power emerged, they wielded high status, their strength and position formidable, revered by countless beings. With their profound heritage and renown, few dared to engage them in battle. Yet now, as the 7 sacrificial-grade powers struck in succession, they found no advantage against the Mountain of Death and suffered grievous losses, leading to a sense of unease throughout the 9 heavens and 33 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The entire first heaven quaked. Nearly half the realm's cultivators and beings were horrified, their gazes trembling with fear as they looked to the heavens. Witnessing the divine sovereigns soaring above, resembling an insurmountable mountain, suffocating the ordinary beings beneath their weight. This direction pointed towards the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. The emergence of the black-clad war gods from the Mountain of Death signaled a reckoning, did it not? Many were astonished. Waves of heat surged forth, igniting widespread astonishment. Simultaneously, the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao trembled, the boundless gates of their mountain shrouded in gloom and heaviness. The disciples within were burdened by the grim reality of the situation. As none returned from this harrowing expedition, all had perished in battle, and it seemed even the sacrificial-grade divine artifacts had been lost. The entire sect was engulfed in disquiet. Within the grand hall, a voice cried out in alarm. News had arrived. The Mountain of Death dispatched over 100 million black-clad individuals from the snowy domain's celestial mountain. Heading straight for our sect, they sought revenge. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present felt their souls flee in terror, trembling uncontrollably. What could be done? Though the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao was a sacrificial-grade power, the true heavyweights were not in the first heaven. Here, only a single divine sovereign presided over affairs. After all, compared to the 9 heavens and 33 heavens, the rules of the first heaven were far more refined, the aura of cultivation far more concentrated, facilitating rapid advancement, truly a sacred ground for cultivation that many yearned for. News had to be relayed through layers of hierarchy. Although this was a grave matter already communicated to the 9 heavens and 33 heavens, no response had yet been received. The sole divine sovereign of the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao, along with other masters of the great paths, were filled with trepidation. Calamity loomed over the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. As the 7 sacrificial-grade powers united had failed to subdue the Mountain of Death and had been repelled, highlighting the severity of the situation. The divine sovereign sat upon his throne, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe, his heart racing, drenched in perspiration as if he had just emerged from the depths of water, his hands trembling beneath his sleeves. How could this be? When would there be a response from above? The divine sovereign's face was etched with worry. His former composure dissipated, consumed by anxiety as he attempted to contact higher authorities multiple times. Suddenly, the grand array resonated with a deafening roar, shaking the entire 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. Countless disciples quivered in fear. What had they witnessed? An innumerable host of black-clad figures stood suspended in the void, each exuding an unfathomable strength, traversing the 9 heavens, their might unparalleled, each a divine sovereign, leaving the disciples of the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao gasping for breath, their hearts racing with terror. How could there be so many? The disciples felt as if their souls had fled, their legs quivered, many attempting to retreat, only to collapse to the ground in sheer panic. Gazing outward, they beheld a multitude of figures stretching across the sky, completely encircling the 9 heavens Kunlun Dao. Boom, boom. The grand array radiated a terrifying brilliance, as expected of a sacrificial-grade power, even in the first heaven. The protective mountain array had not allowed the divine sovereigns to breach it easily. Light soared, runes swirling as beams coalesced, infused with the essence of the runes, reflecting back. Boom, boom. The array shuddered. Countless souls fled in terror, their spirits shattered. The myriad figures standing above were overwhelmingly powerful, resembling divine sovereigns. Leaving the disciples in despair, how could they hope to resist? Now, they could only rely on the formation to seal off the area. Inside the grand hall, the Grand Master was struck with terror, his body covered in sweat, recalling the intense perspiration that coursed down his brow. What should he do? The supreme deity of the divine path, the death god mountain, seemed determined to annihilate us. When will reinforcements arrive, my lord? The supreme deity was furious. Kicking him out with a growl, you ask me, who should I ask? As the supreme deity, how could I be unaware? The aura emanating from that group of black-clad figures is utterly terrifying. Even if I were to confront just one of them, I would be no match, let alone against such a vast multitude. He was horrified. The sheer number of figures was staggering, numbering in the hundreds of millions, too many to count. Even among the top 10 of the 500 major forces, only a select few could possess such formidable depth. Suddenly, the supreme deity of the nine heavens Kunlun path was filled with elation as the exclusive teleportation array shimmered with divine light, its powerful aura erupting forth. As if he had grasped the last thread of hope. Simultaneously, a jolt of realization struck him. The protective mountain formation had been breached. Chapter 112. The Annihilation of All. In the first heaven, the nine heavens Kunlun path was besieged by terrifying figures, each emanating a divine aura that surged with ferocity. Their presence as radiant and dazzling as the blazing sun in the firmament, exuding intricate runes. Each black-clad figure was immensely powerful, instilling dread in the hearts of the disciples of the nine heavens Kunlun path, causing them to tremble in fear. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, trepidation, and horror as they gazed upon the densely packed figures standing in the void, far too numerous to count. Supreme deity, supreme deity. As the grand formation shattered, beams of light erupted like fireworks, brilliant and resplendent, only to fade away as quickly as they appeared. The grand array of the nine heavens Kunlun path was dismantled. The disciples of the nine heavens Kunlun path were engulfed in overwhelming fear. Even those of the Grandmaster level were shaken to their core, unable to resist. Their hearts filled with terror. The first heaven trembled. Countless cultivators were astonished that a force as formidable as the ritual path level could have its grand formation breached so effortlessly. Was the demise of the nine heavens Kunlun path imminent? The denizens of Death God Mountain were extraordinarily powerful and domineering. The first to strike at the nine heavens Kunlun path to establish their dominance. I had anticipated this battle would come, but I never expected it to arrive so swiftly. The sheer number of supreme deities from Death God Mountain was alarming, evoking a sense of dread. Such a force and depth of power could rival that of the ritual path level, could it not? Many onlookers were filled with trepidation. For this battle was pivotal to the survival of the nine heavens Kunlun path. Without the ritual path level divine artifacts, how could they possibly contend against such a multitude of black-clad figures? Each one was a supreme deity. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth trembled. Terrifying waves of energy rippling through the first heaven, the ground shook with a deafening roar. And the rules of reality shimmered as if tumultuous waves were rolling through the void, shaking the very foundations of the universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Outside the nine heavens Kunlun path, within the void, several figures materialized. They were beings from the little western heaven, Guanyin, Bodhisattva, and the true Buddha, though only 3 in number. They radiated a sacred and harmonious aura, their dignified forms enveloped in the brilliance of their Buddhist nature, each exuding a ritual path-level presence. Their gazes filled with complexity and reverberation. The thousand-armed Guanyin sat gracefully upon a lotus, resembling a deity of the highest order. With every gesture, the sounds of the Tao resonated, and the chants of Buddhist scriptures emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura. Her entire being shimmered with a golden brilliance, shrouded in an ethereal haze that made her features elusive. The more one sought clarity, the more obscured she became. As if only through earnest gaze could one glimpse her true visage, provoking deep reflection. The foundation of Death God Mountain was astonishing. The thousand-armed Guanyin spoke with a calm demeanor, yet the implications hidden within her words were unmistakably grave, prompting the true Buddha and the Arhat beside her to nod in unison. The overwhelming number of figures, totaling 500 million, had already astounded many when they besieged the snowy domain Immortal Mountain. Now, Death God Mountain sought to settle scores one by one, evidently uncompromising, showcasing their strength and dominance, instilling both fear and profound shock. Indeed, this once humble force from the lower realms had grown to such extraordinary heights, a feat most uncommon. The true Buddha radiated a warm glow, hands clasped behind his back, standing upon a lotus that gleamed with brilliance. His golden pupils flickered with light, as if nothing could evade their scrutiny, able to pierce through the illusions and see to the very essence. Regardless, the mere possession of ritual path-level divine artifacts, coupled with the unyielding assault of 7 major ritual path forces, had suppressed and bound the ritual path-level divine artifacts of the nine heavens Kunlun path, revealing their extraordinary lineage. A figure resembling a golden statue spoke with an air of indifference, his radiant form shimmering with a golden hue, exuding an aura of authority. yet concealing a fierce energy within his gaze that evoked trepidation. The three half-step ritual path powerhouses felt a chill run down their spines. Despite their calm appearances, they were deeply shaken. In their eyes, a force emerging from the lower realms possessing such profound ritual path level depth was utterly abnormal. Each ritual path divine artifact required extensive time and the direct involvement of ritual path level powerhouses for refinement. The materials involved being both rare and extraordinary. To gather the materials for a single ritual path level artifact demanded an arduous journey through time. Secondly, the mysterious nature of Death God Mountain was undeniable. Even the current true Buddha could not pierce through the veil of past and present, obscured by layers of enigma, a testament to its astonishing nature. Unless a ritual path level powerhouse was personally involved in various measures and arrangements to prevent scrutiny, there must be something terrifyingly mysterious at play. Most critically, the 500 million warriors of Death God Mountain, the black-clad figures, appeared far too incongruous. From a mere 10,000 to an overwhelming 500 million. Such a quantity was both astonishing and seemingly implausible. Even a ritual path level force would hesitate to claim the ability to cultivate such a multitude of supreme deities. It defied logic. Could one truly possess a treasure that could forge unparalleled masters? Suddenly, the thousand-armed Guanyin recalled something she had read in a secret tome bestowed by the true Buddha, which mentioned a force from the unfathomable depths of history that had employed supreme methods to cultivate war puppets, achieving the capacity for mass production. Are you suggesting that this pertains to an existence that established the ritual path level in an era long past? The true Buddha's gaze flickered with intensity, his pupils narrowing slightly, clearly aware that this individual and their force were legendary, evoking reverence and awe even in modern discourse. The thousand-armed Guanyin nodded, holding a jade purity vase that shimmered like jade, with a common little grass sprouting within, vibrant green and full of life. The Arhut trembled slightly, his golden light radiant yet quivering, and then spoke with caution. That was from an incredibly distant past. Who knows how many epochs ago? Historical records are scant, preserved only in the hands of ritual path level powerhouses. Even a chance discovery leaves us in awe. For even true ritual path beings regard those individuals and their backers with trepidation, considered taboo and not to be spoken of lightly. Countless legends surround them, suggesting they may still exist, transcending all else. The three were shaken, involuntarily associating these thoughts, yet soon expelled such notions from their minds, deeming them impossible. They felt that the oddities of Death God Mountain and the sheer quantity of 500 million supreme deities were overwhelming, leading them to perceive threats in every shadow, merely conjuring every possible scenario without tangible evidence to validate their fears. The three individuals took a considerable time to regain their composure. Even those as formidable as a half-step ritual path practitioner found themselves incapable of uncovering the truths of the world, as the paths treaded by certain venerable ancestors were beyond the reach of those unworthy. In the present day, a ritual path level powerhouse has discovered a new path, engaging in research and exploration, with the Nine Heavens Kunlun path and others drawn towards this revelation, captivating the hearts and minds of every ritual path level practitioner, compelling them to advance and delve deeper in hopes of uncovering the next step. Otherwise, even the mightiest of ritual path practitioners risk exhausting their essence over countless ages, their vitality dwindling, their divine might fading, ultimately finding themselves on a path leading to oblivion. Time is the most merciless of forces. Even ritual path level strongholds are embroiled in a struggle, let alone the countless beings of the world. The myriad lives within the 9 heavens 33 layers of heaven. The ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons have also stirred, with half-step ritual path practitioners arriving. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara shone with brilliant divine light, invisibly standing in the void, her divine perception both stunning and keen, having discerned something significant. The true Buddha and the Arhut, both half-step ritual path level practitioners, sighed softly. They had initially intended to confront the god of Death Mountain, but given the current situation, communication and negotiation seemed impossible. Now, with ancient God Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons also taking action, the prospect of a bloody battle with the god of Death Mountain loomed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth, a vast expanse of brilliance illuminated by a resplendent sun. Within the 9 heavens Kunlun path, several figures surged forth with unstoppable force, stepping out from the divine radiance. The supreme deity presiding over the 9 heavens Kunlun path wore a countenance filled with both elation and boundless dread, as the protective mountain formation was compelled into action. Despite being a ritual path level force, they were bound to engage in countless slaughters, leading to the tragic demise of many followers. 3 of you, please take action. My Nine Heavens Kunlun path faces a dire crisis, as the god of Death Mountain has dispatched strong practitioners to launch an assault. The formation is under threat, and the black-clad individuals from the god of Death Mountain run rampant. If we do not act now, we shall face a terrifying calamity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three figures radiated brilliant divine light, enveloped in a shimmering aura, exuding an overwhelming presence, their immense magical power unfathomable, cutting through the air with astonishing lethality. Such audacity! Exclaimed one of the near half-step ritual path practitioners, his gaze fierce, flames swirling in his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. He charged forth, heading straight for the palace's exterior. The other two, equally formidable, matched his strength, standing as true embodiments of terror, positioned within the first tier of the Nine Heavens' 33 layers. At that moment, the three soared through the air, their forms shrouded in a hazy glow, emanating an awe-inspiring divine might, prepared to confront the foes. People of the god of Death Mountain, do not delay in your retreat. The Nine Heavens Kunlun path is not a place for you to run rampant. After deliberations among the higher-ups concluded, they resolved to transform hostility into amicable relations, returning the ritual path-level divine artifacts. Henceforth, the Nine Heavens Kunlun path would no longer hold grievances against them. The three figures radiated divine brilliance, their very beings releasing strands of ethereal rules, resonating with unparalleled principles as the void trembled. Even the celestial rules of the immortal path echoed in response. The ensuing cacophony drew upon the very fabric of this realm, allowing the disciples of the Nine Heavens Kunlun path to retreat into the sanctum in an instant. The supreme deity stationed there was not idle either, with boundless magical power. He gathered the world within his grasp, dividing it into dozens of segments, sheltering millions of lives, disciples, and followers. Otherwise, should a battle erupt, a single wave could lead to catastrophic losses, leaving them utterly defenseless. At this moment, the three near half-step ritual path beings trembled internally, gazing out at the throngs of figures, astonished by the sheer multitude that filled the space, darkening the sky like a storm cloud over a city. Supreme deities, they murmured, their senses heightened. They initially mistook the myriad figures for mere followers of the god of Death Mountain, but could not fathom the true ferocity of their ranks. 500 million? 500 million supreme deities? One among them, naturally cautious, swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Such a sight was indeed astonishing. Even for those nearing half-step ritual path strength, facing 500 million was an overwhelming challenge, and if they all surged forth, the possibility of their own demise became all too real. The Nine Heavens Kunlun path, do you not find your demands rather audacious? Hand over the ritual path-level divine artifacts? Do you truly wish for our mountain lord to personally appear and apologize to you? Buzz, the black-clad supreme deity spoke, his gaze distant, emanating a chilling aura that permeated the realm. He directly summoned the sovereign banner, wielding a ritual path-level artifact, activating its formidable runes, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that erupted forth, sweeping through the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 113, The Arrival of the Ritual Path, The Annihilation of the Lineage. The Nine Heavens Kunlun path erupted into chaos. The terrifying aura of the ritual path filled the air. The black-clad supreme deity did not engage in further arguments with the practitioners of the Nine Heavens Kunlun path. Without hesitation, he brandished the sovereign banner, intent on suppressing them. I shall. In an instant, the supreme deity stationed at the Nine Heavens Kunlun path felt his soul shudder and his heart race, spewing forth blood and terror, while the surviving masters of the Tao widened their eyes in disbelief. Even before the wave approached, they were already affected. Their bodies began to crack under the overwhelming force, which spread far and wide, containing an unstoppable and unfathomable divine power. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous explosions resonated throughout the Nine Heavens Kunlun path. The very ground trembled violently, the void collapsing, and the celestial rules entwined, shattered in an instant. The killing intent was palpable, and the sovereign banner unleashed immeasurable power. Its ripples cutting through the landscape, obliterating the palatial structures and mountains, reducing them to dust, while the very lineage of the Nine Heavens Kunlun path was engulfed within. No, no. The supreme deity stationed there fled in desperation, wishing he could grow additional legs. He coughed up blood, disregarding everything as he bolted forward. In his haste, several fragments of the small world he had gathered within his sleeve were cast aside, revealing countless figures, disciples of the Nine Heavens Kunlun path, who, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, were swept away in a cloud of blood mist, with tens of millions meeting their end in an instant. Uft, uft, uft. The supreme deity, consumed by fury, fled for his life, but even as a supreme deity, He could not outrun the speed of the ritual path-level artifact's power. The earth trembled, the heavens roared, and the very essence of existence seemed to collapse. The nine heavens Kunlun path was utterly obliterated. At the same time, he realized that the three powerful beings descending from above were moving even faster than he could. The three figures surged forth, fully unleashing their power, traversing the void at an alarming speed. Yet, despite their haste, one among them could not evade the rippling waves, which extended to engulf him. The divine artifacts surrounding him shattered one after another, unable to provide any defense. A portion of his arm was lost as he spewed blood. The ritual path-level rules enveloping him, severing his very limb in the process. In the distance, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the Arhat, and the true Buddha vanished without a trace, retreating rapidly the moment the ritual path-level artifact manifested. Even they lacked the confidence to withstand such overwhelming power. The rules of the ritual path spread like a terrifying tide, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. While the potency of the force diminished for beings of their caliber, it remained a formidable threat not to be underestimated. The three from the Little Western Heaven were deeply moved. What kind of audacity did the Death God Mountain possess? How could it so casually unleash sacrificial-level divine artifacts and entrust them to the supreme deities of the divine path, without fearing potential accidents or losses? Their eyes glimmered with fervor, for sacrificial-level divine artifacts were exceedingly rare. Across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, there were but a few. And even among the great powers, they were well acquainted with each other. Yet, here stood a single Death God Mountain, boasting several sacrificial-level divine artifacts. How could this not be astonishing? Such overwhelming dominance, directly summoning sacrificial-level divine artifacts to wreak havoc. The three from the Little Western Heaven displayed expressions of shock. Gazing into the distance, they noticed that among the three from the 9 heavens Kunlun path, one had severed his own arm, while the other two bore various degrees of injury. At a critical moment, they had employed divine talismans to shift away, narrowly avoiding a core strike. Damn it, the numbers were one thing, but to crush them with weaponry? The strong from the 9 heavens Kunlun path seethed with resentment. How could they continue fighting under such circumstances? Their faces darkened as they clutched the supreme deity stationed at the first layer, only to find him on the brink of collapse, red threads spreading across his body like cracks in a candle flame, flickering ominously. Then, he suddenly exploded, sending chills down their spines. The one who had been preparing to take over was so frightened that he turned and fled. The first layer had witnessed the annihilation of the 9 heavens Kunlun path's lineage. There was nothing they could alter anymore. Behind them, legions of black-clad supreme deities encircled, and even when employing divine talismans, they were ultimately captured. One after another, the three strong from the 9 heavens Kunlun path met a tragic end. Their faces contorted with unwillingness and boundless regret, feeling they should not have come to this place. But now it was all too late. They had fallen into a predetermined fate, unable to resist. 500 million black-clad individuals had perfectly completed their mission and were preparing to return when, at that moment, an overwhelming force of faith emerged, revealing three figures stepping forth from the void. Indeed, they were the three from the Little Western Heaven. The thousand-armed Guanyin, the true Buddha, and the Arhat formed seals and conveyed their intentions. Esteemed ones, we represent the Little Western Heaven and wish to discuss matters with your esteemed master. Please relay our message. The black-clad supreme deity remained indifferent, completely dismissive, which elicited a displeased expression from the thousand-armed Guanyin, true Buddha, and Arhat. However, Sioux, New Jersey regained composure. For this matter was of utmost significance. The true Buddha had sent them to enlighten the Death God Mountain, and thus it was imperative to face them directly. Who do you think you are? You wish for my mountain lord to meet you, just based on that grand visage? The black-clad supreme deity sneered, brandishing the imperial banner anew, provoking anger among the three from the Little Western Heaven. They were not the three who had met their demise in the 9 heavens Kunlun path. The disparity between them was not something they could compare to. Upon hearing the black-clad supreme deity speak, their expressions darkened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the void of the first layer was cleaved, as if a portion of the vast sky had been torn like a sheet of paper. A figure emerged, wielding a long sword and clad in gleaming armor. As he stepped forward, the long sword pierced his back, his gaze radiant, standing in the void like a descending deity, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that sent shivers down spines. What? A sacrificial-level powerhouse. A domain god. The three from the Little Western Heaven trembled in their expressions, their breaths quickening, a chilling aura enveloping them. With his mere presence, he represented unparalleled strength, the strongest in this realm. A true sacrificial-level powerhouse had made his appearance. The three from the Little Western Heaven gasped, their breaths quickening, their hearts pounding with primal fear. The thousand-armed guanyin of the Little Western Heaven had encountered a domain god. The true Buddha of the Little Western Heaven had encountered a domain god. The Arhat of the Little Western Heaven had encountered a domain god. They dared not act recklessly. As their minds aligned, they bowed in reverence. The figure, clad in silver armor, was nearly armed to the teeth, radiating an ethereal glow, transcending worldly rules. With every movement, he emanated an aura rivaling that of celestial laws. The silver light flickered as the domain god stepped into the void, casting a fleeting glance at them. His demeanor indifferent and cold. After observing them for a moment, his gaze shifted to the 500 million black-clad individuals. Oh, the domain god seemed intrigued, his brows furrowing as he approached, exuding an immense pressure. 500 million of you. Is this the full extent of Death God Mountain's foundation, or merely a portion? He mused softly. As a domain god of the domain hall, a follower of the domain god, he was usually detached from the affairs of the world but found this situation amusing. Otherwise, he would not have come personally. The three from the Little Western Heaven were shaken. It had been ages since a sacrificial-level powerhouse had traversed the world. Moreover, upon discovering that many had embarked on this path, it likely hinted at new revelations ahead. You are the true Buddhas sent from the world, returning with your Little Western Heaven's ways, desiring to enlighten all? The domain god spoke, his gaze laced with mockery. Although the three half-step sacrificial-level powerhouses from the Little Western Heaven felt discontent, they still responded with smiles. Their relationship was intricate and difficult to articulate. During the fall of the ancient celestial court, the domain god had attempted to elevate the Little Western Heaven. Suddenly, the three realized something was amiss. They sensed a familiarity. For this individual was one who had participated in the disintegration of the ancient celestial court eons ago. Domain god, we shall take our leave now, they said, not daring to linger. The oppressive aura of this sacrificial-level powerhouse was too terrifying. This individual had once wielded incredible power and had slain a sacrificial-level powerhouse. Even after countless ages, he remained at the pinnacle of his strength, a testament to his overwhelming might. I say, did I permit you to leave? The domain god spoke. And in an instant, ripples spread across the sky, revealing an unprecedented intent to kill merely through his words. What? Domain god. We mean no disturbance and have not overstepped in the slightest. Why the hostility? Chapter 114. The Buddha's light illuminates all. The first layer's beings ascend to enlightenment. In the 9 heavens and 33 layers, at the first layer, countless cultivators were shaken, astonished, trembling as they gazed into the distance, their bodies chilled and souls detached. What had they discovered? A sacrificial-level power had been obliterated within the first layer's lineage. It had been tens of thousands of years since such an event had occurred. The Death God Mountain, a force emerging from the lower realms, had effortlessly mobilized 500 million black-clad individuals, each a supreme deity. Even if the 9 heavens Kunlun path possessed individuals above this realm, they still met tragic ends, obliterated by the overwhelming force of Death God Mountain. The sacrificial-level divine artifacts unleashed their might, shaking the heavens and earth, as the 9 heavens Kunlun path was utterly annihilated in the first layer. With those nearing half-step sacrificial-level strength meeting their demise. This news instantly reverberated throughout the entire first layer, spreading like wildfire, a tempest of whispers and chaos. From afar, observing cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, not only seeing the annihilation of the 9 heavens Kunlun path, but also the emergence of powerful figures from the Little Western Heaven. They were all formidable, dominant, and as half-step sacrificial-level beings, they now confronted a man clad in armor, demonstrating remarkable courtesy. Though he appeared unassuming, the attitude of the three from the Little Western Heaven revealed much. Many speculated he could be one of the supreme existences of the domain hall, the domain god. Someone exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation, capable of igniting a tempest of upheaval. The mastery of a ritual path expert is nothing short of extraordinary. A level of power that gazes down upon the vast expanse of the 33 heavens. For countless years, such beings have not graced the realm of the first heaven, which stands as a stark contrast to the mortal world, akin to the chasm between the terrestrial and the celestial. The domain god, embodying the thousand-armed guanyin, felt a surge of urgency in his breath as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from the other party. His eyes sparkled with an ominous light, a sight both fearsome and daunting. Even at the threshold of the ritual path, one can perceive an insurmountable abyss when faced with a true master of the ritual path, instilling a sense of dread and terror within them. We bear no ill will towards you. This incident merely adheres to the will of the present-day Buddha. Should you be dissatisfied, we are willing to depart, he proclaimed. The domain god, clad in resplendent armor, let out a derisive laugh. But I desire to rid myself of you. What shall you do? Flee, or offer your neck for slaughter? Upon hearing these words, The 3,000-armed Guanyins from the Western Paradise, alongside the Arhat and the true Buddha, were visibly stirred, their faces betraying a hint of resentment. With the matter laid bare, even if their realms fell short, there was no need for them to grovel. The true Buddha was in the world. In an instant, the Arhat manifested his divine powers, his form radiating with golden light, releasing an aura of half-step ritual path strength that shook the heavens and stirred the earth, reverberating throughout the 8 directions. His golden body shimmered with the brilliance of faith as runes erupted and flowed, infused with immense power, creating a manifestation of the law that towered to great heights. As if it were expanding the very fabric of the first heaven. The golden manifestation was formidable and unyielding, as ritual path runes intertwined around him, heaving a punch towards the domain god. Each strike contained the entirety of their might, pushed to its limits, with no room for relaxation, their gazes intense. Simultaneously, the 1,000-armed Guanyin and the true Buddha also took action, having secretly communicated with the present-day Buddha, who had previously conferred that upon the emergence of a master of the ritual path, he would also reveal himself. Given the audacity of the domain god, unafraid of the 500 or more ritual path masters, they would strike without hesitation, for there was nothing left to discuss. The 1,000-armed Guanyin unleashed his manifestation, enveloped by the aura of the ritual path, as the overwhelming rules surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. The 1,000-armed manifestation was awe-inspiring, mirroring the true Buddha, as the 3 half-step ritual path masters employed their most fearsome techniques to assail the domain god. The domain god chuckled coldly, a sneer upon his lips, his gaze calm and composed, even refraining from drawing his sword. With a whisper, the space trembled, and the rules of the celestial path intertwined and spread. The 3 half-step ritual path masters from the Western Paradise felt a chill run down their spines as, before their eyes, a series of ancient symbols emerged, seemingly from a civilization long since vanished, one not recorded in any texts or secret histories, yet flowed forth from his mouth, imbued with boundless power. Clang, boom, thud. The mysterious ancient language was both astonishing and domineering, akin to razor-sharp blades, as unyielding as primordial stones, each word carrying a monumental force. They struck against the manifestations of the 3 half-step ritual path masters, and in that instant, their expressions turned pale with terror, fear and anxiety evident in their eyes as they visibly cracked, blood erupting forth, their manifestations on the verge of disintegration. A curse. The manifestations of the 1,000-armed Guanyin and his companions shattered one after the other, exploding like rays of light, transforming into the power of faith that permeated the heavens and the earth. As they sought to reclaim this power, they found that the energy of the ancient language bore an unrelenting curse, spreading throughout their bodies as they attempted to withdraw it. Even the true Buddha and the Arhat could not escape, their once resplendent forms now shrouded in dust, horrific patterns emerging upon their bodies, a sight too dreadful to behold. In an instant, the 1,000-armed Guanyin spat blood, his spirit waning, as his arms visibly decayed, the curse's energy utterly unstoppable. Even the power of faith faltered before it, dissipating and dimming, before being entirely extinguished. With a resounding blast, the 1,000-armed Guanyin's arms exploded, followed by his limbs, and ultimately his body. As the horror and despair etched upon his face became apparent, obliterated by the curse. From the beginning to this moment, it transpired in the blink of an eye. With such swiftness that within a single breath, the 1,000-armed Guanyin was consumed by the curse. The true Buddha and the Arhat were deeply affected, overwhelmed by fear, their boundless power of faith completely dissipating, replaced by an unfathomable malevolence that surged around them, as if they were enveloped by demonic energy. You reveal your true nature. The domain god scoffed, intentionally provoking them. From afar, onlookers were aghast, realizing that the true Buddha and Arhat of the Western Paradise harbored an undisclosed side. Was it merely a fragment, or did the entire Western Paradise share the same fate? Were they all demons and Buddhas? Domain god, I shall devour you. The true Buddha bellowed, his body enveloped in blood-red malevolence, sweeping across 80,000 miles, obscuring the skies with an overwhelming force, transforming into a blood-red sun infused with demonic ferocity. As he spoke, his tone lost its sanctity and solemnity, becoming chillingly sinister. His body seemingly bleeding, each orifice oozing dark fluid. Kill! The true Buddha and the Arhat roared. But in the next moment, an invisible aura spread, a tremendous pressure enveloping the area, as the brilliance of the Buddha illuminated the realm, sacred and dignified. The Buddha nature of the true Buddha and the Arhat faded, reverting to their previous forms. The domain goddess lips curved into a smirk as he slowly turned to witness another incomparably handsome figure stepping through the void, adorned in ethereal garments, his head gleaming, a sight to behold. Salutations to the present-day Buddha, the Arhat and the true Buddha expressed with reverence, their hands forming the Buddha seal as they bowed to the approaching figure. He appeared remarkably ordinary, yet bore an indelible radiance of Buddha nature, his skin delicate and luminous, each inch seeming to exude the essence of Buddhist scriptures. "You have arrived," the domain god remarked with a light chuckle, twisting his neck with a crackling sound. "Your disciple is poorly trained, easily resorting to demonic Buddha methods. After countless ages, the true Western paradise has long perished alongside the ancient heavenly court. Thus, the present-day Buddha need not continue concealing anything." The present-day Buddha's gaze remained serene, unfazed, as he regarded the people of the Western paradise. With a mere wave of his hand, the true Buddha and the Arhat were left in disbelief and horror, their eyes filled with despair as the ripples surged around them. Inch by inch, their forms shattered, their souls disintegrating. "Why?" they cried out in anguish. Beside them, the domain god observed, shaking his head, noting the unwavering ruthlessness of the present-day Buddha. The present-day Buddha formed the Buddha seal, his expression tranquil, his lips sealed, yet a silent Buddhist chant resonated in the void, filling every inch of space. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Such a simple truth. Surely the domain god understands? You too have traversed that phase. Under the divine contract, you, I, he, and all of creation, whoever cannot transcend will become mere ants, servants. Boom, boom, boom. The present-day Buddha murmured softly, and in an instant, the entire realm was suffused with a divine aura. Though his lips remained closed, a majestic sound reverberated, permeating every corner of the first heaven. As one gazed out, the world was aglow with golden light. As lines of runes erupted, the resonating sound of Buddhist scriptures echoing throughout the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. In that moment, countless surviving beings in the first heaven were left astonished and shaken. Regardless of their race, they felt a surge of harmonious and majestic energy flooding towards them, infusing their bodies, minds, and souls. What is happening? I find myself on the verge of enlightenment, experiencing an ethereal sensation akin to transcending into the celestial realm. What could this possibly mean? This feeling is unprecedented. Could it be that I am truly on the brink of a breakthrough? Some are astonished, while others are filled with dread, aware of certain hidden truths. No, something is amiss. This is the reincarnation scripture, the secret tome of the lesser Western heaven. We are about to enter a state of meditation. A creature cries out, yet feels utterly ensnared, unable to suppress their turmoil. Buzz, 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 thunderous roars. In an instant, countless beings throughout the realm radiate with a benevolent aura, akin to compassionate monks, as resplendent mists of light envelop the heavens. Each entity, surrounded by a golden glow, illuminates the surroundings, ultimately becoming as still as stone, frozen in place. Gazing across the expanse of the first heaven, the breath of innumerable beings dissipates simultaneously. Oh, the true Buddha of this world, guiding countless souls. What a remarkable stratagem. The domain god scoffs. The true Buddha remains unperturbed, responding softly. Some matters, some words, must naturally remain undisclosed. The mountain of death harbors great secrets. Shall we explore them together? The domain god inquires. The true Buddha nods. As lotus blooms beneath his feet, taking a step that spans millions of miles, with order and rules radiating, the symbols of sacrificial paths flowing forth. The domain god squints at the vanishing figure, recognizing that the true Buddha is indeed a formidable adversary. Were it not for the ancient pact, he might have seriously considered eliminating him. The domain god shakes his head, aware that the moment has not yet arrived. He must expand his dominion. For when the time comes, the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers will tremble. In this incarnation, the true Buddha is preparing to reforge this realm, a commonplace occurrence for the various powers of sacrificial paths. Countless such transformations have transpired in the past. Within the first heaven, the lesser Western heaven wields absolute control, with the top 10 sacrificial path powers governing 3 layers each. The mountain of death, indeed, holds intrigue. The domain god narrows his eyes, radiant brilliance emanating from him, silver light swirling in the skies. With a single step, space collapses under the weight of the unfathomable sacrificial path rules emanating from him, causing the void to erupt, suffused with celestial laws. The figures clad in black from the mountain of death increasingly resemble puppets, vanishing in an instant, retreating into the void, leaving no trace behind. The domain god murmurs, feeling a surge of excitement, as if he has grasped an ancient method, an enticing prospect for the domain palace. As the 3 bodhisattvas of the lesser Western heaven, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, the true Buddha, and the Arhat, materialize, 500 million figures in black instantaneously dissipate, leaving him perplexed. Simultaneously, the domain god is filled with curiosity. If it is indeed that faction, he is left bewildered. According to that ancient method, puppets should not be able to cultivate to the heights of the divine and demonic. Boom, boom, boom. The snowy domain, celestial mountain. The mountain of death. The gates of the mountain. Two figures arrive in an instant, spanning vast distances effortlessly, as sacrificial path powerhouses can traverse such lengths at will. This is astonishing. The true Buddha of the lesser Western heaven and the domain god arrive in succession, both narrowing their eyes in surprise. A palace of sacrificial paths is quite a rare sight indeed. In the next moment, the domain god draws forth a sharp long sword from behind his back. Cleaving through the heavens, a radiant brilliance flooding the skies as he unleashes a beam of light aimed directly at the mountain of death's palace. Meanwhile, the true Buddha of the lesser Western heaven remains unfazed, his gaze shimmering with brilliance as he gazes ahead, exuding an air of tranquility. The space surrounding him seems to shimmer with an invisible medium, enveloping everything in its wake. Upon closer inspection, one might notice his form becoming indistinct, his eyes glowing with divine insight, akin to the eye of Buddha and demon, capable of piercing through all illusions, as he seeks to penetrate the sacrificial path's divine artifact. Chapter 115. Acquiring 10 sacrificial path powerhouses. The domain god's panic. The true Buddha's dread. Within the mountain of death, Emperor Yang squints. The system has returned after the emergence of sacrificial path powerhouses, summoning all back. There is no need for direct confrontation. Simultaneously, his gaze glints with a cold, murderous intent. His body radiating with flowing light, his form resplendent as jade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully annihilating the 9 heavens Kunlun path, the first heaven's Tao lineage. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? As the system's notifications echo in his mind, Emperor Yang narrows his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Activate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 peak sacrificial path combat slaves. Emperor Yang is somewhat accustomed to this. The system has always been considerate, knowing that 2 sacrificial path powerhouses have arrived, directly granting him 10 peak sacrificial path combat slaves. Boom, boom, boom. The palace of sacrificial paths trembles, resonating with a profound hum as radiant sacrificial path symbols burst forth, saturating every space around. Boom. As Emperor Yang's thoughts shift, 10 figures materialize before him, brimming with terrifying sacrificial path power, their forms adorned with intricate sacrificial path symbols that fill every inch of the surroundings, evoking awe and dread. 10 sacrificial path powerhouses. Each has reached the pinnacle, on the verge of transcending the sacrificial path. Every movement carries with it a cataclysmic force and terror, causing the sacrificial path symbols to quiver, the void to resonate. Joy gleams in Emperor Yang's eyes. Bow before the mountain master. Bow before the mountain master. Bow before the mountain master. The 10 sacrificial path powerhouses exclaim, their voices booming and resonant, sending shivers through the very souls of those who hear. Fortunately, the combat slaves from the system are utterly loyal to Emperor Yang, capable of confronting any calamity. Very well, eliminate them. Emperor Yang commands, and in the next moment, the 10 sacrificial path powerhouses respond in unison, their speed unfathomable, slicing through space. The rules of celestial paths cleaved apart, vanishing from Emperor Yang's sight. Outside the mountain of death, the palace stands undisturbed, the terrifying sacrificial path symbols fully unleashed, visible to the naked eye, each symbol brimming with immense power. Erupting in dazzling brilliance, absorbing all energy, and converting it for its own use. The domain god is momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. He did not expect that his casual probing strike would be ineffective. This palace of sacrificial paths is incredibly formidable, ranking among the top 10 within the realm of sacrificial path artifacts, its defensive capabilities extraordinarily strong. Beside him, the true Buddha of the lesser Western heaven narrows his eyes, his gaze radiant as a divine lamp, attempting to penetrate the shackles and bindings, seeking to glimpse the scene within the sacrificial path palace. Yet, he discovers that the palace, adorned with sacrificial path symbols, has sensed his intrusion and retaliated, unleashing beams of light in response. What a peculiar palace. The true Buddha's heart trembles. The sacrificial path artifact is indeed elusive, capable of blocking his divine vision, rendering him unable to see through its depths. He even senses that within lies a slumbering terror. Awakening like a beast roused from slumber, its gaping maw roaring to life, thundering in response. Oh. The domain deity wielded a silver longsword, traversing the realms with a commanding presence, his gaze disdainful and indifferent, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his body, akin to being pricked by countless needles, alerting him to an imminent threat. In an instant, The ritual-grade runes beneath his feet erupted with blinding brilliance, propelling him away from his original position with unparalleled speed. Yet, to his astonishment, a terrifying divine radiance flared, and the ground where he once stood disintegrated in an explosive display. The razor-sharp light converged from the ritual-grade runes was so keen that it seemed capable of severing anything. Even the laws of the celestial realm could not withstand it. Ritual-grade, the domain deity murmured, his expression growing solemn and grave, brimming with murderous intent. The ritual-grade runes transformed into terrifying strands of golden light, surging with the essence of metal, intertwining with the runes as they rose from the ground. Clad in radiant armor, he appeared as if facing a formidable foe, exerting every ounce of his strength. As he lowered his head, he noticed horrific gashes etched into his arms, blood gushing forth. Yet with the runes swirling around him, he swiftly healed, visibly mending before his eyes. Beside him, the living Buddha was equally taken aback, having encountered his own tribulation. The eruption of ritual-grade runes caused blood to flow from his brow, yet their explosion thwarted any further assault from their adversary. It was evident that their opponent's strike was merely a probing attack. Nevertheless, both the domain deity and the living Buddha were gripped by terror, their hearts trembling at the magnitude of the situation. What lay before them? Though no figures appeared in the void, the aura of ritual-grade power emanated vividly, the crimson light resembling a series of iron chains interweaving, sending shivers down their spines. How many were there? How could such an aura be distributed across multiple locations? There were more than 5 ritual-grade presences. Could it be that the Mountain of Death housed more than 5 ritual-grade powerhouses on watch? The domain deity's eyes narrowed. He believed his perception was infallible, but if what he sensed was indeed reality, it was both astonishing and terrifying. Across the vast expanse of the 33 heavens, there were 500 major forces, yet among the ritual grade, each force typically boasted no more than 3 members, and many possessed only a single ritual grade powerhouse. Yet here, the supremely transcendent domain deity perceived the presence of more than 5 ritual grade powerhouses, weighing heavily on his heart. Moreover, the strength of each was not inferior to his own. The living Buddha beside him also felt a tremor coursing through his body. They had anticipated exploration, yet found themselves ensnared in a den of wolves. Faced with the shocking reality of over 5 ritual-grade powerhouses, what an alarming existence this was. You sensed it too, did you not? The domain deity spoke, his voice tinged with trepidation. This was a terrifying presence. Throughout their journey, they had grossly underestimated the Mountain of Death, only to now confront more than 5 ritual-grade powerhouses. In the entire 33 heavens, this would herald an unprecedented upheaval. With their combined strength, they could easily ascend to the ranks of the top 100. No, even the top 10. They possessed at least 5 known ritual-grade divine artifacts, including the ritual-grade artifacts from the Kunlun Dao that amounted to 6. This was a force that could not be disregarded. Indeed, the living Buddha gasped, the weight of pressure mounting upon him, surrounded by ritual-grade runes. Radiating golden brilliance alongside boundless scriptures, he summoned a Bodhi tree, small enough to fit in his palm, which emitted a terrifying radiance. While it exuded an aura of peace, it also generated ripples of energy that enveloped his form, shielding him from potential attacks. The domain deity mirrored this action, his silver longsword radiating the oppressive might of ritual-grade power, sweeping across the battlefield with a terrifying edge, causing the very air to tremble. Who dares to infringe upon the Mountain of Death? Who disregards our Lord? With a cacophony of thunderous proclamations from the ritual-grade powerhouses, both the domain deity and the living Buddha were seized with horror, retreating hastily. What they beheld was astonishing. Multiple figures emerged before them, each wielding ritual-grade divine artifacts, appearing as celestial beings. The number exceeded their initial estimations by a staggering margin. The domain deity and the living Buddha trembled in disbelief, never anticipating that the Mountain of Death would possess such profound depth. Now, they faced an astonishing 10 ritual-grade powerhouses. Chapter 116. Subduing the ritual-grade powerhouses. In the first layer of the 33 heavens, an eerie silence enveloped the realm, as the winds howled and the laws of the celestial realm permeated the void. Majestic mountains rose, ancient trees touched the azure sky, flourishing with vitality. With a divine light piercing the skies, a brilliant beam illuminated the space, visibly connecting heaven and earth, resembling towering pillars that transcended both the first and second layers of the heavens. As figures descended, surrounded by swirling runes, the aura of ritual-grade power erupted, filling the air with resplendent brilliance and overwhelming demonic energy. Among them emerged numerous half-step ritual-grade powerhouses, each radiating an astonishing presence. Some revealed their true forms. Ancient demon kings of the ancient god mountain, including the golden-winged roc and the mythical Swanni, numbering 10 in total, traversing the heavens and releasing the might of rituals. The half-step ritual-grade powerhouses of the ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons united, yet upon their arrival in this realm, they were met with profound shock and trepidation, their expressions laden with disbelief. Where had the beings of this realm vanished? Why did their senses detect only emptiness and silence? The golden-winged rock, astonished, unleashed a torrent of runes, flapping its wings to soar into the clouds. Its strength was formidable, having traversed far in the half-step ritual-grade realm. It was on the verge of breaking through the threshold of ritual laws. Its body gleamed in gold, stretching thousands of feet long, its feathers a brilliant crimson, shimmering with the flow of mystical powers alongside flickering ritual-grade runes. With a true flap of its wings, the golden-winged rock's eyes shone with divine light, akin to two beams of energy that could pierce through the vast distances, exuding an overwhelming might. Simultaneously, a divine wolf, offspring of the demon god, emanated an equally fierce aura, its pristine white body shimmering with silver, vividly alive, also spanning 1,000 feet in length. With eyes like lanterns and sharp fangs piercing the void, each step causing the heavens to tremble and the laws of the celestial realm to swirl. The former led the half-step ritual-grade powerhouses of the mountain of 10,000 demons, while the silver wolf represented the ancient god mountain, commanding a total of over 10 half-step ritual-grade powerhouses. The power of belief surged through the heavens, permeating the void, with the laws of the celestial realm unable to impede their advance. Countless beings ascended, swept along by the currents of enlightenment. The golden-winged rock's pupils contracted, its golden brilliance tinged with astonishment. Are they seeking to reopen this realm? Not the mountain of death, but the lesser western heaven. The silver wolf, hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor, the atmosphere crackling with a murderous intent. Such audacity! Even if the first layer belongs to our lesser western heaven, we cannot act with such tyranny. Millions of beings have vanished, turned into nothingness. To restore the former glory will take an unfathomable span of time. With a rumble, the laws of the heavens rippled, as the dozen half-step ritual-grade powerhouses sensed a terrifying wave of energy from afar. Despite the immense distance, they could perceive the presence of ritual-grade powerhouses engaged in battle. Is that the aura of ritual-grade powerhouses? Are they about to clash? The living Buddha of the lesser western heaven? The domain deity of the domain hall? Suddenly, the half-step ritual-grade powerhouses of the mountain of 10,000 demons and the ancient god mountain were gripped with fear, their breaths quickening as they trembled in shock. What on earth was transpiring? The first layer was not merely being reopened. An unprecedented clash of ceremonial-level powerhouses erupted, sending a chilling wave that reverberated through the ancient peaks of the divine mountain and the mountain of 10,000 beasts, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among its inhabitants. The ominous presence of a ceremonial-level powerhouse was also felt at the Death God Mountain. The golden-winged rock, Miller, narrowed his eyes as he descended, his wings unfurling behind him as he murmured softly. The silver wolf exchanged glances with him, refraining from any rash actions. Upon sensing the astonishing fluctuation of energy, their expressions brightened, for the oppressive aura of the ceremonial-level powerhouse surged forth amidst the beams of radiant light. In truth, the occurrences were no different elsewhere. Both the divine mountain and the mountain of 10,000 beasts had their own ceremonial-level figures manifesting. Although the two factions could not compare to the top 10 ranks, their combined might now comprised 4 ceremonial-level powerhouses, each willing to act independently without fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As beams of light shot skyward, 2 silhouettes emerged, their ceremonial-level aura rippling, shaking the very heavens and earth. Grandfather, the silver wolf called out with utmost reverence, for this was a direct descendant of his lineage. In contrast to the silver wolf king possessed a more resplendent and shimmering coat of fur that flowed in silver-gray waves. The ceremonial-level sigils coursing through every strand of hair and inch of skin, undulating and intertwining. He stood tall, towering at 10,000 zhong, disdainful of taking human form, traversing the world in his true body, dominating the realms. The Silver Wolf King, a ceremonial-level powerhouse, radiated with ceremonial-level sigils, his presence perpetually exuding an aura of tremendous power, each sigil saturating the void like countless blazing suns, shaking the cosmos. The golden-winged rock and other half-step ceremonial-level powerhouses bowed their heads in respect, acknowledging the demon god. The Silver Wolf King nodded, taking in the current state of the first heavenly realm, and let out a scoff. The Rock King has quite an audacity. Sweeping through the first heavenly realm, completely obliterating it, leaving all the ceremonial-level traditions here reduced to ashes. As a terrifying wave of scorching energy surged forth, a remarkably valiant figure stepped out from the beams of light. He bore sword-like brows and a countenance as magnificent as jade, with eyes radiating like the blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings. His invisible energy expanded behind him, a pair of luminescent wings thrumming, causing the very fabric of celestial laws to shatter, stretching infinitely, tearing apart the heavens and earth. The demon Buddha of Little Western Heaven, regardless of the circumstances, could be considered half an ally. The golden-winged rock maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, a hint of derision gracing his lips. The Death God Mountain possesses the aura of ceremonial-level powerhouses, engaged in battle with the domain gods and the living Buddha of the world. At that moment, the half-step ceremonial-level powerhouses from the Divine Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts were taken aback, finding the Death God Mountain to be quite peculiar. Harboring a ceremonial-level divine artifact and now a ceremonial-level powerhouse, while the identity of its mountain lord remained a mystery. This was exceedingly terrifying. The golden-winged rock and the silver wolf king stepped forward, traversing the cosmic river in an instant, their destination set upon the snowy, immortal mountain. Behind them, the various half-step ceremonial-level powerhouses from the Divine Mountain and the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts followed suit. At the snowy, immortal mountain, the entrance of the Death God Mountain revealed 10 formidable figures, standing resolute amidst the heavens and earth, each embodying an insurmountable mountain, representing terror and invincibility. Their murderous intent shaking the very foundations of existence. The Mountain Lord? Could it be that these 10 ceremonial-level powerhouses are merely attendants to that individual? The domain god speculated, his heart racing with trepidation, even contemplating the thought of fleeing. Who would have imagined that a mere Death God Mountain could harbor such a formidable depth? With 10 ceremonial-level powerhouses stationed, the atmosphere was heavy with dread and horror. Moreover, the energies and terrifying auras emanating from them indicated that their powers were earth-shattering, rivaling that of the domain gods present and the living Buddha of Little Western Heaven. Today's visit was intended to be cordial. We harbor no ill intentions. The domain god spoke, realizing that avoiding conflict would be prudent. Otherwise, this could escalate into a cataclysmic event. The emergence of ceremonial-level powerhouses could incite chaos, and it would be remarkable if the realms could safeguard the 5th and 6th heavens amidst such tumult. The crux of the matter lay in the arduous challenges he faced, likely to be more daunting than the previous battles against the ancient heavenly court. This was a matter of life and death. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid confrontation. Esteemed practitioners, I am the living Buddha of Little Western Heaven, here to pay my respects. Might I request an audience with your mountain lord? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-clad ceremonial-level battle slave sneered, wielding the soul heaven battle glaive, a surge of murderous intent shaking the universe and the heavens, causing the void to crack and erupt into chaos. The ceremonial-level sigils spread forth, and at that moment, the ceremonial-level divine artifact was fully activated, unleashing a terrifying power, astonishing the myriad tribes. The atmosphere was charged with murderous intent. The living Buddha of Little Western Heaven held the Bodhi tree aloft, radiating an overwhelming force of faith, coalescing into resplendent golden sigils that illuminated the skies and the earth, filling the void with the sound of sutras being chanted. He darted away with remarkable speed, avoiding a direct confrontation. Where he had once stood, the ground collapsed dramatically, the celestial laws exploding in a cataclysmic display, utterly unable to withstand the sheer might unleashed, revealing an unparalleled force. The domain god's gaze narrowed as he retreated rapidly. The space around them had ruptured, the order of celestial laws and sigils rendered ineffective, plunging the area into a chaotic void. Every flower, every leaf, and each Bodhi, the living Buddha of the world trembled, his body quaking violently. Even with the Bodhi tree's protection, the overwhelming aura of the ceremonial divine artifacts spread forth. The oppressive forces of the soul heaven battle glaive and the Bodhi tree shaking the very heavens and earth, unleashing terrifying ripples of energy. Even as a ceremonial-level powerhouse, the living Buddha's brow furrowed, his eyes betraying a grave seriousness, for the Death God Mountain was not merely represented by one ceremonial-level powerhouse. The slaughtering forces were earth-shattering, reverberating through the cosmos. This was intensely horrifying and tyrannical. Each of them wielded ceremonial-level divine artifacts, unleashing war drums and banners, shattering the very fabric of reality. The Sutra of Deliverance. In the void, the living Buddha of the world roared, reciting incantations that reverberated through heaven and earth, a sequence of sigils erupting forth, intertwined with the scriptures, illuminating the world with a dazzling light, filling every inch of the void with divine chains of sigils, surging toward the front, while he continuously retreated. The Bodhi tree radiating an astonishing brilliance, further amplifying the overflowing power of faith, encircling the approaching ceremonial-level powerhouses. This was an astonishing battle. The living Buddha of Little Western Heaven faced a terrifying life and death struggle, utterly insurmountable, 5 against 1, a profoundly arduous conflict, impossible to contend with. He continuously fell back, hoping to utilize the Bodhi tree's might to impede the encroaching adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. In the realm, a blinding whiteness enveloped the surroundings, with only the ceremonial-level sigils illuminating the atmosphere, filling every inch of space, the aura of ceremonial-level power rippling across the universe, seemingly annihilating all. Infused with a terrifying, murderous intent, closing in on the living Buddha of the world. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. The living Buddha of the world spat blood. Besieged by 5 ceremonial-level powerhouses, a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions, the sheer momentum overwhelming him, compounded by the combined might of 5 ceremonial-level divine artifacts. An existence that could kill gods and slay Buddhas, unmatched across the heavens and earth. Another domain god, in a similarly dire state, despite his unparalleled offensive prowess and strategic maneuvers, finds himself drenched in blood, with a multitude of crimson droplets erupting from his wounds, each injury multiplying like the corporeal manifestations of a terrestrial Buddha. He fights valiantly while retreating, yearning to escape the battlefield, yet finds it utterly impossible. The 5 adversaries of the ritual Dao level are relentless, determined to keep him confined within this arena. Each strike they unleash is executed with utmost fervor, reverberating with an awe-inspiring might that shakes the very foundations of the world. Domain Divine Power. The domain god bellows, his voice resonating across the heavens, as myriad resplendent silver ritual Dao symbols burst forth from his flesh, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. Even the near vicinity's terrestrial Buddha is stirred by this display. Is this a slaughter array belonging to the ancient celestial court? The domain god has inscribed the symbols of slaughter within his very being, wielding the power of the array and his silver longsword to engage in combat. Sizzle, boom, boom. The heavens and earth tremble. The domain god, engulfed in fury, radiates an overwhelming murderous intent. When has he ever been cornered to such an extent? Blood sprays from his body incessantly, staining the ground crimson. Engaged in a grueling battle, he foresees an alarming 80% chance of annihilation, destined to become mere dust, dissipating into the void. His rage erupts as he roars. How can one who has endured endless epochs and grown ever more formidable meet such a tragic end? Furthermore, transcending the ritual Dao is an attainable path. How can he perish here? Such a fate is unacceptable to him. Kill, kill, kill. The domain god bellows, pouring forth his entire might, reaching the pinnacle of his strength. Yet the dark-clad foes are formidable adversaries. They outnumber him, and their power is not inferior to his own. Interwoven ritual Dao symbols form a network that seals the space around them. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Battle. The domain god unleashes a catastrophic surge of energy, igniting once more with unparalleled ferocity and dread, his slaughtering power resonating throughout the realm. Each assault is interlaced with ritual Dao symbols and laws, transcending time itself. Chapter 117, Yield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens and earth are shrouded in a blinding haze. The entire first celestial layer erupts in cataclysmic explosions. The overwhelming divine might of the ritual Dao is too tremendous. This realm collapses in succession. Gazing upon the scene, the rules of the celestial path fracture, as if the world itself were a mirror shattering into countless shards, all around fissures appearing, culminating in a thunderous detonation. The golden-winged rock and the silver wolf king of the ancient divine mountain tremble, not to mention the half-step ritual Dao experts behind them, who are even more shaken, their bodies quaking in terror, disbelief etched upon their faces. Such terrifying divine might of the ritual Dao. An astonishing battle of ritual Dao is unfolding. The god of Death's Mountain indeed has ritual Dao experts stationed there, and the domain palace has provoked the god of Death's Mountain, aiming to suppress them. As they draw near, even the ritual Dao experts of the ancient divine mountain and the 10,000 demon mountain come to a halt, gazing ahead, their hearts gripped by shock. What do they behold? The domain god of the domain palace, once a warrior of the ancient celestial court, traversing the boundless realms. One of its most formidable forces. He has slain several ritual Dao experts, and even within this domain, he is considered invincible, yet now he is being overwhelmed. His body is riddled with wounds, flesh fracturing and bursting, blood spraying forth in torrents. Meanwhile, the terrestrial Buddha of the small western heaven is faring no better, as the ritual Dao symbols in the heavens erupt, instilling an unshakable dread within them. Ritual Dao experts? 10. The ritual Dao experts of the ancient divine mountain and the 10,000 demon mountain are taken aback, their breaths hitching in disbelief. This is simply too astonishing. The dark-clad figures of the god of Death's Mountain possess ritual Dao experts. They had anticipated 1 or 2 might appear, but never 10. Currently, the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha are being thoroughly suppressed. The terrifying divine artifacts of the ritual Tao radiate, and the order's symbols pervade the air, sealing off the void ahead, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Puff, puff, puff. The domain god lunges, his silver longsword seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens. Yet at this moment, he is no match for the dark-clad figures, each wielding ritual Tao artifacts, effortlessly dismantling him, moving with the grace of deities. Their combat prowess reaching its zenith as they aim to subdue the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha. This is an astonishing scene. Terrifying. Appalling. The ritual Tao experts of the ancient divine mountain and the 10,000 demon mountain are struck with dread. The golden-winged rock feels a chill run down his spine. Witnessing the 10 ritual Tao experts suppressing them, his heart racing, desperate to retreat. They had not anticipated that this time. Intending to thoroughly subdue the god of Death's mountain by deploying ritual Tao experts, they believed victory would be effortless. Yet the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha were faster than they had anticipated. The outcome was far from their expectations. In the blink of an eye, the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha found their bones shattered. The master commands, subdue them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon hearing these words, not only the terrestrial Buddha and the domain god are filled with dread, but even the ritual Tao experts of the ancient divine mountain and the 10,000 demon mountain nearby are shaken to their core. What did they just hear? The master? The 10 ritual Tao experts are merely subordinates to the supreme being of the god of Death's mountain. This is utterly unfathomable, an earth-shattering revelation. Old ancestor, we must leave. Let us go. The direct descendant of the Silver Wolf King exclaims in horror. Their earlier arrogance has been entirely replaced by terror, their hair standing on end. Unable to conceive of engaging in battle, recalling the scene of 7 ritual Tao experts besieging the god of Death's mountain. In the end, the god of Death's mountain had decimated all 7 ritual Tao factions and suppressed the divine artifacts of the Kunlun path. They seemed to witness the fate of the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha, though at this juncture, it may be difficult for them to be subdued. The numerical advantage lies overwhelmingly with the god of Death's mountain. Their fate is all but foreseen. It is merely a matter of time. Ultimately, they will meet a tragic end. Golden-winged rock. Silver Wolf King, you are too late. Why do you not hasten to assist? The domain god speaks, his divine power surging, the order's symbols blooming. With a single utterance, he sends the golden-winged rock and the Silver Wolf King into a state of sheer terror. What do you mean by arriving too late? This is drawing them into calamity. Simultaneously, the terrestrial Buddha of the small western heaven also calls out, his voice resonating with a haunting melody. Hurry, act now. Even if you do not act now, in the days to come, you will not escape the targeting of the god of Death's mountain. Previously, you also besieged the god of Death's mountain. You will undoubtedly be held accountable. The golden-winged rock and the Silver Wolf King breathe heavily. This is nothing short of inviting disaster. The seeds of regret begin to sprout in their hearts. The Silver Wolf King cries out, channeling ritual Tao symbols, rushing forth with the half-step ritual Tao experts of the ancient divine mountain. Wait, we shall seek aid for you. The golden-winged rock echoes the sentiment. The situation is dire. Even if they join the fray, it will only prolong the inevitable demise of the domain god and the terrestrial Buddha, and they too will ultimately meet a tragic end. After all, the disparity in numbers is overwhelming. Even with their participation, it will be 2 against 1, with even 2 more ready to intervene from the sidelines. Boom, boom, boom. At this very moment, the king of the golden-winged Pung and the Silver Wolf King were filled with dread. Indeed, the words of the true Buddha of the world had taken effect, as 4 formidable figures clad in black emerged, wielding ritual-level divine artifacts, rushing forth with an overwhelming display of radiant ritual symbols that spread across the universe, as if traversing through time and space, encircling them in a relentless assault. The Silver Wolf King and the golden-winged Pung King were rendered speechless, caught off guard, and besieged by 2 ritual-level black-clad assailants each. Ancestors, save me. The Silver Wolf roared in fury, his entire being radiating with half-step ritual-level symbols. Yet, how could he withstand the rampant devastation wrought by the ritual-level symbols? The most critical issue was that they possessed no ritual-level divine artifacts to shield themselves. Under the full force of the black-clad figures, the ritual symbols erupted in a terrifying barrage, their destructive power unparalleled. Even a mere ripple unleashed could cause the body of a half-step ritual-level powerhouse to crack, their very souls trembling, fissures appearing, on the brink of collapse. What a spectacle of horror and awe this was. Kill! The Silver Wolf King bellowed, desperate to protect his beloved grandson, yet he was utterly powerless to do so. His silvery fur stood on end, silver light cascading like a torrent of cosmic rivers, attempting to fend off the black-clad assailants. Yet he could not divide himself to guard his grandson. He witnessed, helplessly, the tragic demise of his descendant before his very eyes. Their souls obliterated. The air trembled with the terrifying aura of annihilation. From the ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons emerged numerous powerhouses, and every one of them met a grim fate. This was sheer terror and incredulity. Gazing outward, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was shrouded in a blinding white haze, save for the intertwining ritual symbols and the fierce clashes of ritual-level powerhouses. Their speed so rapid it seemed to transcend the annals of time and history, as rules unfurled, rendering them almost indistinguishable. Typically, the ritual-level powerhouses resided high above in the 33 heavens, yet now four had suddenly appeared, all facing the dire straits of life and death, evoking deep emotion. The 33 heavens were shaken to their core, quaking violently, as the first heaven unleashed a barrage of assaults that reverberated throughout the cosmos, dazzling and captivating. In the other heavens, countless beings howled in terror, overwhelmed by the chilling spectacle. What could have transpired? The first heaven, embroiled in a ritual-level battle, had collapsed entirely, erased from existence. All beings stood in bewilderment, shaken to their core, as the denizens of the mountain of death trampled upon the likes of the domain god and others. Chapter 118. The terror of the true Buddha of the world. The 33 heavens trembled. In an instant, all major ritual-level factions were engulfed in a state of shock. A myriad of ritual-level presences erupted from their respective lineages, shaking the clouds of the heavens, piercing through the cosmos, sending tremors through countless beings, instilling a sense of dread. The aura of ritual-level powerhouses manifested within the first heaven, engaged in a monumental ritual battle, as the first heaven was dismantled, poised to charge towards the second heaven. Within the lineage of the six paths, a figure sat cross-legged amidst the void, enveloped in a haze, distorting the very fabric of reality around him, an arresting sight indeed. His hair and beard were as white as snow, exuding an air of ethereal grace, his eyes like divine lanterns radiating brilliant light, as if they could pierce through all illusions, reaching even to the realm of the first heaven. The Six Paths True Man, the founder of the Six Paths lineage, and one of the three ritual-level powerhouses of the Six Paths, wielding unfathomable divine power. His visage bore the wrinkles of countless ages, a testament to his extraordinarily long lifespan. Among all the powerhouses of his era, he belonged to the oldest cohort, having existed since the establishment of the ancient heavenly court until its demise. Clad in pristine white robes, untainted by dust, he stood in the void with an unshakable authority. With a flick of his wrist, the aura of the divine surged tumultuously. Rules of the celestial path erupted forth, and behind him, a divine wheel, akin to a planet in size, spun ceaselessly, its mechanical sounds resonating. He divined the future through the symbols of divination. It seemed the domain god was still grappling with that old fellow's antics, yet the outcome appeared rather grim. The Six Paths True Man stroked his white beard, astonished, unable to discern the origins of the mountain of death amidst the swirling mists. As if it were absent from the annals of ancient history, the ritual battle would plunge the celestial realm into chaos. It was time to tread that path. With a wave of his sleeve, the small world of his lineage was swiftly drawn into his grasp, transforming into a realm within his palm, vanishing from sight without a trace. Not only he was shaken, all ritual-level powerhouses within the 33 heavens were astounded. Though only a fraction remained, the impact was overwhelming. The mountain of death appeared poised to defy the heavens. As ritual-level powerhouses, their gazes pierced through time, witnessing the battle unfolding in the first heaven. Yet upon glimpsing the scene, they were left aghast. The domain god, the true Buddha of the world, the Wolf King, and the golden-winged Pong were present. Yet four ritual-level powerhouses were matched against the mountain of death, which boasted a staggering 10. Such a blatant disregard for martial ethics, a 3-on-1 and a 2-on-1 scenario. Some ritual-level powerhouses expressed their astonishment, sighing deeply. This situation pertained to the control of authority within the 33 heavens, which had long been delineated among factions. Now, with the emergence of the mountain of death, an unknown variable had arisen, unsettling 10 ritual-level powerhouses, a truly alarming prospect. In the entirety of the 33 heavens, never had a single lineage possessed more than 5 ritual-level powerhouses, yet now the mountain of death had deployed 10. This foundational strength and power alone would suffice to rank among the top 10 within the ritual-level factions. Such a foundation was overwhelmingly formidable. Even those sects standing for millions of years were astounded, as if witnessing the divine. If they were to assault the 33 heavens, aside from the top 10, the remaining 490 ritual-level lineages would likely be incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Moreover, this period was particularly sensitive, for not long ago, ritual-level powerhouses had already discovered a path, with aspirations to transcend and become beings above the ritual level. Across the 33 heavens, the total number of ritual-level powerhouses barely exceeded 30, merely thrice that of the Mountain of Death. Such a revelation was utterly shocking. Numerous ritual-level powerhouses emerged from their seclusion at this moment, gazing into the distance to observe the unfolding battle. They were all deeply moved, horrified, as the Mountain of Death wielded 10 ritual-level divine artifacts with unyielding ferocity, overwhelming the true Buddha of the world, the Domain God, the Wolf King, and the Golden-Winged Pong, effectively crushing them. Blood holes appeared successively upon their bodies as their paths were obliterated, their forms repeatedly reconstructed, a sight both ghastly and awe-inspiring. The Mountain of Death had firmly established itself as invincible. The silver long sword in the Domain God's grasp radiated with a dreadful ritual-level aura, a surge of silver brilliance erupting, annihilating all in its path. Yet, it was continually thwarted by the ritual-level divine artifacts of the black-clad powerhouses, unable to breach their defenses. In contrast, he had invoked the unparalleled divine ability of the 8-armed celestial demon, yet remained utterly outmatched, sent flying time and again. The first heaven had already been shattered to pieces. They stood within the void of the cosmos, engulfed by the terrifying force of the rules, yet could not be extinguished. With the eruption of the ritual-level divine artifacts, the void seemed to blossom with a cascade of resplendent fireworks. The true Buddha of the world also spat blood, as the Bodhi tree before him radiated divine light, swelling in size like an ancient tree, towering 3 zhang high, its trunk emanating a dazzling brilliance. Crimson blood and vibrant clouds swirling in a tumultuous display of overwhelming energy. Bodhi divine light. In the world, the true Buddha's furious roar reverberated as he was relentlessly beaten down, confronting for the first time a life-and-death calamity that ignited his wrath. He unleashed forbidden divine powers, causing the myriad leaves of the Bodhi tree to radiate with a luminous glow, erupting into terrifying beams of energy that surged forth indiscriminately, piercing through the cosmic void. The overwhelming force of faith manifested as 2 colossal grinding wheels, as if someone had torn a corner of this realm and hurled it in, immense beyond measure, akin to mere grains of rice. Together, they assailed the black-clad ritualistic powerhouse. Kill, kill, kill. The black-clad ritualistic experts, positioned in 3 directions, exuded a powerful aura, employing ritual artifacts to continuously obliterate the long-established rules and foundations of the true Buddha's cultivation. They had already succeeded to a great extent, and within half an hour, they would completely annihilate him, erasing him from existence. The 3 ritual artifacts shone brilliantly, unleashing unparalleled might, shrouding the area in a thick mist and quelling the chaos. Ruthlessly advancing forward, extinguishing the beams emitted by the Bodhi tree, while the gigantic grinding wheels cracked under the pressure. The true Buddha spat blood, his body riddled with wounds. Even with the protection of ritual artifacts, he still suffered grievous injuries, unable to unleash his peak power. Being crushed and battered was unbearable. And what was most horrifying was that the black-clad figures sought to erase him from existence. Ritualistic powerhouses stood almost as high as the heavens, enduring through the ages. A battle between 2 beings of ritualistic caliber required eons to completely obliterate one another. Even a moment's carelessness could allow one to escape death's grasp, reincarnating anew. The means of a ritualistic powerhouse were astonishingly formidable. Yet now, the true Buddha was genuinely terrified. The black-clad figures were overwhelmingly powerful, bearing down upon him. And he realized he might truly perish here, with not even a chance for reincarnation left. Chapter 119. Suppressing the Ritualistic Powerhouse. The Domain God, amidst the true Buddha's despair. In the first layer of the 9 heavens, the space there had utterly shattered, with celestial rules intertwining and engulfing the battlefield where the ritualistic powerhouses clashed. A cacophony of symbols swirling and filling every inch of space, leading to catastrophic explosions. The heavens and earth were engulfed in a blinding white haze, interwoven and sweeping across the scene. The true Buddha roared in defiance, employing various means to counter the black-clad figure's relentless assault. You shall not succeed. The true Buddha's voice, once calm and serene, now twisted into a grotesque visage of terror, blood staining his features, his body resembling a sieve as it was pierced by the overwhelming might of the ritualistic powers. Although he restored himself in an instant, drawing upon the essence of the universe and the celestial laws to replenish his strength, it was but a futile endeavor. The strength of the 3 black-clad figures was beyond doubt, wielding ritual artifacts stationed in 3 positions, their symbols fully activated, bestowing immeasurable power upon them, enveloping the true Buddha. rendering any escape utterly impossible. The true Buddha roared, and the Bodhi tree before him blazed with divine radiance, crimson mist rising and swirling with boundless faith. Both forces aiding and enhancing one another, forming a resplendent tapestry of Buddhist scriptures, akin to cascading rivers of stars descending from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Crack, crack, crack. Surrounding the true Buddha, the assembled symbols of the Buddhist scriptures began to shatter, collapsing, bursting forth with tremendous power, yet unable to withstand the assault. He was on the brink of death. In another realm, the ancient mountain of the myriad demons witnessed the Silver Wolf King and the golden-winged Great Pung roaring in fury, unleashing horrifying forbidden divine powers, their killing intent shaking the heavens as they sought to break through the encirclement of the black-clad figures. Compared to the true Buddha's plight against the domain god's assault, these two beings appeared to have a much easier time, yet in terms of strength, their situation was no less dire. They were engaged in a final desperate charge. Their bodies were drenched in blood, their once resplendent forms dimmed, nearly obliterated. Their flesh riddled with wounds, struggling immensely. No, the Silver Wolf King howled, channeling immense demonic power into his ritual weapon, erupting in a dazzling display of divine light, shaking the very fabric of the universe, causing the void to erupt. He was enraged, roaring in desperation. For this was his final strike, a last hope for survival. Otherwise, a grim fate awaited him at the hands of the black-clad figures. Uft, uft, uft. The Silver Wolf King's roar was cut short as the black-clad figures unleashed their devastating assault, their ritualistic aura permeating the heavens and earth, their killing intent decisive, fully unleashing their power as they shattered the brilliance of the ritual artifact in his grasp, like a broken mirror, with a resounding crack. Their divine might was boundless, sweeping through with unstoppable force, obliterating the ritual artifact from his hands, sending it flying thousands of miles away, while the terrifying divine light pierced through the Silver Wolf King's flesh. Uft. The Silver Wolf King's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting in terror. His roar abruptly silenced as his body disintegrated completely. Even his soul was annihilated, his life extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Boom. The ritualistic powerhouse had perished. The golden-winged Great Pung stood aghast and horrified, its wings trembling, its heart stirred by overwhelming dread. It roared, quaking in fear, realizing that compared to the domain god and the true Buddha, it and the Silver Wolf King had not yet reached the pinnacle of their ritualistic journey. Now, with the Silver Wolf dead, it was next in line. At that moment, the true Buddha and the domain god were both filled with trepidation, with the Silver Wolf's death. A true ritualistic powerhouse had been erased from existence, with not even a chance for reincarnation left. This revelation sent shivers down their spines, foreboding their own fates, which would likely mirror that of the Silver Wolf, falling victim to the black-clad figure's overwhelming might. Ritualistic blood sacrifice. The domain god roared with fury, exerting every ounce of strength in a horrific assault, his essence burning as he unleashed a previously untested forbidden technique, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens, shaking the cosmos and causing the boundless starry rivers to shatter. The silver sword in his hand radiated blinding light, its killing power significantly enhanced. Yet he could unmistakably sense his body and soul weakening, having sacrificed a part of himself. The domain god roared. He had never been embroiled in such a terrifying and brutal conflict, not even during the obliteration of the ancient heavenly court. He had sacrificed a piece of himself. Even if he could escape this battle, he would require hundreds of thousands of years to recuperate. Ritualistic divine sword. Slash. The domain god bellowed, unwilling to follow in the Silver Wolf King's footsteps. With the Silver Wolf's demise, the two black-clad figures would soon turn their attention to the golden-winged Great Pung, swiftly leading to its demise and subsequently hunting them down. If that were to happen, their fates would be sealed. They might not even have a sliver of opportunity to escape. Thus, at this moment, the domain god unleashed his most terrifying means in a bid for survival. Simultaneously, the true Buddha also stepped forth, invoking forbidden techniques, unleashing a torrent of faith that surged forth like a floodgate burst, overwhelming and sweeping through. While the Bodhi tree blazed brilliantly, crimson light coursing through it, fortifying himself while unleashing astonishing waves of energy. In that instant, cracks began to appear on the Bodhi tree, a sign of strain, burial. The resounding crashes echoed deafeningly as the true Buddha fought with all his might, knowing this was his only chance. The curtain was about to fall. The black-clad figures were unstoppable. If they could not break free, they would indeed face a tragic end, as the Silver Wolf King had shown them the grim reality of a ritualistic powerhouse's fate. Boom, boom, boom. The deity of the realm roared in fury, while the true Buddhist of the world echoed the sentiment, unleashing a strike of unimaginable power. visible to the naked eye. After this blow, the deity's sword bore cracks akin to those found in a Bodhi tree. Following this battle, a period of nurturing and ritual was imperative, otherwise, a misstep could lead to a fall from the ranks of sacrificial-grade divine artifacts, diminishing their divine might. Through this strike, the two had created a fissure in the binding heavens and earth, transforming this into a radiant arc that allowed their escape. The true Buddhist and the deity exchanged glances. Both understanding the unspoken necessity, they must traverse the sea of immortals and gods, a realm of terror where even sacrificial-grade powerhouses face strange and unpredictable outcomes. It was a scenario where one must face death to attain rebirth. Suddenly, the deity of the realm bellowed at the true Buddhist, a profound despair washing over him. His pupils flickering as the golden-winged Dapeng met a tragic end. Four cloaked assailants surged forward, utilizing sacrificial-grade artifacts to seal their space and path, rendering their movements agonizingly difficult, completely trapping them here. 10 sacrificial-grade powerhouses launched a coordinated assault, and both the deity and the true Buddhist revealed expressions of hopelessness, each letting out a deep sigh. Suppression. Chapter 120. Becoming sacrificial grade. In the celestial realm, amidst the void, the terrifying sacrificial grade runes blossomed, a fierce aura permeating the air, surging forth, with resplendent rays of light compensating for every inch of space. The sacrificial grade powerhouses of the ancient god mountain and the mountain of 10,000 demons had perished. Now it was the turn of the deity of the realm and the true Buddhist of the lesser western paradise. The two sacrificial-grade powerhouses unleashed their full arsenal, their secret weapons igniting with divine might. Yet, facing the onslaught of 5 cloaked assailants, they had no chance of victory. Even the formidable bodies of sacrificial-grade powerhouses began to collapse, flesh and blood erupting, bones shattering. Mount Death, the deity of the realm roared, the overwhelming aura erupting at its peak. The sacrificial-grade powerhouses of Mount Death were too numerous, their initial oppressive stance now insurmountable. He could no longer withstand it. His celestial aura, orderly runes, and sacrificial-grade laws all obliterated. Even if he could reconstitute his physical form and align his soul, he was at the end of his tether. Unable to resist, the silver sword in his hand erupted with blinding brilliance. Mount Death, even if I perish today, you shall not fare any better, the deity roared. Having foreseen his fate, destined for death, no longer harboring any illusions. Existing for millions of years, at this level, few had encountered battles of life and death. Even in sacrificial-grade conflicts, he had never known fear. However, facing Mount Death was a dishonor he could never erase. At this moment, he propelled the silver sword with all its might, infusing it with his full power, sacrificial-grade aura enveloping the space around him, each rune akin to a blazing sun. A fervent furnace. Visible to the naked eye, the silver sword erupted with overwhelming power, a myriad of cracks appearing upon it. With my sacrificial-grade battle sword as the catalyst, I shall ignite the heavens and the earth. Let the sacrificial grade of Mount Death accompany me to the grave. Buzz, the deity of the realm bellowed, his countenance twisted in rage, his entire being disintegrating, flesh and bones shattering into countless fissures and fragments. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 cloaked figures of Mount Death activated simultaneously, each figure surrounded by an overwhelming golden pathway, sealing the void to prevent the destructive energy of the sacrificial-grade artifact from exploding. The true Buddhist of lesser western paradise gasped for breath. As a sacrificial-grade powerhouse, he found himself on an unforeseen path, something he had never anticipated. Once, they had stood above all, gazing down upon every being, occupying the pinnacle of the celestial realm, yet now faced a catastrophic disaster. So be it, hell is not empty. The true Buddhist's gaze sparkled, no better off than the deity, both besieged by nameless cloaked figures, fighting under dire constraints. As the overwhelming power of faith surged, the sacrificial-grade runes ignited, the Bodhi tree hovering before him radiating the most brilliant light, the sound of chanting resonating through the void. Bodhi tree, every flower, every leaf, every Bodhi, annihilate my foes. In that moment, both sacrificial-grade powerhouses embraced the resolve of certain death. Unable to escape, they would take a few down with them, forcing the sacrificial-grade artifact to self-destruct, ensuring that even the black-clad figures of Mount Death would suffer grievous wounds. Yet in the next instant, an explosion of golden light erupted, radiating the most dazzling and vibrant brilliance, flooding every corner of the void, the heavens and earth bathed in golden hues, the very space trembling and resonating with thunderous roars. What? The divine demons descend from the heavens. The deity of the realm roared, filled with unbridled hatred. He had once vanquished the ancient celestial court, leading to its demise, yet today he was to perish beneath its sacrificial divine arts. The brilliance of the divine demons filled the air, rendering the 10 cloaked figures as towering deities, presiding over all, their aura erupting further, resplendent beyond measure, binding the 2 sacrificial-grade artifacts in succession, directly suppressing the self-destructive power. No, the deity of the realm roared, but it was to no avail. Every ounce of his essence, every drop of blood was obliterated, evaporated, his very soul shattered, leaving no trace behind. All was annihilated. The sacrificial-grade powerhouse, the deity of the realm, has fallen. Even the silver sword on the verge of self-destruction was suppressed by the 5 cloaked figures, using the sacrificial-grade artifact as a medium to bind the space, causing time to revert to a state before the explosion could occur. Everything has been predetermined. The true Buddhist sighed deeply. Even a powerhouse like the deity of the realm could not escape the fate of downfall. He was about to follow in his footsteps, having poured every ounce of his cultivation and achievements into the sacrificial-grade artifact's self-destruction, yet it had not triggered. What a sorrowful fate. Uft, uft, uft. The true Buddhist sat cross-legged in the void, every essence of his being slipping away, life force dissipating, his body visibly disintegrating into dust and ash. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth blazed with intensity. The 10 cloaked figures, all sacrificial-grade powerhouses, wielding sacrificial-grade artifacts, completely refining the deity of the realm and the true Buddhist. Even their weapons shattered in the end, unable to explode, reduced to mere mortal iron, drifting through the void of the universe. The entire first layer of heaven collapsed, revealing only chaotic currents of time and space. The sacred temple of sacrificial grade on Mount Death remained steadfast. Diyuan stood amidst it all, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, sacrificial grade powerhouses were formidable. At such a level, it was no longer a matter of simply refining or eradicating them from the world. The combined efforts of 10 sacrificial-grade powerhouses were necessary to bring about the downfall of the deity of the realm and the true Buddhist, underscoring their immense strength. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for attaining sacrificial-grade cultivation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring sacrificial-grade divine weapon, slaughtering Celestial's platform. Congratulations, host, for obtaining sacrificial-grade divine chariot. Congratulations, host, for securing 10 sacrificial-grade battle slaves. Congratulations, host, for acquiring sacrificial-grade divine beast, true phoenix. Diyuan rejoiced within, having witnessed the clash of sacrificial-grade powerhouses. He felt a profound lack of security. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. He was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid, with sacrificial-grade battle slaves by his side, ensuring his stability. Does the host wish to integrate sacrificial-grade cultivation? Integrate. Diyuan exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, with radiant and blazing runes enveloping his entire being, as resplendent light surged and auspicious brilliance burst forth. His presence escalated dramatically, transcending realms, the pinnacle of divine path sovereign, the apex of divine path emperor, the zenith of divine path immortal. He ascended through the first heaven of ritual path, the second heaven of ritual path, the third heaven of ritual path, the 12th heaven of ritual path. In but a fleeting moment, Diyuan's aura soared explosively, astonishingly leaping across 2 major realms to reach the 12th heaven of the ritual path. What astounding magnificence and dominance! Across the world, throughout the ages, who could match such velocity? At this moment, every gesture of Diyuan was imbued with cataclysmic energy. Under the illumination of ritual path runes, the very fabric of order rippled and spread. It was time for a change in leadership atop the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Chapter 121. Ascending to the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Overwhelming the ritual path forces. Above the 9 heavens and 33 layers lay the Hall of Domains. The grand Tao reverberated, and celestial sounds echoed, as a mighty tree materialized in the void, casting an overwhelming pressure that alternated between the void and reality. An ancient elder, with a frail body, sparse hair, and a face etched with wrinkles, sat cross-legged beneath the roots of this great tree, having lived for millions of years. His power was transcendent and remarkable. Even on the path of ritual, he had journeyed far. Gazing across the 9 heavens and 33 layers, he was capable of looking down upon all formidable powers. In the Hall of Domains, he was the master. Should a ritual path powerhouse appear here, they would be astounded. For such an ancient being still existed in this world, having not succumbed to the depletion of his essence and blood, remaining potent amidst the cosmos. His strength could not be overlooked. Even the greatest ritual path powers would respectfully address him as senior. Indeed, the master of the Hall of Domains was among the oldest living beings in this realm and one of the most formidable. Approaching transcendence from the ritual path, With his might, methods, and combat prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish all adversaries and subdue any who dared defy him. As the myriad runes burst forth, a magnificent light surged. Emanating divine radiance, the master of the Hall of Domains opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze interwove with resonant Tao sounds, creating intricate patterns and order that spread throughout the universe. Even the great tree behind him glowed brightly, illuminating all darkness. Upon the master of the Hall of Domains opening his eyes, divine light radiated forth, and brilliant sparks danced, akin to a roaring furnace ablaze. With every movement, he wielded terrifying energy fluctuations, causing the very void to crumble and the order of heaven and earth to shatter. "Eldest, second," he murmured, his voice resonating through heaven and earth, shaking the cosmos. Two figures seemed to traverse time and space, stepping forth from the great rift in the void. "Greetings, Master." Both were exceedingly handsome, clad in gleaming silver armor that shone resplendently, their presence equally formidable, ranking among the elite of ritual path powerhouses. They were both domain gods, brothers to the one slain by the mountain of death. These two were even more formidable than the one who had once trodden the ancient heavenly court, having cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years beyond him. What? The third has perished? Slain by the mountain of death? In an instant, the two domain gods were engulfed in a murderous aura, their terrifying light illuminating the heavens and the earth, seething with rage. The blood within them surged like a flood unleashed from a dam. Even the mere aura they inadvertently radiated was enough to instill dread in any ordinary ritual path powerhouse. They were profoundly shaken, unable to comprehend that a ritual path powerhouse had met such a tragic end. Their eyes emitted a fearsome energy that made the air tremble. They had embarked on a path seeking transcendence, but upon returning, they were met with such dire tidings. How could they not be enraged? Within the ranks of the Hall of Domains, there were only 3 disciples, each a cataclysmic force deserving of veneration, yet now, they had suffered slaughter. Their very souls rendered untraceable, erased from existence. The mountain of death, truly tyrannical. Do they not regard the Hall of Domains with any respect? They have slain our junior disciple. The two domain gods seethed with indignation, their murderous intent surging. What are your thoughts? The master of the Hall of Domains' gaze flickered, sending chills down their spines. The two domain gods furrowed their brows in contemplation. It must be said that the mountain of death had indeed surpassed expectations, poised to astound all ritual path forces across the 9 heavens and 33 layers. How long had it been? They had effortlessly slain the ancient god mountain, the mountain of 10,000 demons, and numerous ritual path powerhouses from their own Hall of Domains and the minor western heavens. Across the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, which ritual path force would dare to act so boldly? This was the onset of a ritual path war. The entire 33 layers would be shattered, ceasing to exist. Yet now, the mountain of death had taken decisive action, systematically eliminating major ritual path powerhouses, mocking them and undermining their status and power. 10 ritual path powerhouses, all from the same lineage, and they were merely the enforcers of the mountain of death. As of now, all major ritual path forces, much like the Hall of Domains, felt incredulous and astounded. Such depth of strength was terrifying and unnerving. Across the 9 heavens and 33 layers, which ritual path force possessed more than 10 ritual path powerhouses. Moreover, were there supreme ritual path artifacts? This was an anomaly. It was the first occurrence in tens of millions of years. Their status was under threat. This was unprecedented. What exactly was the mountain of death? Could even the master not foresee its origin? One of the domain gods frowned, solemnly inquiring. The other domain god also looked towards the elder with a curious gaze, hoping to glean answers from his lips. Alas, the master of the Hall of Domains gently shook his head. He is no ordinary being. I cannot see through him, nor can I fathom him. I once attempted to deduce, yet it was veiled in obscurity. The two domain gods were taken aback, overwhelmed by the revelation. Their master was an individual of extraordinary caliber, among the very few unparalleled beings in this realm, each having lived for an unfathomably long time. Even on the path of ritual, there were seldom existences that could rival him. Yet now, they learned from their master's lips that he was unable to deduce or locate the mountain of death. What immense consequence could this entail? Master! Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled, the principles of heaven and earth resonated, and the order runes erupted, exploding in the void, shaking the earth and mountains. As the rules began to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse, the two domain gods' eyes narrowed, piercing the void, comprehending all, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and shock. The mountain of death was indeed making a move. 10 ritual path powerhouses manifested within the 9 heavens and 33 layers. sequentially appearing in the realms of the ancient god mountain, the mountain of 10,000 demons, and the minor western heavens. The mountain of death was preparing to settle accounts, challenging each ritual path force individually. In the 33 layers, there were 500 ritual path forces, and combined, the number of ritual path powerhouses exceeded 1,000. Although most had ventured forth to seek enlightenment, this was not a challenge any single ritual path force could undertake alone. In the face of external foes, how could one not unite for a common cause? The ethereal realm of the 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled with trepidation as the formidable powers of the top 10 ritual-level forces manifested. Utilizing their ritual-grade divine artifacts, they ruthlessly laid waste to the ancient divine mountain, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. In an instant, the hearts of all major ritual-level factions quaked with dread. How shall we respond? Will today's ancient divine mountain foreshadow our own future? Chapter 122. The preeminent among the mightiest. The master of reincarnation. The arena of ritual gods emerges. Within the 9 heavens and 33 layers, the terrifying presence of the 10 ritual-level powerhouses loomed large, suspended in the void, exuding an aura of authority that demanded reverence without uttering a word. The sight of these 10 black-clad ritualists struck fear into the hearts of countless observers. The 10 black-clad ritualists of the Death God Mountain moved with alarming swiftness, acting on the directive of their mountain's master to exact retribution. Unbeknownst to many, the first layer had already been shattered, with the major ritual-level powers, including those from the ancient Divine Mountain, the 10,000 Demon Mountain, and even the revered Domain Shrine, suffering grievous losses, their elite crushed underfoot. What sheer dominance and might this displayed! Many felt a chill run down their spines as they spoke, their voices trembling with apprehension. One could not deny that the overwhelming force of the Death God Mountain had delivered a severe wake-up call to the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Was the invulnerability of the ritual-level powers merely an illusion? Were their positions truly unassailable? Yet now, the Death God Mountain had struck with ferocity, and the ritual-level powers of both the ancient Divine Mountain and the 10,000 Demon Mountain lay in ruin. Presently, the ancient Divine Mountain had devolved into a desolate wasteland. All around, ominous dark symbols interwove, saturating the void and compressing the heavens. A single, powerful blow from a ritual-grade divine artifact shattered the remnants of the ancient Divine Mountain's grand ritual formation. In less than half an hour, this once mighty ritual-level force crumbled to dust, its powerful figures annihilated, leaving only a landscape of shattered walls and desolation. The small world of the ancient Divine Mountain had been obliterated. This was a terrifying and surreal scene, shaking the very core of countless souls. Among the 6 paths, some ritual-level experts felt a surge of dread, their gazes igniting with golden light as they peered into the distant heavens, perceiving the unfolding events with astonishment. Was the Death God Mountain truly so audacious, so tyrannical, as to attempt to single-handedly sweep through the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers? Following this, another half-step ritual-level powerhouse frowned in disdain, asserting that the Death God Mountain was courting its own demise. The 6 paths had once suffered defeat. They were also ranked among the top 10 ritual-level powers, their might unrivaled across the realms. Moreover, there existed ancient figures on the path of transcendence. How could the Death God Mountain withstand the onslaught of 500 united ritual powers? Indeed, the Death God Mountain was inviting humiliation upon itself, akin to a dazzling firework that, though it may shine brightly for a moment, would ultimately fade and perish. The ancient celestial court had once been resplendent, renowned across the heavens, yet had it not also been shattered and ruined, lingering in a state of decay for over 1,000,000 years? Nevertheless, one could not deny the unease felt by the 6 paths powerhouses. Beneath their calm exteriors, tumult brewed within. After all, whether from the small western heaven or the Domain Shrine, the ritual-level experts were formidable beings, their strength earth-shattering. Yet now, they too had been slain by the Death God Mountain, forcefully subdued, a dazzling and glorious feat laid bare for all to witness. Boom, boom. The ancient Divine Mountain lay in eerie silence, its boundless radiance erupting as the 10 ritual-level powerhouses stood in the void, unmatched in their martial prowess, reigning supreme. Suddenly, several figures surged skyward, their murderous intent shaking the very underworld, traversing the fabric of space. Among them was the oldest of the ancient Divine Mountain's ritual-level powerhouses, returning from the path of transcendence. A strikingly handsome middle-aged man, clad in a flowing crimson feather cloak, exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression, his fierce demeanor radiating a palpable sense of danger. It was none other than the Crimson Feather True Monarch. Recognizing him, some exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he was renowned as the foremost figure aside from the elder supreme beings, his strength astonishing, He had once slain a waning supreme powerhouse from the academy. The Crimson Feather true monarch, whose prowess was transcendent, had lived for countless millennia. Rumors had circulated that he had perished tens of thousands of years ago, but now, the truth was laid bare before their eyes. As a ritualist, there existed a spectrum of strength. Now, with the ancient divine mountain annihilated, was his return for vengeance? Others shook their heads, believing that the 10 ritual-level powerhouses of the Death God Mountain were formidable enough to obliterate any who dared oppose them. 10 against 1. A reversal of fate was implausible. His return seemed destined for demise, merely offering himself as a sacrifice. At the domain shrine, 2 domain gods exchanged glances, recognizing him as a contemporary, albeit significantly younger. Yet his innate talent was extraordinary, having amassed strength over time that now surpassed their own. Presently, the domain shrine's master had vanished, merging with the great celestial tree, leaving only an ephemeral shadow behind. Let us go. With a hum, 2 figures stepped forth from the void, the air crackling with energy as they approached the Crimson Feather true monarch, their presence exuding lethal intent and formidable strength. Indeed, the Crimson Feather true monarch nodded, ready for action. Without delay, he unleashed his terrifying abilities, the very heavens seeming on the brink of collapse. As symbols of power entwined and surged, the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled in response. Boom, boom. The path of the divine roared, resonating through the realms. As awe-inspiring scenes unfolded, revealing a colossal arena suspended in the air. This was the arena of ritual gods, a unique battlefield within the 9 heavens and 33 layers. Said to have existed since time immemorial, even predating some of the most powerful beings. Its true origins remained shrouded in mystery, serving as the designated arena for ritual-level combatants. Otherwise, with the abilities of ritual-level powerhouses, the 9 heavens and 33 layers would have ceased to exist long ago. Someone gasped, recognizing the origin of the arena. In an instant, terrifying order symbols erupted forth, sweeping the Crimson Feather true monarch and the 2 domain gods away, their resistance utterly futile. This had always been a mystery. Many legends surrounded the arena of ritual gods, which seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, so powerful that once it appeared, combatants had no choice but to enter. Their defiance rendered meaningless. We shall join as well. More figures emerged in the sky. They were the 3 saints of the 6 paths and 4 reincarnation masters. The crowd gasped, astonished at how swiftly the tides had turned. The arrival of the Crimson Feather true monarch and his allies brought the total to 10 ritual-level powerhouses. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 123. A resounding victory. The onslaught of rituals. Above the mightiest, the Tathagata emerges. Within the 9 heavens and 33 layers. The sudden appearance of so many ritual-level powerhouses sent ripples of shock through the hearts of many major factions, an unprecedented occurrence indeed. The 4 great masters of reincarnation are indeed the pinnacle of power within the cycle of reincarnation, representing the apex of ritualistic prowess. These 4 masters are heralded as invincible, capable of orchestrating the cycle of all things in the universe, and they have yet to encounter a rival. When gathered together, they truly embody the spirit of dominance, seemingly able to sweep aside all opposition with ease. With the emergence of the ritual arena, will the likes of the Red Feather true monarch, the domain deity, and the masters of reincarnation be able to withstand the onslaught of the black-clad ritualists from Death God Mountain? The answer remains uncertain. Death God Mountain exudes an overwhelming aura. In the first heaven, it has already vanquished numerous powerful entities from various ritualistic factions. Its reputation now resonates throughout the heavens. To put it plainly, any singular ritualistic faction trembles at the thought of confronting the top 10 ritualists of Death God Mountain. Have you noticed that each of these 10 black-clad ritualists wields a divine artifact of ritualism? Such a foundation speaks volumes about the immense and terrifying resources of Death God Mountain. Most crucially, the Mountain Lord has yet to reveal himself. While these black-clad ritualists operate like devoted vassals, executing his will, do you suspect that this is not the entirety of Death God Mountain's resources, and that there are other ritualistic powers yet to be unleashed? Many minds leap to this conclusion, sending chills down their spines and an icy dread coursing through them. The 10 ritualistic powerhouses do not represent the full might of Death God Mountain. Should they mobilize their entire force, the consequences would be terrifying. Currently, the clash of 20 ritualistic entities is enough to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Undoubtedly, the name of Death God Mountain has already spread across the realm, as its solitary strength stands against multiple ritualistic factions. Even in defeat, it has instilled a profound fear in many great ritualistic powers. The spectators murmur in awe, some even gasping in disbelief. Regardless of the circumstances, the mere presence of these 10 ritualistic powerhouses each wielding a unique divine artifact, ignites envy and desire in the hearts of all who behold them. Across the vast expanse of the 33 heavens, aside from the top 10 ritualistic factions, few possess more than 2 divine artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. The ritual arena manifests, radiant with resplendent hues, ethereal mist swirling, and myriad colors shimmering throughout the air. Countless strands of spirit light emerge, revealing themselves in the void, and those deemed unworthy by the ritual arena find themselves unable to approach, much like a mirage. Tantalizing yet unattainable. As the vibrant light surges, all 20 ritualistic powerhouses are enveloped and drawn into the ritual arena. This is a fearsome place of cultivation, its origins lost to time. The arena itself is vast and boundless, proclaiming itself a realm unto its own, impervious to destruction under the evolving rules of combat. As one gazes upon it, the mountains and peaks are scarred from battles long past, a landscape of ruin, with bloodied summits and tainted black seas, eerie and unsettling. Crimson blood stains the ground, murky yet imbued with an overwhelming might, the divine essence within it enduring through the ages, radiating a fearsome pressure. Even the mightiest of ritualistic powerhouses, upon witnessing it, feel a chill creeping over them. Here, amidst the remnants of shattered warriors, divine artifacts lose their luster. Scattered fragments indicating the terror of a cataclysmic battle that once transpired. Boom, boom, boom. Neither side utters a word. The 10 black-clad ritualists spring into action, their murderous intent unparalleled, shaking the heavens and earth as they unleash terrifying ritualistic spells, transcending the ordinary and dominating the battlefield. Boom, boom. The heavens tremble. The 33 heavens reverberate with the shockwaves of countless powerful beings who gaze upwards in awe, recognizing that the ritual arena is the epicenter of this monumental clash. Though they cannot witness the battle directly, the terrifying energy ripples emanating from it are palpable. The divine might surges forth, the aura of ritualism roiling with intensity, reigning supreme across the 9 continents. Occasionally, divine runes manifest in the air, causing the very void surrounding the ritual arena to collapse. How terrifying! Many powerful beings gasp in astonishment. Not to mention the black-clad figures of Death God Mountain, but even the red-feathered true monarch, the 4 great masters of reincarnation. And the 3 six-paths saints represent the pinnacle of ritualistic strength, embodying a prowess that rivals even the most formidable of beings. Each ritualistic powerhouse is extraordinary in their own right, their might awe-inspiring, their lifespans extended. In the heat of battle, one side might narrowly triumph while the other suffers devastating losses, yet the victor, too, may find themselves on the brink of demise due to the toll of warfare. The 10 black-clad ritualists face not mere mortals. They are renowned combatants, with the red-feathered true monarch capable of engaging even the most powerful entities without faltering. What of the masters of reincarnation and the six-path saints? It is said that the origins of these 2 ritualistic factions are extraordinarily formidable. Their ultimate powers remain. And the mere mention of reincarnation and the 6 paths has become a taboo. Should any challengers dare to provoke them, they would unleash their divine might, obliterating any who stand in their way. At this juncture, I surmise that the black-clad figures of Death God Mountain are destined for a grim fate. It is unlikely they will emerge unscathed. After all, the ritualistic powers of the 33 heavens have already delineated their territories, with interests judiciously allocated. Now that Death God Mountain has boldly emerged, its overzealousness may lead to its downfall. Even if fortune smiles upon them today and they secure a narrow victory, no faction in the 33 heavens will allow Death God Mountain to continue its rampage. They will unite and decisively crush it. The heavens tremble, the universe quakes, and the overwhelming force of faith permeates the air. A harmonious and sacred radiance envelopes all, dispelling darkness, as a Buddha materializes in the world, parting the void. Riding upon a celestial beast, in an instant, he astonishes the entire 33 heavens. What? It's him. He has not perished after all. Re-emerging after countless millennia? Someone gasps, recognizing the Buddha, their face a mask of shock and disbelief. Even as a ritualistic powerhouse, they feel a sense of dread creeping in, their very souls trembling. Do you recognize him? Who is he? There has never been such a powerful figure from the West. Not long ago, the true Buddha of the Western realms was slain, and there should be no ritualistic powerhouse to safeguard it. In an instant, numerous ritualistic powerhouses feel a wave of trepidation wash over them. It is none other than the Tathagata. This supreme being was the very architect of the Western realms, rumored to have perished long ago, yet here he stands once more, even stronger than the few supreme beings who can be counted on one hand. Upon this revelation, many ritualistic powerhouses are left in shock, with some casting sidelong glances. Filled with dread, the Tathagata, Even supreme beings dare not confront him directly. His demise was merely a consequence of his quest for transcendence, a misstep into a perilous abyss. Now it appears he has ascended to even greater heights of power. Boom, boom, boom. Death God Mountain is intertwined with the Tathagata and with the Western realms. As the Tathagata speaks, he astonishes all, his words resonating deeply within their hearts. Death God Mountain has achieved a tremendous victory. This is indeed intriguing. Chapter 124. The Shattered Heart of Invincibility. The Downfall of the Red-Feathered True Monarch. The Ritualistic Carnage. Boom, boom, boom. Radiant hues erupt across the heavens, akin to resplendent fireworks, as divine might surges forth. Even with the ritual arena's protection, the skies contort, the universe quakes, and the void collapses. The ritualistic powerhouses are taken aback by the intensity of this confrontation. The ferocity of the fluctuations sends shivers down their spines. Many feel the hairs on their bodies stand on end, knowing that any ordinary ritualistic powerhouse caught within this maelstrom would be utterly overwhelmed and crushed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The appearance of the Tathagata after millennia is astonishing. He proclaims a verdict, stating that the red-feathered true monarch, the 3 six-path saints, the 4 great masters of reincarnation, and 2 domain deities will ultimately fail against the black-clad figures of Death God Mountain, leaving many incredulous. Is it possible that the black-clad ritualists of Death God Mountain are indeed at their zenith? Akabane Magong, the foremost among the strongest, faced off against the venerable ritualistic powerhouses in a one-on-one confrontation. How could he possibly falter? Many found it utterly astonishing. For figures such as the realm deity and the master of reincarnation hailed from ancient ritualistic factions, wielding earth-shattering might that dominated an era. Initially, when the realm deity of the first layer obliterated the true Buddha, it was understandable, yet now, under a one-on-one scenario, if they were unable to subdue the enigmatic figure from the black cloud of Death Mountain, how terrifying must this individual be? Boom, boom, boom. The arena of ritualistic combat erupted with cataclysmic waves, while the external world remained oblivious to the true nature of the unfolding events. Suddenly, the heavens roared, and the arena radiated with divine brilliance, illuminating the skies. What? The resolution was arriving with such swiftness. Otherwise, the arena would not manifest its laws, signaling the outcome. A ritualistic powerhouse gasped in realization of the arena's patterns, causing all strong beings within the 9th sky and 33 heavens to turn their gazes towards the celestial screen, their hearts racing and breaths quickening. How could this be possible? A collective gasp reverberated through the heavens as all present felt a tremor in their hearts. They beheld a figure shatter, flesh exploding, and soul sustaining damage. It was none other than Akabane Magong, the foremost youth beneath the strongest. He was being ruthlessly assaulted by the black-clad figure. Boom, boom, boom. How could the black-clad ritualist from Death Mountain possess such formidable strength? His physique transcended the realms of earth and sky, unparalleled throughout history, and without even deploying any ritualistic artifacts, he obliterated Akabane Magong's corporeal form. Did Death Mountain possess secret techniques of body refinement? Many ritualistic powerhouses were astounded, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. What manner of existence was a ritualistic powerhouse? Both in body and technique, they approached perfection, a testament to a matured path. Yet now, they were being overwhelmingly subdued by Death Mountain's body refinement techniques. You shall all perish. The undaunted sword seal. Akabane Magong roared in a tempest of fury, unleashing his grand powers, the terrifying celestial aura rippling through the skies, gathering divine radiance that burst forth. An overwhelming sword intent shrieked, as the heavens became festooned with divine swords, saturating the void with a terrifying might that threatened to shatter everything. The arena trembled, compelled to emit resplendent golden order runes to prevent being crushed by this strike. Kill. The black-clad figure's murderous aura shook the very foundations of the earth, subduing the 9 underworlds and overshadowing the heavens. With ritualistic laws enhancing his corporeal form and wielding boundless might, he enacted secret techniques of assault, neither dodging nor avoiding, meeting Akabane Magong head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated violently as the world turned a blinding white. Even the celestial screen reflecting the heavens began to crack, inundated by the terrifying ritualistic techniques, rendering everything invisible. Such a horrifying technique. What origins did Death Mountain possess? How could it have such an appalling domain? Capable of rivaling the ancient sect's ritualistic techniques forged eons ago, Akabane Magong was indeed formidable. This strike could not be withstood by an ordinary ritualistic powerhouse. It would inflict grave injury. Consumed by true fury, Akabane ignited his life force, urging his soul, pouring forth all his strength to determine victory or defeat. Many gasped in astonishment, their eyes glued to the spectacle, while only the ritualistic powerhouses remained steadfast in their observation, as the rest could scarcely bear to witness. In the distance, the small western heavens Tathagata emitted radiant divine light, a halo ascending behind him, dazzling like a blazing sun amidst turmoil, casting a sacred and peaceful glow. He too was taken aback by the terrifying body refinement technique, which had intensified exponentially in mere moments, revealing that Death Mountain indeed harbored unfathomable secrets. The Tathagata's gaze remained calm and indifferent, yet it could not conceal the flicker of fervor. Indeed, the secrets of Death Mountain, particularly its body refinement techniques, could propel him further. With two confirmations, he might even embark upon the path of transcendence. Within the arena, Akabane Magong roared skyward, his fury boiling over, yet it was futile. The gathered, undaunted sword seal shattered at this moment, unable to withstand the onslaught, failing to breach the black-clad figure's defenses. Boom! The black-clad ritualist from Death Mountain stepped forth, crushing Akabane Magong's corporeal form underfoot, eliciting low, furious roars from him. Subsequently, the figure's hand swept out, causing Akabane's head to explode repeatedly, his facial bones fracturing, blood gushing forth, silver blood, emanating an astonishing vitality, rich with divine essence. Akabane Magong sought to retaliate, having grown to this stage. He was capable of overlooking all adversaries beneath the heavens. Yet now, he was being trampled by a black-clad figure from Death Mountain, as if he were a mere servant. His rage flared, teeth shattered, forced to swallow his humiliation. What a disgrace this was! Do you dare challenge the might of the Master of Death Mountain? If I cannot defeat you, how could I ever hope to confront the Master? Boom! The black-clad figure's overwhelming dominance persisted. Regardless of how Akabane attempted to regenerate flesh or revive his soul, he remained suppressed. As soon as his body coalesced, it was shattered. As soon as his spirit coalesced, it was ground to dust. Akabane roared in fury. This was unprecedented, as if all prior confidence had been an illusion. The invincible belief he had nurtured shattered entirely under the relentless blows of the black-clad figure. Die! Boom! 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 Uft! 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 The black-clad figure from Death Mountain ruthlessly subdued Akabane Magong, obliterating every drop of his blood and every remnant of his soul with ritualistic artifacts, ensuring his complete demise on the spot. This scene sent shockwaves through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving countless ritualistic powerhouses trembling in fear. The 10 black-clad figures of Death Mountain were overwhelmingly powerful and dominant, seemingly invincible, never having tasted defeat. For a long time, many powerful beings in the 33rd heaven believed that the demise of the realm deity in the first layer was due to sheer numbers. However, now all was made clear. Even in a one-on-one, in this absolutely fair battle within the arena, Akabane Magong, the foremost youth beneath the strongest, was crushed and ruthlessly slain, a testament to their might. The black-clad figures were insurmountable. Chapter 125, The Emergence of the Strongest. The Realm Deity. The Tathagata's Shock. In the 9th sky and 33 heavens. The demise of Akabane Magong shocked all present. Countless individuals fell into silence in that moment, the air thick with disbelief, waves of turmoil surging within their hearts. Unable to regain composure. Who was Akabane Magong? A figure who traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a ritualistic powerhouse, and the foremost youth of the younger generation. His might was legendary. Yet here, he had been ruthlessly slain by the black-clad figures of Death Mountain. How astonishing was this? Presently, numerous strong beings fell to shudder, and even ritualistic powerhouses experienced a chill run down their spines. If Akabane Magong could fall, how could they hope to withstand? They feared they would meet the same fate as him. Many of the strong present, upon introspection, admired and envied Akabane Magong's exceptional talent. Even 3 ritualistic powerhouses collaborating might not stand against him. Yet now, he was slain by the black-clad figures of Death Mountain. Not far away, the Tathagata of the small western heaven, riding the divine beast, displayed a hint of astonishment on his fair visage. The dominance of the black-clad figures from Death Mountain exceeded his imagination. If his conjectures were correct, all 10 of these figures were peak ritualistic powerhouses. Only the emergence of the strongest could hope to suppress them. Boom, boom, boom. The arena of ritualistic combat reverberated once more with violent fluctuations. Regardless of whether they are the domain gods, the 6-path saints, or the Lord of Reincarnation, there exists an overwhelming sense of oppression. Although the true monarch of Qiyu possesses strength comparable to theirs, he meets a tragic fate, dying on the spot, as the cloaked figures deliver a resounding warning. As the battle erupts, the arena of the ritual path manifests 9 platforms, with the cloaked figures engaging in relentless combat, exuding an aura of slaughter that fills the void with an oppressive energy. Divine flames illuminate the heavens and the earth, while frigid air freezes vast expanses. Numerous powerful entities of the ritual path observe from this location, their sight illuminated by the arena's reflections, granting them a glimpse into the unfolding events. What is the origin of the Mountain of Death? What hidden depths and arcane techniques does it possess? Both in physical prowess and supernatural abilities, its might is truly astonishing. Their speed is so swift that, despite being of the same ritual path, we cannot discern their trajectories or traces. A wave of chills courses through many hearts as they witness the formidable strength of the cloaked figures, feeling a suffocating pressure even from afar. How daunting must it be to confront them directly, when even their breaths seem to constrict and their hearts race to their throats. That is the technique of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation embodies this art, a supreme secret of the Reincarnation Temple, proclaiming that all things are born, perish, and exist in an endless cycle. The six-path heavenly gates unleash an invincible offensive, creating portals of death that grant no quarter to their adversaries. As the battle rages on, the divine might of the ritual path spreads, and although the arena attempts to obstruct it, faint tremors of energy still seep through, nearly obliterating the void. The Buddha, forming the seal of the Dharma, radiates an aura of divine light and scriptures, as if celestial beings are seated in meditation, chanting sacred texts, exuding unparalleled tranquility. Time slips away. After half a day passes, countless powerful beings gasp in astonishment, their eyes glued to the screen, finally witnessing the moment of victory and demise. Uft, uft, uft. How can this be? Are the cloaked figures truly unbeatable? Even the Lord of Reincarnation and the domain gods face such dire ends. In the arena, blood sprays and boils, causing mountains and rivers to collapse and evaporate amidst the fierce battle. Yet the cloaked figures of the Mountain of Death remain unyielding, overpowering the six-path saints, the Lord of Reincarnation, and the domain gods, their bodies exploding into gore, their souls scattering before reassembling. Each one feels a bone-chilling dread, panic gripping their hearts as they realize the multitude of techniques wielded by the cloaked figures is overwhelming, whether in physical form or spiritual essence, rendering them nearly flawless. Despite the prolonged conflict, no technique proves capable of countering the cloaked figures, who remain unscathed while their opponents are left in disarray, their bodies and souls shattered and repeatedly reformed. Truth be told, they have fallen into a disadvantageous position. If not for any life-saving trump cards or desperate measures to turn the tide, the true monarch of Qiyu could easily meet the same fate. Unable to escape the arena of the ritual path. I refuse to believe it. A mere mountain of death. How could the domain temple, standing tall for so many years and honing its techniques, be unable to vanquish you? Flash. The domain god erupts in fury. A tempest of murderous intent sweeping across the realms, shaking the heavens. Silver light dances across them, their gleaming armor shimmering brilliantly. At that moment, two domain gods, positioned on separate battlefields, draw forth silver long swords from their spines. Ritual path artifacts, forged with their very lives. The domain gods' eyes blaze crimson, their auras surging with terrifying pressure, causing cracks to form in the arena of the ritual path, as the laws of order ripple and tremble. Kill. The cloaked figures remain impervious, advancing without a hint of fear, golden light radiating as a golden path manifests in the air. In this instant, countless spectators are taken aback. What? The celestial beings of the ancient heavenly court descend upon the nine skies. In the face of the ritual path, in an extreme state, they can unconditionally elevate themselves by two great realms. Now, when unleashed by the powerful of the ritual path, what formidable might will the celestial beings possess? Many hearts tremble at the thought. Even the Buddha, who has remained a vigilant observer, raises an eyebrow, astonished, feeling the weight of the situation under the celestial being's presence. 10 powerful entities of the ritual path. Could there be a transcendent being residing within the Mountain of Death? The Buddha, upon considering this, is struck with fear, waves of dread surging within him. Yet, upon further reflection, he deems it improbable. Transcendence is not easily attained. Gazing across the vast expanse, among the 9 heavens and 33 layers, who among the 5 supreme beings has not lived for millions of years? Indeed, time stretches infinitely. Their lifespans intertwined with the very essence of the universe. Yet, even so, they have not transcended. No. How can this be? Within the arena of the ritual path, the two domain gods unleash their ultimate techniques, yet remain powerless, on the verge of being decisively slain by the cloaked figures of the Mountain of Death. Meanwhile, the six-path saints and the Lord of Reincarnation find themselves equally beleaguered, drenched in blood, their bodies and souls having undergone countless reassemblies. Flash. The cloaked figures execute their lethal intent with resolve. In the next moment, brilliant divine light erupts across the heavens, as an ancient tree illuminates the world, seemingly traversing through endless ages. Beneath the tree, an elderly figure rises slowly, vigorous and spry. He steps forward, his actions defying the Buddha's expectations as he reaches toward the arena of the ritual path. Old fool, if you seek death, do not drag me with you. Fury and astonishment flicker in the Buddha's eyes. Chapter 126. The emergence of a supreme being. The desire to annihilate the cloaked figures. Inside the arena of the ritual path, powerful beings spill their blood, their minds shaken. They could never have anticipated the sheer terror of the ritual path's current might, as the atmosphere of slaughter astounds the heavens. Their strength seemingly invincible. In this realm bound by rules, they find themselves unable to gain the upper hand even in single combat, being overwhelmed by the cloaked figures, reduced to utter chaos and positioned at a dire disadvantage. How has the mountain of death cultivated such formidable cloaked figures? The domain god trembles, blood gushing forth as his bones shatter into dust, his very essence being obliterated by the cloaked figures. Had it not been for his deep-rooted cultivation and extraordinary strength, any other ritual path entities would certainly have perished. Death. Boom. The cloaked figures of the mountain of death radiate with brilliance, an explosion of immeasurable divine light surging skyward. The ritual path artifact in their hands transforms into an eternal divine blade, its symbols permeating the heavens, filling every corner of the void, causing the universe to tremble and collapse. Even within the constraints of the arena of the ritual path, they cannot be entirely hindered. The domain god, whose body has just been reconstituted, faces yet another impending disaster. Uft, uft, uft. Before the naked eye, the domain god's body crumbles and disintegrates, blood spilling forth, resembling a figure emerging from a pool of gore, evoking a sense of horror. Yet, in such a state, the domain god's pupils constrict, unfathomable power surging within him, leaving no room for mercy. This is a battle of life and death, and he can no longer afford to hold back. He roars fiercely, his voice shaking the very foundations of the world, wielding unparalleled murderous intent as his armor and silver blade shatter. Open for me, the domain god bellows. An invisible wave of energy manifesting before him, gathering force as spells and symbols cascade around him, shaking the universe, collapsing the void, forming a terrifying bow and arrow. Bang, bang, bang. The domain god glared fiercely, seemingly transformed into an indestructible Vajra Buddha, radiating a dazzling golden luminescence akin to the blazing sun. Clutching a mighty bow in one hand and drawing back the bowstring with the other, he released a long arrow that caused the void to collapse, the very fabric of reality disintegrating under the overwhelming aura of slaughter. The clash of his arrow against the blade light emitted by the figures clad in black from the mountain of death resonated with earth-shattering booms that reverberated through time and space, obliterating everything in sight. A tempest howled, the power of the rules spreading forth, and after a few breaths, the six holy beings and the Lord of Reincarnation widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping for breath, a suffocating dread overwhelming them. How could this be? Could even the domain god not withstand it? A chilling despair gripped their hearts as they realized that the once invincible red-feathered true monarch had perished, and now, the myth surrounding the domain god had also been shattered, his life extinguished in that fleeting moment. His body could no longer be reconstituted. Every drop of blood within him was annihilated, the rules dissolved, order vanished, and not a trace of life remained. His physical form disintegrated into dust upon the gentle breeze, evaporating into nothingness. It was unfathomable that such a resplendent being, a paragon of combat prowess, had met his end in this manner. Damn it, senior brother. Another domain god roared in fury, disregarding the rules governing the single combat of the divine path arena, charging recklessly at the figures in black. Yet in the next instant, the rules of order surged forth, and a second domain god spat blood, ensnared by an array of order runes, his body sent hurtling backwards. The domain god howled, witnessing the tragic demise of his senior brother, feeling utterly powerless and recalling the recent death of his youngest disciple at the mountain of death. An unbearable truth. The once revered and undefeated myth of the domain god temple had been shattered by the mountain of death. And even now, they had yet to lay eyes on the master of the mountain of death. These figures in black were powerful enough to slay the foremost among the strongest. How terrifying and formidable could their master be? Meanwhile, outside the divine path arena, everyone instinctively held their breath, wishing to flee, but found themselves utterly incapable. An elderly figure, exuding immense power, reached out with a colossal hand, unleashing his mana to confront the myriad relics of eras long past. In the distance, the Buddha's lips twitched as he was enveloped by the sacred texts, shielding himself layer upon layer, fearful of being associated with the domain temple by the divine path arena. Buddha, you have become more timid. The domain god lord squinted his eyes, sensing a dissipating aura, his heart ablaze with fury. He knew that yet another of his 3 disciples had met a grim fate, leaving only his 2nd disciple alive. Kill. The domain god lord's potent mana surged, his divine might overwhelming, causing the entirety of the 33 heavens to tremble. The order cascaded from his form like a flood, as if he intended to obliterate the entire divine path arena. The mountain of death dares to slay my disciples. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aura shook the heavens, startling all present. Among the powerful beings who stood within the 9 heavens and 33 layers, few were unfamiliar with the domain god lord. One of the foremost among the strongest, despite his rare appearances. Is this truly one of the strongest? Those few who tread the path of transcendence wield such awe-inspiring might that they dared to strike against the divine path arena, which had existed since antiquity. What an overwhelming pressure. It felt as though one's very soul trembled, thoughts fracturing and crumbling. This is perilous. If we linger here, even as spectators, we shall meet our demise. Simultaneously, the stronger beings who were too close widened their eyes in horror, their life force being siphoned away, not through malice, but merely the ripples of power being emitted. The divine path arena cannot be insulted. Boom. A delicate yet melodious sound resonated, reminiscent of a spirited maiden brimming with indignation and intent to kill. In that moment, torrents of order runes surged forth, carrying an earth-shattering aura, sweeping towards the domain god lord. Uft. The domain god lord staggered back, coughing up blood, his entire arm disintegrating into ashes in an instant. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he transcended time and space. The scene around him began to rewind, as if he had never engaged in combat at all. His once intact form returning beneath the tree. Those runes are transcendence. Seeing this unfold, even the Buddha was left astonished and shaken. The domain god lord had indeed suffered injuries, significant enough to warrant deep contemplation. Yet in that critical moment, he had enacted a secret technique, effectively allowing a version of himself from a particular time-space to replace his current self in death. At the mountain of death, I shall undoubtedly cleanse this place today. Chapter 127. The third path of transcendence. In the 9 heavens and 33 layers, at the divine path arena, a terrifying aura erupted, leaving countless powerful figures aghast and disoriented, unable to fathom the horrific scene unfolding before them. Rumors spoke of the strongest few who walked the path of the divine path, and now one had emerged from the domain temple. Though the elder appeared frail, his vitality waning, in the instant he acted, the terrifying life force and overwhelming mana could restart the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers. Old bald donkey, I never expected you to still be alive. It seems the 5 great supreme beings now have one more to contend with. The domain god lord squinted his eyes, standing beneath a rare and peculiar tree, one that possessed a consciousness of its own, rivaling even the sacred relics of the divine path, distorting the space around it, causing the very heavens to tremble. You are still as insufferable as ever, old codger. The Buddha's brow furrowed, his gaze laced with a hint of murderous intent. The mountain of death was no ordinary foe. It appeared that your last disciple was also destined to perish. Where was your earlier bravado? The divine path arena, a relic that seemed to date back to ancient times. You truly are stubborn. The domain god lord narrowed his eyes, his wrinkled face and sparse white hair trembling slightly as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, such familiar words. I never expected you, the illustrious Buddha, to have been gone for so long, only to end up in that place. And so what? Whether you win or not. In that battle of you still had your share. This time I returned to settle accounts with you all. However, it seems I quite wish to side with the mountain of death and witness how you all meet your end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the divine path arena erupted with blinding radiance, waves of order runes blossoming, revealing scenes within the void. There stood the figures in black from the mountain of death. They were powerful, terrifying, and shrouded in mystery. With a cataclysmic strike, the domain god of the domain temple was slain. None survived. Simultaneously, the remaining 6 holy beings and the Lord of Reincarnation within the divine path arena sensed an icy chill enveloping them. Another powerful being of the divine path had perished. They could not withstand the might of the figures in black from the mountain of death. Their power was simply staggering. A profound fear and chill gripped the very depths of their souls. If this continues, we shall all perish here. The Lord of Rebirth and the 6 Path Saints both trembled with anticipation, a chilling aura of slaughter radiating from them, indicating their readiness to fight with all their might. Yet, even in the face of the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, the outcome remained unfathomable. After all, both the domain god and the crimson feather true monarch were formidable in strength, Yet they ultimately met a tragic demise at the hands of the black-clad assailant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A new round of combat commenced. In the arena of the ritual path, rules began to materialize. From this moment forth, the confrontation would not be confined to one-on-one duels. Could we possibly secure victory? Or would we, with our weakest combatants, manage to stall multiple black-clad foes, buying precious time to unleash our peak powers and encircle them for a sequential assault? One of the Lords of Rebirth spoke slowly, his heart quaking with intensity. Kill. Boom. The battle erupted. Within the ritual path arena, only the remaining Lords of Rebirth and the Six Path Saints stood, unleashing their utmost prowess. The formidable pressure of the ritual path surged through the cosmos, collapsing the void, as a tempest of slaughter filled the air. Dazzling divine radiance erupted, coalescing various manifestations and intentions of assault, as the arena became engulfed in chaos. The overwhelming energy caused the void to explode repeatedly. Dark whirlpools intertwining with lightning and perplexing rules, swiftly enveloping the black-clad figures along with the Lords of Rebirth and the Six Path Saints, threatening to annihilate them. What? Is this an outer realm? A hint of transcendence lingered within it. Could it be that this ritual path arena resembles that elusive path? Aside from the undetectable first path, was a second path now revealing a third? A wave of astonishment coursed through the powerful beings present. They had lingered at the ritual path level for an extended period, and countless strong individuals sought a way forward, hoping to take that step beyond, to transcend all and reach the supreme existence above the ritual path. Perhaps this was our only chance to escape the ritual path arena and evade slaughter at the hands of the black-clad figures. It might even represent our grand fortune, our great opportunity, potentially allowing us to step into transcendence. A powerful figure among the Six Path Saints spoke. This is a divine artifact from the primordial era, perhaps even from an era beyond our reckoning. Were there transcendent beings in that age? It is possible that this ritual path arena is a pathway to transcendence. Upon hearing these words, many were shaken to their core. With all their might, they clashed with the black-clad figures and swiftly retreated into the pitch-black void's rift. Sizzle, sizzle. The clangor was deafening as two Lords of Rebirth entered the void rift first, only to be met with unfathomable peril. The divine thunder from the heavens was overwhelmingly terrifying, infused with unparalleled energy and a breath of transcendence, capable of annihilating the world, splitting the heavens, and rebooting existence. No, this is impossible. I cannot be this weak. A Lord of Rebirth roared, feeling his essence wane after being struck by the lightning, as if his very life force were being siphoned away. He howled and bellowed, summoning supreme magical powers to invoke the divine artifact of the ritual path, unleashing the force of reincarnation as celestial light surged, attempting to tear open a passage through the void rift. Yet, in merely a moment, the Lord of Rebirth found his powers utterly depleted. Despite employing every conceivable defense, he was powerless against the terrifying lightning that seemed to disregard all barriers, penetrating his flesh and soul. This Lord of Rebirth was consumed by the second bolt of lightning, instantly disintegrating into ashes, collapsing into nothingness, swept away by the winds. This scene astonished many. Another Lord of Rebirth was struck by a bolt of thunder and retreated hastily. But just as he escaped the void rift, he was caught in the ripples of assault from the black-clad figures and the Six Path Saints, stumbling and falling back into the abyss. What a terrifying third path, one that could even obliterate the ritual path. The earlier scene left the two Lords of Rebirth and several Six Path Saints outside trembling. This void rift defied all logic. Was it truly a third path? Rather than a pathway to transcendence, it seemed more like a reincarnation route, a road to ascendancy. Even the mightiest of the ritual path, upon entering, fell victim to two bolts of thunder, leading to their demise. This path was even more horrifying and formidable than the first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-clad figures sneered, having yet to approach their opponents. At this moment, they unleashed their full strength against the greatest of foes. The Mountain Lord had grown weary of the ongoing battle. Kill. Chapter 128. The Legacy of the Transcendent. The Greed of the Supreme Beings. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 black-clad ritual path powerhouses unleashed their slaughtering might. Various order runes filling the skies, compressing every inch of space as divine beings descended from the heavens. The diverse methods of the ritual path manifested, attacking the powerful figures within the ritual path arena with unparalleled ferocity. The void collapsed, the cosmos crumbled, and the runes of the ritual path arena began to warp, with some unable to withstand the assault. Kill, kill, kill. The ritual path powerhouses surged forth, as the two Lords of Rebirth and the Six Path Saints fought fiercely. The light of reincarnation blazing through the heavens, infused with secretive power and the profound truths of reincarnation, summoning the divine artifacts of the ritual path. A translucent little tower, radiating a pure white brilliance, manifested in the world, palm-sized yet exuding incomparable pressure and divine might, swelling into a colossal entity that aimed to suppress the black-clad figures. Simultaneously, the six path saints summoned their divine artifacts, 6 spears of battle, exuding a murderous aura, rolling like a galaxy. Clang, clang. The 2 lords of rebirth spat blood, channeling all their ritual path power into the divine artifact, yet they could not withstand the assault. In an instant, their expressions changed dramatically as they heard the tower emit a cracking sound, its surface visibly shattering like a broken mirror on the verge of collapse. How could this happen? The divine beings descending from the heavens have elevated their power to such a terrifying level, we cannot withstand it. Boom, boom. A terrifying energy ripple surged forth, the slaughtering force shaking the heavens and earth. The six path saints screeched as their spears mirrored the little tower, on the brink of disintegration under the combined might of the black-clad figures. Puff, puff, puff. In a mere moment of collision, the lords of rebirth and the six path saints coughed blood in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. As ritual path powerhouses, they had lived through countless ages. Yet now, they faced annihilation at the hands of the newly risen Death Mountain, destined for burial beneath infinite years. Kill. In that instant, the lords of rebirth and the six path saints turned crimson with rage. Having grown to this level, they possessed considerable strength, wielding significant power and authority. Yet now, they faced their impending doom, a reality they could not accept and a fate they could not tolerate. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of combat erupted, but the lords of rebirth and the six path saints found themselves at a loss, employing all manner of techniques. Amidst the clanking, piercing sounds, the divine artifacts, the little tower and the spears, crumbled one after another, their divinity extinguished. By the mountain lord's command, slay. As the black-clad figures growled, their long blades pierced through the heavens and earth, wielding the power to annihilate all, seemingly cleaving the cosmos and void apart, severing through endless ages. Puff. The Lord of Rebirth's eyes widened in shock, his scalp tingling, every hair on his body standing on end, heart and soul trembling with despair, realizing that despite pouring every ounce of effort, it only led to his own demise. The blade's light surged forth, cleaving through the Lord of Rebirth's crown, bisecting his body. As the vitality within him evaporated rapidly, his shattered soul scattered like fragmented glass, vanishing into radiant specks of light, obliterated completely. The demise of a ceremonial-level powerhouse is nothing short of tragic. With a swift thrust, the last reincarnation master poured forth every ounce of his strength, invoking the radiance of the heavens, fortified by the essence of reincarnation. Time itself seemed to reverse, as if he were on the brink of overturning the cosmos. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. The long blade swept through with an unstoppable force, rendering him to mere dust, obliterated in an instant. How could this be? In the aftermath, only the 6 realms' formidable warriors remained, their eyes wide with disbelief. From the esteemed red feather true monarch to the current reincarnation master, the black-clad assailant had dispatched them with an ostentatious ferocity, like a tempest uprooting all in its path. Now, it was finally their turn. Regret washed over them as they realized that despite their full exertion, they could not avert this calamity. As ceremonial-level powerhouses, the pinnacle of the 6 realms combatants, they possessed the capacity to prevent such an outcome. Yet, at the most critical juncture, they had been commanded by the Lord of the 6 realms to confront the ominous Death Mountain. Rather than diminishing the threat, it was they who found themselves stripped of their defenses, racing toward oblivion. The relentless onslaught continued, and even the 6 realm sages could not evade their fate. As their battle spears shattered, they found themselves powerless, and even as they charged into the collapsing void, seemingly towards a third path, they met their end. 3 of the 6 realm warriors fell to the black-clad figure's overwhelming might, their cries echoing in the air, marking their demise. An additional warrior, in a desperate bid, leaped toward the elusive third path, managing to withstand 2 thunderous strikes imbued with transcendent energy, only to be gruesomely slain by the third bolt that appeared. The contest of the ceremonial realm had reached its conclusion. The black-clad figure emerged victorious, a force of nature that crushed all opposition with unparalleled prowess. Goodness gracious! Is Death Mountain truly poised to defy the heavens and reignite the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers? All 10 ceremonial-level powerhouses have perished in this encounter. With an unstoppable force that overwhelmed everything in its path, one must ponder, aside from a handful of supreme beings, who could possibly stand as a rival. The ceremonial arena's order symbols blossomed, signaling the end of an era. The black-clad figure swept through the battlefield, leaving no foe unchallenged. They stood like transcendent beings, their dark garments billowing majestically. The 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled. Countless warriors quaked in fear, their hearts racing as they beheld the spectacle. In the distance, onlookers gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before them. Meanwhile, the domain god, radiating a formidable aura, fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure, a palpable wave of killing intent emanating from him. At this moment, all the elite forces of his domain had been extinguished, his 3 disciples dispatched by the hands of Death Mountain. What a bitter irony. It was akin to losing one's right and left arms, leaving him a mere figurehead. In another realm, the Buddha also marveled at the might of Death Mountain, pondering the implications of such power, sufficient to dominate the 9 heavens and 33 layers, thereby reshuffling the hierarchy of ceremonial-level factions. One ought to remember, even the ancient heavenly court did not wield such terror. It was nothing short of catastrophic. Old fellow, weren't you just boasting of your strength? Now is your chance to avenge your disciples. Go forth. I shall burn paper offerings in your honor. The Buddha chuckled lightly, seizing the moment to tease, for opportunities to witness a supreme being's downfall were few and far between. Suddenly, the very fabric of the world trembled, and the ceremonial arena resonated with a series of golden divine chains, imbued with transcendent energy, manifesting as a formidable armor. In an instant, both the domain god and the Buddha narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Relics left by the transcendent beings, were they truly offered as rewards to the black-clad figure? Chapter 129. A supreme being's intervention? To annihilate the black-clad figure? I demand you kneel to speak. In the 9 heavens and 33 layers, a terrifying surge of energy rippled across the cosmos as the 10 black-clad ceremonial-level powerhouses loomed in the void, their garments billowing, exuding an air of supremacy. The black-clad figures of Death Mountain were indeed fearsome. As fellow ceremonial-level warriors, they dominated the arena, leaving no one to challenge them. Not even the mighty red feather true monarch, who had fallen. The heavens were shifting. The black-clad figures surpassed all expectations, rendering ordinary ceremonial-level warriors devoid of the courage to resist. The achievements within the ceremonial arena would resonate throughout history, etching their names indelibly into the annals of time. Red feather true monarch, 6 realm sages, reincarnation master, domain god, each of them renowned, their names echoing through the realms. Yet now, all had been rendered illusory, their souls extinguished, buried within this very place. Across the 9 heavens and 33 layers, countless warriors trembled, their hearts pounding in fear as they gazed upon the ceremonial arena, astonished by the spectacle before them, as if ensnared in a dream, unable to accept the reality unfolding. Yet, they were compelled to confront the truth. The black-clad figures were aligned with Death Mountain, and merely 10 ceremonial-level powerhouses had the audacity to dominate the battlefield. What incredible strength and ferocity was on display, be it the domain god's temple, the reincarnation hall, or the 6 realms. They all ranked among the top 10 in ceremonial-level might. Moreover, the supreme beings walked the path of transcendence. Now, Death Mountain was indeed on the rise. Its momentum overwhelming and tyrannical, truly a force that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. No one could stand against them. The half-step transcendent artifact? The Buddha's gaze blazed with fervor, his heart racing with excitement as he beheld the black-clad figures. The ceremonial arena's order transformed into golden chains, dragging forth a small tower, which was presented to the black-clad figure. A transcendent artifact. Even supreme beings would covet such a treasure. Possessing it could grant profound insights on the path to transcendence, potentially placing one ahead of their peers. Even those revered across the realms would have no words to contest. The Buddha contemplated deeply, recognizing the fire in his gaze. Yet now that the black-clad figure possessed the transcendent artifact, the stakes had changed. To fixate upon it meant to become adversaries of the 10 black-clad figures, to stand against Death Mountain. Even now, one of the supreme beings, the Buddha, felt a sense of unease. Death Mountain was shrouded in mystery. Not long ago, various ceremonial-level factions had dismissed its significance, each distributing their ceremonial artifacts to wage war. Yet, what had been the outcome? They had been systematically annihilated. Death Mountain's enigma ran deep, its roots unfathomable, leaving all in a quandary. What was the origin of Death Mountain? With such terrifying foundations, the 10 black-clad figures were poised to reshape the dynamics of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, instigating seismic shifts. Aside from them, what other hidden powers and depths lay in wait? This force, seemingly unheard of, had surged forth with such vigor that it left others confounded. Even the Buddha, one of the supreme beings, found himself increasingly contemplative, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if the very hairs on his body stood on end. Transcendence. The domain god's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he gazed upon the small tower radiating transcendent energy, driven by an insatiable desire. He must possess it. He must transcend. This small tower of transcendence would provide him unparalleled assistance. Simultaneously, the black-clad figures had slain his disciples, and now the conflict could not be resolved. A reckoning was inevitable, and one must emerge victorious. Kill. With a low roar, the domain divine lord wasted no time and directly launched an attack against the 10 cloaked figures. A terrifying pressure emanating from the level of sacrificial path surged forth, far surpassing that of the crimson feather true monarch, exhibiting an overwhelming prowess. As he stepped forward, ripples radiated outward, light illuminating the ages, divine patterns dominating the surroundings, and sacrificial path symbols filling every inch of space, erupting into a magnificent brilliance and kaleidoscope of colors. With but a stomp of his foot, an invisible domain surged skyward, enveloping all adversaries in its wake. This domain, imbued with an air of transcendence, indicated that this old man had indeed touched upon a higher level. Realizing the changes taking place, the Tathagata quickly retreated, astonished by the domain divine lord's audacity and swift action, not only seeking vengeance, but also aiming to acquire that transcendent small tower. The Tathagata squinted, remaining silent for a moment, filled with astonishment. This old man undoubtedly possessed hidden cards, for over the years he had surely made significant progress. Additionally, facing the 10 cloaked figures of the Death God Mountain, he must also guard against me, another formidable being. Such a bold move, even for a supreme being, or the risk of downfall. His actions either stemmed from an overwhelming confidence in his unmatched strength and hidden cards, or he was simply a fool. But could that be possible? As a supreme being who had traversed countless epochs, steeped in the annals of infinite history, how could he be so fragile? Boom, boom, boom. The 33 heavens of the 9 skies fell into a terrifying silence once more. Great powers from all corners were in awe. The sudden strike of the domain divine lord was both anticipated and predictable in the eyes of sacrificial path-level beings. Yet, he could have chosen another approach, after all. The domain temple had been stationed in the 33 heavens for a considerable time, interacting with various sacrificial path powers, and beside him stood another supreme being. Why not join forces for an assault? Boom, boom, boom. The myriad realms trembled. The old man, the domain divine lord, with his flowing white hair, seemed to revert to his youthful essence in an instant, filled with the spirit of battle, his energy surging with vitality. Glancing around, the once frail elder, his cheeks lined with wrinkles and speckled with age, transformed in the blink of an eye, appearing as if reborn in his 20s. His once sparse black hair now billowed majestically, and his formerly stooped figure straightened like a javelin, muscles taut and vigorous as a spirited young man. You of the Death God Mountain have gone too far. I have devoted nearly 1,000,000 years to raise my 3 disciples. Do you think you can just slaughter them at will? Do you truly believe this old man is incapable of standing firm? From this day forth, my domain temple shall leave no stone unturned, no creature alive upon the Death God Mountain. Boom. The domain divine lord's battle-intent sword, his gaze shining like a divine lantern, words laced with a thick murderous aura, resembling a war deity, overwhelming and disdainful towards the 10 cloaked figures ahead. Boom. Huh. The leader of the 10 cloaked figures sneered coldly. What are you, a mere Ji-Ba? Kneel before me. Chapter 130. The domain divine lord approaches transcendence. Acquires 10 half-step, transcendent battle servants. You consider yourself a Ji-Ba? Kneel before me. The black-clad figure's words were like a blossoming lotus, order runes swirling about. Sacrificial path symbols saturating every inch of space. Despite being merely a phrase, it contained unparalleled energy and a fierce intent to kill. The voice thundered, shaking the very cosmos, tearing open the void itself. Numerous sacrificial path-level beings felt their souls quiver, hearts pounding fiercely. The aura of such a powerful being left them shivering in fear. What a terrifying voice. Even ordinary sacrificial path-level beings risked losing their composure, overwhelmed by the sheer momentum. From a distance, many cultivators regarded the scene with trepidation, retreating far away, too afraid to approach, knowing that to be caught in the aftermath would mean certain death. Many were left in shock. The black-clad figures of the Death God Mountain were truly terrifying. Whether they were forcefully pushing through secret realms, ruthlessly eliminating sacrificial path-level beings, or engaging in fierce battles within the sacrificial path arena, they swept through opposition like a tempest, extinguishing any dissenting voices from hostile forces along the way. And now, facing just a handful of supreme beings, the domain divine lord, these cloaked figures paid him no mind. They insulted him without hesitation. The domain divine lord, what a formidable figure. His existence spanned epochs. His cultivation had long surpassed the sacrificial path, having traversed considerable distance on the road to transcendence. Beings of his caliber were in constant pursuit of transcendence, and the domain divine lord before them was certainly not one to be compared with ordinary sacrificial path-level beings, nor with those in the sacrificial path arena. They were not even on the same level. Haha, very well indeed. The domain divine lord grinned ominously, his terrifying aura rippling, exuding an unparalleled murderous intent, his formidable physique radiating awe-inspiring energy, blood surging like a dragon, tearing through the heavens. Not far away, the Tathagata's expression grew grave, becoming serious. This domain divine lord was no ordinary individual, a rare powerhouse capable of standing amongst the supreme beings, none of whom were without merit. Moreover, what they possessed was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Supreme beings had not revealed themselves for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Yet now, due to the Death God Mountain, the disciples of the domain divine lord were continuously meeting tragic ends. If he were to take action, the consequences would be extraordinary. After all, considering the audacity he displayed in intervening in the sacrificial path arena, he undoubtedly possessed immense confidence and fortitude. This old man has numerous hidden cards. However, according to their assessment, this old man was likely on the path to transcendence, with what he manifested now merely a fraction of his true self. The Tathagata narrowed his eyes. In this era of heroes, the Death God Mountain indeed possessed remarkable capital, now even holding transcendent artifacts. But could they withstand the onslaught? Not just I, but other supreme beings would return. This was a crucial item for exploring the path to transcendence, tied to the very essence of transcendence. Now, you have become a target. The domain divine lord chuckled coldly, raising his hand as countless symbols surged forth, a cataclysmic transformation. The heavens and earth upturned, the very fabric of reality twisted, the sun, moon, and stars evolving, intertwining with the forces of time and space. In the 33 heavens of the 9 skies, it was as if a day in the heavens equated to a year on earth. The flow of time here was unimaginably swift, everything in constant flux. Young saplings instantly burgeoned into towering trees, and as time flowed, they rapidly aged and withered in the blink of an eye. This energy left countless individuals aghast. Many cultivators who ventured too close felt their souls tremble, their beings assailed by the rules of time, their bodies aging at an alarming rate, as did their souls. While the body may wither and the soul may weaken, the essence of life cannot be deceived. Countless affected cultivators were thrown into a panic, their souls disoriented, each in a state of chaos, murmuring in despair. How could this happen? I am dying. I have been robbed of my lifespan. Millions of years of life have vanished in an instant. This had already touched upon the order and rules of time, and even more profoundly, contained a hint of transcendence. Otherwise, such a terrifying influence would not be possible. Uft, uft, uft. From afar, blood rained down, and countless cries of anguish echoed, shaking the very heavens. Numerous cultivators find their lifespans drawing to a close, their appearances transformed by the ravages of age, vitality extinguished and receding. As life ebbs away, their bodies burst forth like ruptured watermelons, disintegrating completely. Yet, even in this state, their scattered flesh and blood seem to wither into a state of extreme desiccation. Such formidable power of transcendence is subtly coalescing into a wisp of transcendent energy. Even I am not immune to its influence. The Buddha, alarmed, senses an ominous shift, feeling his lifespan evidently siphoned away by this transcendent aura. This old fellow possesses an arsenal of hidden cards, attempting to refine a strand of transcendent energy through the order of temporal rules, reminiscent of the reincarnation light and marks of the reincarnation hall. With a wave of his sleeve, the Buddha summons a comparable wisp of transcendent energy, infused with overwhelming faith, merging it with his own aura of transcendence to create a barrier around him, reclaiming the lost years of his life. The domain god is momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Nearby, the onlookers are equally astonished, witnessing this spectacle. The 10 cloaked figures appear impervious to these effects, as if they possess boundless lifespans, existing in harmony with the cosmos. Countless esteemed cultivators have tragically lost hundreds of thousands of years of their lives, yet these figures remain steadfast in their positions. Is it a transcendent entity? No. Only those who have condensed a strand of transcendent energy can perceive such a phenomenon. They clearly have not reached that echelon. The Buddha, bewildered, speculates silently. Simultaneously, he grows increasingly aware of the peculiarities surrounding the cloaked figures of the god of Death Mountain, as if shrouded by a mysterious veil. To uncover the truth, one might need to venture into the god of Death Mountain itself. The answer may reside solely with its master. Kill. The domain god narrows his eyes, having transformed into a youth, exuding an ethereal presence, yet brimming with murderous intent. He unleashes a palm strike towards the cloaked figures from a distance. In an instant, the heavens and earth tremble, as if assailed by temporal chaos. The transcendent energy permeating the atmosphere, leaving traces of time's passage that gradually wither the realm. The Buddha furrows his brow, hesitating. This old codger is undoubtedly intent on acquiring the transcendent entity. Moreover, following the battle at the altar of sacrifice, a new path has emerged, a beacon of hope, compelling even the mightiest beings to pursue existence fervently. Meanwhile, within the god of Death Mountain, Ding Dong. Congratulations to host Yang Diyuan for acquiring 10 half-step transcendent battle servants. Chapter 131. Merging half-step transcendent cultivation. 30 half-step transcendent battle servants. Invincible. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host Yang Diyuan for acquiring 10 half-step transcendent battle servants. Congratulations to host Yang Diyuan for acquiring 10 half-step transcendent battle servants. Congratulations to host Yang Diyuan for acquiring 10 half-step transcendent battle servants. Inside the god of Death Mountain, Yang Diyuan reclines leisurely in a chair, exuding calmness and tranquility. With closed eyes, he savors the intertwining of the world's spiritual energies, allowing his mind to relax. Above in the firmament, the occasional emanation of sacrificial-level energy catches his attention. A subtle stir within him is ignited by the system's notification from the shores of Arai Lake. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host Yang Diyuan for acquiring half-step transcendent cultivation. Shall you merge? Merge. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth quiver, resonating with a thunderous roar. The entire expanse of the 9 heavens and 33 layers trembles. The celestial pathways harmonize, vibrating as the order runes intertwine, radiating golden light across the cosmos. Yang Diyuan feels an unprecedented sense of transcendence enveloping him, his entire being shrouded in swirling mist, a strand of transcendent energy mingling with the golden light, refining his essence and further enhancing his formidable physique. At this moment, Yang Diyuan stands firm, exuding a terrifying aura that permeates the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers. Magnificent and vast, powerful and overwhelming, he traverses the realm. Is this what transcendence feels like? He murmurs softly, the energy surpassing his expectations, merely a half-step transcendence. The condensation of a strand of transcendent energy grants him the sensation of recreating the universe and grasping the mysteries of reincarnation. Yang Diyuan realizes that with but a thought, he can command all things, transcending the constraints of existence. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens collapse, and the myriad realms erupt in a cacophony. Terrifying energy surges in every direction, sweeping through the starry expanse. Every cultivator across the 9 heavens and 33 layers stands frozen, their pupils dilating, trembling in disbelief. The overwhelming aura radiating from him evokes the most profound terror. Even the sacrificial-level cultivators are left dazed, gripped by an intense fear of death, their breaths heavy and labored, suffocated by an overwhelming sense of dread that renders them unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Who could this be? How can such a terrifying fluctuation in cultivation exist, utterly defying reason? Even half-step sacrificial-level cultivators quake in their boots, drenched in sweat. Could it be that yet another sacrificial-level being has emerged? Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens and 33 layers, the terrifying half-step, transcendent aura spreads in all directions, sending tremors through countless cultivators. Observers from the sacrificial-level powers watching the battle in the distance widen their eyes in astonishment. This is transcendent energy. How is this possible? Another has reached half-step transcendence, joining the ranks of the mightiest. A wave of shock and awe sweeps through the crowd. This is the dream and aspiration of nearly all cultivators, to reach the shores of transcendence, to attain enlightenment, to embark on this path. Throughout history, how many have achieved this? Across the vast expanse of time, within the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers, there have been but 5. Among them is the domain god, transcendent energy. Are there other transcendent beings aside from us? The domain god is shaken to his core, his breath becoming erratic. This revelation is sufficient to upend the existing order, potentially reshaping the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers. Who could it be? Could it be the master of the god of Death Mountain? The domain god maintains a calm facade, yet within, a tempest brews. From nothing to something, achieving the path of transcendence. Merely condensing transcendent energy has isolated 99% of sacrificial-level cultivators. Otherwise, historically, the number of the mightiest would not be limited to so few. At this juncture, these few mighty beings should not engage in life and death battles. They are all fervently searching for traces along the path of transcendence, striving to condense a second strand of transcendent energy, fully embarking on the path of transcendence. And now, the first strand of transcendent energy represents them. No one has yet condensed a second strand. However, once someone succeeds in condensing a second strand, it would affirm that this path is feasible. Conversely, those who remain with only one strand of transcendent energy may be annihilated by the one who has achieved the second. This is indisputable. It is the nature of humanity. Transcendent energy permeates the entirety of the 9 heavens and 33 layers, located within a layer that has already reformed the cosmos. In an instant, the domain god perceives the source of the aura, only to be astounded to discover that it emanates from the god of Death Mountain. The domain god master could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his heart weighed down with foreboding. He had long been aware that the existence of 10 ritual-level powerhouses in the Death God Mountain was not a mere coincidence. There was undoubtedly a formidable figure providing support from the shadows. However, upon truly perceiving this presence, he felt a tremor in his heart, his gaze flickering and constricting. Lost in thought, he stood not far from the rising disk behind his head, intending merely to observe without becoming entangled, when his expression shifted. Although he had already coalesced a strand of transcendent energy, in comparison to the overwhelming aura encroaching upon him, he felt distinctly outmatched. Compared to the likes of the domain god master, an elder in the realm of half-transcendence, he appeared somewhat juvenile. His confidence stemmed from possessing hidden cards, coupled with the knowledge that beings of this caliber would not easily engage in a life-and-death struggle, should a battle erupt, without the intervention of a third party. One could only speculate how long such a state would persist. The conflict could potentially endure for millennia, or even millions of years. Such uncertainties loomed large. Although cultivators at this level possess boundless lifespans, no one would squander their time, as they all yearned to take another step towards transcendence. The concept of a 1,000-year dream was, to them, exceedingly commonplace. On the path to transcendence, encountering a relic or a stele would prompt profound realizations. When they awaken, however, time has swiftly flown by, and tens of thousands of years have passed in a blink. The Death God Mountain, a half-step towards transcendence, has become intriguingly significant. The corners of the Buddha's mouth curled slightly, his eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light, lingering on the domain god master and the 10 cloaked figures. Even contemplating the possibility that the domain god master might seek to join forces with him. In but a fleeting moment, the domain god master spoke. Buddha, why not join forces? Let us conquer and seize the transcendent artifact together, and delve into its mysteries. The Buddha raised an eyebrow and replied, I am not one to covet or compete. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. I desire nothing. If you covet the transcendent artifact, then seize it yourself. After all, such acts are not unfamiliar to you. The domain god master, undeterred by the Buddha's provocation, pressed on. Though you have coalesced a strand of transcendent energy, it remains unstable. Should you acquire the transcendent artifact, you would solidify your foundation further, and it may even pave the way for you to coalesce a second strand of transcendent energy. Chapter 132. The ownership of the transcendent artifact? The emergence of the 10 half-step transcendent black robes. The domain god master's dismay. Ding dong. Detecting host Yang Diyuan, 10 ritual-level battle slaves. Enhancing realm. Current realm. Half-step transcendent. 3 strands of transcendent energy. In the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven, 3 formidable auras surged from different directions, each belonging to supreme beings at the forefront of the path to transcendence. The reincarnation god master was enveloped in a majestic aura, a mere strand of transcendent energy that was both earth-shattering and terrifying, surging upwards with explosive power. Half-step transcendent. Who possesses such fortuity? We have delved into this path for countless millennia, and only now have we managed to coalesce a single strand of transcendent energy. The reincarnation god master, a robust middle-aged man, exuded overwhelming strength, his body brimming with explosive power and an undeniable authority. His gaze sparkled with the fury of thunder. Enveloped in the light of reincarnation, in his vicinity, the rules of reincarnation and order intertwined, divine radiance surged, and spiritual energy flowed wildly. As if he were traversing the realms of time and space, unbound by the laws of heaven and earth. The reincarnation god master's heart surged with agitation, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After a moment of silence, he erupted in a dazzling display of radiance, as if tearing through time and the void. The 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven? It is time to return. I must see who possesses such fortune, for it is not within your grasp. The reincarnation god master chuckled softly, pondering whether it was the domain god master, the chaos king, the invincible sword master, or perhaps the azuric xianxiagarba. Meanwhile, other figures on the path to transcendence either emerged from seclusion or swiftly dispatched indomitable holy spirits, or stumbled out of dire circumstances, their faces smeared with dust. The emergence of half-step, transcendent powerhouses. Could it be that some were unable to restrain themselves, ultimately forcing their way into half-step transcendence with a strand of transcendent energy? They were all astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and excitement. To achieve transcendence is an arduous endeavor. Throughout history, they had never encountered anyone who truly reached this realm. Even the ancient texts from eons past contained no mention of it. Yet now, someone had attained half-step transcendence. Whether it be a single strand or 3 strands of transcendent energy, this heralds a new era. Surely, some ancient beings can no longer remain idle, such as the domain Godmaster, whose lifespan is approaching its end, even with the utmost elevation. Sacrificing the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven would merely extend his life by a few hours. In the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven, the domain Godmaster's lips curled upwards. His gaze was piercing. He had now regained his peak prowess, standing at the zenith of his power. At this moment, as he beheld the transcendent artifact, his spirit surged with exhilaration and frenzy. 10 ritual-level powerhouses? What do they amount to? He had traversed the path to transcendence for so many years. Today, the transcendent artifact lay before him in plain sight. How could he allow it to slip away? Once he acquires the transcendent artifact, the domain Godmaster shall ascend to transcendence, and it will be but a matter of time. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled. A deafening roar erupted. Centered around the domain Godmaster, a terrifying aura of transcendence radiated outward, enveloping the firmament, covering the universe, and permeating the cosmos. He unleashed his full power, and a colossal silver-gray hand materialized, descending from the boundless starry sky. The energy surged uncontrollably, covered in runes. An overwhelming and unassailable gravitational field enveloping the entire area. No, my body, my soul, is being puffed, puffed, puffed. Despite many beings attempting to retreat, they were still drawn in. The terrifying aura of transcendence not only engulfed the 33rd layer of heaven, but nearly the entire immortal domain. How utterly horrifying. In the distance, shadow after shadow fell tragically. They perished. Merely a ripple. With ease, they exploded on the spot. Their various treasures, and even ritual-level divine artifacts proving futile against the overwhelming force, shattered and obliterated. How is this possible? Is this the might of one who has coalesced a strand of transcendent energy? A ritual-level powerhouse was struck with horror. Their gaze flickered, their pupils trembled wildly. Yet escape was impossible. Their very vitality was siphoned away, visibly transforming their bodies into mere skin and bones, ultimately dissipating into glimmering motes of light, merging into the mouth of the domain Godmaster. Blood sacrifice, ultimate elevation. The Buddha's pupils contracted. Though the existence of the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven was indeed a preparation for blood sacrifice, this was excessively cruel. The Buddha's disc behind his head radiated brilliantly, gathering the power of faith to shield himself. Gazing out, throughout the entirety of the 33 layers of heaven, figure after figure emitted heart-wrenching screams. Soon after, they transformed into swirling pools of blood. As the domain Godmaster inhaled deeply, the sky was filled with an abundance of blood, surging into his mouth like a deluge. Delicious. At the very least, this battle will not entail significant consumption. The domain Godmaster chuckled coldly, his gaze icy as he cast a sidelong glance at the Buddha before summoning 2 identical silver hands from the starry sky to strike down upon the black-robed figures of Death God Mountain. Rituals? Mere trifles. The transcendent object is not meant for you. Buzz. Suddenly, the Lord of the Realm transformed into a streak of light, racing forward to seize the transcendent artifact. Buzz. 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 Under the terrifying pressure of a wisp of transcendent aura, overwhelming gravity effortlessly threatened to shatter planets, rendering the figures clad in black immobile, as if ensnared by some binding spell. Yes, it is mine. The Lord of the Realm laughed heartily. Moving with unparalleled agility compared to the black-clad figures, swift as lightning, bolstered by rules and interwoven order, making him appear invincible. Come, my precious. The Lord of the Realm extended his hand towards the bosom of the black-clad figure, where the transcendent object lay, his gaze brimming with delight and yearning. That was the very foundation upon which he could hope to attain transcendence. The mountain of death? They are unworthy of such a divine artifact. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The cosmos trembled, and the very fabric of reality quaked. The Lord of the Realm's arm was severed, blood gushing forth as his dismembered limb flew away, obliterated under an indescribable terror of energy, preventing any chance of regeneration. What? How can you escape the control of transcendent gravity? No, this is transcendent aura. How is this possible? The Lord of the Realm's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of horror. In that fleeting moment, his visage reflected shock and age, his complexion visibly paling. His pupils quaked. He could scarcely believe it. Originally just 10 practitioners of the Tao, they had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into beings a half-step from transcendence. 3 strands of transcendent aura hovered around the black-clad figures, each exuding lethal intent. The Mountain Master commands slay. Chapter 133, Slaying the Half-Step Transcendent. The Lord of the Realm meets his demise. Boom, boom, boom. In the realm of the 33 heavens, a terrifying ripple of power radiated outward, shaking the very foundations of the universe, dimming the sun, moon, and stars, while the fabric of reality began to collapse. Countless onlookers gazed upon the scene, their eyes alight with astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? They were indeed beings of transcendent caliber? The strands of transcendent aura entwined around them were more than 3 in number. They had traversed a considerable distance on the path to transcendence, truly remarkable. A group of practitioners of the Tao observed this spectacle, unable to reconcile their eyes with reality. It felt like a dream. 10 figures, each embodying 3 strands of transcendent aura, in the vast expanse of the myriad worlds. Even among the strongest traversing this path, there were scarcely more than 10. Yet here they were, undeniably present before their eyes. It was beyond belief, beyond imagination. Who exactly is the Mountain Master of Death? Even half-step transcendent beings follow in their wake, a testament to their formidable prowess. 10. More than several existing supreme beings. The aura surrounding them gleamed brilliantly, and the transcendent energy coalesced, leaving the once confident figures in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. From the onset, their attitude towards the Mountain of Death had transformed entirely. Initially, faced with the transcendent object, all had harbored intentions of seizing it. Not just him, but any other supreme beings would surely engage in a battle for this treasure, a matter of their very transcendence and eternal existence. The Lord of the Realm retreated swiftly, disbelief etched across his face. If he were to suggest he had fallen into an illusion, he would readily accept it. 10 half-step transcendent beings had fully coalesced 3 strands of transcendent aura. This was beyond the realm of common sense. Transcendent aura? How exceedingly difficult. Even after living for tens of millions of years, the aura had required him millions of years of exploration and refinement to coalesce into a single strand. But now, before him stood a group of black-clad figures, once merely practitioners of the Tao, now transformed in an instant into half-step transcendent beings on par with him. From a position of dominance to one requiring a bloody struggle to vanquish them, this psychological journey was insufferable for him to accept. Concealing strength? No, within the Taoist arena. Such concealment was utterly impossible. They had achieved half-step transcendence in a moment, instantaneously gathering 3 strands of transcendent aura. The Mountain of Death possessed a method to swiftly ascend to half-step transcendence. In an instant, the Lord of the Realm contemplated many possibilities, his suspicions and conjectures growing ever more plausible. The Lord of the Realm's gaze became fierce, rejuvenating him to a youthful state, his hair billowing, his aura surging. And with a cold snort, the sun, moon, and stars shattered. The universe quaked, the entire realm of the 33 heavens crumbling. A half-step transcendence, in a mere thought, could obliterate the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it could overturn reality, reshape reincarnation, and evolve the world of beings. The transcendent object shall be mine. The Lord of the Realm uttered a chilling snort, launching into action, a terrifying convergence of transcendent laws manifesting a cataclysmic spectacle, shaking the heavens and the cosmos. An external avatar, akin to an unparalleled golden body, towering thousands of feet high, appeared, seated in the void, overwhelming the very essence of order and rules, radiant symbols flashing with unparalleled brilliance. These were the transcendent symbols, exponentially stronger than the Taoist symbols, and upon their emergence, the heavens collapsed and the earth sank, creating a scene of apocalyptic destruction. One practitioner of the Tao after another, under this terrifying might, felt a profound sense of dread and murderous intent, the overwhelming pressure of their realms manifesting vividly, causing them to kneel in submission, trembling, utterly devoid of any means or capacity to escape. Even the Buddha, at this moment, found himself astonished, his demeanor grave and cautious, the overwhelming power of belief intertwining to form a barrier for his protection. At this moment, centered around the Taoist arena, the only beings capable of standing within a radius of millions of miles were the black-clad figures, the Buddha, and the Lord of the Realm. The rest, even practitioners of the Tao, if swept by that terrifying ripple, would be utterly obliterated. Boom. The Lord of the Realm attacked, terrifying and ferocious. The 33 heavens seemed on the verge of disintegration, the astral firmament erupting with violent fluctuations, an unprecedented display of offensive power. Kill. The demons descend from the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, the 10 half-step transcendent black-clad figures issued a low, resolute command. In an instant, overwhelming laws surged forth, the golden path of the heavens sprawling before them. Though they had already reached half-step transcendence, the descent of the demons still bolstered their strength, doubling their combat capabilities. At this moment, they unleashed a fierce assault without uttering a single word. Boom, boom, boom. Various brilliant transcendent symbols clashed, the astral firmament exploding. The terrifying order ripples emanating from the Taoist arena attempted to intervene, but were utterly ineffective. They were beyond its reach. Splat, splat, splat. Blood flowed freely. The Lord of the Realm, aghast, could hardly believe his eyes, his gaze laced with murderous intent, as one arm was torn from him by a black-clad figure in a moment of unpreparedness. I am invincible, the Lord of the Realm roared at that moment. A torrent of demonic energy swept through the 9 heavens, and throughout the entire 33 heavens, blood-red malevolence was visible to the naked eye, rolling and crashing forth, before rapidly merging into the Lord of the Realm's body. In an instant, his form began to metamorphose, once of human proportions. His body fractured and swelled at an alarming rate, skin threatening to tear apart, as he transformed into a towering figure of several zhang in height. Enveloped in a dark purple hue and emanating plumes of black smoke, resembling an ancient behemoth rising from the depths. His fangs, white and formidable, gleamed like those of a wild beast, adorned with transcendent runes. Death. The domain god master became utterly ferocious, his combat prowess surging exponentially, engaging the 10 cloaked figures in a cataclysmic clash that sent shockwaves through the heavens. The entire 9 heavens and 33 layers trembled like a shattered mirror, every skirmish resulting in utter devastation. Suppression. The cloaked figures, tyrannical and ruthless, unleashed their unparalleled might, striking down with unyielding force. Puff, puff, puff. Despite the domain godmaster succumbing to madness and wielding unparalleled strength, he found himself overwhelmed, his fists unable to contend with their 4 hands. After a brief equilibrium, he swiftly descended, besieged by the onslaught of the 10 cloaked figures. No, I will not yield. The transcendent artifact is mine. It must be mine. You all shall perish. The domain god master unleashed an array of spells, yet before the cloaked figures, they proved utterly insufficient, failing one after another. As he was pinned to the ground, blood spraying forth, his essence recklessly spilled, he faced the gravest peril and calamity he had ever encountered, on the brink of death. Death Mountain. The transcendent artifact belongs to me. No one shall take it from me today. Puff. Chapter 134. The Supreme One's Return. Annihilate the domain godmaster. Tathgata, chosen by the gate of transcendence. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens collapsed and the earth quaked. The entire 9 heavens and 33 layers were crumbling. Transcendent energy diffused and spread, heavy as the cosmic realms could not withstand it. The laws of the Tao disintegrated, and the fabric of order shattered, as the very heavens and earth threatened to fracture. The domain godmaster, in a furious frenzy, sought to seize the transcendent artifact, yet the outcome was staggering and chilling. The 10 cloaked figures were all half a step into the realm of transcendence. 3 streams of transcendent energy surged forth, wielding the power to obliterate heaven and earth with a mere gesture, everything poised to shatter as they unleashed their lethal techniques upon the domain godmaster. Puff, puff. Blood splattered, permeating the air. The domain godmaster howled in anguish, his furious roars echoing as an entire arm was wrenched from his body by the relentless assault of the cloaked figures, leaving him defenseless. You shall perish. The domain godmaster bellowed, and in that moment, a terrifying ripple of power radiated outward as a strand of transcendent energy entwined around him was summoned forth. Divine radiance surged, and spiritual brilliance enveloped him. The cosmic realms exploded, and the universe began to collapse as the transcendent runes swept through, transforming into a formidable spiritual manifestation, locking onto one of the cloaked figures for an all-out assault to annihilate him. Simultaneously, the domain god master drew forth a divine artifact from within, imbued with a trace of transcendent energy, a legendary weapon he had nurtured and refined. Chaos energy entwined with the primal essence surged and intermingled, its might deafening, unleashing terrifying ripples that caused the entire 9 heavens and 33 layers to crumble irreparably. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific explosions roared, and the domain god master's expression shifted in shock, his pupils trembling. He had not anticipated that his specially crafted avatar, formed from transcendent energy, would be vanquished so swiftly. With a deafening blast, the avatar was instantaneously slain by the cloaked figures, as a strand of transcendent energy returned. The domain god master spat forth several mouthfuls of essence, injuring his very core, his aura fluctuating erratically, like a candle flickering in the night, alternating between strength and weakness. You dare to force me? You dare. The domain god master laughed maniacally, madness illuminating his gaze as he glanced at Tathgata, who remained distant and indifferent, a smirk gracing his lips. He then roared fiercely, blood sacrifice to the heavens. Tathgata, you cannot transcend the cycle of reincarnation. If you wish to survive today, then join me in slaying them all. 3 streams of transcendent energy surged forth from the domain god master, and in an instant, the heavens cracked and the earth sank, as terrifying transcendent runes erupted, drawing upon the cosmic laws. This is not good. It is a forbidden law on the path of transcendence. How could he have acquired it? Tathgata gasped, the hairs on his body standing on end, realizing the severity of the situation, and dared not be negligent any longer. He immediately summoned all his power to sever the encroaching transcendent energy targeting him. The forbidden law was a method within the path of transcendence, deemed too malevolent and treacherous. Those former sages who once tread this path recognized its wickedness and sealed it away. Yet it ultimately fell into the hands of the domain god master, a madman who would seize any opportunity for transcendence, even mastering this forbidden technique capable of controlling transcendent beings. Give me the blade. Tathgata roared. An overwhelming surge of belief energy erupted forth, transforming into a fearsome celestial blade aimed to sever the encroaching transcendent energy. Puff, puff, puff. Tathgata spewed blood, only to find it was too late. Even his belief energy could not withstand the forbidden technique. Before it, all the laws he mastered proved futile, as if rendered transparent, wrapping around him. Hee. Tathgata, how many years have passed? We once stood opposed, and now we must fight side by side. The domain god master sneered, his face contorted with ferocity and arrogance. Isn't this a most exquisite destiny? Puff. But in the next instant, the domain god master coughed up blood, disbelief etched across his features as he glared at Tathgata, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. No, this cannot be. This is a forbidden technique. How could you dissolve it? The domain god master spat blood once more, and in quick succession. His second arm was wrenched from him by the cloaked figures. Even as 2 snow-white wings manifested behind him, striving to soar into the sky, it became impossible. And he faltered repeatedly. Nothing is impossible. I transcend the cycle of reincarnation, asserting dominion over all existence. With me, Tathgata, defy the heavens. A halo appeared behind Tathgata, a smile gracing his lips as the yin-yang taiji spun before him, the 2 forms and 4 symbols rotating in harmony. 3 streams of transcendent energy, imbued with the essence of Buddhism, reversed life and death, evolving reincarnation, transcending time and space, dismantling the forbidden technique at its very source. I initially wished to refrain from excessive intervention, yet I shall witness your demise. Tathgata chuckled coldly, vanishing in an instant. Miles away yet able to observe the impending downfall of the domain god master with clarity. You, resurrected, harbor another secret. The domain god master's eyes widened, as if he had grasped a certain secret, madness flickering in his gaze, a murderous intent reverberating through the heavens. No, I will not yield. I will not yield. I am the domain god master. The domain god master roared, terrifying ripples erupting as 3 streams of transcendent energy returned, merging into his form, dismantling transcendence, shattering and reconstituting. I embody the Tao. This is my path to transcendence. The domain god master roared. At that moment, his aura surged exponentially, battling fiercely against the 10 cloaked figures, yet he continued to cough blood, nearly like a fountain, while the cloaked figures displayed disdain, questioning why he was spraying blood upon them. What followed was further brutalization of the domain god master. Under the divine demonic enhancement, the 10 cloaked figures far surpassed the threshold of half-step transcendence, their terrifying might unparalleled. They descended with a thunderous roar. No, it is impossible. I am a genius. I am invincible. I have transcended, indeed. Puff, puff, puff. The domain god master's body was repeatedly shattered. Blood mist filled the air, permeating the 9 heavens and 33 layers. The 10 cloaked figures each activated their transcendent energy, forcibly refining the domain god master, utterly obliterating him. Otherwise, at their level of cultivation, even a mere fragment of divine thought could lead to survival. The mountain of death, indeed, is no ordinary place. With his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, the Buddha gazed into the distance, where the fabled mountain of death lay. Is this the trouble you speak of? Unhesitatingly crossing the threshold of transcendence, wielding the dagger of another. The Buddha squinted, a serene smile gracing his lips, hoping that you would honor your words. Transcendence. Transcendence. How many years has it been? I can scarcely recall, yet now I stand on the precipice of becoming one who transcends. The world beyond the door has already acknowledged me. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the Buddha furrowed his brow, sensing the return of an unparalleled force on the path of transcendence. Several figures emerged, their familiar auras unmistakably returning. The four supreme beings, all half a step from transcendence, were now poised to attack. The Buddha chuckled lightly. Let them engage in a fierce battle, one that could lead to mutual destruction. Buzz. In an instant, the heavens and earth erupted with a multitude of figures. Aside from the 10 half-step transcendent cloaked figures, hundreds more followed suit, arriving with overwhelming force. The Mountain Lord commanded the execution of all, including the Buddha. Chapter 135. The Shifting Essence of Transcendence. The returning beings unite with the Buddha, seeking entry into the portal of transcendence. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth sank, order disintegrating amid a terrifying kaleidoscope of radiant hues, as the essence of transcendence permeated the cosmos. The 33 heavens of the 9 heavens crumbled, with the fortunate ritual-level powerhouses watching from afar, their hearts trembling in disbelief at the scene before them, as if they had been transported to another era. The domain god, defeated and utterly subdued. This was astonishing, having lived for tens of millions of years. Witnessing the rise and fall of this realm, it was unimaginable that even at the half-step transcendent level, one could still succumb to such fate. The Mountain of Death was indeed formidable, possessing 10 half-step transcendent beings. The news was utterly shocking. Now even the domain god, a being of such caliber, had been slain. How astounding. The ritual-level powerhouses gaped, their hair standing on end, engulfed in an overwhelming fear. What were they in the presence of those cloaked figures? What could they do? Even the domain god had met a tragic end, annihilated by the 10 cloaked figures, their very souls shattered and obliterated, erased from existence. They were astonished and shaken, but could do nothing to reverse the tide, merely spectating from the sidelines. Moreover, they needed to distance themselves as much as possible, for even a mere fraction of pressure from a half-step transcendent being could obliterate the universe, let alone their ritual-level powers. Now, with the emergence of half-step transcendent beings, the ritual-level powerhouses were rendered insignificant. The entire realm of the 33 heavens crumbled, with only the ritual god-s platform remaining, radiating a divine aura, shrouded in mist. Its spirit surging, the order inscribed within the runes growing ever more robust, impervious to destruction, capable of countering the assaults of various half-step transcendent beings. In that moment, the Buddha and the cloaked figures alike became aware of the extraordinary nature of the ritual goddess platform. It could very well be more astonishing than the rewards of transcendence itself, a genuine object of transcendence. The Buddha's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. The strong ones on the path of transcendence had all returned. Though only a few, they constituted the most formidable force in existence, utterly extraordinary. The domain god had perished? He had been vanquished, not due to the erosion of his lifespan? The returning half-step transcendent beings gasped in shock, their forms aged yet retaining vestiges of youth. Their blood exuding an unparalleled vigor, each drop akin to a mighty dragon. With a booming presence, one of the robust figures radiated an awe-inspiring might, his gaze piercing, emanating an overwhelming pressure as he approached the cloaked figures. From whence do you hail? Why did you slay the domain god? The cloaked figures remained unfazed, their eyes cold. Rising as the domain goddess soul shattered, they unleashed a formidable aura, their transcendent essence suffusing the atmosphere, as if gods and demons had descended upon the heavens, their might resonating across the celestial realm. In a flash, the 10 cloaked figures paid no heed to them, charging directly toward the ritual goddess platform, their essence of transcendence synchronizing with it. The returning half-step transcendent beings inhaled sharply, their eyes gleaming. They understood the platform's exceptional nature and recognized the emergence of a new path of transcendence worthy of their exploration. Ah, it is you, Buddha. You have not yet perished. How fortunate you are. The returning half-step transcendent beings spoke coldly. Among them, they had previously sought to annihilate the Buddha, and it was indeed their combined assault from ages past that had led to his demise. Esteemed beings, it is good to see you unharmed. The domain god sought to drag me down with him, but it was he who met his end. Now, the Mountain of Death stands as our common enemy. I can lead you to transcendence, to slay the Mountain Lord, to vanquish the cloaked figures, and obtain what we seek. I can guide you into the portal of transcendence. The powerful beings exchanged glances, astonished. They had not anticipated the Buddha to possess such contingencies. They were aware of the portal of transcendence. a fabled universe where transcendence was the norm. Perhaps the Buddha's survival had granted him an opportunity to connect with the beings beyond the portal, allowing him to revive. How can we trust you? The half-step transcendent beings inquired, wary of unconditional trust, given their history of enmity. With me as your heart, drawing upon the essence of the universe, the essence of transcendence shall be bound to me. The Buddha unleashed a terrifying divine radiance, the essence of transcendence surging forth in a vivid and resplendent display. Unlike the transparent essence of the returning half-step transcendent beings, the three emanations of transcendence surrounding the Buddha radiated a deep crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Previously, the Buddha had remained concealed, but now he unleashed his full power, leaving the returning half-step transcendent beings in awe. If it came to a solitary confrontation, the Buddha's current prowess would guarantee his victory. Is this the boon bestowed by the portal of transcendence? He had now sworn an oath. Should he breach this vow, all beings would be barred from transcending and would suffer the backlash of transcendent essence. The robust half-step transcendent being spoke, briefly conferring with his companions. Very well. I shall assist you, they declared in unison. The mountain of death. Transcendence. Boom. The battle was imminent. The Buddha led the charge alongside the other half-step transcendent beings, their combined might instilling tremors of fear among the ritual-level cultivators who bore witness to this scene. This was an unprecedented event, an all-out battle of half-step transcendence. Though the Buddha and the returning half-step transcendent beings numbered only 5 after the Buddha's oath, the essence of transcendence emanating from the other half-step transcendent beings underwent a transformation. From their original transparent hue, it shifted to a striking crimson. What a staggering power this was. The returning half-step transcendent beings fell silent. The Buddha undoubtedly possessed the strength to dominate them, and even united, they could not alter the outcome. The portal of transcendence. Was this the method he acquired through his revival? It was utterly astonishing, and they could not ascertain whether the Buddha possessed any further abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable returnees erupted in succession, their divine might astonishing, as transcendent runes continuously materialized, instilling terror and trepidation. The very fabric of heaven and earth was obliterated, seemingly dissolving into a chaotic maelstrom. The essence of transcendence manifested in 3 distinct forms: transparent, crimson, and purplish-red, each markedly different from the others. Several returnees, on the precipice of transcendence, were overtaken by euphoric tremors upon the transformation of their essence into the purplish-red hue. They discovered that their combat prowess had surged tenfold or more. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 10 cloaked figures achieved their objective, seizing the altar of the sacrificial path. The battle raged on. Chapter 136, The Emergence of 20 Half-Step Transcendence. The Lament of the Buddha, a blood sacrifice at the end of days. A resounding explosion echoed. As brilliant and resplendent order runes erupted across the heavens, the very rules of existence swirling and engulfing all, a tidal wave of divine might surged. The terrifying essence of transcendence blossoming in the celestial expanse, unleashing the most alarming offensive. Is this the level of superior transcendental essence? Magnificent. The prominent returnees, now invigorated, unleashed their divine might with reckless abandon, transcendent runes saturating the skies as the void erupted in a cacophony, the cosmos itself collapsing. Fight! 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 The half-step transcendence became frenzied, exerting all their strength, various arcane techniques manifesting in a terrifying display, the earth quaking and the skies rending as horrific phenomena emerged, nearly annihilating an entire starry realm. The 10 cloaked figures? Mere shadows. Come, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10 black-clad figures were fierce and powerful, empowered by celestial demons, unleashing a torrent of arcane techniques as the battle escalated. Splatter. Blood arced through the heavens. One warrior was brutally torn apart by the cloaked figures, only to be hurled away. Yet, under the influence of the purplish-red essence of transcendence, he astonishingly revived, healed, his severed limbs regenerating, and he continued to fight furiously. They were not like the aging domain lords, but rather at their zenith, their vitality boundless, capable of shattering worlds. Cease your arrogance, the cloaked figures declared, their gazes radiant, emanating the most brilliant light, divine auras cascading around them in a myriad of colors, amplifying their strength. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens were shattered, order dimmed and disintegrated. The scene replete with destruction. The mountain of death? You are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? All of this is but an illusion. Yet in the next instant, the earth quaked and the terrifying void was cleaved open, as nearly 20 figures materialized, all clad in black, dazzling and resplendent. The ground shook. Buzz. The abrupt appearance of nearly 20 figures left the realm in shock and silence. For returnees, on the brink of transcendence, retreated rapidly, arcane techniques coalescing before them. Poised for battle, their hearts trembled in dread as they beheld the newcomers. Scanning the scene, the 20 figures bore an uncanny resemblance to the 10 cloaked figures, their presence exuding an aura of sheer terror, the essence of transcendence enveloping them as they stood amidst the chaos. What? They too are half-step transcendents? How can this be? Countless years had passed, seasons changed, and even the sacrificial path rarely saw fresh initiates, let alone half-step transcendence. To have so many appear at once defied belief. The returning warriors, incredulous, gazed on in a stupor, their expressions betraying their inability to contain their emotions. How long had they tread the path of transcendence? They had paved their way to invincibility with blood and bone, each step marked by crimson footprints. Yet now, with the arrival of the cloaked figures, their mental state shifted dramatically, igniting their fury and desperation. What a profound injustice this world presents. The Mountain of Death. What kind of divine artifact could possibly nurture 30 half-step transcendence? This was nothing short of astounding. It was unfathomable. Even more infuriating. How cruelly unfair is the will of heaven. The returnees ground their teeth, their gazes transforming into something monstrous. The Buddha, a being long deceased, had thus gained opportunities. Familiarizing himself with the beings beyond the door of transcendence, not only did he regain life, but he also acquired an unimaginable level of cultivation. Yet, what is the origin of the Mountain of Death? What depths and backgrounds does it possess? Could it be that it harbors beings who emerged from beyond the door of transcendence? Are half-step transcendence merely its pawns? Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's eyes narrowed, his pupils trembling wildly, and even he was gripped by terror. It was due to the beings beyond the door of transcendence that he felt this way. But what of the Mountain of Death? What right does it have to manifest so many powerful entities? You shall perish, by the command of the Mountain Lord. We shall escort you on your final journey. Boom. The earth trembled. 20 half-step transcendents joined the fray, terrifying and dreadful, wielding absolute numerical superiority. And with the backing of celestial demons, they faced the returnees with utter indifference, crushing them with overwhelming force, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads. Is this satisfaction? Boom, boom, boom. As a mighty fist struck, one warrior was instantly impaled, his body exploding, blood mist enveloping the area, the runes of transcendence erupting, saturating the heavens. The cosmos pierced, revealing a terrifying sea of stars. Splatter, splatter. The returning warrior coughed blood, his breath quickening, his innards shattered, his skull caved in, brain matter sprang forth, collapsing the starry vault. This is the might of a half-step transcendent, a single drop of blood, a fragment of flesh, capable of immense power, even in death. The remnants of their body do not decay, enduring through the ages. The Buddha spat blood, his gaze filled with fury, as he beheld a cloaked figure wielding the already refined altar of the sacrificial path, smashing down with it, like a juggernaut, cleaving through all, its power astonishing. The first strike crushed half of the Buddha's body, reducing it to blood and mire. The second strike drove his entire head into his chest cavity. Had it not been for the 3 streams of purplish-red transcendental essence aiding him, he would have been obliterated on the spot. The third strike, the Buddha, horrified, unleashed secret techniques, showcasing the power of transcendence, clashing with the altar of the sacrificial path. Heaven and earth descended into chaos. All things radiant. A dazzling spectacle unfolded. This earth-shattering strike stunned all present, the returning warriors wide-eyed, for the altar of the sacrificial path was undoubtedly a divine artifact of transcendence. A genuine weapon, forged by transcendence. Though the reason for its presence here remained a mystery, in this moment, it was indeed akin to a great weapon, capable of slaying gods and demons alike. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The returning warriors continuously coughed blood, falling into a disadvantage, oppressed by the cloaked figures, as the runes of transcendence erupted in overwhelming numbers, leaving them scrambling to cope. The bizarre techniques rendered them defenseless. Annihilate them all. The cloaked figures commanded, their killing intent reaching the heavens, and the expressions of the returning warriors shifted dramatically, as fear of death gnawed at their will. True calamity had descended. No, they roared, their voices rising in a furious crescendo, like beasts unleashed, howling in their final rage. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The heavens shattered, the universe pierced. Blood sacrifice. Several formidable beings have succumbed to madness, akin to the deities of the realm, engaging in a blood sacrifice of their very essence and transcendent energies, thereby experiencing a tremendous augmentation in power as they once again clash with the cloaked figures in a bloody battle. The Buddha radiates an overwhelming force of faith, his breath quickening as he observes their expressions with a heavy heart, lamenting the might of the god of Death Mountain, which surpasses his wildest imaginings. Even the persuasion of half-step transcendent beings to unite in action has failed to turn the tide. With a soft sigh, the Buddha's gaze ignites with divine light. Chapter 137. The Terrifying Gate of Transcendence. The Buddha morphs into a demon, a fallen deity. The ground trembles with thunderous roars as the Buddha intones with a grave voice, his eyes shimmering with the swastika symbol. Golden scriptures manifest in the air, and resplendent transcendental runes illuminate the cosmos, resonating with the grand recitations from the stars. In that moment, the Buddha appears as if a deity has descended, his radiant essence of faith surging forth in an overwhelming tide. In a moment of blood sacrifice, terrifying waves of transcendent energy twist and contort around him, the purplish-red aura transforming into a dazzling radiance, surging into his being. His skin, once normal, swiftly transforms into an obsidian hue, while the divine wheel upon his head shifts from gold to purple, reminiscent of a fallen god, suffused with an oppressive and terrifying aura. Simultaneously, a colossal external manifestation of the Buddha appears behind him, towering to an awe-inspiring height, robust and immense, crushing the starry realms and the firmament. His divine form possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, adorned with the most fearsome black patterns that unleash a terrifying black radiance, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. What? The returning beings, on the verge of being subdued, stand in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Their hearts swell with horror and trepidation. The Buddha transforms into a demon. Such overwhelming pressure amplifies his battle prowess and majesty tenfold, instilling a deep sense of dread and fear within them. This force is overwhelmingly oppressive. Even in their prime, they could not hope to contend with him, and would be utterly annihilated. The current incarnation of the Buddha is terrifying. Even those who have traversed the path of transcendence for countless years feel a profound fear emanating from deep within their souls, their hairs standing on end, chills coursing through their bodies, their pupils trembling. Ha, ha, ha. The Buddha's laughter rings out, echoing with derision. The notion of enlightenment for the fortunate is but a farce. In this moment, he truly embodies the essence of darkness and madness. His eyes display multiple pupils, sparkling with frantic energy, his every movement exuding the power to obliterate the cosmos. The external manifestation of his being roars, shattering the very fabric of the starry realms, as if they were shards of a broken mirror. Transcendence, who among you can achieve it? All is but a grand illusion. You are as he is, and I am as they are. You speak of resurrection and fortuitous encounters? Do you truly comprehend the arduous journey I have traversed over these millions of years? The gate of transcendence? You will never witness that day in your lifetime. That day shall become the nightmare of all. The Buddha's roar resonates through the cosmos, imbued with murderous intent, shaking the very heavens. As he issues a fierce command, the colossal form behind him swings a massive hand, disregarding the collaborating returning beings, as well as the cloaked figures, both ensnared in the palm of his grasp, destined to be crushed. All phenomena of existence shall ultimately dissolve into emptiness. All is but a fleeting dream. The Buddha's external manifestation ascends to unprecedented heights, fierce and savage, uttering incomprehensible words that defy understanding. What lies beyond the gate of transcendence? What horrors await? Why does the Buddha speak of it with such dread, despite having once been a half-step transcendent being in his previous life? The terror beyond the gate of transcendence seems profoundly daunting, evoking a sense of dread. Moreover, the techniques he employs at this moment are exceedingly horrific and chilling. As visible black liquid seeps from his violet-black form, dripping down into the world, enveloping it in a miasma of terror. Even the chaotic energies of the world are dispelled, transformed in an instant. As the black liquid falls, the balance of the myriad realms shatters. Barriers once governed by various order runes and rules are pierced. The celestial realm, the lower realms, and the mortal realm are instantaneously interconnected. The cataclysmic scene of destruction spans across the countless universes, as if a new creation is set to unfold at this very moment. Kill, kill, kill. The Buddha's multifaceted eyes shine with divine radiance as his hand descends, causing several severely injured returning beings to spout blood, their bodies shattering, their souls fracturing, leaving them horrified and aghast. They yearn to flee, yet find themselves utterly powerless. With a flicker of his eyes, he manifests the power to rend the heavens. The half-step transcendent beings scream in terror as their very essence is consumed, their souls flickering like candles in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. At that moment, the cloaked figures spring into action, collectively activating the sacrificial altar of the gods. In an instant, the altar appears to awaken, radiant divine light surging through the heavens and the earth, enveloping the vast starry expanses, unleashing countless threads of spiritual brilliance and radiant light. It resembles a thunderous pool, as order runes sweep forth, the pathways of existence ascending to the heavens, activating transcendental runes that emerge from the altar's boundaries. The transcendental runes shine brilliantly, erupting with boundless energy, vast and magnificent, akin to an infinite expanse of stars, cascading downwards, transforming into golden chains that pierce through the Buddha's corporeal form and divine essence. No, this cannot be. The sacrificial altar cannot possibly be a true, transcendent artifact. No. The sacrificial altar, I remember now. It is the eternal guardian of the transcendent prison, safeguarding the gate of transcendence across the myriad realms. A look of horror and trepidation crosses the Buddha's face, yet in that moment, he unleashes a ferocious and violent aura that sweeps across the cosmos, shaking the very heavens. With all his might, his 3 heads and 6 arms swing into action, targeting the cloaked figures. Blood splatters. Even the cloaked figures find themselves facing unprecedented devastation. The black liquid proving too fierce and domineering, visibly corrupting their forms and essence into a purplish-black hue. Suddenly, the assaulted cloaked figures transform into streaks of light, akin to divine radiance streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the Buddha, and erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A half-step transcendent being self-destructs. What unfathomable terror! The very heavens tremble and the earth quakes. The universe seems to be reformed. The Buddha's entire being is obliterated, while simultaneously, the cloaked figures further activate the sacrificial altar, unleashing boundless energy that cleaves through his form, drawing him within to be refined. In the distance, the severely wounded half-step transcendent beings, whose time is short, widen their eyes in disbelief. They are all too aware of the terror that the Buddha embodies after his transformation into a demon. Yet, they never anticipated that the black-clad figures of the god of Death Mountain would act with such decisiveness, self-destructing after the assault. None among them could ever summon the courage to do the same. At this moment, the cloaked figures, powerful and domineering, bolstered by the order runes and the sacrificial altar, have completely ensnared the Buddha. You will come to regret this. Chapter 138. Annihilate all to achieve transcendence. The heavens are engulfed in a void. As the terrifying assault threatens to shatter the world, the order dissolving, the rules undulating, and runes circulating throughout the expanse of the cosmos. As the Buddha's voice strained to the limits, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the divine manifestations surrounding him collapsed on the spot, transforming into a myriad of radiant lights before vanishing completely. His visage was one of fierce intensity, with his robust muscles emanating a terrifying glow, as if they were about to rupture. He gazed at the assembly of black-clad figures, each at the cusp of transcending, and roared in fury, unmatched demonic body. Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's command echoed. In an instant, his demonic form unleashed an extraordinary energy, a transcendent aura spreading forth, brilliant and resplendent, as if igniting the very heavens and earth, causing a total collapse. No, flee quickly. Boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, several semi-transcendent beings trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by an icy chill, their scalps prickling, their souls engulfed in unfathomable dread. What kind of energy is this? Capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Reopening the chaos, the very fabric of the universe was unraveling, order fading, rules nearly obliterated, with boundless energy rippling forth, leaving nothing but scenes of devastation in its wake. Time slipped away, and amidst the vast star domain, the divine might continued to surge, sweeping in all directions and suppressing the heavens and the earth. The returning strong beings, haunted by lingering fears, wore expressions of horror and panic. They had not anticipated the Buddha's unwavering resolve. His entire cultivation was detonated. What audacity! Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, all obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, the Buddha's wrath was directed solely at the black-clad denizens of the Death God Mountain. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly been swept away in the onslaught. This was beyond doubt. Even if they managed to escape far away, they were still brushed by the ripples, their original essence nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of annihilation, facing the most severe blow in history. Under such terrifying might, the black-clad figures of the Death God Mountain, though equally semi-transcendent, could not emerge unscathed. They would be slaughtered. One returning powerhouse felt his scalp tingle, breath stifled, as the sensation of the Death God's scythe resting upon his neck lingered, instilling a profound sense of dread. Other strong beings nodded in agreement, acknowledging that under such horrifying energy, the black-clad figures of the Death God Mountain, even if they survived, would be gravely incapacitated. None would remain unscathed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled, ripples surged, and a terrifying rift manifested in the ethereal realm, a streak of luminous energy flashing forth, radiant as the blazing sun, illuminating the entire starry expanse, dispelling all darkness between heaven and earth. The assembly of strong beings was momentarily stunned, their expressions rigid, their lips involuntarily twitching. Before them, amidst the starry sky, a colossal arena materialized, the altar of the way of sacrifice, radiating transcendent runes, fully activated. The intricate patterns etched upon it were ancient, imbued with the essence of time. Even after years of traversing the path of transcendence, they found themselves unable to comprehend the significance of those runes at that moment. They were shielded by a transcendent divine artifact. Safe and sound, the returning strong beings felt their hearts quiver, unable to accept the reality that even the Buddha's self-detonation had not resolved their predicament, and now, gravely wounded, how could they possibly contend? Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a wave of trepidation swept through the returning strong beings as they witnessed black-clad figures leaping down from the altar, their speed unparalleled, further augmented by a transcendent aura that made cold sweat bead upon their brows. The Mountain Lord commands, leave none alive. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated through the heavens. The assembly of returning strong beings felt their hearts freeze in terror. How could they contend? Their numbers vastly outnumbered them. Even at their peak, they had no assurance of victory, let alone now, when each was severely wounded. Blood gushed forth. The black-clad figures of the Death God Mountain traversed the void with blinding speed, arriving in the blink of an eye, fast enough to send shivers down their spines. In an instant, the body of an elderly woman among them was obliterated. No, the elderly woman screamed in terror, yet at that moment, the assembly of returning strong beings felt their hearts quaking, gripped by an unrelenting dread, fleeing at breakneck speed. As they glanced back, they found themselves relentlessly pursued by the black-clad figures, and that elderly woman was directly suppressed, her soul extinguished amidst the murderous intent that shattered the heavens and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They were horrified. At this rate, death was the only outcome. There was no hope of survival. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth erupted with a blazing divine radiance, permeating the 9 heavens and 10 realms, traversing the vast cosmos. The very fabric of reality trembled, the void roared. As the altar of the way of sacrifice, under the impetus of the black-clad figures, unleashed its most resplendent brilliance, illuminating all realms. The terrifying aura of attack, even from billions of miles away, easily locked onto several fleeing semi-transcendent beings. Screams echoed, dispersing in all directions. But they could not match the speed of the transcendent divine artifact. In an instant, they were struck by the terrifying divine light gathered from the transcendent runes unleashed by the altar, splitting into 3, hitting them squarely. In that fleeting moment, flesh, bones, and even souls evaporated. The transcendent runes were nothing short of earth-shattering, too horrifying and astonishing to fathom, leaving one to wonder what kind of power this truly was. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, under the onslaught of the altar of the way of sacrifice, all strong beings were instantly obliterated. The might of the attack exceeded all imagination. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world fell into silence. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, Diyuan, for attaining transcendent cultivation. Would you like to integrate? Integrate. Buzz. Within the Death God Mountain, Diyuan basked in the brilliance of heaven and earth, the light of the great Tao. As an unparalleled power erupted within him, shaking the very foundations of existence. The golden divine form behind him mirrored him perfectly, towering and magnificent, supporting the heavens and the abyss with grandeur. Transcendent runes erupted in the void, order rippling and spreading. The luminous brilliance of heaven and earth flowed, reflecting upon him. As Diyuan raised his hand, it brimmed with the might to annihilate the universe, coupled with a terrifying, awe-inspiring creative power. With a snap of his fingers, the 9 heavens and 33 layers of heaven interwove in order, transcendent runes permeating, all returning to their origin, brilliance overlapping, as order seemingly reconstructed itself. The 33 layers of the small realm completed in an instant. Boom. At this moment, Diyuan seemed to transcend all, unbound by the shackles of time and space, stepping beyond the realms of heaven and earth. Boom. Congratulations to the host, Diyuan, for receiving a grand gift package. Would you like to open the grand gift package? Open. Congratulations to the host, Diyuan, for acquiring 100,000 transcendent subordinates. Buzz. The void trembled as Diyuan gazed upon the myriad realms, wielding a transcendent prowess that shook the heavens and earth. In the next moment, he was momentarily taken aback, surprised as he traversed vast distances in a single step, arriving at a realm of nothingness. Boom! Diyuan's gaze narrowed, his emotions suddenly calming as he unleashed a punch, shattering the void into fragments. Following this, a colossal gateway appeared before him, transcendent runes permeating and adorning its expanse. The Gate of Transcendence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the gateway opened and closed, a grand chant resonated, the path of transcendence dispersing and enveloping. His lips quivered slightly as he beheld the end of the void. Resembling a shattered mirror, chaotic and intricate, each shattered fragment of the path unfolds the most reluctant imagery buried within the depths of his soul. As his gaze sharpens, beyond the shards lies a modern hospital room, where the incessant beeping of the ventilator resonates, accompanied by the calls of his loved ones echoing in his ears.